When you were little, you and your childhood friend ate spicy strips. The childhood friend leaned in and kissed you out of nowhere. From then on, whenever you said something hurt, the childhood friend would kiss that exact spot. Both sets of parents exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, figuring they would become in-laws in the future. But not long after, you went abroad following your dad. Word reached you that your childhood friend, Yuka Ryuzaki, who used to be so proud and aloof, had fallen victim to severe androphobia. From that day forward, no other guy ever managed to get a kiss from Yuka Ryuzaki. Even getting within half a step of her had become an unrealistic pipe dream. On your first day back in the country after growing up, you were dumped right outside Yuka Ryuzaki's front door by an unreliable jerk. You could only glare as you dragged your suitcase and hammered fiercely against the apartment door. After knocking for ages with no answer, you couldn't help but kick the door a few times. In your mind, you couldn't help cursing that obnoxious Yuka Ryuzaki for probably going out to mess around again. Yet, thinking about how long it had been since you last saw Yuka Ryuzaki, you suddenly wanted to test if she could still recognize your voice, so you dialed her phone directly straight away. Right after, you raised your voice and roared into the phone. "Where the hell are you messing around, Yuka Ryuzaki? This young master is back in the country and standing right outside your apartment door, so hurry your ass up and come open the door." Yet on the other end of the line, it wasn't Yuka Ryuzaki. A strange male voice sounded, "Looking for President Ryu? She's busy right now, so call back later." The call was hung up with a snap, leaving you staring blankly at the darkened screen for a long time. Immediately, your anger flared up. Even a lackey dared to hang up on your call. A wave of fury surged straight to your crown, making your knuckles turn white instantly with your eyes full of rage. Meanwhile, in a private booth at Charm Bar, Yuka Ryuzaki was drinking competitively with someone, with a man sitting right beside her. That man had his arm around Yuka Ryuzaki's shoulders, his voice sweet and milky as he asked, "Are you drunk?" Yuka Ryuzaki let out a scoff, leaning lazily back against the sofa. Her eyes were stained with a bit of drunkenness, yet her entire demeanor still carried that keep strangers at a bay chill. That man was none other than Sanji. He was infatuatedly gazing at Yuka Ryuzaki's beauty, his hand unconsciously roaming over her cheek while a blazing light instantly burst forth in his eyes. Sanji was calculating in his heart that this perfect woman was well within his grasp. As long as he latched onto Yuka Ryuzaki, he could ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Yuka Ryuzaki's sexy lips. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated as he slowly leaned in, wanting to kiss her. Everyone knew that Yuka Ryuzaki was surrounded by all sorts of bad boys and younger guys, yet she never gave anyone the chance to kiss her. Rumor had it that only her true destined one could make her proactively draw close. "President Ryu." Sanji's voice was magnetic and gentle. Any other woman would probably have surrendered long ago. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki showed zero reaction. Just the moment before Sanji's lips were about to make contact, Yuka Ryuzaki violently pushed Sanji away and scolded with an icy tone, "Stay away from me." Sanji pouted aggrievedly, refusing to give up as he pressed close again, hugging Yuka Ryuzaki's arm and saying in a soft voice, "You're drunk. Let me support you." Yuka Ryuzaki frowned in irritation, rummaging through her bag for a long time before her voice turned abruptly cold. "Where's my phone?" The assistant immediately trotted over, holding the phone with both hands. "President Ryu, your phone dropped earlier, so I picked it up for you." At this moment, the assistant's eyes darted around, hesitating over whether to mention the phone call from earlier. Yuka Ryuzaki's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. She casually answered it. "Yuka Ryuzaki!" Your roar, suppressing fury, pierced through the earpiece, carrying thick grievance. For a moment, Yuka Ryuzaki didn't recognize your voice. Who the hell are you? After all, apart from her family, no other man dared to speak to her like that. At this moment, her tone already carried a hint of mockery and impatience. You listened in a daze, subconsciously asking back, "You're Yuka Ryuzaki?" Yuka Ryuzaki let out a scoff, her tone mocking, "Are you out of your mind?" With that, she moved to hang up the phone. "Wait!" You hurriedly called out to her. Hearing the drunkenness in her tone made the fire in your heart burn even hotter. "Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now." Your tone carried an undeniable firmness. Under normal circumstances, Yuka Ryuzaki would have hung up long ago, but this voice inexplicably made her feel familiar, leading her to blurt out her address in a trance-like state. Charm Bar. You wait there, I'll be right over." With that, you hung up the phone directly. Right after, you deposited your suitcase at the front desk of her apartment, turned around immediately, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Charm Bar. Clutching her phone, a dizzy Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't help but ponder. Who on earth was this? There weren't many men who dared to order her around like that. Just as she was pondering, Sanji suddenly clung to her again. "President Ryu, was that man who called? Is he your new flame?" Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't be bothered to deal with Sanji, leaning back to close her eyes and rest. Seeing this, the assistant hurriedly went out to get hangover medicine. Before long, the assistant returned with the hangover medicine, offering it respectfully and bowing low. "President Ryu, the hangover medicine is here." Yuka Ryuzaki reached out to take it, but Sanji snatched the hangover medicine away instead, smiling with an alluring and sly expression. "President Ryu, let me feed you." The taxi quickly pulled up to the bar street. The female driver looked you up and down with an ambiguous gaze, then spoke up. "Handsome, right ahead is Charm Bar." "Thanks." Anxious to find Yuka Ryuzaki, you pushed open the car door and prepared to get out. The driver hurriedly called out to you. "Hey, handsome, you haven't paid the fare yet." Only then did you snap back to reality, your movements pausing as you asked offhandedly, "How much?" 69 yuan. As the driver spoke, her gaze looked at you with ill intentions. You rummaged through your pockets from top to bottom without finding a single piece of paper currency. You could only look awkwardly at the driver. "I just got back to the country and haven't exchanged currency yet. Do you take euros?" The driver's face darkened, directly refusing. "I only want RMB. Yet at this moment, you truly had no RMB and couldn't help but furrow your brows. After a brief moment of daze, a flash of inspiration hit you and you thought of a solution, so you put on a flattering smile to negotiate with the driver. "How about this? I'll go inside to find a friend for money and come right back out to give it to you, okay?" The driver instantly let out a cold snort. These days, there are tons of people pulling dine-in dashes and ride-in dashes. Who knows if you're trying to run away? You instantly grew so anxious you stamped your feet, forced to think of another trick. "Then I'll call a friend to bring the money out. That's fine, right?" Saying this, you dialed Yuka Ryuzaki's number again, but through the receiver, there was only a busy tone. She actually wasn't picking up your calls anymore. You were so furious your face turned dark. You called again, but it still went unanswered. "Damn that Yuka Ryuzaki!" You gnashed your teeth, nearly smashing your phone. Left with no choice, you narrowed your eyes and put on a pitiful expression to look at the driver. "Could you be a bit flexible? I'm really not a scammer. How about you come inside with me, and the moment I find the person, I'll pay you right away." The driver snapped back impatiently. "I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and pay. I still need to pick up fares." You instantly froze, wearing a look of bewilderment and helplessness. Yet at this moment, the driver suddenly lowered her voice, staring at you with a lewd gaze while her tone turned ambiguous. "However, though, you can also use something else to pay off the debt." "What thing?" You looked at the driver warily and quickly spoke up. "My phone won't do. I still need to contact people." In your heart, you figured your phone was the absolute newest model, so trading it for 69 yuan would be a massive loss. The driver licked her lips, her tone frivolous, explicit, and full of bewitching intent. "It's not your phone. Let me touch your 9-pack abs, and this cab fare will be written off." Only then did you realize why the driver had been staring at you with ill intentions all along. She had been plotting this kind of idea all along. It was utterly disgusting to the extreme. Your anger instantly exploded, and you sternly reprimanded, "You are truly disgusting." Yet the driver laughed it off nonchalantly. Touch you once and you save 69 yuan. You're making a huge profit. You glared at the driver, trembling all over with anger. 69 yuan in your dreams! With that, you pushed open the car door and bolted out. Ignoring the driver's curses behind you, you plunged headfirst into Charm Bar. As a result, the moment you reached the entrance, you were blocked by a security guard. The guard looked you up and down. "Little bro, are you of legal age?" "I'm looking for Yuka Ryuzaki." Anxious to shake off the pursuing driver, you took advantage of the guard's momentary daze and ducked right under his armpit. Hearing the big name Yuka Ryuzaki, the guard immediately didn't dare to stop you anymore. He even casually blocked the pursuing driver outside the door, saying coldly, "This place isn't for entry. The driver stamped her feet anxiously and shouted loudly, "Why not? That brat owes me cab fare. I need to go inside and collect my money from him." The guard sized up the driver with disdain. "We only host handsome men and gorgeous women here. Auntie, someone like you should just head back." At this moment, the bar was bustling with noise and excitement, the music deafening. You finally managed to squeeze your way to the entrance of room 888. Afterward, you shoved the door open, put your hands on your hips, and roared, "Yuka Ryuzaki." The private booth instantly fell dead silent. All gazes snapped straight toward you, filled with astonishment and confusion. A flashily dressed man swaggered over, looking you up and down with contempt while his tone carried mockery. "Who the hell are you?" Daring to call President Ryu by her full name. If you want to stand out, don't use such a stupid trick, little bro. You recognized at a single glance that this man was Sanji. The moment he drew close, that thick, pungent, cheap perfume scent made you wrinkle your nose in disgust. Subconsciously taking 2 steps back, you issued a cold warning, "Get away from me." Yuka Ryuzaki's assistant hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over, plastering on a smile. "You're looking for President Ryu, right?" She went to the restroom. Sanji made no effort to hide the disdain in his eyes, speaking in a sharp tone. "So you're President Ryu's new flame? Aside from having a slightly tender face and a sturdy build, you're not much better than me at all." No sooner had the words fallen than a female voice let out a scoff from within the booth. Anyone with eyes could see that you were naturally clean-cut and handsome, whereas Sanji's looks relied entirely on cosmetic technology and heavy effort. The two of you weren't on the same level at all, yet Sanji actually relied on a school hunk title to genuinely treat himself like a peerless beauty. You hated nothing more than people talking about your physique. Giving Sanji a cold sweep, your tone was frigid. "Can you shut your mouth? I'm looking for Yuka Ryuzaki. What does it have to do with you?" Sanji's face sank as he instantly raised his voice, demanding angrily, "What kind of thing do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that?" Sanji already had a belly full of fire. He had been dumped after dating Yuka Ryuzaki for just a week, only for rumors to break out that Yuka Ryuzaki had found a new flame. Now seeing that both your aura and facial features suppressed him, he was burning even hotter with rage, thinking to himself that even if he couldn't match you, he absolutely could not lose in momentum. Too lazy to bother with Sanji, you looked directly at the assistant and asked anxiously, "Where is the restroom? Take me there." The assistant froze, stammering out, You're going to the women's restroom?" You glared at the assistant, snapping back with annoyance. "Didn't you say she went to the restroom? If I don't go to the women's room, am I supposed to go look for her in the men's room?" "Understood. Okay." The assistant hurriedly nodded and bowed, not daring to utter another word as he hastily led you in the direction of the restrooms. Seeing you treat him completely like air, Sanji trembled with anger, taking a quick step forward and shouting loudly, "You actually dare to ignore me! Did you not hear me talking to you?" Driven mad with rage and humiliation, he reached out and grabbed your hair. A sharp wave of pain instantly shot across your scalp, causing you to let out a low growl of pain. Sanji smiled triumphantly, refusing to let go of your hair as he taunted, "What are you going to do about it?" You clenched your teeth, enduring the pain on your scalp, and counterattacked by grabbing Sanji's pants, giving them a hard tug that pulled them right down. "Ah!" Sanji let out a sharp scream, hurriedly letting go to cover his body. That utterly disheveled and wretched sight triggered a burst of roaring laughter from inside the booth. The glare Sanji shot your way was practically spitting fire as he gnashed his teeth and roared, "I am not finished with you!" You lifted your chin with utter disdain, showing zero fear as you provoked him. "If you've got the skills, bring it on." Right at that moment, the booth door was pushed open, and an aloof female voice sounded, carrying laziness and impatience. "What are you all arguing about?" Hearing that familiar voice, you spun around instantly. Your pent-up grievance instantly erupted as you shouted out her name, "Yuka Ryuzaki!" Hearing your voice, Yuka Ryuzaki froze visibly. After raising her eyes to clearly make out your face, her eyes filled with shock as she blurted out, "Why are you here?" Looking at Yuka Ryuzaki, the corners of your mouth couldn't help but tug into a cold sneer. "Not bad, you still haven't forgotten me. Good." Before your words had even faded, you raised your hand, preparing to strike her. The booth was filled with the sound of sharp intakes of breath. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to raise a hand to hit President Ryu. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki reacted with lightning speed, catching your wrist in a single grab. Her pitch-black eyes carried helplessness as she asked in a soft voice, "Making a fuss with me the moment you get back?" Her tone didn't contain a shred of anger. Instead, it sounded like she was coaxing a child. This scene made everyone present feel like their jaws were about to drop off. "You still have the nerve to ask?" You shook off Yuka Ryuzaki's hand with an angry puff of your cheeks. "Do you have any idea how much bad luck I ran into just trying to find you?" Far from being annoyed, Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes filled with indulgence. That indulgent posture left everyone present flabbergasted. Was this really that uncompromising queen, President Ryu? Taking advantage of the moment, Yuka Ryuzaki pulled you into a hug. Raising her head to look at your messy hair, she raised an eyebrow and teased, "What's going on with this hairstyle? Is a bird's nest the latest trend in America now?" You shot Yuka Ryuzaki a sideways glare, your gaze sweeping toward Sanji standing off to the side as you spoke coldly. "It's all thanks to this little toy boy of yours." Yuka Ryuzaki looked at you with an expression of total innocence. "How did I provoke you? I only just found out you were back." You raised your chin to point directly at Sanji, your tone dissatisfied. "Ask him yourself. This boyfriend of yours is truly impressive. When I came in looking for you, he picked a fight with me without rhyme or reason, and even yanked my hair. Yuka Ryuzaki, your taste in people is absolute trash." The dozen-plus years of childhood friendship between you and Yuka Ryuzaki allowed her to instantly grasp the subtext of your words. Following that, she turned her head to look at Sanji. Her tone instantly turned bone-chillingly icy as the atmospheric pressure around her plummeted sharply. "You touched his hair? Who gave you the guts?" Yuka Ryuzaki's cold gaze made Sanji shudder all over as he stammered in defense. "President Ryu, please listen to my explanation." His attitude was too arrogant, and he even called you by your full name. "I was just upset and—" Yuka Ryuzaki interrupted him coldly, the chill in her tone making hearts tremble. "What does it matter to you if he calls me by my full name? Go ask him why. Just because I'm happy to let him, because I spoil him. He can call me however he wants. Is it any of your business?" Hearing Yuka Ryuzaki's words, the grievance in your heart vanished instantly, and the corners of your mouth couldn't help but curve upward in secret. Sanji's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. He had loved Yuka Ryuzaki for many years and had never seen her show such partiality to anyone. He simply couldn't understand why you were able to be that exception. The rims of his eyes turned red, and tears fell the moment they formed as he sniffled. "President Ryu, I truly didn't know he was that close to you." Yuka Ryuzaki hated men crying the most. Frowning, she turned her head away. You also felt a bit let down. You had wanted to see how Yuka Ryuzaki would stand up for you, but with Sanji crying like this, it instead made you look like you were going overboard. You glanced sideways at Yuka Ryuzaki with a cold tone. "Handle this yourself. If you dare to gloss this over, I won't let you off." Yuka Ryuzaki cast a cold look down at Sanji, her tone devoid of a single trace of warmth. "Tell me, how should you be punished?" Sanji felt a chill run down his spine under Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze. He knew that if he didn't bleed a little today, he definitely wouldn't make it through. Afterward, he gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and slapped himself right across the face. Crying, he spoke with a guilty tone. "It was all my fault. I shouldn't have struck without asking questions." He slapped himself twice more with a sincere attitude. Listening to that crisp sound and looking at Sanji's pitiful appearance, the fire in your heart mostly dissipated. "All right," you waved your hand, too lazy to look at Sanji ever again. Sanji's motion paused as he looked at you with tear-blurred eyes. You turned your head to say to Yuka Ryuzaki, "Come home with me." Yuka Ryuzaki waved dismissively at the people inside the booth, speaking indifferently. "You guys keep going. I'm heading out first." As if suddenly remembering something, she turned her head to ask her assistant, "My phone?" The assistant immediately handed the phone over, saying respectfully, "President Ryu, here is your phone." The moment you saw Yuka Ryuzaki's phone, you remembered the aggrieved anger of having your call hung up. Reaching out, you went to snatch the device. "Yuka Ryuzaki, you actually couldn't recognize my voice earlier, and on top of that, when I took a taxi and had no money to bail myself out, you wouldn't even pick up my call. Forget about this piece of junk phone, give it to me." Yuka Ryuzaki reacted with lightning speed, whipping her hand back to hide the phone behind her. Following that, she smiled and hooked her arm through yours as she walked out of the booth. It was so loud in there, it's totally normal not to hear clearly. But you suddenly dropping back like this so late at night. What on earth is going on? As she spoke, she suddenly leaned in close to your ear, her ambiguous tone and warm breath brushing against your earlobe. Don't tell me you missed me so badly that you specially flew back to confess your feelings to me? Raising your head, you glared fiercely at Yuka Ryuzaki and brought your foot down hard on her expensive high heel, roaring angrily, "Cut the narcissism! This young master is in a terrible mood tonight, so don't provoke me." Yuka Ryuzaki let out a hiss of pain, yet she didn't get angry in the slightest. Instead, she smiled and helped tidy up your hairstyle, the indulgence in her eyes impossible to hide. Stepping out of the bar, Yuka Ryuzaki recovered her unruly and untamed demeanor, casually draping an arm over your shoulder. "Spit it out. What's wrong?" You gave her an eye roll. "To get you to open the door, obviously. I don't have the keys to your apartment, or what else did you think?" Yuka Ryuzaki froze, asking with puzzlement. "My house? My mom and dad are both at home. If you just make a phone call, wouldn't they have opened the door for you? Did you really need to track me down?" You slanted a look at Yuka Ryuzaki, thinking she was talking nonsense, and spoke up impatiently. "I'm talking about your apartment. Why else would I look for you? Are you stupid?" Yuka Ryuzaki's expression shifted instantly. Grabbing both your shoulders, she looked at you with suspicious eyes as an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Even her gaze darted around evasively. "Why did you go to my apartment? Are you planning to move in there in the middle of the night? Why won't you stay at my family's old estate instead?" The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she grew, sensing that something bad was waiting for her. Seeing Yuka Ryuzaki's nervous appearance, you couldn't help laughing and patted her shoulder. "Looks like you're still completely in the dark. You got set up by your mom. I'm a victim too, I get it." "What do you mean?" Yuka Ryuzaki's brows furrowed tightly as she grabbed your hand and refused to let go, asking urgently, "Make it clear to me." You cleared your throat right as you were about to announce that you two were fiancés about to embark on cohabitation. "The two of us are—" Before you could finish your sentence, right as you stepped out the front doors of the bar, a menacing woman charged straight at you. It was none other than the female taxi driver from earlier. Pointing at you, she roared, "You little brat, cough up the fare right now." Looking at the driver before you and recalling her ambiguous intentions from earlier, your face turned icy in an instant. You sneered at the driver. "You still dare to ask for money? Have you lived too long? Or are you looking to buy a coffin fund?" Yuka Ryuzaki had been waiting for your explanation, but a third party had barged in halfway to interrupt her expectations. Her pretty face sank instantly as she stared coldly at the driver. "Who the hell are you?" The moment the driver saw Yuka Ryuzaki's attire, she knew she was wealthy, and her attitude did a complete 180. Accommodatingly smiling and bowing, she said, "Miss, here's the thing. This gentleman took my ride and ran off without paying. Look, can we settle this fair?" Folding your arms across your chest, you spoke coldly with crystal clear pronunciation. "My dear driver, didn't you say just a moment ago that if I let you touch my abs, this cab fare would be wiped clean?" Cold sweat broke out across the driver instantly. She managed a couple of dry, nervous laughs, her eyes darting away in panic as she argued, "It's a misunderstanding, a massive misunderstanding. Sir, you misheard me. I meant to say you should leave something behind as collateral." You shot a sideways glance at the driver with a humorless smile. A misunderstanding? You hadn't forgotten her vicious gaze and explicit words from earlier. It was definitely no misunderstanding. Hearing your words, Yuka Ryuzaki instinctively swept her gaze across your body, her eyes lingering on your thin shirt as her gaze darkened instantly. At this moment, the female driver continued speaking. "The fare is 690 yuan. Hurry up and settle it." The fare had clearly only been 69 yuan, yet the driver had opened her mouth like a lion demanding 690 from you. You instantly grew so angry you wanted to step forward and argue with her. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki stopped you with an amicably smiling expression. 690? Saying that, she whipped around and kicked that female driver flat onto her back with a single blow. The female driver lay on the ground, screaming and rolling around in agony. Yuka Ryuzaki merely let out a cold laugh, "Hitting someone? Or maybe I should just kill you for fun?" As she spoke, she purposefully looked over at you, acting as if she thought this game was terribly amusing. but you were simply too exhausted to function and only wanted to go home and sleep, lacking any energy to play along with her acting. Right at that moment, the bar's security guards rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The driver instantly assumed her savior had arrived and prepared to start complaining and ratting you out. Who would have expected that crowd of security guards to charge straight up to Yuka Ryuzaki and bow respectfully? "Miss Ryu, what happened?" The driver's face turned white as paper in an instant, finally realizing she had kicked an iron plate. Scared out of her wits, she hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Too lazy to even spare her a glance, Yuka Ryuzaki told the security guards directly, "This woman harassed me. You guys handle it." The guards caught on instantly. Several of them hoisted the female driver up and dragged her straight into the small, dark alley next door. At that, Yuka Ryuzaki hooked her arm through yours, clearly wanting to spare you from watching any more. "Let's go, time for home." Once settled inside that multi-million-dollar supercar, you couldn't help clicking your tongue in marvel before directly reaching out your hand to jokingly hit her up for a few million to spend. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki swatted your hand away with a slap. "Why should I give it to you? Go ask your mom." "Stingy ghost," you pouted, turning your head away and deciding not to bother with her anymore. Soon enough, the car pulled into the underground parking garage of the luxury apartment complex. Yuka Ryuzaki parked the vehicle, but when she turned her head, she discovered that you were tilting your head to the side beside her, looking already fast asleep. Reaching out, she gave you a gentle shove. "Hey, stop faking sleep," yet you merely swatted her hand away as if brushing off a fly, wearing an expression of completely refusing to wake up. Only then did Yuka Ryuzaki furrow her brows. Could this brat actually be asleep? She suddenly remembered that you had flown back from abroad today, and recovering from jet lag must have completely exhausted you. "I really must owe you in a past life," she muttered helplessly, before calling the security guards to carry you upstairs. After settling you into the guest room and thoughtfully tucking the blanket over you, Yuka Ryuzaki finally turned away to take a shower. But when she stepped out of the bathroom again, a figure lunged fiercely out of the darkness right toward her. Yuka Ryuzaki was startled, only then remembering your existence. Looking down, she saw that your eyes weren't even open as you dizzily blundered straight into her arms. Chuckling helplessly, she asked, "What are you doing? Did you run over to launch a sneak attack on me just because you knew I was showering? Who would have thought you weren't awake at all?" Mumbling incoherently. "So dirty. I need to take a bath. It's so uncomfortable." You actually started tugging and pulling at the already thin shirt on your own body. Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes darkened as she hurriedly grabbed your hands. "If she let you keep messing around like this, you'd end up stripping yourself completely naked. How are you supposed to take a bath when you're all muddled like this?" she said, pulling you up out of her embrace and gripping both your shoulders while trying to figure out how to wake you up. Yet right at that moment, your hands reached out to stroke across her smooth back, continuing to pet her as if you had developed an addiction. Mumbling sleepily, "Yuka Ryuzaki, why aren't you wearing clothes? It feels so nice, let me touch a bit more." Unable to watch any longer, Yuka Ryuzaki grabbed your troublemaking hands, pinched your chin, and shook it slightly. "Can you wake up for a second?" Instead, you irritably swatted her away, pouting your lips. My body feels sticky and awful. I really have to take a bath." As you spoke, your body suddenly went slack as you tried to duck right underneath her arm. Yuka Ryuzaki grabbed the back of your collar, completely speechless. She suddenly recalled that you'd been prone to falling asleep easily since you were a child. You'd once fallen asleep right inside her bathtub and nearly drowned. How on earth did she dare let you take a shower in your current state? At that moment, however, a flash of mischief crossed her eyes. Bracing one hand against the doorframe, she trapped you right in front of her, then lowered her voice to tempt you right against your ear in a slightly husky tone. "Or perhaps, should I help you wash?" At that, you curved your eyes into smiles, your hand lazily coming to rest against her cheek. "If it weren't for the fact that this face of yours is getting better looking by the day, I'd really want to smack you." "What? Only now you realize I'm pretty?" Yuka Ryuzaki teased triumphantly. "Get lost." You pushed her face away. "I'm going to take a bath." Holding up 2 fingers right in front of you, Yuka Ryuzaki shook them. "How many fingers is this?" "You absolute idiot, I'm awake," you snapped, unceremoniously swatting her hand down. Only then was Yuka Ryuzaki reassured, but she immediately tossed out another question. How are you going to wash? You don't even have a change of clothes. Are you just gonna put this dirty shirt back on afterward? You froze instantly, then violently smacked your forehead. My luggage! Where's my luggage? Leaning against the doorframe, Yuka Ryuzaki delivered a cool, breezy reply. What luggage? I never saw any. I brought you back myself. Where on earth would you have luggage on you? Only then did it dawn on you, chuckling awkwardly as you slapped your forehead. Ah, right, my luggage is down with the security guard on the first floor. You made to bolt outside immediately. Yuka Ryuzaki grabbed you by the collar instead. Don't go down, I'll call the security guard to bring it up right now. Hearing that, you stopped dead in your tracks, pointed straight at the smart security lock on the door, and demanded, program my palm print into it so it's convenient for me to open the door. Folding her arms across her chest, Yuka Ryuzaki let out a cold laugh. Why should I let you freely come and go in my place? Who would have thought that you would mimic her crossed-arm posture and boldly declare with surging momentum, because starting today, I'm living here. Yuka Ryuzaki's brows instantly twisted into the shape of the character for River. Who told you could live here? Did I give you permission? You directly whipped out your trump card. Your dad told me I could live here. That made her suddenly remember what you hadn't finished saying back at the bar, prompting her to immediately press for answers. What you said before about being plotted against, what on earth does that mean? Lifting your chin, you dropped a world-shattering bombshell. Because you and I are going to get engaged very soon, so they made us live together to build up our relationship. Yuka Ryuzaki was completely dumbfounded, staring at you with a blank expression. What did you say, you and me? What kind of crazy talk is this? But you were yawning so hard your eyes watered, dragging your luggage as you walked straight toward the bedroom. Ask your dad for the specific reasons, I'm too lazy to explain. Bye-bye. Yuka Ryuzaki lunged forward to intercept you, but with a loud thump, the bedroom door slammed shut right in front of her nose, nearly bruising it. Furious, she hammered against the door and shouted, Ren, you get out here and explain this clearly. A short while later, holding a change of clothes, you leaned wearily against the doorframe. My brain is completely short-circuited right now. We'll talk tomorrow. Without even waiting for her reaction, you stepped right past her and marched straight into the bathroom. Glaring at your exhausted state, Yuka Ryuzaki had no choice but to let it slide for the night. As a result, the next morning, when you sleepily shuffled out of your bedroom, your very first words were, Yuka Ryuzaki, is breakfast ready? Leaning lazily against the kitchen island, Yuka Ryuzaki replied with a lazy tone, Nope, I don't cook here. If you want to eat, buy it yourself. Who would have guessed that the very next second, you would dramatically collapse right onto the sofa, kicking your legs and throwing a full-blown tantrum. No breakfast? I'm so hungry. I'm going to starve to death. Yuka Ryuzaki cast a leisurely, unhurried glance your way. Find something to eat yourself and then scram. I'm calling my family right now to come pick you up and take you back. Hearing that, you sprinted over to the refrigerator, grabbed a block of durian, and proudly announced with total righteousness, I said it last night. Starting today, I live right here. Yuka Ryuzaki cast a cold glare at you. Engagement or whatever, I won't agree to it. Yet you didn't back down in the least. If you don't agree, go talk to your mom, your dad, and Grandma Ryu. The moment she heard the word grandma, Yuka Ryuzaki instantly grew irritated. You saw right through it immediately. Dad Ryu told you to go back this weekend, and once Grandma Ryu speaks up, you'll have to agree whether you want to or not. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't wait any longer. I have to head to school right now. Anyway, I'm dragging you back tonight to get this cleared up. You waved a hand with complete indifference. Whatever you say. But are you heading to school now? Then wait for me, I'll go change my clothes, it'll be super fast. Yuka Ryuzaki paused in bewilderment. Why on earth would you come to school with me? Speechless, you leaned against the bathroom doorframe. Because, starting today, I'm transferring to your school. Yuka Ryuzaki was completely losing her mind. But you hummed a tune and walked into the restroom, leaving her stranded in the wind. Once you finished cleaning up and Yuka was out of patience, she finally had to drive you to school. Who would have thought that a few hundred meters before the school gate, you would shout to stop the car? Yuka looked at you in total confusion. We are not there yet. Why are you getting out? You stepped out of the car in style, swung your backpack over your shoulder, and smiled. I am not going into school with you. It is way too low profile. Wait, I mean way too high profile. I am going to grab some breakfast first. Bye. With that, you walked straight into a cake shop. As soon as you stepped inside, your eyes locked onto the last mango cake in the display case. I want this one. However, the clerk looked at you with a sympathetic expression. I am sorry, but this very last one has already been bought by someone else. You were instantly deflated. Who bought it? I saw it first. The clerk pointed toward a tall figure standing by the cashier. It is that girl right there. She has already paid for it. Unwilling to give up, you walked straight over, tapped the girl on the shoulder, and said, "Excuse me, could you please let me have the strawberry cake?" To your surprise, when the girl turned around, she turned out to be an absolute beauty. Her face was delicate and refined, and her voice sounded breathtakingly lovely. Hello, is there something I can help you with? You instantly fell for her. This strawberry cake is the last one, and I really want to eat it. Can you let me have it? Yet the beauty remained unmoved, wearing an apologetic look. I am terribly sorry, but this was bought for someone else. I cannot give it to you. You slumped like a deflated balloon, your face dropping. But just as you were about to give up, the beauty took the initiative to speak. I heard that their chestnut cake is also quite good. You could try that instead. You instantly came back to life, flashing her a bright smile. All right, I will give that a try then. After buying the chestnut cake, you took a few quick steps to catch up with the beauty, deciding to brazenly strike up a conversation. Hello. Are you a student at First High as well? I am a transfer student starting today. The two of you chatted as you walked, and you learned that her name was Hina, a senior in her final year, while you, in order to cultivate your relationship with Yuka, would probably be placed in the second year. To your surprise, as soon as you reached the school gate, you were stopped by the security guard. You cannot go in. Outsiders are not allowed on campus. No matter how you explained, it was useless, and the guard's gaze toward you grew increasingly suspicious. Just then, Hina stepped forward beside you. He is indeed a transfer student starting today. I can vouch for him. The moment the guard saw Hina, his attitude changed instantly. Oh, it is you, Hina! All right, for your sake, I will let him in. But your pride kicked in. You looked coldly at Hina and said, "Thank you, but I do not need your help. I will do it on my own." The next second, you pulled out your phone and dialed Yuka's number directly. I got stopped by the security guard. She will not let me in. To your astonishment, Yuka burst out laughing. You were furious enough to explode, and just as you were about to yell at her, you suddenly heard a magnetic male voice coming from beside her. You instinctively demanded, "Who are you with?" But instead of answering, Yuka hung up the phone right in your face. You instantly roared at your phone in a fit of rage. Hina looked at you with concern. Are you okay? What happened? You curled your lip in dissatisfaction and muttered, "Some people have no loyalty once they find a guy." But no sooner had the words left your mouth than the security guard's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he jumped in fright. When he answered, his attitude was incomparably respectful. Following whatever he heard on the line, he cast a stunned look in your direction. After hanging up, the security guard's attitude did a complete 180. He flashed you a flattering smile and said, "I am so sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. You may go in now. The principal is waiting for you." Only then were you satisfied, walking in with your chin held high. Hina followed behind with a face full of questions. The principal? Just who on earth are you that you can command the attention of the principal? You just chuckled, raised a single finger, and shook it. It is a secret. I will tell you once we get to know each other better. Hina let out a soft laugh. Are you trying to flirt with me? I am not someone who makes friends easily, you know. You nodded non-committally. I know. You are a top student, right? With a pretty honor student like you around, I bet lots of guys are constantly pestering you. Now it was Hina's turn to be curious. How did you know I am a top student? You looked at her with a smile. I am smart, of course. I could tell at a glance. But the security guard said he recognized you. Are you very famous at this school? Are you the school belle or the top-ranked student in the whole school? Hina replied indifferently. The school belle part is debatable, but my grades are certainly there. You looked instantly astonished. You are not even the school belle. With how gorgeous you look, that cannot be. Don't tell me the school belle is Yuka Ryuzaki. Hearing that name, Hina's gaze turned icy for a fraction of a second. You know her, completely oblivious to the shift in Hina's expression, you continued gossiping with high enthusiasm. She is super popular at school, right? Does she have a bunch of guys chasing after her? I know her, but we are not close. Hina's voice carried a chilling detachment as she scrutinized you. She really is a social butterfly. Do you like her too? Hearing that, you immediately let out a huff. Such a flirt. I do not like her at all. Then, looking straight into Hina's eyes with complete sincerity, you said, I think you are much better than her. What is so great about her anyway? She relies on money and looks, but her personality is terrible. Whoever likes her is asking for trouble. Hearing someone critique Yuka Ryuzaki like that for the very first time, Hina couldn't help laughing out loud at the look of disgust on your face. You are really interesting. Your eyes rolled as you instantly seized the opportunity to get closer. My name is Ren. Tell me what class you are in so I can come find you and hang out later. Hina warmed up to you a bit, shedding her initial distance, and nodded. All right, I am in class 3A. Seeing that, you waved at Hina. Then I will not keep you any longer. I am going to the principal's office to report in, and I will look for you another day. Bye-bye. With that, you skipped away happily. Hina watched your retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. He is actually heading straight to the principal's office? Over in the principal's office, the principal's attitude toward you was practically servile. The moment he laid eyes on you, he was offering you drinks and asking if you wanted any fruit. You sat lounging on the sofa with one leg crossed for just a little while. A teacher wearing black-framed glasses and a stern expression walked in. Principal, did you call for me? The principal immediately put on a dignified facade and introduced you solemnly. This is our new transfer student, Ren. Ren previously studied at a prestigious high school in America and has exceptionally brilliant academic results. I have placed him in Class A, and he will be one of our school's key cultivation targets moving forward. The teacher nodded knowingly, and then led you away. But when you reached the classroom door, you froze in your tracks. The class sign read, Class 1A. You looked at the teacher in utter bewilderment. Am I not supposed to be a second-year student? The teacher explained slowly, Ren, even if you were in America, you were only in your first year, and the curriculum moves much faster here in the domestic schools. I was afraid you would fall behind if you jumped straight into the second year. Thinking of your own stellar academic record, you decided not to push the issue. Besides, since you came back to China just to mess around, which grade you were in didn't really matter. Next, the teacher led you into the classroom. Everyone, this is our new transfer student, Ren. Let's give him a warm round of applause. You stood beside the podium with a cheerful smile. Hello everyone, my name is Ren, my gender is male, and my preference is female. Please take good care of me from now on. This self-introduction instantly ignited the entire classroom. The students burst into laughter, and the girls began chattering excitedly. This guy is so handsome. His skin is so pale, he looks like he walked right out of a manga. Our class hunk's position is in serious jeopardy. You scanned the room with a smile, looking to spot a pretty desk mate to feast your eyes on. At that moment, the teacher spoke up. Ren, you can sit wherever you like as long as the person next to them agrees. As soon as those words dropped, the girls grew even more hyper. Ren, sit with me. I will buy you breakfast every single day. Ren, my grades are great. I'll cover you. All your snacks are on me. Sit with me and I will be your personal maid. You found it quite amusing, but you had a clear target in mind, so you asked directly, which girl in our class is the prettiest? Unexpectedly, as soon as you asked that, the entire classroom fell dead silent. Everyone whipped their heads around to look at a specific spot, their expressions turning utterly bizarre. Following their gaze, you saw that both seats in the very last row by the window were empty. Is the prettiest one not coming today? Even so, you walked right over anyway, sat down in the empty seats, and announced, Teacher, I will sit right here. The teacher's expression was equally strange, and he could only murmur awkwardly, If you like it, you can sit there. All right, everyone help look out for the new student. Now, let's resume class. The moment you sat down, Sakura, right in front of you, eagerly slid a battered textbook your way. Ren, you can use mine. Looking at the grimy stains all over it, you didn't even dare touch it and could only reject it with a wry smile. You go ahead and use it yourself. I will just listen casually. But Sakura was quite persistent. It is fine. I can share with my desk mate. Since the classmate was just trying to be kind, you didn't want to make her lose face, so you could only offer an awkward smile. This was an English class. Leaving other subjects aside, your English was top-notch since you had spent several years studying in America. Thus, the lesson felt like listening to elementary school material, utterly boring. At that point, Sakura leaned in close again. "Ren, do you not understand it either? If not, let's just chat." Not understanding? It was simply too basic, and you didn't feel like listening. In your heart, you held a bit of contempt. How could anyone fail to understand English this simple? Still, out of curiosity, you looked at her and asked, "What kind of class is Class A? Is it the worst one?" "No way! Our Class A is the best class." Seeing the utter disbelief written all over your face, Sakura scratched her head to explain. Class A consists of either the top academic achievers or kids from the wealthiest families. The worst one is Class F, which is full of punk delinquents. You should stay far away from them in the future. A sudden wave of understanding washed over you. So that's how it is. Feeling that Sakura wasn't a bad person, your attitude softened a bit, and you smiled. You don't look like a top student, so I guess your family must be super rich, huh? Sakura turned awkward and hastily pivoted to save face. "My English is just weak. My Chinese literature is amazing." You couldn't help laughing out loud. A girl being good at Chinese literature. Is that really something worth bragging about? Sakura let out a soft, embarrassed chuckle. "Ren, you are so sharp-tongued. You aren't as sunny as you look on the outside." You thought to yourself, "This is nothing yet. You haven't even seen what real tongue lashing looks like." The two of you were chatting away so absorbedly that you completely missed the teacher's face up front, turning progressively darker. Suddenly, the teacher called out your name. "The new student over there. Translate the next paragraph." You were still talking until the guy next to you gave you a nudge. The teacher is calling you. Only then did you snap back to reality, raising your head to meet the teacher's blazing eyes. "Is something the matter?" The teacher's face cycled between green and purple, clearly beyond furious. "Translate the second paragraph of the text." You shrugged innocently. "But teacher, I do not have a textbook. Just borrow one from a classmate." The teacher was definitely riled up now. Sakura handed her book over with a sympathetic look, whispering, "Just make something up. He won't dare do anything to you." Who would have thought that a wily, wicked smile would curl the corners of your lips? You picked up the textbook and opened your mouth, rattling off fluent, native-sounding American English. Compared to the teacher's textbook Chinese accented English, your pronunciation was an absolute dimensional strike. The teacher froze right on the spot, her complexion even worse than before, looking as though she had been publicly humiliated. You smiled sweetly at her. "Teacher, may you please allow me to sit down now?" "Sit down, then." The teacher forced out the two words with a pale, reluctant face. Sakura looked at you in absolute adoration. "Ren, you are too epic. How is your English so good? With an accent like that, I thought a real foreigner was talking." You blinked with feigned cluelessness. "Did I forget to tell you? I just came back from America, and I went to the best private prep school there." The surrounding students who had been eavesdropping all let out a synchronized gasp of shock. The moment the bell for recess rang, feeling bored out of your mind, you decided to go look for Yuka Ryuzaki. Heading straight for the second-year classroom building, based on Sakura's intelligence briefing, you deduced that Yuka had to be in Class 2A, even though you had no clue what her grades were like. Knowing her proud personality, she would never settle for anything less than the top class. Sure enough, the moment you poked your head around the back door of Class A, you spotted Yuka chatting with some guy. Unbelievable. You were technically her officially recognized fiancé now. You scoffed inwardly. Though you figured it was just normal jealousy over your fiancé status, you thought, this jerk is too outrageous. Knowing full well it was your first day in a completely unfamiliar school, she didn't even come find you. Yet she has the free time to flirt with handsome guys. This is driving me nuts. At that thought, a mischievous gleam flashed in your eyes, and a wicked grin bloomed across your face. "Yuka Ryuzaki, if you are going to be unfaithful, don't blame me for being unjust." You retreated back to the stairwell, grabbed a bespectacled female student by the arm, and asked, "Hey classmate, can you do me a favor and go call Yuka Ryuzaki out of Class A? Just tell her that her husband is looking for her." The girl got jolted into a daze by your dazzling charm, nodded blankly, and said, "Oh, okay, I will go right now." You immediately hid around the corner to spy. True to form, the bookish girl walked right into Class A and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Yuka Ryuzaki, your husband is looking for you." The previously noisy classroom plunged into an instant, pin-drop silence. You covered your mouth to hold back a burst of laughter. A few seconds later, Yuka stepped out with a darkened expression. The moment she laid eyes on you, she put on an expression of utter predictability and marched right over. Ren, I knew it was you. Did you come here on purpose just to cause trouble? You hopped out from your corner, your posture dripping with confidence and your chin held high. Yuka Ryuzaki, you only care about handsome guys and ignore me. Tonight, I am going to report you to Papa Ryuzaki. Yuka let out a helpless sigh. What on earth do you want? Peering past her shoulder, you spotted the guy from earlier coming out right behind her to see what was going on. A wicked smile spread across your face instantly. You made me mad, and if you want me to cool off, you have to do as I say. Yuka knew you far too well. The second she saw that look, she knew nothing good was coming. What do you want me to do? You let out a huff and gave a direct command. It is simple. Come over here immediately, wrap your arms around me, and give me a kiss on the cheek. Yuka's eyes flickered. She knew plenty of people were watching from behind, and if she actually kissed you in broad daylight, wouldn't that cement the title of husband once and for all? Therefore, she flatly refused. No way! We are in public, and I still have my dignity, you know? You instantly blew a fuse, pouting in dissatisfaction and starting to complain. Yuka Ryuzaki, you have changed. In the past, you would never refuse whatever I asked you to do. Now, just because of some other guy, you do not care about me anymore. All these years of affection between us, and you just snap it off like that. The more you spoke, the more aggrieved you felt, feeling like a heavy stone was blocking your heart as you turned right around to leave. Who would have thought that Yuka Ryuzaki would suddenly reach out, grab you by the arm, and pull you into a tight embrace? Following that, her helpless voice echoed from inside your arms. There, are you happy now? I really do not know what to do with you. Yet before you could even gather your thoughts, her words pierced straight through your heart like a knife. Do you think pulling a prank like this is funny? I still have to explain this to my boyfriend later. It is so annoying, you know. Your anger froze solid in an instant. You care about your boyfriend that much? I am technically your fiancé right now anyway. What is so wrong with coddling me a little? But Yuka Ryuzaki looked up at you with an utterly displeased expression. You know full well how much I hate explaining things. That is what is annoying me. You lowered your head and chuckled with a grin. You do not have to explain, you know. Anyway, you swap boyfriends so often that in a few days it will not even be this guy anymore. Speechless and cornered by your words, Yuka Ryuzaki could only gently thump your chest with her fist. All right, you got your hug, now hurry back to your classroom. I will look for you for lunch later. No way! You instantly shoved her out of your arms, wearing the expression of someone throwing away a tool the moment its job is done. I made friends with a major beauty today, and I am taking her out for lunch. Yuka Ryuzaki blinked in disbelief. The prettiest person in this entire school is standing right in front of you, and you still want to eat with someone else? Oh, looks like someone is jealous. You teased her on purpose? Putting up a stubborn front, Yuka Ryuzaki retorted. What is there for me to be jealous about? I just think your taste in people is deeply flawed. Yet deep down inside, Yuka Ryuzaki's mind was actively spinning, wondering just who this great beauty you had met could possibly be. Catching sight of the guy standing behind her, whose face was practically steaming with rage out of the corner of your eye, you offered a triumphant, crooked smile. Then, reaching out, you patted Yuka Ryuzaki on the head, followed by a mischievous stroke along her chin. I will not keep you company at lunch. I will spoil you tonight instead. Bye! Without waiting for her to react, you bolted off directly. The Chinese literature class that followed felt nothing short of a sleeping pill to you. When the bell finally signaled the end of class, you stretched your arms wide with a groan. Ouch! I slept so hard my neck feels almost broken. Turning her head, Sakura wore an expression caught between laughter and tears. You slept so soundly that you almost got me dozing off too. At that moment, you hoisted yourself up from a squat. School is out and I am starving. Where is the cafeteria? You sleep and then you eat. Are you actually a pig by birth? Sakura teased with a snort. You are the pig. Hurry up and lead the way to the cafeteria. And you are treating, you announced with absolute shamelessness, figuring that since Sakura was a wealthy girl, footing the bill for a meal was nothing. Fine, I will treat you. Let us go eat in the luxury section. Sakura finished packing up her things and stood up. Right at that moment, you let out a sudden gasp of surprise. Oh no, I forgot I still need to find someone. Find who? Before Sakura could finish her question, you grabbed her hand and dragged her running out of the classroom. Let's go, take me to the senior year block. Completely ignoring the ambiguous gazes from the surrounding students, you were terrified that Hina would leave if you arrived too late. Staring down at the hand you were holding, Sakura gave you a peculiar look. Why are you heading to the senior building? Do you know someone over there? You nodded. Obviously. Otherwise, why would I be going to the senior year? Sakura looked at you with a thoroughly exasperated expression. You are so sharp-tongued. Anyway, which senior class are you looking for? Without a second thought, you answered, Where is senior class A? Sakura's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as she stared at you in curiosity. Senior class A? Who are you looking for? You replied with a wide grin. Her name is Hina. Do you know her? Sure enough, an expression of sheer shock instantly took over Sakura's face. Hina? The person you are looking for is actually her? What kind of relationship do you have with her? Hearing that, you chuckled. What if I said we are boyfriend and girlfriend? Would you believe me? The next second, Sakura's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. So her mysterious boyfriend was actually you this whole time? You froze for a second. Wait, she actually has a boyfriend? What a waste. Sakura sharply caught your sigh. What is that supposed to mean? Don't tell me you are not her boyfriend after all? You immediately deflected and played reverse psychology. I was just messing with you, can't you even tell a joke? How do you expect to roll with me in the future, if you fall for that? You were actually lying to me? Sakura wore a deeply depressed expression before shooting you a fierce, icy glare. Cutting her off directly, you rushed to steer the conversation back to Hina. All right, hurry up and tell me what the deal is with her mysterious boyfriend. Why do they call him mysterious? A memory of the strawberry cake shop from that morning flashed through your mind. Could she have bought that strawberry cake for her boyfriend? Sakura shrugged her shoulders. Who knows? They just call him a mysterious boyfriend because literally no one has ever laid eyes on him. People only hear rumors that she has been in a long-term relationship for years, but nobody has a clue who he actually is. So mysterious? You found it hard to believe. Can a heavenly favored prodigy like Hina really manage to keep a boyfriend hidden away like that? Giving you a skeptical look, Sakura retorted. You don't even know something like that, yet you claim you are friends with her? If someone already has a boyfriend, I would never make a move on them. Anyway, exactly how do we get to senior class A? That was when Sakura finally led you in front of a teaching building. It's right up there, just follow me. Yet you still couldn't hold back your burning curiosity. Is she super famous around the school? Famous? She is an absolute genius with an IQ hitting 200. The school poached her away from the provincial first high with a massive fortune. Not only is her tuition completely waived, but they also hand her a huge scholarship every single year. While other kids spend money to go to school, she actually makes money going to school. She scores top rank in the entire nation on every single exam, and the principal treats her like a prized family treasure. A heavy jolt hit your chest. Holy crap, she is that insanely stacked? Although you already knew Hina was a top student, you never imagined she was on this level. As you talked, you and Sakura had already arrived at the entrance of senior class A. Good thing class just ended. She might still be here. No sooner had Sakura finished speaking than you proactively grabbed a female student walking past. Excuse me, is Hina still around? Could you please do me a favor and call her out for a moment? The girl looked you up and down, a look of immediate understanding dawning on her face. Another person trying to confess to Hina, huh? Well, you are too late. Some guy just took her out a moment ago. You wore an expression caught between laughing and crying right on the spot. You wanted to explain that you were merely Hina's friend, but the other person just waved a hand and walked off. With a helpless shrug, you and Sakura headed off to the cafeteria yourselves. Sakura acted as though she had predicted it all along. Everyone says she is a household name with a line of guys waiting to confess. I totally believe it today. You let out a sigh of pure admiration. Gorgeous looks, a top-tier academic genius, and a gentle personality. Who wouldn't fall for that? Yet the moment Sakura heard those words, she reacted as if she had just seen a ghost. Gentle! Are you out of your mind? Hina is notorious for being a freezing cold iceberg. She doesn't even bother sparing those guys a single glance. Refusing to buy it, you shook your head. No way, I think she is quite gentle. Staring at you with unblinking eyes, Sakura dropped a heavy emotional bombshell. That's only because it's you. Your heart blossomed with radiant joy in an instant. Could it be... am I special to her? But before you could revel in the feeling for long, your stomach let out a loud rumble. Come on, let's go eat. As you and Sakura walked toward the cafeteria chatting and laughing, you never expected to run straight into some classmates the moment you stepped inside. One of the girls immediately chimed in with a teasing tone. Ren, Sakura, hooking up after just one single morning, huh? The rest of the crowd instantly piled on, shouting out ambiguous cheers of, date, date, date. The sound echoed through the entire cafeteria, drawing the attention of everyone present. Right at that exact moment, Yuka Ryuzaki walked in, her eyes instantly locked onto you, surrounded by the crowd, alongside Sakura standing right next to you. Listening to those grating, teasing cheers, her gaze turned glacial. So this was the great beauty you were talking about? Heh, what a piece of trash. At that moment, whatever microscopic shred of care Yuka Ryuzaki had left vanished into thin air, replaced entirely by thick disdain. The next second, she hooked her arms straight around another guy nearby and marched right up to the second floor without sparing you a single glance. As soon as Yuka Ryuzaki went upstairs, the male classmates in your class lost their minds. It's Miss Ryuzaki. She is so drop-dead gorgeous, truly worthy of being the school belle. You rolled your eyes in speechlessness, deciding to pour a bucket of cold water on that pack of goblins right then and there. She's the school belle? Is there seriously no one prettier than her? I think Hina, over in the senior year, is way prettier. The moment those words left your mouth, those guys' expressions flipped instantly, glaring daggers at you one by one. Sakura hurriedly grabbed your arm, lowering her voice to issue a warning. Ren, have you lost your mind? They are all die-hard fanboys of Miss Ryuzaki. They will fight you to the death. You nearly rolled your eyes all the way back. Her? She actually has die-hard fanboys? Are these guys completely blind? Snorting aloud, those guys stood up, shot you one last glare, and headed upstairs to follow their goddess. Sakura let out a heavy sigh. See? You just got to school and you're already making enemies. You waved a hand with complete indifference. I don't like fake people anyway. Birds of a feather flock apart. With that, you dragged Sakura off to get your food. But no sooner had you finished roasting Yuka Ryuzaki's fan club than trouble came knocking again. A few female students finished eating and looked at the two of you with teasing grins. Ren, why don't you date Sakura? You two look great together. A mischievous gleam flashed in your eyes. You hooked your arm around Sakura's shoulders, flashed a devastatingly charming smile at the group of girls, and said, Sakura's wonderful, I'll consider it. Now stop gossiping, you guys. However, the moment the girls walked away, Sakura whipped her head around, her eyes sparkling with bright hope as she stared at you. What you just said, was that real? You shot her a speechless, exasperated stare. I told you before, you need to learn how to tell the difference between my truths and my lies. Sakura's heart shattered into a million pieces on the spot, clutching her chest and crying out that she was wounded. Right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki descended from the second floor. Her face was dark as steel, her eyes locked dead on your direction. Seeing her hanging onto another guy's arm instantly reignited your fiery temper. Oh, really? Trying to flirt with other people right in front of your legitimate fiancé, and you even have the nerve to give me attitude? The next second, you whipped your head around to look at Sakura, picked up a piece of braised pork with your chopsticks, and held it straight to her lips. Open up. The tone was gentle yet carried an unquestionable command. Looking utterly flattered, Sakura smiled and ate the piece. Meanwhile, you maintained a charming smile the entire time, while your peripheral vision coldly glanced toward that dark, furious figure not far away. Suddenly, you issued a new command to Sakura. Was it good? Now it's your turn to feed me. With a face full of flattered surprise, Sakura hurriedly picked up a piece of meat and held it out to you. Yet right at that exact moment, Yuka Ryuzaki walked straight past the cafeteria exit with her male companion, completely ignoring your side without even a sideways glance. Your facial expression cracked instantly. Your expression shattered as you violently batted Sakura's chopsticks away and coldly spat out a single sentence. "I'm done eating." Sakura was completely bewildered. One second you were intimate and cozy, and the next second you flip your face and pretend you don't know her. Too lazy to keep up the act, you spelled out the brutal truth, word by word. The last part was fake, just to save face for you. "You and I are impossible. If I'm going to look for someone, I'd at least go for someone like Hina." With that, you stood right up from your seat. By the time afternoon dismissal rolled around, Sakura's private chauffeur had arrived. Seeing that you were planning to squeeze onto a crowded public bus, she kindly offered to give you a ride home. But you shook your head repeatedly, insisting that you were used to it. Watching Sakura keep nagging away without stopping, you simply grew impatient, shoved her bodily into the luxury car, slammed the door shut, and ordered the driver to step on it. Once the car had driven off into the distance, you sneaked around before dialing Yuka Ryuzaki's phone number, then demanded angrily in a huff, "Where are you? You left without waiting for me." Who would have thought the cold laugh of Yuka Ryuzaki would drift out from the other end of the line? "Doesn't your great beauty have a ride to give you?" Perfect. Gives you a chance to butter her up. Furious, you pulled out your ultimate killer threat. "If you dare ditch me, I am going straight to Papa Ryuzaki to tell him you dumped me for some boyfriend." No sooner had the words left your mouth than a sports car screeched to a halt right in front of you. The door popped open, and Yuka Ryuzaki stood there wearing a helpless smile. "Ren, you are so childish. Anyone listening would think you were still a primary school kid." Hearing that, you glared at her in anger. "You've been hiding nearby, spying on me the whole time, haven't you?" Yuka Ryuzaki actually reached out to pinch the bridge of your nose, her tone carrying mild annoyance as she said, "So what if I did? I thought for a second you were going to get kidnapped away on your very first day of school." With that, Yuka Ryuzaki shoved you bodily into the car and slammed on the gas, speeding toward the Ryuzaki family estate. Half an hour later, the moment the car rolled through the grand gates of the Ryuzaki residence, a row of servants snapped into a synchronized 90-degree bow. "Master Ren, welcome home. Congratulations on your engagement." Both you and Yuka Ryuzaki stood frozen in absolute shock on the spot. Right then, Mama Ryuzaki came sprinting over to pull you into a bear hug, excitedly declaring, "Ren, from now on you are officially my son-in-law." Staring at the festive, celebratory decorations filling the entire house, followed by a glance at the towering 10-tier castle cake, Yuka Ryuzaki felt a fierce twitch in her eyebrow. She whipped her head around to glare at Yuichiro Ryuzaki. What is the meaning of this? Yuichiro Ryuzaki grinned from ear to ear. "It's your engagement banquet today, of course. There's no time like the present, right?" Immediately following that, Mama Ryuzaki patted Yuka Ryuzaki on the shoulder. "Make sure you take good care of Ren from now on, listen to his words, and don't ever let him down." Even Grandma Ryuzaki, usually the most stern and dignified figure in the household, chimed in, "Seeing you finally end up with Ren has brought me total peace of mind." From start to finish, not a single soul bothered to ask for her input or opinion. Yet under the absolute, unquestionable weight of Grandma's gaze, she couldn't squeeze out a single word of refusal. Just like that, an engagement banquet locked both of their destinies together with absolute finality. But no sooner had the celebration concluded than Papa Ryuzaki cheerfully dropped another massive bombshell. Once Ren turns 18, you two can head overseas to get legally married. Yuka Ryuzaki rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful. Meanwhile, you grabbed her by the arm, dragged her into a quiet corner, and suppressed your rising anger to interrogate her. "Do you really want to avoid marrying me that badly?" Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would flash a wicked, seductive smile, slide her hand smoothly around your wrist, and lean right in close to your ear, breathing hot air against your skin. "Ren, don't tell me you've been harboring a secret crush on me this whole time, which is why you're so desperate to marry me?" Your heart skipped a beat, but you violently shoved her away. "As if I'd have a crush on you in your dreams. I was forced into this too, okay?" Yuka Ryuzaki immediately offered a counter-proposal. "Then let's team up and rebel together. Your dad dotes on you so much, he definitely won't force you." Yet the moment the words left her mouth, you let out a cold sneer. "Too bad. I refuse to cooperate with you. This engagement is a hard reality, so you might as well just accept your fate." You actually surrendered to your fate? Yuka Ryuzaki blinked in disbelief as her gorgeous face closed in step by step. Marriage is marriage. What's one more husband anyway? As she spoke, her lips hovered as though ready to press right against yours. Terrified out of your mind, you scrambled backward in a panic. Hey, don't do anything crazy. Yuka Ryuzaki's smile turned even more wicked. You call this crazy? The next second, she slammed you hard against the wall in a fierce cabadon, your breathing tangling so closely you could feel each other's chest rise and fall. Do you want to find out what a woman acting truly crazy actually looks like? Panic flared in your chest, and you pushed out hard with both hands. But Yuka Ryuzaki's reflexes were far faster. Not only did she dodge with agile grace, but she caught your kicking leg mid-air and pulled hard, wrapping your legs straight around her own waist in a tight lock. Pinning your chin between her fingers as if preparing to kiss you, she murmured, "My dear husband lord, since you're showing such enthusiasm, I suppose I won't hold back." Yuka Ryuzaki! Your face flushed beet red and hot as fire as you could only let out a shrill shriek. Yuka Ryuzaki smiled triumphantly and called out, "Wife, you are so gorgeous, I will let you off the hook." But no sooner had the words left her mouth than she suddenly felt countless gazes zeroing in on them. The two of you whipped your heads around, only to discover the entire room of guests staring at you both with doting, maternal smiles. Your face instantly flushed a deep, blazing crimson. The engagement banquet drew to a close amidst an awkward atmosphere. In the car, you were still grumbling, but Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't care less. The moment the car parked in the underground garage and the elevator door closed, she launched herself forward again, pinning you against the elevator wall in a cabadon. See? This is not a big deal either. With your thin skin, you quickly ducked out from under her arm. The moment the two of you reached the apartment door, Yuka Ryuzaki's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID read "My Dad," she had an inexplicable sense of impending doom. The second she unlocked the door and answered the call, Papa Ryuzaki's joyful voice boomed through the speaker. "Baby, I forgot to tell you. I had someone remodel your apartment. Since you two are now an engaged couple, you should sleep in the same room from now on so your relationship can blossom as fast as possible." Remodeled? Before Yuka Ryuzaki could even process what that meant, your shriek echoed from inside. "My bedroom. Yuka Ryuzaki, a burglar broke into our house." Yuka Ryuzaki understood instantly, clutching her head in a massive headache as she yelled into the phone, "Dad, did you go and remodel Ren's bedroom?" Papa Ryuzaki sounded completely justified. "I refuse to let you two sleep in separate rooms. Otherwise, I am shipping you both off to Russia immediately. People can get married at 14 over there." Not only that, but he chuckled with utter mystery. "I bought some gifts and left them on the bed. Hurry on back." Hanging up the phone, Yuka Ryuzaki felt a deeply ominous premonition. As the two of you walked into the bedroom, sure enough, a giant box sat right in the middle of the bed. Full of eager excitement, you lunged forward to open it. But the instant your eyes registered what was inside, you completely blanked out. It was a whole box of umbrellas. Yuka Ryuzaki curiously leaned in closer, her expression instantly synchronizing with yours in total shock. The two of you stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at each other. The next second, you collapsed onto the bed, rolling around while clutching your stomach in stitches. Oh my god, Papa Ryuzaki is an absolute genius. He actually sent these. Left between laughter and tears, Yuka Ryuzaki flipped through the overflowing box. "There are a few hundred of these things. How long are we supposed to take to use all of these up?" You immediately flipped upright, glaring daggers at her. Who is going to use them with you? Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would suddenly flash a wicked, seductive smile, flipping you flat onto your back on the bed, trapping you beneath her? She held an umbrella between her index and middle fingers, lowering her gorgeous face to blow a teasing breath against your skin. "What are you blushing for? We are an engaged couple now. Let's try one out tonight." Your face turned bright red as you shoved her away with both hands and feet. Yuka Ryuzaki, you absolute pervert. Far from backing down, the tease only sparked her interest further as she looked down her nose at you with a flirtatious squint. "It's just an umbrella. Have you never seen one before?" Provoked by her taunt, you immediately stuck your chin out. "Who says I haven't seen one? I just don't want to use it with you. You're so flighty and promiscuous. Who knows if you carry some nasty disease?" Those words struck straight at Yuka Ryuzaki's most sensitive nerve. "Say that again." She snapped, letting the words slip right past her teeth before she could stop them. I am completely untouched, believe it or not. The second the words left her mouth, she instantly regretted it. You caught on in a flash, grinning like a cat that just stole some cream. Oh? Want me to keep your little secret safe? Yuka Ryuzaki nodded frantically in helpless defeat. A sly, mischievous grin spread across your face as you thrust your chin out like an arrogant young master. It's not out of the question, but you'll have to do whatever I say. Yuka Ryuzaki hurriedly wrapped her arm around yours. My lord husband, whatever you say goes, I'll obey. Beaming with a radiant smile, you leisurely spat out a few simple words. It's simple. From now on, this bedroom is mine, and you sleep on the couch. That way, just like you promised, whatever I say you have to follow and no going back on your word. You pointed triumphantly right at her face. Yuka Ryuzaki was rendered completely speechless. If there was ever a definition of lifting a rock only to drop it on your own feet, this was it. Gritting her teeth, she put on a magnanimous front. I honor my promises. In reality, her mind was already spinning on how to reclaim her sovereign territory. You casually grabbed a pillow, shoved it into her arms, and waved with a cheerful smile. Nighty-night. Yuka Ryuzaki let out a cold huff, clutching the pillow as she dragged her feet reluctantly toward the living room. At 10 o'clock at night, the elite Miss Ryuzaki, who ought to have been out partying, was currently lying in miserable grievance on the couch. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, so she got up and checked the guest room, only to find that the bed had been completely hauled away. Old man works fast. He converted the guest room straight into a gaming lounge. Gazing at the room full of gaming consoles, half of Yuka Ryuzaki's anger finally dissipated. Right at that moment, a light, jaunty set of footsteps echoed down the hallway as you swaggered out, humming a carefree little tune. What are you doing out? Yuka Ryuzaki flipped over and sat up. I'm thirsty, looking for water. You grabbed a canned drink from the fridge, casually tossed another can to Yuka Ryuzaki, and dropped unceremoniously onto the carpet right in front of her. Where's the remote? I want to watch TV. Yuka Ryuzaki fumbled around between the couch cushions for a moment, before slapping the remote into your palm. By the dim glow of the television screen, she suddenly noticed that over the past few years, you had grown increasingly striking. Your once rounded youthful face had sharpened into clean lines, and your chin contour had become ridiculously refined. Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly spoke up. That girl from the cafeteria today, is that the great beauty you were talking about? Your taste is seriously trashy. You shot her a sideways glance, the corners of your mouth curling upward. Oh yeah? That kind of trash doesn't even deserve to be compared to me. Yuka Ryuzaki looked utterly dismissive. My face alone leaves her eating dust by a few blocks. Who would have thought you would smile with sly mystery? You guessed wrong. The great beauty I'm talking about is definitely not her. At the mention of the great beauty, your mind was entirely flooded with images of Hina. Damn it. I need to go score some FaceTime with her tomorrow so she doesn't forget me. Watching the lovesick look plastered across your face, Yuka Ryuzaki felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of sourness. Well, who is it then? I refuse to believe there's anyone in this school prettier than me. With a wicked twist of your brow, you shot back. I just won't tell you. Anyway, the school bell isn't just you. With that, you patted down your pants and stood up. Boring. Going back to bed. Wait! Yuka Ryuzaki lunged forward with a sudden grab. Your footing slipped, and your body pitched forward, landing with a clumsy thud right in her lap. Face to face at point-blank range, the atmosphere instantly turned dangerous. Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes narrowed as a heavy, oppressive tone laced her words, smiling so flirtatiously. Do you like her? Ren, don't forget you're my husband right now. Thinking of cheating? Yet far from being scared, you let out a sudden snort of laughter. Cheating. My dear wife, just how many boyfriends do you have running around outside? You have zero room to talk. While firing back, you playfully poked a finger straight against her chest. Whoa, this texture. How are you actually built like this? You couldn't help fixing a wide-eyed stare right at the neckline of Yuka Ryuzaki's top, wanting to inspect whatever scenery lay hidden beneath her clothes. Noticing your blatant gaze, the corners of Yuka Ryuzaki's lips hooked into a dangerous smirk. Like what you see. Nothing! You squared your shoulders and glared right back with feigned righteousness. I don't stop you from flirting with handsome guys, so you don't get to interfere with me hanging out with beauties." Retracting your gaze, you muttered a cough of pure embarrassment under your breath. What kind of brain-dead impulse made me want to look at her figure anyway? Yuka Ryuzaki looked down her nose at you. Really? Mutual non-interference? She had originally been worried you might throw a fit over her boyfriends just like you did today, though she hated explaining things anyway. If you mind, let's just break up. Instead, you immediately raised your pinky finger. Pinky swear with me. Such an utterly childish behavior. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki hooked her pinky around yours anyway, pressing her thumbprint against yours, just like back then. That single moment felt as though it dragged both of you right back to your inseparable childhood days. Back then, you lived at the Ryuzaki residence as her little shadow, joined at the hip and each other's only friend. Right at that moment, a sudden thought struck Yuka Ryuzaki as she slapped her palm against her knee. "I heard from Mom and Dad that we were promised to each other before we were even born." You nodded. "I know, that's why they're forcing us to marry." No sooner had the words left your mouth than you realized the compromising posture you were in. You were still trapped in her arms, with both of her hands possessively locked around your waist. You hurriedly pressed both palms against her chest. "Let me go right now, I'm going back to bed." Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would instantly shift into pitiful puppy mode, staring up at you with big eyes? "Ren, didn't we always sleep together all the time when we were little?" "I remember. And your point is?" You caught a whiff of something suspicious. Sure enough, she pointed straight toward the couch. "This couch is comfortable to lounge on, but terrible for sleeping. Have the heart to watch me suffer from insomnia?" Pulling the emotional card again, you glanced over at the couch. True, sleeping on that thing did look pretty miserable. The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki gently rocked your waist as her voice softened into a puddle of mush. "Hubby." Your resolve instantly melted. Fine, you can come inside and sleep. Happy now?" "Hubby, you are truly an angel." Yuka Ryuzaki capitalized on her victory immediately, leaning right up to plant a loud mwah right on your cheek. Wiping the wet mark off with the back of your hand in disgust, you pointed right at her in stern warning. "Let's get one thing straight first. The bedroom is my territory, and you follow my rules." Yuka Ryuzaki flashed an immediate okay sign with her fingers, then scooped up her pillow and smoothly tugged you along toward the bedroom. "Hubby Tilda, who's sleeping with you?" "We're sleeping in separate beds." Yuka Ryuzaki laughed with unadulterated mischief. Sure, separate beds. Just don't launch a midnight sneak attack on me. I'm just worried you won't be able to resist throwing yourself at my beauty in the middle of the night." "Say another word and get out," you snapped back with a huff. Early the next morning, sunlight spilled across the bedroom. You were dead to the world, sound asleep while hugging your pillow tightly, rubbing your face against it and leaving a trail of drool. Just as you were deep in dreamland, someone began shoving you awake. "Ren, wake up! Wake up! Ugh, so annoying, stop bothering me." You irritably swatted the hand away, but Yuka Ryuzaki leaned right into your ear, whispering in a wicked, teasing tone, while her warm breath tickled your earlobe. "Stop messing around. Time to get up. Go away." Yuka Ryuzaki laughed between amusement and exasperation. "I should be the one saying that to you. Hurry up and wake up. We're going to be late for school." "School?" A hazy thought flashed through your mind. "Oh, right. I have to go to school. I have to go see Hina." At the thought of the great beauty, your sleepiness vanished entirely as your eyes snapped wide open. You scared the living daylights out of me. A magnified, gorgeous face hovered right in front of your eyes. Yuka Ryuzaki's face was mere centimeters away from yours. That jolted you into absolute, crystal-clear wakefulness. Staring at Yuka Ryuzaki inches from your face, you reached out and poked her hard in the chest. "You ambushed me! You had the nerve to tell me not to sneak up on you yesterday." Yuka Ryuzaki caught your wayward finger with a blink of her eyes, spelling out the facts word by word. "Look closely. This bed right here is mine. You're the one who launched a sneak attack on me." You froze in sheer disbelief, only to realize the vast majority of the adjacent bed was completely empty, while you were wrapped tightly around her like an octopus. Looking at the posture, it was blindingly obvious who ambushed who. A wave of heavy embarrassment washed over you. Yuka Ryuzaki just looked down her nose at you with amused leisure, waiting for you to own up. But your brain kicked into gear, causing you to puff out your chest with the arrogance of a young master. "Whose bed? What's yours and what's mine? This entire bedroom is mine, and I'm just lending you this half of the bed temporarily. Yuka Ryuzaki was completely lost for words. Watching her eat her own dirt made you beam with pure joy. Then go sleep on the couch. I generously lend you my bed and you still have the nerve to complain? Raising her hands in helpless surrender, she sighed. Okay, you win. Yet deep down inside, Yuka Ryuzaki secretly swore a blood oath that she would reclaim the bedroom's sovereignty no matter what. After finishing their morning routines, the two of you headed down to the garage. Yuka Ryuzaki hopped into the driver's seat and clicked her seatbelt into place, while you stood outside pulling frantically at the locked car door, ending up having to slap the window pane. Why won't the door open? Yuka Ryuzaki curved her phoenix eyes, looking at you with a sweet smile. The car is mine, though. Why should I give you a ride? Never expecting her to pull this card, you puffed out your cheeks in rage. Yuka Ryuzaki, if you don't drive me, are you expecting me to walk to school by myself? The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki laid down her terms of exchange. Pay up with bedroom usage rights, and I'll drive you every day from now on. No way! I'm not agreeing to that. However, before you could finish your threat, Yuka Ryuzaki fired up the engine, leaving you coughing in the dust as her sleek sports car sped off without you. Yuka Ryuzaki, you stamped your feet in sheer fury. Left entirely by your lonesome in the massive garage, an overwhelming sense of grievance hit you so hard you squatted right down on the floor. Right at that moment, the deep roar of an engine rumbled through the space once more. The sports car that had just driven off reversed right back into view, the passenger door popping open automatically as Yuka Ryuzaki's sweet voice drifted out. Get in. Stubbornly burying your head lower, you refused to budge an inch. With a helpless sigh, Yuka Ryuzaki climbed out of the car, squatted down right in front of you, and coaxed patiently. Are you getting in the car or not? Truly, the mighty Miss Ryuzaki's lifetime quota of patience was spent entirely on this single brat right in front of her. You let out a huff, continuing to sulk. Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly found it amusing, feeling like a scene straight out of childhood. Standing up to tower over you from above, she offered, All right, hubby, stop being mad. Only then did you sneakily peek up at her through your lashes, waiting for her next move. Fine, if you're not going to talk, I'll pick option 2. Option what? Before you even processed what was happening, 2 arms swept around you in a fierce hug, pressing a swift kiss directly against your cheek. Her tone feigned extreme annoyance. You should have just said so earlier. What are you throwing a tantrum for? You're so high maintenance. Yet her hands moved with the utmost gentleness. As the car smoothly rolled out of the garage, the anger you had been holding onto dissolved completely. You murmured softly, I really thought you actually left me behind for a second back there. In that exact moment, your grievance had been 100% genuine. It wasn't like you actually meant to banish her to the couch. Of course, Yuka Ryuzaki had just been trying to scare you. Seeing your pathetic, aggrieved look made a pang of guilt twist in her gut. With any other guy, if they got mad, they stayed mad. She never went out of her way to coddle them. But you were different. If you got genuinely mad, you'd turn your head away and never pay attention to her again. Naturally, Yuka Ryuzaki wasn't going to admit to that out loud, choosing instead to put on a troubled face. If I actually pulled a stunt like that, wouldn't I get chewed out to death? You instantly puckered your lips. I was just talking big anyway. I'm not the kind of petty snitch who loves tattling to elders. Who would have thought you would suddenly chuckle with a sly grin, turning your head to stare straight at her? But hey, it all depends on the situation. If you ever do something that pisses me off badly enough, I can't guarantee anything. With Papa Ryuzaki's backing as a tiny little trump card in your back pocket, let's see if she ever dares step out of line again. You felt a wave of secret satisfaction. Seeing that you were nearing the school gates, you boredly stared out the passenger window until a tall, graceful figure drifted into view. Hina! Your eyes widened in delighted surprise as you watched her step right into yesterday's cake shop. The next second, you frantically yelled at Yuka Ryuzaki, Stop the car! Stop the car! Though thoroughly confused, Yuka Ryuzaki pulled over to the side of the road anyway. I'm not showing up at the school gates with you. If people see me stepping out of your ride, won't everyone instantly figure out we know each other? You unbuckled your seatbelt as you spoke, but paused midway, turning back to flash her a sweet saccharine smile. Yuka Ryuzaki shot you a glare. The second I see that smile of yours, I know nothing good is coming. Spit it out. You opened your palms toward her, wiggling your fingers. Hand over your wallet. With a helpless sigh, Yuka Ryuzaki dropped her wallet into your open palm. The second you flipped it open, your eyes lit up like stars as you scooped out the entire stack of large denomination cash. Leave a little bit for me at least, Yuka Ryuzaki protested. Don't you have your cards? Just swipe a card. As you spoke, you fished around inside her wallet again, plucked out the most prestigious-looking black card you could find, and shoved it straight into your own bag. Yuka Ryuzaki let out a huff. You really know how to pick, don't you? My black card? Not that one. Hand it back. Snatching the wallet back, she pulled out a different card and shoved it toward you instead. That one's the primary card. Only I can use it directly. This one's the supplementary black card. Use this one. You froze in absolute shock, staring down at the card in your hand in utter disbelief. You're actually letting me use this? I can swipe whatever I want? As you well knew, supplementary cards of this caliber literally had no spending limit. Yuka Ryuzaki deliberately put on a stern face. Try swiping it recklessly and see what happens. Despite saying that, handing over a supplementary card already spoke volumes. Hard to say about that. Anyway, I've already accepted it. With that, your eyes curved into crescent moons as you suddenly crooked a finger at her. Yuka Ryuzaki looked at you in bewilderment. The next second, you suddenly leaned in and planted a light kiss right on her cheek. You flashed a cheerful smile, dropped a quick line, and bolted out of the car. Thanks, wife. Yuka Ryuzaki was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. This kid. She watched you wave through the car window and head straight into the nearby cake shop. Yuka Ryuzaki meant to start the ignition, but her movements suddenly halted. One hand resting on the steering wheel, she couldn't shake the feeling that you were acting a bit strange today. Meanwhile, inside the cake shop, you beamed brightly and sneaked up behind Hina to give her a sudden tap on the shoulder. Hina turned around, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. How is it you again? Yeah, looks like we are really destined to cross paths, you said, leaning in closer to take a peek through the display window at the strawberry cake. Your heart skipped a beat. Could she be buying this for that mysterious boyfriend again? Hina spoke up to the clerk. Give me a piece of strawberry cake, please. You immediately raised your hand. I want a piece too. The two of you walked out of the cake shop together. Starving, you secretly took a bite of the cake with an expression of pure bliss. The strawberry cakes here are seriously so good. Hina looked at you. You haven't eaten breakfast yet? You nodded. Nope, I just transferred here and I'm totally lost. Can you introduce me to some good places to eat? Seeing your pitiful expression, Hina actually agreed. I'll take you there then. You broke into an instant, joyful smile. Awesome! You were thrilled. But just a few steps away, an eye-catching sports car caught your peripheral vision. Why did that car look so much like Yuka Ryuzaki's? Your heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, as you got closer, it really was hers. Yuka Ryuzaki sat right inside the car, gazing straight toward you with a dark, unfathomable look locked dead on you and Hina. Your heart sank heavily. You had been caught red-handed. Just at that moment, Hina suddenly spoke up. Ren, what's wrong? Flustered, you grabbed Hina's hand and sprinted quickly into a breakfast shop, ordering a basket of steamed pork buns. Your eyes lit up as you took a bite. So good, you should try one too. But Hina shook her head. No thanks, I'm not hungry. Your curiosity was completely hooked by the cake sitting beside her. Unable to resist probing, you asked, why aren't you eating what you bought? Is it for your boyfriend? Hina froze instantly and smoothly deflected the topic. Your heart did a little drop. It seemed it was true. Her long-term mysterious boyfriend really did go to this school. After finishing breakfast, the two of you stepped out of the shop, and you nervously scanned left and right, breathing a sigh of relief only after confirming Yuka Ryuzaki's car was nowhere in sight. Hina picked up on your odd behavior, but you immediately changed the subject. By the way, is it true that a guy confessed to you yesterday? Hina answered nonchalantly, then turned the question back on you. What did you want to find me for? You rubbed your nose guiltily. Just wanted a guide, that's all. I'm in senior class A, so feel free to come find me if you need anything. You're in class A? Hina didn't seem particularly surprised, though her gaze deepened. As the two of you walked side by side toward the school gates, an unexpected scene unfolded. Hina immediately noticed that yesterday's security guard had been replaced. Right after, she overheard the older guard lecturing the new hire. Be sharper from now on. Don't end up like Daiki, who got fired just for accidentally offending someone. Hina stopped dead in her tracks, stepped forward, and asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, was the person who got fired yesterday's security guard?" Recognizing her, the older guard nodded. "Yeah, got canned yesterday afternoon." When Hina pressed for the reason, the guard looked visibly uncomfortable and subconsciously glanced sideways toward you. In that single moment, Hina understood everything. Her expression plunged into icy darkness. Without a single word, she turned around and walked away, her back radiating a cold, freezing aura. It all clicked for you. You suddenly remembered the person who got fired was the exact guard who had tried to block you yesterday. "Hina, wait up!" You sprinted ahead and blocked her path with outstretched arms, asking breathlessly, "What's wrong with you? Is that guard some relative of yours?" You were completely clueless about the icy expression she wore. Hina finally came to a halt. For the first time, those deep eyes of hers carried a piercing, bone-chilling frost as they locked onto you. Her tone lacked a single shred of its former warmth, cutting like a knife. "Why was that guard fired?" "Don't tell me you don't know, Ren. Are you trying to play dumb in front of me?" "What are you talking about?" you asked, taken aback. "I really don't know. I only transferred here yesterday. I had no grudge against him. Why would I want him to lose his job?" Her gaze made you feel like she was treating you like some malicious villain. But Hina pressed on step by step. "No grudge? He stopped you yesterday and you were furious, weren't you? And what about that phone call? That was from the principal, right? If you didn't have some special background, would the principal personally come out to receive you?" You were left completely speechless. Hina's voice grew colder, every word landing like a heavy blow. Do you have any idea how much this job meant to him? His child was just born, milk powder and diapers, cost a couple $1,000 a month alone. Do you know what losing this job means for him? For a moment, you stood there completely at a loss. I didn't know." Hina's eyes were filled with profound contempt. For a rich young master like you, a casual word is all it takes to ruin someone's livelihood. Must be fun, huh? She dropped her final words like a blade slicing straight into your heart. "Sorry, I don't like making friends with people who abuse their power." With that, she turned her back and walked away without looking back, leaving you standing all alone. Back in the classroom, you slumped over your desk in low spirits. Sakura walked over and asked with concern, "Ren, what's wrong?" You lifted your head with a blank stare. "Sakura, why is Hina so angry? Is she mad at me?" You proceeded to tell her everything that had just happened. After listening, Sakura gasped in sudden realization, and you quickly grabbed her sleeve. "Why is she so upset?" Sakura laughed between tears and amusement, offering a serious explanation. Probably because she empathizes with him. You looked at her suspiciously. "What's that supposed to mean?" Sakura stared at you in absolute disbelief. "Are you sure you and Hina are friends? You don't even know her background?" Hina's family isn't well off at all. She got into this school entirely on a full scholarship. Your eyes widened in shock. "Really? You couldn't tell at all." "But that wasn't even the half of it," Sakura continued. "Not only is she poor, but she also comes from a single-parent household. Most importantly, her father used to get pushed around by rich people when he was working odd jobs, so she has a deep-seated aversion to wealthy folks." Everything finally clicked into place. No wonder she stood up for the security guards so fiercely, and no wonder she rejected every single rich guy who tried to confess to her. You had accidentally stepped right onto the most painful thorn in her heart. Sakura hit the nail on the head. She misunderstood you, thinking you're just another powerful, entitled young master who snapped his fingers to get a guard tossed out. Shifting her tone, a hint of mockery crept onto her face. "Remember last time a student offended Miss Ryuzaki? They got expelled on the spot. Yuka Ryuzaki, your heart skipped a beat. A single word from her could get a student expelled. That was way too much power." Sakura's tone was laced with awe. "Of course. Miss Ryuzaki's mom is a school board member. This school might as well be her family's private property." It hit you like a thunderclap. Everything made sense now. No wonder Yuka Ryuzaki could run wild around the school. So she had gotten the guard fired simply to vent her anger on your behalf. A sharp glint crossed your eyes as you slammed your hand onto the desk. I know what I have to do. Right at that moment, the entire classroom fell dead silent. You looked up to find everyone staring intently at you, while the English teacher stood right behind Sakura like an avenging demon, eyes practically breathing fire. You offered an awkward laugh. Good afternoon, teacher. Class starting? Class had already been going on for over 10 minutes. The English teacher's face turned beet red. After suffering a humiliating blow to her authority from your English skills last time, she hesitated for a long moment before clearing her throat and rapping her pointer against the desk. Ren, I know your English is good, but that doesn't mean you can disrupt others. Pay attention next time, or you'll be standing in the back. You apologized immediately. Got it, teacher. I promise I won't do it again. Yet the teacher completely ignored Sakura right beside you and turned back to the podium. The moment the end of class bell rang, you bolted like lightning toward the senior building. You had to explain things to Hina. Stopping a female student outside Class A's door, you asked, "Excuse me, can you help me call Hina out for a moment?" Recognizing you, the girl immediately broke into a knowing, teasing smile. "Oh, it's you. Coming to confess so early today? Real sincere, huh?" You offered a wry, pleading smile. To your surprise, Hina actually came out, though her attitude was cold as ice. "What do you want?" The heavy detachment in her voice made your heart sink. You took a deep breath, looking straight into her eyes with unyielding dignity. "I have something to say to you." "Give me a few minutes." "Fine." Hina was a man of very few words. The two of you walked over to an empty patch of ground beside the teaching building. Making sure nobody was around, you spoke with solemn earnestness. "Regarding the guard getting fired, believe it or not, I genuinely had no idea. But I figured out what probably happened, and I'm gonna fix it." Shifting your tone, your face tightened with grievance. "And another thing, the way you talked to me today was way out of line. You pinned the blame on me without even knowing the whole story. Is that fair?" You dropped those words and turned on your heel to walk away. But the next second, Hina caught you by the wrist. "Sorry," her low, deep voice drifted over. You paused in your tracks, too stubbornly proud to look back. Hina watched your retreating figure and spoke again. "Sorry." Seeing your stubborn persistence made her realize she had misjudged you. Only then did you turn around, staring at her with an arrogant pout. "I reserve the right to consider your apology." With that, you yanked your hand free and walked off without looking back. Next stop, the principal's office. Ignoring the class bell, you pushed right inside. "Uncle Principal, I need to talk to you." The secretary couldn't stop you in time. The principal was nodding off and got so startled he slammed his head right against the desk. Clutching his forehead and ready to blow his top, he looked up and saw it was you, instantly swapping his angry scowl for a beaming smile. "Ah, Ren, my boy, please have a seat. Secretary, bring in some juice." The secretary stood frozen in sheer shock. Aside from Miss Ryuzaki, when had the principal ever fawned over a student like this? Refusing to sit down, you strode right up to the desk and slammed your hand down. "Why did you fire that security guard? Was that an order from Yuka Ryuzaki, yes or no?" Misinterpreting your intentions, the principal carefully studied your expression. "Are you unhappy with that? What would you like done? Should we dock his pay or blacklist him so he can't find work anywhere? Just say the word and I'll handle it immediately." That response made your blood boil. Smack! You slammed your hand down on the desk a second time. "That's not what I mean. Listen to me and let me explain first." The principal immediately shifted into soothing mode. Okay, sit down and take your time." You grabbed the juice the secretary had brought over and chugged it down in one go, issuing your direct command. "What I mean is, I don't want him fired. You are going to rehire him right now." The principal immediately wore a troubled expression. "That's a bit difficult. That was Miss Ryuzaki's direct order. You should probably go discuss it with her first." It really was that Yuka Ryuzaki. You forced down your rising anger. "She just did that to stick up for me. As long as I don't care, it's fine. Uncle Principal, just bring him back." The principal sat in his chair, waffling nervously. Right at that moment, an overbearing voice cut into the room. "Absolutely not." Yuka Ryuzaki pushed the door open with a frosty expression, her presence as imposing as a monarch. You stared at her in shock. Why are you here? Ignoring you entirely, Yuka Ryuzaki walked right up to your face and reiterated every word. I disagree. Turning her gaze icily toward the principal, she commanded, "The person I fired will not be rehired. Do I make myself clear?" Seeing her, the principal scrambled up from his chair in a panic, nodding repeatedly. "Crystal clear, Miss Ryuzaki. I'll follow your instructions completely." Yuka Ryuzaki, your face flushed red with anger as you roared at her. How could you do something like this? Why would you ruin someone's livelihood? You're so infuriating. Yuka Ryuzaki was burning with fury. I only did it to stick up for you. And what do? I fire someone and you try to bring them back. Aren't you just slapping me in the face? She glared at you as if you were completely ungrateful. The next second, her tone twisted with biting jealousy and anger. You're doing this for that Hina girl, aren't you? You stared at her blankly. You know Hina? Yuka Ryuzaki curled her lip in contempt. She's crossed paths with me before. Of course I know her. Why are you such a hopeless simp? The second you see a pretty girl, you throw yourself at her. That finally explained why you had ditched her this morning just because you saw Hina. I didn't. We're just friends, you argued frantically, but Yuka Ryuzaki cut you off cold. Still lying? Videos of you two all touchy-feely have already spread across the entire school. Who doesn't know you're the first guy Hina has ever given the time of day to? What video? What touchy-feely stuff? You finally understood. Yuka Ryuzaki pulled out her phone and tapped open a video clip. The footage clearly showed you and Hina in close proximity, with no audio. It looked intensely intimate. You froze in sheer disbelief. I didn't. You've got it all wrong. But Yuka Ryuzaki pressed her attack relentlessly, firing off a barrage of accusations. You went looking for her, didn't you? You were all over each other, weren't you? That great beauty you talked about yesterday was her, right? Did you even know she has a boyfriend? Pushed to the absolute brink of madness, she spat out the most hurtful words possible. How could you become so degenerate? Those words pierced your heart like a dagger. Your entire body violently shuddered. Misunderstood by Hina, and now looked down upon like this by Yuka Ryuzaki. Tears instantly welled up in your eyes, spilling over in heavy, thick droplets. Seeing you suddenly break down in tears, Yuka Ryuzaki froze on the spot. Yuka Ryuzaki, I never want to talk to you again. You screamed through your tears, turned on your heel, and bolted out the door. Yuka Ryuzaki clenched her fists, her expression turning utterly wretched. She roared at the principal, "Shut up!" The next second, muttering a low curse, she hurried out after you. Ren! But she was a few seconds too late. By the time she reached the hallway, you were already gone. Frustrated, Yuka Ryuzaki chased down the stairs. Little did she know, you were actually hiding right around the corner of the stairwell, watching her shadow flash past. Stupid jerk. You buried your face in your knees. Pampered like a precious jewel by your family since childhood, when had you ever suffered such devastating grievance? Especially since Yuka Ryuzaki had never spoken to you with such harsh severity in your entire life. How could she misunderstand you so deeply and call you degenerate? The more you thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved you felt. Tears flowing endlessly until your eyes stung and your legs grew numb. Right at that moment, a pair of slender legs suddenly entered your blurred field of vision, and a low voice called out, "Ren." You snapped your head up in shock, a flicker of hope flashing in your chest. You thought maybe Yuka Ryuzaki's single brain cell had finally kicked in, and she'd come looking for you. But when you clearly registered who was standing before you, you froze entirely. It was Hina. You sat there in a daze, staring up at her with swollen, red-rimmed eyes. Hina gazed down at you in the corner, something shifting within her deep, dark pupils. She walked over and slowly squatted down to meet your eye level. You? Are you okay? Her voice was soft and low. This scene jolted you out of your daze. A wave of intense embarrassment swept over you, and you frantically used the back of your hand to wipe away your tears, hating the thought of her seeing you looking so pathetic. Your voice was painfully raspy. How did you know I was here? Hearing the rustling sounds coming from the corner, Hina frowned. How long have you been hiding here? You scrambled up to your feet, feeling aggrieved, and almost asked why she came to find you, though deep down you thought it was impossible. How could a top student like her go out of her way to look for you? Yet, as if reading your mind, Hina spoke softly. I figured you came to see the principal, so I came to check. Her expression was no longer cold. Her expression was no longer cold. "You are here specifically to find me." Right after, recalling your recent failure, you drop your head in guilty remorse. "I'm sorry, I couldn't get the principal to reinstate the security guard." But Hina shakes her head. "It's all right, this isn't your fault." The next second, she unexpectedly apologizes with utmost seriousness. "It's my fault, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you." Your heart instantly warms, but you are even more terrified that Yuka Ryuzaki might suddenly show up and run into her. After all, Yuka Ryuzaki had said she and Hina had bad blood between them. So you immediately propose, "Let's head outside first." As the two of you walk along the deserted school path, Hina suddenly asks, "Are you heading back to the classroom, or is there somewhere else you want to go? I can keep you company." You look at her in absolute shock. "What? You're not going to class?" Seeing your stunned expression, Hina offers a faint smile. "Sometimes I don't feel like going to class either." Then she tosses out an even bolder suggestion. "Want to go outside?" As she speaks, a hint of playfulness flashes through her deep eyes. You nod almost without a moment's hesitation. "Let's go. I'll take you out." Hina turns around and walks off, but she leads you in the exact opposite direction. That is definitely not the school gates. Right at that moment, a teacher's figure appears in the distance. Hina's eyes are sharp, and her hands move fast, grabbing your hand and pulling you into the nearby hallway. Your heart leaps straight to your throat as the person walking past turns out to be none other than your homeroom teacher. You pat your chest and can't help letting out a chuckle. This is so thrilling. Hina only then realizes she is still holding your hand, seamlessly letting go and giving a light cough. "Be careful, let's go." Afterward, Hina actually leads you into a sports equipment room, guiding you toward the back door and pointing at a low wall. You realize instantly and exclaim in pleasant surprise. "Climb over from here?" "Yeah, the wall is low here, nobody ever comes by," Hina explains, pulling out a small ladder from the corner and gesturing for you to climb first. You ask curiously as you climb, "How did you even know about this place?" Who would have thought Hina's answer would turn your understanding upside down once more? "I occasionally skip class to go outside. This is pretty much our group's secret passage." At this, you are even more shocked. So school delinquents skip class too. Hina holds the ladder steady, watching you sit securely atop the wall. "Don't move, wait for me." With that, she moves with agility, scaling the wall in 2 or 3 swift motions before leaping down. Looking down at her from above, your youthful pride flares up and you defiantly announce, "I'm jumping then." The moment the words leave your lips, you dive headfirst in a single leap. Hina has no time to stop you and can only watch helplessly as you crash straight into her arms, chests pressing tightly together. Your face turns blazing red and you shove her away violently. Hina takes an awkward step back as well, a flush spreading across her cheeks as she asks softly, "Are you okay?" You shake your head, looking at her with excitement. Rule number 1 of skipping class: never hang around near the school. Where should we go now? Hina is instantly amused by you. Looks like you've got plenty of practice. How about we go play bowling first? You nod without a second thought. Whatever you say. Look, our bus has just arrived at the station. Meanwhile, in senior class A, the end of class bell has just rung, and the teacher bolts out of the classroom like an amnesty has been granted. The entire classroom is shrouded in Yuka Ryuzaki's heavy, oppressive aura, and no one dares to approach her. Irritated, she taps her desk rhythmically until she finally calls out Kazuko's name. Kazuko walks over, trembling nervously. "Well, Yuka-san, what is it?" Frowning, Yuka Ryuzaki motions for her to lean in close, then lowers her voice. "Go check senior class A and see if Ren is there. Let me know if there's any update on him, but make sure he doesn't catch you. Understand?" Though confused, Kazuko responds immediately. "Understood." Watching Kazuko scurry away, Yuka Ryuzaki's expression eases just a fraction. Kazuko breaks into a run, only to collide head-on at the corner with the school's most handsome boy, Suta. He is not only the junior class idol, but also Yuka Ryuzaki's current, official boyfriend. Kazuko hurries to suck up to him. "Big brother Suta, Yuka-san is waiting for you right now." Suta flashes a winning smile to probe. "Where are you off to? Going to buy something for her?" Kazuko blurts out the honest truth without a shred of suspicion. "No, Yuka-san sent me to senior class A to look for someone named Ren." "Ren?" Suta's gaze turns instantly frosty. That same guy from yesterday again? He narrows his eyes and presses on. What is his relationship with Yuka-san? Kazuko wears a troubled look. I honestly have no idea. I'm just running errands. Intending to cozy up to the main guy, she has no idea she has walked straight into a trap. Suta's expression shifts abruptly as he lifts his chin proudly. I'm thirsty. Go buy drinks for me, and Yuka-san first. Seeing Kazuko hesitate, he glares at her with a heavy, pressuring tone. Is that Ren more important, or am I? Figure it out yourself. Figuring she can't possibly afford to offend Suta while he's in favor, Kazuko dashes off toward the cafeteria. Little does she know, this errand will become her biggest regret. Suta swaggers proudly into the classroom, calling out with cloying sweetness. Yuka-san. He marches right up and takes a seat in the adjacent designated chair, wrapping his arm around her. Yet not only does Yuka Ryuzaki ignore him, but a terrifying sub-zero chill radiates from her entire body. She coldly shoves Suta away, her voice dropping to absolute ice. Why are you here? Suta presses on with cheerful nonchalance. I missed you, that's all. Just as he finishes speaking, Kazuko bursts in, panting heavily while carrying 2 bottles of water. Drinks. Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze sweeps over the drinks, her face instantly turning ironclad as the words squeeze through gritted teeth. Did I tell you to go buy drinks? Kazuko breaks out in a cold sweat, opening her mouth to speak when Suta cuts in to take the credit. I'm the one who sent her. I was worried you might be thirsty. The air freezes completely in that single second. Suddenly, Yuka Ryuzaki violently shoves Suta away, her eyes as cold as blades. Get out of my sight right now. I don't ever want to see you again. Suta freezes entirely, tears welling up in his eyes as he puts on a pitiful, puppy dog expression. He had expected to earn her praise, but she isn't buying it at all. Don't make me repeat myself, Yuka Ryuzaki barks angrily, her gaze snapping back to lock onto Kazuko standing nearby. What about what I told you to do? Kazuko jumps in terror, her voice shaking. Not yet. Realizing the situation, she immediately spins around and flees. Don't be mad, Yuka-san. I'm going right now. Suta attempts to keep playing the pitiful card, but only receives a single word. Get lost. Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes are utterly terrifying. The onlookers shrink back in fright. Suta turns pale as a sheet, staring in absolute disbelief. So, are you dumping me? Yuka Ryuzaki delivers the merciless verdict. As of today, you are no longer my man. The other boys in the classroom erupt instantly, sensing their chance as they swarm Suta. Shameless bastard. Even Yuka-san thinks you're pathetic. Stop hanging around. Get lost and stop being an eyesore. Elevated so high before only to crash down so hard, Suta, who has always been treated like a pampered lapdog, has never suffered such humiliation. He flees the classroom in tears. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki remains completely unsettled, a nameless wave of irritability and anxiety gnawing at her. She even considers going to find Ren herself. Just as she is about to stand up, Kazuko comes sprinting back out of breath. The person you're looking for isn't in the classroom. Kazuko swallows hard before continuing. His classmates say he went out after the first period bell and hasn't returned since. A sharp glint flashes in Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes as she leaps to her feet. What did you say? No wonder she felt so uneasy. Something really has happened. Where on earth did that kid run off to? With a dark face and an unquestionable tone, she waves her hand. Search the entire school and find him, even if you have to turn every inch upside down. The entire classroom falls dead silent. It is the first time anyone has seen Yuka Ryuzaki fly into such a rage. Whoever this Ren guy is, he's definitely dead meat. Kazuko's efficiency is remarkable, quickly gathering word from the front gate guard that no students have left the grounds midway, meaning Ren must still be inside the school. Hearing this, Yuka Ryuzaki's expression finally softens by a fraction, before she gives the order to sweep the entire high school from top to bottom. Normally, with Yuka Ryuzaki's influence, finding someone should be a walk in the park. But the result catches everyone off guard. Nothing. She glares daggers at Kazuko. How can he not be found? Kazuko breaks out in a cold sweat. Yuka-san, we've checked everywhere we possibly could. He might not even be in school anymore. Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a cold laugh. Did he grow wings and fly away? The guard clearly said he's still on campus. Kazuko has a sudden flash of inspiration, unless he slipped out through another exit. Yuka Ryuzaki instantly rejects the notion. He just transferred here today, how would he know any other paths? For the first time, a wave of bitter regret washes over her. She should have chased after him right away. What if he did something foolish? Right then, Kazuko remembers a crucial detail. Yuka-san, but only the principal can access the security cameras. Without a second thought, Yuka Ryuzaki marches straight to the principal's office. The next second, the principal respectfully vacates his seat. Sitting down, her fingers fly across the keyboard. 300 camera feeds, 6 screens playing simultaneously on fast forward. Her eyes are as sharp as a hawk's, glued to the monitors. In less than 2.5 minutes, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly barks out, "Found him!" The video zooms in crystal clear. At the entrance of the sports equipment room, you are being led inside by a female student. Recognizing the girl's face, Kazuko gasps out loud, "Hina? How could it be her?" Yuka Ryuzaki's face drops to sub-zero temperatures. She spent a full hour worrying sick that something happened to him. And what is he doing? Hanging out with Hina. She slams her fist onto the desk, rage boiling in her chest. Childhood friendship can't even compare to a school belle he just met? Yuka Ryuzaki glares hatefully at the screen, where you are smiling brightly at Hina. The office air freezes over completely, leaving Kazuko and the principal too terrified to even breathe. Little does she know, you are already sitting comfortably with Hina at the bowling alley. Hina looks at you in confusion. Why didn't you buy those bowling shoes you were eyeing earlier? Your smile fades slightly. I really like them, yeah. But I can't buy them because the person I live with doesn't like it. Hina chuckles. That must be someone very important to you then. You don't deny it. That Yuka Ryuzaki character is indeed quite important. But you shake your head, trying to chase her out of your mind and cheerfully challenge Hina. I happen to be the bowling prince. Just as you say this, your phone slips out of your pocket. And you suddenly remember that Yuka Ryuzaki might be calling to check on you. But your expression drops instantly. Your phone is dead because you spent all last night arguing with her and forgot to charge it. Seeing this, Hina stands up immediately. I'll go borrow a charger for you. Before long, Hina returns, but tagging along beside her is another woman who takes one look at you and playfully pats Hina's shoulder. Well, bringing a boy along? Boyfriend? Hina denies it instantly. Stop talking nonsense, Yusan. He's a friend. Unconvinced, the woman turns to tease you. This is the first time I've ever seen Hina bring a boy around. You two must have a pretty special relationship, huh? Hina introduces them. This is the owner, Yusan, and this is my junior, Ren. Yusan drops a bombshell. Hina has been working here for a long time, and you're the very first guy she's ever brought here. She even generously offers a 50% discount. A massive shock ripples through your heart. Turns out, Hina has been working part-time here. The top-ranked student in the grade actually has to work a part-time job. It gives you a whole new level of respect for her. After Yusan leaves, Hina acts as if nothing happened and hands you a bowling ball. You wisely drop the subject, accept the ball, and flash a cunning smile. Best out of 10 frames, the loser has to grant the winner one request. Hina nods in agreement while you mentally calculate your winning odds, having already tested the feel of the ball with 2 practice rolls. This round is in the bag. The game begins, and you score 8 points. When it's Hina's turn, her first throw only knocks down 2 pins, making you burst out laughing. All's fair in love and war, this is in the bag. Next, you score another 7 points. But when Hina steps up with intense focus, she rolls the ball. Bam! A strike for 10 points. Your smile freezes instantly on your face. You completely lose your composure, throwing your next ball and scoring only 2 points. To make matters worse, Hina steps up calmly and delivers another gorgeous shot. Result, another 10 points, 2 strikes in a row. Your jaw hits the floor. Once is luck, twice is pure skill. Hina only offers a faint smile, just a good feel for it today. That's not just a good feel, that's alien-level talent. Your competitive fire is thoroughly ignited. Refusing to believe it, you're determined to hit a strike today. Yet reality hits you hard as you throw with everything you've got, and only manage 9 points. Hina effortlessly takes her turn again. Another 10 points, 3 strikes in a row. You finally understand, staring at her like she's from another planet. Are you even human? Hina explains with a smile that working part-time here and hanging around players all day naturally gave her plenty of practice. Turns out this is her home turf. You feel like you've already lost before finishing the game, but Hina notices your disappointment and says considerately, "Let's drop the bet then." Stubbornly, you shake your head. "No way. A bet's a bet. You're not allowed to throw the game for me." That relentless stubbornness makes Hina unable to look away. Unsurprisingly, you lose, but you take your defeat with pride, insisting that Hina must seriously think of a request. It's about respecting the loser. After the two of you finish playing and are worn out, you suddenly dash over to the counter to whisper with Yusan. When you return, you hand Hina a cup of green tea and say with a cheeky grin, "Let's stop playing this. I want to try another kind of work." Hina freezes in shock. It turns out you realized how expensive the place was, and worried about hurting her pride or making her spend money, so you came up with the idea of handing out flyers to attract customers and earn back the game fees. To keep her from suspecting anything, you even put on an enthusiastic front as you grabbed a stack of flyers and dashed outside. Yusan watches with glowing approval, patting Hina's shoulder. "This boy is rare, considerate and thoughtful. He's a great match for you. You should hold on to him." Hina watches the enthusiastic figure outside through the glass, her gaze growing deep and complex. By evening, you return to school alone to pick up your bag. Standing at the school gates, you look around anxiously. Is Yuka Ryuzaki hiding in a corner waiting for you again? But after waiting for over 10 minutes until it's almost pitch black, there isn't even a shadow of a car. You finally snap and yell out, "Yuka Ryuzaki, get out here right now." Yet the surroundings remain dead silent. Could she have actually left? Just as you stand there heartbroken and dejected, the new morning security guard walks up. "Looking for Yuka Ryuzaki? She left a long time ago." Your face turns pitch black. Well, Yuka Ryuzaki really did ditch you and leave first. She's the one who pissed you off, and she didn't even leave an apology. The grievance and desolation inside you erupt all at once. You feel like the biggest idiot on earth. The more you think about it, the angrier you get, prompting you to make an immediate decision, run away from home. If she's the one in the wrong, why should you be the one crawling back first? But where to go? Going to the Ryuzaki residence would just reassure her and defeat the purpose. You have to go somewhere she can't find you. You open your backpack and count the cash inside, over $3,000, which you conveniently swiped from her wallet this morning. With cash in hand, what is there to be afraid of? Your eyes light up with an idea. A hotel. You're going to stay at the most expensive hotel in the entire city. You flag down a cab and declare imperiously, "Driver, take me to the most expensive hotel." The driver is stunned, turning back to confirm, "The most expensive one?" Channeling your inner tycoon, you toss out $100 bill. Keep the change. Half an hour later, the taxi pulls up outside a 6-star hotel. The receptionist respectfully opens the door for you, and you stride into the lobby head held high, nailing the billionaire posture. The front desk clerk looks at you politely. "Good day, sir. What kind of room type would you like?" Without missing a beat, you reply, "I want the best presidential suite." The clerk blinks in shock, doubting his ears. "Sir, are you sure? The nightly rate for our presidential suite is..." Too lazy to listen to his nonsense, you pull the black supplementary card straight out of your bag and slap it onto the counter. "Give me the most expensive one." Seeing the black card, the clerk's attitude does a complete 180, immediately springing into respectful action to process the reservation. In less than a minute, you take your room card straight to the top floor. Arriving at the presidential suite, you throw yourself directly onto the soft sofa and drift off into a heavy sleep. Meanwhile, at 11 o'clock at night, Yuka Ryuzaki finally returns to her apartment. Having sped all evening, her mood is agitated to the extreme. She had originally planned to stay out past midnight, but for some inexplicable reason, she came back early. She has to admit that she really misses you right now. But when she pushes open the door, pitch-black darkness greets her, and an ominous premonition instantly floods her mind. She snaps on the light and shouts toward the empty room, "Ren!" Yet there is no response at all. Yuka Ryuzaki's expression changes drastically. She searches every single room, and sure enough, you haven't returned. It's already 11 o'clock. Where on earth could this kid have gone? He still isn't back. Is this kid trying to make me drop dead from anger? The mere thought that you might be spending the night outside with Hina makes Yuka Ryuzaki's anger flare up. She slams her fist against the wall. "Ren, you idiot. By this point, Yuka Ryuzaki is utterly furious and immediately dials your cell phone. To her surprise, a busy tone comes through the earpiece. Her heart sinks. Has she been blocked? She instantly swaps to a landline and dials again. The call goes through. She really has been blocked. Yuka Ryuzaki's chest heaves violently with rage. At that moment, your slurred voice comes through the other end of the line. Frowning heavily, she demands in a sharp tone, "Where are you?" You clearly recognize her voice as well, pausing for a second before letting out a cold snort. "If you've got what it takes, come find me. I don't want to talk to you until you apologize. Bye-bye." With a snap, the call is hung up directly. Staring at the receiver, Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't get angry. Instead, she lets out a cold, humorless laugh, a wicked smirk curling her lips. "Think I can't find you? Just wait." The next second, she rushes into the study, fires up the computer, and dials your number with a second phone. The moment you pick up, her slender fingers fly across the keyboard at lightning speed. She speaks in a deep voice. "If you don't give me a hint, how am I supposed to find you?" You playfully taunt her in response. "A hint? Well, I'm in a super luxurious place, care to guess?" Before you can even finish your sentence, Yuka Ryuzaki cuts you off. "Fine, I'll find you." Narrowing her eyes dangerously at the precise GPS location displayed on her screen, she hangs up the phone right then and there. You are left completely baffled, refusing to believe she can actually track you down. Yet 20 minutes later, the doorbell suddenly rings. Without a second thought, you go to open it, but the moment the door swings open, a figure lunges forward and pulls you into a tight embrace. As you recognize who it is, you are utterly stunned. "Yuka Ryuzaki? How did you get here?" She actually managed to find you. Yuka Ryuzaki scans the suite to confirm there's no one else, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She drove like a mad woman the whole way, cutting a 30-minute trip down to 20 minutes. The next second, she grabs your wrist, her voice brooking no argument. "Come home with me." Wincing, you twist your hand away. "I'm not going back." You follow up by stomping hard on her foot, taking advantage of her flinching release to shove her forcefully out into the hallway. The door slams heavily right in front of Yuka Ryuzaki. She pounds on the door from outside. "Ren, hurry up and come home with me." You lean against the back of the door, thinking petulantly, "Not apologizing means I'm not giving you the time of day." Just as you figure you've got the upper hand, a female manager in a business suit walks up and respectfully bows to Yuka Ryuzaki. "Miss Yuka, what brings you here?" Glaring at the manager, Yuka Ryuzaki holds out her hand. "Room card." The manager looks deeply troubled. "Miss Yuka, that goes against protocol." Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a cold laugh. Look up whose card he's using, and check if he came alone. Making a quick phone call to the front desk, the manager's forehead immediately breaks out in a sweat. This gentleman is indeed using Miss Yuka's supplementary card, and he checked in entirely alone. Hearing the answer, Yuka Ryuzaki's heart softens instantly. Looks like she really did misunderstand you. The next second, the manager respectfully offers the room card with both hands, given that this entire 6-star hotel is owned by the Ryuzaki family. Meanwhile, wondering why the commotion outside has suddenly stopped and assuming she must have left, you stand your ground against the door. But right at that moment, with a beep, the door unlocks and swings open, the force of it knocking you flat onto the carpet. Yuka Ryuzaki steps inside, looking down at your disheveled state with an amused smirk as she reaches out a hand. "What are you doing lying on the floor?" You swat her hand away. "How do you even have a room card?" Yuka Ryuzaki flashes a seductive smile and leans in close to your ear. "Because I told the manager you're my husband." "Who's your husband?" Your face flares bright red. You shove her away, retreat to the sofa, clutch a throw pillow, and put on a defensive glare. "If you don't apologize, I will never forgive you." The moment the words leave your lips, Yuka Ryuzaki reaches out an arm and hauls you directly into her lap. Gasp! Caught entirely off guard, you are pinned flat against the sofa. Her gorgeous face fills your entire field of vision, and your breath is entirely consumed by her scent. Your heartbeat spirals out of control as her low whisper brushes your ear. Haven't you ever heard the saying, "Arguments at the head of the bed get resolved at the foot"? If you want me to apologize, you've got to show some sincerity. She leans closer and closer until her teasing, wicked face is practically pressed against your lips. Completely tense, you glare at her with flushed embarrassment. "Back up! Apologize. Yuka Ryuzaki chuckles mischievously, pressing her advantage. I think this is pretty comfortable, actually. You grow hot with a mix of anger and shame. Get up and talk properly. Talk properly? You asked for it. Suddenly releasing you as if her previous playfulness was just an illusion. Yuka Ryuzaki sits cross-legged facing you, wearing a look of fond pampering just like when you were kids. Fine, tell me. How do you want me to apologize before you'll forgive me? You stare at her with lingering resentment. Do you have any idea how out of line you were today? Saying those things to me? Do you really see me as that kind of guy in your heart? Remembering how you looked that afternoon, a wave of restless annoyance washes over Yuka Ryuzaki. She scratches her head. Sorry, okay? I don't even know what got into me today. Your expression softens upon hearing the apology, and you explain earnestly. I only see Hina as a friend. She has a boyfriend. I would never interfere in her relationship. Watching the honesty in your eyes, Yuka Ryuzaki finally lets the stone drop from her heart. But a second later, her tone pivots and her gaze sharpens instantly. Then what was going on with you today? Skipping class with her. Where did you go all afternoon, and what did you do? You freeze up entirely. How do you even know I skipped class with her? Yuka Ryuzaki smugly taps the tip of your nose. You can't keep anything secret from me. First high is my turf, nothing escapes my reach. Snatching the pillow away with a purposely stern expression, she demands, Spill it. Did you do anything to betray me? Betray you? You burst out laughing out of sheer exasperation. Even if something actually happened between us, it's none of your business. Crossing her arms and glaring down at you, Yuka Ryuzaki spells it out word by word. Darling, did you forget? We are officially engaged. You are my fiancé right now. Tell me if that makes it my business or not. Now it's your turn to bristle up in anger. You've got some nerve saying that to me. What about you? Don't you have a whole bunch of boyfriends? Doesn't that count as betraying me? Yuka Ryuzaki's brow furrows instantly. When have I ever had a whole bunch of boyfriends? Pointing an accusing finger right at her nose, you retort. Just at first high alone there are plenty. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Left momentarily speechless and feeling somewhat cornered, Yuka Ryuzaki defends herself. Those are all in the past. Besides, I always finish one relationship before starting the next. I'm very loyal, okay? She quickly changes the subject. Anyway, I've already broken up with my current boyfriend. Right now, I only have you. Broken up? Gasp! You stare at her in absolute shock. Weren't you still flirting with him yesterday? Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a soft scoff before speaking slowly. It was all for you. You freeze up entirely. For me? What does that have to do with me? Refusing to elaborate further, Yuka Ryuzaki drags the conversation right back on track, her eyes locked dead on you. Don't try to dodge the question. Where on earth did you and that girl go today? Tell me everything, start to finish. Driven to the brink of insanity by her interrogation, you slump against the sofa and groan. How am I supposed to explain? I didn't even know where we were going. Yuka Ryuzaki blinks in disbelief, a dangerous edge returning to her tone. You just followed her somewhere without even knowing where it was? Ren, are you an absolute idiot? Furious, you reach for a nearby pillow to throw at her, but with a wicked smirk, Yuka Ryuzaki lunges forward, grabs your wrist, and yanks you straight into her arms, pinning you down tight. Chattering away right against you, she mutters, Ren, little idiot, little dummy, little fool. Wrapping her legs around your waist to lock down your lower body while pinning both your hands with one large grip, she flashes a triumphant, proud grin like a triumphant little rascal. Ha ha ha, you lost! You struggle frantically, gasping for air, but you can't break free from her lock. Pulling a pitiful face, you pant. You jerk. You could at least let me win once. The sofa space is cramped, pressing your bodies tightly together in a dangerously intimate posture. As you keep wriggling and arguing, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly feels something hard pressing against her. Subconsciously glancing down, she freezes solid in an instant. Yuka Ryuzaki's throat turns bone dry. Flushing with panic, she averts her gaze and awkwardly loosens her grip on you. She wants to say something, but her mind is flooded entirely by the sight she just witnessed, and her heart hammers wildly against her ribs. This time, she drops her interrogation about the afternoon entirely. Instead, you sit yourself up beside her and volunteer. She and I just went to a bowling alley to play a few games. That's all. Yuka Ryuzaki gives a perfunctory murmur. her attention clearly elsewhere. Shifting closer to snap you out of your daze, she bumps her shoulder against your chest. Do you remember what you liked most when you were a kid? What? Yuka Ryozaki's lips curve upward. I'll give you 3 guesses. Guess right and we'll talk about what you get. As she speaks, she pulls out her phone and secretly types out a quick text message hidden against her side. You narrow your eyes. Ice cream? Yuka Ryuzaki gives your cheek a pinch. You're only thinking about food. Not food, not food. Completely out of ideas, you surrender. I give up. Just tell me. Right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki's phone rings. Tilting her head to answer it, you eagerly lean in to eavesdrop, only catching her single instruction. Start right now. The call ends instantly, leaving you none the wiser. Start what? You stare at her with wide, expectant eyes. The corners of Yuka Ryuzaki's lips curve into a charming smile. Weren't you complaining my apology wasn't sincere enough? I've prepared a special apology gift just for you. What kind of gift? Come here. With that, she takes your hand and leads you over to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. You press your hands against the glass, looking out over the dazzling cityscape along the river. Yuka Ryuzaki points up. Look right there. You follow her line of sight but see nothing at all. Before your thought can even finish forming, a streak of silver shoots straight up into the night sky, and the next second, bang, a massive firework bursts across the dark canvas, blooming in dazzling brilliance. Wow, fireworks! You gasp in delighted surprise. Right on cue, a second, a third, and then hundreds of fireworks bloom in rapid succession, illuminating the entire night sky. As the fireworks fade away, you turn your head to look at her. Is this the surprise you prepared? Wearing a charming smile, Yuka Ryuzaki asks, Do you like it? You break into a happy grin. I'll count this as genuine sincerity. Hearing that, Yuka Ryuzaki looks at you with profound gentleness. So, can you come home with me now? To her utter bewilderment, you trot right back to the sofa, sit cross-legged, and say with a cheeky grin, I'm sleeping right here tonight. I already paid for the room. Not staying would be a total waste. Besides, there's a killer-free breakfast waiting tomorrow morning. Yuka Ryuzaki is practically driven to laughter by your stubbornness. Just for a free breakfast? The nightly rate of this presidential suite is enough to buy you breakfast for a whole year. You bury your head in your hands and cover your ears. La la la, I'm not listening. Unable to do a thing with you, Yuka Ryuzaki finally gives up. Fine, if we're not going back, we sleep right here. With that, she heads toward the bathroom while casually stripping off her clothes. Staring wide-eyed at her graceful silhouette as a wave of heat rushes to your cheeks, you stammer, Hey, what are you doing? Looking back over her shoulder with a wicked smirk, Yuka Ryuzaki replies, Taking a shower. I'm spending the night here too. You let out a mournful wail and collapse onto the sofa, but a second later, you spring back to your feet, rush over to the bathroom door and pound on it. You better sleep on the sofa. Don't even think about sharing a bed with me. Taking advantage of Yuka Ryuzaki being in the shower, you quickly dash into the bedroom and lock the door from the inside. That'll teach her how to get in. Yet when you emerge from the attached bathroom inside the bedroom, you find Yuka Ryuzaki lounging comfortably against the pillows in a plush bathrobe, casually scrolling on her phone. You stare at her in utter shock. How did you get in here? I locked the door. Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't bother explaining, simply patting the mattress beside her. Come over here. It's bedtime. Besides, did you forget I have a MasterCard? Oh, and next time, remember to throw the deadbolt. That's the only way it actually locks. With that, she shifts closer with a suggestive grin. Get in bed already. It's not like we've never slept together before. What are you blushing for? The room plunges into darkness, but 10 minutes tick by, and you still can't find any sleep. You flip over, letting the moonlight trace her deep, sharp profile as you whisper, Yuka Ryuzaki. Her eyes snap open instantly, shining brilliantly in the dark. What? You give a little shake of your head. Are you asleep yet? I can't sleep. She chuckles teasingly. If I were asleep, how could I be talking to you like this? Turning onto her side to face you in the dark, Yuka Ryuzaki murmurs, Ren, it feels like it's been forever since you last called me that. Confused, you ask, Called you what? Yuka-san? Yuka Ryuzaki gives a slight nod. Yeah, didn't you always call me that when you were little? You never called me by such a sweet name once you grew up. You grumble back, I forgot, alright? Fine, whatever, I'll call you that from now on. But you have to pay the toll by counting sheep for me. Smiling with helpless resignation, Yuka Ryuzaki agrees. Fine, though nobody counts sheep anymore these days, your curiosity spikes instantly. Then what do people count? Yuka Ryuzaki teases with a wicked grin. Dumplings. Haha, wow, too funny. Giggling, you wriggle into a comfortable position to fall asleep, while Yuka Ryuzaki's soft voice begins to count in the dark. 1 dumpling, 2 dumplings. Hey, wait a minute. You interrupt suddenly? Too many dumplings are making me hungry. After a brief pause, a mischievous smile touches her lips. 1 wren, 2 wrens, 3 wrens. You smile contentedly as her sweet voice continues to echo through the dark until you finally drift off to sleep. Waking up the next morning, the first thing you see when you blink is Yuka Ryuzaki's beautiful face right in front of you. Looking down, you realize you are once again wrapped tightly in her embrace. Frowning in confusion, you wonder how this keeps happening. You clearly always sleep holding a pillow, so why do you keep ending up burrowed in her arms? Shrugging her off, you give her shoulder a tap. Hey. Awakened from her sleep, Yuka Ryuzaki glares at you with bloodshot eyes, groaning in sheer exhaustion. I am such an idiot. I couldn't fall asleep until you did, and then halfway through the night you ended up. I'm lucky I got any sleep at all. Ended up doing what? What did I do? You stare at her in total confusion, but Yuka Ryuzaki wears an intensely awkward expression, practically too embarrassed to speak as she shoves her head straight back under the duvet to catch up on sleep. Yuka Ryuzaki, stop talking in half sentences. Your curiosity is burning you alive as you aggressively shake her blanket-covered form. Stretching a single finger out from beneath the covers, Yuka Ryuzaki mumbles, "What did you promise me yesterday?" Enlightenment hits you like a truck. Ah, Yuka-san, just tell me already. Annoyed by your relentless pestering, she finally pops her head out. I couldn't sleep well because you kept tossing and turning all night. If you want to make it up to me, go order breakfast right now. With that, she closes her eyes again. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, your heart instantly melts. Moving carefully so as not to wake her, you wash up and call down to room service to order breakfast. In truth, Yuka Ryuzaki isn't actually sleeping. She lies there with her eyes closed, recalling last night with a wry, helpless smile. To be completely honest, your sleeping posture is an absolute disaster. You kick people in your sleep. Last night, she was nearly booted off the edge of the bed twice, leaving her with no choice but to wrap her arms around you like a lifeline just to secure a few hours of decent sleep. There was no way in hell she was ever going to admit to something that humiliating. Right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki emerges from the bedroom just as the hotel breakfast cart arrives. Lounging lazily beside you, she asks, "Hungry?" Grinning from ear to ear, you slide the table closer. I ordered all your favorites. Dig in. Narrowing her eyes to glare at you suspiciously, Yuka Ryuzaki remarks, "You're being awfully nice all of a sudden. What are you plotting?" You immediately scramble closer to give her an enthusiastic back rub. "It's the weekend. Take me out somewhere fun today." Raising an eyebrow, Yuka Ryuzaki rejects you flatly. "Nope. I don't want to drag dead weight around. You're too much of a scaredy cat anyway." Refusing to take no for an answer, you cling to her arm and whine until Yuka Ryuzaki finally sighs and concedes. "I suppose I could take you, but..." You instantly catch your drift. "Deal! Half the master bedroom storage is yours." Only then does Yuka Ryuzaki offer a satisfied smirk. That's more like it. After finishing breakfast, the two of you check out of the hotel. As you pester her about where she went yesterday, neither of you notices a camera lens hiding around the corner, frantically snapping photos of the two of you. By evening, Yuka Ryuzaki has switched cars to a limited edition royal blue Bugatti. Driving you straight up Mount Kyuyang, you can't help asking, "Why are you taking us up the mountain?" You'll see in a second. Executing a gorgeous drifting turn, the car pulls up facing a row of blinding headlights and ultra-expensive supercars parked in a line. Yuka Ryuzaki kills the engine and turns to you. "Get out." A punk-styled girl immediately jogs over to greet them. "Miss Yuka, you're finally here." Casting a teasing look in your direction, she smirks. As expected of Miss Yuka, the guys you bring along are always different. Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze turns instantly frigid as she glares a hole straight through the girl, startling her so badly she shivers and rapidly averts her eyes. After she walks away, you grumble discontentedly. "I hate that person." Yuka Ryuzaki glares at you and pulls you straight to the other side. You're my person, nobody dares touch you. A single sentence makes you feel instantly at ease. But right at that moment, your eyes meet those of a male student nearby, and his gaze is filled with hostility. You can't help feeling like this guy looks a bit familiar. What are you daydreaming about? Yuka Ryuzaki waves a hand in front of your face. You quickly snap out of it and ask nonchalantly, "Are you racing later? Have you really never lost?" With a confident smirk, she replies, "Just wait and see the results." Right then, a man named Sanji walks over, casually throwing an arm around Yuka Ryuzaki's shoulders with a slick tone. "Miss Yuka, what a coincidence." Yuka Ryuzaki's brow furrows as she seamlessly shrugs his hand off. The next second, she pulls you into her embrace and glares coldly at Sanji. "What are you doing here?" Sanji's expression freezes for a split second before breaking into a handsome smile. "I just came to support a friend, didn't expect it to really be you." Yuka Ryuzaki looks completely unimpressed. At that exact moment, you suddenly remember who he is and blurt out, "It's you!" You're the guy who clashed with her at the bar the night I got back to the country. Sanji lets out a cold, internal scoff while putting on an act of just noticing you, smiling as he says, "Oh, it's you!" Well, they say friends are made through fights, right? At this, the punk-styled girl from earlier walks over. "Miss Yuka, how about we spice things up this time? A passenger race, what do you think?" Yuka Ryuzaki glances down at you with a frown. "Can you handle it?" You look completely bewildered. "What?" Sanji casts a mocking sidelong glance at you and chimes in with a smile. "Miss Yuka, if he can't, why don't you take me? I'm not scared." Your pride instantly flares up, and without a second hesitation, you tell Yuka Ryuzaki, "I've got no problem with it." "Really?" Yuka Ryuzaki looks at you with skepticism. "Really? No problem at all," you insist, nodding vigorously. Sanji flashes a bizarre, triumphant grin on the side, eagerly waiting to watch you make a fool of yourself, make Yuka Ryuzaki lose the race, and get dumped ruthlessly as a result. You are hauled into the car in a daze before you finally manage to ask, "What kind of race is this anyway?" Keeping one hand on the steering wheel, Yuka Ryuzaki stares at you intently. "Ren, can you actually handle this or not?" "Don't make me lose. I don't want my undefeated streak broken here." Complete panic sets in. "I have to drive too, but I don't even know how." Rubbing her temples in a headache, Yuka Ryuzaki snaps, "You don't even know how this works, and you just said you were fine? Ren, are you trying to sabotage me on purpose?" "I am not!" You pout with an innocent expression, though internally thinking it was all because Sanji provoked you. Glaring at her with displeasure, you retort, "Or would you rather have that guy sit here instead?" Hit! Yuka Ryuzaki violently yanks the steering wheel, her expression turning terrifyingly dark. Seeing her reaction, you reach for the car door handle. "Fine, I'll just get out, you can let him come up here." Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly turns her head and barks fiercely at you. Why is she being so vicious? It's not like you're guaranteed to lose. But then, thinking about Yuka Ryuzaki's fierce competitive streak, how could she ever tolerate losing? A wave of guilt instantly hits you. Right then, the other race cars get into position, and the race is about to start. With a dark face and an icy tone, Yuka Ryuzaki orders, "Fasten your seatbelt, sit tight, and just grit your teeth through it." While you're still dazed, the starting whistle blows and the countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. Making sure your seatbelt is secure, Yuka Ryuzaki gives a low warning. "Hold on tight." The moment the words leave her lips, several supercars shoot forward like arrows released from a bow. While everyone else is screaming with excitement, you are letting out blood-curdling shrieks. You grip the grab handle so hard your knuckles turn white. "Yuka Ryuzaki," your voice is chopped to pieces by the rushing wind. "Stop yelling, hold on tight, just grit your teeth." Cold sweat beads on Yuka Ryuzaki's forehead as she keeps glancing over at you. Down in the crowd, Sanji hears your terrified screams and laughs triumphantly. "Serves him right," he mutters maliciously. "Let's see how you die, little pretty boy." Out on the track, the royal blue Bugatti executes a gorgeous drifting turn, maintaining first place. Inside the cabin, however, your face grows paler and completely drained of blood. Noticing your condition, Yuka Ryuzaki looks at you with deep concern. "Ren, are you okay?" You sit frozen, unable to even speak. Trying to close your eyes makes the world spin in a terrifying vertigo. leaving you no choice but to stare wide-eyed straight ahead at the rushing scenery blurring past. Yuka Ryuzaki shouts sharply, snapping your consciousness back just enough to realize you are swaying dangerously and on the verge of fainting. Gritting her teeth, Yuka Ryuzaki actually slows down for your sake. As the other race cars roar past her with ear-splitting screeches, her face remains ashen, but her focus stays entirely on you. Feeling any better now? Seeing this, you panic and urge her, don't stop. Overwhelmed with guilt and anxiety, you plead, catch up to them, you can do it, drive, hurry up! Looking at your pale face, the cold sweat on your forehead and your trembling lips, Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a frustrated, reluctant sigh. Fine. For your safety, I'd rather lose. You panic even harder, color slowly returning to your cheeks. Yuka Ryuzaki, you've never lost before. You can't lose, do you hear me? Raising your volume just to provoke her into action, you add, I'm fine, drive. If you don't drive, we'll never catch up. I want you to win, I won't let you lose. A violent jolt shakes Yuka Ryuzaki's heart. Her deep black eyes brim with profound emotion. Without another word, she simply drops a low, resolute syllable, fine. The next second, her sharp gaze locks onto the road ahead. Sit tight. I'm finishing this now. Every cell in Yuka Ryuzaki's body tenses up. Your car has been dropped to last place, making a comeback nearly impossible. Yet she is determined to turn that impossibility into reality. You nod vigorously, bracing your body. You grip the handle for dear life while your chest feels crushed under a heavy boulder, making breathing nearly impossible. Yet you grit your teeth and stay entirely silent. Finally, after a few agonizing minutes, the taillights of the last car come into view. Hope is right in front of you. Exactly as you wanted, Yuka Ryuzaki blows past the car ahead, and then another, drifting smoothly around a corner. As the supercar straightens onto the final stretch, like a streak of light, Yuka Ryuzaki steals a quick glance at you and flashes a confident smirk. Darling, the best part is yet to come. Let me show you just how awesome your wife is. You manage a pale, exhausted smile at her teasing. Flooring the accelerator once more, the supercar transforms into a blue lightning bolt with the finish line dead ahead. The distant cheers of the crowd grow faintly audible. At the very last second, Yuka Ryuzaki surges past the lead car and crosses the finish line in first place, bringing the royal blue supercar to a sharp, sideways sliding halt. Everyone rushes toward the car, but Yuka Ryuzaki ignores them entirely. She steps out, walks around, and opens your door. You push past her directly to the roadside and violently vomit, as if trying to cough up your internal organs. Yuka Ryuzaki rubs your back with tender distress, though her voice remains thrumming with excitement. We won! On the other side, Sanji watches the scene with a dark, twisted expression. Seeing Yuka Ryuzaki gently and affectionately rubbing your back makes him clench his fists so hard they pop. He has never seen Yuka Ryuzaki treat any man with such gentleness and care. Why should this guy get special treatment? Sanji is boiling with homicidal jealousy. The crowd swarms in, but Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly frowns and barks furiously at them. Back off, all of you! Terrified that you won't get enough fresh air with everyone crowding around, she points at a woman and commands, Bring me a bottle of water right now. Everyone freezes in utter shock. When has Miss Yuka ever cared this much about a man? It's completely unheard of. Once you finish vomiting, Yuka Ryuzaki immediately hands you the water and gently pats your back. After rinsing your mouth, you try to stand up, but your legs turn to jelly. Yuka Ryuzaki catches you with lightning reflexes, pulling you right into her arms. Seeing how weak you are, Yuka Ryuzaki is filled with heartache and hurriedly supports your arm. You freeze for a split second before breaking into a smile, happily letting her steady and support you. This sight makes Sanji burn up with toxic fury off to the side. The adoration in Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes is something he has never once witnessed. Up at the mountain ridge, you open your eyes to the breathtaking nightscape spread out below. So pretty. Watching the returning color in your face, Yuka Ryuzaki finally speaks up. Let's head back down and get something to eat. Right as she finishes speaking, your stomach lets out an embarrassingly loud rumble. I guess I am a bit hungry, but I don't want to walk. Yuka Ryuzaki chuckles. All right, I'll have someone bring food up here. She pulls out her phone to make a call. Ren, what do you want to eat? without a moment's hesitation. Fried chicken legs, roasted chicken wings, and ice cream. Yuka Ryuzaki rolls her eyes and flicks you on the forehead with a bent finger. You just threw up like that and you still want junk food? With absolute dictatorial finality, she cuts you off. You're having congee, century egg and pork congee or sliced fish congee. You have 5 seconds. Your face instantly falls into a miserable pout. Resigned, you mutter, "Century egg and pork congee then. Can I at least get a strawberry cake?" Ignoring the cake request, Yuka Ryuzaki hangs up and dials. While waiting, you look down at the grass and wrinkle your nose in disgust. Are there going to be bugs here? Yuka Ryuzaki teases you with a wicked grin. Lots. There are snakes too. Don't sit down. Just stand. Giving her an aggrieved glare, you quickly sit down right next to her anyway. Fortunately, it doesn't take long for someone to deliver the food. Just as the guy sets it down and turns to leave, Yuka Ryuzaki calls out, "Wait." The delivery guy freezes, "Yes, Miss Yuka." The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki curls her lip and commands, "Take off your jacket and give it to me." Not daring to disobey, the guy hurriedly strips off his jacket and hands it over. Yuka Ryuzaki tosses the jacket straight onto the grass in front of you with a look that says you're high maintenance. Use that as a mat to sit on. You flash a cheeky grin, spread the jacket out, and sit down, feeling instantly secure. But the moment you open the delivery bag, the rich aroma of fried chicken wafts out. Your eyes light up as you spot a paper box inside. Just as your hand reaches for it, Yuka Ryuzaki slaps your hand away and stares you down sternly. "Didn't I say no fried chicken? Eat your congee." With that, she shoves the container of pork congee directly into your hands. Clutching the congee, you grumble internally. So unfair. Won't let me eat it, but she's going to sit there and eat it right in front of my face. Extending her long legs comfortably, Yuka Ryuzaki picks up a piece of fried chicken and bites into it. You miserably pop open the lid and obediently sip your congee, though your eyes remain glued like magnets to the chicken in her hand, even letting out an involuntary swallow. Noticing every single detail, a mischievous glint flashes in Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes as she playfully waves the chicken piece in front of you. Your eyes shine bright again, your head nodding like a pecking chick. But instead of handing it over, Yuka Ryuzaki drawls lazily, "I'm thirsty. Uncap the water bottle and hand it to me." Before you can complain, she shrugs her shoulders. "I've been driving for ages. My shoulders are sore." Sighing in defeat, you obediently stand behind her and start massaging her shoulders. Only then does Yuka Ryuzaki nod in satisfaction, holding the fried chicken out toward you. Your eyes light up, but she adds, "You only get one bite." Your face drops instantly. "Just one bite?" Yuka Ryuzaki scoffs. "Take it or leave it." I'll take it, I'll take it." Terrified, she'll retract the offer. The moment she extends the chicken toward you, you lunge forward and take a massive, aggressive bite. Yuka Ryuzaki freezes in utter shock. Your mouth can open that wide? Watching you chew with a smug expression, she wrinkles her nose in disgust. "You're so gross." You retaliate by waving your oily fingers right in front of her. "You're the gross one for teasing me. Don't touch me, it's greasy." Lying back with a soft sigh, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly grabs your wrist and uses her momentum to pin you flat onto the grassy ground. The sudden proximity creates an intensely intimate posture. You push at her in a panic. "Yuka Ryuzaki, let me up!" But she shows no intention of releasing you. Not far away, a pair of bloodshot eyes stares right at you two, Sanji biting his lips so hard they nearly bleed. Right then, Yuka Ryuzaki's phone rings. After answering the call, she finally lets you go and asks casually, "We're heading to the bar. Are you coming, or should I send you home?" Without a second thought, your hand shoots up. I'm going." Terrified she'll ditch you, you look down the dark mountain road with a groan. "Are we walking back? It's so far." No sooner said than done, a Bugatti pulls right up. The driver turns out to be the delivery guy from earlier. You smile and hand him his jacket. "Thanks." Yuka Ryuzaki is already inside the car, tapping her fingers impatiently. "Get in already." You scramble into the passenger seat and ask, "Wait, what about him?" Yuka Ryuzaki replies with an ice-cold snort, "He can walk back himself." The next second, the engine roars to life, and they speed off into the night. Your heart leaps into your throat. "Slow down!" As your pulse races from the speed, Yuka Ryuzaki chuckles softly and eases off the accelerator. "Better?" You give an approving nod. By the time you arrive at the bar, everyone has already gathered. Someone immediately chimes in with a tease. Miss Yuka, what took you so long? Did you run off to get intimate with your boyfriend? The moment the words drop, Sanji struts forward proudly and takes direct aim at you. You must be Miss Yuka's new boyfriend. You must be something special. Why don't you pick a song and show everyone what you're made of? Sanji deliberately emphasizes the word new. You immediately jab your elbow hard into Yuka Ryuzaki's ribs, only for her to glare at you, turn to the crowd, and announce with a smile, "He is not my boyfriend." The entire room falls silent for a second, and Sanji's face fills with utter bewilderment. Just as Sanji thinks he's won, a wicked smirk curls Yuka Ryuzaki's lips. She leans over and plants a heavy kiss right on your cheek, declaring in a voice dripping with possessive sweetness, "He is my husband." The jaws of everyone in the room hit the floor while Sanji's face turns the exact color of a bruised liver. Pulling her into your arms with a smug grin, Yuka Ryuzaki whispers softly in your ear, "Do you want to sing one?" Giving Sanji a triumphant glare, you kiss her back on the cheek. "I'll sing this just for you, my wife." Grabbing the microphone, you announce, "I rarely sing, so please bear with me if I'm not that great." But the moment you start singing, absolute dead silence engulfs the room. That noise, that pitch, it's practically identical to the original artist. Right then, Yuka Ryuzaki's phone rings. Glancing at the screen, she hangs up immediately. You look at her curiously. "Who was that?" Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't answer. A few seconds later, the phone rings again. Releasing her grip on you, she says, "I'll go outside to take this call." The moment she steps out, a group of people immediately swarm you. "Are you really Miss Yuka's husband? What's your actual deal with her?" You offer a mysterious smile. But right at that moment, the wealthy young socialites and heirs who had been keeping quiet push through the crowd and surround you. "Handsome, care to join us for a game?" Sanji immediately stands up, raising an eyebrow at you with a provocative smirk. "What's the matter, scared? It's just a little game." You laugh. "Play a game. What's there to be afraid of?" As soon as you agree, Sanji sits down next to you and explains the rules. We draw playing cards. Highest is the king, lowest is the slave. The king can order the slave to do absolutely anything. A full tray of drinks is brought over, and Sanji points at the glasses with a malicious grin. If you can't complete the order, you have to chug a drink as punishment. Frowning, you suddenly realize you've walked right into a trap. Sanji puts on a fake hypocritical smile of reassurance. "Don't worry, let's just do a test round." The first round begins. To everyone's shock, Sanji himself draws the lowest card, while one of the wealthy socialites draws the king. Smiling seductively, the young woman gives her command, "Kiss me." The next second, the two of them engage in a steamy French kiss right in front of everyone. You feel so nauseous that your stomach churns and your anxiety mounts. Why hasn't Yuka Ryuzaki come back yet? To make matters worse, the second round begins. You bravely draw a card and flip it over to reveal a 3 of diamonds, undeniably the lowest card of the round. And to top off the nightmare, the king of this round turns out to be Sanji. A triumphant smirk curls the corners of Sanji's lips as his gaze cuts through you like a knife. He clears his throat, preparing to give his order. "Well, since I'm the king, my order for you is..." Before he can finish, you suddenly lunge forward, grab a glass of wine off the table, and without a second thought, chaw it down in one gulp. The fiery liquid burns your throat like liquid fire. Choking down the nausea, you slam the empty glass down hard. "There! I finished it!" You slam the glass upside down to show not a single drop remains. Sanji's face instantly turns dark, but the surrounding socialites burst into cheers and applause. "Not bad for Miss Yuka's man. That's some serious backbone." You cast a sideways glance at Sanji's enraged face and scoff internally. "Trying to plot against me? In your dreams." Immediately after, the next round begins. Determined to become the king so you can get back at Sanji, you tense up with anticipation, only to find out that the unlucky victim of the lowest card is, once again, Sanji. The wealthy socialite who is the king orders Sanji to dance to liven up the mood. Sanji hesitates awkwardly, but ultimately performs a dance routine, throwing the entire room into an uproar. When he returns to his seat, however, he exchanges a deeply meaningful look with the person next to him. Sure enough, the very next round sees you drawing the lowest card. You immediately realize something is fishy. How is it that every single time, the losers are just the two of us guys? That's way too much of a coincidence. But since you're willing to accept a bet's outcome and refuse to be bullied into a weird stunt, you choose to drink instead. From then on, you fall into a losing streak, chugging drink after drink until the sixth glass hits your system. A loud hiccup escapes you as your consciousness completely fumbles into a fog. I can't drink anymore. Right then, Sanji scoots over with a beaming smile, exchanging a calculating glance with the wealthy socialite beside him, his eyes swimming with malice. Looking at how drunk you are, Miss Yuka is going to be worried sick. Let me take you upstairs to rest, he says, reaching out to hoist you up. Who are you? You mumble hazily, leaning in until you're practically pressing against his face before suddenly wrinkling your nose and shoving him away. You stink! Get away from me! Sanji's face turns green instantly. This little bastard actually had the nerve to call me stinky. Suppressing his urge to snap, he puts on a seductive, hypocritical smile. I'm Sanji, remember? You're drunk, let me take you up. Beneath that facade, however, he's scheming a much viler plot. Once he gets you into a room, he'll plant a woman inside and call Yuka Ryuzaki over to catch you red-handed in bed. Let's see how she keeps this little punk around after that. With a smile growing increasingly sinister, he grips you tightly to haul you upstairs. Just when he thinks his plan is about to succeed, a wave of heavy cologne hits your senses, triggering a violent upheaval in your stomach. I'm gonna throw up. Sanji's face drains of all color. Don't you dare throw up on me. Terrified, he drops you right back onto the sofa. At that exact moment, the private room door bursts wide open, and Yuka Ryuzaki happens to walk in right on cue, her brows knit tightly together. Sanji, what do you think you're doing? Plan foiled, Sanji stammers in absolute panic. Miss Yuka, you've got it all wrong. I saw he was drunk and wanted to take him upstairs to rest and wait for you. Drunk? Yuka Ryuzaki narrows her eyes as she steps closer, seeing your flushed face in completely unresponsive state. She sweeps her gaze across the wine glasses and poker cards on the table, instantly piecing the whole picture together. Letting out an icy snort, she glares at everyone in the room before walking over to support you. But just as she reaches you, you give a sudden, clumsy thrash and pitch forward straight into her arms. The next second, your lips collide directly with hers. It lasts for a mere second, but Yuka Ryuzaki freezes completely, the refreshing trace of your breath still lingering on her lips. Absolute dead silence fills the room. Everyone stares in utter disbelief as Yuka Ryuzaki gives an awkward, forced cough and immediately supports you out of the room. The second the door shuts, an explosion of whispers erupts. Did I just see that right? Did Miss Yuka actually blush? No way. Miss Yuka has been through 100 battles. A brush of the lips and she blushes? Those words drift right into Sanji's ears. His expression turning horrifyingly dark, he whips around and roars, "Shut up, all of you! You saw wrong! Absolutely wrong!" Furious, Sanji slumps back down onto the couch and chugs another glass of wine. The wealthy socialite beside him strokes his arm. Babe, didn't we already mess with him? But Sanji's eyes burn with pure hatred. What do these people understand? They all think Yuka Ryuzaki is a seasoned veteran in love, but only an ex-boyfriend like him knows a terrifying secret. Despite dating countless guys, Yuka Ryuzaki has never once kissed a single one of them. That kiss was an obsession he dreamed of obtaining, and now you snatched it away from him effortlessly right before his eyes. That accidental kiss ignites a murderous intent within Sanji. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he silently logs this score. Meanwhile, behind the wheel of her car, Yuka Ryuzaki's mind is absolute chaos. That 1-second collision of lips replays over and over in her head like a runaway film while you sleep soundly in the passenger seat. Suddenly, a black car cuts across the middle of the road, and several weapon-wielding men leap out. Just as Yuka Ryuzaki goes to throw the car into reverse, another black car blocks her escape route behind. With a sharp glint in her eye, she unbuckles her seatbelt and steps out of the car, remaining completely unfazed in the face of swinging iron pipes. The bald thug flashes a greedy grin. "Hand it over, pretty boy." Yuka Ryuzaki scoffs, 50 grand? I wouldn't even pick it up if you threw it on the ground. Before the words finish echoing, she delivers a brutal roundhouse kick that sends the bald man flying. My money? I'd rather throw it in the trash than give it to you. A few minutes later, all the thugs are sprawled across the ground, completely incapacitated. She places a single boot squarely on the bald man's face. Not a bad head you've got there. Could probably use it as a soccer ball. Scared out of his wits, the bald thug pees himself, weeping and begging for mercy. Spare me, big sister. I was just taking orders from someone. Taking orders? Yuka Ryuzaki frowns as a sense of unease creeps into her gut. Right then, a panicked scream echoes from inside the car. Oh no, a diversion. She lunges back toward the vehicle, throwing open the passenger door. You are gone. Yuka Ryuzaki's blood instantly runs cold. Damn it! Just as she's about to lose her mind searching, a weak voice drifts from the back seat. Ryuzaki, I'm back here. Turns out, you had somehow crawled into the back seat all by yourself. The boulder in Yuka Ryuzaki's chest finally drops. But the next second, you collapse sideways into her arms, reaching out to pat your head. A rare, profound gentleness softens her voice. You're safe. She shoves you back into the passenger seat, though she can't resist pinching your cheek. Let's see if you dare pull this stunt again, you absolute idiot. You let out an aggrieved whimper. Too exhausted to argue, she finally starts the car and drives home. Back at the apartment, she enlists the security guard to carry you upstairs again. Just as she settles you onto the bed and turns to leave, you tightly grip the edge of her sleeve. Ryuzaki! Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a long breath, sitting down on the edge of the mattress. Fine, you really are a handful. Despite the harsh words, her hand remains entirely still, letting you hold on to her. Right then, Yuka Ryuzaki notices something off. Your face is flushed a dangerous, burning red. This isn't the look of someone who only had a few drinks. A sudden memory flashes in her mind, the mixed drinks at the bar table with their notoriously delayed, brutal kickers. Those bastards actually dared to get you purposely plastered. A surge of pure rage ignites within her chest. Yet right at that moment, you unconsciously lick your lips, instantly hijacking her gaze. That accidental kiss and its soft texture rush back into her mind with violent force. Her heartbeat spirals entirely out of control, and a sudden wave of heat washes over her body. Her dark, burning gaze pins itself firmly to your lips. Unable to resist, she reaches out a hand to touch them. A wild, unhinged thought flashes through her head. I actually want to kiss him. The realization shocks her to the core. Has she completely lost her mind? But just then, you writhe uncomfortably on the bed. Ryuzaki, I'm hot. It's so uncomfortable here. Your hands claw at your chest, leaving trails of red scratch marks across your fair skin. Unable to watch any longer, Yuka Ryuzaki mutters, "Stop scratching," as she pulls your hands away and awkwardly pats your chest. Feeling any better? You let out a comfortable whimper, subconsciously pressing closer into her embrace. At first, she only intends to soothe you, but as she rubs your chest, her palm drifts downward on its own accord. Her breathing grows heavy, and the ambient temperature in the room feels like it spikes instantly. Suddenly, you let out a soft sigh and slowly begin to quiet down. Yuka Ryuzaki is left in a state of spiking frustration. You're the one who started this fire. Why should I be the one left to put it out? This guy falls asleep the second he feels good. What does he take me for? A wicked, playful curve touches Yuka Ryuzaki's lips. She suddenly straightens up and leans over you, her warm breath brushing against your face. Her black eyes conceal a deep, surging temptation. As her pretty face draws closer and closer, her gaze is burning hot, the scales in her heart tipping completely past the point of no return. A devilish thought takes root. Anyway, Ren is fast asleep. The next second, she leans down. The refreshing, pure scent of the teenage boy washes over her senses. Her soft lips accurately capture yours. The moment of contact sends a violent tremor through her body. It feels like a warm, tender piece of jelly. But she wants more than just this. Just how sweet does this kid taste? Yuka Ryuzaki has always been domineering. If she wants to do something, she does it. Since she's already kissing you, she's going to do it right. Her lips press down firmly, grinding and tangling in a deep, lingering friction. Right then, your mouth parts slightly, and the tip of your soft pink tongue actively slips past, brushing against her lips. That single move completely shatters her self-control. She captures your trespassing tongue, sucking on it hungrily and aggressively. You begin to struggle, your hands pushing weakly against her chest, but she has zero intention of letting go until you are practically on the brink of suffocation. When she finally pulls back, your nose tips touch, your ragged breaths intertwine, and the air between you grows thick and sultry enough to ring out. Her burning eyes stare fixedly at your kiss-swollen crimson lips. For the first time, she realizes just how striking you look. As she relives the sweetness of the kiss, her mind starts to wander, and she leans in for round 2. But the next second, your eyelashes flutter violently. She instantly freezes, snaps back into action with lightning speed, flops flat onto her back, and plays dead. As it turns out, you aren't actually awake. Instead of waking up, your head lolls lazily to the side, burying itself right into her chest while your hands tightly fist her shirt as you drift right back into deep slumber. Yuka Ryuzaki is left completely dumbfounded, a mix of extreme embarrassment and amusement. Phew, thank goodness he didn't catch me. Pausing for a moment, Yuka Ryuzaki naturally wraps her arms tightly around you, her nose rubbing against the crook of your neck as she catches the clean, intoxicating scent. What kind of body wash does this kid use anyway? Why does he smell so insanely good? When you finally wake up, a splitting headache pounds against your skull as if you've been run over by a truck. Rolling around in bed, you groan miserably. My head hurts so much. This is awful. At that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki walks in with a cold expression, holding a cup in her hand. Letting out an irritated snort, she yanks you straight up out of bed. Now you know what happens when you drink too much, don't you? Drink this, you'll feel better. Her tone is harsh and cold, but it carries an unmistakable undercurrent of reluctant care. You obediently gulp down the medicine, your face instantly wrinkling into a tight little steamed bun. Seeing you finish it, Yuka Ryuzaki finally relaxes her grip and sets the cup aside. The next second, as if performing magic, she pulls a lollipop out of nowhere and shoves it straight into your mouth. The strawberry sweetness instantly washes away the bitter medicinal taste, smoothing out your expression at last. Saved? I hate bitter things the most. Sucking on the candy, you flop right back down onto the bed. Yuka Ryuzaki gives you one final look before speaking coldly. Go back to sleep then, I'm leaving. However, once the candy is gone and the headache fades, your stomach decides to stage a riot. Forced to crawl out of bed, you slip your feet into slippers and bolt out of the room. Ryuzaki, you holler like an overgrown child all the way into the living room. Yuka Ryuzaki is sitting on the couch, her eyes glued to a screen as her slender fingers fly across a keyboard, busy with some unknown task. You repeat your demand, marching right up to her and plopping down heavily onto the sofa beside her. Acting as if she's guarding some state secret, Yuka Ryuzaki abruptly slams her laptop screen shut, shoots you a glare, and snaps, "There's food on the table, go get it yourself." You pout your lips, whining unhappily, "I don't want to move." Yuka Ryuzaki flicks you on the forehead with a finger, giving you a look of utter disdain. "Ren, how can you be this lazy? Go brush your teeth and wash your face before you even think about breakfast." "But I'm starving," you cry out, grabbing onto her sleeve with a mournful expression before resting your head directly against her shoulder. The next second, an unnatural flush spreads across Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face. Having you press so close brings back the lingering scent of your skin, instantly reminding her of the sneaky business she pulled last night. Feeling a prickle of guilty conscience, she shoves you away hard. "Stop leaning on me. Go brush your teeth. Do you expect this young lady to wait on you hand and foot? In your dreams, go do it yourself." Unhappy, you mutter under your breath as you head off. "Fine, I'll go. But inside, you're scratching your head in confusion. Yuka Ryuzaki is acting so weird today. Just earlier when she brought the hangover cure, she remembered you hated bitter things and thoughtfully brought a lollipop, touching your heart to no end. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she'd go right back to treating you like a nuisance? Gloomy-faced, you trudge out of the living room and head to the bathroom to wash up. When you finally emerge, Yuka Ryuzaki is already sitting at the dining table as if waiting for you specifically. Your face instantly lights up as you walk over and pull out a chair next to hers. Seeing the breakfast spread, your eyes sparkle with joy. "Ryuzaki, you actually remember what I like. Everything here is my favorite. I just bought whatever, who cares what you like? Yuka Ryuzaki denies it flatly on the surface, yet she still opens the containers and slides the bowl of congee over to you, even adding a parting warning. The congee is piping hot. Eat carefully. I want milk first. Ignoring her warning, you reach out, grab the strawberry milk carton, crack it open, and start drinking. Watching you, Yuka Ryuzaki can't help but chuckle as she teases, "How old are you anyway? Still hasn't been weaned off milk? Isn't strawberry flavor stuff for little kids?" You finish the entire carton, slam the empty container down, and snap back. "I just like strawberry. What's it to you?" Seeing a ring of milk mustache staining the corners of your lips, Yuka Ryuzaki covers her mouth and bursts into explosive laughter. "Ha ha ha! Look at yourself, my stomach hurts from laughing." Realizing you've got a ring of milk around your mouth, you look utterly ridiculous. Embarrassed, you quickly wipe your mouth with the back of your hand. There's still some right there. You've got a whole circle around your mouth. Didn't you even feel it? Chuckling, Yuka Ryuzaki actually reaches out her hand as if to wipe it for you. Hearing her say that, you instinctively lick around your lips, and your tongue ends up sweeping right across her finger. Yuka Ryuzaki freezes instantly, her beautiful eyes widening as she stares at you. Her brain uncontrollably flashes back to last night, just how sweet your lips were, and how soft and nimble your tongue had been. Confused, you tilt your head. "Ryuzaki, your face looks kind of red. Are you okay?" Snapping out of it awkwardly, Yuka Ryuzaki pulls her hand back in a stiff jerk, clearing her throat to cover her tracks. "I'm fine, it's just, the congee is a bit hot, probably. Hurry up and eat, didn't you say you were starving?" Completely oblivious to any subtext, you decide to lean your face right up close to hers. "Is there still milk on my mouth?" Your close-up stunt gives Yuka Ryuzaki's heart a violent jolt. You look for all the world like you're intentionally leaning in to beg for a kiss. Hastily taking half a step back to maintain plausible deniability, she yanks out a tissue, shoves it into your hands, and gives you a feigned look of disgust. "Wipe it yourself. Can't you even feel your own mouth? You don't even know if there's stuff on it or not?" You give your lips another lick, but then pause as a frown hits your face. "Wait, my mouth actually hurts a little. It feels kind of chapped, like the skin broke. How did that happen?" You blink in confusion, racking your brain but coming up completely blank on when you could have ever scraped your lips. "How should I know? You must have accidentally bitten yourself in your sleep," Yuka Ryuzaki blurts out defensively, her expression turning surprisingly tense. Though still looking bewildered, you don't press further, figuring you must have indeed bitten yourself by accident. Once you finish wiping your mouth clean, you head back upstairs. But a moment later, you come clacking back down in your slippers. "Ryuzaki, do you happen to have a VIP membership at any high-end clothing boutiques?" At this point, Yuka Ryuzaki has already changed into outdoor clothes, looking ready to head out. You hurry to ask, "Are you going out? Going somewhere fun?" Yuka Ryuzaki gives a flat, casual confirmation. "Just stay home and rest. I have some errands to run, I'll be back later." Seeing her turn toward the door, you scramble after her. Hey, you didn't answer me yet. Do you have VIP status at those designer clothing stores or not?" Turning back around, Yuka Ryuzaki shoots you a look of extreme impatience. "What do you want it for?" Only then do you realize how cold she's being, though you have no clue what you did to tick her off this time. Still, you explain, "I want to buy some clothes. I brought hardly anything back from abroad, and I really don't feel like going out. I'm so tired. Today is the last day of the weekend. School starts tomorrow. I won't have any time to shop." Yuka Ryuzaki rolls her eyes with utter disdain. "You are such high maintenance. Can't you buy them when you actually have time?" Despite her complaining, however, she walks back over to the living room, picks up the iPad from the coffee table, and taps open an app. "With this young lady's status, which brand wouldn't treat me like royalty? Of course I have a VIP membership. Buy whatever yourself, I'm leaving." With that, she tosses the iPad straight at you, turns on her heel without a second glance, and heads out the door. You barely catch the iPad before it hits the floor. By the time you recover your wits, Yuka Ryuzaki is already gone. Pouting, you mutter complaints under your breath. "She was so caring yesterday, and today she's treating me like ice." A woman's heart is truly the bottom of the ocean. But then you remember something. Last night at the bar, she stepped outside to take a really long phone call. She had hung up first like she didn't want to talk, but then answered it when it rang again later. Who on earth called her? Could that call be why she's in a bad mood and taking it out on you? Having finally found a logical explanation for her mood swing, you decide to be magnanimous. Fine, everyone gets grumpy sometimes, I'll forgive her. You cross your legs on the couch, place the iPad on your lap, and start exploring the app. It turns out to be an exclusive ordering system for high-end designer brands, accessible only to top-tier VIPs. True wealthy people don't bother going to physical storefronts. Instead, brands upload their latest collections straight to the app, where members can browse and order online for direct home delivery with try-before-you-buy payment options. Even top international luxury labels can be flown in via private transport. The service level is absolute luxury. You can't help marveling at how great it is to be rich. All morning, you happily immerse yourself in picking out clothes. Having grown up from a boy into a teenager over years spent in the US, your wardrobe mostly consisted of local streetwear brands. Thankfully, those brands have domestic flagships here too. You go wild adding items to your cart, figuring you can just try them on and return whatever doesn't fit. Less than 30 minutes after you submit your order, major brand boutiques dispatch personal couriers who arrive carrying literal mountains of clothing boxes. Before you know it, midday rolls around. Right as you finish trying on a t-shirt you like, your stomach lets out a loud growl. Just as you start thinking about ordering food delivery, a deeply alluring aroma suddenly wafts through the air. Smells amazing. You nearly drool. What kind of divine food is this? How many clothes did you buy? Did you just buy out the entire store? A crisp voice rings out as Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly appears in the doorway. Why are you back? You ask, hurrying over to look at her with fresh curiosity. Yuka Ryuzaki glares at you, a trace of displeasure in her tone. Can't I come back? This is my home. But your eyes catch the bag in her hand, and the mouth-watering aroma is coming straight from it. You hop over, beaming as you peer at her. Did you specially buy lunch for me? You're so nice. With that, you lean in and plant a sudden kiss on her cheek. This single kiss leaves Yuka Ryuzaki completely stunned. Her heart feels as though it has been fiercely struck by something, sending her pulse into absolute chaos. Completely oblivious, you snatch the bag right out of her hand, rush straight to the dining table, and eagerly rip it open. Oh, there are roasted chicken wings! Exactly what I love. Yuka Ryuzaki finally snaps back to her senses, letting out an awkward, forced cough. Instead of sitting down, she walks over to the sofa and surveys the mountain of clothes piled on the floor, all athletic styles, mostly black. Her brow furrows slightly. Just then, she spots a box on the coffee table, curiously picking up a small item inside. Unfolding it, she realizes it is a pair of men's underwear, printed with cartoon characters. She freezes instantly, staring blankly at the item in her hand. She is actually holding your... A sudden blush floods Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face. While you are busy enjoying your food, a casual glance catches this mortifying scene. You let out a piercing shriek, sprint over, and snatch the cartoon underwear right out of her hand. Why are you messing with my stuff? Your face turns bright red as you glare at her with pure indignation. Curving her sexy red lips into a playful smirk, Yuka Ryuzaki picks up another pair of underwear from the box, purposely waving it right in front of your face. With a nonchalant tone, she asks, Ren, don't tell me you actually wear these. I told you not to mess with my stuff, and you're still holding it? You fume, lunging forward to grab it back. Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a teasing chuckle, effortlessly swaying her slender fingers out of your reach. I'm your wife. Why aren't I allowed to touch? Your underwear actually has cartoon prints? That is way too childish. I prefer solid black ones myself. The tips of your ears turn burning red. What kind you like is none of my business. Give it back right now, you pervert. Embarrassed, you reach out to grab them again. Being held like this by a girl, especially with your intimate apparel, makes you want to dig a hole and hide. How did things turn out like this? You only dared to leave your things out on the table because she wasn't home. But she had to go and return without a single word of warning. Is this really what you call perverted? Yuka Ryuzaki curves her brow into a wicked arch. Seizing the moment as you reach for her, she suddenly grabs your arm, pulls you down onto the sofa, and leans in, pinning you into the corner in a classic kabedon. Yuka Ryuzaki, cut it out! Give my stuff back! You're a girl holding a guy's underwear, have you no shame? At this moment, your mind is entirely fixed on the underwear in her hand, completely blind to the wildly intimate posture between the two of you. Didn't you just call me a pervert? Then let me show you what a real pervert looks like. A mischievous, beautiful smile spreads across Yuka Ryuzaki's lips as an idea strikes her. Give it back first! You wave your arms around, completely missing what she just said as your single-minded goal remains retrieving your underwear. Yuka Ryuzaki, you snap at her in exasperation. Yuka Ryuzaki chuckles, watching you panic to such an extent that you look utterly, ridiculously adorable, making her want to tease you even more. You glare at her furiously, your cheeks puffed out and your dark eyes blazing with fire. What on earth do you want? I don't want anything, Yuka Ryuzaki says, putting on an innocent act. Then give my stuff back right now. You are too mortified to even say the word underwear. Lowering her gaze to your outstretched palm, Yuka Ryuzaki notes how demanding your posture is. She lets out a deliberate, aggrieved hum. Is that really the attitude you use when asking someone for a favor? So bossy. Who was the bossy one here? You're clearly the most overbearing one. Earlier, to keep you from discovering her secret kiss from last night, she had forced herself to act cold toward you all morning. But now that the opportunity has presented itself for some genuine closeness, how could she possibly let it slip by? Being this close to you allows her to catch the pleasant, clean scent of your skin, instantly pulling her mind back to the intoxicating sweetness of last night's kiss. So sweet, so soft. I want to kiss him again. Feeling her draw closer and closer, you finally wake up to the reality that you are pinned in the corner of the sofa in a posture of extreme ambiguity, something any onlooker would completely misunderstand. Right then, Yuka Ryuzaki lifts your chin with her fingers. Do you want to know what a real pervert is like? Her warm breath fans across your face, and the sweet lily fragrance belonging to a young girl instantly envelops you. Your cheeks burn, and your heartbeat races uncontrollably. You shrink your neck back, not daring to look into her deep, bottomless eyes that seem ready to pull you in. I don't want to know, okay? You stutter out, feeling your heart hammer against your ribs like you're suffering from an illness, beating even faster than after a run in gym class, threatening to break right out of your chest. No way. Yuka Ryuzaki rejects you tyrannically. Stealing a glance at her, you're convinced she has up to no good intentions and a hidden plot, so there's no way you're giving her the satisfaction of nodding along. I don't want to know. Just give my things back right now. Ignoring whatever scheme she's cooking up, you have only one mission. Snatch back what's in her hand, sprint back to your room, lock the door, and never show your face again. Fine, here, I'll give it back. Yuka Ryuzaki says, abruptly dropping her defenses as she extends her hand directly toward you. You eye her suspiciously. Really? Just a moment ago she refused to give it up, and now she's handing it over willingly? It smells fishy no matter how you look at it. What is she actually up to? Nope, Yuka Ryuzaki says, her smiling eyes flashing with the gleam of a tiny little devil. You nod in a rush, eagerly reaching out your hands to take it. But Yuka Ryuzaki plays dirty, calculating the exact timing to snatch her hand right back. Yuka Ryuzaki, are you trying to drive me crazy? You grind your teeth, glaring daggers at her. Of course not. But if you want to take it back, shouldn't you offer me some kind of reward? Yuka Ryuzaki looks straight into your eyes with a wicked, teasing smile. Then what do you? Just as you start to ask what she wants, Yuka Ryuzaki's face suddenly lunges forward until it's mere centimeters from yours, continuing to close the gap. What do you think? Her voice drops to a low, husky register, dripping with a fatal, mesmerizing charm. Could she possibly want to? Your face catches fire all over again. Seeing her get even closer, you squeeze your eyes shut in sheer panic, your mind spinning into total chaos. Something drops down over your head, startling your eyes wide open. Ha ha ha! A burst of unrestrained laughter rings right in your ear. The underwear she was holding is completely gone from her hands, which means, as you realize a second later, Yuka Ryuzaki. A roar erupts, practically shaking the entire apartment. You are ready to die of anger? This jerk actually put it on your head. To make matters infinitely worse, the absolute menace that is Yuka Ryuzaki pulls out her phone, aims it right at you, and snaps a photo with a loud click. Now this is what you call a pervert. Blushing furiously, you yank the thing off your head and lunge at her with a furious shriek. I'm going to kill you! Yuka Ryuzaki catches you full force in her arms, nearly tumbling backward from the momentum, and quickly wraps her arms around you so you both tumble back onto the sofa. You scramble over her, clawing for her phone. "Delete that photo right now! Give me the phone!" But Yuka Ryuzaki shows zero fear, her laughter only growing brighter and wilder. "Haha! Do you have any idea how hilarious you looked just then? You were so insanely cute. Say, if I send this to your parents, I bet they'd love it too." "You wouldn't dare," you howl, feeling like the biggest idiot alive. Just a moment ago, you actually thought she wanted to kiss you. Turns out she was just baiting you into closing your eyes so she could execute her stupid prank. You must have completely lost your mind to ever think she wanted to kiss you. Glancing down at the photo on her screen, Yuka Ryuzaki lets out another chuckle. "I could laugh at this picture for a whole year. I definitely have to treasure this one." Hearing her talk about treasuring it, you are on the verge of tears and plead desperately, "Please delete it, okay? What's even good about a photo like this? You really are a massive pervert." Yuka Ryuzaki shrugs her shoulders lightly, her deep eyes dancing with amusement. "I think it's adorable." With a dark face, you bite out every word. "I don't think so." As the victim modeling the headwear in that photo, there is zero possibility you find it funny, but Yuka Ryuzaki simply stares at it like it's a piece of fine art, looking at your completely bewildered face topped with cartoon men's underwear, finding it more hilarious the longer she looks. "How could I ever delete such a precious photo? Are you still looking? Yuka Ryuzaki, delete it right now. Delete it." Using both hands and feet, you press your entire weight onto her body, stretching as far as you can to reach her phone. Yuka Ryuzaki flashes a sudden, wicked grin, deliberately blowing an intimate puff of air against your face. "Your lower half is pressing right against me, you know." You freeze in shock, lowering your gaze. And sure enough, your lower body is pressed tightly against her soft frame. Without you even realizing it, your face instantly flares crimson. Scrambling off her body in a panic, you glare at her with a mix of fury and deep frustration, extending a small hand. "Give me the phone! Stop messing around." "I'm not messing around," Yuka Ryuzaki says, her fingers flying across the screen as she moves the photo straight into her hidden private album. Sitting cross-legged, you look at her anxiously. "Then delete the photo. You can't seriously want to keep something that perverted." Yuka Ryuzaki nods with a wicked grin, deliberately waving her phone in front of you. "Of course I'm keeping it. This is your ultimate blackmail material from now on." Your shoulders slump in total defeat. Seeing her attitude, you realize there is zero chance she'll ever give up the photo. You are forbidden from showing this picture to anyone else, you hear me? Otherwise, you try your absolute hardest to pull a fierce, intimidating expression. "Got it." Yuka Ryuzaki thinks to herself with an internal chuckle. She'd never dream of letting anyone else lay eyes on you looking this adorable. Forced to temporarily wave the white flag, you secretly vow to yourself that this isn't over. Someday, you're gonna find a chance to steal that phone back. Yuka Ryuzaki slips her phone back into her pocket and picks up the iPad from the coffee table, logging back into the brand ordering app. Glancing over your pile of clothes, she mutters unhappily, "All these clothes are way too childish. Anyone seeing you would think you're an elementary schooler. You're in high school now. You should dress a bit more dashing instead of always trying to look like a little kid." As she speaks, her fingers fly across the screen, adding items straight to the cart whenever something catches her eye. A terrible premonition hits you. Leaning over to peek at the screen, you spot her adding a box of solid black men's underwear, alongside a bunch of mature, stylish outfits that you would never, ever wear in a million years. You glare at her accusingly. "Why are you picking this kind of stuff for me? I hate wearing clothes like this. Don't buy them." But this absolute menace ignores your protests and taps to check out immediately, bypassing the try-on phase altogether. Such a spendthrift. She didn't even ask you before dropping a fortune on clothes you don't even like. What a total waste. Is she made of money or something? In one single breath, she's bought you over a dozen outfits, totaling more than 100,000. Yuka Ryuzaki replies with an easy smile. "Isn't it only natural for me to buy clothes for my husband?" With a sudden pout, she adds a layer of sweet menace. "Just you dare try not wearing them." You collapse backward onto the sofa, letting out a miserable wail. You want to die. Now you finally understand why she insisted on keeping that photo. With that kind of blackmail hanging over your head, how are you supposed to ever rebel against her? This woman is far too cunning. Monday morning arrives in a flash. The moment you step into the classroom and sit down, Sakura turns around to look at you with a worried expression. "Ren, are you okay?" You blink in utter confusion. "I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be?" Sakura turns her body to face you directly, hesitating for a moment before finally spitting it out. "Is what people are saying about you confessing to Hina true? Did she accept? When you went looking for her before, was it because you liked her and wanted to confess?" That reminds you of the viral video incident. You burst out laughing, shaking your head. "Of course it's not true. You saw that video too, right? I just went to talk to her about something. It wasn't a confession at all. Who even filmed that thing and started spreading rumors without knowing the facts?" Hearing your denial, Sakura visibly relaxes, a trace of unconcealed joy slipping onto her face as she presses urgently. "You really didn't confess to Hina? You don't like her?" Without missing a beat, you blurt out, "I do like her." Sakura's expression freezes instantly, a heavy wave of disappointment pooling in the depths of her eyes. Realizing how that sounded, you quickly laugh and explain, "I like her in an appreciative way, not in a romantic boy-girl kind of way. I mean, a girl like Hina is basically every guy's dream goddess. It's rare to find a guy who doesn't like her, right?" Sakura lets out a long breath of relief. "Don't scare me like that." You look at her with a blank expression, still completely missing the point. "Even if I did confess to her, it wouldn't be a big deal, right?" You have zero clue what she's even stressing over. A patch of unnatural red dusts Sakura's cheeks as she quickly covers. "I just thought it was surprising, that's all. As long as you didn't confess to her, it's fine. But you should really find a way to clear this up. I can help you." You wave a dismissive hand, completely unbothered. "There's nothing to clear up. It's just gossip. Everyone will forget about it in a few days anyway. Besides, I already explained things to Yuka Ryuzaki. I don't care what anyone else thinks. It's not like gossip is going to chunk off pieces of my flesh." But Sakura doesn't see it that way. Her expression turns dead serious, as if this is a matter of life and death. You probably don't know this, but Hina has a ton of admirers. If they actually believe you successfully confessed to her, they might come after you. You wave her off again with supreme nonchalance. "Relax, nobody dares do anything to me. After all, you've got Yuka Ryuzaki covering your back. Who would dare touch you?" But in your infinite confidence, you completely forget one crucial detail. Nobody else knows about your relationship with Yuka Ryuzaki. "There's something else," Sakura says, suddenly remembering something that makes her expression darken. Glancing cautiously to the left and right at the surrounding students, she leans in close to whisper, "I heard that on Friday, Miss Yuka practically turned the entire school upside down looking for you. I don't know if it's true. Did something happen between you two?" Dropping a heavy bombshell right after, she adds, "And I also heard that on that exact same day, Miss Yuka broke up with Sanji. Now everyone is whispering that you're Miss Yuka's new target. You heard she turned the school upside down looking for me on Friday?" Hearing those words makes your eyes light up. A happy little smile tugs at the corners of your mouth as you think. "So that Yuka Ryuzaki pretended she didn't care about me and left without letting me ride home with her, huh?" You can practically picture it. She must have searched every corner of the school for you, and when she couldn't find you and your phone went straight to voicemail, she somehow found out you ditched class with Hina, which must have made her furious. No wonder she was so pissed off that night. Feeling a sweet warmth blossom in your chest, you quickly lower your head to send Yuka Ryuzaki a text message, finishing it off with a playful winking emoji. Seeing you remain so carefree and unbothered, Sakura feels like the Emperor isn't worried while the eunuch is dying of anxiety. She presses on urgently, "Ren, were you serious when you said you didn't like Miss Yuka? What if she actively pursues you? I mean, she's Miss Yuka, a veteran player in the romance game with crazy good conditions. No one in First High can hold a candle to her. If she decides to actively chase a guy, what guy wouldn't fall for her?" But Sakura feels like you should be an exception. You aren't the shallow type of boy who falls for someone purely based on looks or a hot body. Before you can answer, the morning bell rings, and the English teacher steps into the classroom right on the dot, locking eyes with you immediately. You give Sakura a quick shove. "Teacher's here. The English teacher already has it out for you. You don't want to become her main target." Sakura is left hanging with her question unanswered, looking profoundly tortured. "We'll talk after class." True to her word, the moment class ends, your phone buzzes in your pocket with a new text message. You let out a surprised, "Oh, what is it?" Sakura asks, turning around the second the teacher leaves the room, catching your expression. Wrinkling your eyes into a nice smile, you say happily, "I've got something to take care of. I'll be right back. Sakura instinctively senses it has to do with the text message you just received. Who texted you? Where are you going? Naturally, you aren't going to tell her. You stride quickly out of the classroom, but the moment you turn the corner toward the stairwell to head downstairs, you run straight into 3 guys stepping out to block your path. They exude an aggressive, hostile aura, clearly looking for trouble. You must be Ren, the lead guy says. He has short brown curls that look meticulously styled and neat. He's wearing the school uniform, but his trousers have been altered to fit skin tight. Noticing their unfriendly tone, you offer a polite smile. You guys have the wrong person. My name isn't Ren. With that, you turn on your heel to bolt back the way you came. Grab him! The lead guy barks out an order, and the 2 goons behind him lunge forward, grabbing each of your arms in a death grip so you can't escape. You try to put up a final struggle. What are your problems? I told you have the wrong guy. You distinctly remember the viral video wasn't clear enough for you to be easily recognized like this. But right in the middle of your thrashing, the phone gripped tightly in your hand slips through your fingers with a loud crack. My phone! You feel your heart break into pieces. You haven't even owned this phone for a month yet. The lead guy takes a step forward, snatching up the phone before you can reach it. His eyes lock instantly onto the latest notification. Waiting for you by the poster wall, Sender Yuka. His face darkens instantly as he raises the phone, glaring at you like his eyes are breathing fire and roars. You actually still dare to chase Senior Hina? You are left crying tears of laughter internally. Sure enough, Sakura's jinx actually came true. You think to yourself in dismay, is this a Korean drama or something? Why do these cliches actually happen in real life? You hurry to explain, you guys have got it all wrong. Let me explain first, okay? Hina and I are just normal friends. That video was completely taken out of context. I never confessed to her. I just had something I needed to talk to her about. If you don't believe me, come with me to find her right now so she can clear it up, okay? After all, there are 3 of them, and none of them look friendly or easy to deal with. To avoid unnecessary conflict, you definitely can't afford to get into a physical shoving match in a place like this. What if someone accidentally yanks your pants down? That would be a catastrophe. The lead guy curls his lip into a cold sneer, suddenly stepping forward to grab you by the collar and bark, "Who said anything about Senior Hina? We're here because of Miss Yuka!" You're out here flirting with Miss Yuka on one hand, while seducing Senior Hina on the other. If I, Tomoe, don't teach you a lesson today, how am I supposed to keep my title as president of the Yuka Ryuzaki fan club? You freeze in shock. So they're here because of Yuka Ryuzaki? You feel a sudden wave of dizziness wash over you. Pulling a pathetic, mournful expression, you play up the pitiful card. If it were about Hina, I'd take it. But Yuka Ryuzaki? I have nothing to do with her. You guys shouldn't listen to rumors. Rumors are always fake. Tomo lets out a cold snort, bunching up your collar even tighter while glaring at you with the venomous eyes of a snake. You think I'll believe a single word you say? Don't think you can pull the wool over my eyes? Miss Yuka would never actively pursue a guy. Keep dreaming. At that moment, the guy holding your left arm chimes in. Yeah, B-Day bro. I bet that rumor was something he made up himself just to grab Miss Yuka's attention and get her interested in him. As soon as those words leave his mouth, all 3 guys pin you with looks, straight out of a murder mystery. You offer a dry, awkward chuckle and stammer out. Your imaginations are way too wild, but internally a cold sweat breaks out. How did things snowball into this kind of mess? If everyone really starts believing you engineered this whole thing, and word gets out to the dozens of guys in school who worship Yuka Ryuzaki, their collective spit could drown you 10 times over. A sudden, uninvited chill races down your spine, making you shudder. Right then, the phone clutched in Tomo's hand suddenly rings. The 3 guys exchange glances. A bad premonition flares up in your chest. Who could possibly be calling right now? Could it be Hina? If it's Hina, that's one thing. But if it's... Tomo glances down at the caller ID display, freezes completely, and stammers out in absolute shock. It's... Miss Yuka. No way! The other 2 guys gasp in unison, their faces twisting in utter disbelief. Impossible! How could this guy possibly have Miss Yuka's personal phone number? Is it real or fake? Tomoe says. One way to find out. Though his complexion looks terrifyingly green, he makes a decisive swipe across the screen and answers the call. Ren? A sharp roar bursts from the phone. This voice is more than familiar to the three of them. It belongs to the woman they have been infatuated with, Miss Yuka. It really is her. The two boys holding your arms let out an incredible shriek, completely starstruck. Just hearing Yuka Ryuzaki's voice stops their hearts, leaving them with looks of utter adoration on their faces. You look at their starstruck expressions in utter bewilderment. Is this really necessary? Sure, Yuka Ryuzaki is drop-dead gorgeous, but there is no way just hearing her voice should turn them into total zombies. Suddenly struck by an epiphany as the grip on both your arms loosens, you snatch your phone right out of Tomo's hand and bolt headfirst toward the stairwell. He's running! The moment the three guys snap out of it, you are already sprinting down the stairs, completely out of reach. One of the boys pants heavily, resting his hands on his knees as he yells after Tomo, "Bede bro, are we seriously just going to let him run away like that? How does he even have Miss Yuka's phone number? I can't accept this." Tomo stands behind, grinding his teeth in pure rage as he glares daggers at your retreating figure. We're not letting it go. He's still here at school anyway. Where's he gonna run? The next time we catch him will be his execution day. The other boy hesitates slightly. But he has Miss Yuka's phone number. What if he actually knows her? What should we? Shut your mouth, Tomo roars furiously. He definitely used some underhanded trick to get that number. I refuse to believe Miss Yuka would ever like a punk like him. Who the hell does he think he is? Even if I wipe him out completely, nobody's gonna come looking for answers. Meanwhile, you run at a full-blown sprint, not daring to stop until you finally reach the senior high building. Leaning heavily against the wall to catch your breath, you feel like your lungs are about to explode. Right then, your phone rings again. With a feeble hand, you check the caller ID, Yuka Ryuzaki. Weakly, you swipe to answer. On the other end of the line, Yuka Ryuzaki's voice is laced with deep displeasure. What just happened? Ren, you're getting more and more daring. How dare you hang up on me? Where are you right now? You catch your breath, pat your chest, and instinctively lie. I'm in the classroom. Why'd you call me anyway? You dare lie to me? Growing some spine, are we? Getting bolder, are we? Yuka Ryuzaki's cold chuckle instantly punctures your lie. A jolt of panic hits your chest as you look left and right in fright. Is she hiding somewhere, watching me? How else would she know I'm not in the classroom? So you decide to go on the offensive. It's all your fault. I just got cornered by a bunch of guys and almost got beaten up, you know? What happened? Can't you just spit it out instead of making me ask? Yuka Ryuzaki's tone is dripping with extreme impatience. I just barely escaped from a dangerous situation, and I haven't even caught my breath yet. Can you let me breathe for a second? You snap back, thoroughly irritated that you got dragged into this mess because of her. But Yuka Ryuzaki simply says flatly, well, your mouth is certainly working well enough now. You roll your eyes hard, taking 2 deep breaths to calm down before recounting what just happened. He even claimed to be the president of your fan club. A fan club, can you believe it? Good grief. You can't help mocking. Catching the teasing undertone in your voice, Yuka Ryuzaki sounds thoroughly annoyed. That fan club has nothing to do with me. They set that up on their own, don't drag me into it. Never mind all that, get over here to my side. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you're not here, bear the consequences. Hey, You want to say you're busy, but that jerk has already hung up the phone. You glare at your phone and mutter in deep dissatisfaction. So overbearing. Telling me to go over there? I won't go out of spite. Trying to threaten me with a tone like that, I don't feel like dealing with her at all. Right after, remembering that Hina is waiting for you, you rush off toward the poster wall she mentioned. From a distance, you spot Hina's silhouette leaning gracefully against a Roman pillar. A gentle breeze lifts her long hair, and her posture is so stunning she looks like she stepped straight out of a magazine. You walk up to her with a beaming smile. Sorry for keeping you waiting, I got caught up in a little something. Have you been waiting long? Hina looks at you with a soft, gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips, her voice as warm as a spring breeze. Not long at all. I'm just glad you're here, come sit over here. Just as you step closer, however, your eyes lock onto a familiar paper bag, lighting up instantly. Isn't this Hina picks up the bag with a soft smile and hands it over to you. I bought it for you. Didn't you say you really like eating this chocolate cake? A wave of warm gratitude surges through your chest as you beam with delight. You never expected her to be so considerate, let alone remember what you like to eat. Sitting down across from her, you place the bag on your lap and open it up to find 2 chocolate cakes resting quietly inside. 2? That's too much, I can't eat all this. Hina gives a slight, shy smile, rubbing the bridge of her nose with a hint of awkwardness. Actually, one of them is for me. Your eyes widen in pure astonishment. Wait, don't tell me all those chocolate cakes you bought before were for yourself? You had honestly thought she was buying them for some secret boyfriend. You never, ever imagined she was buying them entirely for her own sweet tooth. Hina looks slightly embarrassed, but nods anyway. Yes, the mystery solved. You break into a bright, happy grin and slide one of the cakes over to her, keeping the other for yourself as you dig in eagerly. Here, have some too. I honestly never expected our tastes to match like this. Must be fate. She is the very first friend you made at first high, and your connection truly did start with a chocolate cake. As if fate hasn't done enough, spending time together on that day you skipped class completely shifted Hina's attitude toward you. She has grown much closer, shedding all of her initial aloofness. Oh right, there's something I need to tell you. Hina speaks up suddenly. You finish chewing your mouthful of cake in a hurry, cream smudged all over the corners of your mouth as you ask with a muffled voice. What is it? Seeing your childish appearance, Hina can't help letting out a soft laugh. She pulls a tissue from her pocket and hands it to you. Here, use this to wipe your face. You stare at her in blank amazement. How is she this considerate? Good grief, you are the most attentive girl I've ever met. You're basically an endangered species. Finding your dramatic, exaggerated expression hilarious, Hina's smile deepens. Is that supposed to be a compliment? If so, I'll gladly accept it. Thanks. You look at her playful expression with a grin. Hina, I didn't know you knew how to joke around. The corners of Hina's lips curve into a pretty arc as she smiles softly. In truth, she hasn't joked around with anyone in a very long time. What she just said to you came completely naturally. You suddenly remember and ask, what was it you wanted to tell me earlier? Hina looks at you with her deep, soulful brown eyes and says slowly, that security guard. The school rehired him. A wave of sheer delight washes over you. That's fantastic. Your heart blooms with happiness. You don't even have to guess to know this was entirely Yuka Ryuzaki's doing behind the scenes. Just before, she had arrogantly claimed that anyone she fires can never step foot back in, yet here she is, slapping her own face. To be honest, this is totally unlike anything Yuka Ryuzaki would normally do, yet she did it entirely for you. The more you think about it, the happier and sweeter you feel. But the very next second, you suddenly remember Yuka Ryuzaki's demand for you to go see her. A knot of worry twists in your stomach. Is that monster still waiting for me? And she even had the nerve to say, bear the consequences. If I didn't show up in 5 minutes, who in their right mind would want to go after that? Of course, you completely forgot that Yuka Ryuzaki is entirely used to giving orders. To her, that's just normal speech. After all, who in her social circle would ever dare defy her commands? Hina checks the time and notes that class has long since started. She asks directly, what period do you have right now? Don't you need to go to class? You reply with a wave of your hand, completely unfazed. Math, I guess, but I don't feel like going. To be fair, you don't care much about domestic school curriculums anyway, since you'll be heading back abroad sooner or later. Sitting through classes here doesn't matter, since you aren't planning on taking the National College Entrance Exam. Hina stares at you for a moment, looking slightly hesitant before finally speaking up. I have PE this period. We're having a basketball match. Do you want to come watch? Sure, you agree offhandedly. But the panic building up inside you has hit its absolute limit. Sitting on pins and needles, you abruptly leap to your feet. I have a sudden emergency. I gotta go. I'll come find you later when I'm free. Oh, do you know where the gymnasium is? Hina asks thoughtfully, remembering that you just arrived back in the country and aren't familiar with the school layout yet. Anxious to leave, you wave your hand dismissively. No idea. Doesn't matter, I'll just ask someone. Hina smiles, reading your urgency and choosing not to hold you back. All right then, go take care of your business. Call me if you can't find your way. Got it, see ya! Not wasting a single second, you practically jog all the way over to the sophomore building. Panting heavily with your hands braced against your knees as you prepare to head up the stairs, a hand suddenly yanks you back by the arm. You jump out of your skin. What are you? It's me. A crisp, cold voice cuts through. Hearing that familiar tone, you turn around to face Yuka Ryuzaki, patting your chest as you let out a massive sigh of relief. You scared the living daylights out of me. Don't you know sneaking up on people like that can kill someone? What are you even doing here? Waiting for you. Yuka Ryuzaki's ink-black eyes carry a thread of displeasure as she glances past you toward the direction you came running from. Isn't that the senior building over there? Giving you a piercing, scrutinizing stare, her voice drops to a freezing temperature as the interrogation begins. Where were you just now? Didn't I tell you to get here in 5 minutes? Is 15 minutes what you call 5 minutes? I said bear the consequences. Explain yourself. What are we gonna do about this? Your brain spins at 1,000,000 miles an hour, desperately trying to cook up a lie. But Yuka Ryuzaki simply crosses her arms, her soft lips poking out in a pout as she stares you down. Go ahead, lie. Make up a plausible story and see if I believe you. Since you two grew up together from childhood, how could she possibly fail to read your little nervous tics before you tell a fib? You instantly deflate like a popped balloon. I wasn't trying to lie. You make it sound like I never tell you the truth. Yuka Ryuzaki tilts her head up to shoot you a sidelong glance. Then go ahead. Tell me where you just were. I was just. You suddenly lose your nerve. This girl seems to have a massive grudge against Hina. If she finds out you went to hang out with Hina and left her waiting, she's going to detonate right on the spot. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face has already iced over, directly guessing the truth for you. You went to see that Hina person, didn't you? The mere thought that she and Hina both demanded your attention at the same time, and you chose Hina over her sets a raging fire in Yuka Ryuzaki's chest. No, I didn't, you deny instinctively. But the moment the lie slips past your lips, a heavy wave of panic grabs your heart. You're terrified of the consequences if your lie gets exposed. You shouldn't have denied it. Right then, Yuka Ryuzaki steps forward, closing the distance between you in a flash. Her gaze locks onto you like a laser beam, as if trying to strip away all your defenses. You swallow hard, debating whether to come clean, when she suddenly says, you freeze on the spot, utterly baffled. Wait, what? Even if she figured out you went to see Hina, eating a cake isn't exactly cheating, is it? The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki raises her hand, her long, slender white fingers gently brushing past the corner of your lips. A smear of white cream rests directly on her fingertip. Like holding smoking gun evidence, she says coldly, you were hiding out somewhere eating cake. Your heart skips a beat. You must have missed a spot wiping your face earlier. But you instantly feel a surge of relief. Turns out, her idea of cheating was just eating cake. You're just about to celebrate when Yuka Ryuzaki brings that cream-stained fingertip right up to her lips and licks it off delicately. Strawberry cake. Why do you like strawberry cake so damn much? You freeze solid, your cheeks erupting in a fiery crimson blaze. Why did she have to lick it off? 4 words instantly flood your brain. Indirect kiss. Your face burns so hot you feel like you're running a fever. While you stand there completely mortified, she follows up with an expression of utter disdain. Isn't this kind of cake for little kids? You're so childish. You're the childish one. You finally recover your voice, stammering out a defense to hide your embarrassment. If you don't like sweets, that doesn't mean other people can't. What's wrong with strawberry cake? Did it offend you? Plenty of people love eating it. Why are you blushing so hard? Yuka Ryuzaki notices your bizarre behavior, especially your darting eyes and refusal to meet her gaze, which immediately tells her there's a fishy secret hidden here. I am not. I'm just mad at you. You glare at her with a feigned expression of anger. Let me tell you, you are strictly forbidden from slandering my beloved strawberry cake. Otherwise, I'll cut ties with you. Feeling your face grow hotter by the second, you decide the best strategy is to turn around and run for it. Panicking, Yuka Ryuzaki reaches out and grabs your arm. Fine, my bad, okay? You spin back around to glare at her, your tone impatient. Why did you call me over anyway? Don't tell me you just brought me here to roast me? Of course not. Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brows, her expression turning dead serious as she stares straight into your eyes. Let's talk about business. You mentioned earlier that someone was trying to harm you. Who were they? What's his name and what did they do to you? Didn't I already say? That guy claims to be the president of your fan club. You should know him, right? Mentioning it gets you riled up all over again. She's the root cause of this whole mess that made you a public target. Yuka Ryuzaki rolls her eyes at you. I already told you I don't care about that worthless garbage. How would I know who they are? You think for a moment. He said his name was Tomo. I don't really know anything else. Never heard of him, Yuka Ryuzaki says with total apathy. Forget it then. Nothing actually happened to me anyway. I'll just be careful and avoid them from now on. You've never run into this kind of nonsense before, though it was pretty scary at the time. Looking back, it doesn't seem like such a big deal. Yuka Ryuzaki studies your face for a moment before dropping a bombshell. How about I announce publicly that you're my boyfriend? That way, nobody will ever dare lay a hand on you again. No, absolutely not. The second the words leave your mouth, you notice the smile vanish from her face, replaced by an icy chill. You quickly force a laugh to salvage the atmosphere, babbling, I'm just, looking out for your best interests. If I steal your boyfriend spot, how are you supposed to go out flirting with handsome guys in the future, right? Yuka Ryuzaki glares at you with a dark expression, deeply displeased. Did I ever say I needed to go flirt with handsome guys? In truth, she's annoyed because your eagerness to clear your name and keep a distance from her stems largely from Hina. Because you, like Hina, you're desperately trying to keep your single status intact. Do you really not want this? She asks again, her expression turning dead serious. Nope, you answer without a single second of hesitation, wearing a completely carefree expression. The corners of Yuka Ryuzaki's lips curl into a cold sneer. Plenty of guys are dying to be her boyfriend, yet here you are, acting completely unbothered. You said it yourself, Ren. Don't come crying to me if I end up finding a boyfriend later. You twitch your lips. Whatever. It's none of my business anyway. After all, weren't we just forced into this engagement in the first place? We never actually fell in love. You remember what you just said? Yuka Ryuzaki spits out like the words are being squeezed between her teeth, her falcon-like eyes piercing straight through you before she whips around and storms into the building. Hey, are you mad? You finally realize she's genuinely upset, but by the time you think to chase after her, she's already gone. You rack your brain and still can't figure out which part of what you said set her off. If she went around loudly proclaiming you're her new boyfriend right now, you'd end up murdered by all her fanboys. Besides, she can't even guarantee she'll stay faithful to you anyway. What if she gets tired of you one day and dumps you for someone else? Those jealous fanboys would definitely use the chance to tear you apart. You shrug your shoulders, figuring you'll just go home and try to coax her later this evening, and turn around to walk away. Back inside her classroom, Yuka Ryuzaki's chiseled, striking face looks terrifyingly cold, radiating such an intense aura of frost that even the teachers don't dare approach her, let alone say a single extra word. Normally, if Miss Yuka returned midway through a class, teachers would force a smile and exchange pleasantries, but today the entire classroom feels choked by a suffocating, terrifying pressure. The moment Yuka Ryuzaki sits down at her desk, she suddenly kicks the desk beside her with a violent thud. It crashes heavily into the neighboring table and flips over with a loud clatter. The explosive noise scares the living daylights out of everyone in the room. The entire class looks around in absolute horror, nobody daring to make a peep. None of them have ever seen Miss Yuka fly into such a monstrous rage, not even her loyal follower Kazuko, who sits frozen in shock. Whoever managed to push Miss Yuka this far must have a death wish. Meanwhile, your situation is turning out just like Hina predicted. You genuinely cannot find the gymnasium. Even though you followed the directional signs along the way, First High is simply too massive. The signs list a maze of locations that left you completely clueless, forcing you to rely entirely on guesswork, which naturally led you straight down the wrong path. To make matters worse, after wandering around half the campus, you have no idea where you currently are. You remember Hina telling you to just call her directly if you ever get lost? You reach into your pocket to pull out your phone, just in time to see a few male students walking past in the distance. Since getting lost is a little embarrassing, you decide asking for directions is the best first step. Those few guys also seem to be looking for someone, glancing around wildly left and right. Just then, that group of guys charged fiercely straight toward you. There is Ren, you gasp. How many people are looking for me anyway? One of the guys suddenly lunges out from the side, putting too much force into it and shoving you flat onto the ground. A piercing, agonizing pain shoots through the palm of your hand, but you can't afford to care. Seeing the mob about to close in, you scramble back up, shove the guy in front of you, and bolt forward with all your might. Ahead of you is actually the sophomore building. Yuka, save me. Your eyes light up instantly. You're saved. You actually wandered right back here. Hearing you scream out Yuka Ryuzaki's name, the guys behind you instantly turn dark as midnight. This punk still thinks he can beg Miss Yuka for sympathy? Grab him! Even Tomoe arrives in a hurry, his face pitch black as he barks orders at the others. Inside the classroom, Yuka Ryuzaki is leaning back in her chair, playing on her phone when her ear twitches slightly. Sounds like someone's calling me. Kazuko, standing right behind her, pauses a second before leaning in to whisper, "No one is, Miss Yuka. I didn't hear a thing." Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brows, an inexplicable wave of irritation surging up once more. "Must be nothing," she mutters gloomily before looking back down at her phone. Downstairs, you sprint toward the teaching building with every ounce of strength you have left, screaming at the top of your lungs, "Yuka Ryuzaki! Yuka Ryuzaki, save me!" Tomo yells frantically as well. Stop letting him shout. Catch him right now. After all, this business isn't pretty. If it blows up into a huge scene, it'll look terrible. Just a short distance away from the building, you are finally surrounded completely. There are simply too many of them, and you get shoved down to the dirt. Tomoe rushes up and lands a kick right on you, looking down with a cold sneer. Not so fast at running now, are you? You struggle desperately, refusing to let them haul you up. A terrible premonition tells you they are about to drag you off somewhere secluded, and pure terror drowns you out. At that moment, a guy you kicked gets enraged and stomps viciously into your back. "How dare you try to seduce our Miss Yuka! Do you think a commoner like you is worthy? You disgusting piece of trash." They dared to move against you because they found out you're just a commoner with good grades, not some wealthy young master. The previous boyfriends of Yuka Ryuzaki all had real status, so they didn't dare touch them. But you became the venting outlet for their long accumulated resentment and jealousy. A lowly commoner like you simply doesn't deserve their high and mighty Miss Yuka. Even as bruised and wretched as you look, they feel zero sympathy. Instead, their eyes grow even more vicious, as if they want to tear you completely to shreds. Someone panics, anxiously asking Tomoe what to do, worried that if they don't get you out of here soon, it'll draw unwanted attention. Tomoe glares at you with icy malice, suddenly dropping a spine-chilling command. "Strip his clothes off. If he won't walk, strip his clothes right here. Hurry up!" The rest of them snap out of it, instantly hunching over as they start aggressively clawing at your clothes. You are terrified out of your mind, fighting back with every last fiber of your being. "Don't touch me! Get away!" Before you can even finish shouting, another brutal kick lands square in your stomach. The blinding pain instantly brings you crashing down, curling you up into a tight ball as you clutch your midsection. It hurts. It really hurts so much. Cold sweat beads instantly across your forehead, and your clean face twists in pure agony. Rolling around in the dirt leaves you covered in dust, making you look like an abandoned stray kitten. "Yuka Ryuzaki, you jerk. Why aren't you here to save me yet? You've never experienced anything like this, and you're completely out of your mind with panic. Getting beaten is one thing. Pain can be endured. But once your clothes are ripped off and a crowd of students pours out to watch, you don't even dare to think about it. Your heart shrinks painfully, freezing with dread. You can't even bear to picture that scenario. Tomo is just too vicious. Right now, Ren, you don't even have a split second to call out for Yuka to save you. How could a single pair of hands possibly fend off an attack from so many guys? Even worse, several of them aren't even trying to strip your clothes anymore. They're just using the chaos to beat you up. Your arms instantly blossom with shocking red welts. If you don't get here soon, I'm actually going to die. Stop right there. Just as utter despair sets in, a thunderous roar shatters the air. Following right behind it, a dark figure charges forward like a bolt of lightning. She violently shoves the circle of boys apart and scoops your battered, fallen body straight into her arms, holding you tightly against her chest. The boys tumbling backward onto the ground stare in absolute shock at the person who just arrived. In their wildest dreams, they never expected it to be Yuka Ryuzaki. Even Tomo's face contorts with sheer horror. Everyone present stares at Yuka Ryuzaki as she holds you close, her pretty face etched with frantic worry and panic. Ren, are you okay? What happened to you? Yuka Ryuzaki carefully cups your face, lowering her head to inspect your condition thoroughly. Hearing her voice, you finally open your eyes with a sense of safety, letting out a long breath of relief. What took you so long? Yuka Ryuzaki's brows knit tightly together. Catching sight of your disheveled clothes, she hurries to straighten them out before asking anxiously, Where does it hurt? Tell me right now. You shake your head, struggling to force yourself back up to your feet. You took a few kicks, but thankfully you instinctively protected your vital areas when you fell. Plus, these pampered rich boys don't actually pack that much physical strength, so your injuries aren't severe. You just look a complete mess. Yuka Ryuzaki refuses to believe it. Are you really okay? Don't lie to me. Leaning heavily on her for support, you wobble up onto your feet and glance down at yourself. I'm covered in dust. I look like I rolled around in a muddy ditch. Nothing's clean. It hurts a little bit, but I'm seriously fine. However, when Yuka Ryuzaki spots the brutal red scratch marks all over your arms, her pretty face darkens into a storm. Her sharp gaze sweeps over the boys, and her voice drops to a freezing, bone-chilling sub-zero temperature. Who hit him? Paralyzed by her terrifying glare, the boys shrink back. They have never seen Miss Yuka look like this before, and instinctively take a panicked step backward. And those kicks just now, who did them? Yuka Ryuzaki demands again. The two boys who kicked you moments ago turn pale with terror. They try to hide it, but Yuka Ryuzaki cuts straight through their facade, locking her glacial stare right onto their faces. The two boys shake violently from head to toe, white as ghosts. Miss Yuka? It's not like that. We didn't mean it. At that exact moment, Tomoe glares at you with venomous hatred, pointing an accusatory finger your way as he snaps. And you said you had nothing to do with Miss Yuka? You're a liar, a dirty liar. Seeing Yuka Ryuzaki ready to stand up for you has completely stripped Tomoe of his last shred of sanity. If Yuka weren't standing right here, he would undoubtedly rush forward to claw up your pretty boy face. Hearing this, Yuka Ryuzaki's delicate brows furrow. Her ink-black eyes flick down to look at you cradled in her arms, and she abruptly shoves you away. Her voice carries a frosty edge as she demands, Did you really tell him that I have nothing to do with you? Realizing she's angry, you panic a little inside, but force yourself to steady your stance as you reply with a hesitant look. Tomoe turns back to Yuka Ryuzaki, clinging to one final shred of hope as he pleads, Miss Yuka, do you really have nothing to do with him? It's true, you two aren't involved at all, right? A sudden spike of unease hits your chest, making you feel like you truly stepped on a landmine with Yuka. Yuka! Just as you open your mouth to explain, an icy voice cuts through the air without warning. I have nothing to do with him. You freeze completely solid? She said she has nothing to do with me? You never in a million years expected her to say those words. It feels as though a massive boulder has been dropped squarely onto your chest, suffocating you with a wave of misery, even though you were the one who tried to draw a line first. And even though you were the one who previously claimed you didn't want anyone knowing about your connection to her, hearing her answer with your own ears makes your heart clench in violent agony. It hurts so bad you could cry. You finally understand why she got so mad. It turns out being on the receiving end of this feels this suffocating, and these words sting like a knife. Yuka. Tomoe, on the other hand, is ecstatic. He got the exact answer he wanted, puffing out his chest as he sneers down at you with arrogant mockery. Even Miss Yuka said she has nothing to do with you. Don't think dropping a few fake tears is going to make her feel sorry for you. Hearing him drone on about, seeing other men, makes Yuka Ryuzaki's temper finally detonate. She barks out a razor-sharp command. Shut your mouth! But the moment Yuka Ryuzaki watches crystal-clear tears slip down your cheeks, it feels as though someone just delivered a devastating, heavy blow straight to her heart. Shit! Yuka curses under her breath, pulling you firmly back into her arms. She murmurs apologetically right beside your ear, Stop crying already. She is kicking herself for her own moment of impulsivity. She had just been so furious upon hearing you try to distance yourself from her that she wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine. Who could have guessed you'd be so underhanded and start crying right on the spot without giving her any mental preparation whatsoever? Burying your face against her shoulder, you let out a soft, choked sob. Yuka, I shouldn't have said that. Don't be mad at me. Fine, I'm not mad anymore. I forgive you, so stop crying. Yuka Ryuzaki's tone softens involuntarily, her warm palm gently rubbing the back of your head in a soothing gesture. You sniffle, finally managing to stem the tears. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers stares in absolute astonishment. Because the commotion was so massive, nearly all the students abandoned class to run outside and watch. Right now, every single floor of the building is packed shoulder to shoulder with people whispering back and forth. What on earth is the relationship between this boy and Yuka Ryuzaki? We've never seen Miss Yuka act this intimate with any guy before, let alone coddle and spoil him like this. It's blinding everyone's eyes. Watching the scene unfold, Tomo grinds his teeth in pure rage. He desperately wants to charge over and tear the two of you apart, preventing you from touching the woman he loves. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki's furious expression from moments earlier carries too much lingering dread, filling him with panic and freezing him in his tracks. Yuka, Miss Yuka? He finally recovers his voice, staring at her with aggrieved eyes. Didn't you say you had no relationship with Ren? Why are you? The sight of Yuka Ryuzaki doting on you so tenderly makes Tomo's blood boil, chewing his lower lip until it turns stark white. All the boys standing around him look equally heartbroken, with a few even covering their mouths as they quietly break down in tears. Hearing Tomoe's voice, Yuka Ryuzaki snaps her head up to glare at him coldly. With utter disdain, she spits out, "Is Yuka a name you're qualified to use? What kind of relationship I have with him is none of your business, nor do I need to explain it to you." Looking utterly devastated, Tomo argues emotionally, "I'm the president of your fan club. I'm not just some nobody." Yuka Ryuzaki gives a cold, dismissive huff. "I never acknowledged any such nonsense. If you guys want to play around on your own, fine. I usually couldn't care less, but don't ever mistake yourself for someone actually important." Tomo takes a massive, crushing blow to his psyche, swaying on his feet as if about to collapse. How could she say that? He had always believed that as the president of her fan club, she must know he exists, meaning he was special to her. Yet she shattered his sweet dream with her own hands, telling him she doesn't know who he is, that she doesn't even belong to the fan club he created for her, and crowning it all with a look of pure disgust. A look of murderous hatred flashes in Tomo's eyes as he glares at you with bloodshot intensity, roaring in absolute fury. "It's all your fault! If you hadn't seduced Miss Yuka, she would never treat me like this. You lowly commoner, what gives you the right to be with Miss Yuka? You should just go die." Completely losing his mind, Tomo lunges forward to claw at you. Yuka Ryuzaki reaches out, grabbing Tomo's wrist in a vice grip as she snarls viciously. Try laying a hand on him and see if you live to regret it. Tomo is also a pampered, precious rich boy. When has he ever been treated this way, let alone by the goddess he's adored for so long? But Yuka Ryuzaki remains completely unfazed by his tears. You quickly reach out to stop her, but the moment you lift your arm, you let out a sharp gasp of pain. Ouch! What's wrong? Yuka Ryuzaki instantly notices, releasing Tomoe with a sharp shove. She grabs your hand and flips it over. Your usually smooth, fair palms are currently bloody and laced with horrific crisscrossing abrasions that look utterly gruesome. "Let's go. I'm taking you to the nurse's office." Yuka's brows furrow deeply. Looking at wounds like this, you should really go to an external hospital. But First High's nurse's office is no ordinary clinic. It's basically a fully equipped private mini-hospital. Wait! You wince just taking a couple of steps. Though your internal injuries from the beating aren't fatal, taking hits means your whole body is aching fiercely as you move. Yuka Ryuzaki spares you one look before scolding you. "And you said you were fine? Go ahead, keep trying to act tough." Her sharp gaze cuts back to the boys, and she barks a cold order at Kazuko behind her. "Watch them. Not a single one is allowed to run off. I'll be back to settle scores with them later." Kazuko, well acquainted with all of her various methods, shivers involuntarily at the command. She shoots a sympathetic look toward the boys before answering respectfully, "Understood, Miss Yuka." Hearing that, the boys plunge into unprecedented terror. Some collapse onto the ground, weeping and begging. "Miss Yuka, we know we were wrong. We'll never dare do it again." Kazuko smiles ruthlessly to herself. "You guys should consider yourselves lucky Miss Yuka doesn't physically beat people herself. Too bad she has plenty of methods to make you wish you were dead." Listening to the weeping echoes behind you, a twinge of soft-hearted sympathy hits you. You can tell these guys are genuinely terrified, their faces drained of all color as they issue pathetic, whimpering pleas. "Yuka." You start to speak up, but Yuka Ryuzaki shoots you a fierce glare. As if reading your mind, she snaps impatiently. "Shut your mouth. Don't say a single word. Just hold on to me tightly." You can only sheepishly wrap your arms around her neck. Just as Yuka Ryuzaki is about to leave, she pauses mid-step, turning her head to shoot a chilling sidelong glare down at Tomo. The corners of her soft lips curve upward as she says, "Didn't you want to know what my relationship with him is?" Tomoe stares at her blankly, trembling all over as an overwhelming wave of dread washes over him. He doesn't want to hear the answer. Like an aloof queen looking down from her throne upon the gathered crowd, Yuka Ryuzaki raises her voice and makes a domineering declaration for all to hear. "He is my husband." Did you all hear that clearly? All the color drains entirely from Tomoe's face, and the crowd of onlookers up in the school building freezes solid, eyes wide and jaws dropped. For a moment, the only sound left in the air is the chirping of birds in the trees. Giving a cold huff, Yuka Ryuzaki stops paying attention to the spectators and supports you straight toward the nurse's office. Once you're far enough away, you tug gently on her pretty chin and complain with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why'd you have to say it like that?" Yuka Ryuzaki shoots you a displeased look before deliberately teasing, "What? You want to try distancing yourself from me again?" "No." Mentioning that still brings a wave of guilt, and you swear off ever thinking that way again. You mutter, "You could have just said boyfriend or something else. You didn't have to go straight to husband." Yuka Ryuzaki gives a haughty, arrogant hum. "My mouth is on my face, I'll say whatever I damn well please." Thankfully, the nurse's office isn't far, and you arrive within minutes. Yuka Ryuzaki kicks the door wide open, hauling you inside and depositing you onto a bedside. She roars at the top of her lungs. "Where's the doctor?" Within seconds, a figure comes scurrying over in a panicked rush. "Coming!" Before the doctor can even approach, Yuka Ryuzaki pins her with a fierce, deadly glare. "Can't you move any faster?" Wiping the cold sweat off her forehead, the doctor quickens her pace, hurrying over to bow respectfully beside Yuka Ryuzaki. "Miss Yuka, is something wrong? Are you blind? Can't you see the patient right here? His hand is injured, hurry up and treat him." Yuka Ryuzaki is radiating total irritability, reining in her temper just enough to fix her hawk-like stare onto the doctor. The doctor quickly turns her attention to you on the bed to inspect the damage. "Just scraped hands? That's such a minor issue. The way Miss Yuka was screaming, I thought someone had lost a limb." Though she complains internally, she dares not show it on her face, swiftly and skillfully getting to work. A few minutes later, the bandaging is complete. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki still frowns, adding, "He took a few kicks just now too. Who knows if he has internal bleeding? Check him over properly." "All right." The doctor stands up and reaches out toward you. "Wait, what do you think you're doing?" Before the doctor's hand even brushes your clothes, Yuka Ryuzaki barks out a halt. The doctor jumps violently, facing Yuka Ryuzaki's anti-wolf glare with another wipe of cold sweat, as she explains cautiously, "Miss Ryuzaki, didn't you just ask me to examine him?" Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brows tightly. After a moment of heavy thought, she declares, "Forget it. Go call a male doctor over here." Sitting on the hospital bed, watching the doctor scurry away, you finally speak up. "Don't be so scary. I'm already fine. You don't need to worry." As you speak, you raise your newly bandaged hand up toward her to show off. It feels way better now. The antiseptic and ointment make it nice and cool. Seeing that you can still smile through it, Yuka Ryuzaki reaches out to pinch your nose, speaking in a thoroughly stubborn, contrary tone. "Who's worried about you? Talk about narcissistic." Even so, the tight knot in her chest finally relaxes completely. You laugh happily, then raise an eyebrow and slant a teasing look at her. "Not worried about me? You looked like you were ready to murder someone just a moment ago. And you call that not being worried? Thinking back to her expression earlier, your heart blooms with joy, completely filled with sweetness and warmth. You honestly never imagined she would care about you this much. Cut the crap, now's not the time for this. Did you or did you not know you were in the wrong? Yuka Ryuzaki wears a slightly unnatural expression on her pretty face, deliberately changing the subject to keep you from harping on it. Otherwise, she'd have no way to talk back and would just end up being the butt of your jokes. Reflecting on the danger you just went through, you heave a weary sigh. Those guys are seriously terrifying. I never ran into anything like that back in the States. Yuka Ryuzaki blinks at your odd tone, asking with a slight edge, regretting coming back? Your first instinct is to nod, but you smartly catch a glimpse of her and notice the flash of displeasure in her eyes. You quickly flash a beaming smile. Of course not! Not when I have you here. With you protecting me, I doubt anyone would ever dare lay a hand on me again. Duh, with me covering you, who would ever dare touch you? Yuka Ryuzaki says arrogantly. By now the whole school has probably caught wind of it, knowing full well she just declared he is my husband to the world, unless someone has a death wish and is deliberately trying to pick a fight with her. Absolutely nobody will dare lay a finger on you. You stretch lazily, but accidentally pull a muscle over your bruised abdomen, causing your face to pinch into a slight grimace. Rubbing your sore stomach, you sigh gloomily. Man, talk about bad luck. How did I end up getting targeted by a bunch of lunatics like this? They always say guys go crazy when they fall in love, and I guess I finally get to see it firsthand. Catching your movement, Yuka Ryuzaki notices you wincing. Frowning in annoyance as she glances toward the doorway, she mutters, "Why isn't the male doctor here yet? Where the hell did he wander off to?" Right on cue, the male doctor reaches the doorway, instantly jumping in fright at the sharp scold. He scurries inside nervously. Miss Yuka? I came as fast as I could. This might be a nurse's office, but this building is massive, and running all the way down from the 3rd floor takes a bit of time. Yuka Ryuzaki shoots him a freezing, razor-sharp glare. The male doctor nods submissively, hurrying over to the side of the hospital bed. He presses down lightly against your shirt to check, then naturally reaches out to lift your clothes up. Because Yuka Ryuzaki had her eyes locked directly on the doctor's movements, the moment he flips your shirt up, she naturally catches sight of your flat, fair abdomen. Since the doctor pulls the fabric up a bit too high, the edge of your underwear is also faintly exposed. Her expression turns slightly awkward, and she instinctively whips her gaze away, yet her mind refuses to let go of that underwear line. It's blue. Could it be Ultraman pattern again? The thought inevitably triggers memories of that previous pair of Ultraman briefs, making her pretty face flush a deeper shade of crimson as her brain stubbornly conjures up an image of you wearing a full set of Ultraman underwear. Yuka? Yuka? You stare up at her pretty face, your silver bell-like voice calling out to her louder and louder. Yuka Ryuzaki snaps back to reality with a violent start, choking on her own spit. Ren? Cough, 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 cough. What is it? She feels a sudden wave of panic, terrified that her wicked little mental images just got exposed. You look at her suspiciously, finding her behavior totally bizarre. Tilting your head, you ask, "What were you daydreaming about just now?" "Nothing at all." Yuka Ryuzaki quickly deflects, darting her gaze back to the doctor. "How's his condition?" Lowering your shirt back down, the doctor reports hurriedly. "Preliminary checks show no internal organ damage, but considering how filthy this student is, there might be injuries elsewhere, so I'd like to run a thorough examination." "Do it," Yuka Ryuzaki says with a short cough as she stands up. "You stay right here. I'm going outside to take care of something and I'll be right back. Don't wander off, you hear me?" You give an obedient nod in response. Only then is Yuka Ryuzaki satisfied. She glances over at the male doctor with a strict warning. "Take good care of him." "I understand, rest assured," the doctor replies respectfully. Yuka Ryuzaki leaves the nurse's office with complete peace of mind. Back at the scene of the incident, Kazuko has somehow managed to round up a crew of enforcers, boxing in the dozen-plus boys so tightly that not a single one of them has any escape route. Seeing Yuka Ryuzaki return, Kazuko immediately strides forward, reporting like a head lieutenant. "Miss Yuka, exactly as you ordered. Not a single one got away." Yuka Ryuzaki gives a satisfied nod, sweeping her frigid gaze over the pack of boys. The warning bell for class has long since rung, but a massive crowd of students has gathered around out of sheer curiosity, dying to see how Miss Yuka is going to handle this mess. Yuka Ryuzaki curls her lips into a smirk. This plays right into her hands. Seeing her approach, the weeping boys start whimpering apologies in low, trembling voices. "I'm sorry. We were wrong. We'll never dare do it again." Only Tomo, standing right at the front, stubbornly refuses to bow his head. Yuka Ryuzaki strides right up to them, stopping in her tracks as she barks coldly, "Which of you kicked him? Step forward yourself." She remembers the faces of those two culprits, pinning them with a piercing stare to see if they have the guts to own up to it. But faced with her overwhelming intimidation, not a single soul dares step out, everyone shrinking back in cowardly silence. Can dish it out but can't own up to it? Yuka Ryuzaki sneers scornfully. The two boys she's staring down suddenly turn weak at the knees, collapsing straight onto the floor with tear-filled eyes. Crawling forward with their heads bowed, they stammer, "It was us. Miss Yuka, we didn't mean to. We didn't know he was someone so important to you. We thought he was just some guy trying to hook up with you behind your back. If we had any idea he was your person, we never would have touched him in a million years. Please believe us." "So it's my fault then? You're blaming me?" Yuka Ryuzaki swallows down a cold, vicious smirk. Shaking like a leaf, the two boys violently wag their heads. "No! It's our fault!" Yuka Ryuzaki shoots a quick look at Kazuko. Understanding instantly, Kazuko orders two bodyguards to drag the pair off to the side to teach them a brutal lesson. Immediately after, Yuka Ryuzaki locks her venomous glare straight onto Tomoe. In the past, Tomoe used to pray and beg just for a single glance from Yuka Ryuzaki, but now that he finally has her attention, it brings zero joy, only a bone-chilling terror piercing straight through his soul. The agonizing screams of the other two boys echo in his ears, their faces already bruised and swollen after barely a couple of hits. Tomoe grits his teeth to the absolute limit, refusing to admit that he also kicked you, naively believing that if he denies it to the bitter end, Yuka Ryuzaki won't be able to tell. Yuka Ryuzaki simply glares down at him with icy apathy, the suffocating pressure nearly crushing Tomoe under its weight. Still, he keeps his head lowered and maintains a stubborn silence. "Good." Yuka Ryuzaki curves her pretty, soft lips into a cold, chilling arc, her deep, fathomless eyes completely unreadable before she shifts her gaze away. Sweeping her look across the rest of the boys, she suddenly barks out a command. "Get on your knees." The crowd of boys looks up in utter shock as the two battered guys are dragged back over. Yuka Ryuzaki declares mercilessly, "I want all of you to run all the way to the nurse's office and apologize to Ren." Seeing this, the remaining boys drop to their knees one after another. Only Tomo remains standing, still putting up a defiant front, with his lips bitten, completely white. Surely Yuka Ryuzaki won't force him to admit it, he thinks, relying entirely on his background. After all, he's the young master of the Tomoe group, and his father even mentioned having business ties with the Ryuzaki family. Maybe Yuka is just showing restraint because of corporate relations. A wave of smug pride bubbles up in Tomo's chest. No matter what, he must still be special to her. She wouldn't dare push him too far. Yet, a pair of long, straight legs stops right in front of him. Feeling her gaze land on him, Tomo's heart gives a violent, involuntary lurch the moment he meets Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes. She smiles, a smile so terrifying it fills him with dread. "Yuka! Miss Yuka?" He whimpers in a trembling, pitiful voice, trying desperately to spark some shred of mercy. Unfortunately for him, he miscalculated completely. All of Yuka Ryuzaki's warmth and protection seem reserved for you alone. The icy, ruthless glare she gives him hasn't changed by a fraction. Yuka Ryuzaki's smile carries a cruel edge. "Got a lot of backbone, huh? Too bad. I wonder if you'll still have that much backbone once your family goes bankrupt. Care to guess how long it'll take me to crush the Tomo group into dust?" Tomo stares at her in sheer horror, feeling as though the blood has instantly been drained from his entire body. An intense, bone-chilling dread grips him. At this moment, the woman standing before him feels like an absolute demon. He knows she's not bluffing. She would actually do it. With the absolute power of the Ryuzaki family behind her, Destroying a corporate enterprise wouldn't take her any time at all. With his face as pale as a sheet of paper, Tomo drops heavily to his knees, with a loud thud, bitter tears streaming down his cheeks. "That's a good boy." Yuka Ryuzaki curves her lips like a smiling Satan. The surrounding spectators are completely dumbfounded. None of them ever imagined Miss Yuka would make such a massive, apocalyptic fuss over a single boy. At last, everyone fully understands just how unimaginably important Ren is to her. Yuka Ryuzaki turns around and heads toward the nurse's office, followed by a pathetic train of a dozen kneeling boys. The visual is as absurd as it is shocking. Plenty of male students, harboring long-standing resentments over Tomo's usual arrogant tyranny as the self-proclaimed president of Miss Yuka's fan club, can't help suppressing snickers at his humiliating downfall. Meanwhile, the female students watch like it's a primetime drama, trailing right along behind the procession toward the nurse's office, dying to witness how this whole spectacle ends. Back in the nurse's office, you're having the doctor treat your bruises when a sudden wave of commotion echoes up from downstairs. "Doctor, do you hear that?" Just as you're about to ask, you clearly make out someone shouting your name. "I'm sorry, please forgive us." It isn't just a single yell, but a continuous, uninterrupted chant, echoing over and over again. It clicks in your head instantly. What is going on here? Did Yuka actually go settle scores with those guys and drag them all over here to apologize to me? Right then, the door opens and Yuka Ryuzaki walks inside. She checks on the doctor first before asking anxiously, "Is the checkup done? How is he?" The doctor stands up in a hurry to report, "He's not badly hurt, just some superficial scrapes and bruises. A bit of ointment, and he'll be right as rain." Yuka Ryuzaki finally breathes a sigh of relief. She walks over and pulls you up by the arm. "Come on, I'm taking you to see something." Looking up into her pretty face, you already have your suspicions confirmed, and a bright smile spreads across your lips. But the moment you step out onto the balcony and look down at the courtyard below, your jaw drops open in sheer shock. A dozen plus guys, including Tomo himself, are kneeling dead on the pavement, kowtowing repeatedly, while shouting at the top of their lungs for your forgiveness. Speechless, you swivel your head back around to stare at Yuka Ryuzaki in utter bewilderment. What on earth is going on here? Wearing a serene, sunny smile, Yuka Ryuzaki replies, "They're apologizing to you. Just watch. Whenever you feel like they've suffered enough, you can let them off the hook." You are left crying tears of laughter at this is way too exaggerated. Though you certainly despise those guys for showing zero mercy when they ganged up on you earlier, seeing this kind of public humiliation unfold right beneath your window feels a bit too surreal. After all, these guys are pampered rich kids who have never faced this level of degradation in their entire lives, and right now they're sobbing openly as they perform kowtows. Ultimately lacking the stomach for it, you turn to her and say, forget it, just make them stop." Seeing this makes me super uncomfortable. Yuka Ryuzaki disagrees, tugging gently on your arm. "Don't be such a softie. Think about how merciless they were when they were beating you up. They sure didn't hold back." Noticing the filthy, dirt-stained knees of the boys, many of whom are wearing shorts, leaving their skin scraped raw against the concrete, you frown deeply. A sudden, terrifying thought pops into your head. Did they seriously run all the way here on their knees? You stare at her in stunned disbelief. Yuka Ryuzaki nods with absolute nonchalance, a cold, ruthless edge sharpening her chiseled, handsome features. "Yep. Otherwise, did you think I'd let them off that easily? Making them pay this much is me showing extreme mercy. That's your version of mercy? If she didn't show mercy, what kind of nightmare result would that be? You can't even begin to imagine. Giving you your very first taste of just how terrifyingly cruel she can be when pushed. Because you haven't granted your forgiveness yet, the guys down below keep kowtowing continuously, not daring to stop for a second. Hating the wretched sight and realizing Yuka isn't going to help you out, you step forward and shout down to the courtyard. "All right, I forgive you guys. You can stop now." Only then do the boys finally freeze their kowtowing motions. Glancing over your expression with a soft huff, Yuka Ryuzaki reaches out to grab you by the collar, dragging you straight back inside. "If you don't want to look, then stop looking. Next time you gotta consult with me before pulling a stunt like this, okay?" You sigh, fixing a gaze on her. "Seeing a scene like that gives me the creeps. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight." Yuka Ryuzaki completely ignores your protest. Taking the medicine tube from the male doctor, she wraps a supportive arm around your waist. Come on, let's take you home. No need. I'm way better now. I can walk myself. You object instinctively, especially when you catch the male doctor's wide-eyed, shocked stare, making you want zero physical assistance from her right now. Yuka Rizaki shoots you a ferocious glare over her shoulder, demanding in her trademark bossy tone, "Get over here right now, did you hear me?" You can only sheepishly wrap a hand around her arm as she leads you out of the clinic. By the time you step out of the building, the lingering crowd hasn't dispersed yet. Seeing Yuka Ryuzaki physically supporting you draws another round of wide-eyed, slack-jawed stares, looking as though they've just witnessed a mythological miracle. Feeling utterly mortified, you bury your face down low against your chest, pretending you can't see anyone. Paying zero attention to the wandering eyes of the onlookers, Yuka Ryuzaki steers you straight toward the parking lot. Since classes are currently in session, the pathways are mostly clear of students, allowing you two to make your way to her car in relative peace. She settles you into the passenger seat before driving you away from campus. Exhausted from the roller coaster of events, your eyelids grow heavy, and you drift fast asleep in the car. When the luxury vehicle smoothly slides into the underground garage of the apartment complex, Yuka Ryuzaki glances over and finds your cute face soundly asleep. Total little pig falls asleep anywhere, anytime, she thinks with an amused smile, reaching out to tap your button nose affectionately. Go away, you mumble. Watching your adorable sleeping posture, Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a soft laugh before getting out of the car, once again recruiting the security guard to carry your sleeping form all the way up to the apartment. Back inside the apartment, she deposits you gently onto the living room sofa, settling down onto the rug right beside it. Her deep, fathomless gaze locks onto your fair, delicate face. Unable to resist, she reaches out a finger to lightly trace your lips. So soft, makes a person want to taste it. Does it still taste as sweet as last time? Self-control is a foreign concept in Yuka Ryuzaki's dictionary. She operates entirely on impulse, doing whatever she feels like doing whenever she wants. Leaning her upper body forward, she closes the distance, pressing her soft lips directly against yours. The tender contact feels heavenly, but mere lip-to-lip contact isn't enough. She wants something a bit deeper. Just as she tries to part your teeth and slip her tongue past your lips, your eyelashes flutter slightly, as if something is startling you awake. Panicking instantly, Yuka Ryuzaki jerks backwards so fast she crashes right into the coffee table, nearly wiping out completely. Yet you simply shift positions on the sofa, turning your face outward as you smack your lips contentedly and sink back into a deep, peaceful sleep. Realizing you never actually noticed a thing, Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a huff, her ink-black eyes glaring at your sleeping face with feigned disgust. Such a sloppy sleeper. In truth, her heart is still hammering from the guilt of nearly getting caught in the act. Standing back up, she leans in close again, thinking she'll just pinch your cute cheek. Right then, a loud, cheerful ringtone cuts through the silence. It's your phone chiming in your pocket, wrinkling your brow as you stir uncomfortably, caught between waking up and wanting to stay asleep. Fearing the noise will fully wake you up, Yuka Ryuzaki quickly fishes the phone out of your pocket. The moment she checks the caller ID, her brows knit into an angry twitch. Hina. She shoots a glare down at your sleeping face. This punk actually has Hina's personal number? Just how close have these two gotten? The phone keeps ringing. Staring at the flashing name on the screen brings a fresh surge of annoyance to Yuka Ryuzaki. Without a second thought, she hits decline, instantly tosses the number onto the block list, and deletes her right out of the contacts list. Executing the entire sequence of moves in one swift, ruthless workflow without an ounce of remorse, she tosses the phone right back onto the coffee table. Lowering her gaze back to your slumbering face, she pinches your nose with a dissatisfied huff. Does she still take her wife seriously? And out of everyone, it just has to be Hina, someone she's already at war with. I literally warned her about Hina before, but this brat completely ignored me and kept hanging out with the Hina person anyway, swapping phone numbers after barely knowing her for a few days. How did Hina suddenly turn out to be so approachable anyway? Thinking about how uniquely nice Hina treats you makes Yuka's blood boil even hotter. Deprived of oxygen by your pinched nose, you start struggling uncomfortably, on the verge of suffocating. Mumbling in protest, you turn your head away and instinctively part your lips to catch your breath. Yuka gaze deepens instantly as she locks onto your mouth, especially the slightly parted lips that look for all the world, like an explicit invitation to kiss her. Still harboring some lingering regret from earlier when she got interrupted before she could deepen the kiss, she decides that since you're offering your lips up this time around, she's not going to stand on ceremony. Lunging forward once more, she presses her soft lips to yours, wasting zero time or hesitation this time, as she slides her tongue straight past your parted teeth. Already dealing with mild oxygen deprivation, getting ambushed like this pushes you right to the edge, finally jolting you awake with a soft whimper. Sensing movement this time, Yuka Ryuzaki pulls back, leaning down to inspect your face to see if you're actually waking up or just sleep muttering. To her slight disappointment, your eyelids flutter open. You really are waking up. Snapping upright and scrambling backward in a flash, she puts some distance between you, faking absolute innocence as if she's been there the whole time. Blinking sleepily, you open your eyes and look up at her. Yuka Ryuzaki immediately turns her gaze away, though a betraying flush of pink dusts her pretty cheeks. Thankfully, you just woke up, and your vision is still too blurry to notice a thing. You sit up and let out a massive yawn, lazily stretching your back. As you wipe your hand across your mouth, you realize there is moisture on it. Did I actually drool in my sleep? Terrified that Yuka Ryuzaki might see and mock you for it, you quickly wipe it away with the back of your hand to destroy the evidence. Once your vision clears up a bit, you blink up at her in utter confusion. Yuka, why are you sitting on the floor? What are you doing? Yuka Ryuzaki, whose sharp intellect is usually foolproof, finds her brain stalling for a few seconds. Stammering awkwardly, she throws out a random excuse. I was meditating. You give her a deeply weird look. Meditating? That word seems like the absolute last thing in the world that would ever apply to her. Yuka Ryuzaki abruptly bounces to her feet, glaring down at you. What I'm doing is none of your business. Aren't you tired? Go back to your room and sleep. With that, she strides over on her long legs, storms into the study, and slams the door shut with a loud bang. Blinking sleepily with heavy eyes, you stare at her, retreating back and scratch your head. What's gotten into this weirdo? Smacking your lips and feeling your throat parched and dry, you prepare to get off the sofa and go find some water. Right then, with a sudden creak, the study door flies back open. Yuka Ryuzaki walks out wearing a completely deadpan expression, her eyes locked dead onto the coffee table. Strutting straight over, she grabs your phone and turns right back toward the study, tossing out, "Lend me your phone for a second." Before you can even process what's happening, she has already snatched your device and retreated back inside the study. You have your own phone, why are you borrowing mine, you think, completely baffled. But since your primary goal right now is quenching your thirst, you don't bother chasing after her for it. Besides, you don't have anything incriminating on there anyway. You head over to the refrigerator, grab a bottle of mineral water, and gulp it down thirstily. After grabbing your phone and retreating to the study, a wave of panic hits Yuka Ryuzaki as she remembers Hina's incoming call log and rushes to delete it. She had completely forgotten about that detail until just now, thanking her lucky stars that you had just woken up with a sluggish reaction time. Otherwise, you definitely would have suspected something. Once the logs are wiped clean, she steps back out of the study, just in time to see you drinking water. Walking over toward her while wiping your mouth, you ask, "Yuka, I'm starving. Do we seriously only have crackers in the house? Is there nothing else to eat?" Remembering the taste of that kiss from earlier, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly finds her own throat turning dry. "Give me a sip of that." Without waiting for an answer, she reaches out a hand and aggressively snatches the bottle of mineral water right out of your grip. You glare at her in utter annoyance. "If you want a drink, go get your own." Licking your lips, you realize you're still a bit thirsty, so you helplessly turn around and walk back to the fridge to grab another bottle. Yuka Ryuzaki tilts her head back, drinking straight from the bottle you just used. Is it just because he drank from it? Why does this actually taste a little sweet? It tastes totally different from usual. Downing the rest of the water in one go, she kicks open the trash can and tosses the empty plastic bottle inside. Watching her wipe away the water droplets from her lips, your brain finally catches up. She's drinking from the exact same bottle I just used. Doesn't that mean this counts as an indirect kiss? Once that thought crosses your mind, your eyes automatically drift down to her thin lips. They have a gorgeous shape and an indescribable air of sexiness, probably the kind of lips belonging to someone who really knows how to kiss. That immediately leads you back to the thought of all her past boyfriends, meaning those sexy lips must have kissed plenty of guys before. A sudden wave of minor disappointment washes over you, and you mentally curse her out in your head. Such a total player. Sensing your resentment-filled glare, Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brows and looks at you in bewilderment. What's wrong with you now? Even if you're hungry, you'll have to wait a second. I can't just magically conjure up food out of thin air. I'll order delivery for you right now, okay? Can you cook noodles or something? You ask, harboring a bit of lingering grievance and deliberately trying to give her a hard time. Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a snort of laughter. Cook noodles? This young lady has never even boiled drinking water in her life. If you want to eat something I cooked, you better not mind risking your life. After giving her a long stare, you snatch your phone right back out of her hand. I don't have a death wish. Just hurry up and order the delivery then. I want pizza, and oh, get some roasted chicken wings too. Tell them to hurry up. I'm genuinely starving. Yuka Ryuzaki picks up the phone and immediately dials to place the order. Having chugged way too much water, you suddenly realize you really need to use the bathroom, forgetting to even put your phone down as you rush straight into the restroom. To your total embarrassment, the moment you sit down on the toilet, your phone starts ringing loudly. Are you kidding me? I'm in the middle of using the bathroom. Why does someone have to call right now? Glancing down at the screen to see an unfamiliar number, you answer it without overthinking. The second the call connects, a lovely female voice floats through the speaker. Ren, it's me. What are you up to? You nearly choke on your own saliva. Cough, cough. How is it her? You definitely can't tell her you're sitting on the toilet. Nothing much. Is there something you need? You ask, dropping your voice to a shy whisper. Hina pauses on the other end before saying, I tried calling you earlier, but you hung up. When I tried calling back, it wouldn't go through at all. It felt like I got blocked, though I figured you wouldn't be the one to do that. Stunned, you blurt out, You called me? I didn't get anything. When did you call? About 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. I was still dead asleep. You mutter under your breath, your eyes widening slowly as realization hits you. You were asleep, and there was only one other person in the apartment, Yuka Ryuzaki. So it doesn't take a genius to figure out that she must have been the culprit who hung up Hina's call, blocked her number, and even snatched your phone earlier just to cover her tracks. Unbelievable. How could that jerk do something like that? Gripped by sudden guilt, you stammer out an apology. I'm so sorry. It was actually my friend. Hina's deep, gentle voice replies, It's fine. I figured it wasn't you anyway. How are you holding up? I heard you got jumped. Are your injuries serious? So that's why she was calling you in such a frantic rush. She was worried about you. It looks like she really does view you as a friend now. A genuine smile blossoms across your face as you reply, I'm okay. The injuries aren't that bad. I was actually planning to head down to the basketball court to find you, but I had terrible luck, got cornered halfway there, and ended up taking a beating. Hina's voice drops a notch, turning heavier. I heard about it. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't asked you to come, it's not your fault at all. How could you possibly take the blame for this? If anyone's to blame, it's that menace Yuka Ryuzaki. If she weren't such a magnet for trouble, none of these crazy fanboys would be losing their minds. Are you really okay? Don't lie to me, please. I want to hear the truth about how you're doing. You can hear the genuine, heartfelt worry in Hina's tone. Smiling warmly, you reassure her, I'm fine, seriously. Just think about it. If I were really badly hurt, I wouldn't be able to sit here joking around with you on the phone, right? Hina finally lets out a sigh of relief. That's good then. Also, is there something else I can ask you? Her tone turns somewhat serious and deep. Hearing the shift in her voice, you tense up, feeling as though she's about to ask something major. Is Yuka Ryuzaki your girlfriend? You freeze in your tracks. You definitely didn't expect her to drop that question. Then again, she must have heard about everything that went down today. Yuka publicly declaring that you're her husband has probably spread like wildfire across the entire school. Well, about that, you hesitate, wondering how on earth you're supposed to explain this. Yuka Ryuzaki is obviously not your girlfriend. She's your fiancée. Hearing your hesitation, Hina says considerately, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. It's totally fine. It's not that you don't want to talk about it, but rather that you have no idea how to define your relationship with her. It's just a massive, complicated mess. You scratch your head, internally torn over whether or not you should reveal your true identity and your actual connection to Yuka Ryuzaki to Hina. Is she your girlfriend? Not really. Even though Yuka previously suggested telling the world you're her boyfriend as a way of shielding you under her wing, didn't you reject that idea? Plus, technically speaking, even though you and Yuka share an arranged marriage, you aren't actually dating for real. Hina pauses for a moment before trying a different angle. Let me ask you this then. Do you like her? Like, in that romantic boy and girl kind of way? You blink in surprise. Do I like Yuka Ryuzaki? The question leaves you blank for a second before you answer, of course not. There's nothing like that between us. How could I ever have romantic feelings for Yuka? Of course, deep down inside, you do like her. She's your childhood friend, you've been close since diapers, she treats you like family, and she's always been amazing to you, so how could you not like her? But romantic love? That's a concept you've literally never even entertained. Hina's voice drops to a low, serious register. Ren, where are you right now? At home. You answer, finding this question much easier to deal with than the last one. Hina asks eagerly, are you free to step out for a bit? You pause to think. You still need to eat, and once you're done eating, you should have plenty of time, right? You nod and ask, is something up? Those 4 simple words send a sudden flutter through your chest, sounding just like a lover's soft murmur. Your heart completely skips a beat. Since you're a total sucker for good voices, and Hina's voice happens to be gorgeous, hearing her say, I want to see you in such a tender tone, makes your imagination run wild. You quickly give yourself a light slap on the forehead. Stop overthinking things. Hina must just have a real reason for wanting to see me. It's not like that. Snapping back to reality, you reply, yeah, I can make time. Hina immediately responds on the other end, great, let's set a time then. Can we do noon? Before you even have a chance to answer, loud, heavy banging echoes against the front door, immediately followed by Yuka Ryuzaki's teasing voice. You've been locked in there forever. What on earth are you doing? Panic flashes through your chest. Terrified that Yuka will catch you on the phone with Hina, you quickly whisper into the receiver, I'll call you back later. Bye. Hanging up in a rush, you suddenly remember you're still sitting on the toilet. You frantically pull up your pants, flush the toilet, shove the phone deep into your pocket, and hurry over to unlock the door. Yuka Ryuzaki leans casually against the door frame, a cocky, wicked smirk playing across her pretty face as she looks you up and down. I was starting to think you fell down the toilet bowl. You glare right back at her. You're the one who fell down the toilet bowl. Yuka Ryuzaki peeks past you into the bathroom, wrinkling her nose. Then what took you so long in there? You definitely aren't going to tell her the truth. If it weren't for the fact that she helped bail you out of trouble today, you'd probably launch yourself at her right now. Giving the air a sniff, Yuka Ryuzaki decides it doesn't smell bad, grabs you firmly by the arm and hauls you right out. Hurry up and get out, I really need to use the restroom. It's an emergency. Yet throughout all of this, you just stand there looking completely vacant and deeply suspicious. Yuka Ryuzaki gives you an evil little grin. What, do you want to stay and watch? I wouldn't mind, you know. Pervert! I definitely don't want to watch, snaps you, finally jolted back to your senses by her teasing before you turn and bolt. The second Yuka Ryuzaki steps inside the bathroom and shuts the door, you make sure the coast is clear before sneaking off to pull out your phone. You immediately dive into the block list, fish Hina's number back out, and fire off a quick text explaining the situation. Hina replies almost instantly, can you make it out later? Let's meet up outside. You stare at the text and hesitate. The delivery hasn't arrived yet, and after you eat, you'll still need to figure out an excuse to sneak away. Time is getting way too tight, so you type back, can we make it for after school this afternoon? Within seconds, Hina's text pings through, carrying a gentle tone. Alright, see you then. Just as you drop your phone back down, the bathroom door opens and Yuka Ryuzaki steps out. Catching her sharp gaze sweeping in your direction, you tense up instinctively and shove the phone behind your back, feeling a guilty pang of anxiety like a cheating spouse caught red-handed. Desperate to mask your nervousness, you blurt out, my phone's dying, I'm going to take it to my room to charge, before scurrying off at top speed into the bedroom. Yuka Ryuzaki's ink-black eyes narrow as she watches you go, completely unreadable. The delivery service is impressively efficient, arriving in just 30 minutes. True to her word, Yuka Ryuzaki ordered a mountain of your absolute favorite foods. and the sight of all that delicious grub causes you to completely abandon all self-control and stuff your face. Once you're done eating, you collapse lazily onto the sofa, patting your distended food baby belly. I'm so full. Glancing at the clock, you realize it's already midday, prompting you to turn to Yuka Ryuzaki and say, "Yuka, I don't feel like going to classes this afternoon. You go on ahead without me, and make sure to tell the teacher I'm still recovering from my injuries." It's the perfect excuse to successfully play hooky for a few days. To your shock, Yuka Ryuzaki is lounging on the other end of the couch with an iPad in her hands, purring in her sultry, smooth voice. "I don't feel like going either. I'm staying right here to keep you company." What? You're not going either? You never expected her to pull a move like this, and instant panic sets in. "You don't need to stay home to babysit me. I'm totally fine on my own. You should just go to class." Yuka Ryuzaki senses something fishy, narrowing her eyes at you with deep suspicion. "Why are you suddenly so desperate to chase me off to school? Are you planning to sneak around and do something behind my back?" Her gaze turns razor sharp. "Nah, no way!" Your guilt flares up, making your voice crack and stutter. Yuka Ryuzaki lowers the iPad, blinking her gorgeous eyes. You nod frantically like an obedient little student. "I'm being totally serious. I just don't want you falling behind on your studies on my account." "You don't need to worry about me at all, seriously. Go to class. I can take care of myself." You puff out your chest and make grand promises. If she stays glued to your side all afternoon, how on earth are you supposed to slip out and meet Hina? Desperate to distract her, you execute a sudden, spring-loaded leap straight off the couch, terrified that if she keeps interrogating you, your cover is going to blow. You head straight for the study, whining loudly. "I'm so bored. Let me borrow your computer to play some games. I haven't touched a PC since I got back, and my gaming cravings are hitting hard." "Hold on a second." Yuka Ryuzaki surges forward in a flash, blocking your path. "The study is off limits. You are not allowed in here." You puff out your lower lip in deep dissatisfaction. "Off limits? Why can't I go in? Are you hiding something?" You flash her a knowing, playful grin and poke her suggestively. "Some secret little stash?" Yuka Ryuzaki grabs your finger in a tight grip. "Anyway, my study is my territory, which means you are barred from entry. Period. Especially my computer. You are strictly forbidden from touching it. Understand?" As she speaks, she reaches out to pinch your cheek hard. "Ouch!" You wince, swatting her hand away. "Fine, whatever, keep your precious room. It's not like you've got buried treasure in there anyway." You huff indignantly, turn on your heel, storm back into the bedroom, and slam the door shut behind you with a loud bang. Inside the bedroom, you press your ear flat against the wooden door panel, straining to catch any sound from outside. Did she go back into the study when she heard the door close? Should I take a gamble? If I sprint out while she's out of the living room. But wait. If she realizes I'm gone, she'll know I sneaked out. That's way too risky, and will definitely raise flags. You feel a massive headache coming on. You really need to come up with a solid, airtight excuse that lets you walk right out the front door in broad daylight, without making her suspect a thing. You walk over to the floor-to-ceiling windows and gaze out at the brilliant afternoon sunshine. Given how high up you are, the 38th floor, the sheer drop is terrifying. Climbing down the side of the building is definitely a suicide mission you're not ready to test. What do? You collapse face first onto the bed, stretching out like a starfish. A heavy food coma hits you hard after that big meal, and before you know it, you drift off into a deep sleep. When you finally blink your eyes open again, it's already past 3 p.m. Rotating your neck stiffly, you realize you slept way too long, and your head feels heavy and foggy. Dragging your feet in your slippers, you shamelessly shuffle out to the living room, pull a bottle of water from the fridge, and take a few long swallows. A refreshing chill sweeps through your body, slowly clearing up your groggy mind. The apartment is dead silent, save for the bright beams of sunlight streaming through the windows. You glance over toward the study, no sound at all. Is Yuka asleep in there or playing games? If I sneak out for an hour and come right back, maybe she won't even notice I was gone. Grabbing your phone, you tiptoe on padded feet over to the entryway. Quietly sliding on your shoes with painstaking care, you pull the door shut with the slow precision of a movie scene in slow motion. Success! You actually made it out. Without a single second to waste, You quickly fire off a text to Hina, letting her know you're on your way. You dive straight into the elevator, sprint out the building lobby once you hit the ground floor, and wave down a passing taxi. "Driver, take me to first high." Little do you know, the exact microsecond you stepped foot out of the apartment, the study door swung open, and Yuka Ryuzaki walked right out. Walking into the cafe, you look around. This is the exact spot you and Hina agreed on. The street sits right next to First High, making it a favorite hangout spot for students after class. The moment you push through the front doors, a rich, fragrant wave of roasted coffee beans hits your senses. Before you even have to search for her, Hina catches your eye and waves you over. You walk over with a smile, slide into the booth opposite her, and ask, "Have you been waiting long?" Hina gracefully slides the laminated menu across the table toward you. "Take a look and see what you want to drink." This place is super popular with the students, so the stuff here is usually pretty good. You aren't really a coffee person. You're much more of a boba or kumquat lemonade kind of guy. But the second you flip open the menu and look at the printed numbers, your voice instantly gets caught in your throat. Holy crap. You snap your head up to stare at Hina, quickly use the menu to block your face, and lean across the table to whisper urgently. This place is insanely expensive. A single drink costs almost $100. Even though you've certainly bought pricier things before, your immediate instinct is tied to Hina's everyday financial situation. Hina just sits there with a gentle smile playing on her lips, looking totally unbothered as she says, "It's fine, go ahead and order whatever you want. I can easily afford this." You furrow your brows. "No way, forget it, this place is a total ripoff." That's when it finally dawns on you why she mentioned this spot is popular among students. First High is an elite private academy after all, and the kids who hang out here are mostly wealthy heirs and heiresses. To them, these prices are pocket change. Right at that moment, a waiter walks over with a bright, friendly smile and a fresh-faced, handsome look. To your shock, he sets down 2 plates loaded with strawberry shortcake. You stare at Hina in stunned disbelief. "Did you order these?" Hina nods, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Yeah, I heard people say their desserts are amazing, and since you're here with me today, I thought we could try them together." The second the waiter turns around, you desperately flip back to the dessert section of the menu to check the price tags. Hina watches your frantic search with an amused, helpless look. "Stop looking, just pick a drink." You frantically thumb through the pages until you finally locate the price for the strawberry shortcakes, and your eyes widen to the size of saucers. "Over $100 each? This is highway robbery." Your voice comes out a bit too loud, drawing sideways glances from the nearby tables. Hina flushes with embarrassment, coughing softly into her hand to remind you to keep it down. While she doesn't mind your cluelessness and even finds it kinda cute, you've been the center of way too much wild school gossip today, so keeping a low profile is definitely the smarter play. Naturally noticing the stares, your cheeks heat up with a light pink blush as you pull your collar up defensively. You shove the menu aside, point at the plain glass of iced lemon water the waiter just dropped off, and announce, "I'll just stick to this." Seeing that, Hina doesn't push any further, just sitting there gazing at you with a soft, bright smile. You take a casual sip of water, your mind racing with thoughts of how fast you need to get back so Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't catch you playing hooky. "Hina, what did you want to talk to me about?" you ask, racing against the clock and hoping to wrap this up ASAP so you can bolt. Hina's deep brown eyes lock onto yours. "Actually, you can just call me Hina-chan, you know." You pause for a fraction of a second. Calling her Hina-chan sounds way too intimate. Hina arches a delicate brow, her voice taking on a hint of wounded disappointment. "I thought of you as a friend. Am I wrong to think you feel the same?" Of course not." "Wait, no." Realizing how that sounded, you immediately scramble to correct yourself. Terrified she'll misunderstand, your head bobs up and down like a pecking pigeon. How could you not view her as a friend? You'd wanted to be friends with her right from the start. It's just that everything happened so fast. You figured someone like her would be hard to crack and take ages to warm up to someone, which is why hearing her say that caught you completely off guard. Hina clearly looks satisfied with that answer, a bright smile returning to her eyes as she slides the plate of strawberry shortcake closer to you. "Good. Then from now on, you'll call me Hina-chan, okay? Now eat up before the cake gets warm." Your eyes curve into a smile, and shortly after, you take a bite of the strawberry shortcake. A burst of fresh strawberry flavor spreads across the tip of your tongue, instantly making your eyes light up. It is genuinely delicious, so no wonder this place is so expensive. It's pretty much worth every penny. You push the other piece toward her, saying, "Ren," and urge her on, "You should try some too." The taste is really amazing, so good you never get tired of it and just want another piece. "Then, let's order another piece." She smiles, picks up a fork, and takes a bite as well. That delicious flavor truly makes her eyes light up for a moment, and she nods in agreement toward you. Looking at your satisfied little face, she thinks this is probably the most delicious strawberry shortcake in the world. You quickly shake your head. One piece is enough. If you kept eating just because you never got tired of it, wouldn't you end up eating her into bankruptcy? You finish off the cake in less than a minute, pick at the remaining cream, and ask her, "Tomoe. Oh right, since you were in such a huge rush to find me, what is this all about? Is it something really important?" Hina puts down her fork slowly upon hearing this, her eyes gazing at you as her lovely voice gently says, "Ren, I was initially a bit worried about your injuries, but seeing you so full of energy, you must really be fine after all." After all, according to the version she heard, you got jumped by a group of guys, got your hand hurt, bled a lot, and someone even exaggeratedly claimed you got kicked in the internal organs and threw up a ton of blood. Even though you said you were fine over the phone, she still wanted to confirm it with her own eyes. You freeze for a moment. You actually thought she had some major, crucial matter. You had even mentally prepared yourself for it. Who would have thought it would be so vastly different from what you imagined? No, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Hina notices your seemingly disappointed expression and cannot help smiling. Staring intently and seriously into your eyes, she suddenly asks, "What kind of relationship do you have with Yuka Ryuzaki?" Well, you scratch your head, momentarily at a loss for words. How on earth are you supposed to explain your relationship with her? Who would have thought Hina would gently chuckle and go ahead and state her guess directly? You've known each other for a long time, haven't you? Even before you transferred to First High, you already knew each other. And you're very close too, right? To think she would lay it out so bluntly, you are momentarily stunned. So I guess there is no need to keep hiding it anymore. But right at that moment, a loud voice suddenly comes from the side. The voice is so familiar that your body instantly stiffens, and your instinctive reaction tells you that Yuka Ryuzaki has arrived. If she catches you sneaking out, and on top of that, coming to see Hina, whom she has beef with, you're done for. You are completely dead. You blankly turn your head, but before you can even see who it is, a figure lunges forward, throws an arm around your neck, and yells, "Ren, it really is you." I thought I was seeing things for a second. A solid embrace carrying a faint hint of cologne. It's a guy. You finally raise your head in surprise, looking toward the person in front of you. "Suta, what are you doing here?" Suta raises an eyebrow and glares at you. That line should be mine to ask you, what are you doing here? When did you return to the country? You awkwardly scratch your head. I've been back for a few days. Suta lets go of you, looking thoroughly displeased as he says, "Then why didn't you tell me when you came back? How long are you staying this time, and when are you heading back?" Well, you offer a brief explanation. I've transferred to study at First High now, so I'll be staying in the country for a short while. After all, once your marriage arrangement with Yuka Ryuzaki gets annulled, you'll probably head back to America. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Suta excitedly grabs your hand, his eyes widening in pleasant surprise. That's fantastic! Awesome! From now on, we can hang out together all the time. Suta is beside himself with joy. You turn the tables and complain to him. Right, where have you even been lately? I've been at school for several days and haven't seen hide nor hair of you. Suta smiles sheepishly. My dad went to France for a fashion exhibition, so I tagged along to have some fun. I'm so jealous of you, you muse aloud. Suta's father is a famous fashion designer who is constantly flying all over the world. Does Yuka know you're back? Suta suddenly asks, looking at Ren. She knows. Mentioning this, you suddenly remember Hina's presence. You glance at her rather sheepishly and find a faint smile lingering on her face, looking as though she isn't surprised at all. Suta notices Hina at that moment as well. When he gets a clear look at Hina's face, he freezes on the spot, staring at Ren before exclaiming, "Hina! Why are you sitting together with Ren?" You aren't surprised at all that Suta knows Hina. After all, Hina is quite the prominent figure at First High herself. But why do you feel like Suta's expression is a bit weird? Right, his face seems even redder than it was a moment ago. Immediately after, Suta abruptly sits down, shoving you off to the side. He gazes into Hina's eyes, an expression of youthful shyness and delight unexpectedly surfacing as he asks, "How do you know Ren?" His gaze seems glued to Hina, unable to tear away ever again. Even someone as dense as you can, feel the fiery heat of his stare, and a sudden thought pops into your head. Could Suda have a crush on Hina? So you hurriedly give Suda a tug, leaning close to his ear to whisper, "Can you tone down the way you're looking at her? Quick, tell me, what's going on between you and Hina? Are you guys going out on a date?" Suta suddenly thinks of this possibility and looks at you with a heartbroken expression. Don't talk nonsense. You feel the atmosphere is far too awkward, so you quickly tell him, "Just get lost for now and I'll explain it to you later. Stop making a mess here." Suta is pushed up to his feet, looking thoroughly reluctant. "Fine, all right, I'm leaving. I'll call you later." Once you wave goodbye to Suda and send him off, you finally let out a sigh of relief. "I'm so sorry," you say apologetically, looking toward Hina. Hina simply shakes her head with a slight smile. "It's fine. Looks like I guessed right." You feel a bit dazed. With Suda causing such a scene, your little brain is momentarily scrambled and can't keep up with her pace. You and Yuka Ryuzaki have known each other for many years, right? Childhood sweethearts? Hina looks into your eyes, her voice drifting out softly. You freeze for a split second. Figuring she has already guessed it anyway, there is no point in keeping it hidden, so you nod. "Yeah, sure enough. I should have guessed it sooner." Hina speaks softly, her tone carrying a slightly heavy resonance. Her eyes seem filled with some kind of emotion, but you can't quite read it. You feel the atmosphere is strange, suddenly unsure of what to say. Right at that moment, you remember something? Yuka Ryuzaki mentioned that they have bad blood. What kind of conflict is it anyway? You mutter inwardly, "Now that Hina knows I'm close with Yuka Ryuzaki, will she look at me differently?" Who would have thought Hina would look right at you and drop a sentence that instantly tightens your chest? The last time you were crying outside the headmaster's office, was it because you had a fight with Yuka Ryuzaki? Over getting the security guard reinstated? You look at her in slight astonishment. How on earth did she guess it so accurately? But you still nod. "Ren, one last question," Hina says softly, continuing right after. You raise your head to meet her deep, penetrating eyes. That gaze seems capable of seeing right through you. "What question?" Hina states it directly. "You guys aren't dating, right? Did she only say that because she was trying to stick up for you?" Ren, you instantly understand she is referring to the time Yuka Ryuzaki claimed you were her husband. You feel what she said is correct. Ren, you continue nodding. That's how it is. As for your marriage relationship with Yuka, there's no need to mention it anyway. Nobody knows about it, and you don't need to announce it to the outside world either. Who knows, maybe this engagement will be canceled after a while. A smile appears in Hina's eyes. Ren, all right, I'm done asking. Seeing through your thoughts, she adds reassuringly, "Don't worry, I won't stop treating you as a friend just because of your relationship with her. We're still friends." Hearing those words, your smile finally returns in full force. "I knew you wouldn't be like Yuka. That girl has such a massive temper. Achoo!" Meanwhile, back at home, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly lets out a sneeze. At this point, you check the time, your expression instantly tightening. You look at Hina with some anxiety. "I'm sorry, I have to go now. I've been out for almost an hour already. If I don't go back soon, Yuka is definitely going to find out I sneaked out." Hina nods and signals the waiter for the bill. You feel a bit awkward. "How about we go Dutch?" Hina has already paid the bill. "Ren," she says, smiling at you, "it's fine. My treat this time, and you can treat me next time." Without thinking too much about it, you nod. All right. In your mind, you're already plotting to treat her to something really good next time, and something even more expensive than this. As if suddenly thinking of something, Hina looks at you directly and asks, "Why don't you take me to the movies instead? A blockbuster is coming out this weekend, and I've been wanting to see it for a long time. I don't know if you'd be interested." "You mean that movie? I like it too." You eagerly agree, but then abruptly freeze up. You suddenly remember the fact that she has a boyfriend. You look at her hesitatingly. "Ren, the two of us going to the movies together might be a little inappropriate, don't you think?" "What's inappropriate about it?" Hina asks, looking at you uncomprehendingly. You give her a wry smile. "Don't you have a boyfriend? If your boyfriend finds out, he'll definitely get mad. How about this? I'll pay, and you bring your boyfriend along to watch it too. How does that sound? Hina pauses for a brief second, then suddenly bursts into a smile. You can't quite figure out what her expression means, whether she's agreeing to your suggestion or turning it down. But you are firm in your heart. Since she has a boyfriend, going to the movies with her alone is an absolute no-go. You have to keep proper boundaries. Who would have thought Hina would look you straight in the eyes and say, "Actually, I don't have a boyfriend"? You are completely dumbfounded. Hina lets out a soft, delicate smile. "I said I don't have a boyfriend, so you can invite me to the movies." "No need to change the plan, Ren," she says. "Wait, no, that's not right." You are completely baffled. You don't have a boyfriend? How can that be? Didn't you have a boyfriend? You feel an instant sense of incomprehension. If only one person had said it, it might be false. But the fact that she had a boyfriend wasn't just rumored by Sakura. Even Yuka Ryuzaki said so too. You might not believe Sakura, but even though Yuka is domineering and petty, you still tend to believe what she says. Hina touches the bridge of her nose, looking a bit embarrassed as she admits, "The thing about having a boyfriend, I made it up on purpose." You are stunned once again, never expecting things to turn out like this. You immediately make a connection and blurt out in surprise, "Ren!" Could it be that you used that as an excuse to turn down all those guys confessing to you, and then over time, everyone just assumed you really had a boyfriend? No wonder people always said her boyfriend is super mysterious, nobody has ever seen him, and nobody even knows what school he's from. Turns out this so-called boyfriend didn't even exist in the first place. Hina makes a shush gesture toward you, her pretty face carrying a serious expression. "Only you know about this. You have to keep it a secret for me, got it?" You nod blankly, still marveling at this suddenly revealed truth. Hina looks at your quirky expression, blinks and asks, "Your face looks like you're really disappointed." You widen your eyes and hastily shake your head. "No way, you're seeing things. You actually are a little disappointed. But that's only because you originally thought her mysterious boyfriend was fascinating and really wanted to dig into that secret. Ren, who would have thought that secret turned out to be fake? Your disappointment is actually just missing out on the fun of exploring that mystery." Then it's settled about the movie. "Is this coming Saturday okay?" Hina doesn't pursue the matter further. After all, your expressions are written all clear on your face, and she understands at a single glance. Feeling like there's no issue, you nod. "All right, let's lock down the time later then. I gotta go. I really have to leave now." Hina watches your flustered figure scurrying away, the pretty corners of her mouth curling slightly upward. After returning to the apartment, you quietly open the door, step inside with extreme caution, and carefully close it behind you. Then you bend down in the entryway, gently slipping off your shoes with delicate movements. But all of a sudden, a dark shadow envelops your figure, accompanied by Yuka Ryuzaki's cold voice ringing out, "Where have you been?" Your body instantly stiffens. You slowly raise your head to meet Yuka Ryuzaki's severe gaze, then offer an awkward laugh. When did you realize I was gone?" "Half an hour ago." Yuka Ryuzaki's falcon-like eyes stare dead into you, just like a predator locking onto its prey. You quickly pull a bag out from behind your back, looking at her with a beaming smile. "I suddenly wanted something to eat after waking up, and since it was just the afternoon tea time, I went downstairs to buy some stuff myself." But Yuka Ryuzaki isn't someone who is easily fooled. She curves her lips in a sneer, eyeing you. "You've been gone for a good half hour. Which shop did you buy this from?" A jolt runs through your heart. Luckily, the store name printed on the bag is indeed nearby. This wasn't even because you're clever. You just happened to smell the aroma on your way back and bought it out of sudden cravings, never expecting it to come in handy right now. With your dark pupils rolling around, you instantly come up with a brand new excuse. "Here's the thing. I ran into a Samoyed on the way, and it was just too cute, so I couldn't resist playing with it for a bit before going to buy the stuff." This explanation is practically airtight. You mentally give yourself a pat on the back. Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would blink her eyes and launch into a rapid-fire interrogation? "A Samoyed? I've lived here for so long and never seen one. How old was the one you met? What was its name, Ren? And was its owner a guy or a girl? How on earth would you know any of that? You didn't even actually run into a Samoyed." After panicking for a few seconds, a brilliant idea strikes you. You glare at her fiercely. "What's your problem? Don't tell me you don't believe me. I bought your favorite food for you, and now I'm not giving it to you." Putting on an angry act, you try to barge past her into the room. But Yuka Ryuzaki grabs your arm in a tight grip, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Why is your temper so big right now? I was just asking to clear things up. You're injured and still running all over the place without even telling me when you go out. As she speaks, she pulls you over to the sofa, takes the bag out of your hand and sets it on the coffee table. Since you're already feeling deeply guilty, you stop acting out lest you overdo it and arouse even more suspicion. Just as the two of you are eating, your phone suddenly rings. You pause slightly, thinking to yourself, could that be Hina calling? You cannot help glancing sideways at Yuka Ryuzaki. As for Yuka Ryuzaki, she happens to look over at the exact same moment. Her gaze is terrifyingly profound, as if she has seen right through everything. Your phone is ringing. Aren't you going to answer it? Yuka Ryuzaki's stare makes your hair stand on end. You have no choice but to bite the bullet and pull out your phone. Checking the caller ID, it's not Hina, it's Suda. You let out a massive sigh of relief and generously show her the screen. It's Suda calling. Yuka Ryuzaki looks at you with a perplexed expression. Why would he suddenly call you? You freeze up all over again. You just saw Suda face to face. If she finds out, won't she know you just lied to her? Tension makes you stutter. Ren, I don't know either. I'll take the call first. Terrified that Suda might blurt out the fact that you two just met the second you pick up, you hastily flee the sofa, pretending to head to the fridge for a glass of water. The second the call connects, Suda's machine gun-like voice explodes instantly. What on earth is going on between you and Hina? When did you get to know her? Why was she eating with you at a coffee shop? And do you like her? Wah, I don't want to know. You quickly pull the phone away from your ear, Ren, and only bring it back after a moment. Will you calm down first? Speak lower, will you? You're gonna make me deaf, Suda continues. You might only be deaf, but my heart is breaking. How could you steal her away the moment you get back? I feel like dying right now. How could you snatch away my love? You don't know whether to laugh or cry at his antics. Still, this confirms your suspicion. This kid really does have a crush on Hina, Ren. Out of the corner of your eye, you peek at Yuka Ryuzaki to make sure she isn't looking at you. Then swiftly scamper into the bedroom, slam the door shut, and whisper instructions to Suda. You have to keep the fact that we met today a secret. You can't tell anyone, especially Yuka. Don't let her find out. Why? Suda sounds completely bewildered on the other end. You rush out. I'll explain it to you next time. Just remember not to let her know. Suda can only reply sheepishly. Got it. So what about you and Hina? You quickly clarify. She and I are just friends. If you like her, go ahead and chase her without worrying. But Suda suddenly lets out a mournful sigh. I am chasing her, but she won't give me the time of day. She just won't pay attention to me at all. I've liked Hina for so long, and I've never seen her alone with any other guy, which is why I was so shocked. Remembering Hina's icy demeanor, you figure Suta's romantic pursuit must be a grueling uphill battle. Suda sighs. I know she has a boyfriend, so right now I can only watch her from afar. You want so badly to tell Suta that Hina's boyfriend is fake, but you promised Hina to keep it a secret, so you can't say it even to your good friend. The next day, the moment you step foot into school, you sense that the atmosphere is weird. From the school gates all the way through, countless gazes lock onto you, and people look at you while whispering among themselves. You feel completely uncomfortable all over, as if you're a monkey being stared at in a zoo. Just as you pass by the notice board, Sakura runs over with a heavy expression, grabs you, and pulls you along. Ren, come take a look at what's going on. What is it? Looking completely bewildered, you follow her over. To your shock, the crowd in front of the notice board automatically parts into a pathway the moment they see you. A terrible premonition hits your gut. You walk over and take a look. Plastered right there on the notice board is a photo of you and Hina laughing and chatting together at the coffee shop. To make matters worse, some malicious person has photoshopped the picture to look extremely romantic. No matter how you look at it, it screams affair. You freeze instantly. Who pasted this up there? Sakura shakes her head, then pulls out her phone to show you. I don't know, it's on the school forum too, and people are sending it in all the class group chats. The situation is really serious. They're all spreading rumors, saying that you... Sakura doesn't dare finish her sentence, but looking at her hesitant expression, you can already guess how ugly those words must be. You are moments away from losing your mind. Who on earth did this? You literally just met up with Hina and didn't even do anything. Why did things turn out like this? The finger-pointing and gossip from the people around you feel like needles stabbing straight into your brain, giving you a splitting headache. Sakura frowns as she analyzes. I suspect it's Tomoe. He's the most suspicious. Because of you, he got expelled from school. Given his personality, he's definitely going to take revenge on you. He got expelled? You hadn't thought of that possibility, but hearing Sakura put it that way, it really does seem like the most likely scenario. Sakura continues, you might not realize how serious getting expelled from First High is. Studying here is a symbol of status, and getting kicked out means you'll be looked down upon in high society circles, Ren. With how proud Tomo is, how could he possibly swallow this kind of humiliation? You only feel your temples throbbing. What you're worried about isn't Tomo's revenge. Right at that moment, an icy voice suddenly echoes from behind. Ren, Hina, what's going on? Ren, it's Yuka Ryuzaki. Your entire body stiffens up completely, and you don't even dare to turn around and look at her. Before Yuka Ryuzaki can even spot the photo on the notice board, someone nearby snitches. Miss Ryuzaki, you're being cheated on. Ren is hooking up with Hina. A guy like this doesn't deserve to be with you. Break up with him right now. Yeah. How could a trashy guy like this ever match up to Ms. Ryuzaki? Ren, kick him out of the school, expel him! The vast majority of the people shouting are guys. Yuka Ryuzaki frowns and asks you, what is the meaning of this? Her gaze lifts, spotting the photo on the notice board. Her expression instantly turns ice cold. Then, fixing her cold, deep eyes on you once again, she demands, Ren, what is this about? The exact same question, but the tone and implication are completely different. This photo. When was this photo taken? She asks rationally, her gaze falling back onto the picture. In the bottom right corner of the photo, a date is clearly stamped. Ren, this time. Ren, isn't it? You lied to me! Yuka Ryuzaki's cold eyes burn with fury as she stares right at you, her voice as icy as frost, squeezed straight out from between her teeth. Yuka, listen to me first. I didn't mean to. Panic takes over your entire body, and you have no idea how to explain yourself. The truth is sitting right in front of you, so no matter what you say, it just sounds like a cheap excuse. But Yuka Ryuzaki strides over in a hurry, violently tears the photo down, rips it into pieces, as if venting her hatred, and then whirls around to hurl the fragments right at your chest. She doesn't say a single word, just stares at you with a freezing gaze while her chest heaves violently, as if trying to hold back a monstrous, overwhelming rage. For the very first time, you experience firsthand what it means when they say you can't wrap fire in paper. You just never expected it to be exposed in a manner like this. Someone is out to frame you and drive a wedge between you and Yuka Ryuzaki, and the culprit has clearly succeeded. Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly lets out a bitter, mocking laugh. Go ahead and make up a story! I just want to see what kind of excuse you'll dream up this time to trick me. Why aren't you talking? Hurry up and speak! You shrink back in fright from her sharp roar, completely at a loss for words. Ren! Yuka Ryuzaki raises her chin, her knuckles clenched so tight they turn white, before she suddenly lashes out with a vicious kick that sends a nearby trash can flying over. Suta, this is the first time I've realized you're such a sly bastard. If you don't want to explain, then don't ever bother talking to me again. With that, she wheels around with a dark expression and storms off. Yuka! You call out in a frantic rush, wanting to chase after her to explain and apologize, but Sakura grabs you back. Sakura looks at you with a worried expression. Don't go after her, Ms. Ryuzaki is furious right now. If you go, you're just asking for a death wish. Let her cool off for a bit first. There's no use chasing her right now anyway. Ms. Ryuzaki won't listen to a single word. Besides, with the hard facts staring right in your face, how on earth are you even going to explain? You are instantly hit by a wave of blank bewilderment. Yeah, how am I supposed to explain? Right now, the real issue isn't even about whether you have anything going on with Hina. She's mad about that part, isn't she? Even if she's angry, there's no reason for her to be this furious. As if you actually went behind her back and cheated on her. Just then, the morning bell rings. Sakura grabs you and says, let's head back to the classroom first. You can explain things clearly to Ms. Ryuzaki after school lets out. Your brain is a complete mess of tangled paste, leaving you no choice but to follow her lead. Yet all morning long, you sit there in a complete daze. The English teacher suddenly calls on you to stand up and read the text aloud, but you are completely out of it and read the whole thing as an absolute train wreck. What kind of reading was that? A total mess. Suta, don't think you're all that just because you studied in America. Sit down and listen properly to the lecture, understand? The English teacher's words carry a hidden, stinging sarcasm, finally getting her sweet revenge. Under normal circumstances, you would never take this kind of bullying lying down. But right now, your mind is entirely consumed by how to explain and apologize to Yuka Ryuzaki, so you don't even pay attention to the English teacher's attitude. The English teacher taps her teaching pointer heavily against your desk, with a smug smile plastered across her face, then turns to address the entire class. Everyone, don't be like Suta here, thinking that just because your oral proficiency is decent, you don't need to study English anymore. After all, exams and actual conversations are not. Before she can even finish her sentence while walking back toward the podium with her head held high in victory, she fails to notice a foot suddenly stretched out right in her path. Completely tripped up by her own arrogance, she stumbles forward with a clumsy cry and nearly eats dirt, flailing wildly to grab onto desks on both sides just to steady herself. The English teacher's expression darkens instantly, and once she regains her footing, her fierce glare sweeps straight towards Sakura. Sakura offers an utterly innocent shrug. Oops, sorry teacher, I wasn't doing it on purpose. But it's painfully obvious that she was doing it on purpose, especially given the trace of an unnoticeable smirk lingering at the corners of her lips and her exceptionally perfunctory tone of apology. Once she finishes speaking, Sakura even shoots you a cheerful, beaming look, as if expecting to be praised for a job well done. The English teacher's face turns the color of overcooked pork liver with rage. But since she can't easily retaliate against Sakura, she has to swallow her anger and snap, "Watch your step next time!" Putting your legs out in the walkway and tripping a teacher. What if you tripped another student instead? With that, she straightens her posture and strikes a cooled, dignified pose once more. Sakura's leg is still extended. She glances down at it, making a motion as if she's about to pull it back to let the teacher step over. But right at that moment, Sakura suddenly jerks her leg completely back. Human reflex makes the English teacher's stride recoil mid-step as well, and this sudden twist throws her center of gravity entirely off balance. Unable to save herself this time, she takes a direct, ungraceful header straight onto the floor. Ha 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 ha! The scene is simply too hilarious. The students finally lose their containment and burst out into a deafening wave of roaring laughter. And that laughter feels like a barrage of slaps landing hard across the teacher's face. The English teacher's complexion turns pitch black. Sakura clicks her tongue twice, then puts on a sympathetic tone. "Teacher, how can you be so clumsy? I even pulled my foot back, and you still managed to fall down." You really can't blame me for that one, right? You snap out of your daze, finally realizing that Sakura was just going out of her way to stand up for you. The English teacher practically has to scramble back up to her feet. Having completely lost all face amidst the students' explosive laughter, she flees the classroom directly without even bothering to call out the end of class. You wear a helpless expression of bitter amusement. How did spacing out for a little while manage to spiral into this kind of chaotic mess? On the flip side, Sakura acts quite pleased with herself, spinning around to rest both arms crossed over your desk and staring at you with an expectant look begging for compliments. I just helped you get revenge. How do you plan to thank me? You're treating me to lunch, got it? Actually, I didn't even notice any of that happen just now, you reply with a wry smile. The English teacher had thought she was making you miserable, but your mind was so absent that your thoughts weren't even in the room. Sakura lets out a huff. Didn't you see her expression just now? It pissed me off just looking at her. She was deliberately picking on you and acting all smug about it. Disgusting as hell. All right. Anyway, what's done is done, but don't pull stunts like that next time. Since Sakura genuinely tried to help you vent your frustration, you can't bring yourself to scold her too harshly. The next period is PE class. You sit on the stone steps hesitating over whether or not you should go find Yuka Ryuzaki to apologize, even though Sakura told you to give her space and wait for her anger to blow over. Your gut tells you that going straight to explain and apologize as quickly as possible is the safer route. But right at that moment, a dark shadow comes hurtling through the air with a sharp whoosh, landing a direct bullseye hit right against your forehead. A volleyball bounces off your skull and rolls away across the ground. You let out a sharp cry of pain, nearly tipping backward from the sheer force of the impact. My bad? A male student jogs over, tosses out those casual words without a care in the world, picks up the volleyball, and heads right back onto the court. Rubbing your throbbing forehead, you feel completely dizzy and disoriented. Why is my luck so damn terrible today? I can't even space out without getting pegged by a ball. Since PE is just going to be a waste of time sitting around anyway, you might as well sneak over to Year 2 Class A to check up on Yuka Ryuzaki's situation. However, the second you make up your mind, another dark shadow comes flying through the air, smacking right into your head for a second time. Your already dizzy brain spins even harder now. Black spots dance across your vision, and you have to violently grab onto a nearby support beam just to keep from collapsing. Oops, my bad. The same guy jogs over again, a mocking smirk plastered across his face as he speaks to you. Once could just be bad luck, Suda, but twice in a row. Even someone as dense as you knows the guy is doing it on purpose. Before you can even erupt in anger, Sakura sprints over and points furiously at the male student. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Then she turns back to look down at you with deep worry in her eyes. Ren, are you okay? Right now your eyes are squeezed tightly shut, and your pretty face is scrunched up into a tight ball, making it painfully obvious how miserable you feel. Sakura casts a furious glare at the volleyball player, knowing full well that taking a direct hit to the head like that must hurt like crazy. The group of guys playing with the ball all gather around, but every single one of them puts on a fake expression of innocence. My bad, man. We really didn't mean it. Who told him to sit right by the edge of the court like a block of wood? The ball came flying over, and he didn't even bother to dodge. Sakura lets out 2 cold sneers. Why don't you try dodging it? A volleyball travels that fast, and he was spacing out. How on earth could he possibly have dodged it? The surrounding spectators immediately start whispering among themselves. Damn, he really does have some skills, huh? So many girls going out of their way to protect him everywhere he goes. Who knows how many people he's hooked up with behind the scenes? No wonder he managed to charm both Ms. Ryuzaki and Hina. I wonder what on earth they even see in him. Could it be that he's packing some serious monster gear down there? Haha. Look at his lower body development. You just know how wild his primal nature must be. Girls always love a guy who's good in bed. Those filthy, vulgar words grow increasingly unbearable to listen to. Hearing all that trash makes your stomach turn with disgust, and with your head already spinning violently, you can no longer hold it back and double over with a bout of dry heaving. Ren, are you all right? Sakura glares furiously at the cluster of male students and barks out, all of you, shut your damn traps! One of them refuses to back down and snaps back defiantly. Suda, Sakura, are you seriously crushing on this guy or something? He goes around seducing every girl in sight. Don't you feel gross being anywhere near him? Shut your mouth! This time, the furious roar is yours. You lunge forward, grab the volleyball lying right beside you, and hurl it with all your might straight at that guy's face. Unable to withstand the impact, the guy lets out a grunt and tumbles backward onto his rear end. The surrounding crowd immediately starts clamoring in protest. Suda, how the hell can you just start throwing punches? Wait, throwing the ball at people. Don't think that just because you still have Ms. Ryuzaki backing you up, you can act like a thug. Now that she knows your true colors, she's never gonna want you. She won't want me? You offer a freezing, sarcastic smile and fire right back at them. The guy is choked up by your retort, freezing for a second before his face flushes a deep, angry red without a single comeback left in him. You let out a sharp chuckle. Looking like that, even if you went under the knife for plastic surgery, Yuka Ryuzaki wouldn't give you a second look. So honestly, you're nothing more than a jealous little clown. Smoke practically looks like it's billowing out from the top of the guy's head. Ignoring him completely, you sweep your gaze across the rest of the gang who are just bad-mouthing you, adopting an arrogant, high and mighty posture as you announce, Ren, that's right. I am drop-dead handsome and built like a god. Got a problem with that? Ren, I do have the charm to make girls treat me well. Since you were already in a foul mood to begin with, and these punks just had to come looking for trouble. Do you really look like an easy target to push around? In this entire world, the only person allowed to bully you is Yuka Ryuzaki. Anyone else thinking they can mess with you is out of their absolute mind. The accused guys wear expressions that are utterly ghastly to look at. Who the hell is jealous of you, Suda? Who do you think you are? Stop gilding your own lily. Better watch out or you'll catch some nasty, disgusting disease. Sakura can't stand to watch any longer and snaps directly at them, before turning to grab your arm. Noticing how horribly pale your face is, she asks with frantic worry, "How are you holding up? Let me take you to the school infirmary to get checked out, Ran, all right?" You keep forcing yourself to stand tall because you refuse to show any sign of weakness in front of these assholes, shooting them a provocative grin instead. "Didn't you just say Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't want me anymore? Well, I'm gonna show you just how much she dotes on me and how well she treats me. I'm going to make you green with pure, burning jealousy." Hearing your declaration, practically everyone thinks you've lost your mind. Make Ms. Ryuzaki dote on you and spoil you? In your dreams. Ms. Ryuzaki has dated so many boyfriends. Has anyone ever seen her treat a single guy with genuine pampering? That's completely impossible. Seeing you swaying unsteadily on your feet, Sakura quickly tightens her grip on your arm, trying to get you to lean your weight against her. But since you aren't used to being overly touchy-feely with people, you gently edge away and offer her a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Sakura knits her brows. You really should go to the infirmary to get checked out, even just to lie down and rest for a bit. Right at that moment, a female student who is close friends with Sakura jogs over, pulls out her phone, and shoves it in front of you two. "I happened to record what just happened. Those guys were totally targeting you on purpose." Hearing that, the group of ball-playing guys panics instantly. "Don't bear false witness. We were completely unintentional. We can't control where the ball flies." "Ren, thanks." Sakura takes the phone. In the video, the guy can be clearly seen locking his eyes dead onto you right before he takes his shot. After nailing you the first time, he and his buddies exchange smug, triumphant grins before winding up to repeat the exact same malicious trick. Sakura's blood boils with rage as the hard facts stare them right in the face. "What else do you guys have to say for yourselves now?" She shoves the screen directly into their faces. Looking at each other with intense reluctance, some of them get genuinely spooked by Sakura's fierce attitude and start getting ready to apologize. But suddenly, another female student steps in to block them. "Don't apologize! What is there to apologize for? Go ahead and smash him, Suta, what's it to you? He doesn't have Ms. Ryuzaki shielding him right now anyway." The girl speaking comes from a family background comparable to Sakura's, meaning she isn't afraid of anyone here. She has long disliked you anyway, and is more than happy to watch someone put you in your place. But the guy who actually wants to apologize hesitates nervously. After all, you just laid down those heavy threats earlier, and considering how brutally Yuka Ryuzaki dealt with Tomo's expulsion and stepped up publicly to defend you, her methods were terrifyingly ruthless. A creeping sense of unease gnaws at the back of the boys' minds. Is it really going to be fine for them to treat you like this? What if Ms. Ryuzaki does actually dote on him the way he says? Several of them feel their hearts drop into their stomachs. With Tomo's cautionary tale serving as a fresh example right in front of them, nobody wants to get expelled. If they actually get kicked out of First High, their families will skin them alive. None of them want to end up becoming the second Tomo. When they threw those balls at you earlier, they had just seen you spacing out and wanted a cheap opportunity to blow off some steam, assuming they could easily play dumb and coast by. Who could have ever predicted that you would mount such a ferocious counterattack and blow the whole thing up into such a massive crisis? The boys exchange wide-eyed glances, Suda, as the exact same realization crashes down on their souls. Dismissing the obstructing girl entirely, they march straight up to you, bow in unison, and stammer out with genuine tears welling up in their eyes. "We're sorry. Please forgive us." From utter reluctance to absolute sincerity, the turnaround in their attitude hits faster than a roller coaster. Your head is pounding too fiercely for you to care, so you simply wave a hand dismissively to signal that they're off the hook. "Ren? Suta? Ren? Are you just gonna let them off like that?" Sakura asks, looking thoroughly unwilling and still wanting to back you up for payback. You drop directly down to sit on the steps. Standing up right now feels way too miserable, and gesture for your phone back. Though confused, Sakura hands it over. Taking your phone, you extract that exact video segment right into your own device, and with a few quick taps, you clip out the part where you get struck looking all pitiful, yet somehow hilarious. You fire the clip straight off to Yuka Ryuzaki with an accompanying caption. "Ren, Yuka, I'm so miserable. Please don't be mad at me anymore, okay?" You even tack on an extra emoji of a face charred completely black by an explosion. Sakura watches you maintain that exact posture without moving for a long stretch, instantly sensing that something is terribly wrong. She gently taps you on the shoulder. "Suta, Ren, Suta, what's wrong? Are you okay? Your face looks even paler than before." You lift your gaze away from the phone screen and turn your head to look at her. "She's ignoring me. Who is?" Sakura asks in confusion, though a sharp thump echoes in her chest. "Could it be Ms. Ryuzaki?" But you don't answer her at all, simply acting as if you're in your own world as you lower your head back down to stare fixedly at the phone. At that moment, Sakura sweeps her gaze across the lingering crowd and fires a sharp warning look telling them to clear out. "Ren, your complexion is genuinely terrible. Let me take you to the school infirmary, please, all right?" This time you nod obediently without a word of protest. You still feel intensely dizzy and are starting to low-key panic that you might actually have a concussion. Sakura hurries to support you by the arm, guiding you away. Luckily, the school infirmary isn't far, but the glaring heat of the overhead sun makes your dizziness spike even worse. Your body naturally lists sideways and leans against Sakura's frame, and Sakura instinctively wraps an arm tightly around your shoulder, a faint blush blooming across her cheeks. You finally arrive at the infirmary, where a wave of cool, refreshing air conditioning washes over you. This isn't your first time here. Looking at the familiar sickbay brings up vivid memories of the last time Yuka Ryuzaki stepped up to shield you, instantly making you miss her even more. Is she still mad? I even sent her that pathetic, miserable-looking clip to try and butter her up. Does she really not feel even a little bit soft-hearted after watching it? The more you think about it, the sadder you feel. You remember when you were little. Whenever you skinned your knees and cried, she would mimic grandma and gently pat the floorboards to help you vent your grievances. But now, Ren. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts straight through your swirling thoughts. You lift your head in astonishment to find, of all people, Suta sitting right there. "What are you doing here?" Suta is half reclining on a hospital bed, messing around with his phone, looking about as far from sick as a person could possibly be. He offers an awkward, sheepish laugh. "I'm just here resting. What's wrong with you? Where does it hurt?" And this girl is... He notices Sakura because she is standing practically pressed against your side. Sakura looks with sheer astonishment at the back and forth between the two of you, prompting you to quickly introduce her. "She's my front row desk mate, but..." Before you can even finish your sentence, a violent wave of fresh dizziness surges through you, causing your brows to pinch together in distress as cold sweat breaks out across your forehead. Suta is startled out of his wits, but before he can even react, Sakura rushes forward to help guide you onto a nearby cot. "Suta, Ren, lie down, you'll feel a lot better." You practically crawl your way onto the mattress, and Sakura even personally reaches down to help slip your shoes off. Once you're fully tucked in, she lowers her voice to a whisper and says, "I'll go find the doctor." The second Sakura steps outside, Suta leaps down from his own bed, drags a chair over, and parks it right beside your pillow. "Ren, where does it hurt? Your face looks so goddamn pale, man." Once you're lying flat on your back, the world stops spinning quite so hard, so you reply in a weak drawl, "Got smacked in the head by a volleyball." Suta looks at you with a sympathetic expression. "Poor Ren, how on earth do you manage to get this unlucky?" You let out a helpless sigh, lacking the energy to explain the truth. Mostly because you just can't be bothered to talk. "Suta, Ren, I don't want to talk right now, leave me be." A few minutes later, Sakura returns, trailing the school doctor behind her. She explains the situation so the doctor can run an examination. The doctor first has you drink a bit of glucose water before starting the checkup. "Relax, there's no concussion. Just get some rest and you'll be fine. You can skip classes for the rest of the morning. I'll write you an excuse note. But you need to be careful from now on. Taking a volleyball straight to the head can be minor, but it can also turn serious real quick." "Thank you, doctor," Sakura chimes in instantly. The doctor looks at her with an amused smile and says, "Make sure to take good care of your boyfriend. From the sound of it, don't let him get hurt again." "All right, come with me to grab the sick leave slip." A rosy pink blush creeps up Sakura's cheeks, but she doesn't issue a denial. You are a couple of seconds too sluggish in the brain department to jump in with a quick, "Not my boyfriend," before the doctor has already ushered Sakura out the door. The second the doctor and Sakura step out of earshot, Suta absolutely explodes. "Boyfriend? Suta Ren!" Suta gasps in utter disbelief, his eyes widening to the size of saucers. "She's your girlfriend? Well, look at you, Ren. You've only been back in the country a few days and you've already locked down a girlfriend?" You offer a bitter, pained smile of explanation. "No way, she's just a friend. How did you get boyfriend and girlfriend out of that?" The doctor totally misunderstood. Are you seriously that blind? Or are you just playing dumb? But Suta breaks into a sly, knowing grin. "I saw it with my own eyes, didn't I? Did you not notice how insanely worried she was about you? She even took your shoes off for you with her own hands. If you tell me she doesn't like you, I wouldn't believe it for a second." You practically bury your face in your hands to groan. "I feel like absolute garbage right now. Do you mind not annoying me?" Fine, I'll shut up." Suta immediately mimics zipping his lips shut with his fingers. 10 minutes later, Sakura returns holding a plastic bag. She smiles down at you and starts pulling the contents out one by one. "I bought you some snacks. There's a sandwich, some yogurt, and a few other things. Suta, Ren, see which one you like. If nothing looks good, I can run back out and grab something else." Is the yogurt strawberry flavored? The second food is mentioned. Your eyes instantly light up, and you sit straight up on the bed. Suta leaps over from the neighboring cot as well. "I want some too." With lightning-fast reflexes, he snatches the sandwich straight out of the bag. "I'm calling dibs on the sandwich." You reach out instinctively to snatch it back. "Hey, aren't there a bunch of other things in there?" "No way, I want the sandwich, hand it over." "I want to eat that too." "Who told you to be so slow?" "I'm the patient here." Watching your childish antics, Sakura is left staring in utter bewilderment. The dynamic between the two of you is explosive with deep affection. Of course, Sakura is well aware of who Suta is. The family belongs to one of the 4 great families, holding a status of immense nobility and power that completely dwarfs anything she could ever touch. Yet you are on terms this close with him. Combined with how fiercely protective Yuka Ryuzaki is of you, a shocking hypothesis suddenly sparks inside Sakura's mind. "You guys must be super close childhood friends, right?" Sakura finally blurts out the question she's been burning to ask. You pause mid-reach Suta, then lock your eyes onto hers. Suta throws a heavy arm around your neck, flashing a bright, cheeky grin at Sakura. "You could say that. We're way more than just regular friends. We've known each other since we were in diapers, thick as thieves and closer than family. We're each other's absolute best friends." Even though Sakura had already suspected something along those lines, hearing the direct confirmation still leaves her looking utterly stunned. She smiles wryly to herself, remembering how she used to treat you like a kid from an ordinary background. Even though you mentioned transferring back from America, people in elite circles always automatically slap a commoner label on anyone with high academic standing. Plus, nobody had ever spotted you getting picked up by a luxury limousine, so everyone just assumed you were blowing smoke. You look at her with a hint of remorse. "Sakura, I didn't mean to keep it a secret from you on purpose." Sakura nods understandingly. "I know. So, are you and Ms. Ryuzaki childhood friends too?" Sakura asks next, since that is the one detail she has been dying to uncover more than anything else. You nod, Suta, while Suta chimes in with a smug laugh from the side. "Ren's relationship with Yuka Ryuzaki is way more intimate than whatever we've got." Sakura's expression suddenly turned a bit unnatural. "So that's how it is. Everything makes sense now. Why Yuka treats you so specially. And those harsh threats you dropped at those guys earlier, they weren't just empty bluster after all." Speaking of manga, she suddenly felt a strong urge to see what kind of expression those guys would wear once they found out about your relationship with Ms. Ryuzaki. That had to be brilliant. Originally, Sakura had wanted to stay here and keep you company, but since Suta was already around, after chatting for a little while, she headed back to her classroom. "I'll come check on you again after school, make sure you get some good rest." The moment Sakura left, Suta said with a weird, mocking expression, Did you see the look of disappointment on her face just now? The second she heard about your relationship with Yuka, she looked like… how should I put it? Like someone whose heart just got broken. You rolled your eyes at him in speechlessness. Stop spouting nonsense. Sakura and I are just friends. Her care for me is purely friendly. She's not nearly as clingy as you're making her sound. Suda wiggled his nose at you. Just wait and see, you'll find out later. She totally has a crush on you. You snatched the sandwich right back out of his hands. Say another word and I'm not feeding you. Fine, I won't say it, but hurry up and give it back to me. No way. You rolled your eyes, quickly unwrapping the sandwich. Suda immediately let out a squawk. You're too sly. With your mouth full of food, your voice came out totally muffled. This was bought by Sakura for me to eat in the first place. Half an hour later, inside an office, Yuka sat lazily, leaning against a large sofa, her eyes fixed entirely on her phone screen, while the corners of her mouth twitched upward into a faint smile from time to time. Suda pushed the door open quietly, scanned the room, and stepped inside only after spotting her. Ms. Ryuzaki, did you and Ren have a fight? He asked bluntly. Yuka lifted her gaze to glance at him, then spoke with a completely expressionless face. My office is not somewhere you can just walk into whenever you feel like it. So stingy. I'm just here to play peacemaker, Suda said as he walked over to her side, curious about what she was looking at, and stretched his neck out to peek at her phone screen. Without a trace of effort, Yuka shifted her phone away. This is between him and me. Completely missing the point, Suda said, What are you even throwing a tantrum for? Just because of that photo with Hina? You two were just sitting together eating something. What's so ambiguous about that? Besides, I was there that day too. Yuka blinked furiously. You were there that day? Suda instantly had an epiphany. He had practically promised you to keep it a secret. Suda slapped a hand over his mouth in alarm. He had let it slip in a moment of carelessness. He quickly offered a covering laugh. Anyway, there's nothing ambiguous between Ren and Hina, he told me himself. He only treats Hina as a friend. There's no romantic feelings at all. Hearing this, the fierce, sharp aura around Yuka softened instantly. Really? Suda nodded vigorously. Of course, why would I lie to you? Us guys talk about our true feelings when we confide in each other. And besides, he even told me to go ahead and make a move on Hina if I liked her. Her cold, severe expression eased up. Not only had you been meeting up behind her back in private, but when you came back, you had even lied to her. The mere thought of it made Yuka's anger flare right back up. Suda shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, they were probably just chatting. They didn't even say anything special. Actually, just that fact alone was astonishing enough, considering Hina usually kept all guys at arm's length and had never given anyone the time of day. Suda felt a pang of low spirits. He had always hoped he would be the exception for Hina, only to find out you had beaten him to the punch. Yet Yuka's mood improved considerably, losing the icy chill she had when Suda first walked in. Sometimes I really don't get you guys. Why do you love lying and deceiving people so much? She muttered in a low voice of complaint. Suda arched a brow, then shot Yuka an aggrieved look. Are you really going to blame us guys for that? Come on, Miss Ryuzaki. I don't know what Ren lied to you about, but think about it. You and Hina don't exactly get along, do you? Given your personality, if he went to see Hina and let you know beforehand, would you have ever let him go? At those words, Yuka blinked directly. Reading her expression, Suda let out a light snort. You're so petty, and Ren knows it. Stop talking about how guys are. What about yourself? You hate Hina over some tiny little thing? Aren't you the one being childish here? What did you say? Yuka narrowed her eyes dangerously. Suda stuck his tongue out, realizing he had gone a bit too far. Unlike you, Yuka Ryuzaki wouldn't tolerate just anything from him. All right, you should go down to the infirmary and check on Ren, he said, standing up and preparing to make his exit. Yuka frowned slightly, looking at Suda in utter bewilderment. The infirmary? Why would he be in the infirmary? You skipped class to go sleep over there yourself, and now you dragged him along too? No way, don't you already know? Suda pointed at her phone. When she had been sneaking peeks earlier, she had already seen the video playing on it. Yuka picked up her phone. What do you mean by this? Wasn't this filmed on purpose? She actually thought the video had been staged by you, just to act pitiful, win her over, and soften her heart. But Suda's next words hit her like a heavy sledgehammer. Filmed on purpose? Ren actually got nailed in the head by a volleyball, all right? He almost got a concussion, and right now he's still lying down resting in the school infirmary. What? Yuka's complexion underwent a drastic, instantaneous shift. Before Suda could even process it, she bolted out of the office like a gust of wind. Rushing anxiously into the infirmary, she discovered not a trace of you to be seen. Her brows knitted into a tight knot. Had that punk Suda lied to her? Yet a powerful wave of deep unease welled up in Yuka's chest. Just then, a doctor happened to walk past, and she grabbed her by the arm. "Where is Ren? Isn't he resting in here?" Recognizing Yuka, the female doctor froze for a fraction of a second, then answered with utmost deference. "Ms. Ryuzaki, are you referring to the boy who took a ball to the head?" Yuka's heart clenched tight. Suda hadn't lied to her. This little idiot had actually gotten hit by a ball. She simply couldn't fathom how you could be so hopelessly stupid. Even injured this badly, you were still thinking about sending her a video? Is his condition serious? Didn't you say he was resting here? Why is nobody here? Yuka pressed the doctor hard, her sharp, severe demeanor making anyone too terrified to get close. Facing the notoriously unpredictable and high-tempered Yuka Ryuzaki, the doctor was nervous out of her mind, terrified of saying the wrong thing, and hurried to explain. That student's condition isn't severe, there's no concussion, he'll recover just fine after getting some rest. Where did he go then? Can't you just answer my question all at once? Yuka's patience was completely exhausted. Cold sweat beaded heavily on the doctor's forehead. I'm sorry, Ms. Ryuzaki. With a piercing gaze, Yuka snapped. Just tell me straight, where the hell did he go? The doctor blurted out the rest in one breath. He left just a moment ago. His girlfriend came and took him away. Yuka's brows furrowed so tightly she could have squashed a fly between them, a bone-chilling frost radiating straight off her body. The doctor felt an overwhelming urge to evacuate the premises immediately, only managing to nod awkwardly. Yes, his girlfriend. When he arrived, she was the one who brought him here too. Which girlfriend? Yuka demanded coldly. Knowing who Hina was, the doctor shook her head instantly. No, it was a different female student. Who? Yuka's brows locked together as an image violently flashed through her mind. You, on your very first day of transferring, hanging out with that girl in the cafeteria. Could it be that same chick? Yuka spun around abruptly, ready to storm off, but stopped dead in her tracks the next second. With absolute authority, she threw a warning over her shoulder at the doctor. You listen to me very carefully. He is my man. With those words, she sprinted out the door. It wasn't until she was already out of the infirmary that Yuka remembered she could have just called you. In her frantic panic, she had rushed all the way over on foot, never expecting to miss you. The phone barely rang twice before you answered. Before she could even get a word out, your cheerful voice bubbled through the speaker. Yuka, are you not mad anymore? Yuka's heart skipped a beat, and she let out a tiny, exasperated breath. You're such an idiot. Your voice immediately turned pitiful. Why are you suddenly insulting me? Well, what's it going to take for your anger to go away? I can explain everything to you. Just let me explain first and then decide whether you want to stay mad at me. Okay? Impatient by nature, Yuka kept striding forward at a rapid pace while holding the phone to her ear, ignoring your plea entirely as she blurted out, I'm at the... Right at that exact moment, Yuka jerked her head up and caught sight of you not far ahead. Her steps froze instantly, and the next second she broke into a full sprint. I see you! Don't move, she chased after you flat out. Paralyzed by her sudden shout, you stood there like a dummy, only turning your head toward her as if sensing the impending doom. Yuka, how did you... Moving with incredible speed, Yuka closed the distance in a flash. Before you could even finish your sentence, her blade-like glare swept directly onto Sakura standing right beside you, her voice dropping to an icy frost. Do you want me to chop off your hands? Let go of him right now. Sakura's body stiffened and her face paled slightly, but she reluctantly loosened her grip in the end. Yuka shoved past Sakura instantly, domineeringly taking over her spot right beside you. If you're not feeling well, why aren't you resting properly in the infirmary instead of running around out here? Her tone carried a heavy edge of reproach, though it had softened immensely compared to when she was truly furious with you. You blinked, stealing a furtive glance back toward the direction you had just been heading. Following your line of sight, Yuka looked toward the second-year classroom building and instantly understood. So this little idiot had actually been coming to find her. You really are an absolute fool, she scolded you inwardly once more, yet her gaze melted into absolute tenderness, her hand gently easing its grip as she stroked your arm. Who on earth is this girl? Why did the female doctor at the infirmary say she was your girlfriend? Ren, you better give me an explanation for this right now. You wore a look of utter exasperation. You went to the infirmary. No wonder you suddenly came charging over here. Yuka glared at you. Focus on the second part. Answer the question. You rushed to explain. That was just a misunderstanding on the doctor's part. It has nothing to do with me. She's just my desk mate and she's helped me out a lot, so don't be so harsh on her. Noticing how Sakura's eyes darkened instantly at your words, Yuka hooked the corner of her lips into a triumphant arc, though she put on a dissatisfied pout. I'll reluctantly accept your explanation for now. I'm taking you back to rest. Running around everywhere when you're clearly sick, she muttered, glaring at you with puffed-out cheeks. Hearing that, you grumbled with minor annoyance. This is all your fault anyway. If someone hadn't thrown such an inexplicable fit out of nowhere, I wouldn't have been spacing out and gotten pegged in the head by a ball, and I definitely wouldn't have had to sit in the infirmary or run all the way out here just to make up with her. Turning back with an apologetic look, you said to Sakura, Sakura, you should head back to your classroom for now. With her here, I'll be fine. Thanks a lot for helping me out. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Sakura finally found her voice. Ren, saying thank you is way too formal. Hurry up and get some rest in the infirmary. She then cast a deeply deferential look toward Yuka. Ms. Ryuzaki, I'll leave Ren in your care. Hearing that, instantly rubbed Yuka the wrong way. She stared at Sakura with undisguised displeasure. Get one thing straight. Ren and I are the closest people in the world. You're just an outsider. What gives you the right to talk to me like that? Everything about you is an eyesore to me. Furious at her attitude, you could only offer Sakura an apologetic look. I'm really sorry, Sakura. All right, why are you apologizing to her? Move, hurry up and get going. Did you hear me? If you don't leave right now, I'm going to beat her up. Yuka threatened, finally losing what little patience she had left. Helpless against her stubborn temperament, you could only wave goodbye to Sakura. Watching the two of you walk away, Sakura felt her gaze instantly dim into deep dejection. To your absolute shock, Yuka didn't drag you back to the infirmary at all, but instead led you straight into a magnificent, ornate, European-style building. Even though you had seen plenty of such structures back in America, you were still dazzled by the sight before you. What is this place? You asked as you stepped into the first-floor lobby, where towering ceilings hung with gorgeous, glittering crystal chandeliers made the entire hall breathtaking, flanked by elegant spiral staircases that made it feel like a classical European castle. This is the student council building, Yuka explained coolly, pulling you up to the second floor and straight into a private room. Blurry-eyed, you managed to read the plaque hanging on the door, Student Council President's Office. A wave of bewildered realization hit you. Could it be? Pushing the door open, Yuka locked eyes with Suta inside, and her brows instantly knitted together. Why are you still hanging around here? Suta was lounging comfortably on the sofa, eating fries and drinking a beverage with an utterly relaxed, carefree expression. Seeing you and Yuka walk in, a grin spread across his face. Did you guys make up? Without a shred of politeness, Yuka issued an immediate eviction notice to Soda. My office is not your personal lounge. You guys make up and immediately burn the bridge behind you. Suta complained verbally, but still obediently hauled himself off the couch, shuffling reluctantly toward the exit. Yuka glanced at him sideways. There's a lounge on the first floor, or go sleep in the infirmary if you want. Fine, I'm going, stingy, Suta muttered under his breath. He wouldn't dare curse out the eldest miss to her face. After all, only you possessed that kind of privilege. Just as Suta was about to clear the doorway, he paused mid-step and glanced back at the two of you. Noticing that Yuka was still holding tightly onto your hand, a mischievous smirk bloomed across his face. Kicking me out so you two can have some alone time? Ms. Ryuzaki, what are you planning to do to our dear Ren? Flustered by his suggestive gaze, you felt your cheeks heat up. Suddenly, Yuka pulled you straight into her embrace, pressed a light peck against your cheek, and then shot Suda an arrogant, wicked smirk. Do you even know what kind of relationship Rin and I have right now? Soda looked both curious and puzzled. What relationship? Yuka burst into a smug laugh. We're already engaged! He's my fiancé now, so whatever we decide to do behind closed doors is completely natural and justified. Suda stared in total shock. What? You guys got engaged? Since when? You answered with a trace of awkwardness. Not long after I got back to the country, actually. Our engagement was arranged by... Ouch! You let out a sharp yelp as Yuka ruthlessly pinched your arm. At that moment, Yuka turned back to Suda. Well, you can leave now. Stop disturbing us. Suda didn't seem terribly fazed by the news. After all, having known each other since childhood, the two of you ending up together felt like a natural inevitability. All right, fine, I won't play the third wheel. Waving his hand dismissively, he took off with exceptional self-awareness. Yuka pulled you over to the sofa and sat you down, her expression souring as she stared at the trash left on the coffee table. I should have made Suda clean this up before kicking him out. It's fine, you mumbled, grabbing a throw pillow, curling up at the corner of the sofa and scanning your surroundings. This place is actually super comfy. That's why I brought you here. Way better than stinking up the infirmary with antiseptic. Leaning back comfortably, you cast a sidelong glance at her. I saw Student Council President's office on the door just now. Don't tell me you're the Student Council President? You found it utterly unbelievable. Someone as willful and tyrannical as her actually managed to become the Student Council President? Yuka glared at you. Got a problem with that? Keeping your mouth shut, you simply closed your eyes as if to rest. You had originally wanted to ask if she was still mad at you, but the deep exhaustion combined with the inexplicable sense of safety brought by her presence washed over you, letting sleep pull you under. Watching you drift off within seconds, Yuka didn't know whether to laugh or cry, realizing just how thoroughly exhausted you must have been. With the air conditioning running strong in the room, she noticed you curled up like a tiny cat hugging a pillow. Fearing you might catch a chill, she grabbed a small blanket and bent over to drape it across you. However, instead of standing back up, she stayed in that position, staring intently down at your sleeping face. Your bangs were parted slightly, revealing a faint reddish mark on your forehead, the undeniable calling card of that volleyball impact. Yuka's mind drifted back as she blinked, recalling the unedited video clip you had sent her earlier. Right at that moment, you let out a soft groan, shifted positions, and your phone slipped right out of your pocket. Yuka picked up the phone, unlocked it, and pulled up the raw, unedited version of the video. After watching it through, her face turned pitch black and her eyes chilled to ice. Just as she had suspected. Her gaze returned to your sleeping face. This handsome mug of yours always made people want to steal a kiss, yet it also made you look so defenseless against being bullied. Lowering her head, Yuka planted a gentle kiss on your lips. Idiot, getting bullied and not even saying a word. Meanwhile, a photo of Yuka supporting you as she walked you back spread like wildfire across everyone's phones throughout the school. Upon seeing it, some students turned pale with fright, while others burned with green envy. Daiki smashed his phone into absolute smithereens, his face dark as a thundercloud, his eyes bloodshot as he breathed heavily. The maid standing nearby was so terrified by his outburst that she didn't dare move an inch. Daiki shot her a fierce glare and roared, "Pick it up!" The luxurious Italian handmade rug cushioned the impact, keeping the phone miraculously intact. Trembling with fright, the maid scooped it up and handed it back to him. Daiki snatched the device away and hurled it violently across the room once more, sending it crashing into the wall with a loud bang. Still fuming over what happened at school? Sanji asked, sauntering slowly down the stairs with a smile. If it bothers you that much, why don't you transfer to Second High too? Daiki cast a contemptuous glare in his direction. Who the hell wants to go to the same school as a mistress's kid? A trashy school like that wouldn't want me even if they begged. The corners of Sanji's eyes twitched imperceptibly. He had known Daiki would reject the offer, but the tone of utter disdain still grated on his nerves. Suit yourself, Sanji said with a smile, though every word carried a hidden needle. Must be nice to be able to take such a long, justified vacation. Sanji, who the hell do you think you are? Already standing on a hair trigger of rage, Daiki's temper ignited instantly. Mocking me! I dare you. See if I don't get you kicked out of here. Ignoring his outburst, Sanji simply bent down to pick up Daiki's phone. The second his eyes caught the photo on screen, his expression shifted entirely. He recognized you instantly. Seeing the sheer hatred flash across Sanji's eyes, Daiki actually managed a grim smirk. Finding someone else to share his misery brought him a twisted sense of comfort. This Ren guy is Ms. Ryuzaki's latest pet. Daiki gritted out bitterly. I only got expelled because of him in the first place. A chilling, ruthless glint entered Sanji's eyes as he walked over and sat down beside him. Brother, as much as I know you despise me, we happen to have a common enemy right now. Why don't we team up? You hate him too? Daiki looked intrigued, sensing something far deeper than mere jealousy over losing Ms. Ryuzaki in Sanji's eyes, a much darker, more virulent hatred. He acts so unbearably arrogant just because he has Ms. Ryuzaki backing him up. I've had it in for him for a long time, Sanji muttered, his mouth twisting into a sneer as mentioning your name struck straight at the deepest wound in his heart. Daiki looked at Sanji in utter confusion. Then how do you want to cooperate? Sanji stared at the photo on the screen. You look so radiantly happy standing beside Yuka, it just makes people want to tear that smile right off your face, he said with an intoxicating smile, though his eyes flashed with the malice of a venomous snake. Brother, tell me, what do men care about the most? What? Daiki realized he had a plan in mind. Sanji glanced sideways at the servants nearby and barked an order. All of you, get out! Remarkably, Daiki didn't mind this time. He completely accepted the posture of Sanji acting like the master of the house. Once the servants had cleared out, and only the two of them remained in the living room, Sanji smiled with an arched brow. If a guy loses his handsome face and his body gets ruined, do you think Ms. Ryuzaki would still like him? Daiki blinked in sudden realization. You mean ruin his looks? Get someone to mess him up and turn him into a cripple? Wearing a gentle smile, Sanji uttered the most vicious words imaginable. Like breaking an arm, breaking a leg, blinding his eyes, or slicing off his nose. Just imagining the sight makes my stomach turn. Hearing this, Daiki furrowed his brow in discomfort. Isn't that a bit too far? He had always thought of himself as quite vicious, but he never expected Sanji's suggestions to be this terrifying. Just visualizing the scene Sanji painted was enough to make anyone feel sick to their stomach. For a young man, a fate like that meant total, lifelong ruin. It sent a shiver straight down the spine, especially since Sanji was sitting there smiling as if it had nothing to do with him. Pausing for a second, Sanji put on a hypocritical front and said, I'm just looking at how much you hate him, which is why I came up with the most vicious methods possible. If you want to show mercy, then you don't have to listen to my advice. Besides, I've already dated Ms. Ryuzaki before, and she never looks back, so I have no hope left. No matter what I do, it's useless. On the other hand, if you get rid of Ren, you might still have a chance to win back Ms. Ryuzaki's favor. He intentionally struck right at the one thing Daiki cared about most. Daiki scoffed dismissively at the remark. Why the hell should I show him mercy? Sanji fixed his gaze on him and deliberately provoked him. I thought you were afraid that going too far would make Ms. Ryuzaki despise you. After all, these methods are pretty brutal. If she finds out you're that cruel, she might stop liking you. Before Daiki could process it, Sanji kept going. Then again, if we aren't brutal enough, how are you going to vent the hatred in your chest? Plus, what if Ms. Ryuzaki ends up pitying him and treating him even better because of it? Wouldn't that completely backfire on us? Do you really want to keep watching Ren bask in favor while you get expelled and end up with absolutely nothing? Of course, Daiki didn't want that. Right now, the one thing he wanted more than anything was to see you fall from grace, preferably dumped by Ms. Ryuzaki, and left completely heartbroken and suicidal. Daiki had been hesitating, but hearing this hardened his resolve instantly. Then tell me, what should we do? Seeing that his words had hit home, Sanji smiled inwardly. I know some people out on the streets who specialize in doing this kind of dirty work, but hiring them costs money. Hearing that, Daiki looked at him with sheer contempt. Money? I have money. I can give you the funds, just make sure the job gets done right. Deep down, he looked down on Sanji even more, just as expected of a mistress's kid. All the connections he had were low-life scum from the gutters, completely unpresentable. Sanji put on a troubled expression. I'm a bit overwhelmed doing this alone, and negotiating these things isn't very convenient. By the way, brother, Don't you have bodyguards? Why don't you lend a few of them to me? Daiki didn't think much of it and waved his hand impatiently. Lend them to you then. Just remember, this job has to succeed. Facing Sanji, he felt a surge of secret pride. After all, he was the legitimate young master of the household. Not only did his father give him a generous allowance, but he also provided him with personal bodyguards, whereas Sanji had nothing. That was the eternal difference between a legitimate heir and an illegitimate son. It will definitely succeed, Sanji said with a smile, a flash of ruthless malice sweeping through the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, you slowly drifted back to consciousness. The sight that greeted you was Yuka sitting behind the desk, wearing earbuds as her sexy, delicate lips moved slightly while speaking in a foreign language you couldn't understand. Yet her pronunciation sounded exceptionally pleasant to the ear, and her profile was strikingly handsome, glowing in the sunlight with a breathtaking, mesmerizing charm. You sat up, only to realize you had been sleeping on the sofa, still draped in a thin blanket. Rubbing your sleepy eyes, you sat cross-legged and called out softly, "Yuka, what are you doing?" The foreign language she was speaking was completely incomprehensible to you, and the pronunciation sounded a bit strange. Wait, it sounded a bit like French. Could Yuka actually speak French? Giving you a brief glance, Yuka continued speaking to the person on the other end. She kept her eyes fixed on the computer screen, looking as though she were in the middle of a video call. Driven by curiosity, you climbed down from the sofa and tiptoed over. "What on earth are you doing?" you asked, curiously stretching your neck to see what could possibly have captured her full attention. Yuka threw her hand out to block your face, stopping you from looking, and quickly cut the video feed before lecturing you. "Ren, do you have any manners at all? Sneaking up to spy like that." You quickly swatted her hand away. "What kind of secret is it that I'm not even allowed to see? Who on earth were you talking to? And what language were you speaking just now?" Yuka pinched your nose and calmly shut down the computer. You blinked in shock. It really was French. But you were still baffled. "When did you learn French? How come I had no idea? There are a lot of things you don't know. Just how well do you think you know me anyway?" Yuka said with an amused chuckle. "Ever since you left for America, the time you spent together had dwindled. Plus, being right in the middle of your growing years, the time you had missed out on meant both of you had accumulated plenty of secrets the other knew nothing about. Come to think of it, didn't she know just as little about the things that happened to you in America? So, just how many languages do you speak?" you asked curiously. "Chinese and English go without saying, of course," Yuka said offhandedly, not bothering to count as she added, having grown up receiving an elite education, probably around 5 or 6. Your eyes widened in astonishment. 5 or 6? That's insane! Yuka curved her lips in a smug smile, arching a brow at you. "Ren, you're only realizing this now?" Sitting back down on the sofa, you habitually crossed your legs, grabbed a throw pillow to hug against your chest, and looked at her with a sigh. "I feel like I don't even know you anymore. I was only away in America for a few years, and you've changed so much, it feels like you've got a ton of secrets hidden away." This realization stirred up a faint sense of distance between you two. Right then, Yuka suddenly leaned in close, her breathtaking face stopping just centimeters from yours. "Want to get to know me better?" she asked, her voice carrying a sexy, profound undertone. Caught completely off guard, your gaze plunged straight into her ink-black eyes, feeling like they were an abyss deep enough to swallow you whole. You stammered nervously. "I don't know." "Why don't you know?" Yuka pressed, her brows knitting together slightly, clearly unsatisfied with that answer. "I just don't know, okay?" You felt intensely conflicted inside. You wanted to understand her better, yet you also didn't want to. The emotion was too tangled to explain. You wanted to know more about her life, but it also triggered a vague, inexplicable anxiety. What if getting too close changed the relationship between you two? You didn't want it to change. You loved being with her just like this, relaxed and comfortable. Seizing the chance to change the subject, you asked, "Yuka, does that mean you aren't mad at me anymore?" "Did I ever say that?" Yuka hummed playfully. You, instantly pouting, demanded, "Then what do you want? What's it gonna take for your anger to finally go away?" Meeting your gaze and crossing her arms, Yuka put on an imperious attitude. "Didn't you say you wanted to explain yourself? Let's hear the explanation first. Then I'll decide whether to forgive you or not." Explain? You suddenly had no idea where to even begin. After pondering for a moment, you offered, I wasn't trying to lie to you on purpose, but if I told you I went to see Hina, I knew you'd get mad. Yuka's face hardened. You knew I'd get mad, yet you still went to see her anyway? You shot her a helpless look. Aren't you being way too overbearing? Just because you'll get angry, am I not allowed to see my friends anymore? What kind of logic is that? Yuka laughed audaciously. Because I'm your wife, that's why. Feeling like you were being driven completely out of your mind, you roared back at her, Yuka, how can you be like this? I never interfered with you hanging out with guys. Why are you trying to stop me from having friends? Besides, you blurted out, our engagement wasn't even voluntary to begin with. You were dead set against it in the beginning, too. Expecting pure, innocent friendship between a guy and a girl. Are you trying to fool me? Or are you just lying to yourself? Yuka scoffed derisively. Besides, I don't even have a boyfriend right now. You scoffed in speechlessness. You don't have one now doesn't mean you won't in the future. With how fickle you are, going through boyfriends one after another. Are you seriously expecting me to stay chaste and faithful to you? Yuka eyed you sideways. Why are you so hell-bent on being friends with her? Do you dare say you don't like her? Even though she had already heard all about it from Suda. She wanted to be difficult. She wanted to hear you state out of your own mouth that you didn't like Hina, yet you stared back at her blankly. I do like her. Yuka froze, a frosty chill instantly radiating through the room. You hurried to clarify. I mean the kind of liking where you admire someone strong, like a friend. I respect her and want to be friends with her, that's all. Why are you twisting it to make me sound like some kind of fanboy? Anyone would feel that way. When you meet someone awesome, you want to get to know them and be friends. That's completely normal, right? Am I only allowed to hang out with guys and forbidden from having female friends? Taking a deep breath to keep from throttling you on the spot, Yuka retorted. Are you intentionally trying to pick a fight with me? Even if what you think is true, what about that Hina girl? She has a boyfriend, yet she's so attentive to you and runs around getting this close to you. If she doesn't have ulterior motives, what does she want? How can you still praise someone like that? If I could, I'd really love to crack open your skull to see what kind of garbage is floating around in your brain if you can't even grasp a simple truth like that. She isn't like that at all. Can you stop making malicious assumptions about people? Malicious assumptions? Yuka let out a cold laugh. It's the absolute truth. What else is there to say? A girl who clearly has a boyfriend yet goes around coddling another guy and meeting up with him in private. You actually want to be friends with a scheming bitch like that? Driven by panic, you yelled out, no, she doesn't. A wave of guilt washed over you. You had promised Hina to keep it a secret, but you had no choice left now. No boyfriend? Is that what she told you? Yuka's dark eyes were flooded with biting mockery. You nodded without hesitation. Yes, she only uses that excuse to brush off guys who confess to her. Her black eyes gazing at you with glacial coldness, Yuka let out 2 dry laughs. She tells you she doesn't have one, and you just blindly believe her? Could you possibly be any stupider? There was nothing you hated more than her calling you stupid. You glared at her in sulky silence, too angry to argue back. Insulting you at the drop of a hat. You didn't even want to talk to her anymore. If I tell you she does have one, why won't you believe me? You've only known her for a few days, yet you choose to trust her over me. Yuka was boiling with absolute rage, her eyes burning red as she stared you down. Say something, Ren. You stared back at her with equal fury. I don't want to talk to her anymore. You're being completely unreasonable. You're just horribly biased against her. Yuka snapped back. I saw her with her boyfriend with my own 2 eyes. Hearing that, you froze in utter shock. What? Your mind went completely haywire. Who on earth were you supposed to believe? You were certain Hina wouldn't lie to you. She had no reason to. But you and Yuka had been childhood friends for years. Your trust in her was absolute. Even if the entire world lied to you, she wouldn't. Staring into Yuka's eyes, your confusion deepened. You knew she wouldn't lie either, so had Hina really lied to you? You stammered uncertainly. Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding? My intuition tells me she didn't lie? Or maybe you just saw wrong? How can you be certain the guy you saw was her boyfriend? You're actually still sitting there defending that Hina chick? Yuka was driven completely insane with anger. She wanted nothing more than to shut you up so she wouldn't have to hear another word defending Haina. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Ren, I really want to seal your mouth shut right now." You blinked, abruptly realizing her gaze had locked directly onto your lips with an intensity that looked terrifyingly like she wanted to use her own mouth to seal yours. As she's just joking, right? But her eyes didn't look like she was joking in the slightest. "Hey, don't mess around," you stammered, your cheeks burning bright red as panic set in. Instead of backing off, Yuka reached out and grabbed your chin firmly, looking dead set on kissing you. You blurted out in a panic, "What the hell are you trying to do? Seriously, cut it out. You can't joke about something like this." Her sharply knuckled fingers brushed over your pink lips as her dark eyes deepened. "I'm not joking. I hate hearing that person's name come out of your mouth, and I hate you defending her like that. Since you aren't being a good boy, you're getting punished. I wasn't defending Hina. I was just stating the facts." You felt the scorching heat of her gaze radiating onto your skin, making the spot where she looked feel like it was catching fire. "Let go of me first." Before you could react, Yuka pulled you violently toward her as if she were really going to plant a kiss. You threw your hands up to cover your mouth, but the trickster managed to press her soft lips right against the back of your hand instead. Your heart hammered against your ribs like a runaway drum, feeling as though it might leap right out of your throat. The Yuka in front of you suddenly felt like a total stranger. The way she stared at you carried an aggressive edge, entirely devoid of her usual teasing warmth. A sudden wave of fear washed over you in the face of this unfamiliar Yuka, especially with her warm lips still pressed against the back of your hand, radiating a heat so intense it felt like burning. The blush on your face rushed all the way up to the tips of your ears. Glaring at her from behind your barricaded hands, your muffled voice protested, "Yuka, if you keep this up, I'm actually going to get mad." "I'm the one who's mad here." Yuka countered righteously, her gaze resolute as she tried to pry your hands away, looking fully determined to get that kiss today. Has she completely lost her mind? You were being pushed to the brink of insanity? Why was she suddenly acting like this, launching into a kiss without any warning whatsoever? In a panic, you channeled every ounce of strength you had left and shoved hard against her chest with both hands. "Fine, I'll stop talking about her." Deep down, you were 99% sure she wasn't just messing around. She genuinely wanted to kiss you. This girl's circuits must have shorted out. To your horror, Yuka curved her lips into a wild, wicked smirk and spat out 3 words. "Too late." Burning with intense desire, her gaze locked unblinkingly onto your lips, craving the sweet taste of kissing you so badly that even if you tried to yell stop, she wouldn't listen. She wasn't going to let anything stop her now. This time, she bypassed all hesitation, looped a hand around the back of your head, and swooped in for a direct kiss. Your pupils dilated in shock. The hands you had been using to push against her soft chest quickly shifted to cover your mouth, but the absolute scoundrel actually licked the palm of your hand instead. You felt your face instantly fry to a crisp. "Stop it!" You glared at her with dead seriousness, trying to convey your absolute refusal. "Protest denied." Yuka pulled your hand away, her wicked eyes burning like twin flames as she let those 4 words slip past her sexy lips. You were ready to pop a blood vessel. How could she be so aggressively overbearing? Usually, her bossiness just made you want to roll your eyes in helpless exasperation. But today was entirely different. Her dominance was making your heart race like a frantic drum. "Yuka!" you shouted with a hint of genuine anger, looking like you were finally at your wit's end. Meeting your blazing eyes, Yuka thought those dark, sparkling pupils looked even brighter and more stunning than usual. Seizing a sudden split second where she relaxed her grip, you kicked out against her leg and scrambled out of her embrace, bolting for the door at a full sprint. Yuka's movements faltered for a second, but she didn't give chase. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath, kicking the nearest chair over in a fury. Not even that was enough to vent her frustration, so she swept everything off the desk onto the floor in a clattering crash. "Damn it all," she cursed bitterly inside, unsure whether she was cursing the world or tearing into herself out of sheer self-reproach. You didn't dare slow down, terrified that Yuka might come after you, and fled all the way down to the 1st floor. Right as you reached the lobby, you nearly collided head-on with Suda walking out of the lounge. Suta jumped back in fright. "Ren? What happened? Are you still mad?" Glancing warily back toward the stairs, he asked with a puzzled frown, "Did the eldest miss piss you off again? I thought you guys made up?" "Who made up with her?" you snapped angrily. Suda instantly put two and two together. Looks like those two had started bickering again, and Yuka must have done something to tick you off. "Tell me, what did she do to set you off?" Hearing that question brought the memory of what just happened rushing back, and your face burned red all over again. Watching your reaction, Suda was dying of curiosity. What on earth could Yuka have possibly done to make you look this furious? Of course, there was no way in hell you could ever admit that Yuka's wires had crossed and she had tried to force a kiss on you. That was a secret you were taking to the grave. Glancing at Suda, you grabbed him by the shoulder and pleaded, "Suda, can I sleep at your house tonight? I really don't want to look at her right now." "I mean, sure, I guess." Suda nodded, mentioning, "Her family's been wanting her to bring you over for dinner ever since they found out you were back in the country. Her parents really like you." But mid-sentence, Suda caught onto something and stared at you in absolute shock. "Wait, hold on a second. Don't tell me. You're actually living with her?" You let out a heavy sigh. "My mom and Yuka's dad forced me to move in with her. They even made us share a bed." You still couldn't wrap your head around why your mom had suddenly decided out of the blue to force you into an engagement with Yuka. "You're cohabitating, and you're sharing a bed?" Suda shrieked in disbelief. Even though there wasn't a soul nearby, you quickly shushed him. "Keep your voice down. What if someone's hiding around the corner eavesdropping?" "Wait, have you guys gone all the way?" Suda stammered, his face flushing bright red as he asked the question. "Gone all the way with what?" You looked completely baffled. Suda gave an awkward cough and clarified, "You know, that thing guys and girls do when they sleep in the same bed together." A sudden wave of enlightenment hit you. Oh, that thing. Your face instantly flared crimson with mortification, and you violently swatted Suda's arm away. "What the hell are you talking about? Of course not." But Suda's words violently reminded you of the box of adventure hats Yuka's mom had bought, which was still sitting right there in the bedroom. If Suda ever found out about that, his imagination would run entirely wild. With a suggestive smirk, Suda poked fun at you. "Even if you haven't gone all the way, you must have done pretty much everything else, right?" Desperate to get away without leaving him behind, you grabbed Suda's arm and dragged him toward the exit. "Let's go. School's about to let out anyway." "If we stay here any longer, I'll have to stress over whether Yuka's going to come downstairs, and I honestly have no idea what face to make if I run into her right now." Fine, won't pry. "Let's go, I'm starving anyway. Let's grab some food," Suda said, though inwardly plotting to squeeze every last juicy piece of gossip out of you once you two were locked in his bedroom for the night. When afternoon dismissal rolled around, everyone noticed Yuka's sports car parked outside, looking as if she were waiting for someone. A crowd of curious onlookers gathered around to watch, but as evening drew near and everyone cleared out, nobody had ever gotten into Yuka's car. Eventually, the vehicle drove off empty. Back at the apartment, Yuka marched straight into the living room and called out, "Ren!" But after waiting a moment, she received zero response. Her brows furrowed in disgruntled irritation as she muttered under her breath, "What the hell? Don't tell me he hasn't even come back yet." With only a few rooms in the apartment, she irritably searched every single one, but still couldn't find a trace of you. Storming out of the bedroom, she whipped out her phone and dialed your number. Beep, 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 and suddenly, the call disconnected. Yuka's face blackened with fury as she glared at the screen. "You brat, you actually hung up on me?" "If anyone's allowed to be mad, it should be me, right?" she fumed internally. "Fine, don't come back, see if I care." Slamming herself down onto the sofa, she grabbed the iPad off the coffee table and opened a game to vent her frustration. Outside the windows, the sky slowly bled into darkness, and Yuka's stomach began to rumble with hunger. Yet she refused to get up, casting a lingering glare toward the entryway. Could that little punk actually be planning to sleep away from home tonight? She calculated in her head. Where else could he even go besides the Ryuzaki residence? Should I call home and fish for info? After pondering for 2 seconds, Yuka pulled out her phone and dialed the house landline. It rang once before a voice answered with the refined cadence of an English butler. "Good evening, eldest miss. Is there something you require?" Well, Yuka rarely ever stammered, but she figured she couldn't ask straight out if you were home. Otherwise, wouldn't her parents instantly figure out she had gotten into a fight with you? Recovering quickly, she said, No big deal, just wanted to check on something. Her fingers tapped rhythmically against the sofa as she carefully weighed her words. Ren really likes the pigeon soup made at home. Have the kitchen whip up a batch. Shall I have it delivered to the eldest Mrs. apartment? The butler inquired. Send it over. Yuka hung up, her complexion instantly turning icy. Because if you were at the Ryuzaki residence, the butler would have directly said it was being cooked for you there, which meant you definitely weren't at home. As the night grew later, Yuka's irritation grew more and more restless. People from the Ryuzaki household had already delivered the freshly simmered squab soup, along with several other dishes. Yuka looked at the table laden with food, much of it your favorite. Having lived at her house for a period of time in the past, you had practically blended in with the staff, to the point where even the cook knew your preferences by heart and always prepared what you loved. She had to admit, one of your greatest charms was your ability to effortlessly win people over, even without you realizing it. Yuka only felt a growing sense of irritation as her ink-black eyes swept toward the wall clock. It was long past dinner time, yet there was still no sign of you. Damn it! Does he really plan not to come back? Yuka really wanted to drag you back and give you a thorough spanking. Fighting was one thing, but how could you just run away from home without a single word? She couldn't stop her mind from racing. Where were you right now, and who were you with? Could you have gone to see that Haina chick? Better not. If you dared to run off with that woman at a time like this, she would definitely. S-H-I-T. Where the hell are you right now, and who are you with? Yuka felt her sanity hovering on the verge of collapse. Why was it that whenever matters involving you came up, she could never stay calm and was so easily prone to flying off the handle? Sometimes, she truly felt like you were her ultimate bane. Facing a table full of steaming delicacies that radiated enticing aromas in the air, if Ren were here, he would surely be thrilled and excited. Yet Yuka had zero appetite. Her phone rang. Yuka snatched it up instantly, but upon seeing it wasn't you calling, a look of immediate disappointment washed over her. The caller was Suta. She let the phone ring for a bit before finally answering. The moment Suta picked up, he started complaining. Eldest miss, why did it take you so long to answer? If you have something to say, spit it out, Yuka snapped impatiently. In her foul mood, merely answering the phone was already an act of supreme mercy. Suta scoffed dismissively. Why so fierce? I was just worried you'd be fretting over Ren, so I specially called. Well, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say anything. He said it on purpose, but didn't actually hang up, waiting for Yuka to bite. Sure enough, Yuka immediately shouted, Wait, is Ren with you? Yep. I knew you were fretting over Ren. My guess was spot on. When is he coming back? Yuka demanded anxiously. Suta laughed and said, Him? He says he's not coming back. He's going to live at my house from now on, and I'll take good care of Ren. What did you say? Yuka gritted her teeth, the veins on her temples faintly throbbing. He said what? He wouldn't dare not come back? Put him on the phone right now. Suta shook his head on the other end. Didn't you call him earlier? After he hung up, he blocked you straight away. I'm sneaking this call to you behind his back, Ren has no idea. Tell me, you guys already made up, so why did you start fighting again? Did you do something terrible to Ren? Every single word from Yuka sounded like it was being squeezed straight out of her teeth. Even across the screen, Suta could feel the towering wave of fury, forcing him to cautiously try and smooth things over. Yeah, that's why I'm curious what heinous thing you did to piss him off this badly. Yuka pinched the bridge of her nose in deep frustration. Wasn't she just trying to kiss you? Even if she had really kissed you, what of it? Was it really worth making such a massive fuss? She even felt like asking Suta, does a kiss make you lose a chunk of flesh? Countless men dream of getting that kind of treatment, yet you run away from it like the plague. But the words stopped at the tip of her tongue, and she swallowed them back down. Seeing her stay silent, Suta had no choice but to take the initiative. Look, Ren is just blowing off steam right now. He's staying over at my place tonight so we can chat and confide in each other. But you better hurry up and figure out how to coax him back. That's the main priority. That exact sentence instantly triggered Yuka's arrogant nerves. Why should I have to coax him? She let out a cold snort, her tone hardening like stone. He was the one who lied and deceived me first. I haven't even forgiven him yet, and he's already putting on airs? If he doesn't want to come back, he can stay away. I couldn't care less. The mere thought that you had actually blocked her made her blood boil. What drove her even more insane was that your reason for getting angry was because she wanted to kiss you. Were you really that disgusted by her? You were engaged to be married. Wasn't kissing each other the most natural thing in the world? Thinking about your utter rejection of her intimate advances made the frustration in Yuka's chest feel like it was about to detonate. She hurled her phone straight onto the coffee table. Fine. Well, I delivered the message. Handle it however you want. Suda awkwardly hung up the phone. Absolute silence filled the room. Yuka sat with a dark expression, her gaze drifting over the lavish spread of dishes on the dining table. If you aren't coming back, I'll eat it myself. Out of pure spite, she pulled out a chair, sat down, and picked up her chopsticks to grab a piece of braised pork belly. Precisely your favorite dish. Yet after only 2 bites of rice, Yuka's movements suddenly froze. Memories flooded over her like a tidal wave. Back when she was little and refused to eat, you would stand on a chair, clumsily pick up a piece of braised pork belly, purposefully sniff it, and try to coax her with an exaggerated, adorable voice. It smells so good. Just try 1 bite. At that exact instant, a suffocating tightness surged wildly in her chest. Even though the aroma of delicious food still lingered in the air, Yuka found the meal completely flavorless. Without you here, eating felt like chewing on wood shavings. It was entirely impossible to swallow. With a sharp slap, Yuka set her chopsticks down heavily, jumped abruptly to her feet, strode over to the entryway, grabbed her car keys, and stormed out the door. Meanwhile, inside Suta's luxury villa, you had just finished taking a shower and immediately grabbed your phone, swiping across the screen. But it was completely empty. No text messages, no missed calls. Stupid Yuka. You frowned in depression and muttered under your breath. It was already past 10 o'clock and she hadn't even bothered to call after you failed to come home. Even if you blocked her, couldn't she have just switched numbers like Hina used to do? She showed zero sincerity whatsoever. You angrily tossed your phone back onto the nightstand, yet your eyes kept drifting over to it again and again as if acting on their own accord. Just then, Suta walked in holding a fruit platter. Time for some fruit. Uncle Cheng asked if you want any sweet soup. I'm good, you replied glumly. Your chest felt too tight to have any appetite left. Suta had finished showering too, and the two of you lounged close together side by side like a pair of twins. Staring at the freshly sliced peaches in the tray, you hesitated for a moment before picking up a piece and popping it into your mouth. It was very sweet. That refreshing sweetness finally dissipated a tiny sliver of the gloom in your heart. Sure enough, when you're unhappy, you need to eat something sweet. After finishing the fruit, the two of you lay side by side on the bed. Suta rolled over to look at you, gossip shining brightly in his eyes. What on earth is going on between you and Yuka? Tell me everything. This is a mandatory late-night bro chat session. Yet as you stared up at the ceiling, your mind was entirely occupied by that woman's shadow. You gave a muffled reply, though despite your words, your mind couldn't stop wandering. What is Yuka doing right now? Did she go out to party? Or is she sitting all alone in that empty apartment keeping vigil? Is she hogging the big bed all to herself and having a great time right now? Stupid Yuka. You cursed fiercely in your heart. Seeing that you refused to talk, Suda didn't push further and shifted topics instead. Then what do you want to talk about? Your mind was a complete mess. Suddenly you rolled over and stared intensely at Suda. Right! You definitely know what kind of bad blood exists between Yuka and Hina. You had been wanting to know the inside story for ages. And since Suda was Hina's #1 fanboy, he was bound to know. Sure enough, Suda nodded immediately. I know. Then hurry up and tell me. You instantly perked up with interest. Well, this thing. Suda hugged a pillow and began to recount the story. Actually, it's nothing major, just a minor incident. Unable to stand his suspense, you smacked him on the head. Get straight to the point! All right. Suta sat up straight. Back then, some girl offended Yuka, and Yuka wanted to get her expelled, but as luck would have it, that girl was Hina's neighbor. Hina stepped in to protect her, and ended up locking horns with Yuka. You know what Yuka's queen-like temper is like. Nobody dares cross her. Except Hina's grades were too good. She was a gold-plated prize student invited by the school with heavy funds, so there was zero chance the school would expel her. In the end, only that other girl got kicked out, but that was how the feud between Yuka and Hina started. Suta smacked his lips. Tell me, isn't Yuka being way too unreasonable? To ruin someone's life over such a tiny little thing? She's just way too petty. Hearing that, your brow knitted tightly. Then do you know what the girl actually did to make Yuka that angry? You abruptly sat upright, glaring at him with displeasure. Then how can you just jump to conclusions like that? You have no idea what actually happened, so what right do you have to call it a minor incident and say Yuka is petty? She is not that kind of person. Yuka might be overbearing and a bit of a bully, but she is definitely not narrow-minded. Suda sat up as well, an ambiguous glint flashing in his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be feuding with her right now? Your face instantly heated up. I'm just speaking objectively. Besides, hearing someone talk trash about Yuka made you feel inexplicably annoyed and even angry. They didn't understand her at all. What right did they have to talk about her like that? Especially Suda, who had been a friend for so many years. How could he misunderstand her in the same way? Watching your flushed cheeks, Suda couldn't resist reaching out to poke them. What? Did I actually make you mad? Staring straight into his eyes, you said with absolute earnestness, Yuka isn't like that. All right, I get it. I retract it. I admit I'm a bit biased because I like Hina. He pulled you back down to lie beside him, trying to ease the tension. Hina didn't do anything wrong either. She was just protecting her friend. You stayed silent, turning your head away as your gaze drifted once more toward the phone on the nightstand. Just then, the phone chimed with a text message notification. At that exact moment, you practically lunged forward and snatched the phone up. Suda jumped in fright. What are you doing? You scared the life out of me. But when he saw the radiant smile blooming across your face, he understood instantly and teased with an ambiguous grin. Aha! I knew it! You were actually waiting for Yuka's message all along, weren't you? Saying you didn't care, but your body is awfully honest. Ha! Nonsense! Embarrassed, you kicked him with your foot while eagerly unlocking the screen to open the message. The next second, Suda watched your expression crash from sunny skies straight into a gathering storm. What kind of harsh remark did Yuka say this time? He asked, curiously leaning in closer. Your face fell in disappointment as you tossed the phone aside, muttering under your breath, Stupid Yuka. Suda picked up the phone to take a look, and his expression shifted slightly as well. The sender wasn't Yuka at all, but Hina. The content of the message was explicitly about the photos. Suda's eyes turned complex. Ren, is your relationship with Hina really that close? It's all right, I guess. You replied flatly. To your surprise, Suta suddenly burst out laughing with total relief. Ha, I believe it now. You really don't like Hina after all. Now you are completely bewildered. Didn't I say that already? Why does everyone keep thinking I like her? You found it entirely incomprehensible. I just admire her and want to be friends. Isn't that normal? Normal? Suda nodded frantically, then sidled up beside you with a foxy grin. I am 100% convinced now. You were even more puzzled. Why are you only believing it now? Because... Suta waved the phone in front of your face, smiling like a sly fox. Because the person you actually like is Yuka. Boom. Your face instantly flushed bright red as you shot back in denial. I do not. Suda laughed even harder. And you say you don't? You thought it was a text from Yuka and looked so happy, but the second you saw it wasn't, your face completely dropped. Doesn't that prove everything? He pressed his advantage. This proves you don't like Hina, and the one you truly like is... You couldn't bear to hear another second and reached out to clamp your hand tightly over his mouth. I told you I don't, but your face, burning like a blazing sunset, completely undermined any credibility you had. In a fit of defensive rage, you clamped your hands around his neck and threatened viciously. Suta, if you dare say one more word, I swear. Suta immediately threw his hands up in surrender. All right, mercy, my lord. I won't say it, I won't. You finally let go of him, though he still asked with lingering confusion. But wait, aren't you guys already engaged? That was forced by our parents. I didn't want it at all, you said with an indignant look. Besides, Yuka, that jerk, didn't want it either. Mentioning her made you mentally curse that fickle woman another 10,000 times. Suda chuckled. Listen to that. The sour vinegar smell is practically leaking off the screen. You shot him a warning glare and raised a fist threateningly. "You're still going?" Right at that moment, he suddenly froze, let out an astonished gasp, and sprayed back. "What?" You looked at him uncomprehendingly. The next second, Suta leaped straight off the bed and dashed toward the balcony. His family's balcony faced the main villa gates directly, offering a magnificent view. The next thing you heard was his ecstatic shout, "Ren! There's a sports car down there. Looks like Yuka's car. Come look." Your heart skipped a beat. Suta kept urging you on. "Hurry up! That royal blue Bugatti, it's definitely her car!" A royal blue Bugatti. It really was Yuka's car. Unable to hold back any longer, you vaulted off the bed and sprinted over. Suta yanked you to his side, pointing down at the entrance. "Look, right by the gate." You eagerly craned your neck to peer outside, but the night was pitch black, and relying only on the courtyard's dim lighting, you couldn't see a single thing. The area was completely empty. Suta clutched his stomach and burst out into howling laughter. "Ha ha ha! You got totally played. Look how tense you got. You wanted her to come find you that badly, huh?" You instantly realized you'd been tricked. Your face hardened into a fierce glare as you roared, "Suta, I'm going to kill you." Seeing your fist coming at him, Suta scrambled onto the bed to beg for mercy. "I just wanted to test you! Now you finally understand your own heart, right?" "I do not." You stubbornly maintained your denial, glaring at him with puffed-out cheeks. After the two of you wrestled and horseplayed for a while, Suta saw that you were still putting up a front and stopped pushing. All right, no more messing around. Get back in bed. Time to sleep." You glared at him twice more before crawling back under the covers. As the two of you resumed your previous position, Suta propped his chin in his hand and smiled slyly down at you. "Let's change the subject then, Ren. What kind of girls do you actually like?" You immediately let out a huff. "Definitely not anyone like Yuka, that's for sure." Suta smiled knowingly and kept pressing. "Well, what kind do you like then? Tell me. Tell me." You rested your hands behind your head, staring up at the ceiling as you thought about it earnestly. "I like someone who is really smart, has a steady personality, is thoughtful and attentive, and has eyes only for me without ever looking twice at any other guy. She also has deep, gorgeous eyes that seem to see right through everything about me, understanding me without me even needing to speak." You described her piece by piece, yet Suta's expression slowly morphed as he listened. He stared at you in a daze and slowly spoke up. "Ren, don't you think the person you're describing is actually Hina?" You froze instantly. "Huh, really?" Suta nodded with a solemn expression. "Hina is exactly like that. It matches your description almost word for word. You seem to know an awful lot about her." You eyed him suspiciously. At the mere mention of Hina's name, Suta's gaze shifted entirely. That fondness was impossible to conceal. He gave a wry, bitter smile. "Well, I wouldn't say I know everything, but she really is an amazing person. Even though she looks cold on the outside, she's actually very gentle inside. It's just that her gentleness isn't handed out to just anybody." A sudden wave of realization washed over you, to think you could actually become one of the select few she treated with such special regard. You nodded in heartfelt agreement. "She really is great. It's just her family background that's a bit unfortunate." Suta instantly grew agitated. If she had a family background like Yuka's, she wouldn't lose to Yuka by a single fraction. You felt a twinge of sentiment in your heart. Family background really was something predestined by fate. Suta complained with a sorrowful sigh. Why is the universe so unfair? You looked at him, your gaze turning fiercely resolute. Even though she doesn't have the best starting hand, I believe she can rely on her own capability to reach the very top. Suta blinked in surprise, then nodded heavily. I believe it too. The two of them exchanged a smile, everything understood without needing further words. All right, time for bed. You pulled the blanket up. Sauda acknowledged the cue and switched off the bedside lamp. In the pitch-dark room, Ren? You closed your eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. The next moment you plunged into a bizarre, surreal dream. The room was shrouded in a hazy mist as you lay in bed, and a stunning figure was leaning over, gazing down at you. Her pleasant voice sounded right beside your ear. You aren't being a good boy. Time to accept your punishment. What? Before you could clear your vision or see her face clearly, she suddenly swooped down and planted her lips firmly against yours. The warm, soft sensation was exceptionally distinct. I'm being kissed? The thought had barely flashed across your mind when your eyes flew open in terror. The person pressing down on top of you was none other than Yuka. Her gorgeous face wore her trademark bewitching smile, her sexy, delicate lips capturing your mouth and rubbing against it with ambiguous friction. A tingling, numbing sensation washed over you, leaving you dazed as you thought, wait, is this jerk's lips really this soft? Before you even reacted to push her away, Yuka broke into a wicked grin, and the next second, a slick, warm entity pried open your teeth, driving straight in. Is that her tongue? Your face instantly caught fire into a blazing sea of flames. Yet this demon took it a step further, her scorching tongue entangling with yours in a wild, frantic dance of grinding friction. When their lips finally parted, a faint, ambiguous silver thread stretched between them. Yuka's jet-black eyes stared at you with burning intensity as she flashed a bad boy grin. Your little mouth is so sweet it's got me totally addicted. Heat rushed from your cheeks straight up to the tips of your ears. How could she say something so mortifying? She lowered her head once more, her pleasant, sexy voice making you forget how to breathe. I'm going to kiss you again then. Wait, you tried to protest with a blushing face, but that mesmerizing, handsome face kept pressing closer and closer until you snapped awake from the dream, your face still retaining a scorching flush of residual heat. Suda woke up beside you, rubbing his sleepy eyes and asking, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" You pulled your knees up to your chest and buried your face deep between them, shaking your head vigorously. Not a nightmare. It was a wet dream. The moment the thought formed, the most terrifying part was how terrifyingly real the dream felt. Your lips still seemed to carry the lingering tactile sensation of her kiss. You couldn't stop your mind from replaying that devil-may-care face from the dream. Was she really that mesmerizing when kissing someone? Your heart hammered frantically against your ribs. You felt like you were losing your mind. How could you possibly have a dream like that, of all people, about Yuka? Suta hugged you sleepily, patting your back to comfort you. Don't be scared, you'll forget it soon. But when he fully woke up and saw your face clearly, he jumped in fright. Whoa, why is your face so red? Is it? You felt like you wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground, hastily fanning your face with your hand to fake composure. It's probably just too hot. Stop leaning on me, I need to get up. You shoved Suda away and bolted into the bathroom like lightning. You stayed in there for a full half hour until the flush on your face completely faded before you finally came out, having washed up. Sota was still lingering in bed, only now truly waking up as he stretched and climbed out. Ren, what do you want for breakfast? Whatever. You were still feeling rather self-conscious, terrified that he would notice anything amiss, and didn't even dare meet his eyes as you walked straight back to the bedside. Fortunately, because of that erotic dream. After breakfast, the Suda family chauffeur dropped you both off at school right on time. But the moment you arrived at the front gates of No. 1 High School, you were instantly stunned. The school entrance was packed tight with a massive crowd of people. It was your first time seeing such a spectacle, so you looked at Suda in confusion. Did something happen? Suda stepped out of the car looking completely thrilled. No idea, let's go check it out. He grabbed you and pulled you right into the middle of the crowd. In the center sat a cool, sleek silver sports car. Suda's eyes lit up as he shook your arm excitedly. Whoa, a brand new limited edition Lamborghini! Hey, isn't that guy in the car Tomoa? You froze instantly. Before you even had time to look over, the gossip from the surrounding crowd drifted into your ears. Isn't that Tomo? What is he doing in Yuka's car? Did they get back together? No way, Yuka never touches grass twice. Wait, isn't Yuka's current guy that Ren from Class 1A? How did she swap guys out of nowhere? Probably because Ren did something to piss Yuka off and got dumped. Those people didn't even realize that the very Ren they were talking about was standing right beside them. One male student sneered with malicious glee. I knew it was going to end like this. Who does that Ren think he is anyway? As if Yuka would ever give up the whole forest for him. Others immediately chimed in. I even heard that Ren went and got plastic surgery just to seduce Yuka, and even his height was boosted with shoe inserts. Suta finally couldn't stand it anymore. He glared at them with a dark, gloomy face. What are you guys talking about? Shut your traps. Those few male students jumped in fright, only just realizing that the main subject of their gossip was right next to them, and backed away a few steps in panic. Suta shook with anger. Who are you saying got plastic surgery? Let me tell you, our Ren is a 100% all-natural handsome guy. You tugged at his arm. Forget it. Just then, Yuka walked over with Tomo in tow. Complete silence fell over the surroundings as everyone was dumbfounded. New Flame and Old Flame confronting each other face to face. This drama was way too juicy. A devil-may-care smile still hung across Yuka's face as she casually greeted you. Morning. Tomo, standing beside her, also looked at you with a frivolous, mocking smile. Morning. Suta shot you a worried glance and opened fire directly on Yuka. Yuka, how could you do this? Do what? Yuka asked with a smiling, utterly innocent expression. Suta was furious. You're engaged to Ren! How can you hang out with another man right in front of him? But you reached out and grabbed his hand to stop him. You looked at Yuka and managed to squeeze out a forced smile. Morning. Just this morning, you had dreamed of her kissing you with such fierce intensity, yet here she was now, smiling and appearing before you with another man as if absolutely nothing had happened. Why did your chest feel so heavy, like it was blocked by a massive boulder? You clearly felt like nothing was wrong. Her attitude toward you hadn't changed. She still greeted you proactively, carrying a trace of her usual playful teasing. Everything was just like before. Yet it was precisely this, same as before, that made your heart feel unspeakably strange, as if something had fundamentally changed. Yuka gave you a deep look, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly before she said, "We'll be heading off then." With that, she led Tomoe straight into the school grounds. You stood frozen in place, a inexplicable void opening up in your chest. Ren, are you okay? Suta looked at you with deep worry, feeling like you were about to cry. He was filled with righteous indignation. That Yuka definitely did that on purpose to show off to you. She wanted to make you jealous. You didn't want to answer. The gloating and mocking gazes from the surrounding crowd made your skin crawl. Let's go in too. You tugged Suta toward the school gates. But even after escaping those gazes, the stone weighing on your heart didn't lighten at all. What on earth was this feeling? Your mind was an absolute mess of tangled thoughts. Could it really be, as Suta said, that you were jealous? You shook your head violently, hastily rejecting that shocking notion. Why on earth would you be jealous of that jerk Yuka? She could hang out with whoever she wanted. Seeing you shake your head and frown, Suta gripped your arm protectively. Don't bottle it up, we can go trash that jerk Yuka together. But you looked up at him and suddenly smiled. Why would we trash her? Suta was taken aback. She was deliberately trying to make you jealous. You smacked your lips, putting on a nonchalant, carefree front. I am not jealous at all. She and I aren't even a real engaged couple anyway. Whoever she hangs out with has nothing to do with me. Suta still looked deeply worried. I just don't think you genuinely feel that way. Pretending not to hear him, you let go of his arm the moment you reached the teaching building. All right. Class is about to start. I'm heading to my classroom. The moment the words left your mouth, you turned around and bolted, refusing to give him any chance to comfort you. The moment you stepped into the classroom, everyone's gazes locked onto you like searchlights. Pretending not to notice, you walked straight toward your desk. Ren, Sakura looked at you with deep concern. You held a finger to your lips in a hush gesture, then smiled gently. Don't say anything. Just let me have some quiet time, okay? Sakura nodded, then pulled a carton of strawberry milk from her desk drawer and handed it to you. Here, drink this. Thanks, Sakura. The smile on your face finally turned genuinely warm. Having someone remember your preferences felt really nice. But the moment you poked your straw in, before you even took a single sip, an abrupt uproar swept through the classroom. Everyone's eyes snapped toward the front door in unison. Why is Tomoe coming to our class? Your heart skipped a beat as you looked up sharply. Tomo was walking in with a beaming smile, accompanied by another boy carrying his bag for him. He stood up on the podium and spoke in an oily, slick voice. "Hello everyone. Starting today, I've transferred into Class 1A. Please take good care of me from now on." With that, Tomo walked straight toward your direction. The entire class held their breath, putting on expressions that screamed they were waiting for a good show. New flame versus old flame. Were they about to have a public face-off? Tomoe took the desk right across the aisle from yours. He shot you a smug smile, every single word dripping with malice. "Big sis Yuka is so good to me. I just mentioned I wanted to get into Class 1A, and she transferred me right in." That remark was an overt provocation. If you didn't bite back, wouldn't it look like you were terrified of him? So you raised an eyebrow with casual indifference. Then you better cherish it properly. She'll let you in when she's in a good mood, but who knows about later? Tomo's face instantly darkened. Every word you spoke was the absolute truth, yet it made him look like a pitiful clown who could be kicked out at any second. But he quickly recovered, lifting his chin arrogantly as he glared at you with a sneer. "Ren, do you still think you're Big Sis Yuka's man? I'm the current boyfriend now, and you're already history." His voice suddenly spiked with a heavy dose of threat. "You'd better watch your step, or else I'll have a word with Big Sis Yuka and have you kicked out of Class 1A. Before you could even reply, Sakura beside you slammed her hand down on her desk with a loud crack. "You want to get Ren kicked out of Class 1A? Who the hell do you think you are?" Tomo was startled by her imposing aura and didn't dare talk back immediately. You turned your head to look at him and let out a cold, composed smile, your tone entirely effortless. "Go ahead, try it. I'd love to see if you actually have the capability to kick me out of this class." In your heart, you inwardly scoffed. Even if you gave Yuka 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare. Unfortunately, Tomo had no clue. He foolishly assumed that you managed to get into Class 1A the same way he did, by riding Yuka's coattails. He figured that since you had been dumped, you should have cowardly rolled out of sight. Class 1A was treated like a sacred temple in the school. Entering it was the highest possible honor. Therefore, Tomo felt intensely resentful that a dumped ex-boyfriend was still lingering around here, even having a wealthy heiress like Sakura stand up for him. He glared at Sakura without backing down an inch. Then just wait and see who has more clout. But Sakura looked at him as if he were an absolute moron, rolling her eyes in deep disgust. Then she leaned in close to your ear with a mischievous smirk. "If he found out about your real relationship with Big Sis Yuka, I wonder how terrified he'd be." You curled the corners of your lips as well. "I'd love to see it too." You were completely certain that Yuka would never kick you out of Class 1A, just for some guy. The principal wouldn't dare either. If word of this reached the Ryuzaki household, Yuka would get chewed out beyond belief, so you couldn't be bothered to waste any more energy on an idiot like Tomoe. No matter how he glared at you, you ignored him completely, and just kept chatting calmly with Sakura. Sakura turned back around, lowering her voice as she looked at you curiously. "This is so weird for Yuka, though. How could she possibly get back together with him? After all, Yuka never touches grass twice. Once she dumps someone, she casts them entirely out of mind." You replied with frustrated irritation, "I don't know, and I don't want to know." For some reason, whenever Yuka was brought up right now, your chest felt stuffy and you boiled with anger. Just then, the whispers of a few nearby classmates made your ears prick up automatically. "I remember Yuka's car rarely ever carries guys, right? And it was so early, did she go pick him up on purpose? Or does that even need to be asked? They must have spent the night together last night." A female student spoke in an ambiguous tone that made the surrounding area instantly fall silent. "How do you know? Coming to school together doesn't mean they stayed over together. Are you kidding? Have you ever seen Yuka chauffeur any of her boyfriends to school? Given her personality, at most she'd have a driver pick them up. She would never do it personally. So the most likely scenario is they were together last night and she just gave him a ride." That analytical deduction sounded unassailably watertight. Suddenly someone gasped, "If they were together last night, does that mean they slept together?" The girls let out a chorus of knowing, dirty laughs. "Did you and Yuka spend the night together last night?" Tomo had already overheard their discussion, and right now he looked utterly smug. He deliberately put on a shy, coy expression. "Why are you guys asking about that? I'm not telling." That coy act of his stoked everyone's curiosity even further, and they swarmed around him instantly. Who wouldn't want the juicy gossip on Big Sis Yuka? But none of them noticed that your face had turned as dark as the bottom of a wok, and the hand resting on your desk was clenched so tight your knuckles turned white. Spent the night together last night? Could that jerk Yuka have brought Tomo back to the apartment? If she did, wouldn't that mean he slept on your bed? You were shaking with boiling rage. Just picturing that scene made you want to commit murder? Tomo glanced at you sideways, and seeing your furious reaction made him even more smug. He deliberately announced to the crowd, "Oh my, how can I talk about such a shy and intimate thing? But Big Sis Yuka really was with me last night." With the person involved confirming it himself, the crowd erupted into an uproar. With a deafening bang, you slammed your hands on the desk and stood up abruptly, your handsome face terrifyingly gloomy. You had to go find Yuka and get a straight answer out of her. If that jerk really brought Tomoe back to mess around in your home, you were never going to forgive her. Tomo was still putting on an act, patting his chest exaggeratedly. "Why are you slamming the desk so hard?" Seeing that you weren't acting like yourself, Sakura snapped at Tomoe. "Shut your trap!" You gritted your teeth, glared murderously at Tomoe, and moved to storm out of the classroom. But the second you shifted, Sakura grabbed your hand. "Calm down." How were you supposed to calm down right now? You only wanted to charge right in front of Yuka and ask her if what Tomo said was true. You didn't care whether she had hooked up with Tomoe or not, but how could she bring someone back to the apartment you shared? That was your home. If she really did that, it crossed every acceptable line. However, Tomoe assumed you were just putting on a fake act for show. He chuckled, mockingly. "What, you want to go ask Big Sis Yuka if it's true? Go on then, hurry up and go. Unless you're too scared." Which of the guys around Yuka had ever been anything other than obedient lapdogs? Who would ever dare run up to her to interrogate her about something like this? Tomo bet that you wouldn't dare. And even if you did, well, that would be even better, because it would just piss Yuka off and let him reap the benefits. Sakura couldn't take it anymore, pointing straight at Tomoe and roaring, "I told you to shut up! Did you hear me or not?" Everyone around them was dumbfounded. Has she lost her mind? How dare she yell at Yuka's man? You had to remember Tomo was Yuka's current boyfriend right now. If Tomo went to file a complaint, Sakura was going to be in deep, deep trouble. Yet for Sakura to dare go this far for your sake, she was either completely out of her mind or utterly head over heels for you. Tomoe lost face getting yelled at like that, but since he had just arrived in Class 1A, he didn't want to make enemies right off the bat. Right then, the warning bell rang and the teacher walked in. Sakura quickly pulled you back down into your seat, then whispered words of comfort. "Don't let this guy provoke you. Who knows if his words are true or false? Calm down and think about it rationally first. Personally, I don't believe it's true. Even though Big Sis Yuka has dated so many boyfriends, I've never once heard of her spending the night at any guy's place, or bringing a guy back to her home. Because Yuka is the most prominent headline maker in number 1 high, every single move she makes is watched by the whole school. The guys who date her are always desperate to brag about it to the whole world. If anyone actually managed to get intimate with her, it would have become common knowledge instantly, but no such rumor has ever leaked out after all this time." You stared at Sakura in a daze. "Really?" Sakura nodded emphatically. "Really? Do you trust me?" You gave a slow nod, yet you sat on pins and needles for the rest of the class. Even if Yuka hadn't done that with Tomoe, what if she actually brought him back to the apartment? Even letting Tomo step foot inside the living room was completely intolerable to you. Right, if this turns out to be true, I'm going to burn that apartment down to the ground. You thought angrily in your mind. The second the class ended, you couldn't restrain yourself a second longer and stood up to stride right out the door. This time, Sakura didn't stop you, only following closely behind with a worried expression. To your surprise, Tomoe walked out too, heading in the same direction. Evidently, he was going to find Yuka as well, shooting you an arrogant, victorious glare of a winner. Just as you reached the first floor, you ran head-on into Suda. "Where are you going?" Suda hurried over, affectionately throwing his arm around your shoulder. The moment Tomo saw Suda acting so close to you, his expression shifted sharply. "I'm going to find Yuka," you said, your voice sounding like something was stuck in your throat. "What's wrong? Why is this guy walking with you?" Suda looked at Tomo with deep suspicion. Sakura knew you didn't want to speak, so she filled Suda in on everything that had happened in the classroom. That's basically what happened. Beside them, Tomoe's face turned panicked as he immediately tried to slip away. But Suta barked a sharp command. Hold on a second. Tomoe's body stiffened. He turned back around, forcing a flattering, ingratiating smile. Did you need something from me? Suta grabbed your hand, stepped right up to him, and let out a cold laugh. You just said Yuka spent the night with you last night and you guys hooked up? Well... Tomoe immediately started stammering. Liar. Suta dropped the 3 blunt syllables straight onto his face, then scoffed mockingly. I bet she hasn't even kissed you once, has she? Tomoe's face turned instantly pale as if his core secret had just been exposed. Excuse me, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving. With that, he practically fled in panic. Sota pulled you along as you walked outside, heading toward a patch of shade under the trees, where you finally couldn't help asking, how did you know he was lying? Sota smiled and looked at you. That's simple. Anyone close to Yuka knows her quirks. What quirks? How come I didn't know? You stared at him, full of puzzlement. Suta looked at you with sudden realization. Right, you spent the past few years abroad, so it makes sense you would know. What quirk is it? You complained, hating when people left you hanging. Don't pinch my hand so hard. Suta quickly yanked his hand back. All right, I'll tell you right now, just stop using physical violence. Only then did you let go, staring at him intently. Suta cleared his throat. Well, basically, Yuka has a bit of a germophobia. Germophobia? You wondered if your ears were failing you and dug into your ear with a finger. How on earth could that jerk have germophobia? Her house is as messy as a pigsty. Before I moved in, her room didn't have a single thing to do with cleanliness. Not that kind of cleanliness. Suta shot you an exasperated look. It's emotional germophobia. Huh? What? That sounded even more absurd. That's completely impossible. The line of boyfriends she's dated could wrap around the block several times over. How can a player like that be considered emotionally germophobic? If she has germophobia, then I must be a saint. Suta wore a helpless expression. When you put it that way, I guess it sounds weird. You frowned irritably. What on earth are you trying to say? What does this have to do with Tomoe lying? You felt like it would have been faster to just go find Yuka and ask her directly. But just as you made to stand up, Suta grabbed your arm firmly. Don't rush. You want to go find her again? Well, obviously. I can't understand a single word you're saying. Ren, is your reading comprehension in Chinese seriously that terrible? You ranted back. Sota looked deeply wounded. Sigh, fine, my reading comprehension is trash. Let me restructure it. Just listen to me finish first, okay? I'll give you one more chance. You sat back down. Suta thought about it carefully, before continuing. Why do I know Tomoe is lying? Because even though Yuka has dated so many boyfriends, she has this emotional cleanliness quirk. She has never even kissed any of them, let alone gotten physical. It's as simple as that. I don't believe that for a second. You huffed, glaring with your handsome face. It's true, Suta nodded anxiously and forcefully, staring straight into your eyes to re-emphasize. Ren, I have zero reason to lie to you about something like this. You remained half skeptical. Then how do you know? It's not like Yuka told you herself, right? Suta shook his head frantically. How could she possibly tell me? Someone else managed to pry it out of her at a bar once. So it was true? How could Yuka have dated so many boyfriends and never kissed a single one of them? You suddenly remembered how she had acted like a madwoman yesterday, forcing a kiss on you. Your face flushed bright red instantly. She claimed she had an emotional cleanliness quirk and hated kissing people casually? Then what the hell was her problem yesterday? This completely contradicted the person Suta was describing. You crossed your arms with a skeptical attitude. You guys must have been tricked by her. Would someone like her easily spill a detail like that? Isn't that kind of thing super embarrassing for a girl? And Yuka cares about her pride more than anything. Suta shook his finger with firm conviction. No way she's lying. A bunch of girls drinking too much love talking about that kind of dirty stuff. And then they heard Yuka say she's still. At this, Suta covered his mouth and chuckled. She's still what? You looked completely baffled. Suta glared at you. You still don't get it? A virgin, obviously. Your face flushed even brighter as you stared at Suta in disbelief. She actually admitted that herself? You suddenly remembered that she actually did seem to tell you before that she was a virgin. Could it really be true? Suda shrugged his shoulders. Pretty much, she didn't even have the desire to kiss any of them. So you tell me, could Tomoe possibly have enough charm to make Yuka break her rule and hook up with him? Sound-wise, it's obviously fake. That guy just said it to provoke you, and you're just too gullible to fall for that kind of talk. You blushed crimson and hurriedly defended yourself. I'm not mad about that. I couldn't care less if she hooked up with other guys. What I'm mad about is how she could bring someone back to our apartment. Suda stroked his chin with absolute certainty. I think that part is fake too. Even if Yuka wanted to make you jealous, she wouldn't bring him home. If she actually dared to do that, I'd burn the apartment down. You put on a stern face and declared angrily. Seeing you like this, Suda instantly burst into helpless laughter. This is pure, unadulterated jealousy, but stubborn as you were, you refused to admit it. He quickly pulled you back. All right, don't rush into things. If you go find her right now to demand answers, you lose. Making a scene in front of all those people is just putting on a circus for everyone to watch. You thought about it and realized he was right. Fine, I'll hold it in for now. Just then, Suda suddenly leaned in close and flashed a devilish grin. How about this? At noon we'll go find her for lunch, and we'll expose that guy's lies right to his face. Just imagine how satisfying a face-slapping moment like that would be. And so, at lunchtime, Yuka and Tomoe had just stepped into the cafeteria. When Suda grabbed you and walked over with a bright smile, Yuka, Ren and I forgot our meal cards. You're treating us to lunch, right? Yuka's gaze instantly locked onto you, wearing that same casual, careless smile. Of course, that scene directly stunned every single student in the cafeteria. Yuka's new flame and old flame sitting together? What kind of insane, supernatural love triangle showdown was this? Everyone forgot to eat, stretching their necks out to gawk at the gossip. I want the black pepper beef rice. Suda finished ordering, then turned to ask you, what about you? You casually replied, I'll have the same, I guess. The moment the words left your mouth, Yuka suddenly raised an eyebrow, her jet black eyes staring straight at you. Don't you hate black pepper? Still holding a grudge against her, you immediately shot her a sideways glance. I like it now. Yuka acted as if she didn't care at all, yet if she didn't care, how could she possibly remember your preferences? Beside them, Tomo's expression darkened instantly, though he forced an ingratiating, flattering smile, acting like a completely different person compared to how he was in the classroom. He had assumed Yuka would ask what he wanted to eat, but she completely ignored him, leaving him to tell you himself that he wanted the cheese chicken cutlet rice. Before long, the food was served. You took only a single bite of the black pepper beef, and your brow immediately furrowed, stabbing your chopsticks around in the bowl, unable to swallow another bite. Right at that moment, Tomoe cut off a piece of chicken cutlet and offered it to Yuka with an eager, flattering smile. Try this. But Yuka didn't even spare him a glance. The next second, she suddenly reached out and snatched your bowl away. You thought Yuka was just messing with you, but to your surprise, her own braised eggplant rice, which happened to be your absolute favorite dish, was placed right in front of you. If you don't like it, stop forcing yourself. Yuka shot you a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with mock exasperation. Even though you were annoyed by her attitude, seeing the braised eggplant right in front of you sent an inexplicable warmth surging through your heart. Looking back at Tomoe, his expression shifted between green and white. It was an absolute masterpiece of a show. Suda curled the corners of his lips, snapped his gaze toward Yuka, and went straight for the ultimate combo. Hey, Lady Yuka, your boyfriend here was telling me last night that you two were together and even spent the night. He threw a subtle wink your way as he spoke. You caught on instantly, swapping into an interrogative expression as you demanded of Yuka. Did you bring him back to the apartment we share? Tomoe's face turned completely pale. Yuka shot him a piercing, razor-sharp gaze. Is that what you said? Tomoe waved his hands frantically in panic. I didn't say that. Suda crossed his arms, letting out a mocking scoff. Know what fear feels like now? When you were busy lying, why didn't you think about the consequences? Tears welled up in Tomoe's eyes. I only said Miss Yuka was with me last night, but I never claimed I went to her place. You realized in an instant how cunning that verbal trap had been. But you only cared about one core detail. You whipped your head back to stare at Yuka, asking word for word, Were you really with him last night? Tomo immediately chimed in to steal the spotlight. It's the absolute truth. As for Yuka, she only looked at you in silence without saying a word. That was the definition of tacit confirmation. You took a deep breath, an utterly brilliant smile blooming across your face instead. Then you stood up abruptly. I'm full, thanks for the meal. With that, you turned on your heel and walked away without looking back. However, when school let out that afternoon, you directly staked out the doorway of the apartment. The exact second Yuka reached out to close the door, you shoved your hand in to block it. She stared at you coldly, but you lifted your chin and glared right back at her. What? Not welcoming me back? Saying that, you walked right on in of your own accord, slipped into your slippers, and relaxed as if you were back in your own home. I stayed at Suda's for one night. I didn't say I wasn't coming back. You said with your signature radiant smile, acting as if the afternoon's events had never happened. Yet the brighter you smiled, the more glacial Yuka's gaze became. Ignoring her entirely, you walked into the bathroom to wash your face, came out stretching your arms lazily, and opened the refrigerator, looking back at her. Want anything to drink? The next second, Yuka's patience completely snapped. She lunged forward, grabbed you by the collar, and slammed you hard against the refrigerator door. Her gorgeous face was flooded with fury as she roared at you. Do you honestly not care at all? You were startled into a daze, staring up at her blankly. Yuka's stunning face tightened even further with frustration. You're doing it again! This was her most effective move. She threw a punch directly against the refrigerator door, creating a deafening crash. I said I didn't! You glared back at her stubbornly, tears shimmering in your eyes. Why are you picking a fight with me? Yuka was left powerless to continue talking to you. She turned away in utter defeat. Right at that moment, you lunged forward from behind, wrapping your arms tightly around her waist. This time, you couldn't hold it back anymore, breaking down into tearful sobs that immediately soaked the back of her shirt. Her heart softened instantly at the sound of your tears, and she was just about to turn around and coax you when you stammered out, I'm sorry, sniffing your nose as your voice turned incredibly aggrieved and apologetic. It was my fault first. I shouldn't have lied to you earlier, and I didn't apologize properly. And as for Hina, she really is just an ordinary friend. In my heart, you're obviously the most important person, and no one can ever compare to you. Can we please stop being mad? Can we please stop fighting? You thought to yourself, since I was the one who messed up first, swallowing my pride and apologizing is the least I can do. Getting into a massive fight over some total outsider makes me look like an absolute idiot. Yuka let out a deep sigh. Her heart had already melted entirely, especially hearing the words no one can ever compare to you, which turned her heart into absolute mush. She peeled your hands away, turned around, and pulled you tightly into a hug, her voice gentle yet helpless. You're such an idiot. In truth, she thought she was the idiot here. She had long since stopped being mad about you seeing Hina. What actually drove her insane was you rejecting her kiss. But how could she possibly ever say something so embarrassing out loud? Hearing her voice soften up made you wail even louder, as if you were pouring out all the grievances of the past few days, wiping your tears and snot shamelessly all over her clothes. She looked down at your childish antics, torn between laughter and exasperation while finding you unbearably adorable. Stop wiping your snot all over my clothes, it's disgusting! You deliberately hitched up the hem of her shirt to scratch your nose. Well, the clothes really are dirty now. She led you over to the sofa, told you to sit down, and turned to head to her room to change. Where are you going? Yuka pointed at the stain on her clothes with a teasing smirk. What? You want me to keep wearing the evidence? You finally let go of her, but instead of going straight to change, she walked right over to the fridge, pulled out a carton of your favorite strawberry milk, placed it on the coffee table in front of you, and then headed into her room. Watching her retreating back, you felt a sweet warmth bubble up inside your chest, picking up the milk carton and gulping it down rapidly. By the time you finished, she walked back out looking stunning and radiant. Sitting down beside you with a smile, she asked, What do you want for dinner? You bit down on the straw, tilting your head to think hard for a long while, but came up empty. I don't know what I want. Yuka smiled and pinched your cheek. Not hungry yet? You shook your head. Guess we'll go out later then. She pulled out her phone, sent a message, and told you, I'm having Suda tag along too. You nodded, naturally leaning your head against her shoulder. Why do you look so exhausted? She asked with a smile. You let out a deep, soulful sigh, your voice drifting softly. Fighting is so exhausting. Let's promise never to fight again, okay? Who started it in the first place? Who told you to lie to me? Crafty as she was, she naturally had to seize the opportunity to keep you well behaved. Hearing that, remorse washed over you again. I already said I'm sorry. I won't lie to you anymore, okay? But you can't be so overbearing all the time either. You suddenly worried that if you really married her down the road, you'd end up completely under her thumb. Yet she looked straight at you and said, then you can't be so headstrong either. You need to be more careful with your friendships. Take Hina, for example. I really don't like her. You didn't want to drag up that topic and risk another argument. Besides, you still felt Hina was worth being friends with, and you definitely needed to find a chance next time to ask why she harbored such a deep hatred for Hina. You suddenly snapped your head up to interrogate her. Then what's the deal with Tomo? Were you really with him last night? But instead of answering, she curled the corners of her lips into an ambiguous, foxy smile. Jealous. A wave of heat rushed to your cheeks. Get lost. Who's jealous of you? I'm just looking down on you. If you're going to date someone, at least find someone better. Yet Yuka just blinked her pretty eyes at you, smiling. When did I ever say I got back together with him? You froze instantly. Not back together? Then what on earth was going on? Remembering Tomo's arrogant, punchable face made your blood boil. Just wait until the truth came out. You couldn't wait to watch his face get slapped silly. Seeing that cunning little smile of yours, Yuka knew exactly what was running through your head. Shrugging her shoulders, she shifted all the blame neatly off herself. Some friends invited me out to hang out last night, and I just happened to run into him. I never said we got back together. Naturally, she wasn't going to admit that she had deliberately wanted to use Tomo to make you jealous. You glared at her with reproachful grievance. Then why did you help him transfer into Class 1A? His smug look was completely unbearable. Yuka curved her lips into a smile, as if she had predicted this all along. Did he provoke you? You let out a heavy huff of dissatisfaction. Don't think I couldn't see through that. This was definitely your doing. To your surprise, she remained completely unfazed. That's easy. If you find him an eyesore, we'll just transfer him out. Which class do you want to send him to? That remark instantly made you feel immensely satisfied. It matched the exact thing you had told Tomo earlier. Yuka could let him in if she was happy, and kick him out just as easily if she wasn't. Just picturing Tomo's expression when he got transferred out made you want to laugh out loud. He had only been in Class 1A for a single day before getting kicked out, which was almost too pathetic. Should you show mercy and let him stay a few more days? That evening, Yuka called Suta and Sakura to join them for dinner at the Royal Pavilion Club. The moment Sakura walked through the doors, she happily rushed over to throw her arms around you. Master Ren, I've missed you to death. Right then, Yuka stepped directly in between you two, shooting Sakura an icy, piercing glare. I brought him here for dinner, not for you to glomp. Sakura teased playfully. Anyone who didn't know better would think Ren was your husband. Without missing a beat, Yuka draped her arm over the back of your chair, flashing a dominant you smile. Ren is my husband, so what? The friend standing beside Sakura was utterly dumbfounded, leaning over to whisper. Wait, is that really Ren? Is he actually Miss Yuka's husband? Who on earth is he? Sakura finally dropped her voice to a whisper to reveal your true identity. You've heard of the legendary Ren family, right? That friend gasped aloud. You mean that Ren family? For real? Sakura pointed right at you. He is the sole young master of that very Ren family. In Jiangcheng, people only ever talk about the 4 great families, completely unaware of the hidden titan that is the Ren family. Most of their assets are overseas, keeping such a low profile that only the absolute top elite circles even know they exist. Sakura dropped an even heavier bombshell. Do you know what school Ren attended in the US? The #1 Noble Academy in the entire country. Even people from my family couldn't buy their way in. Just imagine how immense the Ren family's power must be. Just then, Yuka called out to Sakura. A mischievous, wicked grin plastered across her gorgeous face. Come over here tomorrow morning, I need a favor. Sakura looked at her devilish smile and instantly lit up with excitement. What kind of favor? Yuka twirled the stem of her wine glass, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. a very, very interesting favor. And so, the next morning at the gates of number 1 high school, an unbroken convoy of ultra-luxury sports cars rolled up, Lamborghinis, Maybachs, every single one worth tens of millions. To make it even more absurd, they were all ultra-rare limited editions that money couldn't even buy. The doors swung open in unison, and under the dumbfounded gazes of the entire student body, you stepped out with a bright smile, flanked and protected, right in the center, by Yuka and her crew. Everyone froze into stone on the spot. What on earth was happening? The people surrounding you stood at the absolute pinnacle of the social pyramid. Yuka and Sauda, along with 2 heirs from the 4 great families, Sakura, the mayor's daughter, and Hina, the second young lady of the Hina family. A group of stunning beauties and handsome youths walking together like this completely blinded the entire school. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were filming a live-action version of The Heirs. Yet no one could figure out why a small-time nobody like you deserved to stand right in the middle of it all. What shocked them even more was that you had Yuka on your left and Suda on your right, with Suda casually throwing an arm around your shoulder, while Sakura leaned in past Yuka to talk to you with an eager, flattering smile. What on earth was going on here? Every single student present was completely starstruck. Sakura flipped her long hair over her shoulder with a cool gesture, basking in the universal spotlight. "Our entrance today is truly one of a kind," Suda chuckled. "Don't worry, within minutes this video is going to go viral across the whole school." You felt a mix of laughter and embarrassment. Did we really have to go this far? Making it this grand made your skin crawl. You figured if you said right now that you didn't want to walk with them anymore, you'd probably get beaten up on the spot. However, Yuka only offered a playful, teasing smile. Getting a chance to flex your prestige and you're not happy about it? In the entire history of number 1 high, you're the only one who gets to enjoy this treatment. You shrugged your shoulders with a bright grin. Actually, this feels pretty great. Even though the sea of envious, jealous, and hateful glares from the surrounding male students was almost enough to drown you. Just as you reached the teaching building, you clapped your hands. "All right, break's over, Scatter. I'm treating everyone to lunch at noon. We'll regroup then." Sakura immediately laughed. "Since Master Ren is treating, I won't hold back at all. Just letting you know ahead of time. We are not eating at the cafeteria." You waved your hand dismissively. "Whatever you want. I'm heading to class." But the moment you stepped into class 1A, every single pair of eyes in the room locked onto you with heavy, meaningful weight. Ignoring them completely, you walked straight toward your seat. Right at that moment, Tomo walked in, his complexion looking hideously awful as he stared you down with pure venom. Evidently, he had seen that scene at the school gates too. You suddenly remembered Yuka's words from yesterday. Which class do you want to send him to? The original Class 1A or Class F? Whichever you like. Class 1A and Class F. Heaven versus hell. That was when it hit you. Tomo's entire fate was resting right in the palm of your hand. This kind of feeling was a first for you, and it felt rather magical. You subconsciously glanced over at Tomoe. He stiffened up instantly, opening his mouth to put up a brave front. "Ren!" You shook your head and cut him off directly. "Tomo, can you just not speak? Every time you open your mouth, nothing good comes out. You still come looking for trouble with me at a time like this? Are you seriously an idiot?" Tomo flushed with immediate humiliation, his voice pitching up into a shrill screech. "You're just riding on Miss Yuka's coattails for favor." I don't know what tricks you used, but don't get too full of yourself. Sooner or later, Miss Yuka's going to get sick of you. You were completely speechless. Favor? What kind of wild nonsense is that? Besides, his voice was way too shrill and was giving you a headache. You swept a razor-sharp, chilling glare across him and gave a cold warning. "Tomo, either you shut your trap right now, or I'm having you transferred to Class F." Tomoe froze stiff, fully processing the threat. In his gut, he wanted to believe you were just bluffing and pulling rank, but what if it was actually true? Getting sent to Class F, just the thought of that outcome made it hard for him to breathe. Tomo's face twisted back and forth before he finally forced out a cold snort, turning his head away haughtily to pretend he was too proud to keep arguing with you. Sitting right in front of you, Sakura cast a complex, inscrutable look your way. She wanted to ask what your true background really was. Originally, she had just assumed you were Yuka's childhood friend, but after seeing this morning's spectacle, where even the mayor's daughter, Sakura, treated you with such eager flattery, just how terrifyingly immense was your real identity, Sakura suddenly didn't dare find out. You looked completely oblivious, asking, "Is something wrong?" Looking at your pure, innocent smile, Sakura seemed to figure something out and offered a gentle smile of her own. "I just wanted to ask if you've eaten breakfast yet. I brought some fruit sandwiches. You finally survived until the end of classes," and Tomo looked like a weight had been lifted off his chest. Sitting on pins and needles for several classes straight, he regretted everything. Why on earth did he choose to sit right next to you? The second he tried to pack up his things and slip away quickly, a piercing shriek erupted from outside the classroom. "It's Miss Yuka! Why is she here? Is she here looking for Tomo? I heard they got back together. Your info is way behind, didn't you see that scene this morning?" Amidst the buzzing discussions of the crowd, a gorgeous, slender figure stepped into Class 1A. Yuka's stunning face wore her trademark devil-may-care smile, instantly electrifying the entire room. Tomo's heart went into a wild, frantic hammer. His eyes locked onto her. "Is she here for me?" Seeing Yuka walk straight in his direction, he held his breath, only for Yuka's jet-black eyes to bypass him entirely without a single glance, walking right past his desk. Tomo's expression froze instantly into a mask of stone. Yuka's gaze remained fixed entirely on you from start to finish. "The restaurant is all booked. I'm here to take you." You offered an exasperated, helpless smile at the sea of love-struck fanboy faces around you, waved goodbye to Sakura, and hurriedly grabbed Yuka to pull her away. "What about Sakura and the others?" "They're waiting for you." The two of you chatted as you walked off into the distance. Tomoe stood frozen in place, his brain buzzing with static. "You actually called Sakura by her first name and used such a familiar tone?" He gasped sharply, sucking in a breath of cold air. "Just what the hell kind of person are you?" Surprisingly, Yuka led you straight to the student council building. "We're eating here," she said in response to your curious look. She hooked her arm through yours, pulled you inside, and headed straight into a private room where she had a 5-star hotel cater the meal. Saves us the trouble of going out. Pushing the door open, Sakura and the others were indeed waiting inside. The second Sakura saw you, she immediately sprang to her feet to pull out your chair for you, offering a sycophantic, flattering smile. "Ren, your entrance this morning was way too majestic. I didn't leak a single word, I swear." Yuka shot her a look that clearly said you better know what you're doing, shoving Sakura's hand away from the back of your chair with a warning. "If even a whisper of this leaks out, you're taking the fall." You couldn't be bothered to deal with their bickering, your sole focus fixed entirely on the food. Sakura immediately changed the subject. "Hey Ren, didn't you say you were treating us?" With a bright, beaming smile, you fished Yuka's wallet out and slammed it down onto the table with a loud thwack. "I said I was treating, so I'm treating." Using someone else's wallet to play the generous host was a stunt only you could pull off. Sakura was the first to object, shaking her head. "Master Ren, you can't do that." But the actual owner of the wallet, Yuka, shot her a chilling, sidelong glare. "You got a problem with that?" Sakura instantly wilted, frantically waving her hands in absolute surrender. "No problem at all. Absolutely none. I wouldn't dare have a problem." Everyone else at the table swiftly turned their heads to admire the scenery out the window, nobody daring to provoke the young master. Then, you smiled and opened your mouth. "Koyu, all right. I'll treat you since I offered. I don't have cash. Can I use a card?" Saying that, you pulled a card out of your bag and placed it on the table. A pitch-black card. Aiko took one look at the card and her eyes widened instantly. She pointed at it with a trembling finger. "Your card, let me take a look." You thought she was making a fuss over nothing, but still passed the card over. Aiko examined it back and forth as if trying to look right through the card. The next second, she snapped her gaze toward Yuka Ryuzaki, only to find Yuka pursing her thin lips and offering a faint smile. You were even more puzzled. What was wrong with this card? Daiki suddenly smiled and said, "She figured out that's a supplementary card under Yuka Ryuzaki's name, right?" You nodded and said, "Right." As soon as those words left your mouth, Aiko cradled the card, her eyes shining as she muttered, "Master Ren, this is the Supreme Black Card. There are only 4 of them in the entire Jiangqing, one for each of the 4 great families. This is something people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Yet you remained unimpressed. Isn't it just a black card? My mom has one too. What's so strange about it? To think she was the mayor's daughter, yet acting like she had never seen the world. Aiko retorted excitedly. This is different, okay? This black card is not that black card you don't understand. You said you really don't understand. I've seen Yuka Ryuzaki's black card, it's identical to my mom's. Where's the difference? Aiko handed the card back to you and looked at Yuka Ryuzaki with eyes full of emotion. Miss Ryuzaki, do you have to spoil him this much? You actually gave him your supplementary card. You immediately glared at her in dissatisfaction. What about it? Do you have an opinion? Yuka's happy to let me use it. What business is it of yours? Aiko glanced sideways at Yuka Ryuzaki and said sheepishly, How would I dare have an opinion? She was simply dying of envy. Halfway through the meal, you started to grow drowsy, your head nodding off one moment at a time. Yuka Ryuzaki smoothly guided your head over, letting you lean against her shoulder, and immediately told the others, This guy is sleepy. I'll take him upstairs first. The next second, she stood up directly and supported you out of the room. You said as the two figures disappeared, the remaining Aiko looked over at Daiki. Hey, have you ever seen our Miss Ryuzaki be so gentle and considerate to any boyfriend before? Daiki rolled his eyes at her and smiled meaningfully. Is Rin someone those guys can compare to? Aiko instantly caught a whiff of gossip. Could it be that the two of them are together? Daiki shrugged her shoulders. Who knows? But Aiko grew even more certain. I think they are. Look at the way Ryuzaki dotes on Ren. It's like cradling him in her hands for fear he'll drop, holding him in her mouth for fear he'll melt. You said. Daiki rolled her eyes once more and said coldly, Did Yuka Ryuzaki only start spoiling Ren just now? A single sentence woke the dreamer. Aiko slapped her forehead hard. Weren't these two like this ever since they were kids? It's just that you went abroad to study these past few years. And with everyone having less contact, people gradually forgot. Daiki sighed with emotion. I've envied Ren ever since I was little. Everyone is good to him, and he has a Yuka Ryuzaki everywhere pampering and protecting him. Aiko suddenly leaned in with a sly expression. Daiki, do you need a girlfriend? The kind who is beautiful, smart, and humorous? Daiki gave a charming smile, then pushed her face away with a single palm and ruthlessly spat out 3 words. Not needed. She then smiled craftily and curled her finger. How about this, if you can beat you in the next exams, I'll steal my sister's black card and lend it to you once. How about that? Koyu, Aiko protested on the spot. Is that guy even human? Perfect scores in every subject, who could possibly beat her? Meanwhile, in the second floor room, Yuka Ryuzaki gently laid you down on the sofa. But no sooner had she put you down than you mumbled sleepily. Ryuzaki, Koyu, you said. Yuka Ryuzaki responded in a low voice. Got it. She walked over to pull the curtains shut. Immediately after, your hazy voice came again. Pillow? The pillow was clearly right by your feet. Yuka Ryuzaki walked over helplessly, picked up the pillow, and considerately stuffed it under your head. Afterward, Yuka Ryuzaki's pitch-black eyes stared speechlessly at you. This brat orders people around way too naturally. She thought of how she, Miss Ryuzaki, was usually the one ordering everyone else around. When had anyone ever ordered her around? Only you dared to order her like this. Despite thinking that, Miss Ryuzaki still went to grab a small blanket and personally covered your stomach with it. She was used to running the air conditioning at a very low temperature, so the AC in the room was blasting. She thought about it and turned the temperature up just a bit to keep you from catching a cold. And just as Daiki had said, that arrogant and imposing entrance in the morning had quickly been filmed by someone. And the video was spread across the entire school, even reaching people in other schools. As one could imagine, you said, Shogo also saw it. So Shogo smashed his phone once more, and this time he smashed it even harder, directly flinging it against the wall where the phone shattered and was instantly ruined. The maid stood trembling nearby, not knowing whether she should pick it up or not. Shogo was clearly furious to the extreme, his eyes turning red and his chest heaving violently as if he were having an asthma attack. The maid was terrified, unsure whether she should speak up to comfort him. She had thought she'd previously seen the young master's angrier side, but she hadn't expected this one to be even worse. She felt as though she could literally see flames of fury rising from the top of the young master's head and about to burn everything down. You said, "Scary, so scary. Are you dead? Hurry up and pick up my phone!" Shogo turned his head, Koyu glaring fiercely at the maid and shouting angrily, "Yes, young master." The maid rushed to pick it up. Seeing that the phone had already broken into 2 pieces and the screen was completely cracked, it wouldn't work even if picked up. But she dared not disobey his command, so she picked up the broken phone and offered it to Shogo with both hands, Koyu said. Shogo picked it up to take a look and angrily hurled it at her. "Useless trash! It's all broken. How am I supposed to use it? I'm so pissed off!" The maid was struck on the forehead by the phone and collapsed onto the floor, feeling deeply aggrieved and wanting to cry, but she could only bite her bullet and endure it. "Butler!" he shouted sternly. The middle-aged, plump butler hurried over ingratiatingly. "You said, Koyu, young Master Shogo, is there something you need?" Shogo ordered. "Call Sanji for me and tell him to come over immediately." "Koyu, right now, give him 10 minutes, I won't wait a single minute longer." The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, Koyu. You said, "Yes, I'll go make the call right away." And so, 10 minutes later, Sanji appeared. He wore a knowing look on his face, clearly aware of what Shogo was angry about. The moment Shogo saw him arrive, he hurled the iPad right in front of him and stared at him with burning rage. "Didn't you say you were going to deal with Ren? What's going on with you? Why hasn't it started yet? Look at how majestic he is right now. Do you still want to watch him keep acting so high and mighty? I can't take this anymore." Sanji wore a dark expression, his complexion looking equally terrible. "Of course I don't want to. He's already seen this video too. But what hit him the hardest was the news from the day before yesterday about Tomoe getting back together with Yuka Ryuzaki. Yuka Ryuzaki never eats her words and goes back to her ex. Everyone knows that, so he never dared to dream of getting back by Yuka Ryuzaki's side either. But seeing that news, he couldn't sit still anymore. Why could Tomoe do it? Even though he was the child of a mistress, Sanji never felt he was inferior to other guys, especially that Tomoe. Sanji felt he surpassed him 100 times over. Since Tomoe could get back together with the young master, why couldn't he? Once this thought arose, it haunted him like a demonic nightmare, driving him madly obsessed with the matter. Therefore, he couldn't help thinking that if Ren were out of the picture, would he finally have a chance to get close to Miss Ryuzaki's side? Shogo vented all his anger onto Sanji. "You wanted money? I gave you money. I even let you use my bodyguards. I don't care, you take action right now. I don't want to see Ren acting arrogant ever again. I want him ruined. Miserably ruined." Koyu understood. "I'll have people move on it today, though it might cost a bit more than expected." Sanji temporarily endured him. Shogo said coldly, "Cost money? As if I don't have money! Wasn't your mom just after my family's wealth when she seduced my dad? Otherwise, where would you even come from? Hurry up and get it done, did you hear me?" After that came a string of harsh, ugly insults. Sanji lowered his head, his hands clenching into fists before slowly loosening. "I'll go right now," he said in a soft voice, completely devoid of any emotion. "Get the hell out of here! What a total piece of trash!" Shogo had completely lost his sanity from that video, his entire being in an exploding state. Hearing those harsh words, the butler couldn't help frowning. He personally escorted Sanji out the door and comforted him, saying, "Koyu, young Master Sanji, the young master's temper is just like that. Please don't take it to heart. He's in the middle of a rage, so harsh words are bound to happen. Don't be sad." Sanji was feeling utterly depressed and stifled. The moment he heard those words of comfort, his eye rims turned red instantly. Koyu said, "Thank you." The butler sighed, unable to say much more, and after instructing the driver to take him home, he turned around and went back inside the main house. As the door opened and closed, Sanji could still faintly hear the sound of Shogo angrily shouting insults. His eyes turned red as he stared fixedly at the luxurious mansion before him, filled with deep jealousy and hatred. He gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. Why was he born to a mistress, living a life of insults and scorn? They were both sons of Shogo's father, so why could Shogo attend first high while he could only go to second high? Why did Shogo get to enjoy being the young master while he had to fawn and flatter others? Sanji's gaze turned as bloodshot as gore, carrying a terrifying and malicious poison in his pupils. No one knew what he was thinking. After school that afternoon, you and Yuka Ryuzaki's group walked along the campus path. Even without that morning's incident, the status of your group destined you to draw all eyes. No one dared to approach, only watching from afar. This was a world others could never enter. Then let's go to Bamboo Garden for barbecue tonight. I haven't been in ages and I'm craving it, Daiki said happily, holding your arm. You smiled and chimed in, I haven't had barbecue in ages either. Although I occasionally went to barbecues with classmates over in America, the style is totally different from back home. Besides, America doesn't have nearly as much good food as our country, which is why I hate going abroad. Daiki showed a look of disgust and said, my family wanted to send me abroad too, but I firmly refused. America is either French fries and burgers or roast meat and sausages. A foodie like me wouldn't last half a month away from home. Aiko teased, you're just a total foodie. Anyone could probably lure you away with some good food later on. Don't say you know me when that happens. Daiki counterattacked. I didn't know you in the first place. Who are you? Yuka Ryuzaki watched them bickering and smiled without a word. Your group chatted and laughed together, the atmosphere extremely harmonious. Everyone watching from the side felt deeply envious. Yet in the distance, you caught sight of a familiar figure, your gaze drifting for a moment. Compared to your group's lively commotion, Bao walked alone, Koyu looking solitary and very lonely, stirring a sense of pity in your heart. You glanced at Yuka Ryuzaki. I'm gonna go say hi. Before Yuka Ryuzaki could answer, you sprinted over. Seeing that you were gonna look for Hina, Yuka Ryuzaki's stunning face soured a bit. But realizing you still knew to proactively give her a heads up, she felt slightly better inside. It was just going over to say hi. If she didn't even let you do that, wouldn't it make her look petty? Miss Ryuzaki told herself she was a very generous person. Thinking that, however, her long legs quickly chased after you. Walking ahead, you seemed to sense something and whipped your head around. Indeed, seeing that she had chased after you. You stopped and glared at her. Yuka Ryuzaki stopped too. The two of you froze in a posture, like a game of red light, green light, weak Koyu, looking quite comical. You made faces, gesturing for her not to follow. Yuka Ryuzaki gave her pretty eyes a sidelong flick, showing disdain. Not following then? Who cares? Koyu. Seeing that she really hadn't followed, you briskly walked toward Hina and cheerfully tapped her on the shoulder. Hina turned around and saw you, her stern expression carrying a faint smile. Perhaps because the glare coming from someone nearby was too sharp, she instinctively looked past your shoulder and saw Yuka Ryuzaki not far away. Koyu? She smiled faintly and then said quietly to you, you made up with her, right? You nodded, then walked to her side and said, how have you been lately? Sorry about that, that girl was throwing a tantrum so I couldn't come find you. Hina shook her head. It's fine. I've also been busy preparing for exams lately. We have a monthly senior exam this Friday. You quickly nodded. Then you'll definitely be fine. My friend only just told me. Turns out you get perfect scores in every single subject. By the way, how on earth do you study? Speaking of academic performance, even the usually composed Hina Rare revealed a trace of proud expression. When it came to family background, she couldn't compare to many people at first high. But when it came to studies, she possessed enough Koyu confidence to surpass anyone. Everyone had their own pride, and Hina did too. You suddenly remembered something and glanced secretly back at Yuka Ryuzaki behind you, then leaned in closer and lowered your voice so only the two of you could hear. Didn't I say I'd treat you to something last time? Once these exams are over, let's find a time and I'll treat you. Not far away, Yuka Ryuzaki watched your sneaky demeanor, her dark eyes instantly blinking. What is this brat whispering to the one surnamed Bao about? However, at that exact moment, the shadow of a vehicle flashed past her at blistering speed. Koyu. Yuka Ryuzaki. That car. Koyu Aiko barely had time to issue a warning. Yuka Ryuzaki had already sensed something was wrong. Unfortunately, she was still too fast. No matter how quick she was, she couldn't outrun a motorcycle with the throttle jammed down. That motorcycle's target turned out to be you, charging straight toward you with violent momentum. Yuka Ryuzaki could only watch helplessly, completely too late to stop it as her eyes split wide and her heart instantly clenched. Koyu, Ren, look out! Hina's eyes flashed sharp in an instant. The second she heard the cry, she reacted immediately, grabbing you swiftly, pulling you sideways to shield you in her arms, and then resolutely using her arm to block the fiercely crashing motorcycle. The motorcycle brushed past, violently knocking you both crashing to the ground. The perpetrator clearly had a premeditated plan and didn't stop for even half a second, speeding straight out of the school gates and vanishing right after hitting someone. Koyu, Ren! Yuka Ryuzaki could no longer care about the culprit. She sprinted over like a madwoman with only you on her mind. I'm fine. You struggled to sit up from the ground, tightly held in Hina's arms. The fall only scraped up some dust. You didn't suffer any injuries. Koyu, completely unscathed. Bao, are you all right? You hurriedly turned to look at Hina, but the moment you glanced over, a massive patch of scarlet blood fiercely stabbed your eyes. Hina was clutching her right arm tightly, her face covered in cold sweat and her lips completely white. Weak, Koyu. Bao! You were stunned into place, staring fixedly at the blood on the ground as your face instantly turned pale white. Your entire brain went blank, not daring to look at her wound anymore. What do I do? How can a simple fall bleed this much? Koyu, how is that possible? Taking another look, Hina's right arm had a long, deep gash slashed open, and bright red blood kept gushing out. Seeing it made your hands shake and left you completely dumbfounded. How could this happen? You looked at Hina in a panic, your hands trembling continuously, completely not knowing what to do. No, my brain is spinning wildly. I can't let the bleeding go on like this. I have to stop the bleeding. Yuka Ryuzaki wasn't far from you. Koyu, she had already rushed over swiftly. The moment she saw Hina's wound, her expression turned terrifyingly dark. The wound was clearly cut by a sharp weapon. There was no time to waste questioning the one surnamed Bao right now. Yuka Ryuzaki pulled a silk scarf straight off the school uniform of a passing female student with a gloomy face, then swiftly and tightly bound it above Hina's wound to cut off the blood flow first. Hurry up and call an ambulance, she shouted toward the running Aiko. Aiko froze for a second, then quickly shouted back, I'm calling right now. Yuka Ryuzaki continued. Don't just shout, Koyu. Call the school nurse first. Quick, call an ambulance too. Seiki had also rushed over. Seeing this scene on the spot, she was scared out of her wits, her eye rims instantly turning red like a rabbit's as she stared blankly at Hina's pale face. Hina, are you okay? How did this happen? What on earth is going on? You stayed pressed against Hina's side, not daring to move, only instinctively pressing closer to her, out of fear she might suffer a major accident at any second. How are you doing right now? What do I do? She's bleeding so much. You are genuinely terrified, only able to hypnotize yourself that with Yuka Ryuzaki here, Hina would definitely be fine. Yuka Ryuzaki gritted her teeth, administering basic first aid to stop the bleeding for Hina, though it could only buy a little time. She kept her gaze locked onto you, her expression exceptionally stern as she grabbed you and pulled you tightly into her embrace. She comforted you in a steady voice right beside your ear. Don't be afraid, she'll be fine. You still wore an anxious look. But bleeding this much, it probably hit a major artery. Koyu, if we can't stop it soon, it's really dangerous. Yuka Ryuzaki kissed your face. Don't be afraid, Koyu said. Enveloped by her powerful heartbeat, you gradually calmed down bit by bit. Koyu? Hina gritted her teeth to endure it, her arm coming close to fainting from the pain the moment she moved it. Her face was snowy white without a trace of blood, yet she still put up a stubborn front. She looked at you, and Yuka Ryuzaki embracing, a fleeting moment of unspeakable loneliness hidden deep within her brows. 10 minutes later, the ambulance finally arrived. You had been holding your breath the entire time, secretly feeling thankful that First High was close enough to the hospital. Otherwise, if they had delayed until now, you couldn't even dare imagine the consequences. Hina was loaded onto the ambulance, looking as though she had passed out cold. You anxiously wanted to follow her up, but were pulled back by Yuka Ryuzaki. You thought she wasn't letting you get on the ambulance, but Hina got hurt precisely because she saved you. How could you possibly set your mind at ease without knowing if she was safe? Yuka Ryuzaki glared at you with puffed cheeks. I'm telling you to ride in my car! You were stunned for a moment before remembering she didn't want you riding the ambulance. Ambulances weren't necessarily clean, And all sorts of nasty germs could be in there, you muttered under your breath. Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't be bothered to argue further, the air pressure around her visibly heavy. If you nagged her for 2 more sentences, she would probably blow her top directly. She turned her head sideways and told Aiko, "You get on the ambulance." Aiko was startled, but caught by Yuka Ryuzaki's murderous glance, she immediately swallowed all her words and hurried inside. Time was of the essence. The ambulance sped away the moment it cleared the school gates. Daiki originally wanted to fight to go along too, but seeing that Yuka Ryuzaki had arrangements made, she had no choice but to shut her mouth. As Yuka Ryuzaki pulled you directly toward her car, Daiki chased right after you with eager steps. "I'm going too." Daiki's attitude was super resolute. You knew her mindset best. As long as Hina wasn't completely out of danger, she couldn't sit still. Yuka Ryuzaki roared at him unhappily, "Where do you think you're going?" Daiki ignored her completely, stubbornly and frantically, squeezing right into the car. Yuka Ryuzaki wore a dark face and got into the car as well. Your heart was trembling so badly with panic that you urged impatiently, "Drive already!" Your eyes remained fixed firmly on the taillights of the ambulance until they vanished completely from sight. Yuka Ryuzaki started the engine while giving you a cold glare. "First, wipe your tears!" Seeing you cry tears over another woman made her genuinely want to blow her fuse. If Hina weren't still injured, she would have chewed you out right now. You hurriedly wiped your tears fiercely with your sleeve. "Happy now! Let's go already!" Yuka Ryuzaki's face remained cold as she finally stomped down hard on the gas pedal. Arriving at the hospital, Hina had already been pushed into the emergency room. Seeing you and the others arrive, Aiko looked exceptionally grim. The doctor says the injury is too severe, the major artery was severed, and things still don't look very optimistic. Hearing this, you and Daiki were completely stunned on the spot. Not very optimistic? Doesn't that mean at any moment? A wave of hollow weakness surged through your heart, your face turning as white as a sheet of paper. Your whole body wilted instantly, your expression freezing over. Yuka Ryuzaki immediately noticed something was wrong with you, pulling you close to her body in a hurry. She cupped your face with both hands to inspect it, looking at you with total concern. "Does somewhere hurt?" You shook your head, not wanting to say a single word. Influenced by you, Daiki also had red eye rims, tears streaming down in large droplets. Eiko looked completely bewildered. Hey, why are you two acting like this? Sure, the injury is serious, but nobody said she's not going to make it. Is there any need to cry like this?" Endless tears, and the doctor didn't even say she's gonna die right now. Before she could finish speaking, Daiki couldn't hold back anymore, raising a hand ready to strike a blow. Koyu, "Shut your trap and pull her aside!" Aiko was completely dumbfounded. Even though Hina saved Ren, there was no need to be heartbroken to this extent, right? Daiki rolled her eyes at her. "Is your brain fried? Did you forget about Ren's mom passing away?" Aiko froze for nearly 10 seconds before the penny finally dropped, nodding with sudden realization. "I remember now. You went to study in America, actually, to accompany your mom for medical treatment there. But only half a year later, your mom passed away. After that, the Ren family stayed in America and rarely returned to the country. Because of that, you lost touch with everyone quite a bit over the past 4 years." Aiko looked perplexed again. "Then what does Bao getting hurt have to do with his mom leaving?" Daiki sighed. "Do you even have to ask? Weren't those exact words? The situation doesn't look very optimistic. Something Ren heard countless times when his mom had her incident. He's deathly afraid of hearing them now." Daiki looked at you at that moment, feeling a painful ache in her chest. It felt just like the past, those moments when you cried, saying, "I really can't bear to let Mom go," crying uncontrollably until you couldn't help yourself. Koyu. Gradually, Daiki's eye rims grew wet again. Seeing him shed tears again, Aiko panicked instantly. "Oh geez, why are you crying again? Ren crying is one thing. Why are you following along and crying too?" She rummaged through her clothes pockets frantically, but couldn't find a single tissue anywhere. Finally, she had to grab a passing female student, borrow a tissue, and hand it over to Daiki. Not long after, the doors of the operating room finally opened. The moment the doctor stepped out, everyone swarmed forward. Daiki rushed over first, anxiously patting the doctor's arm. Doctor, how's she doing? The doctor originally wanted to put on airs, but upon meeting Yuka Ryuzaki's cold gaze, which carried the aura of a ruler, he instantly softened, his tone turning remarkably polite. The patient's surgery was very successful, but the doctor said Hina's arm was saved. But the immediate warning made your heart sink. He said her wound was deep, reaching the tendons and bones, and for the next half-month, her right arm must not touch any heavy objects, otherwise it would leave a permanent hidden trouble. You finally couldn't help shouting lowly at the doctor, "What kind of hidden trouble?" Wiping away his cold sweat, the doctor had no choice but to explain. At best, her arm will no longer be flexible. At worst, it will leave a chronic ailment. You pursued the question, grabbing onto that final shred of hope. Then as long as she recuperates properly, can she recover completely as before? The doctor nodded. Yes. Upon getting this answer, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the stone in your heart grew even heavier. After all, Hina got hurt because of you. This debt weighed on you so heavily that you could barely breathe. After returning to the apartment, you remained sullen and didn't utter a word the entire time. Yuka Ryuzaki saw that you hadn't eaten dinner, so she asked what you wanted to eat, but you didn't reply. Looking at your back, she felt a bitter twist in her heart. Could she really have fallen for that one surnamed Bao? Yuka Ryuzaki's expression turned thoroughly gloomy at the thought. Still, she ordered takeout according to your usual preferences. However, when she stepped out of the study, she found the living room pitch black. Just as she was about to turn on the lights, your hoarse and faint voice drifted out from the darkness. Yuka Ryuzaki's brow instantly knitted tightly together. She clearly heard your suppressed sobs. You were crying. She immediately groped her way to the side of the sofa, using the moonlight to find you curled up into a ball. Feeling her approach, you could no longer hold it in. You lunged forward, grabbing the hem of her clothes and buried your face against her shoulder, your voice carrying a heart-shattering crying tone. I miss my mom so much. This sentence struck Yuka Ryuzaki's heart like a heavy hammer. She extended her arm and pulled you tightly into her embrace, planting a gentle kiss on your forehead. The next second, you completely lost control and let out a wailing cry. Mom, I miss you so much. I really, really miss you. Your tears instantly soaked the fabric of her clothes at her chest. Listening to your sorrowful cries, Yuka Ryuzaki's eye rims gradually grew damp as well. She could only embrace you tighter, wiping away the tears all over your face with her kisses. You cried out of breath, sobbing as you asked her, Yuka Ryuzaki, do you still remember my mom? Will you forget her? Never, ever. She kissed your eyes, her voice low and hoarse, yet incomparably firm. Never, ever. Upon receiving this promise, you cried even harder, while Yuka Ryuzaki's thoughts drifted back to the past. She remembered Ren's mother's gentleness, and she also remembered how fragile life truly was. But right at that moment, an overlooked detail fiercely stabbed into her mind. The wound had been inflicted by a sharp weapon. Just as you were immersed in your grief, Yuka Ryuzaki, who was holding you, suddenly tensed her arm. She didn't let go of you. She simply turned around, pulled out a few sheets of tissue paper, handed them to you, and then asked softly, "Do you feel a bit better after crying?" You obediently nodded. She checked the time and finally asked, "Can I turn on the light now?" You nodded again, acting completely well-behaved. The instant the light turned on, Yuka Ryuzaki finally saw your face clearly. Her brows furrowed. "Look at you, your eyes are all swollen from crying." Amidst her words, she handed over a bottle of mineral water and fetched a can of iced cola from the refrigerator, placing them in front of you. Your throat had long since gone dry, so you gulped down more than half the bottle of water before picking up the iced cola to press against your eyes. At that moment, you looked downcastly at her, your dark, limpid eyes still wet with tears. "I want to call my dad." Without a second word, Yuka Ryuzaki took out your phone from your bag and handed it over. The moment the call connected, before you even spoke, Dad sensed something was amiss. Just a single sentence caused you to break down instantly, your voice turning choked again. "It's nothing, I just missed you." Dad chuckled on the other end of the line, urging the two of you to get along well. You couldn't help protesting, It's all her bullying me, all right? As you said that, you even glared fiercely at Yuka Ryuzaki. Over on this side, who would have thought that right after hanging up the phone, Yuka Ryuzaki would suddenly stand up and extend her hand toward you? Let's go. You looked at her in bewilderment. Where to? Isn't the takeout almost here? Instead, she tossed her head. We're not eating takeout. Let's go home for dinner. Home? Which home? Before you even recovered your senses, she had already taken your hand and pulled you straight up from the sofa. Looking at her smiling eyes, you suddenly realized it was returning to the Ryuzaki family home. You instinctively refused. But it's already this late, won't we be disturbing Aunt and Uncle? As a result, she gave you a sideways glance, uttering a sentence that sent a massive shock through your heart. Can returning to your own home be called disturbing? While speaking, she had already taken out her phone to call home, telling the kitchen to prepare dinner. Just as you finished changing your shoes, she retraced her steps to the kitchen, grabbed a can of iced cola, and stuffed it into your hands. Cool your eyes a bit more in the car later, or else when her parents see, they'll think she was the one who made you cry. You dazedly responded, letting her take your hand again as you walked outside, feeling as though she were afraid you might wander off and get lost. Looking down at your intertwined hands, a long-lost sweetness unexpectedly welled up in your heart. As soon as you returned to the Ryuzaki home, Mama Ryuzaki warmly walked over. Ren. You breathed in the rich aroma of food filling the house, your stomach rumbling with hunger, yet you couldn't bear to refuse her embrace. Yuka Ryuzaki glared at Mama Ryuzaki, then pulled you straight out. Mom, she said, Hina needs to eat first, all right? Only then did Mama Ryuzaki look at you with heartache. Ren has gotten thin. Hurry, hurry, let's eat first. Yuka Ryuzaki pulled you down to sit, then immediately ladled a bowl of soup and placed it in front of you. Drink some soup first to line your stomach. Her tone was domineering, yet carried a trace of undeniable gentleness. Papa Ryuzaki and Mama Ryuzaki sat off to the side, watching your intimate interaction with smiles from ear to ear. By the time you had eaten almost enough, Yuka Ryuzaki ladled another bowl of soup for you. You pouted in protest. I'm full, she said. Drink a few more sips. Recovering her habitual dominance, she left you no choice but to obediently drink the soup. Who would have thought that right at that moment, Mama Ryuzaki suddenly leaned in closer, smiling amiably as she looked at you. Rin, how far have the two of you progressed? The soup you had just taken into your mouth instantly sprayed out, your face flushing bright red. Mama Ryuzaki gave Yuka Ryuzaki a reproachful glare, then winked at you. It's all because this girl won't tell me anything. You two have at least kissed, right? Your face instantly grew even redder. No, we haven't. Meanwhile, Yuka Ryuzaki looked away with a guilty conscience. Mama Ryuzaki wore a disbelieving expression, looking meaningfully at her daughter. The gift I placed in your room earlier? Did you two use it? You've suddenly remembered that box of protective gear. Thump, cough, cough, cough. Yuka Ryuzaki choked even harder this time, too embarrassed to look anyone in the eye as she abruptly stood up. I'm full. I'm going to the restroom. With that, she bolted from the dining room like a flash of lightning. No sooner had she left than Mama Ryuzaki earnestly advised Yuka Ryuzaki, Daughter, why haven't you made a move yet? You need to lock him down first. Before she could finish speaking, Yuka Ryuzaki also stood up with a start. I'm full too. Finished speaking, she fled the scene as well. When you came out of the restroom, you happened to hear Papa Ryuzaki say, Let's cut the watermelon. Mama Ryuzaki immediately retorted, Ren likes to eat cantaloupe, and strawberries too. He loves strawberries the most. Listening to the dialogue between Mama Ryuzaki and Papa Ryuzaki, you smiled, your heart feeling warm. In an instant, you understood why Yuka Ryuzaki had suddenly brought you back to the Ryuzaki home. The moment Mama Ryuzaki saw you, she hurriedly beckoned you over. Ren, come quickly, eat your favorite strawberries. As she spoke, she shoved a large basin of fruit into your hands, looking at you with maternal affection. Your heart was instantly filled with warmth. Immediately following that, Papa Ryuzaki took your hand and said, Sleep here tonight, don't go back to the apartment. That was when you realized that in places you hadn't known about. You nodded with emotion, but suddenly realized you didn't see Yuka Ryuzaki. By the way, where is Yuka? The moment those words fell, you saw Yuka Ryuzaki walking over, but her expression was extremely wrong. She looked impatient. Before you could express your confusion, she spoke directly. "Let's head to the hospital. Something's come up with that side." Hearing this, your heart instantly tightened. "What kind of situation?" You hurriedly explained to Mama Ryuzaki, saying a friend was hospitalized. However, Yuka Ryuzaki had already grabbed your hand, walking quickly toward the outside. "We'll just go take a look. You guys sleep early?" She dropped those words, giving Mama Ryuzaki no chance to ask any further. Upon arriving at the hospital, you were burning with anxiety, practically running all the way inside. Yuka Ryuzaki watched you almost bump into people several times. "Will you slow down? That person isn't going to run away." But you were endlessly worried. The doctor said her hand can't move. Why is she in such a rush to be discharged? Yuka Ryuzaki wore a look of utter disdain. "Who knows? This person is truly such a pain." You glared at her unhappily. "How can you say that about her?" Just as you reached the doorway of the hospital room, you heard Hina's anxious voice. "I really must be discharged. I'm begging you." Stepping inside, you froze. This was your first time seeing Hina look so flustered and anxious. What on earth was wrong with her? Yet Yuka Ryuzaki paid none of that any mind, striding forward with a terrible tone. "You surnamed Bao? What are you trying to pull? If you're injured, just obediently stay put." Seeing her, Hina instantly recovered her cold composure, retorting indifferently. "I don't need your concern." Yuka Ryuzaki choked on the spot with a dry laugh. "Who's concerned about you? If it weren't for the fact that you saved Ren, I couldn't care less about you." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them was thick with gunpowder, you quickly stepped forward, tugged Yuka Ryuzaki behind you, and turned toward Hina with eyes full of worry. "Hina, your hand is heavily injured and can't be moved around recklessly. Is something wrong?" Who would have thought Hina would look into your eyes with absolute earnestness, then shake her head? "Ren, I can't stay here." Her tone actually carried a plea. "Can you help me?" You looked at Hina's hand, gritted your teeth, and hardened your heart to refuse. "No, you really cannot be discharged." Subsequently, you softened your tone, practically begging her. "Hina, please, just stay here for 2 days." Yet Hina still insisted. "Ren, I really have to." Before she could finish speaking, Yuka Ryuzaki roared impatiently. "I told you to stay in the hospital, so stay in the hospital. Why so much nonsense? Do you not want your hand anymore?" Hina endured her anger, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock. She stared fixedly at Yuka Ryuzaki, enunciating every single word. "My dad is waiting for me at home. I'm not going back. He'll die of worry." The hospital room instantly fell silent. Your heart gave a jolt, and you anxiously looked toward Hina. You really aren't suited to be discharged right now. Even Yuka Ryuzaki, who had been completely domineering just moments ago, softened her tone quite a bit. "Can't you just make a phone call and lie to him that you're spending the night at a classmate's house?" You hurriedly nodded in agreement. Right. Who would have thought Hina would wear a bitter smile? "My dad won't believe it. I've never spent the night at a classmate's house since I was little." Hearing these words, your heart experienced a sudden sour ache. She had never spent the night at a classmate's house since childhood. No wonder she always walked alone. A bitter feeling washed over you, and you turned your head to look at Yuka Ryuzaki. "Then what should we do?" Yuka Ryuzaki let out a frustrated huff, turned, and walked toward the doctor. A few minutes later, she walked back and announced, "You can be discharged." Hina's eyes lit up, and she excitedly moved to get out of bed. But Yuka Ryuzaki's next sentence froze her in place. "But you must accept my arrangement. A private nurse will go to your home to take care of you, and second, you must return to the hospital during the day and only go back at night." Hina hesitated instantly. "I still have to go to class." Yuka Ryuzaki sneered. "You want to go to class in this state? Do you truly not want this hand anymore?" You hurriedly bumped Yuka Ryuzaki with your elbow, then turned to gently persuade Hina. "Hina, just accept it. Your hand got injured because of me. If anything goes wrong with you, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life." Hina looked into your eyes and finally compromised. Shortly after, accompanied by a private nurse, Hina got into the car arranged by Yuka Ryuzaki. Worried, you also got into Yuka Ryuzaki's car. In the car, you secretly glanced at Yuka Ryuzaki driving. She was wearing a stern face as if holding back her temper, which instantly made you feel guilty. Then you lazily and playfully spoke up, "Thank you. If Hina got hurt because of me, it should have been my place to take care of her, yet you ended up doing so much." It happened to be a red light, and just as the car stopped, Yuka Ryuzaki abruptly turned her head to look at you, her dark eyes bottomless. "If I hadn't hired a private nurse, were you planning to go take care of her yourself?" How would you dare admit to that? Seeing her ready to erupt at any second, you hurriedly put on a flattering smile. "Of course not. That's why without you, I wouldn't even know what to do." Yuka Ryuzaki looked at you expressionlessly, as if waiting for you to continue. Your eyes rolled, and you ingratiatingly hugged her arm, tilting your pretty face up to look at her with a beaming smile. "Yuka, you are my guardian goddess, my superwoman. I truly cannot live without you." This remark naturally hit the right spot. Yuka Ryuzaki's expression instantly relaxed, the corners of her mouth twitching upward in spite of herself. The next second, she tilted her pretty face toward you, tapping her cheek with her finger with an intensely suggestive hint. You pretended not to understand. "The light is green, hurry up and drive!" Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would suddenly lean over and plant a kiss on you? Your cheeks instantly turned bright red, while she chuckled seductively. "This is your reward." You hurriedly turned your head to look out the window, pretending to admire the scenery. But the burning temperature on your cheeks refused to dissipate. A scene flashed through your mind. That time you cried the hardest when she held you tightly and gently kissed away your tears. The Yuka Ryuzaki of that moment was simply unbelievably gentle. Right at that moment, a cry of "We've arrived" snapped you abruptly out of your daze. You blinked sleepily and looked over. Sure enough, Hina had already gotten out of the car with the support of the private nurse. You instinctively turned your head, only to find yourself meeting her leaning in pretty face head-on. With your eyes locked, Yuka Ryuzaki's dark pupils stared intensely at you. "What are you daydreaming about?" You felt as though you could smell her scent, making your heartbeat skip a half-beat. You hurriedly turned your head back and hopped out of the car. Before you was a very old residential apartment building, making you instantly understand why she didn't want you guys to accompany her upstairs. You smiled considerately and nodded. "Then be careful yourself, I'll come to the hospital to see you tomorrow." 1. Yuka Ryuzaki was in a good mood today, so she actually instructed Hina, "Don't overexert yourself, listen to whatever the private nurse tells you." Hina glanced at her, responded indifferently, and followed the private nurse upstairs. In the car on the way home, a question suddenly popped into your head. You curiously looked at Yuka Ryuzaki. Yuka Hana seems to have never mentioned her mom. Is their relationship not good? However, Yuka Ryuzaki just glanced at you and gave a light scoff. She's from a single-parent family. There's only her and her dad at home. You instantly had a flash of insight. No wonder Hina was so worried about her dad. But wait, something felt wrong. You abruptly turned your head, staring at her in shock. How do you know this so clearly? Yuka Ryuzaki acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, only focusing on reversing the car. Thus, unconvinced, you reached out and grabbed her arm, pressing the question, "Hey, how on earth do you know? Don't you hate Hina? Why are you so clear about her affairs?" This is way too strange. Given her personality, there was no way she would ever go out of her way to inquire about anyone she disliked. You felt you had caught a whiff of something unusual. Seeing that she still wouldn't speak, you grew even more curious. "Hey!" Yuka Ryuzaki turned her head to cast a sidelong glance at you, fixing her gaze on the hand you had holding her arm. "Don't you know this is dangerous?" Seeing that the car had already entered the driving lane, you had no choice but to awkwardly retract your hand, though you didn't give up, pursuing the question once more. "What kind of grievance do you and Hina have anyway? Why do you hate her so much?" Yuka Ryuzaki slanted a look at you with an arrogant attitude. Does hating someone need a reason? You were so mad you wanted to hit her. You gritted your teeth, endured it, and continued asking relentlessly, "Then tell me, why are you so familiar with her family's business?" "No!" Yuka Ryuzaki threw those two words directly at you. You clenched your fists in anger, your eyes rolling as you deliberately put on an ambiguous smile. "I get it. Actually, you've always paid attention to her, haven't you? All that talk about a grievance was just to cover up how much you care about her, right? Could it be that you..." Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would take advantage of stopping the car to retort, "Don't think provoking me like this will work, I'm not falling for it." You instantly slumped like a deflated balloon, grumbling in depression. "Why won't you just tell me?" Only then did Yuka Ryuzaki speak. "I have no interest in her. I just happened to find out by chance." "Is it really just like that?" You wore a face full of doubt. The green light lit up, so she stopped talking. Until they returned to the Ryuzaki house, and just as she got out of the car, she suddenly hooked her arm around your neck, pulling you into her embrace and lowering her head to issue a solemn warning. "In any case, you stay away from that surnamed Bao, did you hear me clearly?" Yet you raised your head, smiling brightly as you spat out 2 words. "That's tit for tat." You fiercely pushed her away and ran toward the house, but the next second you were caught by her and directly pinned against the wall in a kabedon. She placed both hands on either side of you, trapping you firmly within her space. Her pretty face wore a smile, but her eyes were full of danger. "What did you just say?" You immediately played dumb, blinking with innocent eyes. "What did I just say?" Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face suddenly closed in until she was only a few centimeters away, her sexy thin lips curving upward. You nodded frantically like a pecking chick, your heartbeat already out of rhythm. "I need to escape quickly." The moment you tried to duck out from under her arm, she anticipated it, causing you to plunge straight into her embrace. Yuka Ryuzaki laughed wickedly, lowering her head to tease, "Do you really find it impossible to leave my embrace?" "I did not." You glared at her, your face flushed red. This bastard was simply shameless. However, Yuka Ryuzaki blinked her eyes, her vocal timbre dropping extremely low, sexy, and dangerous. "Really not. I don't believe it." As she spoke, she drew closer and closer, the distance between their faces shrinking bit by bit as their heartbeats accelerated crazily. Right at that moment, a burst of whispered murmurs snapped you abruptly back to reality. Yuka Ryuzaki also sensed something, and the two of you looked together toward the corner, where 2 heads were unexpectedly poking out to peek. Yuka Ryuzaki rolled her eyes. "Dad, why haven't you 2 gone to sleep yet?" With your face flushed bright red, you hurried to shuffle a bit to the side, but Yuka Ryuzaki pulled you right back into her embrace. "Let's go, we're going back to our room to sleep." She hugged you and bypassed her parents. You could only smile politely and say goodnight. You only heard Mama Ryuzaki's meaningful remark from behind. "Those 2 youngsters are in such a rush to go back to the room for some intimacy. Why are they even drinking sweet water?" In the room, while you were taking a shower, Yuka Ryuzaki discovered a small box on the bedside table. She picked it up, let out a soft, "Oh," and noticed the brand had actually changed. It was even strawberry flavored. Strawberry flavored umbrellas, 7-count pack. Mom was clearly trying to let her devour someone clean right away. Afterward, she shook her head and tossed the item straight into the drawer with a loud clack shut. Even though the item was out of sight, evil imagery still bubbled up in her mind. Coincidentally, at that moment, the bathroom door opened, and you walked out surrounded by a cloud of mist. "What are you doing?" A trace of a blush flashed across her pretty face, and she stuttered slightly. Nothing." Saying that, she made to turn off the lights, but you stopped her. "Wait, my hair's still wet. Where's the hairdryer?" Putting on an expression of utter disdain, she retorted, "Why are you so troublesome?" Ignoring her, you walked straight toward the bedside table, reaching out to pull open that drawer. The moment Yuka Ryuzaki saw, she panicked instantly, making a swift lunge to grab your wrist. You turned your head with a cunning blink of your eyes. She was acting so nervous. Was there something unspeakable hidden in that drawer? Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would instead pull you backwards, saying, "The hairdryer isn't here." Feigning cooperation, you decided to stay put and play along. Then hurry up and find it. Seeing that you didn't seem suspicious, Yuka Ryuzaki relaxed her guard, pushed you down to sit on the sofa, and said, "Then wait for me here obediently." You acted just like a kindergarten kid, nodding in response. But the moment she turned her back, you bounced right up and dashed straight to the bedside table. You stealthily pulled open the drawer. It was empty except for a small box. "What is this?" You were only 16. Yet you curiously picked up the box to read the words printed on it. "Ultra-thin natural latex rubber." Your face turned blazing red in an instant, feeling as though you'd been scalded. You fiercely threw the box back into the drawer and slammed it shut in a panic. It was actually an umbrella, and it was even your favorite strawberry flavor. So Yuka Ryuzaki had prepared this specially for you? The more you thought about it, the redder your face became. Right at that moment, footsteps sounded. She was coming back. Your face was so red she would definitely discover you, so you bolted into the bathroom and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The moment Yuka Ryuzaki walked in and heard the door close, she called out to you in confusion. Subconsciously glancing at the bedside table, her heart tightened. She walked over and knocked on the door. "I brought the hairdryer. What are you doing in there?" I'm using the restroom, okay?" You yelled from inside with a flushed face, frantically splashing cold water onto your face to cool down. A few minutes later, you shuffled out. At this time, Yuka Ryuzaki was leaning against the bed looking at her phone, seemingly not paying attention to you. You breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the hairdryer to dry your hair, and then lay down on the bed. "Then I'm turning off the lights." The room instantly plunged into darkness. You instinctively edged toward the side of the bed, staying as far away from her as possible, almost on the verge of falling off. In the darkness, Yuka Ryuzaki's pleasant voice rang out. "Scoop a little closer to me. You're about to fall off." You had no choice but to bite the bullet, wiggling toward the inside like a caterpillar. But the next second, Yuka Ryuzaki directly extended her arm and hauled you into her embrace. Her voice carried displeasure. You immediately didn't dare to move. Koyu said, your body instantly stiffening. What was she going to do? Could it be that she wanted to? You didn't dare to keep thinking. It was too embarrassing. Koyu said, "Yuka Ryuzaki, don't you dare pull anything weird." But before you could finish your sentence, she actually interrupted you directly. "Go to sleep." Your surroundings instantly grew quiet, leaving you able to hear only her strong, steady heartbeat, thump, 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 thump. Listening to this reassuring sound, you surprisingly fell asleep very quickly within her embrace. Early the next morning, you went to eat breakfast full of vigor, but you kept feeling Mama Ryuzaki's gaze continuously sweeping over you, her look strange and carrying a trace of ambiguous probing. You suddenly remembered that scene from last night when she caught you two. Koyu said, the tips of your ears instantly turning burning red. Mama Ryuzaki must have misunderstood, thinking you two were being intimate. Right at that moment, Papa Ryuzaki gave a cough and even bumped Mama Ryuzaki with his elbow, that look of his seeming to say, "Tone it down a bit. Be careful not to scare Ren." Who would have thought Mama Ryuzaki would smile even more brightly? Koyu said, returning a look that said, "What's wrong with that?" Anyway, Ren is practically our Ryuzaki family's son-in-law already. You buried your head in your kanji, wishing you could just hide yourself away. But Mama Ryuzaki's voice deliberately rang out, "Did you sleep well last night? Did Yuka toss you around at all?" Cough, cough, cough. Papa Ryuzaki coughed desperately, finally cutting off her words. You couldn't stay there a moment longer. You picked up your bowl, gulped down the rest of the kanji, stood up and bolted. "Papa Ryuzaki, I'm full." Following that, you fled the dining table in a flash, cursing Yuka Ryuzaki in your heart. Why didn't this jerk come eat breakfast, leaving me all alone to face her weird parents? When you reached your bedroom door, you found it half open. Pushing it open, you happened to see Yuka Ryuzaki standing by the bedside table, sneakily pulling something out of the drawer. Koyu said, stuffing it into her pocket. Just as your curiosity was piqued and you suddenly remembered what was in that drawer, the tips of your ears turned blazing red all over again. That box of strawberry-flavored ones, it really was bought by her. Standing at the doorway, you were caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Right at that moment, a household servant walked over. Koyu said, "Mr. Ren, the kanji you ordered has been prepared. Should we arrange for a driver to take it to the hospital?" You immediately pretended to have just arrived at the doorway, pushed the door wide open, and answered loudly, "I'll deliver it myself." After the servant left, Yuka Ryuzaki turned around with an expression of pure annoyance. "You're going to personally deliver kanji to that surnamed Bao?" You glared at her. "Stop always calling her Hina like that, people have names." Yet she wore an expression as if she had been infuriated by you. "Just let a driver send it, wouldn't that do? We still have classes to attend. Can your study attitude be a bit more proper?" With your hands on your hips, you snapped back. Look who's talking about a proper study attitude. Don't you also always spend your time at school chasing after handsome guys? Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would arch an eyebrow with an expression of utter disdain? I need to chase handsome guys? With this young lady's charm, I just have to hook my finger and guys throw themselves right at me. Looking at her carefree and confident demeanor, you felt inexplicably a bit uncomfortable. She was so pretty, there were plenty of handsome guys actively throwing themselves at her. Thus, you turned and started to walk away. Ren! Yuka Ryuzaki took a long stride forward, catching up to grab your arm, her tone carrying triumph. Are you jealous? You violently shook off her hand. Who's jealous? Why would I be jealous of you? Yet the harder you protested, the deeper the smile on her face grew. Such a stubborn, block-headed boy? Taking a long stride with her long legs, she directly pinned you against the wall in a kabadon, leaving you with no way to escape. Really not jealous? Her smile was bewitching, and then she asked you in a low voice. Really? Koyu said. You resolutely denied it, glaring at her fiercely. Really not jealous. Her pretty face moved a few inches closer, her gaze seemingly piercing straight through to your heart. Your heartbeat skipped a beat, but you still stubbornly insisted. Really not? She blinked her eyes slightly, her gaze revealing danger. Oh no, you know her too well. This jerk is about to pull something bad. But trapped between her arms, you had nowhere to run. The next second, her slender fingers pinched your chin, her wicked breath puffing against your face. Hurry up and admit you're jealous, or else I'm going to. You swallowed hard, your cheeks burning red. Go! Gonna do what? I'm gonna kiss you, oh. She smiled wickedly, though her gaze was exceptionally serious. Her thin lips slowly inched closer, bit by bit, 3 centimeters. Koyu, 2 centimeters. Your face felt so hot it was as if it were about to catch fire. You abruptly used your hand to press against her chest, finally surrendering and shouting, Fine! I'm jealous! Yuka Ryuzaki's thin lips curled upward, her vocal timbre sexy and extremely satisfied. Weakly said, Koyu, the moment those words fell, her pretty face suddenly magnified right before your eyes. You widened your eyes in shock, your hand pressed against her chest, clutching tightly at her clothes. Koyu said, your heart racing like thunder. Immediately, a soft touch grazed across your cheek, the warm sensation incomparably clear. She hadn't kissed your lips at all, just quickly pecked your cheek with a pop. She acted just like a little girl whose prank had succeeded, smiling wickedly as she said, Koyu said, What? Very disappointed that I didn't kiss your little mouth? Your face flushed scarlet red, and you glared at her in accusation. You don't keep your word. I already admitted it, and you still... This jerk was simply too bad. Meanwhile, Mama Ryuzaki, hiding in the corridor corner, was crouching behind the wall and frantically snapping pictures with her phone. Click, 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 Koyu said. After taking enough satisfying photos, she slipped away downstairs before you two noticed. Afterwards, she smiled and told Papa Ryuzaki, when they get married, we'll turn these photos into a video and play it. It'll definitely be a huge surprise. Half an hour later at the hospital, you carried a thermos into the hospital room, only to see that Daiki had already arrived. He was also carrying a thermos, but his expression was extremely dejected. Hina, just taste it please, even just one bite. I simmered this porridge myself. Daiki pleaded with full eyes, but Hina ruthlessly rejected him. I already ate this morning, thanks. Rejected once more, Daiki's face slumped, yet he still forced out a smile. Then I'll make it for you again next time. But Hina was even colder. No need, the hospital has food. Don't trouble yourself. Daiki hurriedly covered up. I've been practicing my culinary skills lately, Iwo, just right. To bring some for you to try. You saved Ren, so of course I have to thank you. Standing at the doorway, you froze. It was your first time seeing Daiki act so ingratiatingly towards someone. That was when you realized Daiki's fondness for Hina far exceeded your imagination. Yuka Ryuzaki cast a sidelong glance into the hospital room, curling her lip unconcernedly. Are you going in or not? You looked down at the thermos in your hand, then looked at the coldly indifferent Hina. This was also your first time seeing her look so stern. Would you also get a cold shoulder if you went in? Just as you were hesitating, the two people inside the room had already noticed you. Daiki looked somewhat nervous. Koyu, Koyu said. Ren, why did you guys come so early? Hina's gaze also shifted over, the chill from just a moment ago instantly dissipating. Koyu, Ren, you're here. Her tone actually gained a bit of warmth. There was no running away now. You had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk in, quietly hiding the thermos behind your back. I just came to see how your hand is feeling. The doctor said the wound is healing very well, Hina said, her gaze landing on your hands with a hint of a smile in the depths of her eyes. You brought breakfast for me? Did you make it yourself? The moment Yuka Ryuzaki heard that, she became dissatisfied. You want to eat something he cooked himself? He grew up with me all these years and has never even eaten anything he cooked. What right does this surnamed Bao have? You knew her too well. Seeing her expression, you knew she was about to throw a fit. So you hurriedly explained, No way! It was cooked by Auntie. I'm a complete culinary idiot. As you spoke, you looked back toward Daiki and said with a smile, Unlike Daiki, he's amazing. His mom's cooking rivals a 5-star chef. His food is super delicious. You definitely have to try it. You'll regret it if you don't. You blinked frantically at her, hoping she would say she wanted to eat Daiki's portion instead. Who would have thought Hina was simply a blockhead? Her eyes remained fixed on your hands. What kind of breakfast did you bring me? She asked, with a faint smile on her face. You instantly felt deflated. Did she not understand your hints at all? You could only awkwardly say, Didn't you say you already ate? Only then did Hina glance at Daiki. You both brought some. It's hard to let good intentions go to waste. Besides, I ate breakfast before coming to the hospital. The hospital provides 3 meals, but I'd rather eat home-cooked food. Daiki's expression instantly shifted from cloudy to sunny, asking happily, Really? You're going to eat what I cooked? Hina nodded. Koyu, watching Daiki recover his smile, felt the stone in her heart finally land safely. You were truly terrified that Hina would only eat what you brought, leaving Daiki feeling terribly hurt. Seeing that class time was approaching and you had only wanted to drop off breakfast and check the situation, you prepared to head to school. However, Yuka Ryuzaki had long since grown impatient, her face frosted over. You wouldn't dare let this young lady wait any longer. Koyu said, Ren, so you told Hina, class is about to start, we're heading to school first. Daiki couldn't stay behind either, so you all left together. However, the moment you stepped out of the hospital room, Yuka Ryuzaki reached her absolute limit, as if seeing right through you. You are not allowed to come back at noon, do you hear me? She had been boiling with anger ever since she saw how much concern that kid had shown toward the surnamed Bao earlier. You were long accustomed to her overbearing nature and didn't take it to heart at all. Right now, you were much more worried about Daiki. Ever since walking out of the hospital room, his expression had been utterly gloomy. Thus, you walked over to him with concern. Koyu said, Daiki. Daiki was normally cheerful and optimistic, so you rarely saw him looking this down. Who would have thought Daiki would let out a deep sigh, raise his head to look at you with complex emotions in the depths of his eyes, and softly pose a question. Ren, don't you feel like Hina seems to like you? Your whole person froze instantly. You said Hina likes me? Of course not. You denied it immediately, almost without hesitation. Koyu said, but Daiki wore a bitter smile. How could she not? Look at how she treats you compared to how she treats me. The difference is huge. He didn't want to deceive himself anymore. Feelings were something that had nothing to do with the length of time. Anxious, you shook off Yuka Ryuzaki's hand, ignoring her darkened face, and rushed over to hug Daiki, explaining earnestly, She just treats me well because she regards me as a friend. That doesn't mean she likes me. How could liking someone be that casual? Daiki paused slightly, his expression seeming somewhat shaken. You hurriedly pressed your advantage. At least I think she's not that kind of casual person. If she were like Yuka Ryuzaki, Koyu said, falling for someone just like that, Ren, would she still be the Hina you like? Unjustly catching stray fire, Yuka Ryuzaki's dark eyes ignited with flames right behind you. Koyu said, Daiki muttered, What you said also makes sense, so... Before you could finish your sentence, a hand grabbed your clothes and yanked you backward. When you raised your head, it was none other than that jerk, Yuka Ryuzaki. What are you doing? You glared at her uncomprehendingly. Yuka Ryuzaki glared at you with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, her dark pupils full of fury. You were just talking, why did you have to drag me into it? In her mind, she was just some fickle flirt who casually liked others. Looking at her darkened face, you instantly realized you had said the wrong thing. I was just giving a random example. I wasn't targeting you, Yuka Ryuzaki sneered. You literally called out my name and you're saying you weren't targeting me? You could only put on a pitiful act for her. I was wrong, okay? Seeing that the situation looked bad, Daiki quickly made himself scarce. You watched helplessly as your bro slipped away, so lacking in loyalty. The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki tightened her grip on your hand and dragged you toward the car with a stern, pretty face. You couldn't break free at all and could only cautiously eye her face. She was still mad, and the air pressure inside the car was terrifyingly low. You were too scared to speak, terrified of saying the wrong thing again. Right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly spoke up, her voice icy. Do you really think that surnamed Bao only treats you as a friend? Koyu, you raised your head abruptly. Seeing that she was finally willing to speak, you squeezed out a smile and nodded. Yeah, you guys are just overthinking it. You even brought up your experiences living in America as an example. Koyu said, I have a lot of friends, and they care about me too. They can't all like me in that way, right? Yuka Ryuzaki abruptly turned her head, her dark eyes locking onto you dead on. You nodded. Both girls and guys do. Yuka Ryuzaki's complexion instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a wok. Yet, taking advantage of a red light, Yuka Ryuzaki turned sideways to examine your clear eyes, discovering not a single trace of a guilty conscience in you. Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly realized something. This kid was simply way too dense when it came to matters of the heart. Following that, she realized a shocking truth. With how clueless you were, you had definitely never dated a girlfriend before. Thinking of this, the anger she had accumulated dissipated by more than half, the corners of her mouth even curving upward into a hint of amusement. The green light lit up. As she drove, she asked you with a pleasant expression, Do you like making friends that much? You immediately smiled and nodded. Koyu said, Yeah, making friends is super fun. After your mother passed away, it was precisely your friends who pulled you out of endless suffering and let you see the beauty of the world anew. Therefore, you had to live a happy and splendid life carrying your mother's share as well. Looking at the bright light shining in your eyes, Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't help reaching out to rub your head. She completely confirmed that you truly harbored no romantic feelings for that surnamed Bao. Soon, the car parked at number 1 high school. Yuka Ryuzaki took your hand as you got out of the car, completely ignoring the gazes of everyone around as she led you straight toward the freshman teaching building. You originally wanted to pull your hand away, but thinking that the fact you lived together was probably known by the whole school anyway, you simply gave up. Koyu, but when you reached the downstairs of the freshman building, not only did she not let go, she continued pulling you upstairs with her. You were full of incomprehension. You should go to your own classroom. Class is about to start. Who would have thought she would drop a statement that petrified you completely? I'm coming to class with you today. You finally understood. A sophomore senior girl running over to the freshman building to accompany you to class. What kind of divine operation was this? Yet she glared at you, giving you zero room for resistance as she kept pulling you along. I want to accompany you. You didn't believe she was being this bored for nothing. What on earth was she up to? But the next second, you had already been forcibly dragged to the entrance of Class A. The classroom was already packed with people, and you were the last one to enter. Yuka Ryuzaki pulled you into the classroom, and the entire class instantly fell dead silent. Yet she actually led you straight to sit down in the empty seat right beside you. The expressions of all your classmates instantly turned terrified and bizarre. Yuka Ryuzaki didn't care in the slightest. She looked at the empty desk, then asked you, Who is your seatmate? I don't know, ever since I transferred here, I've never seen her. Right at that moment, the class bell rang. The teacher walked up to the podium, locked eyes with Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze, and turned pale with fright. Koyu said, Liu, Miss Liu, what are you doing here? Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids. You just teach your class, treat me like I don't exist. The teacher felt like crying. but had no choice but to bite the bullet and begin the lesson. The envy, jealousy, and hatred in the eyes of all the boys in the class were enough to pierce right through you. Yet there was only one boy whose teeth were nearly crushed with hatred. It was actually Tomoe. Just a few days ago, he had been bragging to you about winning Miss Liu's favor, but now this scene was practically grinding his face directly against the floor. Who had ever seen Miss Liu accompany any boyfriend to class? Never! Tomo bit his lower lip until it turned white. Why? Why do you get treated as an exception by her? Third period was art class, so you all transferred to the art room. But before class ended, you had to return to the classroom early because of something. To your surprise, inside the empty classroom, a shady, sneaking figure was tinkering with something at your seat. You shouted sternly, "What are you doing?" That person stood up with a start. It was actually Tomo. You stared at him suspiciously. "What were you sneakily doing at my seat?" Tomoe panicked a bit at first, but seeing that Yuka Ryuzaki wasn't behind you, he instantly grew arrogant again. He said, lifting his chin, "Who touched your seat?" "I just dropped something and was picking it up, that's all." Half doubting, you immediately walked over to inspect your desk and chair, even flipping through the drawer, but found absolutely nothing. Seeing this, Tomo gave an overbearing huff and turned around to walk away. A few minutes later, the other students returned. You sat down in your seat, just as you were sending a WeChat message to Yuka Ryuzaki asking her to buy you a drink and a sandwich. Who would have thought that the moment you hit send, Yuka Ryuzaki walked in? You instantly wore a depressed look. "Why are you back so fast?" Yuka Ryuzaki saw the message you sent, her pitch-black eyes carrying a smile. "Hungry, Moo?" Right at that moment, Sakura, the girl sitting in front of you, turned around and asked you in a soft whisper, "Ren, I have some cookies." Your eyes lit up and you nodded frantically. But the next second, an icy gaze landed on Sakura. Yuka Ryuzaki merely shot her a cold glance. Sakura shuddered instantly, quietly pulling her hand back. "Sorry, Ren. My cookies seem to be all gone." Cookies were gone! The face that had just lit up drooped back down. Only then did Yuka Ryuzaki turn toward you with satisfaction. "You want a sandwich, right? I'll have someone buy it for you," Koyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, she made a direct phone call to her lackey Kazuko. You instantly restored full health, hurriedly rattling off your order. "I also want strawberry milk." And Yuka Ryuzaki glanced at you sideways. "Are you a pig?" Yet despite mocking you with her words, she turned around and reported everything you ordered straight to Kazuko. Naturally, this scene was taken in entirely by Tomoe as he walked into the classroom. He said, grinding his teeth in resentment, the furnace fire in his eyes burning even brighter. After finishing the call, Yuka Ryuzaki sat back down beside you. Finally unable to help yourself, you looked at her and asked, "You're staying here just for the morning, right? In the afternoon, you should go back to your own class, no?" After all, with her staring at you like this, you felt completely ill at ease and just wanted her to scram already. Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would lean back, staring at you with slight dissatisfaction? "Do you really dislike me accompanying you that much?" The classmates nearby instantly drew in a sharp breath. You actually dared to show disgust/annoyance at Miss Liu's company. The boys in the class were rolling their eyes almost up to the heavens. If you didn't want her, you should hand her over to them. Yet you sighed, phrasing your words carefully. "I don't dislike you accompanying me, it's just, what on earth are you trying to do?" Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly smiled. Koyu smiled so wildly and seductively. "What can I do?" she said, as if joking. "If I don't watch you, what'll happen if you go out flirting with bees and butterflies?" You were speechless instantly. Was she afraid you'd go look for Hina? Impossible, I would never be that childish. While you two were being all lovey-dovey, Tomo's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a wok, and the surrounding boys were gloating and watching him make a fool of himself. Tomo abruptly stood up and walked straight out of the classroom. Everyone assumed Tomo had run out of the classroom heartbroken, and whispers instantly broke out underneath. He said he deserved it. Koyu said, "Ren. He was so arrogant earlier and even deliberately sat next to Ren, and now he's reaping what he sowed." It was just meant to provoke Ren, Koyu said, but ended up getting a face full of public romance. Hilarious. Hearing these remarks from the back door, Tomoe was so angry his teeth were practically grinding to dust. Yet he didn't walk far. instead lying in wait beside the stairwell. Koyu said until he saw Yuka Ryuzaki's lackey Kazuko walking over carrying a bag, he immediately rushed out and dragged her straight into the corner. "Rin," Kazuko looked bewildered. "Tomo, what are you pulling me for? I need to hurry and deliver these things to Miss Liu." But Tomo stared fixedly at the bag in her hand, directly reaching out to snatch it. "Give the bag to me!" Kazuko reacted extremely quickly, nimbly dodging his hand and glaring at her suspiciously. "These are all bought for Miss Liu! What are you trying to do?" Tomoe grew so flustered he blurted out nonsense. "I'm just looking!" Tomoe glared at her in exasperation. "Moo!" "Kazuko, since when did you stop putting me in your eyes just because Miss Liu and I broke up?" Kazuko gave an awkward chuckle. "Of course not, but what on earth are you trying to do?" Tomo hesitated for a moment, and the moment he thought of your smug face, his anger flared right back up. He commanded in an authoritative tone, "Didn't you buy drinks for Ren? Give the drink to me." As he spoke, he actually pulled a small bottle filled with powder out of his pocket. Kazuko gasped in great shock. Koyu said, "What is this? Are you trying to drug the drink?" Tomoe rolled his eyes at her. "It's just laxatives, it won't kill anyone." "I won't treat you badly." As he spoke, he tried to grab the bag again. Kazuko hurriedly made up an excuse. "If you open the cap, it'll be found out, and Miss Liu will peel my skin off by then. Besides, who knows if this thing is poison?" Tomo roared with a ferocious expression on his face. He said, "Koyu, he won't find out. You can open it for him proactively. Hurry up and give it to me." Kazuko rolled her eyes internally. Is this guy's brain damaged? Does he really think he's still Miss Liu's boyfriend? Without a second thought, she directly refused. "No way! Koyu, I really can't help you with this. I have to go right now." Having said that, Kazuko bolted without looking back. "Damn it!" Tomo's plan failed and he stomped his feet in anger, glaring with venomous eyes at Kazuko's retreating back. "I'll make sure everyone around you betrays you!" Meanwhile in the classroom, you were wolfing down your food. Yuka Ryuzaki shook her head helplessly. "Eat slower, watch out for choking." But the moment those words fell, you nearly choked, hurriedly grabbing the milk to chug a big mouthful, only to accidentally spill milk all over your hands. "Tissue!" You anxiously shouted and started rummaging blindly through your drawer, when suddenly you touched a strange box. Koyu said, pulling it out to take a look. The packaging was actually quite exquisite. "Why is there this thing here?" You wore a puzzled look, subconsciously glancing at Tomo's empty seat next to you. Could he have put it there? You had clearly checked the drawer earlier, but you'd only looked briefly and hadn't expected this box to be hidden behind your school bag. Yuka Ryuzaki also came over. When she saw the pink heart-wrapped paper, Koyu said, her expression instantly sinking as she coldly demanded, "What is this thing?" You shrugged your shoulders. "I don't know either. I don't know who put it in my drawer." You suspected it was Tomo. Could it be a gift to make peace? But Yuka Ryuzaki had sharp eyes and immediately spotted a note tucked on top. With a stretch of her hand, she snatched the box away directly. Just as you wanted to accuse her of being overbearing, your attention was captured by that note. The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki read the contents of the letter aloud with a darkened face, word for word. "Ren, I fell in love with you at first sight. You shouldn't be ruined by this demon, Yuka Ryuzaki. Once she gets tired of playing with you, she'll dump you. Leave her and give me a chance, okay?" Her pitch-black eyes stared daggers right through you. "Who wrote this to you?" Listening to this cheesy love letter, you felt goosebumps break out all over your skin and hurriedly shook your head. Yuka Ryuzaki's tone was icy. "Ren, received a love letter? Feeling pretty proud of yourself?" You wore a bitter smile. "Does any expression on my face look like I'm proud?" Yuka Ryuzaki let out a hum and unpleasantly swept her gaze toward the box. "Since you don't know, just throw this thing away." "Throw it away? Shouldn't we check what it is?" Your eyes rolled as you continued to suspect Tomo in your heart. But why would he write a love letter like this? Acting like a little detective, you rubbed your chin. Could it be that Tomo wanted to use this trick to drive a wedge between you and Yuka Ryuzaki? You blurted out, "Let me take a look, just a quick look!" As you spoke, you directly went ahead and tore open the ribbon, lifting the lid. Right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze turned stern and she shouted sharply. Her reaction was lightning fast. In a mere 0.01 seconds, she batted the box flying. With a clatter, the mechanism inside the box instantly sprang open, and a sky full of white powder scattered like fairy flowers parting. A mass of it landed squarely right on Tomoe's face in the aisle. Once the powder cleared, Tomoe's face was deathly pale, drawing peals of laughter from the entire class. But the next second, nearby classmates who had gotten powder on them suddenly shrieked, "It's so itchy!" Powder had gotten on their arms, instantly causing an unbearable itch that clawed out rows of red marks. "It's itching to death. What kind of powder is this? Is it poisonous?" Tomoe finally snapped back to reality as well, starting to scratch his face like a madman. "So itchy!" he roared, glaring at you furiously. At that exact moment, you confirmed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he was the one who placed the item there. If not for Yuka Ryuzaki, the person whose face was ruined right now would be you. You sneered, looking him straight in the eye. "Just a moment ago, you were acting all sneaky at my desk. This box is something you put there." While scratching himself frantically, Tomoe hurriedly retorted, "I didn't! You're framing me!" Tomoe's handsome face had already been clawed into a number of bloody scratches. He abruptly turned toward Yuka Ryuzaki, tears welling up instantly with the look of someone suffering the greatest grievance imaginable. "Miss Liu, you have to believe me. It really wasn't me who did it." The next second, his finger pointed straight at you. "It's him! He has a vicious heart and deliberately framed me. This thing must have been placed by himself." At once, every gaze in the classroom shot straight at you. To increase his credibility, Tomoe scratched his face like mad while crying out, "Miss Liu, look! If I had placed it, would I harm myself? You have to uphold justice for me." You rolled your eyes, looking at his performance with a completely expressionless face. What a waste that acting skills like this don't win an Oscar. Still, his attempt to drive a wedge between you and Yuka Ryuzaki was an absolute pipe dream. Yet who would have thought a trace of a smile would actually flash across Yuka Ryuzaki's dark eyes? Afterwards, she looked over at you and leisurely opened her mouth. "How do you want to explain this?" You let out a hum, leaning back into your chair with your arms crossed over your chest. Eyeballing her with an air of supreme dominance, you said, "Do I need to explain?" This single line caused the entire class to gasp in sharp shock. Ren must have a death wish daring to speak to Miss Liu like that. They were all waiting to watch your tragic end. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki actually revealed a bewitching smile, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, you don't need to explain." The moment those words dropped, the classroom fell dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, doubting whether they had misheard. What did Miss Liu just say? She actually told you with a doting expression that you didn't need to explain? Tomoe was frozen straight in place, completely forgetting even to scratch his itch. Was the Miss Liu before his eyes really the one he knew? How could she dote on you like this? The blow at this moment was even more fatal than having his face ruined. He shook his head like someone possessed. It can't be like this. The intense itch on his face struck once more. He scratched frantically, his fingernails even breaking the skin and oozing blood. When the salty tears touched his wounds, the pain made him bare his teeth and grimace. So itchy. Suddenly looking at the blood on his fingernails, he let out a miserable shriek. Like an evil ghost, Tomoe bolted straight out of the classroom. Right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki extended her slender fingers and grabbed your chin, forcing you to look straight into her eyes. She arched an eyebrow, her deep eyes seeming to see through everything. Pitiful of him? You shook your head like a petulant child. "I don't pity him at all. You're always just too kind-hearted." Yuka Ryuzaki reached out and pinched your cheek, though her gaze carried a burning heat. In the blink of an eye, it was noon, and school was out. Yuka Ryuzaki took you to the student council room once again. Daiki and Aiko had already ordered 5-star takeout. The moment you sat down, you noticed Daiki looking completely absent-minded. Needless to guess, he was definitely thinking about Hina. You glanced sideways at Yuka Ryuzaki beside you, secretly hiding your phone beneath the table to get ready to text Daiki. But right at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, giving you a huge start. You abruptly raised your head to find it was Aiko speaking. Ignoring your warning glances, Aiko looked straight at Yuka Ryuzaki. That person riding the motorcycle clearly intended to hurt Ren. Do you plan to investigate this matter? Yuka Ryuzaki cast a disdainful look at her, her cool, pretty face speaking up. "Do I need you to tell me? I already had people looking into it. Just the fact that their target was Ren means I will absolutely never let that person off." Aiko hurriedly pursued the question. "Then what did you find out? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Your ears perked up instantly, wanting to know just who wanted to harm you. However, Yuka Ryuzaki furrowed her brow instead. "The only clue is that the perpetrator's face was captured by surveillance. As long as we find him, we'll know who the mastermind is." Aiko sighed. That means nothing was investigated at all then. Yet the moment those words fell, Yuka Ryuzaki's phone rang shrilly. She picked up the call, her expression instantly turning cold. Seeing her put down the phone, you hurriedly chased the question, "Is there news?" Yuka Ryuzaki nodded, directly pushing her phone screen right in front of you. You tapped open a video, but the moment you clearly saw the figure inside the video, your eyes widened in absolute shock. How could it be him? The background of the video was a single hospital room. A man wearing a black mask was talking to someone in a hospital bed. And the person sitting on the bed, to your utter disbelief, turned out to be Tomoe. The video resolution was very clear, and the crisscrossing scratch marks on his face were unmistakably the masterpiece of his own making from an hour ago. But because it was secretly filmed, the video had zero audio. You fumed angrily. It was actually him. At that moment, Aiko also leaned in to look, rubbing her chin as she asked, "This guy is the one who rode the motorcycle? His face is all covered up. How are you supposed to recognize him?" Yuka Ryuzaki cast a disdainful sideways glance at her, pulling up another photo from her phone. Private detectives naturally know how to check things thoroughly. In the photo, the man from the video had taken off his mask after walking out of the hospital, and the other picture was a screenshot captured by the school surveillance. Comparing the two faces side by side, there was zero doubt they were the same person. At this, Aiko slapped her thigh hard and cried out in astonishment. "It was actually done by Tomo? This ex-boyfriend of yours usually looks decent. How can he be so vicious?" You were completely stunned as well. You had long guessed this matter might be related to him, but you never expected it to truly be him. Tomo's little stunts were at most malicious pranks, but that person on the motorcycle had come directly with a blade. If Hina hadn't blocked that blow for you, the consequences would simply have been unthinkable. After hearing about what you experienced in the classroom, Daiki slammed his hand down onto the table in a burst of fiery anger. "Harm you time and time again. We absolutely cannot let him off just like this." Aiko immediately chimed in, turning to look at Yuka Ryuzaki. "Miss Liu, how do you plan to vent our Ren baby's anger? Don't go going soft just because he's your ex-boyfriend." Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would merely cast a cold, sideways glare at her? "Do you think I would?" Aiko still wanted to tease, but Yuka Ryuzaki swept another icy, fierce look over. "And another thing, who is your baby? Try saying that one more time." With a complex mood, you picked up your chopsticks, but Yuka Ryuzaki kept piling food onto your plate non-stop. In the blink of an eye, your bowl had piled up into a small mountain. You glared at her speechlessly. "Are you still going to let me eat or what? Piling up this much?" Yuka Ryuzaki looked at your mountain-piled bowl and silently picked away a fried shrimp. "Is this okay now? If you're in a bad mood, just take it out on me." Her tone carried helplessness, though her thin lips curved into a smile. "Anyway, only I can tolerate your temper." Yet you had no mood to bicker with her, lowering your head to shovel rice with an expression full of heavy thoughts. Unable to rest easy, Daiki immediately looked at Yuka Ryuzaki. "What's wrong with Ren? Is he in a bad mood?" Yuka Ryuzaki's answer was concise and clear. At this, Daiki and Aiko understood even less. Why is he in a bad mood? Didn't they figure out who the mastermind was? Shouldn't he be happy about this? In truth, the most amazing part was that neither of them could see through it. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki saw right through it at a glance. Resting her chin on one hand, she gazed at you and explained on your behalf. Who can be in a good mood when they're inexplicably hated, to the point that someone wants to harm them? In truth, her heart was filled with guilt. To put it bluntly, Tomo hated you entirely because of her. You had a pure mind, so upon suddenly learning this truth, how could your heart possibly feel good? Yuka Ryuzaki's pitch-black eyes instantly turned gentle as she reached out to stroke your head. Silly boy, it's not your fault. After slowly digesting this fact, you finally raised your head and pulled her hand down. I know, I never felt like it was my fault. Following that, you forced out a smile, looking at Daiki and Aiko. I'm fine, just feeling a bit gloomy. Only then did Aiko feel reassured, picking up a piece of beef tenderloin with her chopsticks for you. Turn your grief and anger into an appetite. You immediately pushed it away with your chopsticks in disgust. It's stained with your saliva. I'm not eating that. Clutching her chest in injury, Aiko redirected the beef tenderloin toward Daiki. Daiki swiftly moved his bowl away with an expression of total revulsion. I don't want it either. Watching them bicker, you put down your chopsticks and sighed. Actually, I still don't get it. I can understand Tomoe hating me, but does he really have to go as far as hiring a hitman to hurt me? Isn't this going a bit too far? Aiko spoke with deep sentiment. Once people get jealous, what won't they do? But Daiki held a different view. I don't think Tomoe has the guts to hire a hitman. Aiko immediately teased him. Unlike you, who would do anything? Who knows, maybe you'd lose your mind for love too. Hearing this, Daiki felt extremely uncomfortable and immediately retorted, I would never. Aiko shook her finger, her expression deeply punchable. Hard to say, oh, you smiled from the side, saying, I believe Daiki wouldn't. Aiko originally wanted to argue back, but the moment she made contact with Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze, her courage instantly wilted. She immediately nodded with a beaming smile, obsequiously changing her tune. Yes, 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 Ren Daishao is always right. You and Daiki were instantly amused by her. After the laughter and noise of lunch concluded, you followed Yuka Ryuzaki to her office once again. The moment you sat down on the sofa and hugged a pillow, getting ready to take a nap, Yuka Ryuzaki walked over and sat down beside you. Without saying a single word, she just stared fixedly at you like that. You stretched lazily, blinking your eyes as you asked her, Is there something you want to tell me? Yuka Ryuzaki still stared at you fixedly, her voice deep and low. Regarding what happened with Tomoe, how do you want to deal with him? In your heart, only a single thought remained, never wanting to see Tomo ever again. Yet you shook your head, pressing your lips into a tight line. I don't know. You gripped the pillow tighter, the suppressed emotions almost threatening to break. I only know I never want to see him again for the rest of my life. Yuka Ryuzaki's fingers gently threaded through your hair, soothing you tenderly, though her tone was resolute. I understand. The specific steps of how I'll handle it, I won't tell you. You closed your eyes to enjoy her caress, nodding your head slightly. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Toward her arrangements, you held complete trust. You only needed to confirm one thing. Just make sure Tomo never showed up again. Even though you were still kept in the dark, you trusted that she definitely knew how to handle it with proper measure. Yuka Ryuzaki patted your head. Then take a rest. I'm going to handle a few things. You reluctantly lifted your head from her shoulder, your sense of dependency maxed out. What you couldn't bear to leave behind was actually just how comfortable this shoulder of hers was. You truly wanted to laze against it without getting up. Go ahead, I'm sleepy. Remember to wake me up when afternoon classes start. You arranged the pillow properly and snuggled into the sofa. Yuka Ryuzaki picked up a long bolster of her own accord and handed it into your arms, also thoughtfully yielding space so you could stretch your legs out. Good afternoon? Her voice was cool and pleasant. You responded lazily, closing your eyes with your cheek pressed against the bolster, feeling a sense of absolute safety. Meanwhile, outside No. 2 High School in Jiangcheng, inside a high-end restaurant, Sanji sat alone in a private dining room. Did he suspect you? Good. Next, we'll see if you have the capability to persuade her. Regardless of success or failure, the money you're owed won't be a penny short. We'll talk again. Sanji hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the private room door. A waiter pushed the door open, carrying a food tray, placing the delicacies onto the table one by one. Please enjoy your meal. In high spirits, Sanji pulled out a large banknote and handed it over. The waiter smiled exceptionally brightly. If you need anything, just call me. He waved his hand. No need, you can leave. As soon as the person departed and he picked up his fork to start eating, his phone rang aggressively. Blasting through the other end of the line, Shogo's angry rebuke exploded like a thunderclap. Sanji, do you even know how to handle things? You're truly useless. I thought you were so capable, but turns out you're just like that. Looks like I didn't misjudge you in the past. Sanji gripped the fork tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as his smile turned ferocious, yet the words that came out remained elegant. What are you panicking about, my brother? Shogo's voice turned instantly shrill. Shut up! Who's your brother? How many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me brother. Someone born to that wild woman isn't my brother. Sanji's gaze instantly went cold, though his voice remained even. What are you in such a rush for? It's nothing more than being afraid the matter will be exposed and traced back to you, right? I've dumped this blame onto someone else's head. Even if Yuka Ryuzaki comes looking to settle scores, she'll only go after that unlucky bastard. She won't suspect you. Shogo froze for a second, immediately pursuing the question. Who is it? Sanji blinked with a smile. The person you hate the most, Tomo. At this, Shogo was completely dumbfounded. You! How did you manage to dump the blame onto him? Sanji narrowed his eyes, full of triumph in his tone. Blame him for being stupid and courting death. This morning, he stuffed a gift box into Ren's drawer, packed full of itching powder. But guess what? The powder ended up getting thrown back onto his own face, while that guy Ren came out completely unhurt. Mentioning this, she hated it so much, she secretly cursed inwardly. If only that itching powder could have ruined Ren's face. Tomo is too useless, messing up a small matter like this. Shogo let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied as well. You've got quite well-informed sources. Don't tell me you've planted informants in Class A? Even though Class A has plenty of rich, second-generation kids, it's not that hard to get a few commoner students in the class to take some money and help snoop around for intel. Sanji wore an arrogant expression. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Hearing this tone, an unnameable fire ignited inside Shogo's heart. Where on earth does someone born to this wild woman get such a sense of superiority? Do you think everything is wrapped up without a trace? Shogo asked with gloomy anger. Then how on earth did you frame Tomoe? The corners of Sanji's mouth curved slightly upward before revealing a triumphant smirk. Yuka Ryuzaki is searching the whole school for the culprit right now. I just had that person deliberately go look for Tomo. Yuka Ryuzaki will definitely lock her eyes onto him. Coupled with the fact that he harmed Ren this morning, with both matters added together, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean. He can only inexplicably carry this blame. After listening, Shogo drew in a sharp breath. You're too ruthless. Still, with this level of certainty, his heart felt much steadier. He no longer needed to worry about the failed plan implicating himself. Yet the matter wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Sanji shifted his tone, deliberately drawing in a breath. However, the money is gone too, and the matter hasn't even been accomplished yet. Just, Shogo interrupted sharply, a mere 200,000. I don't care about it. I can give you another 200,000, but next time it must succeed. I want to see Ren's face ruined. Sanji pretended to be nonchalant in reply. Oh, shut up. Call me that one more time, and I'll beat you. Shogo fumed with rage, hanging up the phone immediately afterward. Sanji stared coldly at the darkened screen with utter disdain. Does acting almighty just by losing your temper make you impressive, young Master Shogo? The next second, Sanji flung the phone through the air, smashing it viciously against the carpet near the door. Heh, it's just a phone. I've got plenty of money. Shogo just gave me 200,000. Replacing it with a new machine doesn't sting at all. Sanji's mood instantly cleared up as he flicked the service bell. That same smiling waiter pushed the door open. Respected guest, do you have any instructions? The moment he stepped inside the threshold and saw the phone on the carpet, Sanji raised his chin, feigning aristocratic airs. Help me pick it up. The waiter immediately picked up the phone and handed it to Sanji respectfully. Sanji nodded in satisfaction. I want to order some desserts. The waiter had long since mastered the art of bootlicking. Without waiting for him to speak, he handed the menu straight to the dessert page, placing it right before you. Which style would you like? Sanji scanned it casually, speaking with overbearing opulence. "Everything on this page. Bring me one of each." The waiter's jaw nearly dropped in shock. "All of them?" The corners of Sanji's mouth rose, his gaze filled with arrogance. "All of them?" "Understood." The waiter hurriedly fawned, collecting the payment with a beaming, joyful expression. "Bribe the doctor to add something into his medicine. Precisely that kind of stuff. The money, I'll give you more. Don't mess this up." After hanging up the phone, Sanji opened his phone again to send a voice memo to someone else. "Spread the word over the next 2 days. Say that Ren did it. Just casually mention it to 1 or 2 classmates will do." After making these arrangements, Sanji tossed the phone onto the table with extreme inner satisfaction, as if everything was completely under his control. Tomo's life, Ren's life, they're all pinched right in the palm of my hand. Sanji couldn't help bursting into loud laughter. 2 days later at the entrance of No. 1 High School, you suddenly developed a craving for breakfast from outside the school gates. Unable to beat your persistence, Yuka Ryuzaki could only accompany you out. You found a secluded corner and sat down. Yuka Ryuzaki surveyed the surroundings, the corners of her mouth twitching upward as her gaze landed on you. "Were you secretly eating breakfast here with that surnamed Bao behind my back previously?" You chuckled dryly and played dumb. "Is it here? I don't remember." In reality, you knew the place like the back of your hand. You had deliberately brought her here to reminisce, but you absolutely couldn't admit it. Otherwise, this jerk would get unhappy again. You simply shifted the firepower elsewhere. "What do you want to eat? There's quite a variety of breakfast here." You had already ordered wontons, xiaolongbao, and soy milk. Though ordinary, being located right outside the gates of No. 1 High School meant its style was naturally not low-key, and plenty of students loved coming here. Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't be bothered to put in the mental effort. "You help me order." When you asked her back, she gave you 4 words. "Eat meat early in the morning." You muttered inwardly that this person's appetite was truly huge, but flipping through the menu, you managed to pick out 2 items with meat and added a cup of soy milk for her. Yet she looked at it with disdain. "I don't want soy milk." You shot right back at her. "You ordered it, so eat it." Right at that moment, 2 girls walked in and sat down at the table right next to yours. Not noticing you, they immediately began gossiping. "Have you heard? Tomoe got his face plastered with itching powder the other day, and now he's practically about to be disfigured." "Really or fake? Itching powder can disfigure someone? That's just retribution coming back to bite him." Another person said she was the one who poisoned him herself, which is why it's so tragic. When he first transferred into No. 1 High School, he was such a heartthrob. Now his face is totally ruined, right? Hearing this made you break out in secret dread. You couldn't help stealing a glance at Yuka Ryuzaki beside you. She lightly pouted with an indifferent expression. "It wasn't me," you whispered in pursuit, terrified of being overheard. You had originally always thought she was the one who arranged for people to make a move, seeing as you hadn't asked into the specifics of how Tomoe was dealt with. But now that she denied it, you gave a sudden start. Could it be that the itching powder from that day really had something fatal added to it by Tomoe himself? A chill ran through your heart. The other person had actually wanted to disfigure you. Yuka Ryuzaki sneered, her voice carrying disdain. She dared to hire someone to harm you. She's capable of even harsher things. How could she possibly let it go? You sighed, waves of chill washing through your heart. Seeing your low mood, Yuka Ryuzaki lightly shifted the topic. "Let's not mention her anymore, it ruins our appetite." "I'll handle her matters." Once Tomoe's wave of public attention passed, he never appeared at No. 1 High School again. The school directly expelled him on the grounds of atrocious moral character. At this moment, your breakfast was served. Yuka Ryuzaki glanced at it with obvious disdain. Can this kind of place even produce edible food? Yet right at this moment, the girls at the adjacent table suddenly shrieked in excitement. "Look at this!" Online posts are all saying Tomo's disfigurement was actually poisoned by Ren. There was zero problem with the itching powder at the time. You froze completely, staring expectantly at Yuka Ryuzaki. How did this suddenly get pinned onto my head? Yuka Ryuzaki also furrowed her brow tightly, turning her gaze toward those 2 girls. At this, the 2 girls continued their discussion. "Is this news reliable?" "Look, This post says someone in freshman class A actually touched that itching powder too, and after washing with water, it was totally fine. Only Tomo ended up this tragic, which proves the poison was added afterward. Put that way, it really makes sense. I didn't expect Ren to be so ruthless. Yet before they could finish speaking, a sudden loud bang echoed out. An arm slapped down onto the table with a thwack. The two girls jumped in fright, their eyes wide as saucers. Gazing closely, they found Yuka Ryozaki's face inches away. The two girls were dazed for a moment before reacting, nearly hugging each other in a cluster. "Ryuji!" "It's actually you?" "Oh my god, Ryuji is right in front of us, so cool." Completely blinded by fangirling, those two girls failed to notice the chill on Yuka Ryozaki's face at all. You had originally worried they would keep spouting nonsense, but you never expected the plot twist to be this sudden, almost making you laugh out loud. You hurriedly grabbed Yuka Ryozaki's hand and hauled her back. "They're just some boring speculations, let them talk. No matter what, you can't plug everyone's mouths." You looked at it very openly. After all, mouths grew on other people's faces, so you couldn't control what they said anyway. Yet after hearing those words from you, the corners of Yuka Ryozaki's mouth curled into a wicked smile as she actually reached out to pinch your cheek. This idea isn't bad. "Hey! Wasn't you just casually comforting her a moment ago?" Yuka Ryozaki suddenly turned back to stare at those two girls, pointing a finger with her full aura blazing. "I'm warning you. Whoever dares to frame Ren again or talk nonsense one more time, I'll let you know what consequences feel like." "Did you hear that clearly?" Her voice was icy cold. The girls hurriedly acknowledged it. "We heard it clearly." Wanting to run but unable to move their legs, they could only remain frozen in their seats. You pulled Yuka Ryozaki back to your own seat. "All right, hurry up and eat your breakfast, it'll get cold if you don't." Yet Yuka Ryozaki calmly stated, "Wait a minute. Eat later." Following that, she took out her phone and dialed a call. Your stomach was rumbling, so you couldn't care less what she was up to, sweeping through the wontons and xiaolongbao in a flurry. Once you were full and raised your head, she had already put her phone away, a smile returning to her face. You wore a puzzled look. Who did you just call? Could it have something to do with the idea from just now? Yuka Ryozaki only smiled without answering. "You'll know in a moment." You pretended not to care as you finished eating. The moment she picked up her chopsticks, your movements were faster than hers, as you slyly snatched her phone to check the call history. "You called the principal?" you cried out in astonishment. Yuka Ryozaki didn't stop you, instead lowering her head of her own accord to bite into her noodles. After finishing off her food in 2 or 3 bites, she asked sideways, "Done eating?" She paused. "Well, why'd you call the principal?" Yuka Ryozaki laughed with an utterly bold air, paid the bill, and pulled you up to exit the breakfast shop. You felt that the two of you walking hand in hand like this was a bit strange. She shot you a sideways glare carrying obvious dissatisfaction, though she didn't lose her temper. As you walked, you urged, "Wait a minute, you just mentioned. How many minutes is it actually?" Ilamoa says. Mess pace does not stop as she suddenly halts under a tree on campus. She turns sideways to look at you, the corners of her lips curling upward slightly. You look at her blankly, says, not understanding what is going on. Suddenly, the campus broadcasting system rings out, announcing that the posts on the school forum targeting student have been investigated and proven to be a frame-up. All teachers and students of the school are strictly prohibited from privately discussing this matter. Violators will receive a major demerit, and reporting is welcomed. The broadcast echoes 3 times across the campus. You stand there in a daze, turning your head back to stare wide-eyed at, your mouth practically falling open. Did you pull the strings for this? It turns out that phone call she made earlier was directly to the principal to seal everyone's lips. Rest her arm smugly over your shoulder with an arrogant smile. Is plugging everyone's mouths useful, or what? Even though rumors are hard to entirely stamp out, who would still dare to talk nonsense right to your face? Speaking of which, the days instantly quiet down. You are left between laughter and tears. This person truly dotes on you to no end. Glances at you sideways with mild dissatisfaction. You should at least praise me a bit. Who do you think I used my privileges for? You immediately give her a thumbs up. Fine, well done, says. Yet you cannot help but feel worried. Using your privilege like this, is it really okay? You raise your head to look at her, your mind practically tangling into knots, smiles with absolute confidence. Do you even know what privilege is? You are left speechless, originally intending to give her a scientific explanation, but the words fail to come out. Can't you just look it up on Baidu? She bends her knuckles and declares with supreme dominance, I am the privilege. His eyes are filled with unbridled arrogance. I do whatever I want, and no one has the qualification to interrupt. Do you get it now? In your heart, you silently roast her. This woman is probably the reincarnation of an absolute empress, yet out loud you cannot help but tease her. However, disagrees, going so far as to pull you even closer into her embrace. What I am doing right now is called being completely lawless. You feel the distance is far too close, and hurriedly try to break away, but because of the broadcast just moments ago, every single student is staring right at the two of you. Simply laughs arrogantly. So what if I'm lawless? I can do whatever I please. Why should I constrain myself? Her upright yet utterly warped logic leaves you instantly speechless and at a loss for words. Right at that moment, an exclamation rings out from nearby. Isn't that Senior? Wasn't she hospitalized? You turn your head in shock, and sure enough, you see walking in right through the school gates. The carousel sees her and knits her brows tightly. What on earth is this woman surnamed up to? Wait here for me! You drop a single phrase, shake off her hand, and dash straight toward. Who would have thought would take a long stride forward? You use your gaze to warn her to behave herself, but she simply acts like she doesn't understand. It aways a caritas, and in the next second you both arrive right in front of a Sakara. When sees the two of you, she directly stops in her tracks and greets you with a calm smile. You look anxiously at her right hand, which is covered in medical tape. Why did you come to school? Looks at you with gentle eyes and explains softly, there is a monthly exam today. You are stunned. This is the most important monthly exam for the senior year, but your hand is injured. How are you supposed to take the exam? Smiles faintly and raises her left hand. I still have this hand, you know. Hearing her brisk tone, the unease in your heart grows even heavier. It's just a regular exam, not the National College Entrance exam. Missing it once should be fine, right? Yet shakes her head with firm determination. The monthly exam is very important. I cannot be absent. But before she can even finish speaking, her words are cut off by a cold, sharp voice. The Mansawaram stares at her with an expression of displeasure. Isn't it just about worrying over the scholarship? Is that really so difficult? Wearing an arrogant look, she continues. You don't need to take the exam. I'll make the school issue it to you anyway. Ma's eyes instantly turn icy cold as she looks straight at her and refuses word for word. Thank you. Anger instantly flares up. You're refusing? If it weren't for, I wouldn't even deign to look at you twice. She steps closer, pressing the issue. Is your laughable dignity more important, or is your scholarship more important? Faces her without a shred of fear, the corners of her mouth carrying a trace of sarcasm. Speaking of which, for you, Miss Lear, other people's dignity is naturally worth less than dirt. Seeing the two of them at each other's throats, you quickly wrap your arms around Sarm. Hey now, stop fighting! You pull her backward by a step to isolate a safe distance, and only then do you turn to look at, saying with a completely earnest expression, Are you really certain you have to go take the exam? Looks at you and then nods with absolute firmness, saying, You nod helplessly, then flash her a brilliant smile. All right then, do your best. Looks at the trust and radiance shining in your eyes, and a wave of warmth instantly floods her chilled chest. I will. Her tone softens, and her lips curve into a smile. However, she notices that standing behind you is looking increasingly gloomy. After bidding you farewell, walks toward the senior teaching building. You are still cheering her on from behind, shouting, but the veins on the forehead of behind you are literally throbbing. In the next second, your face is grabbed by both her hands and forcibly twisted around to face her. What are you doing? Your face is squeezed completely out of shape. Stares at you with a death glare, shouting angrily and low, I forbid you from looking at that bastard with that kind of gaze. You blink in utter confusion. What kind of gaze? You have no idea what she is even getting mad about. Let go! My face is going to be squished flat! You struggle fiercely to push away her demonic claws, rubbing your aching cheeks. Yet, Ness' anger only intensifies. Listen to me clearly, not just the one surnamed, but toward any other woman as well. To coax her, you can only nod perfunctorily. Got it. Her anger subsides just a fraction as she suddenly yanks you straight into her embrace to declare her dominance. You're still going to go find that person surnamed after school? Absolutely not allowed. The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. In the blink of an eye, afternoon dismissal arrives. You sprint over to Senior Class A, but upon walking inside, there is no sign of anywhere. You hurriedly grab a passing classmate. Where is? The other person's reply leaves you stunned. She handed in her test paper early and already left. She already left? You grow even more worried. Which hand did she use to hold the pen during the exam? That classmate remembers very clearly. She used her left hand the entire time. Everyone saw it. Right at that moment, a cool and melodious voice rings out right behind you. You wait here for a moment. You turn around to see that has actually intercepted a teacher who is about to leave. What is she planning to do now? You walk over curiously and watch as gives a single look, causing the teacher to obediently walk back to the podium and sit down. This scene leaves you completely between laughter and tears. You see the teacher asking nervously, "Miss Liu," glares at the test papers in the teacher's hands and speaks coldly, "Find S test paper and grade it right here on the spot." The teacher dares not raise any objections, immediately digging out S test paper, grabbing a red pen, and frantically grading away. Within just a few minutes, the test paper is handed right over to. You anxiously lean in to take a look, your eyes instantly widening into perfect circles. Full marks? You look at the teacher in a daze. Didn't take the exam with her left hand? As you speak, you glance back down at the test paper. The handwriting thereon is indeed crooked and shaky, with all the stroke lines trembling. Says, "Yet this actually turned out to be a full score?" The teacher, as if guessing what is on your mind, speaks slowly. Quote, "His handwriting is naturally beautiful to begin with. Being able to write like this with her left hand without letting it affect her performance is already defying the heavens." After walking out of the teaching building, your entire person completely relaxes. Thank goodness S scholarship was saved. You climb into Bernac's car, your mood soaring so high you could fly. You turn your head and flash a grin at her, says, "You actually still care about quite a bit, don't you? If it weren't for you making the teacher grade it on the spot, I probably would have been sitting on pins and needles for days." Yet frowns abruptly, as if she has just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, letting out a cold snort. "Absolutely impossible! She clearly did it for you, all right?" Putting on a smug expression of, "I've already seen right through you," she adds, You're just cold on the outside and warm on the inside. Say that one more time and try me." Stares at you dangerously. Yet you aren't scared in the least. Instead, you prop your chin up with one hand, lean your face closer, and look at her with a beaming smile. You're actually still quite kind-hearted deep down. Who would have thought that upon hearing this, S eyes would blink dangerously? In the next second, she curls her lips into an evil smile and her entire body lunges straight forward toward you. Following that, she grabs your wrist and shoves you firmly against the passenger seat backrest. "You like playing with fire like this, is that it? All right, then I'll give you a test of my own." This ambiguous posture instantly stains your cheeks with a rosy blush. What is she trying to do? Before you can even react, this pretty face presses continuously closer, her warm breath washing over your face. Her melodious voice drops to an extremely low register. "If I kissed you right now, what do you think my reason would be?" There is less than 2 centimeters left between your lips, ready to lock together in the next second. Your heart races like thunder, making you completely forget even to push her away. Yet right at this moment, a crisp ringing sound abruptly cuts in from outside the car window. This sound instantly snaps you back to your senses. You yank your head sideways, plant both hands against her chest, saying, and shove her away with a hard push. "Stop making jokes like this, all right? It's way too much." Looks at your shy appearance, and her mood turns exceptionally bright, the corners of her mouth curling up. "Clearly you are the one joking first." You are instantly left speechless. Isn't this just lifting a rock only to drop it on my own feet? At this moment, starts up the sports car, her mood so good she starts whistling. Turning her head, she says to you, "It's the weekend, let's go out and play, shall we?" Having just been teased by her, you instantly lose all your enthusiasm. Thinks for a moment. There's a newly opened hot spring resort, you probably haven't been there yet. Hot spring resort? It's just soaking in hot springs then. You look out the window with a lackluster attitude. Continues enticing you. Not just that, there are also rose flowers that can be picked to soak in the hot spring, and a lot of delicious food, like strawberries that you can pick yourself. She glares at you and purposely employs a provoking tactic. If you don't want to go, says, then forget it. Before she even finishes speaking, you snap your head back around. The roses had already made you somewhat tempted, and the moment you hear about strawberries, your eyes light up instantly. You hurriedly grab her sleeve. "I didn't say I wasn't going. Let's go, please." You even resort to using a coquettish tone. Secretly curves the corners of her mouth, objective achieved. Since you want to go that badly, anyway, soaking in a hot spring is good for your health. But you suddenly think of an idea. Then let's invite and the others along too. It's much more lively with a crowd, right? His brows knit together slightly, clearly looking quite unhappy, though with her lips, she says, "Ask them then. If they want to come, they come. If not, whatever." In her heart, however, she is sneering. If some people don't know what's good for them, just wait and see. The car drives up to an intersection and you suddenly point toward the other side, saying, over there, go that way." Is completely bewildered, but still turns the steering wheel, asking with puzzlement, "This isn't the way home, where else do you want to go?" Only then do you lower your head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I want to check on, since she left so early. She probably went back to the hospital." Pretty face darkens instantly. "She's already fine for the exam. What else are you worrying about?" The doctor only said not to move her hand around recklessly. It's not like she's injured that heavily. You awkwardly rub your nose, then retort with a righteous air. "No matter what, she got hurt to save me. Until she's completely healed, of course I have to care about her constantly. This is called having a conscience, all right?" Literally stops talking to you. This guy is just too soft-hearted, always afraid of owing debts to others. Even though she thinks this trait of yours is very cute, if this cuteness is directed toward other people, she naturally gets pissed off, especially toward that person surnamed. Still, despite being 10,000 times annoyed inside, the car still drives steadily all the way to the hospital. After parking the car, accompanies you inside. As it turns out, hasn't returned to the hospital at all. You slap your own head in exasperation. I should have called her first. Wears an expression of having no recourse against you. "I'll go ask the doctor about her condition. You just wait right here and don't run around." Go ahead. However, no sooner have you stayed put than someone comes running toward you like a madman. Quote, exclamation mark, quote, with a sharp, piercing roar. His face covered in medical tape to the point where his facial features are barely recognizable. Rushes forward with bloodshot eyes. You get a huge fright, saying, and retreat repeatedly, "Tomo?" It turns out his face was ruined, and he is also being treated at this hospital. Says, with a ferocious expression, saying, like an evil ghost, points at you and roars crazily, "It's all because of you. My face became like this. It's all your fault. You made me get disfigured, so I'm gonna make you die." As he speaks, he clenches his fist and fiercely swings it right toward your face. You dodge quickly, your heart filled with extreme annoyance. I am the victim here, all right? If not for his own malicious intentions, how could he have ended up in this state? This is purely bringing it upon himself. Following that, you glare at him coldly. "Don't forget this is something you brought upon yourself. The itching powder was something you planted to harm me, and this is simply you reaping what you've sown." Hearing this, his eyes turn even more crimson with hatred. "I don't care, it's your fault anyway. If you hadn't stolen Miss Liu away, why would I have wanted to harm you? Miss Liu clearly likes me." You roll your eyes directly. It is completely impossible to reason with a lunatic. Right at that moment, lunges forward again to attack. Being pushed step by step, your temper can finally no longer be suppressed. If young master here doesn't show some might, do you really take me for a sick cat? Yet the moment lunges forward in a completely uncalculated frenzy, you execute a nimble sideways dodge and countergrab a tight hold of his collar, emits a piercing shriek, Passers-by nearby want to step in to help you, but instantly end up staring in complete astonishment. They see you pulling on his collar without an ounce of politeness, sneering coldly, "Don't go too far." Previously, when had you transferred to Class F? I let it slide because I pitied you and let you stay in Class A as long as you stopped provoking me. But you insisted on courting your own destruction. What right do you have to pin the blame on me? At this moment, the fire inside your heart is burning blazing hot. You no longer hold a shred of sympathy for Anna. Being merciful to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. "You bastard, let me go, you'll die a horrible death," shrieks with a ferocious visage, still refusing to repent, wearing an expression as if he wants to murder you. I must say, this trick of grabbing him by the collar is extremely effective against him. Is choked by you, to the point of being unable to breathe, completely devoid of any ability to fight back, reduced in the end to nothing more than whimpering crying sounds. Only then do you abruptly release your grip, letting him collapse flat onto the floor, too lazy to even look at him another time. Right at that moment, a round of applause suddenly rings out. You snap your head back. It's actually... She is wearing a rewarding smile, clapping her hands as she walks toward you. You are left between laughter and tears. What on earth is she doing? "Well done," she praises, walking straight over to link arms with you. You instantly feel it's pointless and look at her speechlessly. Acting as if she doesn't even see the crying on the ground, smiles, and says to you, "It would have been great if you could have shown this kind of momentum the last time you were ambushed." You cannot help but laugh bitterly. That time there were more than a dozen people surrounding me. How was I supposed to fight back? At this point, suddenly starts wailing miserably. A wave of annoyance washes over you. You pull and try to leave, but doesn't budge, instead signaling you to wait. Following that, walks straight up and squats down right in front of. Is startled, saying, and seeing that it is her, he actually assumes she has come to care about him, causing a surge of joy in his heart. "Miss Liu," who would have thought, merely curls her lips into a cold sneer, her eyes filled with utter mockery. Where you went wrong was taking yourself way too seriously. Who do you think you are, daring to harm Mai like this? Mai is dumbfounded on the spot, struggling as he argues. He's just an ordinary commoner. What qualifications does he have to be together with you? In his view, anyone who could match up to Miss Liu had to be a scion of a wealthy elite family, someone capable of receiving her special doting favor. Acts as if she has just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Who told you Mai is a commoner? Her voice turns abruptly icy cold. You aren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Is thoroughly shocked. Then who is he? Could he be the young master of some powerful household? Yet, he can never possibly guess the truth. Lets out a cold laugh. You don't deserve to know. Finishing her words, she stands up directly, puts her arm around you, and leaves without ever looking back. Returning to the apartment, you have just finished taking a bath. Curled up on the sofa while holding your phone and chatting with. Finds typing inconvenient and unusually sends you a voice message. Actually, my hand is almost completely better. I don't need to stay in the hospital every day. You put the phone to your ear, saying, that voice is cool and melodious, sounding so pleasant it is unbelievable. As a sound control freak, you simply cannot resist it. You cannot help but listen to it one more time before replying to her. Then you need to take care of yourself, okay? If anything happens, let me know right away. The two of you actually chat for a good 10 minutes or so. Right at that moment, the bathroom door opens and walks out while drying her hair. You hurriedly lower your voice and speak into the phone, "Let's stop chatting, good night." The moment the message is sent, replies with a 2-second voice message. Just a single cool and melodious sentence whose voice sounds so nice, it makes your heart go numb. You don't dare listen to it any further for fear of discovering you were chatting with. Following that, you hurriedly tap open Hess's name, pretending to chat with him while your fingers mash away frantically on the screen. Sits down beside you while drying her hair, her pretty face leaning in close abruptly. Having just taken a bath, her melodious voice rings right beside your ear. Who are you chatting with? You only feel your ear instantly tingling with numbness, dodging slightly out of unnaturalness while your earlobes turn completely red. Chatting about going to the hot spring resort tomorrow. Can you not lean in so close, please? The scent of her shower gel, mixed with her unique aura, says, drills straight into your nose. What's wrong with leaning closer? You glare at her immediately with dissatisfaction. Peeking at other people's chats, says, okay? Who would have thought she shows a look of utter disdain? I couldn't care less. Go get the hairdryer. Saying that, she pushes you away and then leans lazily back against the sofa. You are somewhat confused. What do I need a hairdryer for? Tosses the towel aside, points at her own head, says blow dry my hair, says hurry up. But the moment you bring back the hairdryer, actually commands you like an absolute queen. Help me blow dry it. You have no choice but to resign to your fate, casually running your fingers through her hair, only to suddenly discover that this person's hair is actually this soft. Feeling as if you have discovered a brand new continent, you cannot help but chuckle. Following that, a thought suddenly flashes across your mind. Didn't they say people with soft hair also have soft earlobes? Thus, acting on an impulse, you let your gaze drift toward her ears, and your hand unconsciously reaches out to touch them. They really are quite soft. You touch her earlobe next, playing with and kneading it like a fun toy, and refusing to let go. Right at that moment, lifts her dark eyes and looks at you from bottom to top. Have you played enough? Her tone actually carries a hint of a smile. You snap back to your senses instantly, your cheeks exploding in a flush of red. You fake a couple of laughs. All blow-dried. You try to act as if nothing happened. Who would have thought this demon won't give you any opening at all? She suddenly snatches the hairdryer away and tosses it onto the coffee table, then directly shoves you down onto the sofa. You've had your fun playing with me, now shouldn't it be my turn? She smiles wickedly and extends her demonic claws right toward you. You cry out internally that things are bad and hurry to escape. What are you trying to do? Ah ha 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 ha. She actually starts tickling you. You are full of ticklish spots. Being tickled right around your waistline makes you laugh so hard you cannot stop. Spare me, please. You roll around frantically on the sofa, nearly falling off. Ha ha ha! I really can't take it anymore. Stop teasing me. Only then does let you off, but before you can even catch your breath, she takes advantage of the momentum to press flat against your back, resting her chin on your shoulder. You finally stop laughing, but feel so weak all over your body that you have no strength left. Don't press down on me. Your protest sounds soft and limp, completely devoid of force, yet she acts just like a child throwing a tantrum. I won't get up. Holding you like this is so comfortable. Finishing her words, she just clings lazily to your back. You are held by her like this, completely unable to break free. The surroundings fall silent instantly, leaving only the sound of your rapid breathing. As your breathing gradually settles, a strong and powerful heartbeat echoes from the chest pressed tightly against your back. Thump, thump, thump. The air instantly turns ambiguous. Watches as the tips of your ears turn flushed with scarlet little by little, just like magic. She cannot help but curve the corners of her lips, her eyes filled entirely with smiles. Can you move aside or not? You ask with shyness. She smiles and refuses. Following that, she wickedly leans closer, gently blowing warm air right against your burning earlobe. Your entire body shivers, as if struck by an electric current. You call out to her in a mix of shame and annoyance, carrying a warning tone. Your wife is right here, she replies with a sexy voice, pressing her thin lips right behind your ear. Right at that moment, you finally regain your energy. You throw an elbow forcefully backward, lets out a muffled grunt, and finally releases you. You hurriedly flip over, your face flushed bright red, your moist eyes glaring at her. I hate you to death. You're teasing me on purpose. How am I teasing you? Is it a crime for me to hug my own husband? I'm not talking to you anymore. Teased by her to the point where your cheeks are burning, you rush back into your bedroom like you're fleeing for your life. Sitting on the sofa, smiles with absolute delight. But the consequence of teasing you is that she gets to sleep on the sofa tonight. The next day, you are dreaming about an absolute peerless beauty holding you in an incomparably romantic posture, ready to kiss you in the next second, when a rude banging on the door startles you awake. You open your sleepy eyes. The figure from your dream hasn't faded yet. What a pity I didn't get to see the beauty's face clearly. Right at that moment, voice rings out from outside the door. Little lazy pig, hurry up and get out of bed. The face of that beauty in your mind instantly transforms into. You get such a fright that you jolt awake completely, then hurriedly touch your cheeks. Why are they so hot? You let out a wail, rolling around on the bed. Damn, ruining my good dream. Are you awake or not? Urges again, saying. You glare at the doorway, then stretch lazily and climb out of bed, pulling the door open with an ah sound. I'm awake! You're so annoying! You vent all your morning grumpy mood directly onto her. Yet doesn't mind in the least, leaning gracefully against the doorframe and looking at you with a smile. Why is your morning temper so big? Didn't sleep well last night? Looking at her delighted, smiling face, you feel even more depressed. You raise your hand as if to hit her, but grabs your wrist and pulls you straight inside. If you didn't sleep enough, keep sleeping. Saying that, she leads you right over to the bedside. You shake your head. No more sleeping, we agreed to go out and play today. I haven't packed my things yet. When you finish washing up and step out, says, you immediately catch the aroma of breakfast, and your stomach begins rumbling loudly. The dining table is laid out with a lavish breakfast. As you eat, you look at her suspiciously. She's acting a bit strange today. Didn't she sleep on the sofa last night? How come her energy looks even better than yours? Glares at you sideways. You're the strange one, hurry up and eat, everyone is waiting for us. Hearing that time is running out, you hurriedly pick up the pace. After finishing your meal, you clap your hands together. I'm going to pack my luggage, yet you still feel like something is missing. Dawdling as another dozen minutes pass, you finally finish packing, raise your head and ask standing at the doorway, points at the backpack beside the door. I don't have many things, put yours in here together with mine. Thus you walk over and pick up her backpack. But right at that moment, phone rings. She turns around and walks outside to take the call, leaving you to stuff your own things into her bag. However, your movements come to an abrupt halt. A memory suddenly flashes through your mind of that night at the Ryuzaki residence, the strawberry-flavored protection charm that had secretly hidden away. Instantly, a wild thought pops into your head. Could she have put that thing inside here too? Thinking of this, your cheeks grow slightly warm in an instant, and two tiny figures inside your head begin fighting like crazy. Should I take a peek or not? She is right outside taking a call, and the backpack is right in your hands. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your hand slowly and uncontrollably reaches toward the backpack. Right at the very critical moment, Slell's voice abruptly sounds out, along with her footsteps. Are you ready yet? And the others are already downstairs. Your hand freezes. In the next second, you give the backpack a rapid pat, turn around with a smile, and say, let's go. You pick up the backpack wanting to carry it yourself, but she directly takes it and slings it over her own shoulder. Right after, her small hand grasps your large hand, a smile carrying in the corners of her eyes. Then let's set off. Yet your mind is entirely consumed by what just happened, and you are filled with endless regret now. If you had known, you wouldn't have hesitated and just checked it directly. Arriving at the hot spring resort, it is already noon because you delayed so much time in the morning. Afterwards, you eat lunch and head straight for the rose garden. You point excitedly at a distant patch of purple flowers and nods with a smile, saying, yeah, those are lavender imported all the way from France. They can even be made into essential oils, you know. Your eyes light up instantly. Really? Then I want to buy some. You turn your head and instruct behind you. Remember to remind me to buy some, don't forget. Who would have thought? Knits her brows slightly. Why are you buying that kind of thing? You're not allowed to burn it at home. Only then do you remember that this person is very sensitive to scents. Instantly, your shoulders slump, your entire face written with disappointment. But I really want it. Looking at your pitiful appearance, she presses her lips together and finally relents. Buy it if you like it. But then her tone shifts sharply. You aren't allowed to burn it at home. Go burn it over at S place instead. Points at herself in absolute shock. Me? Glances at her sideways. Weren't you the one egging him on to buy it? You'll have to take responsibility. At this, you hurriedly wrap your arms around Sarm and act coquettishly, leaving her no choice but to helplessly agree. Thus, you happily buy all kinds of essential oils, as if afraid of missing out by getting one of every single kind. Finally, you visit your favorite strawberry patch. The moment you step inside, you are like a wild horse untethered from its reins, excitedly picking tons of strawberries. By the time night falls, is left between laughter and tears, realizing a whole day has just passed like this. At dinner time, suggests with a beaming smile, "It's rare for us to get out and play, let's play a game." Yes, what game? You instantly perk up with enthusiasm. Wills her wine glass, her thin lips curving upward slightly. "I have no objections." Thus smiles with a mischievous look. "We'll play truth or dare." Even though the game is cliché, it can't be helped that it's fun. Before you even realize any catch, you raise your hand with a bright smile. "I agree." The game begins. Your eyes stay fixed tightly on the pointer. Finally, it slows down and stops. You blink in surprise, following the direction of the pointer to look at beside you. It's you! You burst out laughing on the spot, pointing at her with malicious glee. No one expected that the very first person to lose at the start would actually be her. You laugh openly with a sneaky, mischievous expression. "A bet's a bet. Pay up. Hurry and choose. Truth or dare?" She stares at you unbothered. "What do you want me to choose?" Hurriedly mouths cues to you, prompting, "Truth." You catch on immediately and say, "Truth it is." "Ask away then." Leans against the back of the chair with an effortless posture. Immediately jumps in first. "Miss Rizaki, please tell us, how many boyfriends have you dated in total?" You turn your head instantly, staring intently at. She merely knits her brows slightly and tosses out 3 blunt words. "None of your business." You refuse to give up and pursue the question. Even if not 100, there must be 80, right? Who would have thought? Wiggles her finger with an ambiguous smile. "Of course, not just that." Your eyes widen sharply. "Still not just that?" Doesn't want to continue this topic and directly downs a large glass of wine to end this round. Right after, the second round begins. You look at the spinning wheel with great enthusiasm, but the pointer ends up landing solidly on you. How could it be me? You can't believe it and instantly put on a miserable expression. You also choose truth, thinking it will be easier. Just as is about to speak up, abruptly cuts in. She stares you down with a fixed gaze and asks word for word, "How many girlfriends did you date when you were in America?" You freeze instantly, your little brain starting to spin frantically. There's no comparison without harm. She just got exposed for dating hundreds of boyfriends. So if I say 0, won't I get mocked to death by her? Absolutely not. That's way too humiliating. 2 or 3? Or 7 or 8? Or maybe 3 or 4? You twist yourself into a knot of indecision. Right at that moment seems to read your mind, wearing a serious expression as she warns you, "You must tell the truth. No lying allowed." You snap back to reality and stare at her in a daze. "Of course I'm telling the truth." Yet props her chin on one hand and presses the issue step by step. "Then answer quickly." Is this question really that hard? Or is it because your ex-girlfriends are so numerous that you need to count them one by one? Thinking of this possibility, S complexion instantly darkens. You get the creeps from being stared at like that and can't help shouting, "Will you die if you let me think for a second?" Chimes in, loving the drama and unwilling to miss a chance to tease. "Don't tell us you don't even remember either." Your face flushes red with embarrassment instantly. "Of course not." Follows up with another question. "You definitely must have dated girlfriends in America, right? You're so handsome." This remark directly strikes your fatal weak spot. You immediately lift your chin. "Of course I have. Plenty of people chased me, but I'm not someone who is casual." "Then hurry up and tell us. Exactly how many?" Completely loses patience, her eyebrows locked so tightly they could pinch a fly. To avoid being mocked and to uphold the principle of truth, you finally dare to squeeze out a single word in a tiny voice. 1. Even though that didn't really count as a formal relationship, at this moment you can only count it as 1. You refuse to let this jerk look down on you. However, your answer not only fails to satisfy, her expression turns even uglier instead. 1. Are you telling the truth? Are you really telling the truth? She stares at you with eyes full of utter disbelief. She had expected the answer to be 0, but who knew there would actually be 1? To her, the answer 1 is far more piercing than many, because it means that person holds a special significance in your heart. Yet you completely misunderstand her meaning, lowering your head and not daring to look at her, thinking she is just mocking you. What's wrong with 1? It proves I'm devoted. At least better than a fickle ghost like you who changes boyfriends faster than changing clothes. Right at that moment, smiles to smooth things over. Just 1? I never expected her to be so devoted. But your buddy drops a single remark that almost causes you to die on the spot of social death. Whoever gets to be your girlfriend must be super pretty, right? You have no choice but to bite the bullet and praise that completely non-existent person. Pretty, yes, quite pretty, and her personality is great too. Right before your voice even trails off, S face beside you is as dark as the bottom of a wok. Seeing that the situation is turning sour, hurriedly jumps in to smooth things over. All right, let's go soak in the cherry blossom hot spring, immediately echoes. Right, let's go soak in the cherry blossom hot spring. The moment you hear cherry blossom hot spring, your curiosity is instantly piqued. What is that? But right as you all walk out of the private dining room, you suddenly spot an acquaintance. You instinctively grab S sleeve. Isn't that Aunt? Looks over in the direction you indicate, and sure enough, it is one of the power holders of the 4 major families. Just as you are wondering whether to go say hello, abruptly stops you. I think you'd better not go over, it probably isn't convenient for her. You look completely baffled. Why isn't it convenient? You look over once more, only to discover that standing beside Aunt is a young, handsome guy in his early 20s. That's not her son, is it? Before you even react, lets out a disgusted HMPH. Changed another one again. What do you mean changed another one again? You press on. Looks at you with a look usually reserved for fools. Can't you tell that man is her toy boy? No? Wait, probably number 5 or 6 by now? A kept man? You are left completely dumbfounded. The amount of information here is simply too massive. Knits her brows tightly, clearly not wanting you to hear these gossips. That's other people's business. But S' gossip soul is burning fiercely. She leans right next to your ear and whispers a bombshell. The last time I saw her bring someone, it was still a fresh, young campus idol type. Seems like he was the campus hunk from T University. You are instantly shocked. You even know university campus hunks? The next second, an exasperated reaches out and yanks you away from by force. Let's go. Pulled along by her, you still can't resist stealing a glance backward, just in time to see, and that campus hunk acting all lovey-dovey. The relationship is self-explanatory. Right at that moment, directly reaches out and forcefully twists your face back around. Stop looking, what's so good about it? You look at her iceberg beauty face and suddenly get a mischievous urge, teasing her. I always feel like this is what you'll look like when you grow old. Since you're so fickle, will you end up just like Aunt in the future too? Even though you say it with a smile, a tiny trace of sourness wells up in your heart, because you genuinely don't like the thought of her becoming like that. Who would have thought halts her steps, her dark eyes filled with absolute shock, before a wave of anger flares up instantly. Of course I won't. Can't bear to watch any longer, and hurriedly rushes forward to explain, You've misunderstood her! Our Miss Ryuzaki isn't that kind of fickle person. She dates so many boyfriends in order to find her soulmate. Soulmate? You are completely stunned. Explains with a smile. In layman's terms, it's that destined boy fated for her by the heavens. Standing nearby is so shocked, her jaw nearly drops off, her face full of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Who looks for a partner like that? Does she have to date every single guy just to figure out who she has a feeling for? Isn't this just the ultimate excuse for being a player? Wants to continue spilling more secrets, but is stopped cold by a death glare from who lunges forward to cover her mouth. Who told you to say these things? Shut your trap. E's reaction is as if some earth-shattering secret has just been exposed. This immediately maxes out both your and S' curiosity. Could it actually be true? Under the threat, can only raise her hands in surrender. Fine, I won't talk. I feel so dizzy. Saying that, she leans her weight right onto. Just as you all bicker and arrive at the entrance of the hot spring private room, S' phone rings. She glances at the screen and turns to walk away. I'll take this call, you guys go inside first. Opportunity strikes. As soon as leaves, instantly grabs, who is trying to slip away, dragging her straight into the male hot spring room and pinning her against the wall. Continue the topic from just now. Breaks out in cold sweat. I can't. She told me not to talk. She tries to run, but you reach out and block her path. Following that, you and exchange a look and then you threaten her with a wicked smirk. If you don't talk, I'll go tell right now that you tried to seduce me. As you speak, you even make a gesture as if to tear open your own clothes, gets scared out of her wits, and hurriedly reaches out to stop you. Don't, my young master. I'm terrified of you. She knows wouldn't believe it, but as long as your clothes are in disarray in front of her for even a second, she might actually get beaten to death. Your scheme succeeds, and you step closer with a cheeky smile. Don't worry, we'll just keep it a secret between us. We definitely won't tell her. Frightened to death that will return, pours everything out like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Has always been searching for a boy who gives her that special feeling. She said she felt nothing for any other guys, which is why she dated so many boyfriends, just to test out if any of them was that person. Catches the main point. Then is this boy someone she met before, or just someone in her imagination? Is so anxious she's about to cry. How would I know? The point is how she judges whether she feels it or not. You rub your chin and lean in curiously. How does she know? Blurts out. She just doesn't want to kiss those other guys. You snap your fingers, summarizing. If there's a guy she actually wants to kiss, then that guy is her soulmate. Nods heavily. You could say that. This plot twist leaves both you and dumbfounded. Cups her face in her hands. So romantic. I never expected to actually be this devoted. Your impression of her as a fickle ultimate playgirl is instantly upended. You are frozen in place, digesting this shocking inside scoop. Is this true? You're not tricking us. Raises 3 fingers to swear. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning and never hook up with a handsome guy for the rest of my life. Now you believe it completely. It turns out that behind S fickle exterior, such a secret was actually hidden. Waves her hand. All right, let's go. Confirming is not around, opens the door and slips away with a speed akin to running for her life. But you remain lost in thought, pondering what was just said. It turns out isn't truly fickle after all. For some reason, this is the first time you don't feel quite so annoyed about the fact that she has dated so many people. Seeing you spacing out, Skaze turns instantly ambiguous. She grabs you by the neck. All right, hot springtime is here. I've got tons of things I want to chat with you about. In the hot spring pool, steam is misty all around. Curiously picks up a mini bottle printed with a strawberry pattern. What is this? Gives her fingers a flick. I specially ordered this. If we get this kid drunk, won't we be able to squeeze out the truth? Hearing that it's strawberry wine, you say, I want to try it. The cup is small and exquisite, the wine liquid sweet upon entry with a very light alcohol taste. Delicious. You smile happily. Strikes while the iron is hot, and hands over another bottle of rose wine. Today we're happy. Let's drink to our heart's content. This wine has a low ABV. No need to be afraid of getting drunk. She squints her eyes while talking nonsense. How could homemade wine possibly have a low ABV? But you are already captivated by that enchanting rose color. This color is so pretty. You have zero resistance. Before you know it, you drink quite a bit. Your cheeks turn flushed pink, and your gaze starts to grow hazy. Seeing that the timing is right, suddenly leans close to you, staring at your face and asking in a low voice, how do you feel about right now? A layer of mist covers your eyes as you look blankly. Leans in a bit closer, pursuing the question right by your ear. Aren't you guys engaged? Seeing how well she treats you, and how her face turned pitch black when she heard you dated a girl before. Do you like her too? Like her, you repeat fuzzily, starting to think about it very seriously. Do I like Yuka Ryuzaki? I suppose I do, right? You nod, your voice unclear. Like her? How could I not like her? When you were little, your parents used to ask you who you liked the most, and you would always wrap your arms around her neck and answer sweetly. My favorite person in the whole world is Yuka. Instantly wears an I knew it expression, but immediately thinks of the crucial point and hurriedly emphasizes the Is that kind of romantic feeling between a man and a woman, romantic love? Did you hear me clearly, man and woman romance? You blink dazedly, as if completely failing to understand what she is talking about, is left between laughter and tears. Could it be she poured it too fast and you got way too drunk? You finished that cup in one gulp, and after 2 bottles of wine went down, your head went straight into a fog. Seeing that you are heavily drunk, hurriedly continues probing. Man and woman romance means your face flushes and your heart races, wanting to kiss. Have you guys kissed yet? Your gaze is blank and you show zero reaction, while secretly thinks bad news is coming. Your voice is slurred. Kiss? Yeah, we have. You suddenly remember you really did kiss in your dream, and there was also the heart throbbing and blushing. Lately, whenever you're with her, your heart always beats at lightning speed, and your face gets blazing hot too. So this is what man and woman romance is. Hearing your answer is so excited she almost jumps up. You guys really kissed? You nod blankly. Kissed in a dream, that should probably count, right? Who would have thought? His eyes light up instantly. She lunges forward to hug you and shrieks, "Remember what's said? You are soulmate, her destined one." Destined one? Your heart beats wildly, the corners of your mouth curving upward involuntarily. You like this word. You like being her destined one. But the next second, your eyes slowly close, your head tilts to the side, and you pass out cold. Gets terrified. No matter how she calls you, there is no response. Falling asleep inside a hot spring pool spells major trouble. She looks anxiously left and right, wanting to go outside to find someone, but the moment she lets go of you, your body starts sliding down into the water, forcing her to hold on to you for dear life while regretting it to death. Why did I have to get him drunk? Goes crazy with panic, raising her voice to shout toward the outside, "Is anyone out there? We need help here." However, there is no response from outside. In a desperate situation, can only let you rest flat against the pool edge. Don't move around, wait for me to come back. She runs toward the door, looking back every 3 steps, flings the door open and yells, "Is anyone out there? Something happened." As soon as the words leave her mouth, and rush in from next door. Where is? In's brows are locked tightly, lies out of a guilty conscience. He seems to have passed out in the hot spring. Hearing that something happened to you, charges straight into the room, tries to follow inside, but the door slams shut with a bang. You wait outside, rubs her nose with a pitiful expression, then realizes something. You are only wrapped in a bath towel right now. Inside the room, rushes to the edge of the pool. Your fair little face is abnormally flushed, and you show no reaction no matter how she pats you. At that exact moment, the bath towel wrapped around your body slips off on its own and drops into the hot spring. Wait, senses something is wrong, grabs a bathrobe and lunges forward. Before even gets a clear look, has already wrapped you tightly from head to toe in the bathrobe in the next second. Outside the door is waiting anxiously. It's okay. He should be fine. I'm carrying him back to his room. Catching up with 2 steps, notices didn't come out, and looking back, she sees wearing a bathrobe following right behind. Asks hurriedly, "What's going on? How did end up fainting?" This is also what wants to ask, is full of remorse, and can only confess, "We drank some wine, must have gotten drunk." Fearing's blame, she hurriedly explains, "I came out to find people the moment I noticed something was wrong." However, offers no reprimand. She simply nods faintly. Got it. He just fell asleep. She lowers her head to look at the person nestled closely in her arms, whose face is flushed pink and who is sleeping soundly. Soon, the group arrives at the suite, places you down on the sofa, reaches out to touch your burning cheeks, and immediately fetches a cold towel to place on your forehead. The abnormal flush on your face slowly begins to recede. Following that, directly issues an eviction notice. He's fine, I'll take care of him, but refuses to leave, filled with guilt. "Let me do it instead. I was the one who got him drunk," he said. She still wants to mention that men and women shouldn't be too close, and that it's more appropriate for a guy to room together, but who would have thought yanks her back hard from behind? Is this kid an idiot for daring to cross? Following that, hurriedly smooths things over, smiling as she pulls her outward. All right, Let's not disturb rest. Let's go. After the door closes, looks at the worried and finds it amusing. Why are you fighting to take care of him? With here, he'll only be taken care of even better, yet still remains uneasy. I know that. It's just that. Aiko smiled ambiguously. Though, what did it matter? They were already engaged, so what was wrong with sleeping together? To say the person Yuka Ryuzaki was least willing to hurt in this world was Ren. Daiki lowered her head and pondered for a moment. That was true too. You just admitted to her a moment ago that you like Yuka Ryuzaki, and the two of you even kissed. Even if something a little more intimate happened later on, it would only be completely natural and reasonable, you said. Hearing this, Daiki's face actually began to slowly turn red. Aiko reacted as if she had discovered some rare spectacle, leaning in and teasing. Oh my, am I seeing things? Even you can blush. Daiki glared at her sideways, then retorted, the blood in my face moves around too, why can't I blush? Hurry up and move, don't just stand here. Standing by the door like you're trying to eavesdrop on a conversation is super awkward. Aiko suddenly reached out and threw an arm around her shoulder, then said with a smile, then let's go back to our room. The two of us will just make do and sleep together tonight. Daiki used her elbow to shove her away and rolled her eyes. Who wants to squeeze into the same room as you to sleep? Go book another room. Seeing this, Aiko hurriedly said, what's wrong with sleeping in one room? It's not like we haven't slept together before. Why waste money? The suites right now aren't cheap either. Daiki looked at her with utter contempt. This young master has money. I just like wasting it. Speaking of which, inside the room at that moment, you were originally lying nicely on the sofa sleeping when you suddenly tossed and turned, mumbling vaguely in your mouth and saying, water. Yuka Ryuzaki had just gone out to get a cold towel, and who would have thought that the moment she came back, she would see you twisting and turning on the sofa. What's wrong? Following that, she walked quickly to your side, pressed her palm against your cheek, and asked with concern. You felt that your face was still a little warm and tingling, that wave of heat refusing to dissipate no matter what. However, anyone who understands drinking knows that this is just because the alcohol buzz hasn't worn off yet. You licked your lips and said, I want to drink water. Yuka Ryuzaki looked at the pink color of your little lips and directly felt her mouth and throat go a bit dry. Wait here. I'll go pour some water for you to drink. Afterwards, she stood up and walked toward the refrigerator to pour water. At this time, while you were lying on the sofa squinting through your eyes to peek, you suddenly opened them wide. Following that, you looked completely alert, nothing like a drunkard at all. In reality, you hadn't drunk very much alcohol. It was just that soaking in the hot spring for too long made it too hot, accelerating the alcohol buzz and forcing it out. However, because you soaked in the hot spring, the alcohol inside your body also dissipated quickly. At this moment, you secretly stuck out your tongue, calculating in your heart and fearing that Yuka Ryuzaki would lose her temper at you. How could you drink in a hot spring and even get drunk? How dangerous is that? And so on. You couldn't be bothered to listen to her lecture, so you simply continued pretending to be drunk, thinking to yourself, hey, letting her wait on you while looking this foolish. You considered yourself pretty smart this time. It was really not easy to fool her, so before she could turn around, you hurriedly closed your eyes, relaxed as much as possible, and continued to put on an intoxicated, dazed look. Yuka Ryuzaki brought over a cup of mineral water, squatted down beside the edge of the sofa, and said in a low voice, "Here's your water." You purposely imitated that voice of someone who had just gotten drunk. Yuka Ryuzaki was so close that the moment you opened your mouth, she caught the scent of alcohol on your body. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Just how much did this brat drink? No wonder he ended up in this state. With a look of having no other choice with you, she very gently lifted your head up and slowly passed the water for you to drink. You were genuinely thirsty and gulped down half a cup. Yuka Ryuzaki subsequently placed the cup on the coffee table, her slender fingers once again pressing against your face to test the temperature, and her low voice rang out beside your ear once more. "Feeling better?" You said. Being this close, you felt like your ear was zapped by a tingling sensation. "Help me." Only then did you discover, why did Yuka Ryuzaki's speaking voice sound so sexy? It sounded like it could hook a person's soul. You couldn't help blushing even harder, your heart pounding frantically and your head spinning. Even to keep up the act without blowing your cover, you purposely twisted around on the sofa, imitating the appearance of wrinkling your face into a ball. Actually, you weren't even pretending. You really felt hot. Perhaps the alcohol hadn't completely worn off yet, as you were still sweating all over. However, you were truly unaware of what you looked like right now, twisting and turning while wearing a white bathrobe. Since you didn't open your eyes, you couldn't possibly imagine that a certain big bad woman was staring straight at you with blazing hot eyes. Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes were like obsidian, practically burning up at this moment. Her gaze swept upward from your crossed calves, and the collar of your bathrobe had somehow opened up a bit, revealing your exquisite collarbones. Yuka Ryuzaki lowered her voice a bit. "So uncomfortable? Then how do you want me to help you?" Your little brain turned corners, thinking, how else could she help herself? At most, she'd turn the air conditioning up by 1 notch. Could it be that she had already seen through your fake drunkenness and was testing you? The more you thought about it, the more you felt you couldn't break character. You gritted your teeth to keep acting out the scene, and even had to make it look even more convincing. Thus, you recalled those people on TV who got drunk, slurring their words and making random messy movements. Koyu. Fine, then let's go with what you say. Because you kept your eyes closed and couldn't see a thing, a random fumble of your hands led you to grab straight onto Yuka Ryuzaki's chest, unconditionally clutching her clothes. "Yuka, I'm uncomfortable." Following that, you smoothly wrapped your arms around her neck and pulled her head downward. You actually had no idea that the distance between the two of you was already as close as it could possibly get. In Yuka Ryuzaki's field of vision, there was nothing left except your flushed face, and she could clearly smell that unique fragrance belonging to you, smelling so good it made a person's heart melt. Did you have any idea just how hard it was for anyone to keep self-control around you in that state? A wave of heat surged inside Yuka Ryuzaki, and she desperately wanted to taste what you tasted like. Just thinking about the feeling of kissing you before left her craving more. Speaking of which, Yuka Ryuzaki's dark pupils grew increasingly burning hot, locking tightly onto your pink, tender lips. Finally, her reason was completely shattered. She simply couldn't hold back any longer. Just as you were wondering how you should continue acting out the next part, your lips were suddenly lightly brushed by the pad of her finger, with an exceptionally gentle movement. What is she trying to do? In the next second, those soft lips of hers replaced her finger, pressing down and slowly rubbing against yours, as if an electric current was coursing through. Your brain went blank for a moment, unable to snap back to reality right away, leaving you feeling dazed and foolish. The thing on your lips was both soft and tender, while also giving a tingling, comfortable sensation. You said, "Is she purposely teasing you with something?" You couldn't hold back anymore, quietly sticking out the tip of your tongue to probe what on earth was touching you. As a result, before you even had time to react, you heard Yuka Ryuzaki gasp. In the next instant, her tongue hot as fire probed right into your lips, forcefully prying open your teeth and charging straight in. Your body froze instantly, your mind turning entirely blank. "Koyu, you said this, her tongue? She's kissing herself?" You finally came to your senses, though your brain still felt a bit sluggish. You even thought to yourself whether you were dreaming again, because previously you always dreamed of Yuka Ryuzaki kissing you. Is this a dream right now? If not, why else would Yuka Ryuzaki come to kiss you? Yuka Ryuzaki's movements grew increasingly wild, her tongue wrapping around your little tongue and deeply drinking in your breath, giving you zero chance to fight back. It was your first time being treated this way by someone, and you felt she was way too fierce, completely unable to fend her off. Your nasal passages were filled entirely with the faint scent of alcohol on her body. She had also taken a couple of sips of wine when she soaked in the hot spring, which, mixed with her body heat and the hot spring vapor, brewed into an exceptionally intoxicating aroma that made you feel like you were about to faint all over again. Mufakwe. You originally thought that a quick kiss would be the end of it, but who could have expected that she would kiss harder and harder, with no intention of letting you go at all. When you struggled, Yuka Ryuzaki directly clamped your chin, forcefully making you lift your face so she could kiss you deeper and harder. You only felt like you couldn't take it anymore, shaking your head in a haze as you tried to dodge her passionate kisses. Is this woman crazy? Being so immersed in the kiss, how could Yuka Ryuzaki possibly let you escape? Her tongue probed even deeper, gently soothing you so that you could only surrender step by step. You had never been kissed like this by anyone. Your entire person felt dizzy and floaty. It turns out kissing could make a person feel so uncomfortable, and yet so comfortable. Koyu. It's just itchy and numb, while a wave of heat keeps bubbling up inside your heart and drilling deeper. After all, it was your first time, and you didn't even know whether you felt more discomfort or more enjoyment. On one hand, you wanted her to stop. On the other hand, you were somewhat reluctant to let go of that sensation. It seemed like you actually really liked being kissed by her like this. It really felt pretty amazing. If only she could be a bit gentler, slower, and not act like a bandit, that would be even better. You really couldn't hold on much longer. Your lips were kissed until they felt a bit swollen, and your tongue felt numb. Your mouth was filled completely with her taste, repeatedly plundered and totally invaded by her. You really couldn't take it anymore, feeling like you were running out of breath. Only then did Yuka Ryuzaki deign to slowly release you. With her chin resting against your shoulder, she panted heavily, her low voice ringing softly right by your ear. Koyu said, "Ren." You only felt the spot in your heart beating frantically, completely out of your control. You genuinely couldn't quite tell whether this was a dream or not. Yet right at this moment you were exceptionally clear-headed, knowing that all of this was completely real. Yuka Ryuzaki, she really kissed you, and she even snuck a kiss while you were drunk. That previous dream suddenly popped into your head. For a period of time, you kept dreaming of Yuka Ryuzaki kissing you. Could it be that she had actually done this kind of thing back then too? And since you didn't even know it yourself, you could only reminisce about it inside your dreams, which was why those sleep talk illusions were generated? You always felt that dreams were actually a feedback of reality, which was why you kept pondering back then why you always dreamed of her embracing and kissing you. Now it all made complete sense. It turned out she really had kissed you before, and she did it sneakily behind your back, which was why you kept having those kinds of dreams. Fearing that she might crush you, Yuka Ryuzaki kept propping herself up with her arm, but she liked your body so much that she wanted to keep holding on to you like this without letting go. Yet she also knew that if she lingered any longer, it wouldn't end well. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to control herself and might just end up eating you up tonight. She forced herself to calm her breathing, yet still couldn't resist nibbling reluctantly on your lips once more. Seeing that your lips had been kissed until they were all flushed red, looking just like a freshly ripened fruit, her eyes were filled entirely with a proud, victorious smile. Yuka Ryuzaki got up from you and tucked the quilt nicely over you. Her eyes, looking like obsidian, lingered on your face, and she couldn't help but stroke your cheek once again. She couldn't help letting out a soft sigh, her eyes filled with an indescribable mixture of emotions. Confirming that you were sleeping peacefully, she finally turned around, left the bedroom, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the darkness, you slowly opened your eyes, biting your lower lip as your heart continued to pound away without stopping, Koyu said. The next day, clear sunlight filtered through the window, scattering across the furry carpet. You woke up lazily in bed, a silly smile hanging unconsciously from the corners of your mouth. Habitually, you leaned toward the side, but ended up reaching into empty air when you patted the mattress. Opening your hazy eyes, you looked at the spot beside you. You said, not a single shadow of a person was there. Your brain woke up with a bit more clarity. Glancing around the empty large bed, you discovered that it was just you alone, completely devoid of Yuka Ryuzaki's shadow. Following that, you sleepily squinted at the time. It was still quite early. Had Yuka Ryuzaki gotten up this early? However, when you lowered your head to think carefully, you couldn't remember at all whether Yuka Ryuzaki had actually come in to sleep with you before you fell asleep last night. Furthermore, the other side of the bed was completely smooth, without even the slightest indentation, not looking like anyone had come to lie there at all. Could it be that Yuka Ryuzaki hadn't even come in last night at all, and hadn't slept with you this whole time? Carrying a bit of confusion, you got out of bed, stepped into your slippers, and wandered out of the bedroom. As soon as you reached the living room of the suite, you saw a figure lying on the sofa. You froze for a moment. It turned out Yuka Ryuzaki really hadn't entered the bedroom last night. She had slept on the sofa by herself. For a moment, an indescribable sense of loss swelled up in your heart. Clearly, back at the apartment, she hated sleeping on the sofa the most, yet last night she actually took the initiative to sleep on the sofa without even stepping foot into the bedroom. Just why on earth would she do that? The expression on your face was written entirely with displeasure. You remembered everything that happened last night clearly. That jerk had actually snuck a kiss while you were drunk. You should have been fuming with anger, but upon recalling last night's events once more, your cheeks couldn't help heating up again. That damned woman. The more you thought about it, the angrier you got. Taking a few large strides forward, you grabbed a throw pillow from the single sofa, clutched it by the edge, and hurled it straight toward Yuka Ryuzaki's body. "Hurry up and get up," you shouted loudly. Yuka Ryuzaki had been sleeping soundly when your hit caused her to instantly grab the pillow with a swipe, using the momentum to drag you over as well. Without any time to react, you tumbled forward unexpectedly and crashed straight into her arms, instantly feeling a soft embrace. Yuka Ryuzaki frowned, her long eyelashes lifting as those pitch-black eyes stared right at you. Her voice upon just waking up still carried a trace of hoarseness. "What are you acting up about again?" Hearing that low and sexy voice, you felt as if your heart had been zapped by her, your heartbeat instantly accelerating. Out of both shyness and panic, you snatched back the pillow and held it protectively in front of your chest, as if terrified she might hear your heartbeat. Why didn't you come into the room to sleep last night? Why did you sleep on the sofa?" You truly didn't understand why she had to sleep on the sofa. The bed in the room was so big, how could there not be enough space? Both of you could easily fit with plenty of room to spare. Or was it because after Yuka Ryuzaki snuck a kiss on you while you were drunk last night, she felt too guilty to face you head on? It had to be this. Thinking this way, that tiny bit of triumph in your heart couldn't help bubbling up. Yuka Ryuzaki sat up, her slender fingers casually sweeping back her somewhat messy hair with a posture that couldn't be lazier, yet failing to hide her beauty. Her brow remained furrowed, and her complexion still wore that slight morning grump look. "You think I wanted to sleep on the sofa?" You said, "I hate sleeping on the sofa the most. You can't even turn over comfortably." Hearing that she really hadn't slept well and that her usually beautiful face looked sour, you asked in bewilderment, "Then why didn't you come into the room to sleep?" "The bed is so big, I couldn't possibly take it all up by myself." Yuka Ryuzaki swept a glance at you with her dark eyes and didn't answer. You couldn't help stealing a glance at her, always feeling like she was acting weird today. Or perhaps you had guessed right. She felt too guilty about secretly kissing you last night to dare face you. You almost laughed out loud, thinking to yourself, "Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki has a cowardly side too?" You said. "This is a first in history." Yuka Ryuzaki frowned and stared at you, clearly noticing that the corners of your mouth were curled up into a smile, and said with dissatisfaction, "I didn't sleep well all night, and you're actually quite happy about it." Though you claimed you weren't, your eyes were brimming with smiles, almost unable to contain them. Yuka Ryuzaki thought to herself, "This brat really has zero scheming mind," writing every single thought right across his face. Following that, she narrowed her eyes slightly, suddenly thought of something, and thrust out an arm to pull you into her embrace. Framing you against her chest with her arm, she lowered her head to look at you threateningly. "Did you pull some prank on me? Spill it." "As if I did." You hurriedly shook your head with an innocent look. Yuka Ryuzaki said coldly, "I don't believe it." "Did you draw ghost talismans on my face? Or why else would you keep staring at me," you said, and keep giggling away. "No way, when did I?" Seeing you smiling so happily, you quickly reined in the corners of your mouth and put on a serious, poker-faced expression. However, those bright, dark eyes of yours simply couldn't hide your happiness no matter what. The more Yuka Ryuzaki looked, the more she felt you were up to something shady. This brat had no good intentions. Being able to wake up this cheerful in the morning meant trouble was definitely afoot. Yuka Ryuzaki glared at the mobile phone on the coffee table. The phone was a bit far away, meaning she would have to let go of you if she wanted to grab it, but she was reluctant to do so. Pointing at the phone with her chin instead, she instructed, "Hand me my phone." You had no choice but to pass the phone over to her. Yuka Ryuzaki opened the front-facing camera to look at her own face and discovered that no one had indeed drawn any ghost faces on her, which was when she finally let you go. You said, "Are you still not fully awake yet? Why is your face flushed red like a monkey's butt?" Her tone was full of confusion. "It's not red." You raised your hands to cover your face, finding it growing hotter the more you covered it. You cursed inwardly. Just now, holding you that tightly, you said, while her body fragrance was still that prominent, made it impossible for you not to think of last night's passionate kiss. Yuka Ryuzaki narrowed her eyes slightly to appraise you, leaning her face a bit closer. You're really acting weird today, you stubbornly talked back. You're the weird one. Clearly you were the one sleeping on the sofa. Every time we're at home, you cling to the bed and refuse to leave. But this time, you went crawling to sleep there yourself like a cheapskate. Are you out of your mind? As soon as those words left your mouth, Yuka Ryuzaki naturally grew annoyed again, you said, mumbling a complaint under her breath. If I didn't sleep on the sofa, I'd have to go take a cold shower again, and I refuse to do that. You instantly wore a bewildered expression. You said, "What? Take what cold shower? I didn't hear that." Yuka Ryuzaki quickly threw out a sentence. "I'm gonna wash my face, see what you want for breakfast," you said. And right after finishing her words, she sprang up from the sofa and bolted rapidly toward the bathroom like someone fleeing in defeat. While you were still pondering what the cold shower she just mentioned meant, your attention was completely captured by the word breakfast, your stomach rumbling loudly as every single question was instantly cast to the back of your mind. You said, "I'm starving." After you finished washing up and changing your clothes, you finally remembered your proper business. You needed to go find Daiki, you said. But the moment you opened the door, you saw Daiki pressing her ear against the door trying to eavesdrop. You pushed the door open just as she lost her footing and almost tumbled inside. Fortunately, Aiko was quick-eyed and nimble-handed, reaching out from behind to grab her by the waist. "Are you all right? What are you pressing your face against my door for? What were you guys doing outside the door just now?" you asked with a face full of confusion. Daiki cracked an awkward grin. "Ain't doing nothing. I was just coming to invite you to go eat breakfast together. Thought you were still sleeping." You stretched lazily, then laughed. "Actually, you were flipping through the breakfast menu for ages just now, waiting for Yuka Ryuzaki to come out." Behind you, Yuka Ryuzaki also walked out. Seeing the three of you crowded at the doorway, she frowned and said, "What are you all standing around here for?" Looking back at her, you asked, "Can we go eat already?" "What do you want to eat?" You said, "I see they have Cantonese morning tea. Let's go eat that." Your eyes lit up, your face brimming with joy. Since nobody had any objections, it was decided that you would all go eat Cantonese morning tea. Who would have thought that upon walking over, you'd discover that the morning tea seating here was completely packed? You said with a trace of small disappointment, "Then let's go eat something else." Even though you said that on the surface, your gaze still couldn't bear to leave the interior. Seeing cart after cart of dim sum just being pushed out, accompanied by that steaming fragrance, you swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yuka Ryuzaki glanced at you. "You guys wait for me for a moment? I'll be right back." After saying that, she walked straight ahead. Seeing this, Daiki immediately pulled you aside into a corner. You said. Then she asked in a low voice, "How come I think Yuka Ryuzaki's complexion doesn't look too good?" You lowered your head and said, "Who knows what's going on in her head? She insisted on sleeping on the sofa all night long. No wonder her complexion doesn't look good." "Sleeping on the sofa?" you said. Daiki blinked in surprise. "Why didn't she go into the room?" "I was last night." The moment you thought of Yuka Ryuzaki sneaking a kiss on you, your face turned a fiery red. "I went to sleep really early last night, and the bedroom door was open the whole time. She just chose not to come in herself." "That's suspicious-o," you said. She looked at you with sudden gossip in her eyes. "Did something really not happen between you and Yuka Ryuzaki last night? Even though you looked drunk last night? With Yuka Ryuzaki's personality, there's no way she could hold back her good intentions, right?" Being asked like that made you even more embarrassed. Naturally, you couldn't bring yourself to admit that she sneaked a kiss on you while you were drunk, so you evasively brushed it off with a bit of awkwardness. "Nothing happened at all." "Really nothing at all?" Daiki wore a skeptical look. Daiki wore a skeptical look as she stared at that blushing complexion of yours. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like nothing was wrong. "Well, truly nothing, but come to think of it, I did hear her muttering something about not going back to the room to sleep because she didn't want to take a cold shower. Do you think she's out of her mind?" You looked at your buddy Daiki with a bewildered face. "Bro Daiki, what on earth does going back to the bedroom to sleep have to do with taking a cold shower?" Daiki, however, pursed her lips in a stealthy smile with a look that said, "You're too innocent." She subsequently pulled you into the corner and whispered that earth-shattering secret right into your ear. Taking a cold shower means she got turned on by you. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself, which is why she didn't dare sleep with you. Understand now? You froze instantly in your tracks. Yuka Ryuzaki got turned on by you, which was why she went to take a cold shower. In a flash, your face burned bright red, your heart pounding like a startled little deer. Last night, she would rather sleep on the sofa than enter the room. So this was the actual reason. Right at that moment, a familiar voice sounded right behind you. What are you guys hiding over there doing? It was Yuka Ryuzaki. Frightened out of your wits, you frantically grabbed Daiki to shield yourself in front, absolutely determined not to let her see what your blushing face looked like right now. Yuka Ryuzaki furrowed her brows. What are you messing around for? Let's go eat breakfast. Babbling incoherently in your panic, you hastily scraped together an excuse. You said, I need to go to the restroom. Finishing your sentence, you grabbed Daiki and fled. As soon as you walked away, Aiko ambiguously threw an arm around Yuka Ryuzaki's shoulder. Ren's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. What did you do to him last night? Yuka Ryuzaki's dark pupils instantly narrowed. His face turned red? Are you sure? Aiko's words caused her heart to sink abruptly, and a thought popped up. Could it be that he remembered what happened last night? When the two of you came back out, you said the four of you finally got to eat morning tea. After eating and drinking your fill, you boarded a sightseeing vehicle and arrived at a clear stream valley. The moment you spotted a few tents not far away, you instantly grew interested. Excitedly tugging on Yuka Ryuzaki's hand, you asked, Are they camping over there? It looks like a lot of fun. Yuka Ryuzaki nodded. Should be, you said. Aiko smiled and made a proposal. You said, Let's all come camp together next weekend. You and Daiki immediately agreed with excitement. However, compared to camping, you were even more eager to play in the water, so you kicked off your shoes and stepped barefoot right into the cooling stream water. Just as you wanted to wade deeper in, Yuka Ryuzaki grabbed your arm instead, Zuyu said. Her brow was tightly locked. She actually still remembered that you were a dry land duck who couldn't swim. Standing in the stream water, you turned back to look at her, your eyes curving into smiles. Man, Yuka, do you still remember? 7 years ago, when we went on a vacation by the lake, a sealed-away memory instantly surged to the surface. You remembered it. That time should have been your first kiss. That summer, when she accidentally fell into the lake while playing around, you said you were so terrified that you desperately used a wooden stick to pull her ashore, but she had already passed out. In your panic, you recalled artificial respiration from television, and without a second thought, you lowered your head to breathe air into her mouth, lip to lip. Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze also sank into recollection. Koyu said, Yeah, just as you were about to say something else, a sudden scream pierced through the quietness. Ah, Koyu. When you looked closely, the one screaming in fright turned out to be Aiko, who had been afraid of bugs since she was a kid and was now terrified out of her wits. The romantic atmosphere was instantly ruined, and you all had no choice but to leave early. Returning to the apartment, you heavily threw yourself onto the sofa. So tired, you lay horizontally, frantically hinting at things while using your peripheral vision to secretly peek at Yuka Ryuzaki. Who would have known that she just carried her backpack, didn't even look at you once, and walked straight back to her bedroom? Was this jerk deliberately pretending not to hear? You waited for a long time, your dissatisfied emotions accumulating more and more, until you finally couldn't help shouting out loud, Yuka Ryuzaki. Only then did her leisurely voice drift out from the bedroom. Lying flat on the sofa, your tone filled with grievance. Didn't you hear what I said? My shoulders are so sore. Yuka Ryuzaki finally staggered out, leaning sideways against the wall to look at you. The orange glow of the setting sun sprinkled across her face, adding a hint of enchantment. Are you acting like a spoiled child? Her pleasant voice carried a light chuckle. That voice was practically seductive. Hurry up and come massage my shoulders. You deliberately turned your face away to hide your discomfort. The sound of footsteps approached, and her voice suddenly sounded right beside your ear. Where is it sore? That melodious voice made your heart tingle. Right on the shoulder, your voice instantly dropping. Her sexy red lips curved up slightly, and her warm hand landed on your shoulder with just the right amount of pressure. You hummed comfortably. Right there. Yet you didn't realize how wrong those words sounded. Yuka Ryuzaki's dark pupils flashed with a deep look, and the hand massaging your shoulder actually began to slowly move downward, sliding from your shoulder blades all the way to your waist. Only then did you feel that something was wrong. You abruptly twisted your waist. "Where are you touching? My waist is very ticklish." A wicked smile hung on the corner of her lips. She leaned in close to your ear and said in a low, husky voice, "I heard that the spots where people are easily ticklish are their sensitive points, you know." "What sensitive point?" You understood instantly, the tips of your ears turning completely red. "Just massage my shoulder." Who would have thought she would say a massage has to be the full set, that's my service philosophy? What kind of ghost service philosophy is that? Her hand touched your waistline again. This wasn't a massage at all. It was tickling. "Yuka Ryuzaki, stop it right now!" You couldn't take it anymore and abruptly flipped over. Before you could finish speaking, she used both hands to brace herself against your sides by your face, a standard wall pin, Kaberin posture. The air instantly grew ambiguous. What was she trying to do? Was she really going to kiss you? Your heart raced with nervousness. "Back up. I don't need your massage anymore." Yuka Ryuzaki's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and a demonic thought arose. She charmingly curved the corners of her lips. "If I said I really want to kiss you right now, what would you do?" "What?" You were completely dumbfounded. "This jerk still wants to do it out in the open?" "Absolutely not." You blushed and proudly rejected her. "I'd let you kiss me? No way." Yuka Ryuzaki smiled mischievously, grabbed your wrist, and brought her pretty face close again. "What if I insist?" That deliberately lowered voice was insanely sexy. "Let go of my hand. I want to get up." You abruptly yanked your hand away, but who would have known that she lost her support, her body unexpectedly and pressingly leaning down. Following that, her red lips accurately landed on your lips. Your lips pressed against each other just like that. Yuka Ryuzaki was also stunned. She only meant to scare you, never intending to actually kiss down. Yet pressing against your soft lips, she unexpectedly found herself feeling flustered and distracted. However, you suddenly snapped back to your senses, pushed her away with all your might, scrambled out, bolted for the bedroom on two legs, and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. "Ren!" she shouted from behind. Immediately after, you heard the sound of her knocking on the door. Before she could even speak, you roared from inside. "Yuka Ryuzaki, you pervert, go away! I don't want to see you right now." She actually dared to defend herself. "That accident just now was caused by yourself. If you hadn't pushed my hand away." "Stop talking, ha 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 ha." Yuka Ryuzaki outside the door saw you wouldn't open it and helplessly patted the door panel. "Then, when will your anger go away? I don't want to sleep on the sofa again tonight." The moment she brought that up, you got even angrier. "You can just sleep on the sofa or else go sleep outside." But as soon as the words left your mouth, what if she really left? You anxiously pressed your face against the door panel, nervously listening to the movement outside. Thankfully, you only heard her mutter, "Really can't do anything with you," followed by the sound of footsteps heading toward the sofa. You finally let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, she lay down on the sofa, hugging the throw pillow you had just used. Time flew by to 11 at night. You quietly opened a crack in the door, poked out your small head. The living room was empty, but the study room light was on. She must be in the study. So you hurriedly and secretly slipped out, darting into the bathroom at top speed. You didn't dare wash for too long, and right after finishing your shower, you rushed back to the bedroom like a gust of wind, locking it once more. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Only then did you suddenly discover that the study door had opened at some point. Yuka Ryuzaki walked out holding an iPad, glanced at your bedroom door, and a smile actually curved at the corners of her lips. Afterward, she shook her head and walked straight toward the sofa to lie down. Right at that moment, lightning flashed outside the window. The pattering sound of rain quickly turned into a torrential downpour. You were sitting cross-legged on the bed, your heart in an even bigger mess than the rain. You had originally thought she would take the opportunity to act shamelessly and sneak into the bedroom to sleep, but she didn't. She actually genuinely and honestly slept on the sofa. This made you feel even stranger inside, and even somewhat irritable. So you simply turned off the light, lay down, pulled up the blanket, and prepared to sleep. Yet you tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. You abruptly sat up. The phone screen showed it was already midnight. She didn't sleep well last night, and now the same thing tonight. How could her body take it? The more you thought about it, the more guilty you felt, worrying terribly inside. Ren, oh Ren, isn't it just sleeping on the sofa? You cradled your cheeks and muttered to yourself, but your heart just refused to stay under control and softened up. Finally, you tiptoed out of the room, hugging your pillow, and came over to the sofa side. Who would have known that the moment you stood still, Yuka Ryuzaki on the sofa suddenly opened her eyes, looking at you with some surprise. You were startled by her, puffed out your cheeks, and stammered while looking down. The sound of rain outside was too loud, so Yuka Ryuzaki clearly didn't hear you clearly. As if throwing caution to the wind, you glared at her and raised your volume. "I'm afraid of thunder. Can you come in and sleep with me?" Yuka Ryuzaki was stunned, suspecting she had misheard. "You said you're afraid of thunder?" She had grown up with you since childhood. Whether you were afraid of thunder or not, did she not know? In the darkness, your cheeks burned hot, and you could only stubbornly keep up a front. "I am just afraid of thunder." All right, of course all right. Whatever my darling says is right." You were so red in the ears from being called darling that you turned around to walk away, but your foot caught on a trip and you kicked straight into the coffee table, clumsy. Her pleasant voice sounded right behind you. Next second, your whole body was caught and pulled into her embrace. Hey, you were startled. "Hug me tighter so you don't bump into anything else." Her arms tightened further, and you had no choice but to shyly reach out and hook your arms around her neck. Right at that moment, you felt a vibration in her chest. She was actually laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Yuka Ryuzaki lowered her head to look at you, her voice carrying a trace of enchantment. "Does this look like sending a new groom into the bridal chamber?" Your heart beat wildly, but you retorted with dissatisfaction, "Can your thoughts please not be so pornographic?" She let out a couple of wicked laughs. "Is this what you call pornographic?" she asked with a teasing tone. "This isn't even R-rated material yet. Do you want to experience what truly pornographic is?" The tips of your ears instantly burned hot, and you immediately shouted, "You are not allowed to say it!" Yet Yuka Ryuzaki wore a look of regret. "Really don't want to know?" The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki carried you over to the bed. You were like a frightened rabbit. The moment you touched the bedding, you leaped straight to the corner of the bed, pulled up the quilt, and wrapped yourself up tightly. "Go to sleep quickly." You buried your head in the quilt, leaving only that single sentence. Who would have known that the moment Yuka Ryuzaki lay down on the bed, she let out a satisfied sigh of relief. It turned out she just wanted to sleep on the bed. She tugged at your quilt. "How can you sleep like this?" You really felt a bit stuffy, which is why you finally lifted the quilt and poked your head out. But she only patted the quilt. "Good night." After saying that, she turned sideways, closed her eyes, and her face habitually turned toward you. You shifted to a comfortable position and also faced her. The sound of rain grew smaller, and the thunder had stopped. You looked at her pretty face and unconsciously drifted into a daze, even subconsciously shifting a bit closer. Yet right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki closed her eyes and suddenly spoke softly. "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" You hurriedly said, "You're not allowed to open your eyes." She actually really didn't blink, but the corners of her lips curved into a smile. "You are so bossy. How have you the face to call me bossy? What about yourself?" "I'm just justified. I learned this from being infected by you." This left Yuka Ryuzaki speechless, and she could only helplessly say, "All right, go to sleep, or we won't have any energy tomorrow." You nodded, rubbed your face against the pillow, and finally closed your eyes. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. The senior high school monthly exam results were announced, and Hina once again astonished the entire school. Today was the day she went to the neighboring city to participate in a mathematics competition. The boys who liked her spontaneously gathered to send her off. "Senior Hina, do you best. Senior must win first place." The cheers rose and fell in waves. Yet you were dragged by Daiki, struggling to squeeze all the way to the very front of the crowd. "Hina!" Daiki shouted anxiously. Hina, who was about to board the bus, heard the call and turned her head, but her gaze locked onto you in the very first second. She actually stepped right back off the bus, walked straight up to you, and then smiled gently. "Why did you come?" You rubbed your nose, feeling awkward to admit you had been dragged along by force, so you smiled and said, "I heard you're going to the competition." As soon as those words fell, Daiki hurriedly handed over the bag in her hand. "This is something Ren and I made together. Take it on the bus to eat." Hina's gaze looked straight at you. "Is it really made by you?" You couldn't bear to break Daiki's cover, so you could only bite the bullet and nod. "Thank you." Only then did she take the bag. Daiki looked thoroughly satisfied and pulled you back into the crowd. Hina waved at you both, turned around, and boarded the bus, drawing a chorus of screams from behind. Amidst the shouts of the boys, the large bus slowly pulled away. Yet Daiki was still infatuatedly staring at the direction where the bus had disappeared. You waved your hand in front of him and smiled teasingly. "Stop acting so infatuated, all right?" Daiki abruptly turned his head to stare at you. "You and Yuka Ryuzaki show affection every single day, and I haven't even said anything about you." "When do we ever?" you instinctively retorted. "Still saying you don't." Daiki instantly grew spirited, hugging your arm and raising his eyebrows ambiguously. "By the way, how did Yuka Ryuzaki confess to you? With a cool and badass person like her, is her confession also super overbearing?" Your expression instantly turned a bit awkward. "She didn't confess to me." At the thought of this, your mood dipped slightly. That jerk had clearly snuck a kiss on you, yet she stubbornly refused to say a single word of liking you. The atmosphere between the two of you was ambiguous to the extreme, yet neither of you poked through that layer of window paper. Daiki was utterly astonished. "No confession? Because you're engaged, so you skipped the steps? How can that work?" "No," you felt a bit irritated, not knowing how to explain this subtle relationship. "Anyway, she and I aren't like what you think. We're still, like before, super close friends, childhood sweethearts." Thinking of this, a sense of grievance inevitably rose in your heart. What on earth was Yuka Ryuzaki thinking? She sneaked a kiss on you, so she must like you, right? But why won't she? Daiki abruptly grabbed you, his eyes opening wide in shock. "You guys aren't dating? Anyone with eyes can tell, all right?" You felt a bit wronged. Daiki stroked his chin with the air of a detective. "I originally thought you were just dense, but back at the hot spring resort, you clearly told me yourself that you liked her. You were frozen on the spot." "I told you I liked her? When was that?" "Just last weekend. We soaked in the hot spring together, you said it yourself." Daiki looked completely certain, while you had zero recollection of it. Daiki suddenly clapped his hands. "I know! You definitely had a blackout. You still felt something was wrong? But I shouldn't have said I liked her. After all, you only realized your own emotional changes after that event. Before knowing you were sneaked kissed, you were still completely clueless about relationships. How could you possibly have said you liked her?" You were instantly left between laughter and tears. "I know, I probably said it, but not the kind of liking you're thinking of." Daiki was completely derailed by you. "Then what do you like right now? Do you or do you not like Yuka Ryuzaki?" Your cheeks burned. Admitting you liked her felt weird no matter what. "Hurry up and say it, you're driving me crazy!" Daiki shook your arm hard. Blushing, you were just about to open your mouth. "I feel about her." Who would have known that right at this moment, several boys suddenly blocked your path. "We have something to say to you." Seeing them look like they had summoned up all their courage, they didn't look like they were coming to pick a fight. "Is there something?" You didn't expect your attitude to be so gentle. Those boys were slightly startled, and then one of them spoke up. "Ren, please stop trying to seduce Senior Hina, okay?" This left you dumbfounded on the spot, and you pointed at yourself. "I'm seducing her? What kind of messed up logic is this?" Daiki beside you immediately frowned and scolded. "What nonsense are you guys saying?" Those boys shrank back in a startle. "Master Daiki!" You stopped Daiki, wanting to figure out the situation, and asked, "Why do you guys think I seduced Hina?" They clearly knew you were someone under Yuka Ryuzaki's protection, yet they still dared to come find you. One of the boys summoned his courage and stared straight at you. "Ren, don't you already have Senior Yuka? Won't you just let go of Senior Hina, all right? She's not someone you can play with." You were completely speechless. Where in the world did this come from? Your anger surged, and you pointed at them. "I'll ask one more time. What on earth made you guys misunderstand that I seduced her?" A boy boldly spoke up. Last time, Senior Hina got her hand hurt precisely because she saved you, another boy added. And she treats you so specially. If you didn't seduce her, how could the normally ice-cold Senior Hina possibly smile so gently at you? You directly held your forehead, just because of this. What kind of bullshit reason is this? One boy's eye sockets turned red as he began to plead with you. Ren, we can't beat you. Please let Senior Hina go. You were simply left between laughter and tears. Looking at these few timid boys who had summoned up their courage for the person they liked, you didn't even have the temper left to scold them. So you looked at them helplessly. Just because I interact with her? That's seduction? Can men and women not be friends? Can your worldviews please not be so narrow-minded? Daiki couldn't watch anymore either and coldly questioned, Hina saving Ren was out of a sense of friendly duty. Do you guys expect her to just stand by and watch a friend run into danger? Would you guys even like her if she was that kind of person? This question left those boys momentarily stunned, as if they were pondering it. But very soon, someone nervously retorted, how can there possibly be pure friendship between a man and a woman? You let out a cold snort. Why can't there be? Just because you don't have any, what gives you the right to paint everyone with the same brush? Things aren't said that way. Saying this, you gave a dry laugh and then pointed at Daiki beside you. Daiki frequently hangs out with Yuka, Ryuzaki, and Aiko. Does that mean he has ambiguous relations with all of them? Daiki immediately wore an expression of disgust. If a guy has many female friends, does he have ambiguous relations with every single girl? Isn't that exhausting? That boy was scolded until his face turned pale, and blurting out wildly he shouted, then what about you and Senior Yuka? The two of you aren't pure, right? You instantly rolled your eyes, genuinely regretting wasting so much breath on them. Even if you and Yuka Ryuzaki weren't pure, what could that possibly prove? You couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them anymore. Who would have known that seeing you not speak, that boy actually grew smug instead? Speak up then. The relationship between you and Senior Yuka isn't pure, right? We have a relationship as close as family. You abruptly interrupted his words. You didn't want to talk about your relationship with Yuka Ryuzaki to outsiders, and moreover, you weren't wrong. Your relationship was indeed as close as family. Yet heard by others, those words completely changed flavor. Right at that moment, a familiar voice drifted from behind. What are you guys doing here? You and Daiki simultaneously froze and abruptly turned around. Those boys had already spotted the newcomer and instantly turned pale with fright. Senior Yuka! Speaking ill of someone behind their back and having the real principal show up right then, they were shaking with fear, fully expecting to get into massive trouble. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki didn't even look at them, walking straight toward you. Seeing your eyes fixed and your expression strange, she reached out and waved her hand in front of your eyes. What's wrong? Were you hit with a paralysis spell? You instantly snapped back to reality, stuttering when you spoke. Did she hear it? Did she hear your last sentence? For some reason, your heart began to panic for real. You were terrified she might have heard that relationship as close as family comment. Would she misunderstand? You rushed to explain, yet didn't know where to start. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki's expression was exceptionally calm, without a shred of anger. What on earth was she thinking? Right at that moment, Daiki broke the silence. Yuka Ryuzaki, weren't you in a meeting? Why are you here? Yuka Ryuzaki answered indifferently. The meeting is over. I have some business to go out for. Hearing she was about to leave, you blurted out, where are you going? Then aren't you eating lunch with us? Her sharp gaze then swept toward those few boys. What are you guys surrounding him for? You immediately grabbed her hand. Really? Yuka Ryuzaki gazed at you with eyes that looked like she was inspecting whether you had been bullied. Catching her gaze, you felt slightly dissatisfied. Don't underestimate me, all right? Am I that weak, sitting around all day waiting for you to come rescue me? Who would have known that Yuka Ryuzaki reached out and messed up your hair instead, a smile curving her red lips. Nothing is fine then. How would I dare underestimate you? All right, you still couldn't help asking, where on earth are you going? Ever since discovering your own feelings, you seemed to care about everything concerning her. Yet she smiled mysteriously, pressing an index finger to her lips. I'm not telling you. Afterwards, Yuka Ryuzaki checked the time, pulled down the hand you were using to grab her. All right, I'm running late. She waved her hand and turned away. Watching her receding back, your heart felt empty. She actually had things keeping secrets from you. Right at that moment, Daiki walked over, threw an arm around your shoulder with a knowing expression. Bro, I already know the answer to your question just now. Clearly, you've already fallen head over heels. You were still worrying that Yuka Ryuzaki might misunderstand, so you whispered to ask Daiki. Daiki thought about it. Maybe, or maybe not. Hearing the word, maybe, your little face instantly collapsed. Yet Daiki stroked his chin, suddenly turning sly. Right. There's a birthday party tonight, you should come too. Let's think of a way to get Yuka Ryuzaki drunk and trick her true feelings out of her. The image of her kissing you flashed instantly through your mind, your cheeks heating up uncontrollably. You hesitated. However, her alcohol tolerance is so high. How are we supposed to get her drunk? Daiki laughed smugly. I have my own clever tricks. Just leave it to me when the time comes. The little devil inside your heart was also hooked, as you had truly never seen what Yuka Ryuzaki looked like when she was drunk. Night fell. At the Royal Jazz Bar, the moment you and Yuka Ryuzaki appeared, everyone's gazes glued right onto you. They naturally took you to be Yuka Ryuzaki's boyfriend. The deafening music made you frown tightly. You hurriedly pulled Daiki to hide in a corner. Our bar is always this loud. My ears are going to go deaf. Yet Daiki swayed along with the rhythm, leaning his ear close to your mouth so he could hear you clearly, and then shouted, You'll slowly get used to it. Actually, it's not loud at all. You rolled your eyes. Good grief, your brain felt like it had 10,000 bees buzzing away inside. What was even more annoying was that countless probing gazes were glued to your body, making you feel entirely uncomfortable all over. Right at that moment, Aiko walked over holding a wine glass and plopped down right next to you. She smiled brightly as she leaned in close. Big Boss Ren, do you know that you stole the birthday star's spotlight? What do you think would happen if I spilled your identity right now? You couldn't be bothered with her, knowing she was just talking big. After all, with those three names, Yuka Ryuzaki, Aiko, and Sakura, crowded together, they formed the very peak of the high society pyramid. And you, a boy who could make them this close, had long since caused countless speculations about your identity. Daiki also threw an arm over your shoulder. That's right, Ren. Why don't you make your identity public? If everyone knew at school, who would still dare provoke you? You roll your eyes at him. Should I wear a sign with my identity and walk around the school? Daiki smiles gently. No need. I don't like that. I just want to be Ren, not the young master of the Ren family. If Yuka had known my identity from the beginning, we probably wouldn't even be friends. Aiko chimes in. I think Ren being like this is great. Keeping a low profile has its perks. Your head hurts more and more. You rub your temples and stand up. My head hurts so much. Daiki is worried. I'll go with you. But you shake your head. No, I'll be right by the door. I'll be fine. You insist on being alone for a bit. Daiki can't persuade you otherwise and agrees. But no sooner have you left than Yuka steps out of the private room. She instantly notices you're missing and grabs Daiki just as he's about to slip away. Where is he? Daiki points toward the door. Koyu says Ren found it noisy and went out for some fresh air. Yuka instantly frowns. You let him go out alone? Daiki feels like she's getting angry and stammers weakly. Koyu says, he wanted to be alone for a bit, right by the door. He'll be fine. Who would have thought Yuka's face would turn pitch dark, almost growling aloud? He said he wanted to be alone, and you just left him alone. Is there any truly safe place in this world? Ever since you were almost stabbed last time, she has been extra protective of your safety. She even transferred to the first year to attend classes with you, just fearing that someone behind the scenes might target you again. Although the Tomoe family went bankrupt and Tomoe was driven out of the city, that sense of unease in her heart has never vanished. Last time you were lucky because that person named Hina protected you, but what about this time? What if there's no one guarding you? Just thinking about it makes Yuka unable to stay calm, and she rushes out quickly. As you walk out of the bar, the noise is instantly cut off. You take a deep breath, Koyu says, wandering. And your chaotic head finally clears up a bit. But just as you take 2 steps, a boy rushes out and almost knocks you down. He apologizes frantically, sorry, and then turns and runs away as if a ghost were behind him, Koyu says. Koyu says, but the next second, a thick arm appears out of nowhere and grabs him tightly. The boy lets out a terrified scream, "Help!" You are so startled that you step back a few steps, and only then do you see a middle-aged man roughly dragging the boy, cursing. "Damn brat," Koyu says, wandering, running away again. "I'm just having you accompany someone for a drink. It's not like I'm selling you. You're bringing shame to me." As he speaks, he raises his hand to slap the boy on the head. You slightly frown, clearly finding this scene extremely uncomfortable. The boy cries and struggles. "I don't want to go," Koyu says. "Help! Someone save me!" But the man becomes even more furious, turning his hand to strike another blow. "I'm having you do a small task. It's not like I'm telling you to die, wandering. If you don't obey properly, you'll get what's coming to you when we get home." With the crisp sound of a slap, the boy is hit until the corner of his mouth bleeds. But he still bites his teeth hard and begs the surrounding people for help. "Please save me!" Seeing this, the man glares viciously at the surroundings. "He's my son. This is our family affair. Who dares to meddle?" The people around become even more hesitant to move, only whispering, "Could it be a human trafficker?" But the boy didn't say he doesn't know him either. Listening to these discussions, your heart leaps into your throat. Real or fake, seeing a boy so helpless, you just can't stand by. You muster your courage, Koyu says, and are about to step forward when your hand is suddenly grabbed. Yuka's icy voice rings in your ear. "What do you think you're doing? Where are you going?" Yuka pulls your hand and says, "Let's go." You don't move, watching that boy being forcibly dragged away, his cries growing increasingly desperate. You turn to look at Yuka, your eyes filled with pleading, Koyu says. "Yuka." Yuka doesn't even glance over there, speaking overbearingly. "I don't want to meddle in such family affairs. Meddling in this kind of thing only brings endless trouble." However, the moment Yuka casually glances up and accidentally catches sight of the boy's face, her heart shakes violently. Then, she abruptly lets go of your hand and rushes forward quickly. You stand frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Didn't she say she didn't want to meddle? Why the sudden change of heart? Thinking she was moved by your words, you quickly chase after her, only to see Yuka snatching away the middle-aged brute's wrist, just as he was about to land a slap, forcefully flinging him aside. The middle-aged man falls flat on the ground in shock, roaring angrily. Koyu says, "You brat. Are you trying to poke your nose into other people's business?" But Yuka doesn't even look at him. She directly crouches down, her deep black eyes fixed intently on the desperate boy on the ground. Looking at this scene, the boy finds it simply unbelievable, Koyu says. "This girl is as stunning as a goddess," Koyu says, her pitch-black eyes as dazzling as stars. The rescued boy gazes at her in a daze, seeming wanting to speak, Koyu. But Yuka beats him to the punch with a question that makes your jaw drop. "Is your name Yu?" Koyu says, your face full of astonishment. "How do you know? Do you know me?" In his eyes, such an extraordinary young lady is someone you could never forget once seen. A smile curves across the corner of Yuka's lips, seemingly confirmed. "Then what is your full name?" Hearing her smile, Yu feels entirely captivated. Koyu says, "My name is Yu." Yuka gives a light laugh. "So your name is Yu, and I am Yuka Ryuzaki." Her tone is resolute. "I want to help you. Do you trust me?" With so many adults around watching who didn't dare to step up, this young girl is the only one who stood forward. Gazing into her profound and confident eyes, Yu nods involuntarily. The man struggles to climb back up, rubbing his injured arm and shouting, "Koyu, you brat, you hurt my hand, pay me compensation." Yuka completely ignores him, turning instead to frown and ask Yu, "Is he really your father?" Yu lowers his head, responding quietly and shamefully. Hearing this answer, Yuka's frown deepens even further. Koyu, seeing her acting so arrogantly, the man flies into a rage and lunges forward, aiming a slap right at Yuka's face. Yuka tilts her gaze, glancing at him merely out of the corner of her eye. The next second, the moment he charges within reach, she kicks him directly into the air. Afterward, Yuka dusts off her clothes and lets out a sneer. "Is there any father like you, pushing your own son into the fire?" The man climbs up, clutching his chest, still unresigned as he yells, "Koyu, it's none of your business. I gave him life and I raised him. Then kill me." A wild, arrogant smile hangs on the corners of Yuka's lips. I'd love to see how you plan to kill me. The arrogant man's expression changes drastically the moment the bar's security guards suddenly rush over and speak with utmost respect to Yuka. Is there anything we need help with? The man's pupils shrink as his dead gaze locks onto the luxury watch on Yuka's wrist. That's a brand worth millions. He finally realizes this young lady is no ordinary rich kid. In the next second, the man's brutality vanishes completely, replaced by a sycophantic smile as he points to his son. Miss Ryuzaki, are you interested in our you? If that's the case, for Miss Ryuzaki's sake, of course I know what to do. Hearing these words, Koyu, you instantly frown, your stomach churning violently. You are completely dumbfounded, staring fixedly at Yuka. You thought she stepped in because she was persuaded by you, but it turns out she actually knows this boy named Yu. Moreover, you just noticed she has a somewhat tender attitude toward you, unlike how she treats any other male. How could a top-tier wealthy young lady have any connection with a boy from this kind of background? Countless question marks instantly pop into your head. Right at that moment, Yuka says with a cold sneer, "How much do you want?" Hearing that, the man's, Koyu says, eyes light up. He rubs his hands excitedly. Not much, not much. Yu is still a virgin, so let's make it 50,000. Koyu says, as the words fall, Yu, who has slowly managed to stand up, turns deathly pale. He looks at his father in disbelief and cries out desperately, "You tricked me here just to sell me for money, didn't you?" But the man glares at him viciously. "The family is in this state now. We're relying on you to make money. Do you want to watch your father die?" Koyu, Yu is instantly choked into silence, tears welling up. Watching this scene, Koyu says, you feel a lingering sense of sympathy for him. However, Yuka wears a cold face as she spits out an even colder remark. 50,000 is impossible. 10,000. You are completely stunned. A flash of dissatisfaction crosses the father's face. Koyu says, "This 10,000 is too little. How can I?" Who would have thought Yuka wouldn't even listen, turning away to leave? At that, the man panics completely, bowing and scraping. "Fine, fine, fine. 10,000 is fine." Terrified that Yuka might back out, he adds eagerly, Koyu says, "I only want cash. Can you give it to me right now?" Throughout the whole process, he doesn't even look at his son again. Next, a stack of cash is tossed directly onto the man. He cradles it in his arms like he struck gold, and even says with a cheeky grin to Yu, Koyu says, "Yu, make sure you serve Miss Ryuzaki well." With that, he scurries away without looking back. Koyu says, at that moment, Koyu says, the security guard next to them murmurs to Yuka, "This guy is a drug addict. He must be rushing off to buy drugs." Koyu says, "I see." You watch as Yuka turns toward the boy named Yu. She looks up and down at the scratches on his body, her tone suddenly softening. "I'll take you to the hospital." The boy nervously grips his hands and shakes his head gently. "No need," Koyu says, but no sooner has he spoken than Koyu says his body sways unsteadily, and the next second, everything goes black as he collapses straight down. Without thinking twice, Yuka reaches out and catches him securely in her arms. You hurriedly walk over, watching another boy leaning in Yuka's arms, Koyu says, a trace of jealousy instantly welling up in your heart. "Is he okay?" Who would have thought Yuka would glance at you and suddenly turn to the security guard? Koyu says. "You come here." She then hands you over to the security guard. "Take him to the hospital right now." You think the matter is finally over, but the next second Yuka tightly grips your hand, pulling you along as she follows. "You're coming with me." You are full of incomprehension. "Why do I have to go? Just let the security guard take him." Yuka pauses in her steps. "I have something to say to him." Seizing the opportunity, you immediately press on, "Do you know him?" She actually turns back to look into your eyes, speaking in an unprecedentedly soft tone. "Yeah, I'll explain when we get home, okay?" Seeing her candid attitude, the annoyance in your heart dissipates by more than half. In the car, you are unusually quiet. Yuka glances at your well-behaved appearance and suddenly puts on a stern expression. "Why did you go out by yourself without telling me?" Koyu says, "You pout, I told Daiki." Yuka instantly hums unhappily. "You have to tell me personally to count." She asserts tyrannically, "Don't run around in places like bars. You have to let me know your location. Do you hear me?" You are directly amused by her, casually replying, "Yuka, why are you suddenly nagging more than my parents?" A red light turns on. Yuka rests one hand on the steering wheel, abruptly turning around to stare at you, Koyu says, her tone filled with threat. "Say that again." You give a cheeky laugh, not daring to repeat it. Seeing your feigned innocent look, she actually reaches out and pinches your cheek. "From now on, no matter where you go, you have to tell me. Understood?" You swat her hand away, but your heartbeat skips a beat. The green light turns on, and the car moves forward. Glancing at the car carrying you ahead of you, you ask seemingly casually, why didn't you take him to the hospital yourself just now?" The corners of Yuka's lips curve upward with pointed teasing. "I was afraid someone would get jealous." You immediately retort, "I am not jealous." Yuka's thin lips curve even wider. "Did I say it was you? Why are you so eager to jump to conclusions?" You are instantly rendered speechless. Yuka's dark eyes are full of laughter as she pursues, "You really are jealous." "I said I'm not." Your face turns completely beet red, Koyu says, "and fortunately there are no lights on in the car." You quickly change the subject, pretending to be displeased. "Will you focus on driving? It's very dangerous." True to form, Yuka stops looking at you, but the laughter in her eyes deepens. After a moment, you still can't help asking, why did he suddenly faint? Will he be all right? Driving attentively this time, Yuka analyzes, "He should be fine. It's likely that his wicked father gave him something laced with drugs earlier. Or maybe his emotional fluctuations were too severe," Koyu says. "And once he relaxed, he passed out." Koyu says, "Thinking of that possibility, you cannot help sighing, how can there be such a father in this world?" Yuka simply says flatly, Koyu says, "There are all kinds of people in this world. It's not surprising." Listening to her words, you realize it is she who has always protected you, keeping you from witnessing the dark sides of this world. Soon you arrive at the hospital. After checking him over, the doctor concludes it's excessive emotional stress combined with malnutrition. You are somewhat surprised. The nurse puts him on an IV drip, and not long after, Yu wakes up. Koyu says as he blinks slowly, a crisp female voice reaches his ears. "How are you feeling?" Dazed, he turns his head to see the astonishingly beautiful Yuka, Koyu says, and freezes instantly, muttering, "Wait, am I not dreaming?" He tries to sit up excitedly. You quickly step forward to press him down. You're still hooked up to an IV. Thinking you should probably excuse yourself since Yuka said she had things to say to him, she surprisingly pulls up 2 chairs and makes you sit right next to her. She actually wants you to stay. You naturally don't leave, sitting down happily. Yu looks at the two of you in bewilderment, his gaze ultimately landing on Yuka's face, staring in a daze. Ignoring his love-struck gaze, Yuka stares straight at him and asks, 7 years ago, did you go to the Peach City Lakeside Resort?" The single question leaves you momentarily stunned. Then he almost leaps up with joyful surprise, Koyu says, exclaiming, "You're that little girl who passed out by the lake?" This remark leaves you completely petrified as well, Koyu. Little girl? You suddenly remember. Back then, you ran off to fetch adults. And when you came back, you saw a little boy staying with her from afar. Could that little boy be you? A thought explodes inside your heart. She actually still remembers this boy. Does that mean she has been looking for him all this time? Your heart instantly feels stuffy and sour. During the time you left to find adults, what on earth happened between them? You stare fixedly at the beaming you, your mood forming a stark contrast. While your mind is racing with wild thoughts, Yuka admits with a smile, "I am that little girl." Yu is shocked and delighted. It seems he has always remembered her too. Watching the two of them chatting so happily, you feel like you're sitting on pins and needles. Clearly you were there 7 years ago too, but right now you can't insert yourself into the conversation at all, Koyu says, feeling completely like an outsider. The nurse comes over to remove the needle, interrupting them. Only then does Yuka notice you. Seeing your handsome face looking sullen and gloomy, she suddenly stands up and tells you, "It's getting late, I've paid the medical fees, we're leaving first. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." She grabs your hand. Yu's expression freezes, his gaze dropping straight onto your intertwined hands. But he still manages a polite smile. "Thank you for tonight." "Don't worry about anything, I'll help you," Yuka says in a calm and confident tone, leading you away. Yet as soon as you get in the car, she reaches out to pinch your cheeks. You remain unresponsive, just looking at her with a moody expression. "Silly, what's wrong?" You swat her hand away, not wanting to smile, Koyu says. She actually reaches out again, poking your pouting cheek with her finger. "Why won't you smile?" "No reason." You turn your face away, yet the car doesn't start. You turn your head in confusion and see Yuka making a funny face at you. You let out a snort, almost laughing out loud, Koyu says, but purposely acts stubborn. Childish, not funny at all. Not funny? Then how about this? The next second, she uses her finger to prop up her nose, mimicking a little pig. You desperately hold back while shaking your head. Not funny. Looking defeated, Yuka drops her hand. "Looks like I have to use the final method." You suddenly feel a bit curious. What method? Yuka's pretty face suddenly closes in, her gaze dangerous. The moment the words leave her mouth, her evil claws suddenly launch a surprise attack on your waist. Your ultimate weak spot is tickles. "Ha ha ha, okay, I'll smile, I'll give up." You laugh until your stomach hurts, Koyu says, begging frantically for mercy. Who would have thought Yuka would seize the moment to demand, "Say, wife, I love you, and I'll let you go." You are being tortured to the point of insanity and have no time to think. Those last two words, wife, are something you refuse to say to your death. Yuka glares at you in dissatisfaction. "You're going back on your word." You flush red and glare at her. "Don't push it!" But Yuka laughs wickedly. Koyu says, "I am pushing it. Bite me if you dare." The next second, you grab her arm and take a bite right into it. Yuka winces in pain. "Ow, ow, you're actually biting!" But you burst into hearty laughter. "You told me to bite!" Looking at your recovered smile, she reaches out to ruffle your hair. Smiling like that is the way to go. You freeze instantly, staring steadily at her, Koyu. Amidst the mutual gaze, her face slowly draws closer, your heart pounding wildly. Is she going to kiss me? However, Yuka's small hand reaches past you, Koyu says with a click. She pulls down the seatbelt, and then teases mischievously, "I just wanted to help you buckle your seatbelt." What did you think it was? You slap her right on the face, Koyu says, roaring angrily. "Go away, I can buckle it myself." Yuka laughs as she retreats back to the driver's seat, watching you angrily buckle up before starting the car. It is already very late by the time you return to the apartment. You throw yourself onto the sofa out of pure habit. Yuka is on the phone, glancing at you casually as she speaks coldly into the receiver. "I want the investigation results by tomorrow." Hearing her last sentence, you abruptly sit up and stare at her hard. Yuka hangs up the phone, looks at you and asks, "Hungry? What do you want to eat?" You directly question her instead. "You're investigating Yu's father? Just because you promised to help him at the hospital, you're gonna meddle in this kind of stuff too?" Yuka nods directly. His current family environment cannot go on like this." You instantly fall silent, clutching the throw pillow tightly, as an indescribable irritability washes over you. Unexpectedly, Yuka sits down right next to you and reaches out to ruffle your head. "What is this little brain of yours thinking about now? Don't touch me." You irritably swat her hand away, Koyu. "Go away!" Yuka stares at you for a few seconds, her tone suddenly turning serious. "Are you thinking that I only helped him because I thought he was the one who saved me 7 years ago?" You look at her without speaking, Koyu says, "though you certainly had thought that way," Koyu says. After all, the situation was so chaotic back then, and the first person she saw when she woke up was you. Right at that moment, Koyu says, Yuka sighs, Koyu says, her thin lips parting. "Silly, of course I remember that you were the one who saved me." All the unpleasantness in your heart vanishes instantly. Thank goodness. She didn't remember wrong. You immediately stubbornly put up a front. "I wasn't thinking that at all. You were still conscious in the water. I was the one who pulled you up with a branch. If you even got that wrong, I'd question your intelligence." But another thought pops into your head, Koyu says. "During the time you went to find adults, what happened between her and you? Why has she remembered you for 7 whole years?" The heart that had just settled down grows slightly stuffy again. Yuka stretches out her arm and pulls you directly into her embrace, Koyu says. Lowering her gaze, her deep eyes lock onto you, word for word. So, my life is yours. These 5 words strike like a thunderclap, instantly clearing away the gloom that had just risen in your heart. You turn around to look seriously into her eyes. Really? Her life is yours, so only you get to wield control, Koyu says, right? Really? Yuka nods seriously, but a wicked smile curls at the corners of her lips as her pretty face suddenly leans in closer. Koyu says, "So, what do you want to do to me? Anything goes, you know." This ambiguous tone makes your cheeks instantly burst into a fiery red, and you shove her away. Who wants to do anything to you? She is leaning in way too close, making your heart beat out of your chest for fear she might hear it. However, Yuka refuses to give up, pressing closer again. Really don't want to? I'll be very obedient, you know. You abruptly reach out to cover her mouth. You can't say anything decent, can you? Whooping past your hand with a clever dodge, Koyu, she counterattacks with a swift pull and pins you against the back of the sofa. Her pitch-black eyes lock onto you dead on. Like this, for example. Finishing her sentence, she lowers her head and captures your lips in a kiss. You open your eyes wide in shock, your mind turning completely blank. She actually dares to kiss you directly. Your heart feels like it's about to jump out of your chest. This time, she doesn't deepen it, just giving a light tasting kiss before letting you go. It takes you a long time to recover your voice, and blushing deeply, you demand an explanation. Yet Yuka just gives a raspy laugh. You're my husband, why can't I kiss you? She teases with a smirk. Judging by the look of you, you've got no experience. I'm just sacrificing myself to help you practice your kissing technique, isn't that nice? Nice your head. You angrily shove her away, your fists hammering hard against her body. Go easy on me, Koyu says, jerk, Koyu says. You simply can't stop. Does this jerk actually like you or not? If she doesn't like you, why does she keep kissing you again and again, messing up your heart? But if she does like you, why is she so stubborn about not confessing? Koyu says, the more you think about it, the madder you get, grabbing the throw pillow and pelting it hard at her. Yuka, you female hooligan, don't even think about coming into the bedroom to sleep from now on. Sleep on the sofa for the rest of your life. You slam the throw pillow hard at her, turn around, and storm back to your room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang, Koyu. The next morning, you are woken up by extreme hunger. Having been too angry at her last night, you skipped dinner, and now your stomach is wildly protesting, Koyu. Blinking your eyes, you habitually search for her figure, only to find a pretty face right up close. Yuka is actually sleeping right beside you. Didn't you punish her to sleep on the sofa last night? How did this jerk get in here? Furious, you raise your hand ready to strike, ready to hit her, but looking at her sleeping face, your hand simply refuses to come down. Just as you are about to quietly break free, who would have thought she reaches out, pulls you right back into her embrace, and holds you tightly. You glare at her, waiting for her to wake up so you can settle accounts, but this fellow is fast asleep. You look and look, unconsciously studying her facial features, and thinking of last night's kiss. Your face starts burning again. Yuka Ryuzaki, what on earth are you thinking? Oh well, just let nature take its course. Suddenly, a bold idea pops into your head. You wrinkle your nose at her, lean in abruptly, and peck her quickly on the lips. Hee, previously she always stole kisses from you. This time it is your turn to steal one from her. We are even. You feel all warm and fuzzy inside, but not daring to look back at her. You sneak out of the bedroom feeling like a guilty thief. Yet the very second you close the door, Yuka Ryuzaki, who should have been fast asleep in bed, abruptly opens her eyes, her gaze hiding smiles she makes no effort to conceal. When Yuka Ryuzaki steps out of the bedroom, she finds you busy in the kitchen. She quietly walks up behind you, wraps her arms around your waist, and a sweet, clear voice rings in your ear. What are you doing? You jump in fright and your earlobes turn beet red. You nudge her away with your elbow. Don't bother me. Yuka Ryuzaki dodges your attack and curiously pokes her head over. You couldn't possibly be making breakfast, right? She assumes you are going to cook. This would be a first. However, when she sees the instant noodles on the counter, her smile instantly freezes on her face. You're making this? She thought you were cooking some grand feast, but it turns out to just be instant noodles, the kind of cup noodles that only require hot water. Yeah, go away. You pick up the cup noodles and start to leave, but Yuka Ryuzaki snatches them right out of your hand, her brow furrowing deeply. You are not allowed to eat this. But I'm so hungry. I want to eat right now. You are practically starving to death, and since there is nothing ready-made in the fridge, you can only look at her with a pitiful expression. Yuka Ryuzaki's domineering side flares up again, not aloud. But looking at you, her tone softens again. Wait a few minutes for me. I'll heat you up a cup of milk to tide you over first. Just as you are about to speak, she follows up immediately. And I'll fry you a sunny-side-up egg, plus a sausage, and make a beef sandwich. All right? With so many delicious things on offer, your eyes light up instantly. She is actually going to cook in person. However, right at that moment, her phone suddenly rings. You think it's a work call, but it turns out to be a call from the hospital. Yuka Ryuzaki's expression sinks as she speaks into the phone. I'll be right there. Your heart skips a beat. Where are you going? Did something happen with you? Is it serious? The smile on your face vanishes instantly. Just a moment ago, she promised to make you breakfast, and now she is going to abandon starving you for another man? You suppress your displeasure and force out a smile. Then you should go quickly. You know in your heart the situation must be urgent for the hospital to call her directly, but you simply cannot smile. You quietly pick up that bowl of instant noodles, a stabbing pain in your stomach, and walk over to the dining table. Yuka Ryuzaki looks at your back and suddenly turns toward the fridge. You hear footsteps, but you don't raise your head. Starving as you are, you have zero appetite right now. You keep your head down, unmindfully stirring the noodles with a fork. Just as you wonder what she is up to, you hear her on the phone. Rush to the hospital right now. Stabilize the situation first, I'll be there soon. You don't need to do anything else. After she hangs up, the sound of a machine starting up echoes from the kitchen. Unable to help yourself, you abruptly raise your head, your gaze crashing straight into her deep, dark eyes. It is as if she has been watching you the whole time, just waiting for you to look up. With a doting tone, she murmurs softly, "Really can't do anything with you." Your heart leaps violently inside your chest as you stare blankly at her. Don't eat that kind of junk food, there will be food ready in a second. You watch her clumsily crack an egg, dropping a piece of the shell right into the bowl, then flusteredly picking the shell back out. In less than 10 minutes, a cup of hot milk, 2 fried eggs, and a sausage are placed in front of you. Eat these first, I'll come right back after I handle things. The moment the words leave her mouth, Yuka Ryuzaki already turns and strides toward the door. With a loud bang, hearing the closing door makes you abruptly turn back around, but the doorway is already empty. Cradling the milk cup, the warm temperature comforts your palms. You take a sip, and your stomach immediately feels much better, your appetite returning. Even though Yuka Ryuzaki's cooking skills are terrible, you still eat every last bite, feeling quite satisfied. Yet once you are full, your mind is flooded entirely with thoughts of her. Has she reached the hospital? Has the matter been resolved? The moment you picture you looking at Yuka Ryuzaki, an unpleasant taste wells up in your mouth. The more you think about it, the more uneasy you become. You stand up abruptly. You can't stay put for even a single second. You hurriedly change your clothes, rush out the door, and hail a cab straight to the hospital. Sitting in the car, a heavy blockage forms in your chest. What on earth happened between them 7 years ago? Why is she so nervous about you? A terrifying thought flashes into your mind. Last time at the hot spring resort, Aiko mentioned that Yuka Ryuzaki has always been looking for a boy. Could the person she's searching for be you? Your face turns deathly pale instantly, your heart feeling as though it's pinned down by a massive boulder, making it hard to breathe. If there wasn't some history between them, why would she keep a boy on her mind for a full 7 years? Are you all right? Your face is so pale. The driver's question snaps you back to reality. Clutching your aching chest with reddened eyes, you force out a smile. Can you drive a bit faster? I'm in a rush. Right now, you just want to get to the hospital as quickly as possible and prevent them from being alone together. A dozen minutes later, the car finally stops at the hospital entrance. You thank the driver, turn around, and dash into the building, relying on your memory to find that ward. However, standing outside the door, you lose the courage to push it open. What if you open the door and walk in on an intimate scene between them? Just as you are hesitating, the door is suddenly yanked open from the inside. A man boiling with rage charges out, almost crashing right into you. "Get lost," he roars at you, reaching out to shove you aside. The next second, a dark figure darts out like lightning and seizes the man's wrist. You stare in a daze at Yuka Ryuzaki standing right in front of you. Wasn't she inside the room? How did she get out here so fast? Yuka Ryuzaki glares coldly at the man, her ink-black eyes burning with fury. Who gave you permission to yell at him? Terrified by her imposing aura, the man trembles all over, a piercing pain shooting through his wrist. "Ah, I'm wrong." Yuka Ryuzaki flings him away abruptly, her voice bone-chillingly cold. "Don't let me see you again." Only then does Yuka Ryuzaki turn around to look at you. The terrifying, murderous intent vanishes instantly, and she returns to her familiar self, asking with concern, "Ren, are you all right?" You shake your head and walk inside. What happened just now? Standing by the hospital bed, Yu looks at you with a complex gaze carrying a hint of envy. He witnessed the scene from just moments ago. He offers you a bitter smile and slowly begins, "My dad owes a lot of money. Those people came looking for us last night, so he came to find me to make me help him earn money again." Looking at the chaotic mess of a hospital room, you can hardly imagine what just transpired. Afterward, you offer Yu a polite greeting. Yu shakes his head, his gaze drifting toward Yuka Ryuzaki. "Thank you." Luckily, Yuka arrived in time. A sharp pang hits your heart. He is calling her by such an intimate name. Instant discomfort prickles through you. Standing right behind you without noticing your expression, Yuka Ryuzaki looks at you. "Then let's check out of the hospital right now." Yu wears a troubled expression. "Actually, you've already helped me a lot. I'll handle the rest myself." You forcing out a smile, and ask them directly, "What are you guys talking about?" You refuse to be treated like an outsider anymore. Yu hesitates, leaving things unsaid, which only makes you care all the more. You turn your head to look at Yuka Ryuzaki, awaiting an explanation. She is surprisingly candid. "I've temporarily arranged a place for him to stay. He isn't suited to go home right now." An immediate sense of foreboding washes over you. "Anywhere else, please don't let it be what you think it is." But sure enough, she has actually arranged for you to stay in another apartment within this very same building. The moment you get home, you stride forward quickly, but Yuka Ryuzaki grabs you by the arm and pulls you into her embrace. "Hubby, you aren't mad, are you?" You turn your head to glare at her, speaking with sarcastic irony. "Why don't you have him come live here instead? I'll move downstairs. That way it'll be convenient for the two of you to reminisce." To your surprise, she wears a thoughtful expression. What did you say?" You can hardly believe your own ears. You shove her away violently, shaking with anger. "Say that again." Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly bursts into a playful laugh, her expression teasing, "Of course I was joking." Her pretty face draws close as if she wants to hug you again. You dodge away angrily, but she easily catches you in her embrace anyway. "This is our home. How could I ever let a stranger live in here?" Hearing Yuka Ryuzaki explain it this way, your anger subsides just a little bit, but you still ask moodily, "Yuka, how long are you gonna help him?" The moment the words slip out, you instantly regret them. Doesn't this make you look way too petty? Lowering her gaze to look at you thoughtfully, Yuka Ryuzaki murmurs, "If you don't want me to help him." You quickly shake your head. "No, he's in a really wretched state, you should help him out. After all, you couldn't possibly let him get ruined just because of a petty fit of jealousy on your part, right?" Looking at you, Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes turn so gentle they seem ready to melt, and she leans in to steal a kiss from you. "Get lost." You push Yuka Ryuzaki away, but she takes advantage of the momentum to hold on to you, laughing roguishly. "All right, hubby dearest, let's go roll around in bed right now." With that, she kicks the bedroom door open and drags you inside. Your face instantly flushes red as you struggle to get down. "Roll your head!" Yuka Ryuzaki pulls you to the side of the bed and pushes you straight onto the mattress. The next second, her soft body presses right down on top of you. "Yuka, you cry out in bashful reproach. Her pretty face creeps closer and closer with an evil, charming smile. "Your wife is right here, hubby. What position does hubby want to use for rolling? Who wants to roll with you?" You raise your hand to hit her, but Yuka Ryuzaki catches your wrist tightly and pins it above your head, her black eyes blinking dangerously. Then who else do you want to roll with? Anyone but you. Why can't it be me? Her voice drops abruptly, turning husky as if she's genuinely angry. Say that again. Her sexy, thin lips brush almost directly against the tip of your nose. Terrified, you shrink your neck back. I didn't say I wanted to roll with anyone else. Don't even think about it. She growls tyrannically, her thin lips crashing down hard upon yours. Your eyes widen in shock. Why is she kissing you again? This time she doesn't stop at a light taste. Her burning hot tip directly parts your teeth. Your heartbeat spirals out of control instantly, a surge of electricity racing through your entire body. She acts like a starving she-wolf, devouring your sweetness frantically. You finally understand. How did things escalate to this again? The next second, her hand slips underneath the hem of your clothes. You snap back to your senses, pressing both hands against her chest to separate your closely fused lips. Your heart feels like it's about to explode. Does this jerk actually want to roll in bed? Flushing beet red, you glare at her, your chest heaving violently. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki remains completely composed, the heat in her black eyes hot enough to melt you. Right at that moment, you feel her body tense up, her breathing turning scorching hot. The two of you lock eyes, the ambiguous atmosphere exploding into sparks. Just as you are about to speak, she stubbornly stands up and bolts out of the room. A loud slam echoes. It's the bathroom door. You suddenly remember last time when she took a cold shower at the hot spring resort. So she's gone to take another cold shower. The next day, being the weekend, your buddy Daiki invites you over to his place. On the phone, you briefly mention the matter with you, and Daiki urges you immediately, you better hurry over here. I'll head out as soon as I finish tidying up, you reply while organizing your bag. Who would have thought Daiki would suddenly warn you? Remember to have Yuka Ryuzaki drop you off. Don't give her any chance to spend time with that guy. You fall silent instantly, and Daiki guesses right away. She's not home? She went to accompany that guy instead? You offer a bitter laugh. She went out early. I don't even know where she is. Hearing this, Daiki panics. Then you better hurry and go check. Aren't you worried Yuka Ryuzaki is going to get stolen away? Guys these days have plenty of slick tricks up their sleeves. Your heart sinks. Idly you say, stop trying to scare me. But what on earth happened between Yuka Ryuzaki and you 7 years ago? A strong sense of unease envelops your mind. You try to comfort yourself. You doesn't look like a bad guy. Yet your buddy Daiki warns you over the phone. To steal a woman, guys nowadays will use any trick in the book. Just like that guy Shogo. You fall into an instant silence. Right at that moment, the doorbell rings. You tell Daiki you're hanging up to get the door. But to your utter shock, the person standing outside is none other than you. Holding a tray of cake, he smiles with a friendly, amiable expression. I baked a cake. You take the plate and a rich, milky aroma hits your nose. But this cake happens to be strawberry flavored. You freeze instantly. How does he know you like strawberries? Is it a coincidence, or did Yuka Ryuzaki tell him? You put the cake in the fridge, but as you turn around, your gaze locks onto something. Why does the shirt you is wearing look somewhat familiar? The style is unique, and at a glance, the fabric looks extremely expensive. Your heart skips a beat. Given his family background, could he afford clothes like this? Before you can speak, you notices your gaze and laughs sheepishly. This was bought for me by Yuka. I didn't have any clothes to change into. The sentence hits you like a bolt of lightning. Your face turns deathly pale. It's one thing for Yuka Ryuzaki to buy him clothes, but why is this shirt precisely one of the black silk shirts she originally bought for you that you discarded and complained about? You barely managed to see you out, and the next second, you go completely crazy, charging into the walk-in closet and yanking open the innermost cabinet door. You remember very clearly those clothes were tossed right in here. Yet the cabinet is completely empty, not a single piece is left. Those shirts have vanished into thin air. At that moment, you feel all the blood in your body rush backward, your heart feeling as though it's being squeezed to death by a giant fist. You bite down hard on your teeth as hot tears stream down your face. Even if I didn't like them, what right does she have to give them to another man to wear? This jerk! What on earth is her game? Trembling all over with rage, you slam the cabinet door shut with a loud bang and storm straight out of the house. You head straight to find Daiki and recount everything that just happened. Daiki smacks the table in fury. Yuka Ryuzaki is hiding a mistress in a golden house. Ren, how can you allow her to pull this kind of stunt? Are you an idiot? Having calmed down a little, your eyes still red and swollen, you can only sigh helplessly. Then what can I do? Tell her not to help you? If she actually listens to me and something happens to you, wouldn't the blame fall on me? Daiki thinks about it and admits, that's true. Then you turn into the bad guy. Suddenly, your phone starts ringing. Daiki raises an eyebrow. That's gotta be Yuka Ryuzaki calling. You pick up the phone. The caller ID is indeed her. You pout, having zero desire to answer, but Daiki grabs you and shoves you forward. Answer it and see how that jerk explains himself. I'll help you deal with her. The moment you pick up, Yuka Ryuzaki's domineering voice pierces your eardrum. Where did you go? Didn't you say you'd report to me when you went out? Thinking of that shirt, your anger flares right back up, and you snort coldly. I don't want to talk to you. Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would actually laugh, her tone flirtatious? I'm not home today. You missed me, so you're throwing a tantrum. Ghost-like. Who missed you? You curse furiously. This jerk still has zero seriousness in her. Right at that moment, Daiki gives your masseur a quiet hand signal from the side. On the other end of the line, Yuka Ryuzaki keeps pressing. Where on earth are you? Hurry up and tell me, I'm coming over right now. Just as you are about to say there's no need, the masseur suddenly digs his thumbs into a pressure point. A sharp agony shoots through you, and you let out a miserable shriek. What's wrong, Ren? Yuka Ryuzaki's voice fills with instant panic. Daiki snatches the phone right out of your hand and hangs up directly. Not only that, he powers the phone down completely in a flash. You are left completely dumbfounded by this operation. Daiki chuckles sneakily. You gotta give her some punishment. Let her sweat a bit so she realizes how important you are. Your heart tightens. Hearing your miserable shriek and then finding the phone unreachable, won't she go out of her mind with worry? Daiki hits the nail on the head. You're just too soft-hearted. If you don't take the initiative now, Yuka Ryuzaki is going to get snatched away by that guy. You freeze abruptly, an unprecedented wave of exhaustion washing over you. If a relationship requires you to constantly rack your brain and exhaust yourself to protect it, you suddenly don't want it anymore. What you want is something unique, a love where it has to be you and no one else. If Yuka Ryuzaki isn't that person, then so be it. Seeing you make up your mind, Daiki immediately makes arrangements. I'm taking you somewhere. Meanwhile, over at Yu's apartment, his good friend Kazuko asks eagerly, well, did she eat your cake? Yu wears a face full of disappointment. She wasn't home. Only Ren was there. The cake ended up being eaten by Ren. Glancing at the new jacket Yu is wearing, Kazuko teases, she just bought you that outfit, and you couldn't wait to put it on. He leans in close to Yu's ear to offer a strategy. I'm telling you, to capture a woman's heart, you have to capture her stomach first. You'll be able to move upstairs to her place and live with her in no time. Yu looks conflicted, telling his buddy Kazuko, but Ren didn't agree. He seems to be on guard against me. Kazuko scoffs dismissively. Who cares about him? He's got no skills himself and just blames you for stealing his woman. Following up with a shocking guess, he offers, I bet those two aren't even a real couple. It's probably just Ren being delusional and stubbornly latching onto her place. The words seem to awaken Yu. Kazuko strikes while the iron is hot, grabbing his arm. You have to seize an opportunity this good. Even if you have to snatch her by force, you've got to take Yuka Ryuzaki away. Yu's heart is completely shaken. Then what should I do? He cannot forget how Yuka Ryuzaki stood up to protect him. How wonderful would it be if that person was him? Seeing his shy appearance, Kazuko exposes him directly. You finally admit you like her, huh? Then he dangles an even bigger temptation. You know Sanji, the school heartthrob from number 2 high? He only became the heartthrob because he used to be Yuka Ryuzaki's boyfriend. If you manage to bag Yuka Ryuzaki, the next heartthrob of the school will be you. The words hit Yu's weak spot dead on. What boy doesn't want to be envied by everyone? Kazuko continues painting a grand picture for him. You look so refined. Once you put on designer brands, your aura shoots straight up. Dressing up, you definitely won't look any worse than that Ren. Changing his tune slightly, he adds, Who is the most handsome doesn't matter. What's most important? Kazuko strikes the vital point word by word. It's your position in Yuka Ryozaki's heart. Think about it. A chance meeting 7 years ago, and she's remembered you all this time. What does that prove? It proves that to her, you are a special existence. Bystanders see things clearly. The words make the delight in Yu's eyes impossible to hide anymore, so he really is special in Yuka Ryozaki's heart. Watching him grow tempted, Kazuko hugs him tightly. When you rise straight to the top, don't forget your good buddy here. Make sure you hook me up with a wealthy young lady when that happens. Meanwhile, you remain completely clueless about this conspiracy. Following Daiki to a cafe, you look around wondering, there's nothing particularly special about this place. Lowering his voice mysteriously, Daiki points in a certain direction. Look over there. Following his pointing finger, the moment you spot a cool, elegant, and aloof figure, you exclaim in surprise, Hina. Keep your voice down. Daiki quickly swats you on the arm. You realize instantly, this is where Hina works part-time. Daiki dragged you here just to stalk her. You are left torn between laughter and tears. You're such a total fanboy. Resting his chin on the table, Daiki pouts. Well, duh! Otherwise, how else am I supposed to see her on the weekend? Staring at him skeptically, you ask. You wouldn't happen to sit here staring at her the whole day, would you? Daiki squints his eyes, and his expression answers for you. You massage your temples helplessly. How did I end up with such a simp for a friend? Only then does Daiki mutter under his breath. Actually, it's only half a day. She gets off at 6. You are utterly speechless. But right as you chat, a cool and pleasant voice suddenly rings out above your heads. What would you two like to drink? Both you and Daiki freeze simultaneously. Daiki is so embarrassed he buries his face straight into the tablecloth. Left with no choice, you awkwardly turn your head and wave at Hina with a look of feigned surprise. What a coincidence. You work here? Hina smiles faintly. I thought you came here specifically to see me. You laugh, amused. When did you learn how to joke around? Hina answers seriously. I started learning recently. At this point, Daiki finally can't help lifting his head up, waving brightly with a brilliant smile. Hello! Hina nods, though the laughter in her eyes seems to see right through everything. Daiki instantly feels mortified and drops his head back down. You immediately rush to his rescue, smiling directly as you say, Recommend us something good to drink, please. Koyu hands over the menu and is about to say it is on her. But Koyu says one of the store clerks hurriedly runs over and whispers anxiously in her ear that your phone has been ringing nonstop. Go answer it. Koyu says Hina knits her brow, mutters a word to you, and hurries away. Daiki finally dares to raise his head. What is wrong with you? You tease him, the shy little snail finally willing to stick his head out. Daiki gives you an embarrassed swat, then instantly rests his chin on his hands with a starstruck look. Did you just see what she looked like in her uniform? You roll your eyes in speechlessness. But at that very instant, you see Suda rush out from inside the room with a panicked expression. Something happened. You immediately stand up and follow him outside. Koyu and Daiki hurriedly catch up as well. As you all rush outside, you see Hina frantically trying to hail a cab by the roadside. But in the commercial district on a weekend, finding a cab is nearly impossible. Looking at her pale complexion, you know right away that something major has happened. You grab Daiki and run over, shouting at her, Where are you going? We have a car, Koyu says. Daiki immediately catches on, saying man, and signals to his family driver. Hina looks at you with reddened eye rims, her voice hoarse. The car arrives quickly, the three of you dash into the vehicle, and Hina says hurriedly to the driver, head to the city hospital. Arriving at the hospital, you finally find out that it is Hina's father who had an emergency. He suddenly fainted while working, suffered a brief shock, and the situation was dangerous. Her father was just pushed out of the emergency room, and the nurse told her he is temporarily fine, causing Suda to finally let out a sigh of relief. She walks over to the hospital bed, looking at her father's pale face, the heartache in her eyes practically overflowing. You and Daiki stand in the distance without getting close. However, this is a multi-patient room, with the couple in the neighboring bed arguing and the child in another bed crying. How is anyone supposed to rest in this environment? Daiki cannot stand it, lowers his voice, and says to Suda, "I am quite close to the director, let me arrange a single room for you." But Suda does not even raise her head, her tone aloof. "No need," saying man. You instantly flare up, grab her by the arm, and force her to look into your eyes. "Look at this environment. How is uncle supposed to rest?" saying man. You glare at her in questioning, is your father's body more important or your pitiful little pride? Hina looks at you in silence without a word. You decide to take the plunge and say coldly, "Do you still consider me a friend? I am leaving right now." As you speak, you make a motion to turn around. Suda suddenly grabs your arm, saying, "Man," her voice hurried, "do not leave." You turn back around to stare at her since we are friends. Accept our help, just like when I needed you. Suda is finally persuaded. In less than 10 minutes, Papa Ryuzaki is transferred into a luxurious single hospital room. Hina knits her brows. "Koyu, a single room is fine, it does not need to be this luxurious," saying man. Daiki feigns helplessness. "Only this room was available," Director Auntie said. "She let me use it for free." Hina sees right through his lie at a glance, but only says softly, "So as not to disturb Papa Ryuzaki, you all retreat outside," Koyu says. Sauta goes to get the reports. Daiki enthusiastically goes to buy food. Feeling depressed, you walk around downstairs by yourself. But unexpectedly, the moment you return, you see Suda sitting on a bench, her head lowered and looking completely dejected. Is there a problem with the report? Your heart tightens and you slowly walk over to sit beside her. Hina raises her head, saying, "Man." You see her reddened eye rims and ask with concern, "Uncle," saying man. Soda takes a deep breath, her voice hoarse. The doctor says he has been overworking and accumulated hidden ailments. The condition does not look very optimistic. You pat her shoulder and then say with determination, "Uncle will definitely be fine." Suda stares intently at you, those clear eyes seemingly able to calm the soul. She gazes at you, her voice hoarse and low as she asks, "Can I hug you for a moment?" You nod without a single hesitation, "Yes, you can." The moment the words leave your lips, Suda's arms wrap tightly around you, saying man. Her body temperature and the pleasant fragrance on her erratic heart slowly soothe you. But right at that moment, saying man, Daiki in the distance, holding shopping bags, sees his expression instantly darken. What is worse, a dark shadow flashes past beside him, you says. Daiki startles. Yuka Ryuzaki. Yuka Ryuzaki has already rushed right in front of you, forcefully yanking you out of Suda's embrace, saying man, and then swings a punch directly toward Hina. You scream in terror and desperately block her hand. Yuka Ryuzaki's words sound as though they are squeezed out from between her teeth. Yuka Ryuzaki sneers, "I am going crazy." Seeing my husband being held by another woman and not going crazy means I am not human. You shake all over with anger, you do not know anything, and you are just talking nonsense here. Daiki also hurries over. Could you not at least ask and clear things up first? You suppress your anger, turn your head, and say gently to Aiko, "You go on upstairs first to take care of Uncle." Hina takes a look at Yuka Ryuzaki, nods, and leaves first. You immediately shake off Yuka Ryuzaki's hand. Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brow. What is this punk's deal? Shouldn't she be the one getting angry? Instead, you have a cold expression on your face, as if she is the one in the wrong. Thus, with a dark face, she interrogates you. Now explain this to me. Why were you hugging that guy surnamed Aiko? Yuka Ryuzaki stares hard at you in interrogation. You glare right back at her in annoyance. Did I ever say I wanted to explain anything to you? Too lazy to bother with you, you turn around and walk away, saying man. Watching her interrogate you like this, the fire in your heart burns even hotter. When she gave your clothes to you, saying, man, did she ever explain? What right does she have to interrogate you now? But Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly steps forward and grabs your wrist, pinching your chin and forcefully turning your face straight toward her, saying, "Man, look at me, are you throwing a tantrum with me?" Her pitch-black eyes lock onto you like a hunting leopard. You deliberately mimic her devil-may-care demeanor. I am no such thing. Yuka Ryuzaki becomes thoroughly irritated. You call this not such thing? You are hugging another woman and I am not even allowed to be angry? Are you being reasonable at all? You are the one who is unreasonable. Unable to hold back any longer, you roar right back at her, your eye rims turning red instantly. It was clearly she who made you upset first. It was just comforting a friend, but because she gave your clothes to you and you did not want them anymore, she could just take them away to give relief to another man? Those were bought for you by her, they belong to you, what right did she have? The more you think about it, the angrier you get, struggling hard with your wrist to break free from her. Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brow, do not move, saying, man, you will hurt yourself. Daiki on the side also hurriedly advises, Ren, it is not worth it for this jerk, Koyu says. Yuka Ryuzaki sweeps a cold glare over, and Daiki shrinks back, in fright. You suddenly deflate. Let go of your hand, so exhausted. Can you just let go of me? I am not leaving anyway. Feeling too flustered and chaotic to argue anymore, you look at her and change the subject. How did you know I was here? Yuka Ryuzaki only lets go of you after seeing you calm down a bit. I guessed you were at the Ryuzaki family home. Made a call, she basically asked for the driver's phone number, tracked it all the way to the cafe, you says man, and finally found the hospital. Right at that moment, Daiki quickly makes his escape. I will go take the food to Aiko first, saying, man, you guys chat slowly. In an instant, only the two of you are left. Yuka Ryuzaki feels like you are acting a bit strange and keeps staring at your face. You simply spread your hands. You came looking for me. Now that you have confirmed I am safe, you can leave now, Koyu says, and adds, you wanted an explanation, right? There is nothing going on between me and Aiko. Her father fell ill, and I just comforted her, Koyu says. We are not ambiguously involved like someone else, being ambiguous with other boys and refusing to explain a single word. You sneer inwardly. Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would suddenly speak up while looking into your eyes? Have you not always wanted to know why I find her so repulsive? Your curiosity is piqued. Why? Saying man. She used to refuse to talk about it at all, and now she is actually willing to speak. Yuka Ryuzaki signals with her eyes toward the outside. Let us talk in my car. It is inconvenient here. You immediately eye her with suspicion. You are not trying to trick me into getting in the car, are you? You still do not trust me this much? Yuka Ryuzaki narrows her eyes with displeasure. You let out a hum of disdain but proactively walk out. After getting into the car, you cross your arms over your chest. Spit it out then. Yuka Ryuzaki rests both hands on the steering wheel and speaks in an indifferent tone. You should know that people like us all detest illegitimate daughters from wealthy families. You freeze in utter shock. What does this have to do with Hina? Koyu says. The next second, your eyes widen in astonishment, and you blurt out, you mean she is an illegitimate daughter from a wealthy family? Whose? Yuka Ryuzaki curls her lip in disdain, saying man, and spits out a name. That person is someone you know as well, Shogo. You are completely dumbfounded and left utterly speechless. After a long moment, you finally recover your voice and stare hard at her in pursuit. Are you saying this is true? How do you know this? This is the private family business of the Shogo family. How could she possibly know? Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a cold snort. You think I wanted to know? I bumped into it by accident. Yuka Ryuzaki sees your expression, saying man, and instantly grows dissatisfied. He still does not believe me, and even wants to go find that guy surnamed Aiko to verify it. She warns you in a deep voice to stay far away from her in the future. Aiko is no simple character either. Who knows how she might use you in the future, since this punk is so easily gullible, getting sold and still helping count the money. She absolutely never wants to see that scene play out. Yet you stay silent, without saying a word. What you are thinking about in your heart is Papa Ryuzaki. If he is a man kept outside by Shogo, why would he still work himself to the bone and even suffer from overworking? This makes no sense at all. Your mind is filled with questions. Even if Papa Ryuzaki and Shogo ended things long ago, he should not have to live in such poverty. The more you think about it, the more wrong it feels, but you do not ask Yuka Ryuzaki, saying man, so as to avoid getting into another fight. Let us go home. Yuka Ryuzaki starts the car. The moment you think of you, your chest feels stuffy and clogged up. Frowning, you say to her, I am not going back to the apartment. I want to see Papa Ryuzaki and Mama Ryuzaki. Yuka Ryuzaki does not notice anything unusual about you. figuring it has indeed been a long time since you last went back. But she never imagined that the moment you return to the Ryuzaki family home, Koyu says, saying, "Man," you latch on to Mama Ryuzaki and refuse to let go, even saying you want to stay here for a few days. Mama Ryuzaki is overjoyed and makes the final decision right on the spot. Yuka Ryuzaki is forced to stay the night. The next day, you and Daiki have arranged to go visit Hina's father. Before school is even out at noon, you both slip out of the school gates. The security guard sees it is you and lets you right through without even asking. As the car nears the hospital, Daiki suddenly reminds you, are you not going to let Yuka Ryuzaki know so she does not lose her temper again when she cannot find you? You give an indifferent acknowledgement, take out your phone, and instead of calling, you just send a text message. Finishing up, you put your phone away with a suave motion. Daiki is startled. You have an indifferent expression, she only said. To tell her where I am going, this counts as notifying her, right? Daiki looks at you with curiosity. You have been lukewarm toward Yuka Ryuzaki these past 2 days. Are you still mad? You let out a cold snort, too lazy to be mad at her, Koyu says. Daiki is speechless. Is this not blatantly throwing a tantrum? No wonder Yuka Ryuzaki's temper has also been terrible these past 2 days. The moment you arrive at the hospital room door, you run into a nurse. The nurse smiles and reminds you, student Aiko is not here, she went to the doctor's office. You says, man. Daiki halts his steps and flashes you a meaningful smile. Ren, how could you not know what is on his mind? Afterwards, you wave your hand, you go find her. I will go inside to visit Uncle Aiko. Alright, I will come back to find you later along with Aiko. Daiki finishes speaking and bounces away happily. You smile and shake your head, pushing the door open to enter the hospital room. On the hospital bed, Juichiro Ryuzaki is staring out the window in a daze. Just as you hesitate whether to disturb him, he turns his head and smiles at you. Hello, you must be Aiko's friend, right? You never expected him to recognize you, so you smile and nod, saying, man, my name is Ren. Ren, huh? Juichiro Ryuzaki greets you warmly. You pull up a chair to sit down and carefully observe him. He possesses an open and poised demeanor with an intellectual aura, looking nothing at all like the kind of man who would live off a woman, saying. After chatting about some everyday family matters for a bit, Juichiro Ryuzaki seems to see right through your thoughts and takes the initiative to speak up. Do you have something you want to ask me? Go ahead and ask. You wear a troubled expression, but still muster up your courage. Uncle, I want to ask a question. If you feel it is awkward, you do not have to answer. Go ahead and ask. Juichiro Ryuzaki's smile has plenty of approachable charm. You take a deep breath and finally ask it out loud. Do you know Shogo? Juichiro Ryuzaki's expression freezes instantly, and his complexion turns pale as well, Koyu says. Your heart tightens, afraid you have touched upon a painful memory for him. Who would have thought that after recovering, Juichiro Ryuzaki stares at you with a guarded gaze, you know Shogo? What is your relationship with her? You quickly explain, but she is just an elder, there is no other relationship. Juichiro Ryuzaki wears a complex look in his eyes. Then, did you find something out? You honestly nod. My friend told me she is Hina's mother. Is that true? Juichiro Ryuzaki's expression turns sorrowful, and he sighs heavily, saying, man, it is true. With the answer confirmed, your heart sinks even further. Then you and Auntie Shogo are, could it really be, as Yuka Ryuzaki said, that Hina is an illegitimate daughter? Fearing he might misunderstand, you quickly explain, I just feel like, Uncle, you do not seem like that kind of person. Is there some hidden circumstance? Saying man? What kind of person? Juichiro Ryuzaki looks puzzled. You find it hard to put into words, your two hands twisting together anxiously, saying, man, it is just, you do not know how to express it. But Juichiro Ryuzaki suddenly understands, letting out a scoff. Is that what people from the Shogo family say about me to the outside world? Hearing the anger in his tone, you instantly feel that the truth is not like that. You nod. My friend said it like that. They are truly going too far with their lies. Juichiro Ryuzaki suddenly roars angrily, his eye rims turning red instantly, yet he stubbornly holds back his tears from falling, saying, man, you are instantly frightened, feeling like you did something wrong, and quickly hand over a tissue. Please do not cry, I should not have asked. Juichiro Ryuzaki shakes his head. It is not your fault. I should even thank you for letting me know about this. After calming his emotions, he looks at you. Do you want to know what kind of relationship I have with Shogo? You hurriedly shake your head. If you do not want to talk about it, that is fine. He interrupts you, his gaze gazing faintly out the window. What truly cannot be allowed to be known publicly is the Shogo family itself. The next second, a shocking secret comes tumbling out of his mouth. I am actually Shogo's original husband, or rather her very first husband. You are so startled, your eyes widen, and your entire mind goes completely blank. That means, Uncle, you are Auntie Shogo's husband, and Juichiro Ryuzaki is not a third party. Saying man. Following that, you hear a story even more absurd than a novel. It turns out Juichiro Ryuzaki and Shogo had long been married, but at the time, Shogo was fighting for family inheritance. At that moment, another man appeared. That man not only could help Shogo, but also had the means to drive the gravely ill Juichiro Ryuzaki out of the Shogo family. Even more viciously, he also ruined Juichiro Ryuzaki's family, leaving Juichiro Ryuzaki abandoned by everyone. Hearing this finish, you gasp in a breath of cold air and tremble with anger. You never expected that the kind Auntie Shogo in your impression would be such a wolf-hearted woman. Time quickly reaches the afternoon. When school lets out, you have Daiki accompany you back to the apartment to grab some things. Daiki cannot help advising you, how long do you plan to stay at odds with Yuka Ryuzaki? Clear things up early and make up. You walk toward the elevator with an expressionless face, not wanting to make up with her. Daiki sighs, Ren, even though Yuka Ryuzaki went too far this time. Seeing you unhappy the entire day makes me feel terrible too. You look at him and explain, I am not unhappy because of her. Actually, you are in a bad mood because of Aiko's family background. The world of adults turns out to be so complex and so terrifying. You both walk inside, but Daiki refuses to believe it. If you are not doing it for Yuka Ryuzaki, then who else could it be? Why don't you just throw a tantrum and make her chase that guy away? Yu says. The moment the words leave his lips, the elevator doors open on the first floor, and two boys walk in. When they see you, their laughter abruptly ceases. Yu speaks up first. Yu says, man, and then smiles at you. Hello, just got back from school. By the way, why haven't I run into you and Yuka these past couple of days? Saying man, Yuka. The moment Daiki hears this form of address, his eyebrows shoot up. He instantly realizes the person in front of him is you, Koyu says. Daiki sneers inwardly, saying, man, what a disgusting little pretty boy. Another boy named Kazuko scans you and Daiki with a critical gaze. Seeing the designer labels on your bodies, a trace of jealousy flashes through his eyes. He pulls on Yu's arm, Koyu, and asks with a fake smile, are these the new friends you were talking about? Yu nods and takes the initiative to introduce, this is Ren, Koyu, this is Kazuko, my best brother. Daiki waves his hand in utter disgust. Ren, do not introduce us. I have no desire to get to know certain shameless people with thick skins. Kazuko flies into a rage on the spot. Who do you think you are talking to? Yu's complexion also turns instantly ugly. Daiki laughs haughtily, his gaze glaring right at Yu. I am talking about a certain someone. If it were not for our Ren, he would have already been forced by his dad to sell himself, Koyu says, and he wouldn't even be living in a luxury mansion. Kazuko immediately shrieks, and then loudly refutes. It was Sister Liu who saved Jiejin, and then takes all the credit herself. How utterly shameless. Daiki hits back with a cold sneer. Just take a look in the mirror and you will know what being shameless means. Oh wait, you do not even have a face to begin with. Kazuko gets so angry he wants to rush forward and throw punches, but Yu hurriedly grabs hold of him. Do not be impulsive, Koyu. Kazuko's hopping mad, pointing at Daiki. Can't you even tell? He completely looks down on us. Having money makes you amazing. Having money means you can bully people. Daiki laughs, saying, man, who is bullying him? He lets out a light snort. Having money is not necessarily amazing, and being poor is not bad either. But being poor and completely shameless at the same time, that is what you call the biggest mistake of all. Man, Kazuko's face instantly turns alternating shades of blue and purple, and Yu's complexion looks quite ugly as well. You pull on Daiki, stop talking. After all, you is a guest arranged by Yuka Ryuzaki, and you do not want to push things too far. Daiki nods. I will just say one last sentence. He offers a playful smile and sweeps his gaze across those two guys. You say Yuka Ryuzaki saved him, and it has nothing to do with our Ren? Then let me tell you, if that night our Ren had not been kind-hearted and seen him screaming, leading Yuka Ryuzaki to go save people, do you think Yuka Ryuzaki would have appeared in time? The most important point is, as long as our Ren gives a single word of command telling her to stop caring about you, can you still be standing right here right now? With that single sentence, Yu's face turns instantly pale white, his lips even trembling, Koyu says. But Kazuko shrieks, who do you think you are? Why would Sister Liu listen to your commands? She could never listen to any single person's orders. He has heard the rumors, saying, man, Yuka Ryuzaki is a sovereign ruler unto herself, who never puts a single soul in her eyes. Why would Ren think a single word of his can sway her? Saying, man, it is simply laughable. Daiki hooks the corners of his lips into a smile, resting his arm across your shoulder and muttering. Koyu says, truly sorry. Our Ren is simply the only person in the world who can make Yuka Ryuzaki listen to his commands. Do you guys want to test it out? Try it then, Koyu says. Kazuko lifts his chin high with an expression of absolute disbelief. Right at that moment, the elevator arrives. A security guard sees you and immediately breaks into a beaming smile to greet you, saying, man, Mr. Liu. When Kazuko sees the respectful attitude of the security guard, he freezes instantly, a nameless panic fluttering inside his heart. He questions the security guard with indignation. We are also residents here. Why aren't you greeting us? The security guard wears a smile that does not reach his eyes, Koyu says. Let me remember now, you must be the guests invited by Miss Liu, right? That means you are also guests of Mr. Ren. Apologies, I forgot. Kazuko gets so angry his face turns dark. You hurriedly grabs hold of him to pull him away, and then offers a stiff smile as he says to you, apologies, we are heading back inside first, saying man. But the moment the elevator doors close, Kazuko shakes off his hand and goes berserk. Why did you hold me back and not let me teach those two bastards a lesson? Yu takes in a breath. I am not being cowardly. Kazuko pulls him along, lowering his voice. Didn't you hear? The security guard's words were practically implying that Ren is the master here. He must have bought off the security guard. Yu's expression sinks. Kazuko continues fanning the flames. What is he even? Isn't he just freeloading at Sister Liu's place? He really thinks he is the master, Koyu says. If you ask me, the person most qualified should be you, Jijin. Yu stays silent, gazing with deep and unfathomable eyes at the elevator doors, not knowing what he is thinking. Meanwhile, in the SVIP private room of the Royal Jazz Bar, Yuka Ryuzaki is quietly drinking alongside a cold yet charming young lady. The young lady sets down her wine glass and glances at Yuka Ryuzaki. You dragged me here just to drink away your sorrows? Got your heart broken? Yuka Ryuzaki glares at her with displeasure. You are the one whose heart is broken. What on earth are you up to? It's not a heartbreak. You lost your chastity. The young lady lets out a teasing laugh. Yuka Ryuzaki ignores her, tilts her head back to drain the wine in her cup, and then speaks in a low, lingering tone. Remember when I told you about wanting to find a certain boy? Hori nods. I remember. So you found him now? I do not even know myself. Yuka Ryuzaki's pitch-black eyes are filled with confusion, her brows knitted tightly together. I feel like a lot of things were mistaken. Hori tilts her wine glass, looking at her with curiosity. You said the boy you were looking for was because 7 years ago his kiss gave you a feeling. So now you say it was mistaken. Where did the mistake happen? Saying, man, how should I put it? Yuka Ryuzaki irritably twists a lock of her hair. She lowers her head to think for a moment before speaking with embarrassment. During the time you were away, Ren came back. I kissed him. Hori is instantly taken aback with shock, her blue eyes widening in disbelief. Koyu, what? You kissed him. Saying, man, this is simply an earth-shattering piece of gossip. Hori instantly grows fully intrigued. How on earth did this happen? Did the two of you hook up? Saying man, Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes turned deep and mysterious. He inexplicably returned to the country. My family inexplicably forced me into an engagement with him, and then he ended up living together with me. Now I do not even know what kind of relationship we are. You guys are engaged? Hori seizes upon the crucial point. Koyu says. Yuka Ryuzaki nods. Hori analyzes with a crystal clear head, so your problem is that you kissed Ren and developed feelings for him, but now that the boy from 7 years ago has appeared, you feel nothing for him, right? That is why you suspect you got it wrong. Yuka Ryuzaki nods. 7 years ago, she fell into the water, was rescued, and while unconscious felt a pair of soft lips performing artificial respiration to pass breath to her, Koyu says. But the moment she blinked her eyes open, she saw Yu's face instead. So she always assumed the person who saved and kissed her was you. Who would ever think to doubt their own memory? Hori leans back against the sofa and summarizes with a smile, so you now suspect that the person who performed artificial respiration on you 7 years ago was not that boy at all, but actually Ren? Man, Yuka Ryuzaki once again nods with deep solemnity. Once this suspicion takes root, it sprouts wildly in her heart like a seed. This time, Hori laughs with a hint of mischief. I will give you a suggestion, Koyu says. Yuka Ryuzaki looks at her, and Hori smiles as she says, go kiss that boy and see what kind of feeling you have toward him. Won't you know immediately? Yet the moment Yuka Ryuzaki hears this, her brow instantly knits tight, man, full of rejection. Hori understands the moment she sees that expression. Laughing with an even more meaningful look, Koyu says, what is wrong with that? Is it not worth it? When a single kiss can verify your guess. How could Yuka Ryuzaki not know that she had deliberately gone to kiss you? The mere thought alone caused a strong wave of repulsion to surge up within her. She did not want to kiss you. The person she wanted to kiss from start to finish was only Ren. At this moment, Yuka Ryuzaki felt utterly clear in her heart. She glared at Hori. I am not foolish enough to not even know who is in my own heart. That settles it then. Hori spreads her hands, her enchanting blue eyes carrying a smile. You are clear on your own heart, so what other problem is there? But I just care about it so much. Yuka Ryuzaki irritably tosses her head back. After all, that was the kiss and the boy she had kept on her mind for 7 years. How she wished that person was Ren. She did not want any other boy to have ever left traces in her life. Hori's blue eyes seem able to see through everything. She says wisely, even if the person who kissed you 7 years ago really was that boy, so what? What matters is who you have feelings for right now. Hori hits the nail right on the head. That is what is most important, isn't it? Yuka Ryuzaki understands the reasoning. Right now, the person in her heart is you. Yet she smiles bitterly while shaking her head, her gaze resolute. What she truly cares about is whether the person who kissed her 7 years ago really was you or not. She hopes the answer is you. Hori shrugs. Then why don't you just ask him directly? Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze sinks. What if it is not him? She dares not ask. She is afraid that if it turns out not to be you, she will care, and a knot will forever remain in her heart. Therefore, Yuka Ryuzaki makes up her mind. I am going to confirm whether it was him first. If it is, I will tell him, and this matter will be buried forever. This answer is crucially important to her. Afterward, the two clink glasses and drink, unintentionally consuming a great deal. Deep into the night, Hori finally has a driver take Yuka Ryuzaki home. But she does not know that Yuka Ryuzaki currently lives at your house, and mistakenly has her sent straight back to the apartment instead. Meanwhile, completely unaware of this, you are tossing and turning in bed. You abruptly check the time. It is already 11:30. You sit up and angrily flip back the blanket. You jerk, running out to hang out and fool around again. You are clearly still upset with her, and intentionally giving her the cold shoulder, but the moment she is not by your side, your imagination starts running wild again. The more irritated you become, the more you decide to throw off the covers and get out of bed. Stepping out of your room, the butler smiles upon seeing you and asks, Young master, it is so late. Why are you still awake? Are you waiting for young miss? Hugging a throw pillow, you stubbornly retort. I am not waiting for her at all. I was just a little thirsty. The butler considerately refrains from calling you out, merely smiling and saying, "Then let me get you some." He brings over a bottle of mineral water and then suddenly asks, "Young master, would you like me to have the kitchen whip up some late-night snack for you?" You are instantly confused. "I never said I was hungry." The butler gently smiles instead. "This was instructed by young miss. She said you easily get hungry at night, and if she sees you come out, she told me to prepare a late-night snack for you." A single sentence instantly melts away the lingering trace of anger in your heart. You shake your head, you go rest first. Curled up on the sofa, you unexpectedly taste a hint of sweetness in your heart. You check the time once more, shift your gaze toward the doorway, and quietly mutter to yourself, "If Yuka Ryuzaki comes back before 12 o'clock, I will forgive her." Yet you never imagine that Yuka Ryuzaki is right now being driven by the driver to the apartment on the other side. The car has just come to a steady halt when the driver turns around, Miss Liu. In the back seat, Yuka Ryuzaki abruptly opens her eyes. Her gaze shifts in an instant from tipsy to sharp and clear, as if she was never drunk at all. Supporting her forehead, she says in a low voice, "No need to help me." Right after, she opens the car door and steps out alone. The night breeze blows away the lingering effects of alcohol, making her feel much more sober. After the driver leaves, Yuka Ryuzaki walks toward the apartment, but her footsteps abruptly halt. That is when Yuka Ryuzaki remembers. You are not here at all. You are at the Ryuzaki family estate. Right now, Yuka Ryuzaki has only a single thought filling her mind: go home and hold Ren in her arms to sleep. Yet the very second Yuka Ryuzaki turns around, a voice calls out to her, "Yuka, why are you only coming back so late?" Yu comes running out of the apartment wearing pajamas and a look of pleasant surprise, smiling with sugary sweetness. Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brows slightly. "It is so late. You are still not asleep?" Yu assumes Yuka Ryuzaki is showing concern for him, and his heart blossoms with joy. "I am not asleep. I came down for a walk and never expected to run into you." In truth, he has been staring at the surveillance monitors the whole time, purely hoping for Yuka Ryuzaki to return. Yuka Ryuzaki looks at the pajamas he is wearing without calling him out, and just as she is about to leave, a thought flashes through her mind. Regarding what happened 7 years ago, did he perform artificial respiration on her, or not? Wouldn't she know by simply asking him directly? Yuka Ryuzaki does not dare to ask you, because she is afraid if the answer is not you, you will be sad. But asking you carries no such concerns. Therefore, Yuka Ryuzaki stands her ground, her deep dark eyes gazing straight at him. "I have something I want to ask you." Yu is completely bewitched by Yuka Ryuzaki's magnetic voice and assumes she is about to confess her feelings. His cheeks flush red instantly, and he bashfully lowers his head. Yuka Ryuzaki looks right at him and asks point blank, 7 years ago, when you saw me collapse by the lake, did you perform artificial respiration on me?" Yu freezes on the spot. This question is completely different from what he expected, but he reacts quickly. His brain spins at lightning speed, and he instantly realizes why Yuka Ryuzaki has kept him on her mind for 7 years. It is because of this misunderstanding. He also remembers, back then when he ran over, it seemed like a little boy was performing artificial respiration on Yuka Ryuzaki. By the time he drew close, Yuka Ryuzaki had just woken up, looking at him in a daze. Later on, his father called him away, and that little boy had brought adults over. So that was how it was. Yu nervously grips his palms tight as two voices in his head battle wildly. One voice says to tell the truth and not steal credit, while the other voice whispers, "Yu, this is an opportunity heaven gave you. Admit to it, and she will be with you." Being with her, those 6 words carry a magical power that makes his heart race frantically. In an instant, all reason is swallowed up by greed. Yu takes a deep breath and then strives to put on a composed expression. "Yes, back then I saw you had fainted, so I helped perform artificial respiration on you." Hearing this answer, Yuka Ryuzaki instantly knits her elegant brows, her obsidian-like eyes locking onto him as she presses further. "Are you sure?" Yu breaks out in a sweat on his palms. "Of course it is true. How could I misremember?" He adds with a feigned air of magnanimity, "Though it does not matter if you do not believe me. I was just helping out of hand." Yu forces an attitude of grandeur, striking a pose of doing a good deed without expecting a reward. He assumes this will make Yuka Ryuzaki hold him in higher esteem, or even feel indebted to him. Who would have thought that Yuka Ryuzaki's bottomless eyes merely gaze at him quietly, her tone flat? I understand. The moment the words leave her lips, she turns around and starts to walk away. Wait! Yu panics completely and chases after her in a rush. Aren't you living here? His mind is filled with questions. Where has she been these past few days? And was she together with that man named Ren? Yet Yuka Ryuzaki evades his outstretched hand, her handsome face appearing exceptionally aloof in the night. Dropping just those two words, she lifts her stride to leave. Yet just as Yu's heart sinks entirely to the bottom of the valley, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly stops, then turns on her long stride and actually walks into the apartment building. Yu's heart surges with wild joy, assuming she took his words to heart, and he hurriedly follows behind her. Yet all the way up the elevator, Yuka Ryuzaki does not say a single word to him. Until his floor arrives, she offers not a single goodbye or goodnight. You can only step out of the elevator, his eyes watching the elevator doors slowly close and completely swallow up her figure. Yuka Ryuzaki, inside the elevator, pays no attention to Yu's departure at all, her entire mind occupied with another matter. She heads straight to the top floor, enters the apartment, and goes directly to the bedroom walk-in closet. Sniffing the smell of alcohol on herself, she knits her brows tightly. Ren will definitely dislike this smell on me. Thus, she quickly grabs clothes and rushes into the bathroom. Once she emerges, feeling fresh and clean, she enters the walk-in closet once again. The walk-in closet has 2 rows of wardrobes. One row is hers, and the other row is the one you use. Yuka Ryuzaki walks straight to her own row and opens the double doors at the very end. The next second, her gaze shifts. The wardrobe that should have been holding her dresses is instead packed full of men's clothing, shirts of various brands, unmistakably the ones she had previously forced you to buy. As it turns out, she had long since secretly transferred all your clothes into her own wardrobe. Turning around, she opens your side of the closet and it is completely empty. Not a single thing is left. Yuka Ryuzaki looks at the empty wardrobe, the corners of her lips curling up into a mysterious smile as if plotting some interesting surprise. Immediately after, she pulls out her phone and dials her assistant's number. The moment the call goes through, the assistant immediately begins reporting. The clothes you instructed to be bought for Mr. Yu have all been delivered, and he said he likes them very much. Yuka Ryuzaki has no desire to listen at all, and directly cuts her off. Buying clothes for him was merely out of politeness. She cares not a single bit. She gives a cold command. Hurry along that batch of custom-ordered clothes from Italy. For me, I need them delivered as soon as possible. The faster, the better. The assistant understands instantly. Yu is utterly insignificant. The one who can make President Lau call so late at night and urge for delivery is the person she truly holds in her heart. After hanging up the phone, Yuka Ryuzaki glances once more at the empty wardrobe, her dark eyes rippling with light, as she seemingly already pictures what kind of surprise you will have when those top-tier custom pieces fill this space. Half an hour later, Yuka Ryuzaki returns to the Ryuzaki family estate. Past midnight, Yuka Ryuzaki expects an empty house to greet her. To her surprise, the butler appears like a phantom, makes a shushing gesture toward her, and then points to the living room sofa. Lowering his voice, the butler says, "Young master has been waiting for you," and while waiting, he ended up falling asleep right here in the living room. He was waiting for me? The corners of Yuka Ryuzaki's thin lips lift into a pleased smile. The butler nods and even adds, he went running over to the doorway to look several times, each time coming back with a look of complete disappointment. Yuka Ryuzaki's smile deepens. She walks over slowly to the side of the sofa and crouches down, staring intently at your sleeping face. You are not sleeping very peacefully, your brows knitted tightly. The moment she reaches out a hand to smooth them, you abruptly swing your hand out with a loud slap striking the back of her hand. You have no idea that you are still muttering indistinctly in your sleep, Yuka Ryuzaki, you jerk. Yuka Ryuzaki simply lets out a bitter laugh, leaning in instead to peck you gently on the lips as she murmurs in a magnetic voice, "I am back, keeping you waiting for so long." But the next second, your arms suddenly wrap around her neck. She has no choice but to lean in closer, soothing you softly right by your ear. I am going to go change into pajamas, and I will be right back to stay with you, all right? You act as though you understood and actually loosen your grip. A few minutes later, she returns to the bed in her pajamas and pulls you right into her embrace. Yet you frown in dissatisfaction and instinctively lift your chin to adjust your posture, and this movement directly brings your lips right up against hers. Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes darken. How could anyone refuse a dessert delivered right to their doorstep? Thus, she kisses you without the slightest hesitation, followed by rolling over to press you beneath her body, forcefully parting your teeth to launch an unbridled conquest. You are kissed nearly to the point of suffocation, instinctively waving your hands in your sleep to push her away, but she easily captures your wrists and pins them above your head, kissing you even deeper, even harsher. Right beneath this domineering offensive, you are finally shaken awake. You open your eyes in a daze, and what meets your vision is Yuka Ryuzaki right up close. You are kissed into a muddle, simply staring at her blankly. Yuka Ryuzaki looks with full satisfaction at her own reflection mirrored in your eyes. To let you catch your breath, she pulls back by a fraction of a millimeter. Who would have thought you would frown and show even greater dissatisfaction? The next second, you fiercely wrap your arms around her neck and pull her right back down toward yourself. Yuka Ryuzaki is thoroughly stunned. She thought you would be angry or hit her. After all, the consequences of waking you up from sleep have always been severe. Yet she never imagined that instead of being angry, you actively press your lips to hers. Your kiss is utterly clumsy, rubbing around at random like a child's. Yet this very clumsy demeanor of yours makes Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze turn abruptly deep, your breathing growing somewhat heavy. Seemingly still unsatisfied, you pout as if complaining. Yuka Ryuzaki looks at the dazed innocence in your eyes and understands instantly. You are completely half asleep and have no idea what you are doing right now. At this moment, you cup her face with your hands. Yuka, if you don't come home before 12 o'clock, I will... Yuka Ryuzaki's husky voice rings right beside your ear, her thin lips affectionately nipping at yours. Thinking you are still dreaming, you make a loud proclamation. I won't talk to you ever again. Then how do you plan to ignore me? In the dark, your complete arousal of her is fully ignited. You meet those starry eyes of hers and mumble another sentence. I won't let you kiss me anymore in the future. Yuka Ryuzaki's smile deepens. So you like being kissed by her this much? Her handsome face draws closer, her voice dropping low and husky as she deliberately asks, really not letting me kiss you anymore? This voice sounds unbearably alluring. Your heart rate spikes abruptly, feeling immensely real. This scorching breath, this clear touch, it completely fails to feel like a dream. You snap wide awake. This is not a dream. The next second, you shove her away forcefully and flip on the bedside lamp with a snap. The glaring light makes you close your eyes for a second, but before you can adjust, a sexy voice carrying a smile explodes right beside your ear. Husband, you are not dreaming. The moment the words drop, soft, thin lips once again block your mouth. You open your eyes wide in terror. Yuka Ryuzaki's magnified, handsome face is right before you. It truly is not a dream. She is even more fiery than before, forcefully occupying all your breath and leaving you nowhere to run. You intend to push her away, but your strength gradually softens away. Until your lips feel numb, she shows no intention of stopping. You slap her on the shoulder, finally finding a gap to lodge your protest, and Yuka Ryuzaki releases you at last with an evil grin lingering at the corner of her lips. While panting, you raise a hand to hit her, but Yuka Ryuzaki actually catches your hand and pulls it to her lips to gently kiss it. Your face flushes bright red instantly, and you try to pull your hand back, but she grips it tightly, even following the back of your hand all the way up with her kisses. Blushing heavily, you shout, "That is enough!" Yuka Ryuzaki finally raises that enchanting, handsome face of hers, her pitch-black eyes locking onto you. Who would have thought her mouth would spit out words even more shameful to you? Not enough. How could it be enough? You reach out in a flash to pinch her cheeks, questioning her angrily. Are you an imposter? Why is Yuka Ryuzaki saying such sweetheart's talk? If this goes on, your heart is going to explode. You hurriedly push her away to escape, but Yuka Ryuzaki wraps her arms around your slender waist from behind, pressing her thin lips against your ear to murmur, "I am saying sweetheart's things to my husband. What is wrong with that?" You jab her with your elbow. "Who is your husband? Weren't you out running around and fooling around outside? Why come back at all? Go sleep on the sofa tonight." Yuka Ryuzaki is left half laughing and half crying, hurriedly holding you tighter and shifting the blame onto someone else. "I wasn't fooling around. It was Hori who came back and dragged me out to drink. Blame her if you must." Hearing Hori's name, you halt your movements and turn back to look at her. She nods immediately. Truly. Call her and ask her if you don't believe me. You believe her by 70 or 80% and push her away, telling her to let go. She takes advantage of the opening to set a condition. "No punishing me to sleep on the sofa." You roll your eyes at her and nod. Only then does she release you with a beaming smile. But remembering the kiss just moments ago, your cheeks begin heating up again. You hurriedly turn off the lamp and dive under the covers, never expecting Yuka Ryuzaki to dive right in after you. What are you trying to do again?" Your body is currently sensitive to the extreme, turning burning hot all over from the slightest touch of hers. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki says with a completely shameless expression, "What is wrong with me sleeping while hugging my husband?" That low, sexy voice slips straight into your ear, threatening to make your heart burst. You have never witnessed such an enchanting Yuka Ryuzaki before. Not only does she refuse to let go of her embrace, but she rubs back and forth like she is acting spoiled. She is acting unbearably clingy and enchanting tonight. It's all Hori's fault for getting her drunk into such a shameless state. Hearing your words, Yuka Ryuzaki merely smiles and pulls her embrace even tighter. "Ren, it is very late. Let us sleep." Unable to do a thing against her, you can only let her hold you as you drift into a deep sleep. The next day in the school parking lot, you run into Daiki. Seeing you step down from Yuka Ryuzaki's car, he immediately sitties up with a suggestive look. You glance sideways at Yuka Ryuzaki and give a proud, haughty snort. Who made up with her? If she doesn't come clean about the clothes, you will never forgive her, especially the fact that she actually gave those clothes away to you. Right at that moment, Daiki sees Yuka Ryuzaki getting ready to step out of the car and hurriedly pulls you aside. He lowers his voice to ask with careful caution, "Ren, can you accompany me to the hospital again this noon?" You understand instantly that he is doing this to see Hina, and you nod without a single hesitation. "Of course I can." Only then does Daiki smile in relief. Yuka Ryuzaki walks over carrying her car keys, looking at the two of you with curiosity. "What are you guys talking about?" Daiki immediately plays dumb, while you generously speak up. "We are heading to the hospital at noon to visit Hina's father." The moment these words leave your mouth, both Daiki are dumbfounded, looking at you as if you are looking at a brave warrior. He must have assumed Yuka Ryuzaki would fly into a rage on the spot and domineeringly forbid you from going. Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki merely knits her brow, shows no anger whatsoever, and instead says with a helpless tone, "If you want to go, go. Let me drive you at least, all right?" You immediately lift your chin like a proud prince, pulling Daiki along as you walk away. "I will consider it and let you know then." Daiki can hardly believe his own eyes. Did Yuka Ryuzaki bump her head? What medicine did you feed her to make her so easy to talk to today? You couldn't be happier inside, but outwardly you say, "Who knows?" In the blink of an eye, noon arrives. You and Daiki head straight out of the school gates, and the moment you board the car, Daiki realizes something is wrong. Didn't Yuka Ryuzaki say she was going to drive us? You smile with an innocent expression, then spread your hands. "I only said I would consider it. I never said I would definitely let her drive us." Right after, as if thinking of something, you take out your phone and send a text message to Yuka Ryuzaki. Daiki curiously leans over, and upon seeing the contents, the poor guy is utterly dumbfounded. Not only did you not let her drive you, you even sent notice telling her you are no longer considering it. You smile craftily. "I said I would notify her, didn't I? This is me notifying her right now." Soon enough, you arrive at the hospital. But the moment you reach the hospital room door, the nurse stops you. Student Hina is not here. She went to the doctor's office. The moment the nurse leaves, Daiki immediately speaks up. "Then I'll go look around outside." Watching his hurried back as he heads downstairs, you glance back at the door of the hospital room, push it open, and step inside. Seeing you, Juichiro Ryuzaki immediately wears a smile on his face. You walk over and look at him affectionately. Is your health feeling a bit better now? Who would have thought that the moment those words are uttered, the smile on his face slowly fades? He speaks softly. Uncle's health is not very good. 20 minutes later, you walk out of the hospital room with a sorrowful expression, your eye rims completely full of tears. Your mind is filled entirely with what Juichiro Ryuzaki just said. I do not want Hina to go beg that person for money. She is a proud child, and she hates that person so much. I would rather die myself than have her lower her dignity to beg that person. You only feel a suffocating tightness in your chest as if pressed down heavily by a massive boulder. Right at that moment, your phone rings. It is a call from Daiki. Fearing you won't be able to conceal your emotions, and fearing even more running into him, you tell a lie saying you have already left. You hurry down the back stairwell, but to your utter, unexpected surprise, the moment you reach a patch of lawn, you spot Hina. She is helping an old grandfather walk, a smile of such gentleness gracing her face. You watch him sit down on the bench before walking over to sit beside her. You ask softly, do you know that old grandfather just now? Hina shakes her head, her voice very faint. No. As it turns out, Hina was merely helping out of hand so the old grandfather could go buy snacks for his craving old grandmother. She smiles as she says, grandmother has a terrible craving for snacks, so grandfather has no choice but to go buy them for her. You follow her line of sight. The silhouettes of that old couple are affectionate enough to evoke envy. Yet you clearly notice Hina's eyes hiding a very deep emotional ache. You instantly understand that Uncle Juichiro's illness is by no means as simple as mere exhaustion from overwork. You feel very hesitant inside, wondering whether you should speak up or not. Perhaps she simply does not want outsiders meddling. In the end, you still ask nothing at all. When evening arrives at the Royal Jazz Bar, Aiko gathers everyone together to welcome Hori back. Naturally, you come along with Yuka Ryuzaki. Initially, the moment you heard it was a bar, you wanted to refuse. You simply cannot stand that kind of deafening music. Yet this time, upon walking into the bar, the blasting heavy metal music has vanished, replaced instead by melodious, lyrical blues. You even wonder if you walked into the wrong place. The moment Daiki sees you, he pounces over. Ren, you're finally here. Seeing you still staring in a daze at the sound system, he smiles craftily as he whispers a reveal right in your ear. Wondering why the music changed today. This was all ordered by your President Liu. As it turns out, transforming this place from a wild bar into an elegant lounge bar was entirely thanks to a single word from President Liu. You walk over and sit down, your gaze locking straight onto Hori on the other side. Hori immediately senses your not-so-friendly gaze and feels somewhat bewildered. She doesn't seem to have provoked you, right? The next second, you walk straight over with a glass of juice and sit right down beside her. Hori wears an enchanting smile on her pretty face. Young Master Mu, what are you trying to do here? Why do I feel like you seem to have an issue with me? You smile with innocent purity. It has been a long time since we last saw each other, hasn't it? Hori nods. 4 years. Yuka Ryuzaki follows behind, looking at you suspiciously, completely not understanding what kind of medicine you are selling in your gourd. Right after, you set down your glass of juice, your smile instantly growing deeper. 4 years is quite a while, a rare gathering. Let's drink a few cups. Doesn't this jerk like drinking? Well then, you'll make her drink her fill and see if she ever dares to drag Yuka Ryuzaki out to fool around again next time. Hori arches an eyebrow, her gaze passing over you to land on Yuka Ryuzaki as if asking, did I offend this young master? Yuka Ryuzaki understands instantly, shooting Hori a look that says, pray for your own good. At this point, you turn your head and have Daiki hand over a bottle of high-concentration whiskey. Hori's eyes blink. You smile wickedly and proactively pour her a full cup. Drink up. My alcohol tolerance isn't good, so I'll use juice instead. Hori has no choice but to take the wine glass and drain it in a single gulp. Yet, with a glass of fiery liquor down her throat, she doesn't even frown, looking as calm as if she were drinking water. You are startled in your heart. This person's alcohol tolerance is way too freakish. Unwilling to give up, you continue pouring her drinks. Hori accepts whatever comes, valiantly finishing every single cup to the last drop. After finishing more than half a bottle, she shakes the empty glass and looks at you with a smile. Ren, your juice doesn't even look like it's been touched. You brazenly reply, "I just finished eating, my stomach is full, and I can't drink anymore." "You don't mind, right?" "I don't mind," Hori says with a smile, though her gaze suddenly shifts to Yuka Ryuzaki. "Drinking alone is so boring. Why don't you come keep me company?" She suddenly hatches a wicked idea. What if she gets Yuka Ryuzaki, who has an equally freakish alcohol tolerance, drunk? What would happen between the two of you tonight? Looking at Hori's triumphant smile, Yuka Ryuzaki knows instantly what she is plotting. You don't notice and instead ask Daiki for a bottle of vodka, preparing to continue getting Hori drunk. After all, liquor is easier to get drunk on when mixed. You hold the bottle and smile happily. Just as you finish pouring Hori a cup, she shakes the wine glass, her smile enchanting. "Drinking to a drunken stupor like this is so boring. Why don't we play something exciting?" The moment these words are uttered, Daiki immediately gets excited, and everyone crowds around. Seeing the setup, it's hard for you to refuse. "What are we playing?" "Don't tell me it's Truth or Dare again." Daiki says with a mischievous grin, "Truth or Dare is pretty good though. Truth or Dare is pretty good. Could it be that you have some secret you're hiding from us?" Your heart skips a beat. Regarding Hina's secret, you absolutely cannot tell Daiki. Right while you are feeling guilty, even Yuka Ryuzaki blinks her eyes to pressure you. Really none? You hurriedly change the topic. "Are we playing or not? If not, I'm leaving." Just then, Hori stares at your face and suddenly changes her tune. "Then let's play the king's game." But she adds a freakish rule. Whoever disobeys a command gets double the penalty drinks. 1 cup, 2 cups, 8 cups. You are pulled straight into the game. The game begins, with over a dozen people playing together. You are nervous as hell, terrified that you'll draw the slave card first. Meanwhile, Yuka Ryuzaki casually draws a card, a mysterious smile hanging on the corners of her lips. She leans close to your ear and tells you in an alluring low voice, "The king." Your heartbeat misses a beat instantly, making you even more afraid to look at your own card. Who would have thought Yuka Ryuzaki would directly exchange her king card for yours right in front of everyone? Daiki has sharp eyes and shouts, "No switching cards." As a result, Yuka Ryuzaki flashes a flirtatious smile. "I'm putting my card together with my husband's. Got a problem?" Your face turns red and you push her away with your elbow, saying out loud to be serious, while slyly and cleverly switching the card you thought was the king right back again. Hori takes in all your little actions, smiling with profound unfathomability. Reveal the cards. The next second, everyone flips their cards together. You grin and flip open the card in your hand, only for it to prominently show. Meanwhile, the card Yuka Ryuzaki flips open turns out to be the king, the card that was originally yours. You switch the king card right back with your own hands. You are so furious on the spot you feel like you're going to explode, staring fiercely at Yuka Ryuzaki. You get so mad you slap her arm. "You tricked me." But Yuka Ryuzaki just gives a wicked smile. Who told you to be so easily fooled? You are about to smoke with anger. The person you trusted wasn't someone else. It was her. And yet you ended up being calculated by her. You get so mad you smack her a few more times with slap slap sounds. Daiki watches the good show from the side. "Ren, hurry up and give the order." Everyone else joins in the egging on. You can only wait in depression while Yuka Ryuzaki strokes her chin, the amusement in her pair of dark eyes completely unmasked. Knowing something is bad, you urge her impatiently. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, her red lips part slightly. "As the king, I order you to kiss me." You glare fiercely at her, but a bet is a bet, so you can only quickly lean in and peck her on the cheek. Who would have thought this would cause an even bigger explosion? "This won't do. You have to kiss on the lips. Kiss on the lips." Someone even shouts out. You instantly lock eyes on Aiko. With so many people watching, this doesn't feel like intimacy at all, more like a joke. You dislike this feeling. Right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face suddenly draws close. "Then I'll come kiss you." Her slender fingers pinch your chin. You haughtily swat her hand away, and the next second you pick up the wine on the table and gulp it down. But this liquor is too fierce. You've barely finished a third before your face twists and grimaces. Daiki is just about to help you when Yuka Ryuzaki abruptly snatches the wine glass and drinks down the remaining liquor in a single gulp. You stare at her in a daze, and the surrounding wolf whistles and jeers grow even more ambiguous. The game continues. As a result, under the deliberate joint efforts of the crowd, you draw the slave card for the second round. You angrily slam the card onto the table. Why is it me again? This time, the king roll changes hands. That Aiko giggles with a cunning smile and gives a direct command. The slave must French kiss President Liu. The entire venue completely erupts. A French kiss? Even Yuka Ryuzaki can't stand watching it, casting a cold sweep toward that person. Don't go too far. Aiko still banters. Our President Liu is feeling protective. Right at this moment, you suddenly stand up from your waist and glare at the crowd. No need! If we're gonna play, we play all out. Isn't it just honoring a bet? This young master has never been afraid of anything. French kiss Yuka Ryuzaki? Not a chance. The crowd's expected good show falls through, but you sit right back down and slam 2 glasses of wine onto the table in front of her with a slap. You smile at her with innocent purity. I don't know how to drink, you drink them for me. A wave of jeers immediately rises all around. Someone eggs her on. Make him kiss you. Another person shouts, get him drunk and you can do whatever you want with him. But a single sentence from Daiki shuts them down. That's only if she's willing to let him. You hug the throw pillow and stare straight at Yuka Ryuzaki. The corners of Yuka Ryuzaki's lips hook upward, and the next second, ignoring everyone's jeering voices, she picks up the wine glass and downs 2 cups in a row. You were originally still mad at her for plotting against you, but seeing her be this loyal, this matter is wiped clean. You immediately lean close to her ear and whisper a few quiet words. Following that, both of your gazes shoot in unison toward Aiko. Aiko's goosebumps stand up instantly. Facts prove that her intuition was correct. In the third round, Aiko draws the slave card, while the king happens to be Yuka Ryuzaki. Aiko immediately tries to suck up. President Liu Ren, we are sisters after all. Yuka Ryuzaki gives a dark-bellied smile. Is that right? She glances at the 4 penalty drinks on the table and speaks leisurely. As the king, I order you to... Before she can finish speaking, Aiko panics and directly snatches the wine glass. I admit defeat. I admit defeat, all right? As she speaks, she has already gulped down a cup. Only then does Yuka Ryuzaki say with a wicked smile, I just wanted you to go ask for some handsome guy's phone number, that's all. Aiko turns to stone on the spot. Her surrender was wasted. The game grows increasingly crazy, and the penalty drinks quickly accumulate to 32 cups. The person penalized with 16 cups in the previous round has already vomited and passed out in the restroom. This round, you and Daiki exchange glances, while Aiko and Hori form an alliance. The result is completely predictable. Yuka Ryuzaki gets plotted against. She draws the slave card, while Hori, who drew the king card, looks at you with a meaningful gaze and speaks slowly. Yuka Ryuzaki maintains a completely composed expression. Hori curves her lips into a smile and throws out a heavyweight bomb. How many boys have you kissed in total? Instantly, the entire venue erupts in excited cheers and catcalls. Everyone waits to see Yuka Ryuzaki make a fool of herself, since, after all, no one can withstand 32 cups of alcohol. Hearing this question, your heart skips a beat. Your gaze involuntarily drifts toward her, only to happen to meet her line of sight. You hurriedly look away, with a guilty conscience. Yuka Ryuzaki looks at you, her dark eyes reflecting a smile, and answers without the slightest hesitation. The entire venue falls silent instantly. Everyone thinks they heard wrong. 1. Just when nobody believes it, you freeze. What she said is true. She has only ever kissed one person. And isn't that person yourself? Someone mutters unconvinced. You've got to be kidding, right? How can there possibly be only one? Yet Yuka Ryuzaki looks at them with absolute composure and emphasizes once more. From childhood to now, just one. This answer causes your face to instantly explode in redness, your heart hammering like thunder. You can no longer sit still and hastily stand up. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. The moment you leave, the discussions break out right behind your back. Do you think what President Liu said is true or false? Are you an idiot? How could it be true? Look at how many men are around her. You walk rather hurriedly and accidentally bump into someone outside the restroom entrance. Sorry, you apologize with your head down, not clearly seeing who the other person is at all. Yet you have no idea that the person you bumped into is actually Shiro. He is about to fly into a rage, but upon recognizing you, "Isn't that this Ren guy living with President Liu?" Shiro immediately runs back to the main hall, hides in a corner to survey the surroundings, and sure enough spots Yuka Ryuzaki. President Liu is actually the one who booked out the entire bar. But the next second, his line of sight is captured by Hori sitting beside Yuka Ryuzaki, an ice-cold, enchanting, and mesmerizing beauty whose aura completely rivals Yuka Ryuzaki's. A malicious thought instantly forms in his mind. If he can get his buddy Yu to hook up with President Liu, wouldn't he have a chance to get to know this beauty? He immediately hides to the side and dials Yu's phone. "Yu, this gig I'm working at. Right at this moment. Are you daydreaming again?" Yet Shiro wears a look of utter disdain. Only one thought in his heart. Just wait and see. Once I get to know a wealthy young miss, I'll quit my job myself. And no matter what means it takes, I'll definitely make you President Liu's boyfriend. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, you look at your flushed little face in the mirror, your heart beating wildly. Did she say it's true? She's only ever kissed one person, and that person is you? You can't control the corners of your mouth from curving wildly upward, feeling so blissful you're almost floating. At the same time, because you are absent in the main hall, Yuka Ryuzaki has also pulled out of the game. Having waited over 10 minutes without seeing you come out, she knits her brows tightly and immediately has Daiki go to the restroom to find you. Yet just as she prepares to follow after, her phone suddenly rings. Seeing the incoming call display, Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brows slightly. Not knowing what the other person says, she simply gives an acknowledgement before hanging up. Following that, she glances toward the direction of the restroom, leaves a word for Hori, and then tells the crowd, "I'm stepping out for a moment." Then she turns around and walks out of the bar. Not long after Yuka Ryuzaki leaves, Yu and Daiki return with smiles. Daiki is still bantering in your ear. This big Miss Liu of yours really wishes she could tie you to her side. You are just about to sit down when you abruptly notice that Yuka Ryuzaki is missing. Daiki pokes Aiko right beside them. Where is Yuka Ryuzaki? You look over as well, but Aiko is deep in the middle of playing dice and gives a vague, slurred reply. Seemed like she answered a call and went outside. Who would have thought that a wealthy young miss nearby would suddenly and deliberately turn to tell you? It seemed like a guy called her, you know. Aren't you worried President Liu is gonna get snatched away by some other man? Daiki blows his top the moment he hears this, forcefully pushing Aiko to demand, "Is it true or not? Hurry up and tell the truth." Aiko looks completely blank and points toward Hori. Rian talked to Hori before she left. You guys ask her? But Hori wears a bantering smile. Whether it was a guy the first don't know, but the moment she answered that call, her figure vanished. The friends, teasing makes you irritated. Right at that moment, your phone suddenly vibrates. You pull it out to see two characters prominently displayed on the screen. You hurriedly shield the screen and say to Daiki, "I'm stepping out to take a call." Daiki thinks you're going to look for Yuka Ryuzaki and wants to accompany you. "I'm not going out to look for her." You hurry outside and connect the call. "Hello, is something the matter?" Hina's voice on the other end of the line sounds very low. "Are you free to talk right now?" You know she wouldn't call you unless something was up, so you walk to a secluded corner. Go ahead and speak. Hina falls silent for a brief moment before slowly starting. "You know about the things my dad told me." Your heart skips a beat. Are you referring to which matter? Her family background or her father's illness? Both matters are there. You hurriedly apologize. "I didn't mean to." But she cuts you off. It's not your fault. Right after, she says something that completely catches you off guard. "Actually, I'm quite happy." You understand instantly. Her low voice continues to drift over. "Didn't you say we are friends? I was always worried about what would happen if you found out about my family background." You immediately express your stance. "I didn't think anything of it to me." Hina on the other end of the line seems to let out a sigh of relief. Yet she brings up another matter. "As for my dad's illness, don't worry, I will handle it myself." Your heart sinks heavily all over again. You specifically ask the doctor at noon. Renal failure requiring a transplant comes with an astronomical price tag. You want to say I'll help you, but the words get stuck in your throat and refuse to come out. You cannot hurt her self-esteem. But if you really have no other way, you must tell me, okay? And right while you are on the call with Hina, on the other side, Yuka Ryuzaki walks out of the bar and heads straight toward a patch of tree shade beside the parking lot. Standing there prominently is a figure. Upon seeing Yuka Ryuzaki, Yu immediately waves with a smile. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki's expression is as cold as ice. She walks right up to him with a detached tone. "Is there something you wanted to tell me?" Yu's smile freezes on his face, and he nervously grips his hands tight. Raising his head to look at her, he speaks with difficulty. "I have something I want to confess to you." Yu's heart hammers wildly, and taking a deep breath, he finally opens his mouth. "I'm sorry I lied. Last night when you asked me if the one who saved you 7 years ago was me. Actually, it wasn't." Yet before he can finish speaking, Yuka Ryuzaki coldly cuts him off. These 2 words cause you to freeze instantly, his complexion turning pale white. She actually knew all along? Then his lie last night made him look like a clown in her eyes. Intense shame and panic grip him. Yet right at this moment, Yu remembers Shiro's plan, hardens his heart, and his eye rims instantly turn red. He speaks with a crying tone. "I'm sorry. I was just too desperate to be with you and got carried away." He thinks a confession can win her forgiveness, but Yuka Ryuzaki's expression remains unfathomable and completely devoid of ripples. Yu panics even more, lunging forward to try and grab her hand. "Will you forgive me, please?" Yet Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brow and directly evades him. But right at this moment, several dark shadows suddenly burst out from behind the trees. Several men holding knives and clubs. The lead hoodlum raises a knife pointing straight at Yuka Ryuzaki. "You must be Yuka Ryuzaki." Before the words even finish, the group lunges straight forward. "Ruyin!" Yu screams as he pounces forward, using his body to shield Yuka Ryuzaki. In truth, he is both terrified and expectant inside, since, after all, this whole thing is a drama arranged by Shiro, with the sole purpose of having him block a knife for Yuka Ryuzaki so she will feel indebted to him from then on. How much will it hurt if a knife cuts into his body? He trembles with fear, yet stares dead set at the incoming blade, preparing to close his eyes and welcome the pain. As long as she owes him, she will be with him. Yet the next second, the anticipated excruciating pain does not arrive. Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't even look at him, simply lifting her leg with fierce speed to kick one flying, then side-kicking a second one away, and punching the final one flying several meters away. In merely a few seconds, she coldly demands, "Who sent you guys?" Those thugs crawl away in sheer terror, pissing themselves as they run. Yu is left frozen in place with a dumbfounded expression. How did the plan turn out like this? Before he can even react, Yuka Ryuzaki shoves him away. Yu stumbles a few steps, nearly falling, only to hear her indifferent voice drift over. "You're done talking? Then I'm leaving." Yu's heart tightens. This is his last chance. He lunges forward frantically and grabs her arm tightly. "Ruyan, do you really feel nothing at all for me? You actually still like me a little bit, right?" Yet Yuka Ryuzaki cruelly spits out a single word. "You're lying." Yu argues back emotionally. "You treated me so well, how could you possibly not?" The next second, a crazy thought festers in his heart. He lunges forward to hug her neck, pressing his lips straight toward hers. At the same time, you are talking on the phone with Hina, subconsciously walking toward the quiet parking lot, when suddenly several men rush out like they are running for their lives and crash heavily into you. Your phone instantly flies out of your hand. You pick it up, only to look up and horror-strickenly discover that they are actually holding knives and clubs in their hands. Your heart gives a heavy jolt. Could something have happened inside? Worried, you walk further inside, only to prominently see a familiar figure. Koyu? No, it's Yuka Ryuzaki. You hurry to run over, but the scene before your eyes causes you to freeze in place instantly. Yu, under the tree shade, is hugging Yuka Ryuzaki's neck, the two of them pressed extremely close as if kissing. Your heart turns icy cold instantly, your blood feeling as though it is flowing backward. And just as you prepare to rush over and demand clarity, you see Yuka Ryuzaki grab Yu's shoulders, the corners of her mouth actually lifting into a gentle smile. At that moment, your heart feels as though it has been fiercely gripped by a hand, dense stabbing pains threatening to tear you apart. You can no longer bear to watch, turning around and running away as tears burst from your eyes. Yet what you do not see is that the very second you turned around, Yuka Ryuzaki stopped you, not letting him touch even a fraction of her. She grabbed his shoulders to forcefully halt him. Yu looks at her with a wounded expression, asking with whimpers, "Why? Why won't you kiss me even once?" The smile at the corners of Yuka Ryuzaki's lips grows even deeper, her dark eyes carrying an unresolvable, deep affection. She thinks of you as she speaks softly, every single word piercing like a knife, straight into Yu's heart, because I have already confirmed it. The person I want to kiss is only one, and that person is not you. Yu is left completely stunned, jealousy driving him mad. It's Ren. What Getki? Yet Yuka Ryuzaki steps back to completely widen the distance, looking at him with utter indifference as she delivers an even more cruel line. You, don't imagine me to be too good. I helped you not because I like you. Finishing her words, she coldly turns around and leaves. Yu stays frozen in place, gazing at her resolute retreating back, yet his heart beats even more crazily for her. At this time, you are walking blankly down the street, having no idea where you are even heading. Unwittingly, you have wandered from the noisy bar street, all the way to a quiet little park. Your tears haven't stopped once. You find a corner, drop heavily into a squat, and finally unleash your grief, crying out loud without any restraint. Your mind is filled entirely with Yuka Ryuzaki's words. From childhood to now, she's only ever kissed one boy. Yuka Ryuzaki, you goddamned huge liar. You cry even harder, roaring inside. How can she toy with your heart like this? Is it fun? Watching you fall for her and pour your heart out, the moment she turns around, she hugs another guy. So what on earth do you count as in her heart? Just an object she can casually flirt with and toss aside? You grip your chest tightly, trying to make that pain lighten, but your heart only clenches tighter, as if someone is mercilessly tearing at your heart. You hurt so badly you feel like you're gonna die. You are in an utterly wretched state, yet the person who spoils you the most right now is out there flirting with the you hate the most. The moment you think of that picture, your numb heart is once again violently torn apart. Right at this moment, your phone screen suddenly lights up. It's Hina, not Yuka Ryuzaki. Your heart sinks lower. You want to hang out and reject the call, but your tear-stained finger slips, and you end up connecting. On the other end, Hina asks with anxious concern, "Are you okay? Are you crying?" Hearing someone care makes your tears surge even more violently as you mumble out just her name. "Where are you? I'll come right over to find you." Her eagerness acts like a stream of warmth. You glance around, crying helplessly as you say, "I don't know where I am either." But Hina remains very calm. "Send me your location. Stay right there. I'm coming right now." You sniffle in agreement, hang up the call, and the moment you send the location, your phone vibrates once more. A wave of uncontrollable anticipation surges forcefully to the fore. Could it be Yuka Ryuzaki? You pick up your phone with trembling hands, but when you clearly see the name on the screen, your disappointment is complete. It's not her. It's Daiki. Your tears instantly flood the screen, your heart aching as though it's being crushed to pieces. So she was only ever focused on being with you, and completely has no idea how miserable you are right now. You directly cut off the incoming call and reply with a text message saying you feel unwell and are heading home first, ignoring the rest. Looking at the smiling face in the chat box, you only feel it ruthlessly mocking you for being so proud, yet easily trusting her sweet talk. A woman's words simply cannot be trusted. You hate her to death. Suddenly your phone vibrates yet again. Your heart is already heartbroken and desolate toward her, and you want to impatiently cut it off. But when you clearly see the incoming caller ID, you freeze in shock. It's actually your dad. A wave of bitter sorrow floods your heart. How laughable! You actually still thought it was Yuka Ryuzaki calling. She's currently busy acting all lovey-dovey with you. When would she have time to care about you? Tears well up and gush out instantly. You connect the call, your voice hoarse and helpless as you call out, "Dad." Your dad on the other end of the line is startled. What's wrong? "Dad, I want to go back to the US. I don't want to stay here anymore." You cry out in a heart-wrenching plea as if abandoned by the entire world. "Let me go back to the US, please." Daiichi is terrified instantly, asking in a panicked voice what on earth is wrong. But the moment the reason is brought up, you instantly cry even harder, sobbing and sniffing. "I don't want to get engaged to Yuka Ryuzaki anymore. I just want to go back to the US right now. I miss you so much. In this entire world, only Dad truly loves you and is the only one who won't hurt you." Listening to your cries, Daiichi's heart aches overwhelmingly. If you don't want to get engaged, then we won't get engaged. Whatever you want, we'll do. Your shattered heart is finally warmed just a little by your dad's love, and Daiichi also says he will arrange the fastest flight for you, telling you to pack your things immediately as someone will come to pick you up for the airport. After hanging up the call, you hold your phone and gaze at the night sky with tear-filled eyes. You are about to leave this city, yet deep down there is still a damned sense of reluctance. Clutching your tearing, painfully aching heart, is this what love is? Liking someone turns out to be such an excruciatingly painful thing that you feel like you might die. You simply sit down on the grass, burying your face in your knees. Yuka Ryuzaki, I don't want to like you anymore. You repeat it over and over again in a hoarse, tear-choked voice. I don't want to like it anymore, jerk. I don't want to like you anymore. As if by doing this, you could take back your own battered and bruised heart. Before long, Hina finds you. She runs over, panting heavily, unable to even catch her breath, then squats down right in front of you. Ren, what happened? Her eyes instantly lock onto your tear-reddened and swollen eyes. You twitch the corners of your mouth, but no matter what, you can't manage a smile. You only shake your head in utter exhaustion. Hina then stands up and silently sits down beside you. The two of you just sit there like that, neither speaking a word, but having someone accompany you is truly so much better than being by yourself. After a long while, you finally turn your head and ask her softly, Ina, have you ever liked anyone? Hina knits her brows, listening to your hoarse voice with deep heartache. She answers in a low tone, her profound gaze fixing steadily on your tear-pale face. She suddenly recalls the last time she found you outside the principal's office, when your eyes were also crying red. But now, looking at you, she only feels her heart clench in pain, wishing she could offer up the whole world just to exchange it for a single smile from you. Hearing her answer, you sigh and then softly open your mouth. Liking someone is clearly so painful. Why do people still want to like them? Hina's gaze instantly sinks. She says in a low voice, liking someone isn't entirely pain. There is a lot of happiness too. Happiness? You murmur softly under your breath, yet your mind uncontrollably replays the scenes of being together with Yuka Ryuzaki. Those moments of playful bantering, those sweet embraces, and all of her doting indulgence towards you. Yet the moment these happy memories intersect with that kissing scene, they instantly transform into an even sharper blade, fiercely stabbing into your heart. You violently shake your head, refusing to let yourself keep thinking about it. It is precisely because she treated you so well that you fell into it this deeply. Your tears slide down once more. Hina instantly becomes flustered. Ren, don't cry. If she made you sad, then she isn't worth you liking her. You use the back of your hand to wipe away your tears, pulling a difficult, strained smile. Right, so I won't like her anymore. And right at that moment, your phone rings. You answer the call. I'm at the small park. I'm heading out now. After hanging up, you look toward Hina. The driver is here to pick me up. I'm going back to the US. Hina's heart sinks violently. Then when are you coming back? You press your lips together, your voice very soft. I might not come back. Following that, you flash her a smile to break the sorrowful atmosphere. Let's go. I have something I want to give you. You walk to the park entrance, where a black Bentley is already waiting. A man dressed in professional business attire steps forward and respectfully greets you. You nod. The things I had you prepare? The woman immediately takes a card out of her pocket and hands it over to you. After receiving the card, you take Hina by the hand, walk off to the side, and shove it directly into her palm. There are 2 million here. Take it and use it first to properly treat Uncle's illness. If it's not enough, talk to me again. Hina's expression turns serious and she immediately tries to refuse. I can't take this. You instantly glare at her, your eye rims damp with a threatening, tearful edge. Are you trying to make me cry for you again or what? Take it. The next second, you suddenly lean forward and pull her into a tight hug. Hina's body stiffens, her gaze falling on the side of your face, so close you could practically kiss, but she doesn't move. You hold her tightly, your voice carrying reluctance. You were my first friend after returning to the country, and we might never see each other again in the future. Just humor my selfishness, and let me fulfill this wish, okay? We're friends, aren't we? As you speak, you let go of her, look straight into her eyes, and say earnestly, When you make it big in the future, if I need help, you'll help me too. Hina gazes at you steadfastly. I will definitely make it big in the future. You finally pull off your first genuine smile of the night, because I believe in you. In the future, you'll definitely stand at the very peak. Hina's fingers clutching the card tighten. Do you really think so? You nod forcefully, your gaze incomparably resolute. You definitely will. Seeing her no longer refuse, you step forward once more to give her one final hug. Hina, goodbye. This time, Hina raises both arms to hug you back tightly, as if wanting to keep you here. But in the end, you still leave. Gazing at the black Bentley driving away, Hina lingers without retracting her sight for a long time. Meanwhile, outside the Royal Jazz Bar, Yuka Ryuzaki walks out with an ashen face, staring dead set at her phone and dialing your number over and over again. Daiki advises weakly from the side. Ren should be home by now. He even texted me earlier to report he was safe. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't even look, simply persisting in dialing. Unanswered. The person on the other end of the line seems to have vanished completely from her world. Yuka Ryuzaki lets out a frustrated, low growl and dials again. Still a busy tone. She is so furious she nearly smashes her phone. A fierce wave of unease chokes tightly in her chest, making her exceptionally distressed. Right now, she has only one single thought: to see Ren, to have that punk standing safe and sound right in front of her. Either he's intentionally ignoring her calls, or his phone was stolen. The worst-case scenarios are ones Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't dare to imagine. Right at this moment, a dark figure rushes over at high speed. Daiki cries out in pleasant surprise, "Hina!" Before the words even finish, Hina storms over with a dark expression and swings a fierce punch straight toward Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face. Yuka Ryuzaki is completely focused on her phone and doesn't notice at all, taking that punch squarely and solidly. Yuka Ryuzaki's expression freezes. Her hawk-like sharp eyes instantly lock onto Hina. With a sweep of her arm, she counterpunches. Hina is struck and stumbles back a step, but catches her balance, her dark eyes flashing with ferocity as she lunges forward once more. Yuka Ryuzaki has also been wanting to hit her for a long time, and instantly the two of them brawl into a tangled mess, punch hitting flesh directly. Everyone around is completely stunned. Someone actually dares to hit Miss Liu. Daiki is terrified out of his wits, rushing forward in a hurry to grab Hina and then block in front of Yuka Ryuzaki. Can't you two talk things out properly if there's an issue? Yuka Ryuzaki wipes her thumb across her injured lip corner and speaks coldly. She hit me first. Daiki looks toward Hina with complete incomprehension. Hina, what happened? Why are you hitting people? Hina's icy gaze stares dead set at Yuka Ryuzaki, roaring through suppressed fury. You don't deserve to like Ren. Finishing these words, she shoves Daiki aside and turns to walk away. The crowd looks at each other in dismay. What kind of situation is this? Yet Yuka Ryuzaki knits her brows tightly, the unease in her heart growing more and more intense. Following that, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly takes 2 steps forward and shouts toward her retreating back. Do you know where Ren is? Hina halts her footsteps without turning back, her voice completely devoid of emotion. He went back to the US. He said he's never coming back. These words hit like a bolt from the blue. Yuka Ryuzaki shudders all over, her voice stern. Hina! But Hina refuses to answer any further, walking straight away. Yuka Ryuzaki roars furiously, preparing to chase after her, but Daiki hurriedly blocks her. Yuka Ryuzaki. Why would Ren suddenly go back to the US? Yuka Ryuzaki is so frustrated she's about to explode, roaring back at him. How the hell would I know what happened? Right at this moment, Daiki looks at Yuka Ryuzaki with confusion. Wait, earlier you answered a call and went outside, and then Ren went out looking for you. Didn't he find you? Yuka Ryuzaki's body freezes instantly. Ren came out to look for me? Could it be that he saw that scene between me and you? Did he misunderstand? Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face turns as cold as frost. Driving straight into the apartment parking lot, she barks orders into her phone. I don't care what method you use. Turn Jiang Chang upside down within tonight. You hear me? All the way back, Yuka Ryuzaki made countless phone calls. First, she had people check flight schedules. Direct flights from Jiangcheng to the US aren't many. She has to confirm whether you actually boarded a plane. Soon, news comes back. There was only one flight to the US tonight, and Ren's name is not on the passenger manifest. Yuka Ryozaki's subordinates even checked flights from neighboring cities, and there was nothing. He didn't take a plane, so he didn't go back to the US. Did Hina lie to her, or did he lie to Hina? Countless guesses flash through Yuka Ryozaki's mind, but all of them are meaningless. Right now, the most important thing is to find you. Yuka Ryuzaki immediately mobilizes all her forces and issues a kill order. Even if they have to turn Jiangcheng upside down, they must find Ren. It has been less than an hour since your disappearance. As long as you didn't board a plane, you are definitely still in Jiangcheng. Disregarding all consequences, Yuka Ryuzaki deploys every single connection she has, mobilizing all underworld and official forces across the entire city, solely to find you. At this moment, Yuka Ryuzaki would rather believe you are just hiding in some corner throwing a temper tantrum with her. Yuka Ryuzaki takes a deep breath to suppress the emotions threatening to explode and hurries upstairs. But when she reaches the apartment door, she suddenly freezes as a thought violently leaps into her mind. Could it be that when she opens the door, that Punk is just sitting right at home, having gone absolutely nowhere? Yuka Ryuzaki wishes with all her heart that it is so. Even if she has already stirred up a massive commotion and alarmed countless big shots, as long as you are safe and sound, she will own up to any blunder, no matter how huge. The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki rushes into the apartment. When she sees the lights are on inside, the hope in her heart instantly peaks. The lights are on. He came back. Is he at home? Yuka Ryuzaki doesn't even bother changing her shoes, running in a rush straight into the bedroom. Yet the bedroom is completely empty. Yuka Ryuzaki searches every single room like a madwoman, turning over every corner, but your figure is nowhere to be found. Yuka Ryuzaki stands blankly in the living room, a look of complete soul loss on her pretty face. He said, he came back, and then left again. Yuka Ryuzaki curses viciously, kicking the coffee table with all her might. With a loud crash, the coffee table smashes hard against the sofa. Ren, where are you? You brat, where on earth are you? Yuka Ryuzaki covers her eyes with her hands, her chest heaving violently as she stands on the verge of complete collapse. At this moment, Yuka Ryuzaki would rather you had truly flown back to the US. At least then she would know where you are, instead of being this helpless and not even knowing if you are safe. Just thinking that you might be outside encountering danger makes Yuka Ryuzaki feel like she's going crazy. Right at this moment, Yuka Ryuzaki's phone rings. Thinking it's news about you, she answers it frantically. It turns out to be Yuka Ryuzaki's assistant. The clothes ordered from Italy have been delivered to your apartment. Yuka Ryuzaki's movements stall, her voice sinking to a terrifying depth. You came up to the apartment? Earlier, to give you a surprise, Yuka Ryuzaki had specially changed the code and let the assistant in to decorate, never expecting it would be tonight of all nights. So the lights were also turned on by the assistant. With a heavy heart, Yuka Ryuzaki collapses onto the sofa, asking hoarsely and urgently, "Did you turn off the lights when you left?" The answer is no. Yuka Ryuzaki can't utter another single word. She hangs up directly. Yuka Ryuzaki pinches her throbbing temples, forcing herself to stand up and walk into the walk-in closet. Following that, Yuka Ryuzaki opens the double wardrobe doors belonging to your side. The originally empty wardrobe is now filled with all kinds of handsome adolescent menswear, neatly arranged. Yuka Ryuzaki gazes at the cabinet full of new clothes, her legs suddenly sliding out from under her as she collapses to sit on the floor. None of these clothes have price tags. The inner brand labels feature only a single letter. This is an entirely new brand designed using your name. Yuka Ryuzaki has imagined countless times how surprised your face would look when you saw all this. Yet at this moment, all those images shatter violently. Hina's words echo crazily in Yuka Ryuzaki's mind. He went back to the US, he's never coming back. Yuka Ryuzaki's fists clench tight, smashing fiercely against the wooden floorboards, but this completely fails to vent the suffocation and panic in her chest. Yuka Ryuzaki covers her face with both hands, finally unable to hold back as she lets out a heart-wrenching roar. Meanwhile, Hina returns downstairs to her apartment building. lowering her head to use her shadow to conceal the injuries on her face. Just as she is about to enter the building, a figure suddenly darts out and stretches out arms to block her path. "Are you okay?" Daiki's anxious voice rings out. Hina looks up abruptly, meeting his gaze filled with concern, and her brows knit together tightly. "Why are you here?" Daiki hurries closer, wanting to get a clear look at her injuries. He knows Yuka Ryuzaki's combat skills are not something ordinary people can compare to, so right after Hina left, he immediately had his driver bring him over to wait here for over 10 minutes. Yet noticing his approach, Hina's face sinks as she abruptly steps back several steps, pushing him away with an indifferent tone. "I'm fine. How did you know where I live?" Fearing Hina will misunderstand, Daiki hurriedly explains. "You brought him here before. I definitely didn't stalk her." Hina nods once, wanting nothing more than for him to leave quickly. It's very late. Hina turns around ready to walk away, but Daiki blocks her path once more, pointing at Hina's mouth. "It's split open and your face is swollen too. It's definitely going to bleed tomorrow." The next second, Daiki's words pierce like a needle straight into Hina's heart. "Looking like this, how are you going to go to the hospital to take care of Uncle tomorrow? Aren't you afraid he'll worry?" This final sentence hits dead center on Hina's fatal weak spot. She abruptly freezes her steps, turning her head to look at him. Daiki strikes while the iron is hot. "I know a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine auntie. Let her treat you. I guarantee the bruising will clear up in a day or two." Hina falls silent on the spot. She knows that with Daichi's background, knowing such a miraculous doctor is no difficult feat. Hina is tempted. Hina has never fought before. If she goes to see her dad wearing this face, he will definitely be terrified. More importantly, the doctor specifically warned that he must never be allowed to harbor worry. Seeing Hina waver, Daiki immediately makes the executive decision on her behalf. "It's settled then. Ren and I are brothers, so you count as my friend too. Friends helping each other is completely normal." Saying this, he reaches out and grabs Hina's arm, pulling Hina toward a luxury sedan parked by the roadside. Hina subconsciously looks left and right, terrified of being seen by neighbors. Fortunately, it is dead of night right now, and Hina safely gets into the car. Hina looks toward him and says in a low voice, Yet Daiki wears a sweet smile, throwing out an even more perfect plan. "Tomorrow, I'll go take care of Uncle for you. How about that?" Without waiting for Hina to answer, he makes his own arrangements. "I'll just tell Uncle you have an important exam at school. After the Chinese medicine auntie treats you, the swelling will go down in at most 2 days, and you can go to the hospital then." This arrangement is practically seamless. Hina can't find any reason to refuse. Although Hina instinctively resists, the moment she thinks of her dad's illness, she unusually lets go of all her persistence. Thus, Hina can only nod. "Then I'll trouble you." Daiki is completely dumbfounded. He thought he'd have to spend a lot more breath trying to persuade her. "You agreed?" "You actually agreed." Seeing his incredulous look, the corners of Hina's lips curve up slightly. "Yes. Your suggestion is good. I have no way not to agree. Anyway, thank you." At this moment, Hina suddenly discovers that accepting a friend's help doesn't seem quite so difficult after all. Hina gazes at the street scenery flashing past outside the window, your figure surfacing in her mind. It was you who made her change without realizing it. Perhaps this is fate. Hearing Hina say this, Daiki shakes his head joyfully. No need to talk about owing favors or anything. We're friends after all. Yet Hina doesn't take this for granted, looking at him with incomparable earnestness. "This favor, I will keep it in my heart, Daiki." The moment the words fall, Daiki startles violently, completely stunned. She called my name. Hina actually called my name. Daiki desperately holds back his inner ecstasy, but the wildly curving corners of his mouth refuse to be suppressed. Daiki feels as though the distance between him and her has finally closed by a huge margin. After taking Hina to see the traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Daiki drives her back home. The two carefully discuss the cover story for tomorrow's hospital visit, and Daiki repeatedly guarantees that he will never tell Uncle about her fighting, or about you going back to the US. Hina nods slightly to Daiki and turns to walk into the building. Until her figure completely disappears, Daiki sits back in the car and takes out his phone. "Wanting to share this good news with you." Yet the phone on the other end only produces a chilling automated prompt. Could it be that you are already on a flight back to the US? Daiki's heart tightens. Daring not call Yuka Ryuzaki, he immediately dials Aiko's phone instead. Hello? Aiko's anxious voice comes through, and Daiki hurries to ask, "Did you find Ren?" Aiko sighs heavily. No. He's not in the apartment at all, and Ruyan is practically turning the whole of Jiangcheng upside down right now. Daiki grows worried as well. Didn't Hina say he was going back to the US? Check the flights. Who would have thought Aiko would reply with irritation? Do you take us for idiots? Even flights from neighboring cities don't have his name? What? Now it's Daiki's turn to be shocked. Aiko follows up. He didn't leave at all. The person is still in Jiangcheng. Daiki strokes his chin. A terrifying thought pops up. If he's in Jiangcheng, and you guys turn the place upside down and still can't find him. Raven's beak. Aiko immediately cuts Daiki off. Don't say that in front of Ruyan, she's about to explode. Her brain spins at high speed. What on earth happened? Why would Ren suddenly want to leave? Aiko guesses on the other end. Could it be that Ruyan answered that guy's phone call, went out to meet him, and got caught by Ren? Possible, but none of these are the main point right now. Just at this moment, a detail ignored by everyone explodes in Daiki's brain. Daiki slaps the car seat and exclaims in alarm, "Did you guys check the Mew family's private jet?" Aiko's side falls silent instantly, followed by an incredulous interrogation. His family has a private jet? Daiki states with absolute certainty. Duh. Furthermore, the Mew family has their own exclusive flight corridors, which are even faster than ordinary aviation. Aiko hangs up the phone and immediately reports this heavyweight news to Yuka Ryuzaki. A private jet. Yuka Ryuzaki snaps awake. How could she have forgotten this? Earlier, she was far too anxious, with her entire mind consumed by the thought that you were still in Jiangcheng. Her usual composure and intelligence vanished completely. She hangs up the phone immediately and mobilizes all her connections to check. News comes back swiftly. The Mew family does indeed have a private jet which took off a little after 8 o'clock heading straight for the US. Although it is now confirmed, Yuka Ryuzaki insists on 100% verification. However, going through layers of reporting to pull surveillance footage is too slow. She cannot wait even a single second longer. The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki rushes into the study and turns on her computer. Her fingertips fly across the keys as code cascades frantically. In mere minutes, the entire airport surveillance system is completely hacked by her. But the VIP lounge passage surveillance is encrypted. This still cannot block Yuka Ryuzaki. She spends a short moment easily cracking the password, and instantly, dozens of video windows flood the entire screen. Setting it to 8-fold fast forward, her pitch-black eyes stare unblinking, frantically searching for your figure across frame-by-frame footage. Finally, Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze sharpens, locking tightly onto one of the videos and freezing it. The footage enlarges, and that familiar figure appears vividly. It is you. Yuka Ryuzaki's strung-to-the-limit heart finally relaxes abruptly. She lets the video continue playing, watching you walk alone through the passage and turn into the departure gate. Confirming you truly boarded the plane, Yuka Ryuzaki collapses into her chair like all her strength has left her. Yet her gaze glues tightly to your slender back, completely unable to tear away. She sits up straight and drags the video back to the moment you first appeared. When your delicate face on Austin is clearly reflected on the screen, Yuka Ryuzaki's heart feels as though it has been ruthlessly struck by a heavy blow. At that time, your eyes were painfully red and swollen, still wiping away tears as you walked, lips pressed tight, radiating sorrow from head to toe. Just how long had you cried? She cannot imagine what kind of heartbreak you endured to cry into such a state. Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly hates herself to the core, punching herself fiercely out of fury. But this is already of no use. Your heart has been shattered, and she must go to your side and explain everything clearly. This time, she fears nothing. You, Ren, belong exclusively to her, Yuka Ryuzaki. Her gaze turns incomparably resolute in an instant. Following that, Yuka Ryuzaki pulls out her phone and dials a call, her voice icy and absolute. "Arrange a private jet for me to the US. I want the fastest speed possible." Meanwhile, you are completely unaware of all this. Over a dozen hours later, the plane touches down at 9 p.m. US time. You couldn't sleep at all on the plane, your mind a complete mess, until you finally resorted to taking sleeping pills to knock yourself out. Getting into the car sent by Daiichi, you rest your head against the cold car window. Outside is the scenery of the place you lived in for 4 years. Yet having been away for just over a month, it now looks horrifyingly unfamiliar. Gazing out the window, you gradually begin to feel a sense of coming home. Half an hour later, the lengthened Lincoln comes to a steady stop. A maid opens the car door for you and bows respectfully. "Welcome back, young master." Your eyes are swollen so badly that even pulling a smile hurts, and walking into the familiar white villa makes your eye rims grow damp once more. Right at this moment, a familiar voice rings out. You look up abruptly, and the moment you see your dad, Daiichi, your tears instantly breach their dam. You hurl yourself into his embrace, crying out with a sob. Daiichi holds you tightly in his arms with heartache, gently patting your back. "Baby, it's okay, you're home." You bury your face in his chest, nodding aggrievedly. "I will never leave you again." He strokes your hair gently with a smile. Good, Dad couldn't bear to part with you either." After a long while, you finally release him with embarrassment. He hands over a warm towel, testing the temperature before placing it in your hands. Yet his next sentence pierces straight into your heart. "Why are your eyes swollen like this? Did that Liu girl bully you?" The name Yuka Ryuzaki pierces your heart like a needle. You shake your head, silently applying the towel to soothe your swollen, aching eyes. You don't have much appetite, but seeing your dad's worried gaze, you still order a bowl of porridge. The warm porridge goes down, filling your empty stomach, yet it fails to fill your empty heart. Afterwards, you put down the bowl. "Dad, I'm not going back. Can I just stay in the US from now on?" Daiichi sighs, his gaze dropping downward. "Did Ruian break your heart?" You ultimately nod. Following that, you sniffle and speak up. "I don't want to hear her name ever again." "Could you help me cancel my engagement with her? I don't want to see her ever again from now on." You assume your dad will agree immediately, yet Daiichi does not. After pondering for a moment, he speaks slowly. "There might be a misunderstanding in all this. Dad believes she has the capacity to protect you. If she fails to do that, then the engagement naturally has no need to exist, but in all fairness, we should figure things out clearly first, otherwise it wouldn't be fair to her either, don't you think?" Unable to refute, you can only nod unwillingly, but immediately pout your lips. You figuring things out is your business. Anyway, if she comes over, you aren't allowed to let her through the door. Daiichi smiled and nodded immediately. "She dares to break my baby's heart, that's the biggest mistake. Are you satisfied now?" But inside, a bitter ache remained. Koyu. She might be feeling all sweet and cozy with you right now, so why would she chase after you all the way to America? Meanwhile, your father looked at your battered face, his gaze turning cold as he said, "Man, Yuka Ryuzaki, when she comes here, we must teach her a harsh lesson. Understood?" Of course, you wouldn't say a word. Those dozen hours on the plane had been sustained purely by sleeping pills. Right now, you had zero sleepiness. Lying in the big bed of your familiar bedroom, your heart felt hollow and panicked. Time ticked away second by second. At 1 a.m., you blinked in the dark. At 2 a.m., you tossed and turned, your mind filled entirely with images of her and you, repeating like a knife cutting through your heart. Yet what you didn't know was that just as your heart was breaking, a black sedan had quietly parked outside your house. Even more, you didn't know that the person who hurt you the most was standing right now in the midnight cold wind. Message after message ticked in from her, explaining so-called misunderstandings, hundreds of texts flooding your phone, but you didn't want to cast a single glance. Through this entire night, your eyes stayed open until dawn, and that figure outside the door stood guard the entire night as well. Until the sky slowly began to break, revealing a pale morning glow at 6 a.m., the villa's servant went out to buy groceries and was startled by the figure at the gate. The housekeeper rushed out and hurriedly unlocked the main gate. You were wondering why downstairs was suddenly so noisy, never expecting that the housekeeper's panicked voice was directed at her. How could you be here? You thought that escaping back to America would let you completely shake off the woman who broke your heart, but you never imagined that the moment you arrived, she chased right after you. Yuka Ryuzaki was waiting right outside your house. Aunt Kazuko, who had watched you grow up, discovered her. Her eyes were bloodshot, yet she still politely called out, "Aunt Kazuko," asking with a heartache how long she had waited. Yuka Ryuzaki only smiled and said, "This is what I deserve." Aunt Kazuko instantly understood this headless and tailless sentence, because just last night, Aunt Kazuko had watched with her own eyes as you fled back home with swollen, tear-filled eyes. Yuka Ryuzaki had originally expected to be shut out by your family and face every kind of cold shoulder and difficulty. To her surprise, Aunt Kazuko directly invited her inside. Aunt Kazuko advised her to rest first, pointing out that since you had arrived very late last night, you certainly wouldn't be waking up early. But Yuka Ryuzaki shook her head directly. "No need, I'll wait for him right here in the living room." Then, Aunt Kazuko asked if she was hungry and whether she wanted breakfast. Even though she hadn't slept a wink all night and hadn't touched a single drop of water or grain on the plane, Koyu's reply remained the same. "I'll wait to eat with Ren." Just like that, the lofty young miss of the Ryuzaki family sat all alone in your living room, doing nothing at all except waiting for you. Yet her appearance threw the family's female servants into a frenzy. Several maids hid in the corner to peek, covering their mouths in excitement. "This is the most beautiful Oriental woman I've ever laid eyes on." Right at that moment, your exclusive maid Mary walked over. "How pretty could she be?" she sneered with disdain. Then Koyu strode over. However, the moment she clearly saw Yuka Ryuzaki's face, she froze completely in her tracks. The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki's icy gaze swept across, her thin lips parting slightly. Mary was flustered by that single glance, quickly collecting her composure and putting on her professional smile. But the moment she stepped back, she was grabbed fiercely by the group of maids. "Isn't she gorgeous?" Mary coughed awkwardly, telling them to focus on their work, but her own heart was already churning with huge waves. They were still excitedly speculating, saying, "Man, is this peerlessly gorgeous woman your new girlfriend?" At this moment, you were completely oblivious to all of this. Last night, you deleted Yuka Ryuzaki's Poppy app, threw away your phone card, and resolutely cut off all ties. You only quietly logged into your burner account to send a private message to Daiki telling him not to worry, and especially not to tell Yuka Ryuzaki your whereabouts. Then, you immediately used the burner account to curse out that scumbag woman hundreds of times over, and feeling thoroughly vented, you finally fell into a deep sleep. You slept exceptionally soundly this time. Until the sunlight spilled into the room and your stomach rumbled, you groggily woke up. You stretched your arms, groggily habitual, as you spoke. "Man, I'm so hungry." The moment the words left your lips, your entire body instantly froze, a sharp pain stabbing straight through your heart. Those heartbreaking scenes flooded back into your mind. You clutched your chest, breathing heavily as you fiercely told yourself, you must stick to your word and forget her. The next second, you sat up abruptly and said, "Man, fists clenched, eat, live a great life. What even is Yuka Ryuzaki?" Following that, you immediately picked up the phone to have the servants prepare breakfast. But right at that moment, the bedroom door was knocked on. Mary walked in smiling, and while helping you pick out clothes, she casually brought it up. "There's a young lady downstairs. Seems she's here looking for you. She's been there since before dawn and hasn't left." Your movements paused abruptly, the smile on your face vanishing instantly. "Koyu." A premonition so strong it choked you rushed to the surface. "She chased after you to America this fast?" Even though you had made up your mind to forget her completely, just the thought that she had chased after you still made your heart flutter disobediently. You forced yourself to stay calm, though your voice trembled slightly. "Who is she? What's her name?" Mary shook her head. Head housekeeper Kazuko brought her right in. You realized instantly it had to be Yuka Ryuzaki. Aside from her, who else could get head housekeeper Kazuko to bring them straight in without announcing first? 100%, it was her. You didn't want to go down and see that bastard at all, but you suddenly remembered you had agreed with your dad yesterday that she wasn't allowed in. You changed your clothes, stormed angrily out of the room, and headed straight for Daiichi's bedroom. Mary followed behind, asking cautiously, "Young master, should I tell that lady you'll be right down?" You spun around, your voice loud enough to startle her. Anxious that Yuka Ryuzaki might hear downstairs, you lowered your voice to command Mary. "That is a guest I do not welcome. You wait right here," Koyu said. Finished speaking, you immediately went to bang on Daiichi's door. You rushed inside angrily and glared at him. "You broke your promise!" Daiichi looked completely baffled. You pointed downstairs, stamping your foot in fury. "Yuka Ryuzaki is here? She's right down there? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't let her in? Go chase her out right now." Daiichi was somewhat surprised too, not expecting her to arrive so quickly. But seeing your puffed-up, angry look, she only smiled indulgently. Fine, I'll chase her out. Right now you just wanted to vent. You grabbed a throw pillow and said fiercely, "I don't care, get her out of here, I don't want to see her." Daiichi sat down beside you, patted your hand, and a mischievous smirk curved the corner of her mouth. "Otherwise, I'll have the servants sweep her out with a broom." Hearing this, you nodded heavily. "Koyu, do it." So a few minutes later, head housekeeper Kazuko led all the servants, each armed with a broom, standing in a neat row right in front of Yuka Ryuzaki. This lineup could be called an epic social death scene. Yuka Ryuzaki looked at this formation and merely frowned slightly. Head housekeeper Kazuko looked helpless, yet still spoke with authority. "The master has given orders. The Ryuzaki family does not welcome you." The servants behind her spoke in unison. Yet, facing such humiliation, Yuka Ryuzaki remained exceptionally calm, as if she had anticipated it long ago. She stood up, her deep gaze looking up toward the upstairs windows, and said just 3 words, "All right." Then she left the housekeeper with a message. "Koyu, Uncle Kazuko. I will wait at the gate until he is willing to see me." But just as Yuka Ryuzaki walked to the door and took her very first step down the stairs, splash! A massive bucket of ice water fell straight from the sky, soaking Yuka Ryuzaki directly from the top of her head down. In an instant, she was drenched completely through, yet she merely reached out to casually wring out her wet hair. Beneath the messy strands, her face revealed a kind of fatal sexiness and allure. The soaked fabric clung tightly to her body, fully outlining her exquisite curves. Every single maid present was dumbfounded, their gazes practically looking like they wanted to devour her alive. But Yuka Ryuzaki just shook the water from her head and turned to walk away. The group of maids behind her stood frozen like they had lost their souls, dazedly following after her until head housekeeper Kazuko let out a cold snort. "You said," and they quietly scattered away. And Yuka Ryuzaki truly stood right there at the gate. In the bleak autumn wind, drenched head to toe, she stood completely rigid like a statue. You sat restlessly in your room, desperately telling yourself not to go look out the balcony. So what if it's a little ice water? She has a car, she won't freeze to death. If she's too stupid to know she can get inside a car, that's none of your business anyway. With a constitution as strong as hers, what's a little cold? A knock suddenly sounded, and Mary walked in carrying breakfast, as if intentionally nagging right in your ear. "Man, young master, is that lady a fool? Standing outside completely soaked, neither leaving nor getting in the car. In this weather, she's bound to get sick." You kept your head down eating breakfast, pretending not to hear, but the fork in your hand made you lose any appetite whatsoever, you said. Seeing you didn't react, Mary feigned casualness and added another knife twist. "By the way, young master, the weather forecast says the temperature is dropping today. It might even rain." The word rain stabbed into your heart like a needle. You stood up abruptly, your footsteps pulling you irresistibly toward the balcony. "No," you said. You clenched your fist tightly, warning yourself. "Rin, you cannot soften your heart." You took a deep breath, you said, and rushed back into the dressing room. "Man." When you came out, you put on your backpack and gave Mary an order. "I'm leaving through the back door." You didn't want to stay here for another second. Out of sight, out of mind. You quickly slipped away through the back door. The car was already waiting there, but the moment you scrambled inside, a cold gust of wind blew past, making you shudder uncontrollably. What about her? Just as the car door was about to close, you suddenly called out to Mary. Go get her a clean change of clothes. You found yourself a lame excuse. After all, a guest is a guest. Mary smiled knowingly and nodded. Only then did you breathe a sigh of relief and tell the driver to drive. Walking quickly over to Yuka Ryuzaki. "Miss, please change your clothes." Yuka Ryuzaki didn't even look at her, coldly spitting out 2 words. "No need," hurriedly saying it was the young master who sent them for you. But Yuka Ryuzaki remained completely unmoved. Man, Mary gritted her teeth and had no choice but to lay her cards on the table. "Please, don't wait anymore. The young master has already left through the back door." Hearing news of you, Yuka Ryozaki's gaze finally found focus. He went out? Mary thought she had believed it. But who would have expected Yuka Ryozaki to turn around abruptly, get straight into a car, and speed away, leaving Mary holding the clothes in a mess of wind? In the car, ignoring the driver's concern, Yuka Ryuzaki pulled a laptop from the compartment. Her slender fingers flew across the keyboard, hacking into the surveillance system, tracking the satellite map. Within mere minutes, she locked onto the route you took. Looking at the footage of you getting into the car, Yuka Ryuzaki commanded the driver in a deep voice. Her pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the red dot on the screen. "Man, silly boy, don't think you can escape my sight." Meanwhile, you were looking out the window in boredom when a newly opened large shopping mall caught your eye. If you're unhappy, just shop till you drop. You decided to go on a crazy shopping spree today to swap out your old clothes and swap out your bad mood. You walked into a CG brand boutique. There were very few people inside, which suited your mood perfectly. At a glance, you locked eyes with a champagne-colored silk shirt, simple yet luxurious, completely your style. "I want to look at this one." But at that exact moment, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. You froze. A rich young master opposite you was glaring at you arrogantly. He looked you up and down, his eyes full of contempt for your half-year-old clothes. "You dare try to grab this from me?" That attitude instantly ignited your temper. A woman can be snatched away and I'll drop her. But clothes are inanimate objects. Why the hell should I let you have them? You raised your chin, your aura fully activated. "I saw this shirt first." That guy hadn't expected you to be so cocky and started squabbling back. "I saw it first." Right at that moment, the clerk awkwardly intervened. "I'm terribly sorry. This shirt is a limited edition and there's only 1 piece." "Of course I'm taking it," the guy ordered the clerk directly. "But you assumed an even loftier posture. Man, take it down. I'll change into it right now." The guy grew furious, but right then his phone rang. He immediately spoke into the phone. "You said, darling, I'm being bullied. Come pay for me quickly." You smiled contemptuously. Turns out he's a broke guy putting on airs. You reached into your pocket to pull out your card and pay. Man, but your hand suddenly froze stiff. Inside your wallet, there was only 1 card. The supplementary card Yuka Ryuzaki had given you. You were furious enough to die. How could I make such a low-level mistake? No card. And cash isn't enough either. Am I really going to watch what I want get snatched away just like that? Unreconciled. Man. You raised your head abruptly and declared imperiously to the clerk, "I'll pay double the price." The guy panicked instantly, yelling that your tactics were dirty. You smiled sweetly and retorted, "Then go ahead and offer triple, I dare you." He was left speechless by your tone. You said, fuming so hard his head was practically smoking. Man, right at that moment, the guy suddenly caught sight of a figure outside the store. His eyes shifted, and a malicious thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly changed his expression, grinning broadly as he said to you, "How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll let you have the shirt." You followed his line of sight. A tall, gorgeous figure came into view, and the moment you recognized that familiar profile, you smiled instantly. Your savior has arrived. Yet that guy smiled insidiously. "See that beauty outside? Help me get her phone number, and I'll count that as you winning." Hearing this, you almost laughed out loud. "Ko-you," even more smugly. "If you lose, you have to pay for me, and the shirt is mine." You feigned puzzlement and asked, "Your suggestion is a bit strange, huh?" Sure enough, he panicked and rushed to explain, "I just want a peaceful resolution. Even if I lose, I still get a beauty's phone number. Man, no loss." Looking at his self-smart expression, you found it funny. You hooked the corner of your mouth with confidence. "If I lose, I buy for you, but if you lose, you only give me the shirt? I feel like I'm getting a bit shortchanged." Sure enough, he took the bait. not even thinking before saying, "Fine, if I lose, I'll pay for you too." He was dead certain you had no way of getting that woman's number. You snapped your fingers. "Then it's a deal." The guy crossed his arms, waiting to watch you make a fool of yourself. You said, "Go on. Hurry up, man, or she's going to walk away." You forced down a laugh and walked with long strides toward that figure. If I told him that I already had her number in my phone, what kind of expression would he make? You deliberately spoke in a flirtatious tone. "Hey there, beautiful ahead, can I get your phone number?" Lisa was leaning against the railing with irritation. The moment she turned her head, she intended to angrily chase away whatever stinky man was hitting on her, but when she saw your face, her pretty face instantly bloomed with smiles. "Man, when did you get back?" She stepped forward, her long arm directly wrapping around your shoulders. You quickly poked her cheek. "Man, play along." Seeing that the guy not far away was watching this side nervously, you immediately pouted to put on a pitiful look. "I'm being bullied. Koyu." She laughed. "Our young Master Mew is actually getting bullied?" "Man." You nodded seriously, your eyes full of grievance. "Just that guy over there. He even made a bet with me requiring me to get your phone number to win." Lisa understood instantly, her expression turning icy. "He really knows how to calculate." She flexed her fists and lifted her foot to walk over. The moment that guy saw this setup, he turned tail and bolted in terror. You didn't want her starting a physical fight, but you couldn't let him get away either, so you immediately shouted at Lisa, "Hurry up and chase him, don't let him run." Lisa gave a seductive smile. Koyu, her long legs taking a stride, charging out like an arrow released from a bow. You quickly followed behind, terrified she'd act on impulse and start punching people. The guy hadn't run 2 steps before crashing straight into his girlfriend. "Darling, we're dead!" The moment the girlfriend turned back, she saw Lisa charging toward them with a murderous expression. You said, "Too late." Lisa intercepted them in a single bound, giving a cold snort. "No one has ever managed to run away from right in front of me." The guy was shaking like a leaf. "Miss Lisa, it was he who hit on you. It has nothing to do with me. We don't even know each other." Lisa sneered. "Shut up, you guys don't even have the qualifications to know my precious baby." As soon as those words came out, that pair of boyfriend and girlfriend were instantly dumbfounded. What does that mean? By the time you caught up as well, Lisa crossed her arms. The good show was just beginning. She asked you imperiously, "How do you want to deal with them?" The guy was completely paralyzed. He actually knew Lisa, the Miss Lisa you had just spoken of. You walked slowly to Lisa's side and smiled triumphantly at him. "You lost." The guy was left speechless, able only to ask timidly, "Then, what do you want?" Chi-Chi shoulder, you honor your bets. Thinking of the bet, the guy's face turned instantly pale. With a crying expression, "I don't have that much money." He hurriedly tugged at his girlfriend beside him, but the moment his girlfriend heard the price, her eyeballs nearly popped out of her head. "So expensive?" You smiled and shook your finger. "You have to pay double the price." At this, his girlfriend completely lost it, shouting loudly, "Are you robbing us? My mom is going to beat me to death." You smiled amicably. "The one who made the bet with me isn't you, though." The moment the words fell, the guy's face turned even paler as he began playing dead. "You can beat me to death and I still won't have the money." Right at that moment, Lisa raised an eyebrow, letting out an evil smile. "If you sell yourself, you'll have money. Are you selling your body or your organs?" The guy was so scared his legs went soft, crying out directly, "I was just joking." Lisa scolded with utter annoyance. "Cut the crap, talk." The guy pulled frantically on his girlfriend, but that woman shoved him away instead. "The trouble you started, you handle it yourself." Too lazy to waste any more words, Lisa held her hand straight out to the guy. "Hand over the wallet." Afterwards, ignoring the cash inside his wallet, she pulled out a thick stack of credit cards. You couldn't help feeling a bit startled. Lisa smiled even more wickedly. "Max out every single one of them. Max them out until they overdraw. I refuse to believe it's not enough money." The guy collapsed completely onto the floor, his face showing absolute despair. A few minutes later, after paying with the cards, he changed into the new shirt and spun around in front of her. "How is it?" Lisa gave a thumbs up. "Looking good. Everything looks good on you." Hearing this form of address, you felt as though you had never left. Lisa glanced at the clothes in the store, extending her arm to let you link it. Since I'm rare to accompany you, Koyu, if you like it, buy it. You sighed, saying ruefully, "Forget it, I forgot to bring my card." But she smiled dotingly. "As long as you're happy." So for the next stretch, whatever clothes you lingered over for even a second, Lisa had the shopping assistants bag them up straight away. Before you knew it, over a dozen items had been picked out. Lisa snapped her fingers to summon an assistant. "Bag all of these up and have them delivered to this address." Finishing her sentence, she pulled out her own black card directly. Man, stepping out of the store, you finally remember to ask, "Why are you even here?" Mentioning this, Lisa complained with annoyance. "I was dragged out shopping by my family, snuck away the moment they weren't paying attention. Never expected to run into you so coincidentally." This time, it was Lisa's turn to ask you, "Right, why'd you come back without letting anyone know ahead of time? Everyone's missed you like crazy." Your face sank instantly. You said, "Full of heartbreaking matters, Lisa." She stopped walking immediately, looking at you earnestly. "What happened, you kid? Don't tell me your childhood sweetheart broke your heart?" At the same time, Yuka Ryuzaki had also arrived at the shopping mall. Having changed into a clean set of clothes, she began searching for your figure inside the massive shopping complex. As she walked, a strong intuition told her, "You are right here." Hence, from afar, she caught sight of a familiar upright back. At this moment, your lips trembled slightly, your eyes slowly growing moist. You didn't speak, you said, only giving a heavy nod. Lisa blinked instantly, piercing straight to the point. "She broke your heart? Koyu, is that why you ran back without a sound?" You said, "Is that it?" Tears swirled in your eye sockets. You nodded once again. Looking at you like this, Lisa sighed. "If you want to cry, cry. Why hold it in?" You opened your mouth with a bitter split of your lips. "I already cried enough yesterday. I don't want to cry anymore." Because you had told yourself, since you've decided never to like Yuka Ryuzaki again, you cannot shed another tear for her. Lisa uttered a low curse. Koyu, you, full of indignation. "No wonder your eyes looked so swollen and bloodshot just now. I wasn't seeing things. Just how long did this kid cry?" Your muffled voice came through. "I used an ice pack for ages last night. Otherwise, there was no way I could show my face." She rubbed the top of your head. "Do you want me to help you vent? Find someone to flirt with her and mess with her?" But you shook your head. Besides, who could possibly flirt with Yuka Ryuzaki given her skills? Koyu. Lisa didn't push further, instead pinching your cheek. "Then what do you want to do now? Eat your favorite strawberry cake?" If you had heard about strawberry cake in the past, your eyes would have lit up long ago, but right now you simply shook your head again. "I don't want to eat anything." Lisa had no choice but to help you fasten your seatbelt and start up the sports car. "Then we'll just wander around aimlessly." However, just a few minutes after the sports car drove off, Lisa glanced into the rearview mirror. A black sedan was tailing closely behind. She warned you, "That guy is following us." You look back, your heart skipping a beat, though your mouth refused to admit it. It might not be her, right? After all, I just publicly announced Lisa is my girlfriend. Her face must look as dark as the bottom of a pot. Maybe she got disappointed and left ages ago. Your heart felt an inexplicable wave of disappointment. Who knew Lisa would curve the corners of her mouth? "Let's test it and find out, man. Sit tight." The next second, she slammed the steering wheel hard, and the sports car turned into a secluded alley, starting to pull crazy hairpin turns. Man, any ordinary car would have been left so far behind they'd vanish from sight. But when she drove back out onto the main boulevard, that black sedan had actually caught up once again. Lisa specifically memorized the license plate. Mistake? No way. Looks like she's still pretty persistent toward you. This completely scrambled your brain. You couldn't help wondering, if you give her a chance, what would she say? Would she say she was just playing around, or that she didn't care at all? But right after that, scene after scene of Yuka Ryuzaki and you rushed into your mind. That strange look in her eyes when she looked at you, those special favors, even giving away the clothes you loved most. Your heart was too small to accommodate any sharing, even if she had 99 points for you. The moment even 1 point was given to someone else, that was no longer a complete love. This wasn't the romance you wanted. In an instant, every bit of your hesitation was despised by yourself. You took a deep breath, your gaze turning resolute. Not you. Then you told Lisa, "Man, shake her off. I don't want to see her." What good was an opportunity for explanation? What good was confirming she liked you more? If it wasn't 100%, you'd rather not have it at all. Lisa acknowledged this and immediately began employing professional anti-tailing techniques. To her surprise, after trying several times, she still couldn't shake Yuka Ryuzaki. Even Lisa felt a hint of amusement at this. "She's not bad at all. No wonder you like her." You immediately glared at her. "At a time like this, you should be on my side helping me curse her out." Lisa laughed at your reaction. All right. Which country's curse words do you want to use? You couldn't help laughing in exasperation either. "Just shake her off. Following us the whole time is driving me crazy." You also found it unbelievable. Just how did Yuka Ryuzaki know you were at the shopping mall? Did she open some heavenly eye or something? This was completely baffling. For the first time, you felt like you didn't understand Yuka Ryuzaki at all. Turns out she had such an unfathomable, inscrutable side to her. Right at that moment, Lisa calmly produced a wireless earpiece, put it on, and dialed a phone call. While you were still immersed in your thoughts and hadn't noticed what she said, Lisa smiled with absolute confidence. Done, handled. Curious about what method she was going to use to shake off Yuka Ryuzaki, you saw Lisa suddenly step hard on the accelerator, driving the car onto the highway and cutting straight across the suspension bridge. You looked at the scenery flashing backward outside the window. She said in a breezy tone, "Shake her off and then take you somewhere nice. Guaranteed to lift your mood." The moment her words fell, the sports car swerved sharply into a secluded alleyway. But suddenly, a black car lunged out from the side, shooting right across your path after you passed, and parking horizontally, right in the middle of the road. Lisa snapped her fingers, looking extremely smug. You turned your head in shock, your heart instantly jumping into your throat. Yuka Ryuzaki's car didn't slow down at all, arrogantly smashing right through the blocking vehicle. You were instantly dumbfounded. Such a thing was genuinely something she would pull off. She had caught up again. Lisa, however, let out a whistle full of appreciation. "Full of personality, I like it." You gave her an exasperated, wide-eyed glare, your anger flaring up. "She's our enemy right now. An enemy!" Lisa burst out laughing. "That's what makes it interesting. It's been ages since I ran into such an awesome opponent." You didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her. "Then hurry up and think of a way to shake her off." Lisa smiled mysteriously. "I have a plan B." Thus, upon reaching another intersection, the situation changed abruptly. 4 cars suddenly appeared from behind, closely tailing Yuka Ryuzaki, 1 blocking the front, 2 sandwiching her flanks, and 1 sealing off her rear. In an instant, Yuka Ryuzaki's car was trapped right in the middle like a sandwich filling, locked tightly in place. Lisa glanced in the rearview mirror, the corners of her mouth curving up. This move is the ultimate one. If she can still dodge this, I'll hand it to her. You looked anxiously toward the back, asking with concern, "Won't there be..." "At most a minor traffic accident," Lisa teased playfully. "Her car is built like a tank, she won't get hurt." The moment those words dropped, those 4 cars sprang into action. The cars on the left and right began slamming fiercely into Yuka Ryuzaki's car over and over again, while the car in front blocked her path dead in its tracks, forcing her to slow down. Acting as though she could already see the conclusion, Lisa whistled and reminded you to hold on tight. "We're taking off!" The next second, she slammed on the gas, and the sports car flew forward like lightning. Half an hour later, the sports car pulled up at a harbor. The blinding sunlight made you raise a hand to shield your eyes. Pulled forward by Lisa, you had completely shaken off Yuka Ryuzaki, but the vessel she was leading you onto wasn't a luxury yacht. It was a speedboat. "Are we just gonna cruise around the ocean?" While instructing you to hold on tight, Lisa said mysteriously, "I told you I'm taking you somewhere fun. Guaranteed to give you a surprise." Your curiosity was thoroughly hooked. "Don't leave me hanging. Sit tight, you'll know when we get there." Wearing sunglasses, Lisa drove the speedboat as if she were flying across the sea. Then she pointed toward a colossal behemoth ahead. "We're almost there." "Is there anything else here besides the ocean?" Just as you looked in the direction she was pointing, your entire being froze solid. It was a small mountain floating on the sea. The speedboat executed a sharp drift, sliding right past the side of a massive cruise ship. Your heart stopped dead from fright, and just as you were about to curse her out, you recognized the name on the cruise ship. Prince Anthony. Wasn't this her younger brother's name? You couldn't hold back the question, why is the cruise ship named after Anthony? Lisa gave a nonchalant, understated smile. This was named after him, yeah. It's my family's property. Looking up at this endless luxury giant of a ship, you finally realized just how completely clueless you were about how obscenely wealthy those siblings were. Your family's property? Turns out she had brought you to attend a top-tier high society banquet lasting 3 full days, gathering the most powerful people in all of America. You chuckled inwardly, remembering how many times the old man had begged you to come in the past only for you to refuse, complaining it was too noisy, yet here you were, sneaking off to play with Lisa. If the old man found out, he'd be green with jealousy. Lisa pulled you along as she introduced the place. The cruise ship featured 100 suites, 10 restaurants, and even a casino and a golf course. Even more explosive. Tonight there was going to be an auction. Whatever catches your eye, I'll buy it for you. You were utterly shaken by her extravagance. You'll buy me anything no matter how expensive it is? Auction items. Those are all astronomical prices. Who could have expected Lisa's next move to leave you extremely nervous? You were instantly conquered. Does your family need a younger brother? I'll come be your younger brother, Lisa chuckled, pinching the bridge of your nose. But you're your dad's precious apple of his eye. Your dad would never bear to part with you. Besides, your own family isn't poor either, you just have no concept of it. You stuck your tongue out, not daring to imagine the expression on the old man's face if he found out about this. Soon, Lisa led you into a Chinese restaurant. When conversation drifted toward domestic Cantonese dim sum, your mood instantly plummeted into an emo abyss. Scene after scene from the hot spring resort surged back to the surface, and your gaze dimmed instantly. Lisa didn't look back and completely missed your unusual state. You nodded faintly, suddenly craving a bowl of soup. No sooner had you finished ordering dishes than Lisa snapped her fingers. The next second, a pink strawberry cake was pushed right in front of you. Chinese food takes time. Pad your stomach first. You were instantly warmed through. Lisa, you're so thoughtful. Lisa gave your forehead a light push. You think I'm like this with just anyone? Then her tone turned serious. Hurry up and recover your spirit. Stop looking like your soul left your body. It puts me in a bad mood. Sensing that you were far too deep in regarding that Yuka Ryuzaki, she couldn't help asking, you and her didn't just meet recently, right? It shouldn't be enough to make you this devastated. You fell silent for a moment before deciding to tell her, she and I are childhood sweethearts. Our families are family friends, and we've known each other since birth. It's just that later I came to America. Ah, I see. Lisa experienced a sudden realization. No wonder you're so deeply invested. But right as you picked up your fork for the cake, a hand slammed heavily down onto your shoulder with a force almost strong enough to press your face right into the cake. Well, if it isn't Ren, to think my cousin would personally bring someone up here? I was wondering who it was. An oily voice drawled from behind. Without even needing to turn around, you knew who it was. You shot up from your seat, glaring at him sideways, and stated word for word, I don't believe we're that close. I am not close with you. This Kenji was Lisa's cousin, and also your mortal enemy. He was jealous of your close relationship with Lisa and looked for trouble with you at every turn, though with Lisa around, he only ever dared run his mouth. Kenji wore a fake smile as he spoke. You're my cousin's good friend, of course I have to be warm. What if you go filing complaints against me? You threw your hands up in a cold sneer. Relax, irrelevant people aren't even worth my mentioning. Those words choked Kenji right on the spot. His face flushed a mottled green and purple. The next second, he dropped a bombshell. Ren, back again to hug my cousin's thighs and sponge off some money? Your brow furrowed. But upon hearing that, Lisa burst out laughing directly, spreading her hands with a face full of confusion. I've never even heard of the Mew family going bankrupt. It was the height of absurdity. Her foolish cousin had zero idea of your family's true power. Seeing this reaction, Kenji knew he'd gotten his intelligence wrong and grew instantly furious. Right at that moment, you slammed up from your seat, jabbing your finger straight against Kenji's nose. What backwards country have you ever set foot in? Do you have any idea how powerful our country is right now? Kenji's face distorted with anger. What kind of nobody are you? If it weren't for my cousin, you wouldn't even be able to step foot in a place like this in your entire life. You let out a scoff, too lazy to keep arguing with a brain-dead moron. Yet Lisa's expression turned completely ice-cold. Her voice grew stern. When did you become so utterly lacking in basic upbringing? I think you ought to go home and retake etiquette classes. Kenji panicked instantly, stuttering out apologies as he begged. I was just joking with him. But you only offered a couple of cold laughs. That joke wasn't funny at all. Lisa wore a blank expression, spitting out just 2 words, apologize. Who would have expected Kenji's face to pale further as he stubbornly talked back? Cousin? Whose cousin are you anyway? Why are you always shielding an outsider? Finishing his rant, terrified that an apology might actually be forced out of him, he turned tail and bolted in a panic. As a result, the next second, he smashed straight into a waiter. A plate of food landed squarely and unceremoniously all over his newly purchased trousers. Kenji suffered a mental breakdown on the spot, cursing furiously at the waiter. What kind of garbage dish is this? Absolute trash. You slammed your palm down on the table, rising with a cold face as you walked toward him, while Lisa watched you with a smile, showing not the slightest intention of stopping you. You walked up behind Kenji and tapped him on the shoulder. He didn't even turn his head, but you suddenly yanked him around by his collar, dragging his entire body back. Recognizing it was you, Kenji began shouting and screaming. Ren, wanting to curse you out. I'm not afraid of you. You offered a chilling, dark smile. I'm not trying to curse you out, I'm just trying to hit you. The moment the words left your mouth, you grabbed him by the lapels and swung your palm hard across his face. The crisp slap was wonderfully satisfying. Clutching his instantly swollen and red cheek with disbelief written all over his eyes, Kenji stammered, You dare hit me! You stepped up to tower over him, issuing an imperious warning. Do I need to pick a special day just to beat you up? Let me tell you this. If you dare insult my country again, I'll beat you until you need plastic surgery. Kenji tried miserably to scramble back up, but his foot slipped, plunging him right back down into the puddle of food juices. Beside himself with rage, he roared, I'm going to kill you. You put your hands on your hips and smiled leisurely. Come on then, let's see if you have the guts. Driven completely insane with fury, Kenji tearfully spun back around toward Lisa to lodge a loud complaint. Cousin, you saw that. You have to seek justice for me. Yet teary-eyed as he was, Kenji completely failed to read the expression on Lisa's face. There wasn't a single shred of heartache to be found. Only the amused amusement of someone watching a good show. Lisa simply spread her hands and said in an airy tone, I didn't see anything at all. I only saw someone who thoroughly deserved to get beaten. Following that, she turned her gaze back to you, her smile doting, Go on, continue. That title of baby completely shattered Kenji's last illusions. His entire household depended on Lisa's good graces. Who dared stand up for him? His lackeys had long since been scared out of their wits, terrified they'd be kicked off the cruise ship right along with him, so they dragged him outward in a rush. Kenji, your clothes are dirty. Right, let's go buy new clothes. Amidst a cluster of followers, Kenji fled in a near panic. Watching their retreating backs, you felt completely relieved inside. You dusted off your hands and returned to your seat. Lisa smiled as she asked you, Having vented that anger, do you feel a bit better? You let out a long breath, a brilliant smile blooming. Awesome! I feel like I could swallow an ox whole. The oppressive feeling that had been pent up in your heart finally dissipated, especially since that jerk had dared insult your motherland. How could you possibly let that slide? With that slap landed, your entire being felt refreshed and clear. Yet at that very moment, you were suddenly hit by an intense wave of regret. Regret over that night when you saw Yukuruzaki and you kissing. Why did I run away? I should have rushed right up and slapped both of them. It was only because your heart had been aching to the point of suffocation back then that you couldn't think straight. Looking back now, you realize just how pathetic you'd been. Was you really innocent? He knew full well you and Yukuruzaki lived together, unless Yukuruzaki had lied to him and claimed nothing was going on between you two. But given her arrogant personality, would she resort to lies just to deceive a man? You'd seen the way you looked at her, completely infatuated, he would have lunged right at her. You suddenly realized that perhaps because you just vented your frustrations, thinking about Yuka Ryuzaki didn't hurt your chest nearly as much anymore. Maybe, you thought, this relationship really could be let go of gradually. They always said time was the best medicine, and now you believed it. If you'd continued staying in that heartbreaking place, who knew how long you would have spent wasting away? After all, your family was right here. After the meal, Lisa mentioned she had matters to attend to and had to leave first. Naturally, as the cruise ship's owner, she was busy. You expressed your understanding. Before leaving, she arranged a dedicated personal attendant for you and tossed out a parting line. Go try your luck at the casino if you want, win or lose, it's all on my tab. Feeling somewhat drowsy after eating, the attendant immediately proposed, Mr. Moo, why not get a spa session before sleeping? It was a solid suggestion. You hadn't expected this cruise ship to have transported an entire top-tier spa club on board. Physically and mentally exhausted, you directly opted for the full package. As a result, halfway through the massage, you wound up face down and fast asleep. By the time you woke up, it was already pitch dark outside, 6 p.m. in the evening. The private room was completely empty, with only a thin quilt draped over your body. You abruptly realized you weren't wearing anything at all underneath. Thankfully, the person who had given you the massage was a guy. After dressing and stepping out of the private room, you still felt a bit dazed. Has Lisa finished up? Where am I supposed to go now? You walked toward the corridor by reflex, only to be frozen in place by the sight before you, where the sea met the sky, deep blue and orange intertwined like a painting. The sun was setting, the sea breeze brushing your face. It was unimaginably gorgeous. You stretched your arms. Your body felt remarkably refreshed after the spa. Yet right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki's face unbidden invaded your thoughts. What was she doing right now? Was she still trying every possible means to track down your whereabouts? Even with all her heaven-reaching capabilities to flip the entire city upside down, there was no way in hell she'd ever find you. Yet what you never expected was that at that very moment, a helicopter was roaring through the darkening skies toward the cruise ship. The aircraft landed steadily on the rooftop platform, and a tall, gorgeous figure stepped down. Her aura was fully activated, resembling a queen making her descent. That overbearing presence was so intense, even the dim night couldn't conceal it. At this moment, you were completely oblivious to all of this. You called Lisa, but she was tied up in a meeting and told you to just eat by yourself first. Eating alone in a restaurant felt too desolate, so you simply had the attendant lead you back to your room. After all, you didn't want to starve to death. But when the attendant pushed open the door to the room, you were straight up dumbfounded. This wasn't a guest room. This was a presidential suite, straight out of a Dubai 7-star hotel. The living room was absurdly large. You couldn't help muttering offhand, "Tisk tisk, if there were a swimming pool in here too, it'd be absolute perfection." The moment the words left your mouth, the male attendant smiled faintly and pushed open a sliding door beside the living room. The next second, a massive indoor swimming pool materialized before your eyes. You froze instantly. No way! I was just joking. There really is one? You were thoroughly blown away by this exaggerated luxury and asked curiously, "Does every room have one?" The attendant smiled and shook his head. There are only 3 such suites on the entire cruise ship, used exclusively for entertaining royalty. You were struck dumb all over again. The attendant followed up with another sentence. "This suite is very likely Miss Lisa's own." A warm feeling bloomed in your chest. Lisa was truly a top-tier friend. Right at that moment, the attendant handed over an iPad. "Mr. Moo, aren't you hungry? The Chinese restaurant's menu is available to order right now." You took the iPad, looking at the dazzling array of Chinese dishes, and sighed once more. So convenient. This Chinese food tastes authentic, looks like the chef must be a countryman. You casually ordered a couple of dishes. After all, wasting food was shameful, though the male attendant beside you wore a hesitating expression, ultimately choosing not to say anything. After dismissing the attendant, you sprawled out flat on the sofa, scrolling through your phone. Less than 20 minutes later, the food arrived. Just as you were preparing to head out to the deck to look at the stars, the doorbell suddenly rang. Peering through the peephole, you saw it was a female attendant outside. She handed over a box, saying only, "Mr. Mew, This is an evening gown sent for you, before giving you zero chance to ask any questions. That was when you remembered Lisa mentioning there was an auction tonight. However, when you carried the box back into the room and opened it, you were stunned. Sitting atop the formal wear was a card clearly reading, "Tonight at 8 p.m., rooftop pool area, masquerade ball." You instantly grew interested, and sure enough, you found an exquisite diamond-studded feathered mask nestled inside the box. But the moment you lifted that outfit out, you were left entirely speechless. A rose-red tuxedo with a color so flamboyant it reached peak gaudiness. What made it even worse was that the shirt's neckline plunged extremely low. Lisa did this on purpose, making me dress like this is a death sentence. You glanced down at the casual suit you were already wearing and found it plenty formal, not changing. At 8 o'clock sharp, you arrived punctually at the rooftop pool. The lighting here was seductive/moody, filled everywhere with the laughter of young men and women. You adjusted the mask on your face, made sure you wouldn't be recognized, and stepped inside. On the other side of the pool, Kenji was being treated like the moon surrounded by stars, when a male companion leaned in to whisper, "He's not wearing the suit you sent." Kenji's expression turned frosty as he looked over. Sure enough, it was you. He sneered, "Since he made a fool of me today, I'm going to return the favor." Turns out the formal wear they had prepared would turn translucent and cling tightly to the skin the moment it got wet. Their plan was to push you into the pool and make a public spectacle of you. Kenji blinked. His outfit right now works too. It'll turn just as sheer once wet. But they miscalculated one thing. You couldn't swim at all, and subconsciously kept far away from the pool, leaving them no opening to strike. Seeing you reject a hottie's approach, Kenji grew itchier with hatred and resorted to brute force. He rolled his eyes and gave a direct order. Get a few guys to pretend they're roughhousing, lift him up, and throw him into the pool. But right at that moment, the host's voice suddenly rang out over the speakers. "Tonight is a masquerade ball, and there is one essential ritual." Kenji's eyes lit up. "The lights are going to turn off. This is a God-given opportunity." Smugly, he decided, "I'll go push him in myself." The next second, the host let out a loud shout, and the entire venue's lights went pitch black. Taking advantage of the darkness, Kenji groped his way over to your previous spot, only to punch empty air. Where is he? Where did he go? Just as he was searching everywhere, a chaotic crowd of people surged forward violently. Kenji hadn't even realized he'd been squeezed right to the edge of the pool. In the chaos, someone kicked out blindly, sending Kenji hurtling straight down into the swimming pool. You, having prepared in advance, had ducked into a corner the second the lights went out. Immediately following that, the sound of splashing water and screams drifted over. You couldn't help laughing. This play gets a full 10 out of 10. In the dark, people kept getting pushed into the water amidst rising screams and jeers. Suddenly, a slender hand grabbed you tightly. It was a woman. You blurted out anxiously, "Who the hell are you?" But the other party remained completely silent, pulling you along by force. Could this be Lisa playing a prank? "Cut it out, Lisa. I recognize you." Until you were dragged into a deserted corner where the figure suddenly stopped. She cupped your face in her hands, ripped off your mask, and planted a fierce kiss straight onto your lips. You understood instantly. This wasn't Lisa. Lisa would never do this. Where on earth did a female hooligan come from at a high society party? Terrified to the point of shaking, you bit down hard on the intruder's lip. Only then did the woman halt her actions. Putting on a forced front of calm, you demanded, "Who are you? Let me go right now or you're dead." A cold yet magnetic voice rang out from the dark, carrying an unyielding determination. "I won't let go." This voice... No way. How could she be here? The person spoke again, her voice deepening further. "I won't let you go. It really is her." Biting your lip, you swung your hand back and delivered a resounding, crisp slap. Yet she didn't dodge or duck, taking that blow square in the face. Your eye sockets instantly grew damp and you roared straight at her. "You bastard, I don't want to see you!" Yuka Ryuzaki hugged you fiercely, greedily, breathing in your scent as she murmured softly right beside your ear, "Ren." But your nose only stung further. Grievance and fury surged straight to your head. You snarled as you scolded her. "You bastard, why are you scaring me? You broke my heart, and now you come running over to put on a hypocritical act and coax me?" Directly following that, Yuka Ryuzaki cupped your face, intending to kiss away your tears. Her lips trailed all the way down, finally landing heavily upon your mouth. You were driven completely out of your mind. This person was simply an animal. The mere thought that her lips might have kissed. You plunged your heart into an absolute deep freeze. Gritting your teeth tight against her, you began beating and battering her with both hands and feet, screaming at her to get lost. Yuka Ryuzaki finally ceased her movements, but her pitch-black eyes stared straight into yours like burning coals. You were trapped between her arms with the railing right at your back, leaving you nowhere to retreat. Subconsciously, you tried to block your mouth with your hand, whipping your head away to avoid looking at her, terrified that a single glance would cause your resolve to soften and waver. Who would have expected her to suddenly speak up, her voice deep? Let's talk this out properly. You treated her like absolute air. Seeing you acting stubborn, Yuka Ryuzaki came straight to the point. Did you see me in you? You remained silent, but that silence served as confirmation. At that, Yuka Ryuzaki completely lost control. She grabbed your chin in a tight grip, forcibly compelling you to look right at her. Nothing happened between you and me. No matter what you saw, it was all a misunderstanding. Did you hear me? She was practically roaring, irritable as an out-of-control wild beast. Yet you merely responded with cold indifference, your voice sounding as though you were addressing a complete stranger. Expressionless, you stated, "I know. Can you let me go now?" In an instant, Yuka Ryuzaki's pupils constricted violently, her heart feeling as though it were being clawed apart viciously. He still doesn't believe me. She refuses to allow this. Following that, the hand gripping your chin tightened sharply, and she roared like an injured lion. "Look at me! I told you to look into my eyes." But you stubbornly averted your gaze, refusing point blank to meet her eyes. That caused Yuka Ryuzaki to panic completely. This woman, who always got whatever she wanted, felt true fear for the very first time. Her voice instantly dropped to an icy sub-zero. "Are you planning never to look at me ever again from now on? Are you going to forget me and never return to the country?" Your lips trembled as you finally opened them in a hoarse voice. "For the past 2 days, I've been wondering, do I even really know you at all? Did I mistake your overbearing possessiveness for actual affection? If you really loved me, how could you bear to let me hurt this much? Yet the person who hurt me the deepest was none other than you. At my most agonizing moment, you were with another man." This thought cut like a blade, slicing into your heart one gash at a time. You suddenly felt a desperate urge to ask her, "Do you actually like me?" You were terrified that the answer would shatter your heart into irreversible dust. Hearing those words, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly fell silent. Her dark, heavy eyes locked onto your face with unblinking intensity. Then she spoke in a low voice laden with self-mockery. "You really don't understand me at all, Ren." Those words turned your heart instantly to ice. "Look at that," she admits it. "Everything you saw wasn't fake. All those talks of being destined were nothing but deceitful bullshit. Then what did that make you? What did your years of emotional history together amount to? You treated her like family, but what about her? Were you the only one foolishly cherishing this?" In this moment, you felt both pathetic and absurd. Just as your negative emotions were boiling over, Yuka Ryuzaki's fingers suddenly stroked your chin. Immediately after, she abruptly lowered her head and planted a kiss. Your pupils dilated sharply, but her lips stopped 1 millimeter away from yours. Her voice was husky, every single word leaving a brand behind. "You have no idea. What I truly want to do to you isn't just kissing. You have no idea how much I wanted to kill out of jealousy when I saw other women flirting with you. And you even less realize that the moment I think about you leaving me forever, I can't breathe. Ren, you don't understand me at all. If you understood me, you would never have abandoned me just because of a single photo." These words exploded inside your heart like a thunderclap. She said that if you left her, she wouldn't be able to breathe. Wasn't that exact feeling of suffocation the same thing you felt when you saw her with you? Instantly, all your grievances surged to the surface. Your lips trembled as your tears spilled out uncontrollably. "What do you mean by I abandoned you? Clearly it's you. It's you who made me so heartbroken, yet you're playing the victim and blaming me first. Do you have any idea how I've gotten through these past 2 days? Living like a walking corpse, unable to eat or drink. Because of your agitated emotions, your lips kept brushing against each other over and over again. Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze darkened instantly, her heart itching and yearning under your provocation. The next second, she gripped your wrist tightly, her voice softening to the point of melting. Yes, it's my fault. So stay by my side for the rest of your life and let me redeem myself, all right? You stubbornly roared back. Who would have guessed she would chuckle softly instead? Then what do you want? She knew your heart had softened. You hadn't figured out how to punish her yet. After all, she had made you hurt so much and shed so many tears. Did she really think a few words were enough to coax you back? Yet Yuka Ryuzaki cupped your face and closed in once more, her scorching breath misting across your skin. You shrank back shyly. This jerk is trying to kiss me again, right? Though you didn't want to admit it, you found yourself actually looking forward to it a little. Since when did I become like this? Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze grew deeper and deeper. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. Her kiss didn't land on your lips, but instead drifted slowly toward your ear. The moment her mouth enclosed your earlobe, a powerful surge of electricity raced violently through your entire body, and your heart went instantly numb and tingly. Just as you opened your mouth to stop her, an embarrassed moan slipped from your lips. Your face flushed bright crimson instantly. How could I make a sound like that? The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki pressed in close, pinning you tightly against her. You immediately felt that something was off. Her body was burning hot like a fireball. Did this jerk take the wrong medicine? This state is clearly being in heat. She had just been coaxing you a moment ago, so how did the atmosphere change so suddenly? Just as you tried to shift away slightly, Yuka Ryuzaki's husky voice exploded right by your ear as she hugged you fiercely. Just let me hold you like this. Don't do anything. It was too bizarre. Just as you reached out to check her forehead, her body shifted slightly and her lower body pressed even closer against you. Your entire body stiffened as you felt an astonishing wave of burning heat and damp warmth radiating from the place where she was pressed against you. In an instant, everything made sense. Your face exploded into a fiery red. This jerk is actually in heat. You really are. Just as you were about to curse her out, she shushed you. Quiet down, listen carefully. Aside from the sea breeze and waves, the moment you concentrated your attention, a strange sound drifted over. Darling, followed immediately by the sound of slap, 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 rhythmic collisions. Your brain went completely blank. Turns out there are people nearby doing it. No wonder Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly acted like this. Those seductive pants and low groans felt as though the scene were playing directly inside your mind. Your cheeks burned hot as you hurriedly pushed her away, but the corners of her mouth curled up into a wicked smirk. Pretty interesting, huh? Let's listen a little longer. Listen to your head. You were so embarrassed you wanted to drill a hole in the ground and hide. If you kept listening, you'd lose every shred of your moral integrity. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki held you in a death grip and refused to let go. You glared at her and played your ultimate card. Are you going to let go or not? Fine, then I won't forgive you. She suddenly smiled. Oh, so you're saying you've already forgiven me? Only then did you realize you'd been played by her. This black-bellied jerk! Furious, you gave her a fierce kick, and only then did she grimace in pain and loosen her grip. Blushing furiously, you fled in a panic from this scene of disaster. A voice called out to you, and the next second, your arm was grabbed. Almost simultaneously, Yuka Ryuzaki's face darkened as she gripped your other hand, staring fixedly at Lisa opposite you and coldly spitting out 2 words. Lisa, unfazed by her, smiled as she turned to you. Tell her, who do you want to let go? Looking at Lisa's playful gaze and remembering how well she had treated you, despite feeling a little sorry for Yuka Ryuzaki, you turned your head and spoke, Yuka Ryuzaki. Yuka Ryuzaki's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, but she still unwillingly released her grip, watching wide-eyed as Lisa pulled you to her side and deliberately slung an arm around your shoulder. The jar of vinegar in her heart shattered completely. At that moment, Lisa suddenly asked you, how'd you end up running over here? Have you eaten? You answered offhandedly, didn't you have someone send me a tuxedo and leave a card telling me to come to the party? Yet Lisa furrowed her brows. I didn't send you any tuxedo. Lisa's investigative gaze instantly swept toward Yuka Ryuzaki. Who sent it? Yuka Ryuzaki simply spread her hands. Not me. I didn't even know which room he was staying in. The meaningful smile at the corner of her lips made Lisa profoundly irritated. Right at that moment, Lisa shifted her gaze toward Kenji nearby. Pierced by her sharp glance, Kenji panicked instantly. The answer was written all over his face. Lisa understood in a flash that he was the one pulling strings, but she decided not to make a scene just yet. Taking you by the hand instead. Let's go pick out a tuxedo. The auction is about to start. You glanced back over your shoulder, locking eyes straight with Yuka Ryuzaki's aggrieved gaze. A sudden wave of guilt tugged at your heart. Lisa brought you to the shopping mall, with Yuka Ryuzaki tailing behind like a sticky bug, refusing to leave your side. The sight made your entire body feel awkward. She looked precisely like an abandoned little kitten with, "Why don't you want me anymore?" written all over her face. Too lazy to bother picking anything out yourself, you casually tried on a piece and said it was fine. But when Lisa went to swipe her card, the sales clerk respectfully chimed in. That young lady has already paid for it. Following the clerk's gesture, you looked over to see Yuka Ryuzaki leaning coolly against a pillar nearby, smiling smugly at you. You dragged Lisa away in a rush. Forget it. If she wants to pay, let her pay. Lisa took your hand, completely ignoring Yuka Ryuzaki's existence, and said with absolute confidence, "It's fine. Not just anyone can get into this auction anyway. She can bring you in and out as she pleases." You thought you'd finally managed to shake off Yuka Ryuzaki. However, the moment you walked into the venue, Yuka Ryuzaki simply stood outside for a minute, made a phone call, and strolled right in swaggering a few minutes later. Lisa's brows knitted tightly together. This jerk actually has some skills. Unable to find a seat next to you, Yuka Ryuzaki simply picked an empty spot where she could make sure you could see her. The auction was currently in its second round. Since it was your first time in a place like this, you found everything novel. Antiques and jewelry were standard, but someone was actually auctioning off their own kiss. It was a North American male model, and his wealthy girlfriend was sitting right down in the audience. How could she endure that? The starting bid was $200,000 US. To the people present, that price was nothing at all, and it rapidly skyrocketed to $2 million. In the end, she went straight up on stage and kissed the male model right in front of everyone. Your eyes bulged out, so direct and brutal. Just as you were starting to feel a bit bored and even let out a yawn, the next lot was brought out. It was a brocade box, and the moment it was opened, your eyes lit up instantly. It was a diamond watch shaped precisely like a strawberry. That watch was genuinely gorgeous. Curious, you looked at Lisa. Did you know this was going to happen all along? No wonder you suddenly brought me to an auction, Lisa laughed. This is a designer's new release. They just wanted to find the right destined owner. Saying this, she pointed to the pink diamond nestled in the center of the watch face. See that? That's a one-of-a-kind pink diamond in this world. Just this single stone alone costs $1 million US. Normally you never checked prices when buying things, but hearing that figure made you understand. Immediately after, the host announced a base price of $2 million. You gasped out loud. A diamond worth $1 million turning around to sell for $2 million. Making money was way too easy. Though you loved it dearly, thinking about that price made your wallet ache. Seeing Lisa raise her hand to bid, you hurriedly grabbed her arm. Don't raise your hand. But Lisa just gave a relaxed smile. It's fine, a few million is nothing, not expensive. A few million is nothing. You really are a prodigal spendthrift. Right at that moment, the young masters and scions in the venue had already begun bidding wildly. 4 million, 5 million, the price climbing all the way up. Lisa leaned in close to your ear. Are you really sure you don't want it? You looked at the watch, but the price was simply too absurd. You could only talk yourself out of it. If I wore that on my body, I'd be terrified of getting robbed. But just as you were about to give up, an overbearing voice suddenly rang out, 10 million. You blinked in a sudden daze and turned your head. It was none other than Yuka Ryuzaki, smiling warmly at you. Yet the next second, Lisa beside you also raised her hand. 15 million! You were instantly dumbfounded, spinning your head back to stare at her. What are you doing? This is all real money. However, without a moment of hesitation, Yuka Ryuzaki called out again, 20 million! The two of them were actually incrementing by 5 million at a time without blinking an eye. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were dealing with $500. Seeing Lisa about to raise her hand again, you pressed down on her with all your might, glaring at her. Stop bidding! These two would definitely fight this to the bitter end. You didn't dare imagine how high the price would skyrocket. You let out a sudden sigh, shook off Lisa's hand, and declared, play your games if you want, I can't bear to watch this anymore. Seeing this, Lisa immediately stood up and chased after you. Catching up, she reached out to ruffle your hair before smiling. All right, baby, don't get mad. I'll tell you a secret, you asked with a displeased tone. Lisa's smile was overflowing with doting affection. Actually, I already bought this watch beforehand. I felt it suited you perfectly, and it was meant to be your birthday gift anyway. It just so happened that today we boarded the cruise ship, so I changed my mind at the last second. Therefore, no matter who drives the high bid up in the end, the watch will still wind up in my hands. You never expected it to turn out like this, leaving you momentarily speechless. Lisa shrugged her shoulders. Since that jerk wants to buy it for you, let her buy it. You were instantly moved, reaching out to hug her. Lisa, but right at that moment, a sharp, fierce gaze lanced across. Before you could even react, Lisa deliberately planted a kiss on your cheek. It was Yuka Ryuzaki. She had already come out from somewhere, and that glare looked practically like a knife. Smirking wickedly, Lisa looped an arm around your shoulder and escorted you back to your room. Sitting on the sofa with a chaotic mess of thoughts in your head, you wondered where that jerk Ryuzaki would sleep tonight. You scanned the massive suite. Both the master and guest bedrooms had sofas you could sleep on, but you immediately dismissed the thought. How could someone like her ever sleep on a sofa? You sighed. You had literally just said you didn't want to see her, yet here you were, missing her all over again. You felt like you had really lost your spine. You believed that she and you was a misunderstanding, but you still wanted to hear her explain it with her own lips purely because of a chance encounter 7 years ago that had kept her remembering you for all these years. The more you thought about it, the angrier you got. If she dared say she had ever felt a flutter in her heart for you, your face hardened, then you wouldn't want her anymore. You leaped off the sofa in a huff, deciding to stop overthinking and head straight for a shower. Soaking in the oversized bathtub while looking out at the ocean view finally relaxed your mood somewhat. But just as you were drifting off to sleep, a faint sound echoed. Tap, tap. You snapped your eyes open. Outside the window wasn't the ocean view, but an enlarged, pretty face. You jumped in fright. Wait, outside is open air. There isn't even a corridor. How on earth is she standing out there? You rubbed your eyes to confirm that the face really belonged to Yuka Ryuzaki. She was still tapping cheerfully against the glass. Peering closer, you sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Right beneath her was the open sea. She had ropes tied around her body and was literally suspended from above. Panic and anxiety struck you instantly. Are you insane? What if you fall? This is the middle of the deep ocean. If you fall, the consequences are unimaginable. Yet this jerk still had a smile plastered across her face as she pointed toward the ventilation window in the corner of the bathroom. Terrified for her safety, you had no choice but to compromise, shouting at her through the glass, "Close your eyes!" Yuka Ryuzaki actually listened this time, closing her eyes obediently. You scrambled to grab your clothes and put them on before rushing over to open the window for her. I'm literally inviting a wolf into my house, you thought. The moment Yuka Ryuzaki jumped inside, she grabbed you in an overbearing embrace. What are you doing? Before you could even struggle, she tossed you onto the bed and loomed over you, her husky voice rumbling right beside your ear. I'm going to eat you up right now. That magnetic voice made your heart go instantly numb. Your face flushed bright red as you shoved her hard. Get lost. Ignoring your protests entirely, Yuka Ryuzaki pressed you down even more firmly. Her warm, thin lips pressed against your cheek, playfully and viciously sucking on your skin. What are you doing? As you muttered complaints inwardly, a thought suddenly flashed through your mind. You threw your arms around her shoulders and bit down hard on her. Hiss! Yuka Ryuzaki drew in a sharp breath of air, looking at you with a mix of disbelief and utter exasperation. Are you part dog? Only then did you loosen your bite, staring at the perfect, circular bite mark on her shoulder and snickering out loud. She wore an aggrieved expression. It hurts so much. You're trying to murder your own wife. You stuck your tongue out at her. This young master has no idea what you're talking about. Thinking to yourself, if I'd known, I should have left her outside to catch the sea breeze. Falling into the ocean would have at least done some charity work feeding the sharks. Before the words even finished leaving your mouth, Yuka Ryuzaki pounced again. Yuka Ryuzaki! You yelled, but the next second she sealed your lips directly. You struggled, trying to bite her, but she had grown smart this time. She only used the tip of her tongue to lightly trace your lip line, like a puppy trying to please its master. You had never seen her looking so tamely obedient before, and your heart softened instantly. Could this tender-hearted creature really be that overbearing Yuka Ryuzaki? In your daze, you actually forgot to resist. You patted her shoulder. If you're done kissing, get up. Having you crush down on me is uncomfortable. But she replied with complete deadpan seriousness. Didn't I already say? I'm going to eat you up. Her dark eyes burned with scorching heat, carrying not a single shred of a joke. Your face burned hot as you stubbornly argued, eat your head. After all, you were still mad. How could she possibly assume you'd already forgiven her? Yuka Ryuzaki offered a wicked smile. Actually, I'd much rather eat your head. Your heartbeat skipped a beat, a vague feeling telling you she wasn't joking. Before you could react, Yuka Ryuzaki lowered herself down. MMPH. You couldn't help letting out a suppressed moan. Yuka Ryuzaki sighed with pleasure. Why are you always so sensitive? Her gaze deepened by several degrees. A powerful surge of electricity raced through your body instantly. This sensation of being coaxed into arousal felt both foreign and unsettling. You had no idea what she was about to turn you into next. But just as your hand moved to push her away, Yuka Ryuzaki moved as though she'd anticipated it, locking your wrist down with a single hand. Yuka Ryuzaki! Your face flushed crimson red instantly. In this shameful posture, you were still wearing your bathrobe. Under her movement, the loose collar parted wide, leaving your sturdy chest practically exposed directly before her eyes. Yuka Ryuzaki abruptly halted her movements, her scorching gaze locking dead onto the firm skin of your chest. That exquisite collarbone, paired with the faint refreshing scent left behind after a shower, made her completely lose control. You saw right through her intentions instantly. Don't you dare mess around, Yuka Ryuzaki. Her gaze sent a wave of panic through you. She really looked like she wanted to eat you up. Of course she wanted to. She'd wanted to for ages. But Yuka Ryuzaki ignored your protests entirely. Her eyes deepening, she lowered her head, her pretty thin lips purposefully slowing as they pressed against your collarbone, imprinting kisses upon your skin. Every single place her lips touched turned into her private territory, branded thoroughly with her unique scent. Yuka Ryuzaki, her breath is too hot. Your heart hammered wildly against your ribs. She suddenly lifted her head, answering in a husky voice. All right. Yet the next second, her hand slid along the hem of your bathrobe to stroke up your muscular thigh. With your hands locked, you still had your legs, so you hoisted your leg up, intending to kick her right in the stomach. But Yuka Ryuzaki's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Her reflexes were terrifyingly fast as she grabbed the back of your knee, smoothly wrapping your leg around her waist and pressing down hard, her tall frame wedging straight between your thighs to eliminate any remaining gap between you. Right at that moment, you lowered your voice slightly, calling out with a trace of bewitchment, Yuka Ryuzaki. She froze instantly, those crystal-like eyes shimmering with moisture as her voice turned sultry. Come here. Knowing full well it was a trap, she was still bewitched by you, leaning down to kiss your lips. Who would have thought you wouldn't bite her, instead proactively extending the tip of your tongue to respond? Overjoyed, she assumed you were finally willing. Yet you furrowed your brows and wriggled your hand, complaining that your wrist was being pressed uncomfortably. Heart aching, she naturally relaxed her grip. Seeing as you're being this obedient, taking advantage of the moment, you moved like a little leopard, rubbing against her and feeling around her proud chest to signal your intent to flip positions. Understanding your cue, Yuka Ryuzaki let you roll over on top of her. The pair of lips parted, and you looked down at her with flushed cheeks and watery eyes, looking pure and seductive all at once. Your pink lips parted slightly. Yuka Ryuzaki, get lost. The moment the words left your mouth, your knee slammed straight toward her stomach. Although caught off guard, Yuka Ryuzaki's reactions were lightning fast, blocking it so you couldn't actually land the strike. You had only one goal: escape. So you rolled over, put some distance between the two of you, and scrambled off the bed in a flash. Want to run? Yuka Ryuzaki curved the corners of her lips, her eyes filled with deep amusement. You pulled your bathrobe tighter and bolted out of the bedroom barefoot, but Yuka Ryuzaki's long legs closed the distance in just a few strides. Just as she was about to grab you, she let out a playful laugh and deliberately blocked the doorway. Dream on. Sometimes dreams do come true, you know. Now you had nowhere left to run. You put your hands on your hips and glared at her angrily. Do you honestly not want me to forgive you? Try pulling something like that again, and I'll go straight to my dad tomorrow and cancel the engagement. That should work, right? Yet Yuka Ryuzaki merely smiled. I know you've already forgiven me. As if? I'm still in my probation period. You deliberately put on a stern face, but your flushed cheeks robbed it of any intimidation factor whatsoever. She laughed even more mischievously. Then let's do something fun. I guarantee it'll make you forgive me. You pointed an accusing finger at her from across the sofa. Yuka Ryuzaki, I've finally seen right through your true colors. Yuka Ryuzaki replied as though it were the most natural thing in the world. For a woman to have desires toward the man she loves is completely normal. What did she just say? The man she loves. You froze instantly, your heart hammering wildly against your chest as if something were swelling to the brim inside you. You suddenly felt a desperate urge to make her say it again. Watching you daze off, she teased playfully. Dazing off like this. You snapped back to reality in a hurry, your face burning red as you blurted out. There's something you need to explain to me first. That business with you. You raised your volume, looking at her with bitter resentment. Speaking of which, Yuka Ryuzaki immediately turned serious. I didn't let him succeed. Pouting your lips, you pressed on. Then why did you go out to see him? Do you care about him that much? This was what you cared about the most. Yuka Ryuzaki arched her brows in explanation. He said he had something to tell me, so I went out to see him, even though I already had the answer to that matter deep down in my heart. What matter? You grew immediately vigilant. Her framing made you deeply uncomfortable, and a cool chill welled up in your heart. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki looked somewhat unwell, pinching the bridge of her nose as she bypassed the coffee table to sit down. You cautiously sat on the opposite end of the sofa, maintaining your distance before she finally spoke. 7 years ago, during that incident when I fell into the water, I misunderstood something. You wore a face full of confusion. Yuka Ryuzaki's deep eyes locked onto you with an apologetic expression. I knew you were the one who saved me, but I had passed out at the time. When I woke up, you weren't there, and the first person I opened my eyes to see was you, so I thought he was the one who performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on me. So that's how it was. Your chest instantly felt choked up. She'd actually spent all this time thinking another boy had saved her, carrying that debt of gratitude for 7 years. Why should my credit be given to someone else? You curled your lip in a cold huff. So these past 7 years, you've been thinking about him, wanting to repay him. How are you planning to repay him? Offering your body in marriage? That, destined one, of hers, must have been you all along, right? Your heart didn't just hurt. It felt downright chilled. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki looked directly into your eyes with a solemn expression, denying it outright. Of course not. I don't have the slightest feeling for him, and I didn't want to kiss him. I'm not mad, though your tone was dripping with resentment. Yuka Ryuzaki thought for a moment and summarized it directly. Anyway, everything's been cleared up now, and I've also remembered what happened 7 years ago. From start to finish, I've only ever felt anything for one person, and I only ever want to kiss one person. Who that person was, you didn't even need to ask. From the gaze filled with deep affection she was fixing on you, you understood in an instant. That person was you. The resentment that had just filled your heart seemed to vanish in an instant, yet you still hesitated, unable to help asking her, "Did you really never feel a flutter for him? Not even a little bit? Even the tiniest bit?" You warned her inwardly, "If there was even a shred of it, I'm dumping you." However, Yuka Ryuzaki looked at you with absolute firmness. "Not a single bit." Finishing her sentence, she closed her eyes for a moment. Her brows furrowed as she pinched the bridge of her nose again. Yet you failed to notice her abnormality because inside your head, two little versions of yourself had started arguing. One little person said, "It was all a misunderstanding. You should forgive her." The other little person screamed back, "But your tears and heartbreak were real. You can't just let it go like this." That's right, she made you hurt this badly. In all 16 years of your life, you'd never been this sad. You lifted your head, wanting to say you needed to think it over properly and couldn't just forgive her like this. Right at that moment, you finally noticed something was wrong. Yuka Ryuzaki was keeping her head down, her thin lips drained of color. She was propping her forehead up with her hand, her brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. Panic struck you instantly. What's wrong with you? But just as you wanted to move closer, you abruptly froze. Could she be faking being sick? This black-bellied woman wanted to trick you into walking right into the tiger's den. You couldn't fall for her trap. You immediately called her bluff. "Are you trying to trick me into coming over? I'm not falling for it. Your credit score is completely bankrupt." However, after waiting for a moment, she made zero movement. Your heart leaped back up into your throat. Why does it feel like she actually passed out? No way. Could she actually have been holding on purely through willpower? You were torn 50-50 between worry and suspicion, but didn't dare walk over. If you fell for a trap again, you'd be a total fool. You could only shout out, your worry ultimately conquering your suspicion as you dropped a harsh threat. "Yuka Ryuzaki, if you dare trick me again, I'm never talking to you ever again." You reached your hand out and barely touched her. "What are you?" But before you could finish your sentence, her body swayed violently, and she collapsed straight down onto the sofa. You jumped in fright. "Yuka Ryuzaki!" You rushed forward anxiously to check her condition. Her face was deathly pale, covered entirely in cold sweat. You reached out to test her forehead. Burning hot. You sucked in a freezing gasp of air. You can't possibly be running a fever? In an instant, everything clicked into place. This morning, she had been drenched in ice water by the servants. She had only been wearing a single dress when she stood at your front door. She was in such a rush to get to America she hadn't even checked the weather. And on top of all that, she had just spent so long braving the sea breeze outside the cruise ship. Your heart clenched tightly. Even an iron-forged body would catch a fever after being put through a ringer like that. "You really are a complete idiot," you complained to her pretty face. Yet you suddenly thought of something else. No wonder her lips felt so burning hot when she kissed you just now. Your heart ached and burned with anxiety all at once. You made an immediate phone call to summon help. There was a doctor on board the cruise ship, but those 10+ minutes felt agonizingly long. You sat on the carpet staring at her pale face and furrowed brows, unable to stop yourself from scolding her again. You get sick and don't even say a word. Are you a 3-year-old child? Yet after chewing her out, you didn't feel happy at all. You reached out to touch her forehead again. Why does it feel even hotter? You panicked. This body temperature was terrifyingly high. A high fever over 40 degrees could actually be fatal. The more you thought about it, the more terrified you grew, unable to sit still. A wet towel. You hurriedly got up, intending to head to the bathroom to grab something to wipe down her sweat. The moment you stood up, a burning hot hand suddenly grabbed you, her lips moving in a muffled murmur. Startled by the temperature of her hand, you quickly wrapped both of your hands around hers. "Yuka Ryuzaki?" you asked, leaning down right beside her ear. But she didn't answer at all, only holding on to you with a death grip. Helpless and anxious, you could only coax her like a child. All right, I'm not mad anymore. I'll go get a wet towel for you, okay?" Far from letting go, the moment she heard you were leaving, her grip tightened sharply, as if to say she would rather die than let you go. Your heart softened completely at seeing her like this. Right at that moment, the doorbell rang. You wanted to go open the door, but Yuka Ryuzaki still refused to let go. "The doctor is here. Let me go open the door," you murmured softly beside her ear. But she seemed completely unable to hear anything, stubbornly clutching onto you. With no other choice, you had to call Lisa and tell her to figure out how to let herself in. A few minutes later, the door unlocked. You quickly waved at Lisa standing in the doorway. Lisa wore a worried expression, assuming you were the one who had fallen ill, only to find Yuka Ryuzaki lying on the sofa instead. Her eyes widened in astonishment. How did she get in here? You wore a speechless expression. You couldn't possibly tell her that Yuka Ryuzaki had dangled down from the outside of the cruise ship, could you? "Quickly, have the doctor check on her. She has a very high fever," you said, immediately changing the subject. As the doctor walked over, you tried to make room for him but found you couldn't budge at all because Yuka Ryuzaki simply refused to release her grip. You had no choice but to scoot slightly to the side. The next second, the doctor announced a number. 40.8 degrees. You sucked in a sharp gasp of cold air. Is she going to fry her brain out? The doctor smiled slightly. Probably not, though it is certainly very high. You let out a slight breath of relief. Immediately following that, the doctor administered a fever-reducing injection and performed physical cooling measures. Half an hour later, Yuka Ryuzaki was moved onto the bed, and the doctor instructed that her fever might spike again in the middle of the night, telling you to make sure to feed her medicine if it did. After the doctor left, Lisa looked at Yuka Ryuzaki, who was still clutching your hand tightly, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "I'll have someone come watch over her." "You can't just not sleep." But you shook your head? "I'll stay right here." Your gaze never left Yuka Ryuzaki's face once. You had no idea when Lisa eventually left. You simply spent the entire time sitting right by the bedside accompanying her. After what felt like an eternity, Yuka Ryuzaki finally opened her eyes. You leaned in with a pleasant surprise. "Yuka Ryuzaki?" You reached out to touch her forehead. Thankfully, the temperature hadn't climbed further. "Are you hungry? I can have the kitchen cook some porridge for you." However, Yuka Ryuzaki merely locked those deep, dark pupils onto your face, with unblinking intensity, her gaze holding the weight of eternity. You felt inexplicably flustered under that stare. If you feel unwell, just nod. Who would have expected her to give your hand a sharp tug, pulling you straight down toward her? "What do you want to say? Are you thirsty?" A trace of a smile suddenly surfaced in Yuka Ryuzaki's beautiful eyes, and her thin lips parted softly. "What I need most right now is a kiss from you, and I'll feel much better." You were momentarily stunned. This jerk is sick as a dog and still running her mouth. Yet looking at her pale face and listening to her husky voice, your heart softened with pity. You rolled your eyes in exasperation. "Your lips are cracked dry. Drink some water first." To your surprise, Yuka Ryuzaki actually nodded obediently. You smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to stroke her head like rewarding a little cat. "Hurry up and let go." Ever since she lost consciousness, your hand had been trapped in her tight grip. Now that she finally loosened her hold, you warned her, "Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back," before sprinting off to pour a glass of water. But just a few minutes later, when you returned with the water and stepped through the door, you locked eyes directly with those dark pupils pinning you in place. As though she lived in mortal terror that you might run away, your heart skipped a beat. This patient is completely drained of strength, yet still plays the clingy prison guard. She's both infuriating and hilarious, even a bit cute. You offered a gentle smile and walked over to the edge of the bed. "Sit up and drink some water." To your dismay, Yuka Ryuzaki put on a weak act, complaining with disgruntled dissatisfaction. "Why did you take so long? I feel like my soul's been sucked dry." As she spoke, she lowered her eyelashes pitifully. Completely out of options, you set the water glass aside and leaned down to help her up. Right at that moment, Yuka Ryuzaki's arms wrapped fiercely around you, dumping her entire body weight straight onto you. "Why are you so heavy?" Just as you managed to prop her up, she refused to let go, instead wrapping her arms around your waist. The next second, her chin rested on your shoulder, burying her entire face straight into the crook of your neck. Just as you tried to struggle, her husky voice drifted into your ear. "Let me recharge for a second." "Recharge what?" you asked, your face a mask of total confusion. In response, Yuka Ryuzaki inhaled the scent of your skin, the corners of her mouth curving upward. Recharging my Kenji energy. Kenji energy? What kind of ridiculous meme is this? But she explained it with deadpan seriousness. Full name: Kenji energy. Its function is to restore Yuka Ryuzaki's vitality. You understood the reference instantly, and your cheeks flushed bright red. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You slapped her back in bashful embarrassment. Did her fever fry her brain? Yet she tightened her embrace even more tyrannically. Don't move. Haven't finished recharging yet. You complained inwardly. She claims she has no strength, but she sure packs a punch when hugging people. But then you thought better of it. Since when did patients get argued with? So you actually stopped moving, letting her hold you. After holding that position for a long while until your back was practically breaking, you finally lost your patience and poked her back. Are you fully recharged yet? Only then did Yuka Ryuzaki release you. You straightened up in a hurry, supporting your lower back like an old man. Seeing this, Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes danced with amusement as she put on a mock expression of regret. Your lower back strength is this poor? That won't do at all. It'll affect the quality of our future life. What future life? You muttered in bewilderment, handing the water glass straight over. Yuka Ryuzaki had no choice but to take the glass herself, slowly finishing the water. You reached out to test her forehead again. Thank goodness, the fever's down, and asked if she wanted to eat anything. To your surprise, her slender finger tapped against her own lips. I want this. Your face turned bright red instantly. Pretending not to understand, you started chattering away about the porridge you had ordered. But just as you tried to stand up, your wrist was caught in a fierce grip. You froze in place, not daring to turn around, as her aggrieved, husky voice drifted from behind. Don't you want me to get better, faster? Before the words even finished dropping, she suddenly burst into a violent fit of coughing. That sound was heart-wrenching and completely devoid of play acting. Your heart instantly melted and you whipped around. She was coughing so hard her face had drained of color, cold sweat beading on her forehead. You touched her skin, burning hot. The fever had spiked again. You scrambled to rush out, pouring water and grabbing the medication the doctor had left behind. Hurry up and take your medicine. To your utter dismay, Yuka Ryuzaki furrowed her brows and shook her head. No, don't want it. You were ready to tear your hair out in frustration. How could someone be as willfully stubborn as a toddler? You panicked. Be a good girl and take your medicine, please. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki kept shaking her head. No. Right at that moment, a realization hit you like a lightning bolt. Is this jerk doing this on purpose just because I didn't kiss her earlier? Steel entering your spine, you reached out to cup her face and planted a fierce kiss straight onto her lips before she could react. Just as you tried to pull away, her gaze deepened. She locked a hand around the back of your head and forced you heavily against her, sweeping you into a scorching, deep kiss. Her lips and tongue were terrifyingly hot, as though she intended to melt your entire being down. You felt your limbs turn to jelly under the kiss, your mind turning completely blank. At that exact moment, the doorbell rang out loudly. You snapped back to reality with a jolt, your cheeks blazing like fire as you pushed her away in a rush. The porridge is here! But Yuka Ryuzaki refused to let go, her voice husky and her gaze burning with a heat that threatened to devour you. Your heart hammered wildly against your ribs, too terrified to even look at her as you maintained a facade of calm. Drink some porridge to line your stomach before you take your medicine. I don't need medicine anymore, I'm much better now, Yuka Ryuzaki said, her voice brimming with satisfaction. But you weren't buying it for a second, reaching out to check her forehead. Sure enough, still burning hot. You glared at her angrily. You call this much better? You're still running a fever. Yuka Ryuzaki curved the corners of her lips and slowly replied, Didn't I say just a moment ago? Her voice carried a seductive, teasing tone. I need your kisses to get better. Why don't you try kissing me one more time? No way! You don't keep your promises! You pressed your hands firmly against her chest. Even after kissing her, she was still refusing to take her medicine. Right at that moment, the doorbell chimed again. Terrified that the room service attendant might leave, you shoved her aside and bolted toward the door. A moment later, you returned, carrying a bowl of porridge, purposely maintaining your distance as you issued your final ultimatum. Drink your porridge, or I'm kicking you out. But the moment the words left your mouth, looking at her pale face made your heart soften again. Or, I'll go out. I'll go find Lisa and sleep with her instead. Don't you dare! Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face turned glacial in an instant, completely drowning in a tidal wave of jealousy. Sleeping with another woman? Has this idiot lost his mind? What if that Lisa eats him up? Yuka Ryuzaki's teeth itched with fury. Seeing that your tactic had worked, a smug smile bloomed across your face. You pushed the bowl of porridge toward her and commanded, "Eat up quickly, or I'm going straight to find Lisa." Glaring at you resentfully, Yuka Ryuzaki ultimately surrendered, taking the bowl and finishing the porridge spoonful by spoonful. But when you handed her the medicine next, her brows knitted together tight again. Do I really need the medicine? The fever's already broken. Looking at her expression, a preposterous thought popped into your head. Is she actually afraid of taking medicine? Yuka Ryuzaki refuted the notion instantly. Does anyone actually like taking medicine? You nearly burst out laughing. So the great and mighty Miss Yuka Ryuzaki was actually terrified of swallowing pills. Seeing you chuckle foolishly, her face turned black. She issued a solemn clarification. I'm not scared of medicine, I just don't like it. Is there even a difference? Suppressing your laughter, you shoved the pills right in front of her face. Take the medicine or I'm going to find Lisa. Take the medicine or I'm going to find Lisa. Glaring at you with a death stare, Yuka Ryuzaki finally conceded defeat, grabbing the pills and swallowing them down in one gulp with a mouthful of water. You smiled with smug satisfaction. That's a good girl. But the moment you reached out to take the empty water glass, she lunged forward, grabbed your wrist, and yanked you straight down. Her other hand clamped onto your chin as her burning hot thin lips aggressively sealed your mouth shut. Your eyes went wide with shock. A concentrated, bitter medicinal taste exploded across your palate. You absolute bastard. You shoved her away with all your might, yelling furiously, "She actually passed the medicine into my mouth?" Yuka Ryuzaki laughed like a demon. So I was right, nobody likes taking medicine. Your cheeks puffed out in absolute rage. You went through all that trouble to coax her, and she pulls a stunt like this? I'm gonna go sleep with Lisa, you shouted, spinning around to storm off. She hooked her arm around your waist, hauling you straight back down onto the bed. All right. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around you in a tight embrace. You completely surrendered at that point. Looking at the color that still hadn't returned to her face, your heart ultimately gave way. Fine, I'll indulge her just this once. Having been put through the ringer all day long, exhaustion caught up to you, and you drifted off into a deep sleep nestled in her arms. The next day, you dreamed that you were being coiled around and squeezed tight by a massive serpent, about to be swallowed alive the next second. You jolted awake in terror. Ah! But the moment you blinked, you realized you were being pinned down flat by somebody, and the demon currently pressing down on you was wildly planting strawberries all across your chest. Your brain still half asleep, you reached out to shove her head away. What on earth are you doing? Yuka Ryuzaki lifted her pretty face, her sexy thin lips curving into a smug smile as her magnetic voice resonated. Take a guess. You let out a yawn. Your collar was pulled wide open, exposing an expanse of fair skin covered in eye-catching red marks. Snapping entirely awake in a split second, you delivered a resounding smack straight to the top of her head, lifting your leg with the intent of kicking her off. Playing the hooligan first thing in the morning? Yuka Ryuzaki easily dodged out of the way, her mouth still curled in that unyielding, rebellious grin. The moment you went to kick her away again, she hooked her hand out, catching your leg and wrapping it straight around her waist. You struggled desperately, but realized that having just woken up, your limbs felt like jelly with zero strength to spare. You're crushing me, this is so uncomfortable, you complained, scrunching up your face in a feigned expression of anger. Yet a flash of mischievous amusement flickered across her dark eyes before she executed a swift roll, the world spinning upside down. When you cleared your vision, the positions had inverted completely. You were now on top, while she lay comfortably beneath you, her dark eyes gazing up at you. How's this? Any thoughts? The heavy weight vanishing from your chest made you feel significantly better. So you simply collapsed forward, pressing your cheek against her warm chest and closing your eyes with the firm intention of continuing your morning snooze. Yukaraki was driven to absolute despair. Half an hour later, unable to endure it any longer, she spoke in a husky voice. "Hey, time to wake up." You rubbed against her like a little cat, refusing to budge an inch. When she raised her voice, you lifted your head in deep displeasure, glaring at her with complaints. "You're so loud. I took care of you all night long. I'm exhausted, okay?" Without missing a beat, Yuka Ryuzaki raised her hand and gave your butt a light smack, following it up by letting her hand linger to knead the area. Unable to tolerate it for another second, you rolled over to the other side of the bed, wrapped yourself tightly in the duvet, and went back to sleep. She, however, got up, planted a kiss on your cheek, and walked straight into the bathroom. The massive bed suddenly felt empty. Losing all sleepiness in an instant, you sat bolt upright and rubbed your hair. A sudden thought striking you, you shouted toward the bathroom door. "Yuka Ryuzaki, is your fever actually gone?" Only the sound of rushing water answered you from inside. No reply. Just as you assumed she hadn't heard and prepared to repeat yourself, the bathroom door swung open with a sharp click. When she stepped out of the doorway, your eyes bulged wide, your heartbeat hammering violently against your ribs as a rush of heat flooded your cheeks. This visual impact is way too intense. I actually want to reach out and touch. I must have lost my mind. Oh God. You frantically grabbed the duvet and pulled it straight over your head to cover your face. Her magnetic voice rang out from outside. "I don't have any clothes to change into." "If you didn't have clothes to change into, why'd you even take a shower?" Your muffled voice drifted out from beneath the blankets. She gave the edge of the duvet a sharp tug, exposing you. "Get out here and help me find something to wear." "I refuse to come out. Who knows if you'll pull another stunt." However, Yuka Ryuzaki simply pointed at herself. "How am I supposed to go out looking like this? There's a shopping mall on the cruise ship. Go buy some yourself." The air inside the blanket was suffocatingly stuffy. Unable to bear it any longer, you threw the duvet off, though you still held a corner up to shield yourself. "Fine, let me think of something. Let me check if I can order something on the iPad. Just wait a second." You scrambled out of bed in a clumsy shuffle while dragging the blanket along as a shield. But she overbearingly reached out and ripped the duvet entirely away. "I'm your wife. I'm your wife. You're going to see me completely bare sooner or later anyway." "Shameless! Who wants to see you bare?" You cursed with a blazing red face, spinning around to sprint away. Yuka Ryuzaki narrowed her eyes with a smile, thinking to herself, "Just you wait." You flipped through the iPad in the living room, only to find a room service dining system with 0 clothing options available. With no other choice, you had to call Lisa for help. In less than 10 minutes, 2 outfits were delivered. Yuka Ryuzaki changed into the clothes. "Must be starving, right?" You glared at her. "I'm literally about to starve to death thanks to you." "Then let's go. Time for breakfast." You had long since fallen in love with Cantonese dim sum. Truly, the food of our great Chinese motherland was the most bountiful. Finding a table and sitting down, a waiter hurried over with a smile. "Sir, table for one?" You looked toward your side in bewilderment. Yuka Ryuzaki had vanished. Where did she go? How did she wander off without even saying a word? Just as the waiter reached out to hand over the menu, you pushed your chair back and stood up without taking it. "Hold on a second, let me go check where my friend went." Stepping out of the Chinese restaurant, you muttered under your breath, wondering if you had somehow managed to lose her. To your utter disbelief, you didn't have to walk far before spotting her figure. She was chatting and laughing with a male companion. Your pupils constricted instantly. Kenji? She knows Kenji? If it were any other guy, it would be fine. But Kenji, could it be that she saw Kenji was handsome and fell into her old habit of flirting with strangers? Kenji was genuinely striking. Deep facial features, seductive eyes, and a short, tousled, wavy haircut that only served to accentuate his robust, muscular physique. Your gaze instinctively dropped to Kenji's chest muscles as he purposefully leaned in close to Yuka Ryuzaki, his eyes radiating pure enticement. Then you glanced down at your own chest. A wave of uncomfortableness welled up in your stomach. Could Yuka Ryuzaki actually be attracted to him? A strong surge of displeasure flooded your chest. Whatever Yuka Ryuzaki said next made a meaningful, wicked smile curve her lips. That smile was both gorgeous and cool, carrying a hint of mischief that was utterly mesmerizing. Even Kenji looked completely captivated, his eyes swimming with infatuation. Just as you were about to stride forward, your footsteps froze dead in their tracks. You blinked rapidly, staring at that smile. Based on your deep understanding of her, whenever she wore an expression like that, she was definitely plotting something sinister rather than simply engaging in casual flirting. Yet you still couldn't figure out why Yuka Ryuzaki would have any connection to Kenji. Rather than rushing in hot-headed, you crossed your arms over your chest to observe the situation quietly. Right at that moment, Kenji turned his head and spotted you. A smug smile curling his lips, he stepped closer and deliberately wrapped an arm around Yuka Ryuzaki's arm. He touched her arm suggestively, flashed a wink, and then walked away. Yuka Ryuzaki slipped one hand into her pocket, maintaining an unbothered, dashing posture as she watched Kenji walk off before turning her head back. She looked right at you, acting as though she had known you were standing there the entire time. You lifted your chin, glared fiercely at her, and let out a cold huff. When she called out your name from behind, you pretended not to hear a thing, marching straight back to your table to sit down. The waiter had been lingering nearby, coming over to pour water and asking with a smile, "Are both guests here now? What would you like to order?" Without sparing her a single glance, you spoke directly to the waiter. "I am a party of one right now. Please ask this young lady to leave. I don't like sharing tables." The waiter cast a distressed look toward Yuka Ryuzaki. To your surprise, Yuka Ryuzaki remained utterly unfazed, simply reaching out to take the menu and beginning to order. To make matters worse, everything she ordered happened to be your absolute favorite dishes. Without stopping her, you waited until the waiter took the menu and fled the scene. Immediately following that, Yuka Ryuzaki reached across the table to grab your hand, asking with a smile, "Jealous? Don't you want to interrogate me about what I was saying to that guy?" You finally looked up at her, demanding with angry indignation, "How do you even know him? Did you know him beforehand? Or did you just meet him? Did you date him too? I don't want to know what you guys talked about." Imagining her using sweet talk to please another man, even while knowing she was probably plotting against Kenji, still made your stomach churn with irritation. The amusement in Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes deepened, though she put on an entirely innocent face. "He was the one who suddenly hit on me just now." That remark only served to infuriate you further. With zero politeness, you yanked your hand out of her grip. "He hit on you?" She hurried to explain. "I had a reason." But you refused to give her an opening. "Don't you know I can't stand the guy? You were just standing there laughing and chatting with him. You're going to drive me crazy." Yet Yuka Ryuzaki maintained her unhurried pace. "I know you can't stand him. Let me finish explaining first before you get mad, okay?" You froze in sudden astonishment. "You know? How on earth would you know?" Yuka Ryuzaki draped an arm over the back of your chair, leaning her pretty face in close as she lowered her voice so only the two of you could hear. "After I found you at that masquerade ball last night, I noticed him lurking around looking like he was plotting something harmful against you." A jolt of shock ran through you. "Then what?" The corners of her mouth twitched upward, her dark eyes brimming with triumphant mischief. "Well, didn't the lights go out right after? I saw him sneaking over toward you, so I just casually stuck my foot out and kicked him straight into the swimming pool." "Casually?" You burst out laughing despite yourself. So Kenji tumbling into the pool was her doing. The lingering annoyance you had felt a moment ago evaporated completely, though you intentionally gave her the cold shoulder, denying her the satisfaction of praising her. Then why were you just chatting with him? Shouldn't you have just ignored him? Weren't you just giving him a chance to feel important? A sudden realization dawned on you. Kenji had been acting purely out of spite, seeing you together with Yuka Ryuzaki and insisting on trying to snatch her away. Yuka Ryuzaki's smile turned dark and wicked. "Don't you think that lifting someone all the way up to the clouds and then letting them drop makes the fall so much more satisfying?" Understanding washed over you instantly. Resting your chin in one hand, dark eyes flashing like a pair of little imps, you said, "So you were trying to play him to get revenge for me, huh?" Yuka Ryuzaki continued, "There's one more thing. I ran into him once before, and he spent the entire time cursing our country. It was infuriating." You nodded vigorously in agreement. "Exactly. It's one thing if he hates me, but targeting everything from our homeland just because of me, Makes me want to shove a pile of garbage straight down his throat. The two of you shared a synchronized high five. Yet she let out a regretful sigh. Too bad this is a luxury cruise ship, so we can't find anything that filthy lying around. Otherwise, she flashed a wicked smile, a ruthless glint flashing through her dark eyes. Watching her expression, you were caught between laughter and tears. You wouldn't actually do that, would you? You had only been venting your anger and thinking about it in the heat of the moment. But looking at her expression, you knew that if circumstances permitted, she genuinely would pull it off. Unfazed, Yuka Ryuzaki curled her lip. Eating that stuff isn't going to kill him. You were left entirely speechless. Well, she actually has a point. You muttered inwardly, "This isn't you being malicious. Our country's sacred dignity is inviolable. Kenji daring to insult your motherland is entirely unforgivable." Yuka Ryuzaki's legendary temper was notorious. Crossing her always guaranteed a disastrous end. Looking at her with curiosity, you asked, "So how are you planning to mess with him? Hurry up and tell me." Right at that moment, the ordered breakfast dishes were served. Yuka Ryuzaki said, "Let's eat breakfast first. Didn't you keep saying you were starving? Once you're full, I'll tell you." "Tell me while we eat." Your curiosity had been hooked completely. You refused to be left hanging on tenterhooks any longer. You figured that no matter how delicious the breakfast was, eating it right now would just give you indigestion. Yielding to your stubbornness, Yuka Ryuzaki finally conceded. "All right." But just as she was about to start speaking, you caught sight of Lisa walking toward your table and quickly tapped Yuka Ryuzaki's hand. "Don't talk yet." Following your gaze, Yuka Ryuzaki turned her head to see Lisa, her brows knitting together instantly. Her pretty face wore an expression of undisguised, unwelcoming hostility. You shot her a glare, signaling her to put on some better manners. Meanwhile, Lisa walked over with a meaningful, knowing smile, pulling up a chair right next to you. "How come you guys started breakfast without calling me?" You glanced at the clock. It was already past 10, practically lunchtime. "I didn't know whether you were busy or not. To pamper my darling, I must somehow make time, don't you think?" Lisa said, raising a smile, her eyes full of doting affection as she looked at you. With a loud smack, Yuka Ryuzaki slammed her hand on the table in dissatisfaction, her face fierce and frosty. Pointing a finger at Lisa, she gritted her teeth and warned, "I'm telling you, Moku. Mokuge is my darling. Don't let me hear you call him darling again." Lisa scrunched her nose, smiling warmly at you as she opened her mouth. "Such a heavy vinegar smell." "Mokuge, darling, did you smell it?" said San. Yuka Ryuzaki directly stood up from the table this time. You quickly pulled her down, telling her not to be rash. "Lisa is just joking with you. Why are you eating her vinegar for nothing? You're so stupid." Lisa picked up her teacup, took a sip, and then smiled. "Your woman is really interesting, just like your firecrackers. She explodes at the touch, unlike my man." The phrase, "your man," made Yuka Ryuzaki's anger fade a little, but her pair of sharp, black eyes were still locked dead on Lisa's face. Lisa teasingly met her gaze, the corner of her mouth hooking up. "Koyu, don't you like Mokuge anymore? Have you taken a fancy to me?" Yuka Ryuzaki immediately made a gagging expression and sneered, "You have no shame. Thanks for the compliment." Lisa still smiled gracefully and charmingly. At this moment, you quickly knocked on the table to interrupt them. All right, let me introduce." You pointed at Yuka Ryuzaki. "This is Yuka Ryuzaki, my fiancée." Then you pointed to Lisa. "She is Lisa, an exceptionally good friend of mine from the beautiful country." You even glared specifically at Yuka Ryuzaki, as if saying, "See, there can be pure friendship between men and women." "Fiancé?" Lisa was surprised. "Did you suddenly return to the country just to get engaged?" It's a long story." Hearing your introduction of her, Yuka Ryuzaki domineeringly hugged you, glaring over at Lisa to assert her dominance. "Although you and Mokuge are friends, I am his fiancé, and not very happy to hear someone calling my fiancé darling. Understand my meaning?" Lisa smiled slightly. "Darling is my affectionate nickname for Mokuge. Even if you are his fiancé, you have no right to interfere, right? I am no threat to you. Otherwise," she slightly tilted her face to glance at you, that looked clearly telling Yuka Ryuzaki that if he had any interest in you, you would have been hers long ago. Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes instantly blazed with fire. If she hadn't been taking you into consideration, she would have thrown a punch long ago. Just when the undercurrents between the two were surging and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly noticed you had gone still. She whipped her head around to look, saying, "San," only to find you were actually eating. At this moment, you picked up a shrimp dumpling and nodded. These shrimp dumplings are not bad. While eating, you sighed. The Cantonese morning tea here is pretty authentic. Aren't you guys hungry? Hurry up and eat. You couldn't be bothered to care about their standoff. Eating was the most important thing. Watching you wolfing down your food, Yuka Ryuzaki's previously taut, pretty face instantly changed into a tender smile. The moment she reminded you, "Eat slower, be careful not to choke," you actually choked. You slapped your chest frantically, wanting to swallow the food down. Yuka Ryuzaki hurriedly picked up her teacup and handed it to you. You gulped down a cup of water and finally swallowed the food. Glaring at her, you low-growled in dissatisfaction. "You crow-mouthed." Yuka Ryuzaki raised an eyebrow. "How can this be blamed on me? Who told you to wolf it down? Anyone who doesn't know would think you escaped from a refugee camp." "You're the one in a refugee camp." "This young master is so noble and elegant. The way you were just eating was like, if you don't believe it, go look in the mirror yourself. Do you want to sleep on the sofa tonight? You only know how to use this threat. Can't you try a different trick?" "One trick is enough. Why bother with other tricks?" Yuka Ryuzaki looked like she had no way to deal with you, but still reached out to gently stroke and soothe your back. As for Lisa, she drank tea and ate food while watching the two of you bicker with keen interest. In the end, Yuka Ryuzaki still found an opportunity to shake off Lisa, taking your hand to stroll leisurely around the cruise ship. As a result, you wandered in front of the movie theater. Looking at the screening schedule on the wall, you pointed to a poster and said, "Let's watch a movie." That was a new film that would only be released in the beautiful country a few days later. Yuka Ryuzaki followed your finger, and after seeing the movie title, her eyebrows twisted together. "The Little Mermaid? Isn't this just a fairy tale?" You nodded heavily. "I just want to watch this." She thought about it. "You had liked these things since childhood." "Fine, if you want to watch it, we'll watch it." Afterward, she went to buy tickets and bought you popcorn and cola. Because the timing was just right, you entered the theater quickly, and there were very few people inside. Not long after the opening credits began, you noticed Yuka Ryuzaki was starting to get sleepy. You suddenly reached out and pressed her head onto your shoulder. "If you don't like watching it, lean on me and sleep for a bit." She had been sick all night yesterday and must be very exhausted. Yuka Ryuzaki gazed at your profile, feeling a warmth in her heart. Leaning against your sturdy shoulder, her breathing was filled entirely with the reassuring scent belonging to you. She slowly relaxed and closed her eyes. But after a while, you realized you had overestimated yourself. She was so heavy. You felt like you couldn't hold up anymore, and your body started swaying. Yuka Ryuzaki, with her eyes closed, twitched the corner of her mouth. Of course she could feel your trembling. She stayed silent, waiting to see what you would do. Would you have the heart to wake her up, or would you stubbornly keep pushing through? Unexpectedly, your brain turned quickly. Seeing that the armrest between the two of you could be put down, you hurriedly lowered it so there was no obstruction between you anymore. You leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "Hey," then used both hands to support her head, letting her lie down on your thighs. Yuka Ryuzaki shifted on your legs to find a comfortable position. Protecting her head, you raised your head to continue watching the movie. There were no surprises in the plot, but when you saw the Little Mermaid save the prince, only to have her credit stolen by a foreign prince, you couldn't help it anymore. 7 years ago, it was clearly you who had given her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But the first person she saw when she woke up was Kenji. She had misunderstood like this for 7 years. You couldn't help wondering if she would keep misunderstanding like that and go kiss Kenji. You couldn't stop yourself from thinking about letting them achieve their happiness while you turned into sea foam. Tears instantly burst through the dam, rolling down unguardably. The princess and prince were dancing happily, while the Little Mermaid's brothers cried out, "Why must you be so foolish?" Under the rendering of the movie's atmosphere, your tears flowed more and more turbulently, even letting out suppressed sobs. Fearing that your tears would drip onto Yuka Ryuzaki's face and wake her up, you could only abruptly lift your head to let the tears slide from the corners of your eyes. At that exact moment, "Little fool, what are you crying for?" The weight on your thighs instantly lessened. You looked down in bewilderment, meeting Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes directly. You sniffled. "Did I wake you up?" Yuka Ryuzaki didn't answer but cupped your face with both hands, using her thumb pads to gently wipe away your tears. Afterward, she looked at you in incomprehension. "You can cry like this just watching this kind of movie?" You wanted to swat her hand away, but she locked tightly onto your face, as if probing into the reason for your bitter crying. How could you possibly have the nerve to tell her that you had projected yourself into the plot, imagining her ending up with Kenji while you could only have your heart shatter into seafoam? Yuka Ryuzaki sighed. Her pretty face suddenly leaned in and her cherry lips gently imprinted on your eyes, kissing away your salty tears. Feeling her tenderness, you raised your eyes and instantly crashed into her starry-eyed gaze, filled with concentrated affection. All your melancholy vanished into thin air. You opened your arms and threw yourself straight into her embrace, silently shouting in your heart, "I like you so much, why do I like you so much?" As if sensing something, Yuka Ryuzaki stroked your hair and pressed, "Did you say something?" You buried your face in her embrace and shook your head, but she wouldn't let up. Mysterious and playful, you just wouldn't answer, your hands tightly hugging her neck. When the movie ended, you finally lifted your head from her embrace, smiling brightly and saying, once the movie finished playing, she looked at your appearance of both crying and laughing, completely baffled. Walking out of the screening hall, you felt your eyes were red and swollen, so you quickly found an excuse. "I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me here." You rushed into the restroom. Looking at your red-eyed reflection in the mirror, you felt completely mortified. You hurriedly turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on your face, but when you blinked again, a pale human face abruptly appeared in the mirror. You screamed out in shock. Anthony jumped in fright, then angrily roared, "What are you screaming for?" Seeing it was him, you glared at him in ill humor. "Why are you dressing up like a ghost to scare me?" Anthony grew furious. "You said I look like a ghost?" You glared at him and complained to his reflection in the mirror. "You make no sound and your face is as white as a ghost's. Anyone would be scared by you." Anthony was so angry smoke was coming out of the top of his head. Just as you wanted to retaliate, you noticed Anthony suddenly reveal a triumphant smile as he stared at your reddened eyes. He feigned surprise and cried out, "You cried! Were you dumped by a woman and came to cry in the restroom?" "You're the one who got dumped!" You glared at him in annoyance. Anthony became even more delighted, laughing gloatingly. "You're going to be dumped soon." You looked at him coldly. "What do you mean by that?" Anthony put on a concerned expression and then purposely said, "I think it's better if I tell you. That beauty who was with you today, she asked me out, you know." You raised an eyebrow. Seeing you react, Anthony's smile grew even more smug. Women are all the same. When they see a handsome guy, it's like their souls got hooked away. You wore a speechless expression. On the strength of him alone, he wanted to hook away Yuka Ryuzaki's soul? You tore off a paper towel to dry your hands. Dream on! Don't do it in the toilet, or it'll turn into a smelly daytime dream. You coolly tossed the tissue into the trash can and turned to leave. Anthony's unwilling clamor came from behind you. "Mokuge, I will prove to you that your woman's heart is with me now." At this time, you returned to Yuka Ryuzaki's side, crossing your arms and eyeing her with a raised gaze to scrutinize her. "What's wrong?" Yuka Ryuzaki looked at you in utter incomprehension. You directly questioned her. "What did you talk to Anthony about this morning? Did you even ask him out?" Yuka Ryuzaki glanced toward the direction of the restroom. Anthony happened to be walking out and even threw her a flying kiss. He even threw her a flying kiss. Your face darkened instantly. Yuka Ryuzaki, however, put her arm around your shoulder and laughed teasingly. "Did you start a war with him inside?" "Who won?" You poked her with your elbow. "Of course it was me. Tell me quickly, did you ask him out?" "We just chatted normally." Yuka Ryuzaki expressed her innocence, blinking her eyes and looking at you with displeasure. "You couldn't possibly not trust me, right?" "I didn't say I don't trust you." "Then tell me, how do you want to fix him?" Yuka Ryuzaki chuckled. "Let's go, San. Afterward, at a luxury goods counter, the moment Yuka Ryuzaki appeared, Anthony greeted her with a handsome smile. "Why did you take so long to come? I've been waiting for you for so long." An elegant smile hung on Yuka Ryuzaki's face. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Listening to her sweet voice, Anthony's eyes were full of infatuation. "Not long, not long. How long I wait for you is never long." Pointing to the expensive watches in the counter, he intentionally asked, "Do you have a male companion for tonight's banquet?" Yuka Ryuzaki smiled softly and answered just as he wished. "Not yet." Anthony went into a frenzy of joy, nodding non-stop. "No, no." He put on a shy expression, hesitating to speak. Yuka Ryuzaki immediately cooperated and picked up the thread. "Then would you be willing to be my male companion?" Anthony looked into her eyes, smiling so hard his heart blossomed. Yuka Ryuzaki generously said, "Pick whichever one you want, I'll buy it for you." While saying one thing with his mouth, Anthony's body was very honest. He turned around and went to pick those watches with the largest diamonds worth millions of US dollars. But he didn't see the calculating smile hooking up the corner of Yuka Ryuzaki's mouth behind him. Just as Anthony was fantasizing that the top-quality woman was about to fall into his hands, you domineeringly opened your mouth. "I want all of these watches." Anthony froze on the spot. Recognizing it was you, he was so angry he cursed loudly. "Mokuge, I laid claim to these first, you shameless." At this moment, you hooked the corner of your mouth looking light and breezy. "Sorry, they're mine." Saying that, you dashingly handed over a card. When Anthony saw the supreme black card in your hand, his eyes turned red with jealousy and he shrieked, "Where did you steal this card from?" The moment the clerk saw the black card, his attitude did a 180-degree turn, immediately flattering you sycophantically. "Young master," he wanted to look for Yuka Ryuzaki, only to find that she had already snuggled up to your side at some point, the two of you exchanging sweet glances. He stamped his feet in anger. "Miss Liu, the watches you mentioned, he bought them all." "Then pick something else," Yuka Ryuzaki's voice said. "What are your hands trying to do?" Anthony lifted his chin, arrogantly throwing out his trump card. "Miss Liu has already invited me to be her male companion tonight. No matter how many watches you buy, you can only put them on display." Your gaze shifted to Yuka Ryuzaki. "Is that so?" Yuka Ryuzaki met your eyes, smiled dotingly, and said, "Of course not." Anthony's face stiffened instantly. You continued to ask her, "Then what about me buying these watches?" Yuka Ryuzaki's eyes were full of tenderness, her tone sweet to the point of exploding. "Just smash them to hear the sound, as long as you like it." Anthony's complexion turned pale as death, staring fixedly at the black card in your hand. As if knowing what he was thinking, you smiled brightly. "Didn't you ask where the card came from? She gave it." Anthony completely understood. You glanced at Yuka Ryuzaki and commanded like a king. "You tell him." Yuka Ryuzaki nodded, then dropped a fatal blow on Anthony. "He is my fiancé." All the color drained from Anthony's face in an instant, his eyeballs almost popping out. Yet still unwilling to give up, he gritted his teeth and asked Yuka Ryuzaki, "Then why were you so good to me? As long as you break off your engagement with him." Yuka Ryuzaki chuckled dryly, spitting out just a single word. Anthony dropped to his knees, finally realizing that he had been played by the two of you. At this moment, Yuka Ryuzaki feigned realization, a mocking smile hanging on her lips. "I think you misunderstood. There are plenty of shameless people like you. I have not a shred of interest in you, let alone betray my fiancé. You'd better save these playboy tricks of yours." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd instantly exploded. In everyone's eyes, Anthony was utterly a shameless third wheel. So Anthony is this kind of person. Looking at his frivolous style, he's just a little kept man specially used to seduce women. I heard his personal life is a total mess. Stay away from him. One sentence of disdain and contempt after another pierced into Anthony's heart like knives. His face turned pale, and, unable to stay any longer, he violently shoved through the crowd. You crossed your arms, enjoying this large-scale social death scene. You couldn't have been happier. Right at this moment, Yuka Ryuzaki hugged you. There's something even more exciting. Oh? Your heart filled with curiosity, you let her lead you to follow the direction of Anthony's escape. On the other side, just as Anthony ran out of the mall and crossed a corridor, Reaching the end of the run, suddenly a basin of something fell from the sky, pouring right down from the top of his head and drenching him all over. People nearby screamed and scattered. Looking closely, you instantly covered your mouth in shock and hurriedly backed away a few steps, but the smile in your eyes could no longer be hidden. A pungent, foul stench instantly exploded in the air. Everyone froze there, swiveling their gazes all at once onto Anthony. Anthony's was soaked through with a body of urine, looking like he was pasted in shit, completely resembling a walking corpse. After a few seconds, he let out a pig-slaughtering scream, then spun around and bolted. Who would have expected his foot to slip, causing him to crash face-first into the mud? He couldn't even care about the pain as he hurriedly scrambled up and fled in a panic. While supporting Yuka Ryuzaki, you laughed until your stomach hurt. The people around all lost their composure, laughing backwards and forwards. Compared to you, this bit of reaction is nothing. Yuka Ryuzaki asked you softly in your ear, "Are you happy, son?" You nodded instantly, unable to control shouting out, "So happy I could die." I've never seen Anthony make such a huge fool of himself after mixing around for so many years. You thought happily to yourself that if you recorded this and posted it on your moments, it would probably blow up in minutes. Moreover, Anthony's reputation at school was rotten, and many friends couldn't stand him either. Upon returning to the Moku family's landing pad, when you saw Lisa, you couldn't help walking over and giving her a big hug. "Thank you, Lisa." Lisa pulled you over, patted your back, and said, "After returning to the country, pay attention and don't let your woman lead you around by the nose." You lifted your chin, not conceding a single bit. "Who says that? It's clearly me leading her around by the nose." Lisa smiled, raised a finger, and pointed at the strawberry mark on your neck. "Didn't you notice? You've been walking everywhere all day long with these marks hanging on you." Your heart skipped a beat, and you hurriedly touched your neck. "Strawberry? Moku? What do you mean?" Lisa smiled ambiguously at you. Only then did you suddenly remember that when you woke up this morning, Yuka Ryuzaki had been planting strawberries on your neck. You instantly flared up with anger. "Yuka Ryuzaki, you bastard! You prepared to go up and deal with her." Yuka Ryuzaki glared at Lisa, her aura fully unleashed. She directly grabbed you, lifted her head up, and blocked your mouth. When she finally released you, you found her wearing a mischievous smile. "Let's go, hubby." You boarded the helicopter, the propeller's wind fierce and strong. As the aircraft slowly rose, you continuously waved downward through the window until you couldn't see Lisa anymore before you were willing to pull back your hand. Yuka Ryuzaki teased you. "Do you really miss her that much?" You nodded repeatedly with utmost seriousness. "Son, really do miss her quite a bit." She felt she truly couldn't handle this look of yours. At this moment, another helicopter flew past in the distance, the two aircraft brushing past each other. Yuka Ryuzaki unintentionally glanced at the man on that plane. His aura was so strong, like a dark emperor. She was still secretly guessing who that could be. At this moment, you let out a gasp of surprise. "It's Ren!" Yuka Ryuzaki turned her head back. You almost pressed your face against the window, staring fixedly at that aircraft, which was clearly heading toward the cruise ship's side. Yuka Ryuzaki frowned. "Is he a friend of yours?" You shook your head, then nodded, unable to explain clearly for a moment. Yuka Ryuzaki asked cleanly and directly, "Who on earth is she?" You blinked your eyes. "Lisa's boyfriend." Yuka Ryuzaki was left speechless for a moment, a wave of vinegar madly growing in her heart. She muttered, "No wonder you and Lisa were able to hit it off so well when Lisa looked at you." "What are you saying?" "The wind is too big. I didn't catch a single word of that." Yuka Ryuzaki smiled, didn't say anything. "What on earth did you say? Tell me." She put on a helpless expression, and you instantly exploded. "Who are you calling stupid?" The helicopter flew through the air, starlight spilling down so beautifully it made one's heart ache. You flew straight toward the Moku family villa area, landing on the private helipad. Yuka Ryuzaki called over a security guard to carry you down from the plane. You had already fallen fast asleep on her shoulder. After returning home, the servants at the door were still on guard. The moment they saw you all, Steward Hiroshi came out and his eyes went straight. Staring at Yuka Ryuzaki and then looking at you being carried on the security guard's back, his face instantly spelled out, "What on earth happened?" Yuka Ryuzaki smiled and said, Uncle Hiroshi, we've made up. Yuka Ryuzaki put you on the bed, tucked the blanket in for you, and neatly folded down the corners of the quilt. Sitting down on the carpet, she leaned over the bedside to look at you, a wave of gentleness washing through her heart. At this moment, Daiki walked in. With a full of aura presence, he made a hand gesture toward Yuka Ryuzaki. Yuka Ryuzaki hurriedly stood up, nodded, and followed him out of the room. She respectfully called out. Daiki looked at her coldly. Mokuge told me a few days ago that he wants to call off the engagement with you. Yuka Ryuzaki panicked a little. I won't call off the engagement. You also know our misunderstandings have already been resolved. There are no problems at all. Daiki's face remained cold, his tone carrying authority. Then what about next time? Who can guarantee you won't break his heart again? Yuka Ryuzaki frowned, her expression firm. I am serious about Mokuge. I will never let him get hurt again. Daiki stared at her for a good long while before finally nodding. Fine. Just as Yuka Ryuzaki let out a sigh of relief, she heard him say, San, come with me. Yuka Ryuzaki walked together into a large room. The room was filled with various training weapons and equipment. Suddenly, over a dozen agile women with crisp movements surrounded Yuka Ryuzaki. Her gaze instantly tightened, her heart understanding that this was to test whether she could protect you. Yuka Ryuzaki smiled confidently, turning sideways into a cool stance. Over a dozen people attacked simultaneously, all top-tier female martial artists, with overwhelming momentum. Yet Yuka Ryuzaki wasn't afraid in the least. Her figure flitted and responded like a ghost, and in less than 20 minutes, she had neatly and cleanly knocked down every single opponent. Daiki's eyes could not hide his surprise at such combat skills. Afterward, Daiki treated Yuka Ryuzaki to a cup of wine. Daiki waved his hand and said, Go take a rest. Yuka Ryuzaki said goodnight and followed the servant to the guest room. She originally thought about entering your room, but on second thought, she decided it was better to leave a good impression and stay in the guest room after all. As soon as the servant left, a muscular man walked in. He smiled ambiguously, revealing an 8-pack of abs, his healthy wheat-colored skin making him look even sexier. The atmosphere suddenly became sultry and dangerous. Yuka Ryuzaki saw at a glance that she had been drugged. The man in front of her was extremely captivating. With short brown hair and light-colored eyes, a proper hunk. He was very skilled at seduction and didn't rush to strip completely bare, slowly taking off his outer jacket first in a game of playing hard to get. Ordinarily, he would have long since lost control and pounced straight on, but Yuka Ryuzaki didn't react at all. She only gave the man a cold glance. The man was stunned, finding it hard to understand. He was extremely confident and had never been rejected by anyone. The first time he saw Yuka Ryuzaki's regal aura, with his own messy hair looking handsome and sharp, his entire demeanor arrogant and wild like a little wild lion, his sense of oppression was off the charts. Imagining a romantic night with such a top-tier woman, his eyes practically burned with fire. He licked his lips and feigned delicacy, lowering his voice to say, Master. Step by step, he approached Yuka Ryuzaki to control the atmosphere. Yuka Ryuzaki stepped to the side and walked away, taking long strides toward the door. She knew very well in her heart that since Daiki had pulled this stunt, he certainly wouldn't let her off easily. Still unwilling to give up, she reached out to twist the doorknob. Sure enough, the door was bolted shut. She aimed her gaze toward the window instead, only to find it completely sealed with not a single way out. The man grew somewhat anxious, a trace of petty emotion in his tone as he clung to her like stubborn glue. Master, why won't you look at me? Am I not good looking? Countless women were infatuated with him. He firmly believed that as long as there was one chance, he could make Yuka Ryuzaki obsessed with him. Thus he walked up to her and forcefully tried to charm her, his fingers slowly wandering over his cheek and his own chest in a bid to stir up her desire. Gritting her teeth against the drug's effects, Yuka Ryuzaki squeezed a single word through the gaps of her teeth. Scram! The burning heat inside her body grew more intense, but her gaze remained cold enough to freeze. Facing the man before her, she looked at him as if he were nothing more than a torn punching bag. She knew clearly what she wanted. Even if she were given the top-tier man in the entire universe, she would remain completely unmoved. Drugs could torture the body, but her heart had long since locked onto its target. In her eyes, this man was simply a soulless dead object. Yet the man refused to give up, posing seductively right before her. Yuka Ryuzaki couldn't help glaring at the man's provocative black lace men's underwear, frowning as she muttered softly, "San really knows how to pick." He was actually wearing, Yuka Ryuzaki thought. Even with such flashy styling, on him it just looked hideous. Yuka Ryuzaki looked around the room, her mind as clear as a mirror. Don't even think about escaping. Daiki arranged everything so tightly precisely to test a daughter-in-law's self-control. She definitely wouldn't be able to get out before dawn. Yuka Ryuzaki furrowed her brow, beads of sweat covering her forehead, biting down hard to force herself not to lose control. The fire inside her body burned hotter and hotter, desire surging like wave after wave. Seeing this, the man's smile grew even more flirtatious, and his movements became increasingly uninhibited as he slowly stripped off almost all of his clothes. His solid abs and sculpted glutes were fully exposed, striking poses to show off before Yuka Ryuzaki. Yuka Ryuzaki raised her eyelids, the corner of her mouth hooking up as she suddenly stepped forward and lunged. The man was startled, thinking the queen had finally surrendered, and laughed with unbridled delight. But the moment his hand touched Yuka Ryuzaki's arm, Yuka Ryuzaki executed a crisp and decisive hand chop, directly knocking him unconscious. Finding him filthy, she didn't even want to touch him, and dragged the unconscious man away without a second word, tossing him straight into a corner. Afterward, she simply pulled down the curtain to cover the man up completely, not wanting to lay eyes on him for another second. Peace at last. Amidst her rapid breathing, the drug's potency burned with a full chest of restlessness. She collapsed heavily onto the bed, closing her eyes and desperately trying to calm herself down. Yet the drug's force grew increasingly fierce, burning her entire body with scalding heat. Unconsciously, she buried her face into the pillow, a low, muffled roar rumbling in her throat. Damn it. In her mind, your figure grew clearer and clearer, impossible to shake off. Your body proportions were outrageously perfect, and your frame carried a sort of alternative sexiness. She remembered every time she held you. You would curl up in her arms like a cat, your body soft and fragrant, making her never want to let go once she started teasing you. Just imagining trapping you beneath her body and getting as intimate as she wanted made a certain part of her body ache with uncomfortable heat. Ren, Yuka Ryuzaki roared wildly in her heart, feeling her reason about to be smashed through by that craving. The flames colliding inside her body could no longer be controlled. Her mind was completely filled with your adorable appearance. One hand had already pressed down to her trouser waistband. You began to hallucinate about yourself lying in bed, lowering your head to kiss all the way down from her exquisite collarbone, dying to kiss every single inch of skin across her entire body. Then you fantasized about wrapping her fair, slender legs around your waist, burying yourself between her thighs, and pressing together tightly without leaving a single gap. Those illusions grew increasingly bold and explicit, and her expression turned awkward as well. Finally, Yuka Ryuzaki let out a low hiss and released all her urgent desire in one go. She was soaked through as if just fished out of the water, her clothes stuck together with sweat. She grabbed the pillow and hugged it tightly, pretending it was you, pressing her face against it and rubbing back and forth uncontrollably. Just barely recovering, she muttered in a raspy, deep voice, "If only you were right by my side." Early the next morning, hearing a slight movement in the bed, Yuka Ryuzaki immediately opened her eyes and looked toward the floor to see servants carrying that man away. Daiki swept a calm glance over her before shifting his gaze back to Yuka Ryuzaki. Her strikes are ruthless enough. The man has been unconscious for a full night. It seemed Yuka Ryuzaki had not held back at all last night. Thinking of Yuka Ryuzaki's martial prowess, Daiki's face unexpectedly revealed appreciation. To put it slightly exaggeratedly, that move of Yuka Ryuzaki's could easily have cost him his life. He said, looking toward Yuka Ryuzaki, "Since you're awake, come down for breakfast. Ren will be waking up soon too." "Got it." Yuka Ryuzaki nimbly climbed up, radiating confidence with a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. Although her clothes were slightly disheveled, it added a few parts of wild, domineering charm. Daiki gave a slight smile and turned to leave. Steward Hiroshi walked over with a face full of smiles. "Miss Liu, the toiletries are all prepared. Just let us know if you need anything." Yuka Ryuzaki pulled back the blanket, got out of bed, and lowered her head to glance at her messy clothes, a flash of annoyance crossing her eyes recalling last night's scene. "Help me find a change of clothes, please." Steward Hiroshi gave a subtle nod to a servant and smiled. The master has already had everything prepared. 2 female servants walked in carrying clothes and toiletries. Steward Hiroshi proactively reminded her, "The bathroom next door is available." "Mm-hmm," Yuka Ryuzaki nodded, stepping out of the room. The 2 female servants followed to her, left and right, carrying things. Over 10 minutes later, Yuka Ryuzaki walked out of the guest room in clean clothes. At the doorway, a female servant respectfully bowed. "This way, please." Yuka Ryuzaki stared at her and asked, "Is the young master awake?" "The young master isn't awake yet, but Mary is already waiting at the door." Instead of taking the stairs directly, Yuka Ryuzaki turned toward the inner side, guessing in her heart that your room was on this side. The servant was startled. "The young master's room is straight ahead and to the right." Yuka Ryuzaki waved her hand. "No need to follow me." In her heart, Yuka Ryuzaki wondered where a smile couldn't stop curving the corners of her mouth. There was a strange feeling at the bottom of her heart, as if Yuka Ryuzaki shared a telepathic connection with you. Wherever the room was, Yuka Ryuzaki could find it straight away. Although Yuka Ryuzaki had entered your room last night, the Moku family's villa was as massive as a fortress, and having been led through several rooms last night, she had long since lost her bearings. The steward purposely arranging someone to accompany her could also be considered a reminder of how to walk. The servant looked somewhat hesitant, given the steward's instructions, but under Yuka Ryuzaki's fierce gaze, she immediately didn't dare to follow any further. Yuka Ryuzaki continued walking forward, quickly recognizing your bedroom door at a glance. Standing at the doorway was the female servant who had brought Yuka Ryuzaki her clothes, evidently your personal manservant. Seeing Yuka Ryuzaki appear, Mary froze for a second before snapping back to reality and bowing respectfully. "Good morning. The young master is still sleeping." Before he could finish speaking, Yuka Ryuzaki stepped right past him and pushed open the bedroom door. Mary shouted in panic, wanting to stop Yuka Ryuzaki. Yuka Ryuzaki raised a single finger to her lips, making a shushing motion, her voice low and raspy yet laced with a smile. "Don't follow in." Mary stood frozen at the doorway, as if entranced by Yuka Ryuzaki's aura. Yuka Ryuzaki walked straight up to the bedside. "You were sleeping soundly." Yuka Ryuzaki leaned down close, her dark eyes staring at you. Yuka Ryuzaki reached out and pinched your nose. "Little pig, you sure can sleep. I was almost driven crazy by you last night." You crinkled your nose and waved your hand, trying to swat away this disturber of yours. Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly grew mischievous, sitting down on the bed and pinching your cheeks with both hands. You were finally shaken awake by Yuka Ryuzaki, your eyelashes trembling lightly. Before you even registered what was happening, your mouth was suddenly blocked by Yuka Ryuzaki. Terrified, your eyes widened directly. Right before you was Yuka Ryuzaki's magnified pretty face as the sunlight streamed down. You finally snapped out of your daze, but she directly kissed you, her lips pressing close and rubbing slowly before launching a sudden assault. She pried open your teeth, her hot tongue drilling straight inside to lock onto your tongue in an instant. The kiss was deep and urgent, instantly evolving from light, gentle sips into a fiery, passionate French deep kiss. Having just woken up, your brain was still muddled, completely incapable of resisting Yuka Ryuzaki's aggressive onslaught. As if trying to compensate for last night's regrets, Yuka Ryuzaki kissed you with even greater urgency and dominance. Your hands clenched tightly as you pressed against Yuka Ryuzaki's chest, trying to push her away while your eyes remained dazed and watery. "So enthusiastic first thing in the morning," Yuka Rout muttered internally. Although pushed away by you, Yuka Rout Mother could clearly feel the body heat you transmitted through that thin layer of sleepwear. Even though the room temperature was identical, Yuka Ryuzaki could unmistakably tell it belonged to you. Thus, Yuka Ryuzaki gently grabbed your hand, guiding it down below the hem of your clothes so your palm made direct contact with her chest. Yuka Ryuzaki slightly parted her lips, her raspy voice carrying a hint of dominance. "Pet me, won't you?" You finally woke up completely, your eyes lifting to crash directly into Yuka Ryuzaki's deep gaze. That look was like the stars in the night sky, making it impossible to look away. So intense, first thing in the morning, I seriously surrendered to you. You had been thoroughly defeated by Yuka Ryuzaki. From knowing Yuka Ryuzaki until now, who would have known she could pull moves like this? Yet Yuka Ryuzaki could sense that your eyes were filled with anticipation and reluctance to disappoint her. Even amidst the lingering shyness, you didn't withdraw your hand, tentatively spreading your palm flat against Yuka Ryuzaki's chest. Beneath your palm was Yuka Ryuzaki's thumping, accelerated heartbeat. Although the drug's effects had faded long ago, Yuka Ryuzaki's body was still piping hot first thing in the morning, clearly waiting for you to soothe it. Standing at the doorway, Mary was blushing red and completely frozen. This scene before her left her in a dilemma where advancing or retreating was awkward. It wasn't appropriate for her to turn and leave either. Feeling unbearably stuffy yet inconvenient if she kept staring here like this, "Son, what has this turned into?" But you didn't pay attention to Mary at the door at all. "What are you doing?" You thought she would just stop after a little bit. But who knew Yuka Ryuzaki would go completely out of control? She truly had no concept of knowing when to stop. Pushing an inch and demanding a mile, these words were probably tailor-made for her. Although the atmosphere was sultry, Yuka Ryuzaki knew better than anyone that it was still too early, and she wasn't fully prepared yet. Kissing was fine, but wanting to take the final step this fast, who could handle that? She caught sight of you frowning slightly, a bit of grievance appearing on your pretty face. "I feel so uncomfortable, eh?" You asked her directly. "San, what's wrong?" She whined, aggrievedly and softly. "I'm extremely uncomfortable." At first you thought she was acting, but the moment you locked eyes with her sincere expression, you wondered if this guy was faking it or not. In truth, you secretly hoped she was acting, otherwise you really wouldn't be able to handle it. But looking at her complexion, it was 8/10 likely she was genuinely feeling awful. If she was acting, she was way too good at it. Seeing Yuka Ryuzaki's brows locked tight and her expression twisted into a ball, your heart suddenly tugged, and you couldn't help asking again, "What on earth is wrong?" If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to help you? You instantly regretted it. What if Yuka Ryuzaki asks you for some even worse demand later? What are you gonna do now? You had just offered to help, and now it was too late for regrets. Woo-woo, why hasn't anyone invented a regret pill? Give me one. While you were still quietly agonizing, Yuka Ryuzaki had already pulled her hand out from inside your clothes, smoothly tidying up your messed up hair before planting a light kiss at the corner of your mouth and smiling as she said, "Koyu, just kidding with you, Mokugai." You remained frozen in place. Huh? Joking? That didn't look like messing around at all. Yuka Ryuzaki chuckled dryly and cast a glance toward Mary at the door. "There's someone staring at the door. Do you think I'd actually do anything in your room? Are you an idiot?" After speaking, she even used her finger to flick the bridge of your nose. But to be honest, she had almost truly lost control just now. Fortunately, she reined it in time. She didn't want anyone else seeing the two of you getting intimate. This was also out of consideration for you. You wanted to pull away and get up, but she grabbed you tighter instead, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. "Hubby, let me hold you a bit longer, okay? San," Yuka Ryuzaki had too many inner thoughts to easily tell you about. Regarding that man from last night, although she hadn't done a thing, she didn't dare let you find out. First, she was afraid you'd get jealous. Second, she was afraid you'd get angry. The crucial part was that she had already passed the test, and those past matters were done with. At this moment, Mary at the doorway couldn't hold back a couple of coughs, reminding you in a low voice, "Miss Liu." You weren't in a hurry, merely pushing Yuka Ryuzaki to signal her to let you go. Unexpectedly, she sprang up instantly, hurriedly leaping out of bed. "I'm going to the restroom!" Fortunately, your room came equipped with an independent ensuite bathroom. Otherwise, things would have gotten incredibly awkward. You blinked in confusion, asking her, "You were just teasing me to death, and now that Daiki's here, you're suddenly bolting into the toilet like you're running for your life?" Yuka Ryuzaki smiled awkwardly. "Nothing much, I just need to use the restroom." You pouted, still muttering internally. This guy wouldn't have noticed something amiss, right? The moment she was hugging and kissing you just now, you genuinely couldn't help your heart fluttering, and your body had given a somewhat normal reaction. Carefree as you were, you didn't pay much attention until a short while later when you heard Daiki's footsteps enter the room and intentionally glanced toward the direction of the bathroom. Is Ruyan inside? You hurriedly got out of bed, wearing slippers and shouting with a cheerful smile. Daiki casually reached out to stroke your hair. You and Ruyan are leaving today. Suddenly, reluctance washed over you again. How about I discuss it with her and push it back another 2 days? In truth, you really couldn't bear to leave your dad. Whenever you faced the hardest moments, your very first instinct was always to run back home to find him. Home always carried your warmth, and only with Dad around did you feel your heart settle. Daiki laughed, rubbing your head. You silly boy, you're a student. You've already skipped quite a few classes these past few days. Come back and stay for a few more days when winter vacation starts, then do whatever you want. Winter vacation? How long from now is that? Too long? What about Christmas? I'll definitely come back to accompany you for Christmas. Christmas has a great atmosphere, and we can call Lu-Sing and the others over too. Just thinking about it made you happy. Daiki nodded with a smile. Christmas it is then. He sighed deeply again, casting a profound look at you. Truthfully, I really can't bear to part with you, but I can't just lock you away and spoil you rotten either. I hope you can bravely go live your life, and ultimately find your own other half. Time flew by. You and Yuka Ryuzaki finally stepped onto the plane returning to China. Just like when you arrived, you two took a chartered flight this time, San. Originally, Daiki wanted to send you both back and insisted on using the Moku family's plane, but you insisted on choosing the Liu family's. When bidding farewell to your dad, Yuka Ryuzaki held your hand as you boarded the Liu family's private jet together. The Liu family's aircraft was somewhat different from the Moku family's. It was genuinely custom-tailored exclusively for you, with even the minor details thought out to be as comfortable as being at home. Although the Liu family's plane wasn't decorated according to your precise taste, it still had plenty of style and felt deeply cozy. The plane took off, and through the porthole, you watched the airport runway shrink smaller and smaller. Yuka Ryuzaki gripped your hand, comforting you in a low voice. Whenever you want to come back, I'll come back with you. Although a round trip tossed you through a dozen hours of flying and was quite exhausting, as long as you could go home, all the tossing was worth it. This journey made you realize that, for you, home was actually right here in the beautiful country. 4 years, Dad had always stood guard right here and with him around. Wherever home was, that was where your heart stayed. Every time you felt upset, your subconscious impulse was always to run back home, making this place your safest harbor. And you knew Yuka Ryuzaki harbored deep guilt in her heart. She felt she hadn't managed to give you that kind of security, nor made you feel like the Liu family was truly your other real home. On the surface, whatever you wanted to do in the Liu family was fine, but deep down you knew it ultimately wasn't the same. Only the home in the beautiful country with Dad was what you truly yearned for. What you didn't know was that Yuka Ryuzaki had already silently resolved in her heart to make certain you would feel the Liu family was your ultimate destination from now on. In the future, no matter what you encountered, your very first reaction should no longer be running back to the beautiful country, but wanting to return to the Liu family to find her. While thinking this, she gently smoothed down your freshly woken, messy hair. You looked significantly thinner these past few days. Clearly, having gained a tiny bit of weight just a few days ago, you had shrunk right back down again, leaving your entire persona looking startled and panicked. Feeling both heartache and self-blame, thinking she was the primary culprit, her black eyes filled with apologies as she gazed at you without blinking. The plane had already climbed very, very high, yet you still gazed blankly out the window as if staring straight through the horizon, unable to pull your line of sight back. Noticing, Yuka Ryuzaki's expression slowly shifted as well, losing its smile and replacing it with worry coating her brow edges. Rin. She called you twice to pull you out of your dazed thoughts, but the silent look in your eyes was something she understood at a glance. What's wrong? Yuka Ryuzaki cupped your face with a heart full of anguish, staring intently into the depths of your eyes as if wanting to see through everything. Why did you suddenly get so unhappy? If you really can't bear to leave Dad, we can stay a few more days. Hearing her say this, your heart tightened instead, a sour sensation welling up. You pouted and shook your head in a low voice. I'm not sad about leaving Dad. Your voice dropped into a muffled tone, your entire being resembling a deflated ball. Yuka Ryuzaki grew increasingly worried, furrowing her brow to press. What on earth is it then? Tell me, won't you? What can actually make you truly happy? Your nose soured and your eye rims instantly reddened, unable to hold on any longer as you buried your head straight into her embrace. I just remembered how, on the plane back to the beautiful country that day, I sat all alone and cried for so long, feeling so miserable. I thought I was going to die. That day was quite simply the darkest moment of your life. The world seemed to have collapsed, leaving nothing behind except loneliness. The most terrifying part was that your tears simply wouldn't stop, and you could only force yourself to fall asleep, thinking maybe sleeping would make it better. Yet your brain refused to cooperate, repeatedly flashing back to images of her and Kenji. In the end, you had no choice but to rely on sleeping pills to barely manage to fall asleep, trying not to think about them and stopping yourself from crying anymore. Hearing you mention taking sleeping pills, Yuka Ryuzaki's heart felt as though it was being savagely clawed at without mercy, as if carved by a knife and sprinkled with salt, hurting so intensely her complexion shifted entirely. Secretly, she grew furious enough to want to beat herself up. Idiot! How could you bear to let him shoulder so much pain? Clearly, he was the treasure she couldn't bear to hurt the most, the darling she always held in the palm of her hand. Yet in the end, she had also been the one who hurt you the most. If you hadn't been hurt so deeply, how could you possibly plunge right back into that shadow the moment you boarded a plane? Trembling, Yuka Ryuzaki cupped your face, kissing you over and over again. "I'm sorry." As she kissed your lips, nothing remained except deep tenderness and love, completely devoid of any stray thoughts. Your originally withered heart was slowly warmed back to life by her gentleness. With a crying tone you pleaded, "You can't ever make me this miserable again." You were genuinely terrified of experiencing that kind of thing a second time. Absolutely not. Using her lips, Yuka Ryuzaki carefully kissed every single spot on your face, her voice dropping low and overflowing with doting affection. "If I ever make you sad in the future, scold me, or even beat me to death, that's fine. But you are never allowed to leave me behind like that again. Understand? You couldn't possibly endure that kind of agony, and she wouldn't survive the despair of losing you a second time either." The plane finally touched down, and you returned once more to the soil of China. Emerging from the VIP exit, you spotted Aiko standing outside from afar. Opening your arms, you prepared to shout out a greeting, only to lunge into empty air. There was no sign of Daiki's shadow anywhere. Aiko struck a grand, embracing pose, presuming you were charging toward her, but you completely ignored her. She stood there looking foolish for ages, her arms growing sore from holding them up. You looked left and right, unable to resist asking, "Where is Daiki?" Aiko sheepishly retracted her arms. "Just me coming to pick you up. Your best buddy didn't have time." Guess this is what you call a true bro. You hadn't planned on giving him a hug anyway. Feeling somewhat deflated inside, Aiko smiled bitterly to herself. You frowned. Why didn't he come? You had originally planned it all out. The moment you saw Daiki, you'd give him a hug, after which he would ask why you ran off to the beautiful country, and you would slowly explain. As a result, the person was completely missing. You admitted you felt a tiny bit disappointed. Aiko pouted. "He went to accompany Hina. Today, Hina's dad is getting discharged from the hospital. He said he's helping out over there. That guy, Lu Xing, only knows how to stick close to Hina. Now, there's nothing left for people like us." "When did Lu Xing get so close to Hina? Uncle Bao can leave the hospital already?" "How would I know? Go ask her yourself," she replied with an indifferent attitude. You couldn't help laughing. Could you be jealous? But in truth, you really found it puzzling. Right when you left, Hina had still been giving Lu Xing the cold shoulder, barely paying him any mind, while Lu Xing was the only one pestering her relentlessly. Not even a few days had passed. San, how on earth did things turn out like this? The more you pondered, the more you wanted to find out, dying to immediately grab Lu Xing and interrogate him clearly. However, Yuka Ryuzaki had already wrapped an arm around your shoulder, leading you outward. "Talk as we walk." Aiko followed along, clapping her hands. The moment she noticed your mental state wasn't great, she hurried you along to get some rest quickly. After parting ways with Aiko, as you neared the luxury apartment district, you suddenly told the driver to pull over. Even though you had just gotten off a plane and were still dizzy, constantly chattering about wanting to sleep, The moment you reached the front of your home, you grabbed Yuka Ryuzaki and insisted on getting out of the car. "Let's go buy some things at the supermarket," you said while pointing toward the large supermarket next door. "Get out. What do you want to buy?" Yuka Ryuzaki asked you curiously. "The fridge has been out of fresh food for ages. I want to pick out some snacks myself." While speaking, you directly dragged her out of the car. "There's no need for that. We could just have someone deliver it." Despite saying that, Yuka Ryuzaki obediently allowed herself to be dragged into the supermarket by you. "I just want to stroll around myself." Yuka Ryuzaki was amused by you. In truth, you had an objective in mind, directly pulling her along as you marched briskly toward the cookware section while Yuka Ryuzaki remained baffled behind you. You searched around the shelves for a while before finally stopping in front of the mouthwash cup section, picking items out with exceptional seriousness. "Let's buy this one." Looking utterly uncomprehending, she thought you were about to buy some divine artifact, but it turned out to be just a pair of mouthwash cups. Your smile made your eyes disappear. You finally picked out 2 identical models in different colors. "This one's for you." You handed the pink one to her while keeping the blue one for yourself. Yuka Ryuzaki burst out laughing out loud. "Couple cups? Buying couple cups the moment we land. This guy is romantic enough." Next, you proceeded to pick out drinking mugs and a whole set of bowls and chopsticks, all in couple designs. Within a moment, the shopping cart was filled to the brim. You stared at the items inside the cart. "What else is missing?" Seeing you about to doze off like a little chick, Yuka Ryuzaki hugged you and persuaded, "Let's buy these first. We can come back for anything else we think of later." Letting out a massive yawn, you nodded. The 2 of you pushed the overflowing shopping cart slowly toward the checkout counter. Consequently, from afar, you caught sight of Kenji and Shiro arguing angrily with the cashier, their faces flushed red as if about to get into a brawl. "You guys are simply bullying us for having no money." What kind of situation was this? You secretly glanced sideways at Yuka Ryuzaki, feeling somewhat guilty. She swept a sideways glance at you. "What's wrong?" You deliberately lifted your chin, nodding toward the checkout counter with a hint of vinegar in your tone. "Aren't you going to go help out?" "Help out with what?" Yuka Ryuzaki wore a completely blank expression. You gave 2 cold snorts through your nose. "You know well enough in your heart what I'm saying." Yuka Ryuzaki smiled as her arm naturally hooked around your neck, suddenly giving you a pop kiss. She looked at you with intense focus, her voice low. "Now, in my eyes there is only you. I can't see anyone else." After all, that earlier misunderstanding was genuinely brought about by you. Yuka Ryuzaki vowed never again to let anyone insignificant cause the person held closest to her heart to suffer the slightest grievance. This was definitely the stupidest thing she had ever done in her life. Hearing her say this, your heart instantly warmed up like blooming flowers. You dodged slightly to the side, intending to watch the commotion from the sidelines. After all, if you saw Yuka Ryuzaki, you wondered if she would come sticking close again without leaving, forcibly demanding her help. Although you knew Yuka Ryuzaki had long since drawn a clear line and wanted nothing more to do with you, you really didn't want to face that kind of scene. The argument grew louder and louder. Shiro slammed items down directly onto the checkout counter, standing with hands on hips in a full-blown throwing a tantrum posture. You guys are simply bullying the poor and openly robbing people in broad daylight. A bottle of beverage costs over 12 yuan. You've lost all shame. This place was a supermarket attached to a high-end residential complex, catering primarily to wealthy people. The cashier wasn't a novice and maintained a smiling face. "This beverage is imported, which is why it's a bit more expensive." Shiro sneered. "Imported makes it a treasure? By what right does it sell for over 12 yuan? At the small shop back where I'm from, a bottle costs only 1 or 2 yuan. Your place is more than 10 times as expensive." The cashier continued to smile calmly, expression completely unchanged, and pointed toward the beverage rack in the back. "Sir, we have many other beverage options available over there." Shiro slammed his hand onto the counter, his face twisting almost into a ball. "Judging by that attitude of yours, you're just looking down on us because we're poor, right? If we can't afford your drinks, we aren't human anymore?" For a moment, the cashier didn't know what to say. In truth, which customer genuinely couldn't afford this small amount of money for a drink? Having lived to this age, it was his first time encountering such an unreasonable character. Being poor wasn't a fault, but making a scene here was purely looking for humiliation. The crowd watching the commotion around them grew larger as well, gazes all converging on the spot. Yu's face practically collapsed. With extreme helplessness, she tugged at Shiro's sleeve and lowered her voice. "Shiro, let it go. Why make a fuss over some cheap drink? If people are truly poor, they're poor. There's no need to bring discomfort upon yourself." Shiro completely ignored her, flicking his hand away and pointing back at the cashier. "I want to file a complaint against you. You're discriminating against me? Discriminating against the poor. Should poor people be forced to suffer? Can't poor people drink something nice?" The cashier remained smiling, replying indifferently. "Sir, do you intend to buy this beverage?" Shiro refused to let up. "You just want to scam me out of my money," he directly arched his eyebrows. "Call your manager over. Even if you waive the bill right now, I'm not buying it anymore. Do you understand what it means to insult someone else's dignity? Should being poor mean having no self-respect?" This speech was textbook provocation, reading between the lines with the intent to get things for free. Yet the cashier didn't fall for the trap at all, maintaining that same polite smile. Finally, a queuing man couldn't hold back any longer, slapping his shopping basket down onto the checkout counter with a smack and sneering coldly, "You poverty-stricken ghost. First time I've ever seen someone be poor with such unjustified self-righteousness. Who the hell are you scolding?" Shiro blew up instantly. "Having money makes you arrogant, looking down on us?" The man, holding a designer bag, retorted, "I don't look down on the poor. I just look down on shameless folks like you." Shiro turned pale with rage. "You rich people only know how to talk coolly. What do you know about our hardships? If you've got guts, split some money with me, and let's see." The man looked at him with utter disdain. "My family's money was earned through hard work. Why on earth should I give it to you for free?" Shiro's rogue-like attitude made even the bystanders unable to watch any longer. A circle of onlookers shook their heads and muttered in low tones, all agreeing that Shiro's words were truly absurd. Seeing him dressed neatly enough that he didn't look poor enough to lack even 10-odd yuan, yet still publicly throwing a tantrum and demanding money. Wasn't this a beggar's behavior? Everyone secretly complained in their hearts about how this fellow's parents could have ever raised him. At this moment, the supermarket manager hurried over. Yu was sweating profusely, gripping Shiro's arm tightly to signal her to retreat immediately, but Shiro stubbornly refused, her eyes turned red with anger. The manager swept a glance around and turned to the cashier. "What is going on?" The cashier explained the situation with some hesitation. Seeing the manager actually arrive, Shiro pointed at the shopping bag and yelled, "Oh, your employee insulted me." After listening to the cashier's report, the manager directly put on a cold face, pulled the items out, and tossed them back onto the empty shelf. Without wasting a single superfluous word, he stated, "If you aren't buying, please step aside. There are many other customers waiting to check out." With that, he turned around and walked away, completely ignoring Shiro. Shiro was furious, opening her mouth to curse. But that rich man from earlier directly started applauding and deliberately raised his voice to mock. Buying things costs money. This has nothing to do with whether you're poor or not. If you don't have money, exercise self-control instead of throwing tantrums. Shiro was so angry she was about to explode on the spot. Yu finally exerted herself, using all her strength to forcibly drag her away, and the two of them left in a disheveled state. Once they walked far away, Yu and Yuka Ryuzaki emerged from the corner. Looking at the aftermath at the checkout counter, you were dumbfounded, your mouth hanging open in shock. You patted Yuka Ryuzaki helplessly and muttered in a low voice, "What on earth is going on here? Did Shiro really have to go this far? Even if a dozen yuan drink is a bit expensive, if you aren't buying it, just leave. Why bother making such a scene?" Yuka Ryuzaki let out a cold snort, the corners of her mouth curling upward slightly. Some people just love taking advantage of things, and they do it so shamelessly. On the way back to the apartment, Shiro still had a belly full of unreleased anger. She chattered nonstop, taking turns complaining about the rich man, the cashier, and the manager. Yu walked the entire way with her head down, her complexion somewhat pale. "Shiro, chill out. These rich people are truly absurd. That small pile of things was only 200 or 300 yuan, yet they weren't willing to waive it. Damn it, Moku, you made me waste so much breath for nothing. You hesitated and gave her a glare. Shiro, don't you think making a scene like that was super embarrassing? We aren't actually unable to afford it. Even if it hurts to spend 200 or 300 yuan all at once, buying extra useless stuff is pointless. We might as well pick up necessities. They had originally planned to buy some snacks, mostly consisting of high-end imported goods, though affordable options existed too, like cola, which hadn't increased in price at all. Yet Shiro had lusted after those imported drinks and insisted on buying them, while refusing to spend the money, leading her to try taking advantage of the situation by making a scene so the supermarket would waive the cost. Shiro spoke with an experienced air. My routine has been played out ages ago. Whenever I ran into this situation before, those cowardly managers all chose to sweep things under the rug to avoid trouble. Who would have thought today's manager would actually dare give me attitude? What a belly full of anger. She even deliberately bragged about her battle record. The most ruthless time before, I managed to get over 1,000 yuan knocked off in one go. Walking beside her, you could only let out a long sigh, truly having no idea how to respond to that remark. Shiro's twisted poor person logic had even dragged you into the gutter, making her vaguely feel that being poor wasn't a crime after all, and that people ought to yield to them. You sank silently into thought. However, neither of them noticed that you and Yuka Ryuzaki were trailing far behind. Every single word they said on the road hadn't escaped you and Yuka Ryuzaki. You shook your head speechlessly, your expression written full of disbelief that skin could genuinely grow this thick in this day and age. Yuka Ryuzaki held your arm with one hand while carrying the couple's shopping bags back with the other. Seeing your expression, she smiled. What kind of people aren't there in this world? It's just that you hadn't run into them before. She thought to herself that you still saw too little and remained somewhat naive. At the end of the day, people like Shiro weren't isolated cases. You glanced sideways at her, casually probing. You didn't pay attention to you just now, did you? The whole time she looked quite unnatural. From the looks of it, she didn't seem to endorse her friend's trashy operations. What do you think of her? You deliberately spoke with utter casualness while actually approving of Yu's attitude in your heart. Though remembering past grievances with her kept you from being overly close. Yuka Ryuzaki wore a blank expression. You directly called her out. Fine then. You were staring the whole time. How could you possibly not care about anything? She glared at you with a meaningful gaze. I have any reason to care about her? She muttered to herself. Anyway, there's no need. She added, she's just an insignificant person at best, nothing more than watching a spectacle. Chatting idly back and forth, you had long since made up your mind in your heart not to get involved, no matter how those two tossed and turned. Once you and Shiro entered another elevator, you and Yuka Ryuzaki slowly walked toward the other one. As the elevator ascended, you tilted your head, sizing up Yuka Ryuzaki from left to right with a somewhat mischievous look in your eyes, yet refusing to speak. Meeting your gaze, Yuka Ryuzaki asked, do you have something you want to say? You thought to yourself, San, guess then, but maintained a composed exterior. Unexpectedly, Yuka Ryuzaki suddenly spun around, extending her arm to pin you against the corner of the elevator. Her face drew impossibly close, her voice low and alluring. Are you trying to ask me when I plan to eat you up? Your face burned with scalding heat as you gave her a kick away. I'm not as flashy as you think. Then what are you thinking about? Tell me then. She deliberately lowered her voice, putting on a foolish expression, fishing for praise. You secretly complained in your heart. You're quite good at guessing yourself, actually pulling off tricks like that. With a ding, the elevator arrived. You hurriedly scrambled out of her arm's reach, shooting her a glare while asking somewhat unhappily, do you plan on letting you keep living here? What's going on in your head? The two of us keep running into her lingering in front of us. Is that appropriate? The corner of Yuka Ryuzaki's mouth twitched as she understood your meaning. In truth, she wasn't happy about it either. Caught up in chasing after you, she simply hadn't figured out how to deal with you. In reality, you thought to yourself that if you hadn't spoken up, would this fellow really have kept dragging her feet indefinitely? Yet you also knew that if things truly blew up into unpleasantness, in the end you'd just be stifling your own grievance. She scanned her palm print lock and entered the apartment together with you. You reverted to your usual habit, collapsing straight onto the sofa, grabbing a throw pillow into your embrace, and taking a deep, heavy sniff. The scent of home here is too familiar and comforting. It has that cozy sense of a small home that instantly sweeps away your whole day's gloom. Yuka Ryuzaki put down the items, walked over to you, and pulled you up. There is something I want to show you. Her entire aura screamed mystery as the corners of her mouth suppressed a smile and stars danced in her eyes. What on earth is it? You suddenly remembered the strawberry diamond watch Yuka Ryuzaki had photographed on the cruise ship. Could this be her surprise? Filled with anticipation, an upward smile refused to leave your face. But upon entering the walk-in closet, a sense of anticipation faltered. Shouldn't gifting a diamond watch require a more romantic spot? Even the living room would work. Why bring me into the walk-in closet instead? Yuka Ryuzaki pulled you over to the innermost wardrobe, and the smile on your face collapsed, freezing instantly. Not long ago, you had opened this very wardrobe yourself, only to find it completely empty. All the clothes she had previously gifted you had vanished entirely. Yet right after, those exact clothes had appeared on Yu's body. You spun around violently. Do you know where you messed up now? Though you put on a magnanimous front in words, you couldn't fake it at all. You cared deeply, and the more you thought about it, the angrier you grew, directly swinging your hand to slap her lightly. Bastard, let me tell you, if you ever do this again... Yuka Ryuzaki furrowed her brow with a blank expression. What on earth did I do wrong? You pointed furiously at the wardrobe with nowhere to vent your anger. Those clothes you gave me. Only then did she react. Had she opened the wardrobe? Of course she had opened it. She had long since noticed you giving the clothes to you, and had been furious enough to burst. This time she really struck back. Looking speechless yet somewhat sympathetic to your temper, Yuka Ryuzaki quickly slid open another wardrobe behind her. Inside was surprisingly an entire row of black suits. All the clothes were right here. You blinked in shock, counting them one by one, and sure enough, not a single piece was missing. A wicked smile lifted the corners of Yuka Ryuzaki's mouth as she naturally wrapped her arm around your waist, her soft lips pressing close to your ear, her voice low and seductive. So you care this much about the clothes I gave you, huh? You feigned an eye roll. As if, she chuckled and kissed your ear. Want to try wearing them for me to see? Hearing that made your face burn straight down to your earlobes. You hurriedly used your elbow to push her away by some distance. As if I'd wear them for you to see. You quickly turned around and scampered off, afraid she might blurt out something even more scandalous. Still, you looked back to glare at her, your entire face flushed red. Shouldn't all these clothes be in my wardrobe? How did they end up in your closet? Explain yourself. If it weren't for this, would I have misunderstood you? I held in that anger for so long. The more you thought about it, the angrier you got, and you started throwing playful punches at her. But she caught your fist with a single pull, tugging your arm to haul you straight into her embrace, holding you tightly from behind as she let out a heavy sigh. My fault. My fault. Listening to her explanation, your heart finally relaxed a bit. She hurriedly added, those few sets she wore? I had my assistant buy them, just randomly picked temporary ones. After all, she's staying in my place. We can't have her looking too shabby in front of people, right? You were both angry and helpless. Then why did she have to buy the exact same style as mine? Did all those earlier bouts of jealousy go to waste? Yuka Ryuzaki pressed her pretty face against yours with a coaxing toddler-like energy. I'll have her dock her own salary later. For a long while you stayed silent, your anger melting away mostly until you sighed. You couldn't entirely blame her assistant either, since you yourself admitted you hadn't looked closely at the tags back then, and honestly hadn't recognized the clothing labels on you. Looking at your petite expressions, Yuka Ryuzaki felt a surge of heartache. You felt a bit aggrieved inside too, wishing she would coax you a bit more. Yuka Ryuzaki kissed the side of your face, her voice softening to a dripping melt. Hubby, it really was a misunderstanding. Tell me how I should make it up to you. You glanced sideways at her. It wasn't entirely my fault either. But why did you move all my clothes into your closet? Remembering that the root cause of the whole issue was the relocation of the clothes leading to this misunderstanding, you gave her a fierce kick in a fit of rage. Let go of me! Yuka Ryuzaki laughed wryly as she let go. Can you be gentler? Must you stomp on my foot? Crossing your arms, you stood your ground. Explain why you took my clothes, she sighed. I honestly meant well and turned into a bad thing. You looked at her suspiciously, and when she tried to touch your shoulder, you dodged away. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Yuka Ryuzaki walked directly up to you and threw open the wardrobe beside you. Peering inside, your eyes widened instantly. Why isn't it empty? You caught your breath, torn between excitement and astonishment. Previously, whenever you opened it, it was completely empty with nothing at all, but now looking inside, it was filled to the brim. The mood was a complete 180-degree turn from last time. What surprised you even more was that the clothes inside were colorful, featuring both bright and subtle tones, far from that monotonous sea of men's suits. The garments were so gorgeous your eyes spun, you genuinely loved them, your heart soaring into the clouds. Yuka Ryuzaki immediately wrapped her arms around your waist from behind, showing off with triumphant pride. Like them? There's something even wilder than this. She flipped out the clothing brand label to show you. What kind of background does this brand have? You asked, blinking your eyes with curious innocence. She grinned widely. Guess what your wife meant by giving it this name? You froze, staring at the letter M designed almost to the point of being encrusted with diamonds. Can't you just tell me directly? You're making me guess. Although a sliver of suspicion had already bloomed in your heart, you didn't dare lean your thoughts in that direction. Guessing is what makes it fun. What are you guessing? Watching your smiling face, her own expression lit up brilliantly. Pouting, your eyes stayed glued to that pile of clothes as your hands flipped through them nonstop, wanting to inspect every single piece carefully. Lowering her voice, Yuka Ryuzaki edged right up to your ear with a seductive edge. I said it, so shouldn't you give me a reward? Reward for what? The corners of her mouth curved up into a wicked smirk. I'll help you pick one out to try on for me. Deal? Just trying one on? You glared at her suspiciously, feeling convinced she harbored zero good intentions. Gone was the aggressive vibe of the earlier suits. Instead, it carried a bit of cuteness and cleanliness. Still, you nodded. Fine, spit it out. The corners of her mouth practically split wide open from grinning, thoroughly satisfied. It's an exclusive brand made using your name, your very own personal label. And this brand hasn't even officially launched yet. The name can be changed any time. You burst into joy instantly, eyes shining bright. My own brand? Not even launched yet? Will there be dedicated counter displays in the future? Wild suspicion still danced in your mind that she might be messing with you. A mischievous flavor still lingered at the edge of Yuka Ryuzaki's lips. I custom ordered this specially for you. Only you can wear it. How's that? You rolled your eyes with a touch of youthful arrogance. Who loves you, big head? She immediately handed over that pajama set, urging you to change into it quickly. You directly shoved the hanger back into the wardrobe and slammed the door shut with a bang. The surprise is over. Time to leave. Eat dinner and go straight to sleep. After speaking, you slipped away toward the exit without looking back. Sweeping a sideways glance, Yuka Ryuzaki grabbed the back of your collar, her voice dropping low. You just made a promise to me. You can't go back on your word. You turned back, feigning innocence and squinting your eyes. What did I promise? Nothing at all. She chuckled wickedly. You're reneging. Beaming with a smile, you replied to her. Bingo! Finished speaking, you took off running, but she swept her foot out in a smooth motion and grabbed you right back. What do you want? Yuka Ryuzaki pulled you straight onto the bed, breathing seductively right into your ear. Cut it out, Mokuge, let go! Not letting go, getting you on the bed. Was she out of her mind? Your face flushed bright red instantly as you shouted out loud, Who said anything about getting on a bed with you? No matter what you say, if you aren't changing your clothes, I'll change them for you. Don't. Right as the two of you were midway through tussling, the doorbell suddenly went ding-dong. Who is it? Ignore them! Yuka Ryuzaki still wanted to toss you onto the bed, but you hastily pressed against her chest to keep her from advancing. The doorbell is still ringing non-stop. Go check who it is. Although looking thoroughly displeased, she let go and walked over to open the door. You chuckled secretly in the back, straightened out your clothes, and sauntered over as well. Who could it possibly be? The door opened to reveal you standing outside, still holding a plate of food. Clearly not anticipating you guys actually opening the door, his eyes lit up as he greeted Yuka Ryuzaki with a smile. Yuka Ryuzaki's gaze remained ice-cold and devoid of warmth. What is it? Looking somewhat nervous, he raised the plate higher. I made cola chicken wings, wanted to let you taste them. You stared fixedly at Yuka Ryuzaki, eyes brimming with crazed infatuation. Not having seen her for a few days, he had nearly gone stir-crazy. The moment he laid eyes on her, his face flushed bright red and his heart pounded wildly. Yuka Ryuzaki didn't even glance at the plate. No need? You guys? Yu's heart skipped a beat, tightening as if suffocating. Forcing a smile onto his face, he added, Mokuge is here too, right? Maybe he'd like to eat them. I can give them to him instead. It's just a kind gesture anyway. Saying that, he forcefully shoved the plate forward in front of you. Ordinarily, someone might accept it out of polite courtesy. Yuka Ryuzaki didn't even raise a hand. Yu's hands hung suspended in mid-air, growing increasingly awkward. Yu's eye rims grew wet, the corners of his mouth drooping as he spoke with extreme grievance. I'm sorry. I know you hate me, but I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to thank you. I really won't harbor any foolish thoughts anymore, and I won't disturb you guys. Yuka Ryuzaki let out a flat, indifferent acknowledgement, counting as responding to him. Deep down, you knew it was time to retreat, terrified that staying any longer would strip away even his final shred of dignity, yet he simply couldn't bear to leave. Even just gazing a bit longer would be worth it after days apart. Hearing the doorbell from the back, you poked your head out. Seeing you at the doorway, your face immediately lit up with a smile. Oh, it's you! You didn't particularly want to see you, but still forced a fake smile, holding out the plate. It's nothing major. I just made cola chicken wings and thought I'd let you guys taste them. My cooking skills are awesome. My friends all praise me. You hurriedly raised a hand to interrupt, thinking to yourself that this was the first time you'd ever seen someone praise their own cooking like that, but you couldn't be too direct in driving someone away, since he used to be a young master after all. Changing your tone with a smile, you said, No thanks. Neither of us eats chicken, especially not chicken delivered right to the door. Yu's face turned pale instantly. He looked at Yuka Ryuzaki with pleading eyes, as if wanting to try one last stroke of luck for her to put in a good word and help out. However, Yuka Ryuzaki, who had been freezing cold just moments ago, heard your words and suddenly softened, looking at you with doting affection. We indeed don't eat it, she said, flashing a smile at you. Yu's heart shrank violently. That feeling of being uniquely favored was missing him entirely. With a pale complexion and an awkward twitch of the corner of his mouth, he murmured, Never mind, it's my fault. You yawned, your hand instinctively pressing against Yuka Ryuzaki's chest as you purposely smiled and said, We just got back from abroad and are exhausted to death. We want to get some early rest. You should head back to sleep early too. Yu's expression flicked with slight surprise. So the two of you went out together? He had never been abroad, nor had he even left his home province. When he was young, he and his mother were in Donghai. Later, when his mother remarried, unwilling to drag along a burden like him, she abandoned him with his father, which was how he ended up in Zhangcheng. His eyes were filled with envy and a trace of jealousy. How nice. He felt that your words sounded as casual as talking about window shopping. Having money really made people willful. In truth, your original intent was to hint to him that you would be sleeping together with Yuka Ryuzaki tonight, so he would know when to retreat and stop disturbing your intimate moments, but he stubbornly interpreted it as you showing off your wealth. Just as the door was about to close, you frantically jammed his hand into the gap. Looking at him, you asked, Is there anything else? Flustered for a moment and afraid of losing his composure, he still forced himself to stay calm, his eyes darting quickly toward Yuka Ryuzaki as if clinging to a sliver of hope that she might feel some reluctance. Mokuge, His mind was a total mess, managing to squeeze out only, I just wanted to say goodnight. You replied politely, Good night. He stepped backward 2 paces as if stepping on cotton. You closed the door with a merciless thud. the hallway returned to peace. With a dark expression, you walk slowly toward the elevator alcove. Watching the elevator climb floor by floor, his mind was entirely filled with your phrase, "Chicken delivered to the door." The more he thought about it, the more wrong it tasted, and a fire blazed in his heart. When the elevator arrived, he angrily tossed the plate in his hands straight into a trash can. Stepping into the elevator, he still refused to give up, casting one last lingering look toward your apartment door. This residence looked far more imposing than the apartments downstairs, and the door lock was rumored to feature the latest technology. He couldn't help daydreaming. If I could be under the same roof as Yuka Ryuzaki and see her every single day, how wonderful would that be? Yuka Ryuzaki had already treated him quite considerately, giving him a place to stay and new clothes without ever making him feel ostracized. The only problem was that the person she loved was you. Yet he knew this full well and simply couldn't let go, stubbornly unwilling to resign himself to it. The elevator doors closed. Leaning against the wall, he waved a hand to wipe away a tear, as if trying to block out all his grievances. Returning to the apartment, Shiro was casually peeling fruit on the sofa. Seeing him look absent-minded, she asked with concern, "What's wrong, you? Did Miss Liu come back?" As soon as he sat down, you couldn't hold it back any longer, plunging straight into Shiro's embrace and crying as he held him. "What on earth should I do? I really love her so much." Shiro immediately pulled him in, patting his back continuously to comfort him. Just looking at Yu's expression, he knew for sure he had gone to see Yuka Ryuzaki and hit a brick wall. "Say it. Tell me what happened. What kind of grievance did you suffer?" Shiro asked gently. Yu raised his head, his eyes red and choked with emotion. "She treats me so coldly, just like a complete stranger. But to Ren, she is endlessly gentle. Turns out they went out to have fun together, and I was just stupidly running over to wait for her by her doorstep." Shiro stamped his feet in anger. "What on earth is wrong with her head? She doesn't even appreciate someone as great as you. If she gave you a chance, she'd definitely realize how outstanding you are and how much you love her." Knowing exactly what you wanted to hear, Shiro said all the sweetest things. Sure enough, you nodded frantically, tears falling even faster. "That's right. If she's willing to give me a chance. Why do people always obsess blindly over things they can't get, fantasizing that if only there were a chance?" Shiro blinked, spinning ideas around in his head, slapped the sofa and gritted his teeth. "You just throw caution to the wind." You looked at him with eyes full of hope. Shiro's mouth twitched into a sly grin. "Women are the easiest to handle. If you proactively throw yourself into her arms, she definitely won't have the heart to refuse. Then she'll never forget you, and Ren will be completely out of the picture. If you want to successfully move up in the world, what man doesn't rely on those tricks in bed?" "But how do I make a move?" he asked, looking a bit too embarrassed to raise his head. Shiro chuckled with a sneaky, mischievous grin. "Don't worry, just pick a day, find an excuse to call her over, cook a nice meal, slip a little something into the food, and dress up handsome to seduce her. I guarantee you'll win her over." "But Seeing him hesitate, Shiro assumed he was worried about being interfered with by Ren. "I'll hold Ren off for you." This speech instead left you feeling chilled to the bone. To put it bluntly, this trick was thoroughly cliché, but it was indeed the most direct path. If it really worked, Yuka Ryuzaki would truly be his. Yet thinking of Yuka Ryuzaki's cold expression, you inexplicably felt that it had zero chance of working. If she were that easy to handle, she would have been snatched away countless times by now. He knelt on one leg on the sofa, clutching his forehead. Shiro assumed he was thinking it through seriously, put down his chopsticks, and continued talking endlessly. You laughed at himself bitterly. Was he out of his mind? He kept thinking about her. Just hearing the word Ren made his heartbeat crash into a chaotic mess. Early the next morning, the sunlight shone brightly. You and Yuka Ryuzaki came out of the house together, preparing to head to school. "Let's just eat breakfast nearby. I'm genuinely starved and won't last until school," you said while purposely rubbing your eyes with a sleepy look, still covering your mouth to let out a yawn. Recently, you had been able to sleep naturally until you woke up, so waking up suddenly this early made you want to slump down and sleep for a while longer. It felt horribly uncomfortable. You walked in the very front. Just as you reached out to open the door, you suddenly felt something strange about the door handle. What on earth is this? You wondered perplexedly upon discovering that a card was actually hanging on the door. Yuka Ryuzaki had finished changing her shoes and walked over by then. "What is it?" Her voice dropped low, exploding right beside your ear. You shrank back a bit to the side. Jolted by her tingling, seductive voice, you finally woke up completely. "Stop talking right next to my ear." In truth, you just wanted to hide the blush spreading across your face. Yuka Ryuzaki glanced sideways at the card in your hand and asked casually, "What's this?" You shrugged clumsily and casually flipped the card open. Written by you, the text featured powerful, vigorous strokes. You could tell at a glance it was written by a guy. The moment you scanned it, your eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of your mouth slowly spread into a grin. "It's from you!" You flicked your hand and directly handed the card to Yuka Ryuzaki, casually brushing away her arm as well, and walked toward the elevator lobby without a shred of emotion. Yuka Ryuzaki lowered her head to glance at the card and followed your pace with complete indifference. "Say, Ren." Right at the elevator lobby, she casually tossed the card into a trash can. You turned your face slightly to the side. "Aren't you worried about him at all?" You had written that he would be moving out of the apartment today, thanking Yuka Ryuzaki for her care during this period, and stating that he had to face his own life from now on. The wording was quite sentimental. If it were any other woman, she probably would have felt a pang of sympathy. But you didn't believe these surface-level words at all. Having been through so much, you had long since seen through these tricks. Not to mention that you had someone as deeply scheming as Shiro by his side. The elevator doors opened. "Say, Ren!" Yuka Ryuzaki leisurely steadied the door and followed closely behind. Only then did she leisurely answer your question, her voice steady and mature. "Worried?" Your eyes widened into round circles. "What?" This fellow actually admitted to worrying about you. Full of anger, you grabbed your bag and started hitting her with it. Yet she laughed until the corners of her mouth split wide open, effortlessly blocking you and seizing the chance to hug you instead. "I haven't finished speaking yet. I'm worried about what kind of crooked schemes he's cooking up. Definitely not scared of something happening to him." You pulled your bag back, unable to hold back an eye roll. "That's more like it." Speaking of which, he suddenly announced he's leaving. What do you think he's up to? Yuka Ryuzaki put on a queen-like expression, reaching out to tap your forehead. Why waste energy worrying about so much? Let's ignore him. She also added that if she had to guess the motives of every single guy with designs on her, her brain would literally explode. With a ding, the elevator reached the underground parking garage. Instead of rushing out, you stayed standing right inside the elevator, clapping your hands like a seal to mock her. Yuka Ryuzaki, your words carry profound depth. I never would have guessed. Yuka Ryuzaki narrowed her eyes at you, pulling you out of the elevator while chasing after you with a question. "Guessed what?" You chuckled merrily without answering, just flashing a silly smile. Arriving in front of your sports car, she directly pressed the remote to open the car door and smoothly pushed you inside in one fluid motion. Yet instead of rushing over to the driver's seat, she bent down and leaned right into your space. You backed away slightly and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" "Putting your seatbelt on for you." Her movements were extraordinarily practiced, following the strap step by step to buckle you in securely. With a snap, it clicked right into place, just as you muttered, "Thanks." "Ren," she suddenly leaned in close, lightly brushing a kiss across your lips. "And first, you've got to kiss your hubby." She smiled with a wicked glint. Your face instantly flushed red and you glared at her. "We're gonna be late in a minute." You haven't stepped foot in school for days. If you're late again, you'll be in big trouble. "You've got to kiss me back first." Yuka Ryuzaki acted spoiled, stiffening her neck and thrusting her face forward. She stubbornly refused to budge. "If you don't kiss me, I'm not starting the car." Left with zero options, you gently pressed your lips against her cheek. "Happy now?" you asked, blinking your eyes. "Do you think I'm happy?" Looking at those thin lips of hers, your heart began pounding erratically. "Now close your eyes." "Why do I have to close my eyes?" Mischief danced across her dark pupils. "You don't even know this? Kissing requires closing your eyes, obviously." She obediently shut her eyes, and you hurriedly leaned forward, thinking it would just be a brief, Teddio-style touch. But the moment you made contact, she directly grabbed the back of your head, her tongue pushing inside with fierce intensity, leaving you completely cornered with no escape. You could only softly press against her chest, thinking to yourself, why is her heart beating this fast? Kissed passionately like that, the entire world vanished into nothingness. However, you had no idea that a security camera in the corner of the parking garage was pointed directly at the two of you, capturing this entire scene on film. Arriving at the main entrance of First High, the moment a silver Lamborghini appeared, it instantly caused an explosion among the crowd. Isn't that next month's upcoming limited edition model? This is way too cool. Our school has plenty of big shots, and anyone able to secure that license plate is an absolute powerhouse. Do you think it's Miss Ryuzaki? He hasn't come for so many days, I almost missed him to death. The sports car drove straight into the student council's exclusive parking lot, instantly drawing every gaze in the vicinity. The male students grew so excited they were nearly ready to shout that Miss Ryuzaki was back. But to their complete shock, when the car door swung open, the limbs stepping out belonged to a pair of slender, powerful legs. It was a guy. Immediately following that, you stepped out from the driver's seat. Everyone stared in utter bewilderment, completely failing to expect that it was actually you. With a sharp snap, you slammed the car door shut, grinning smugly at Yuka Ryuzaki in the passenger seat. My driving skills aren't half bad, right? The boys grew ecstatic to the point of exploding, their screams echoing back and forth. Yuka Ryuzaki's appearance made the infatuated cheers even more intense. You shook your head and urged her, "Class is starting immediately." But Yuka Ryuzaki strode forward quickly, grabbing your hand directly. The surrounding screams grew even louder. Frowning, you tried to pull your hand away, but she released it only to wrap her arm around your shoulder instead, sending the shrieks soaring to a new peak. Helplessly, you urged, "My ears are about to go deaf." As you neared the teaching building, expecting her to finally let go, she unexpectedly accompanied you all the way, electrifying everyone's gazes. "You aren't going to sit through class with me, are you?" "Of course not." Arm in arm with you into the building, she stopped right at the doorway of the classroom without following you inside. You chuckled inwardly at her special delivery all the way to this spot, smiling as you advised her, "Hurry to your own classroom, class is about to start." She gave your cheek a casual, suave pinch. "Study hard, and don't go chatting randomly with other girls." You twitched your fingers in response. She turned around and walked away, with the onlookers automatically parting to make way, escorting her away with her eyes as she headed straight for her classroom. Sitting back down in your seat, you smiled and greeted Sakura. "Haven't seen you in forever, did you miss me?" Sakura locked her gaze onto you, the corners of her mouth curving upward slightly. "Terribly much." Hearing her play along so well, you nodded with satisfaction. Looking at you with curiosity, she asked, "I heard you drove here? You don't even have a driver's license, do you?" You were left speechless, torn between laughter and tears. News traveled way too fast. From the moment you parked the car to entering the classroom, took less than a few minutes. First High's gossip speed was truly faster than the speed of light. Sakura took out her phone to show you a moment's post, filled with videos of you parking and stepping out of the car. Looking at the video, you couldn't help clicking your tongue. Driving without a license and getting filmed like this isn't great, you laughed awkwardly. Actually, Yuka Ryuzaki and I were just messing around and swapped seats. I only drove from the school gate to the parking lot. With less than 10 minutes before class and hardly anyone around, I dared to do it. Upon hearing Sakura's explanation, you stuck out your tongue in acknowledgement. "The police aren't going to come arrest me, right?" Back in America, you occasionally borrowed friends' cars to practice driving, but you only practiced in wide open spaces. Driving without a license on public roads was technically the only illegal part. Only after Sakura finished explaining did you finally relax, patting your chest. "Better be careful from now on," she said. You nodded hurriedly. I know. The conversation came to a natural halt. You pulled your textbook out from the desk drawer and glanced at the time. Class was about to start. Just when you figured Sakura would also turn back to her own desk, she hesitated before speaking up again. "Where have you been lately?" You raised your head to look at her. "Something came up at home, so I made a trip back to America." Sakura looked surprised. "Isn't your family in America? Why have you always been studying domestically?" You thought to yourself that there was nothing unspeakable about it. but you didn't feel like chattering endlessly about family matters either. Right on cue, the class bell rang and you hurriedly reminded her, "Class is starting!" Wanting to say something more, Sakura could only turn back reluctantly. The English teacher stepped into the classroom accompanied by the bell. The moment you caught sight of the English teacher, you let out a miserable wail and slumped face down onto the desk. First period was English. The teacher swept her gaze toward you, her eyebrows furrowed tightly with displeasure. Tapping the podium with a serious tone, she called out, "Ren, how many days have you been skipping class?" "I know." The teacher's mouth twitched. She probably had never seen anyone skip class with such righteous confidence. Supporting your chin with your hand, you mumbled, "Do I need to submit a retroactive leave request? I'll go grab it from the principal's office after class." The teacher stared at you helplessly, figuring you were trying to pressure her by invoking the principal. In truth, you didn't mean it that way at all. It was just that seeing the principal felt as ordinary and casual to you as seeing any other teacher. The teacher likely thought of your relationship with Miss Ryuzaki, shot you a dismissive glance, and stated, "Just get back to class. Don't skip next time." You gave a casual acknowledgement. The teacher pulled out test papers and announced, "We have an English quiz this period. Get ready." Shifting the corners of her mouth, she added, "No matter how good your oral conversational skills are, it doesn't mean you can handle test questions. Only high scores on exams actually matter." You muttered inwardly in your heart, "Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? The most crucial part of learning a language is communication, not test scores." You sighed helplessly. Noticing your worry, Sakura whispered softly, "As long as you understand the content, you won't do too badly." You nodded with a helpless expression. The test papers were handed out. In America, exams were rare outside of finals, keeping the atmosphere relaxed. Say, Ren. But things were different here. Everyone instantly tensed up. Swept up by the surrounding tense atmosphere, it looked like grades might actually be crucial here. Everyone lowered their heads and started tackling the questions. Your reaction was a fraction slow, and just as you were about to look over the test paper, the teacher started the listening section. Scrambling in a flurry, you fortunately found that since English was practically your native tongue, the listening part passed easily. Following that, the questions were all quite simple. Sakura was right. If you could understand it, you wouldn't fail. Infected by the nervous energy around you, you slowly immersed yourself and finished the test. Time flew by quickly, and you stood in a brief daze. Sakura turned back with concern. "How did you do on the test? Is it okay?" You poked your desk with the tip of your pen, answering in an unbothered tone, "No problem at all. How about you?" She sighed and smiled in response. The break period flashed past in a blink. The next period was Chinese, and the Chinese teacher marched through the door clutching a stack of test papers, prompting the entire classroom to groan in unison. The teacher smiled calmly. "Crying won't help. Every single period today has a test." "Another test? Not just once, but back to back?" You collapsed limply against the desk, clutching your head and groaning aloud. "Why didn't I come back a few days later? Then I could have dodged these tests. Why did my very first day back have to collide with a chain reaction of exams?" You felt like you were losing your mind, inexplicably feeling as though the heavens simply refused to let you have an easy time, deliberately torturing you with exams. Sakura remained completely calm. "You'll slowly get used to it." Whining like a little puppy, you whimpered, "I don't want to get used to tests." She smiled, watching you act spoiled, but regardless of anything else, the exam still had to be taken. The Chinese teacher distributed the test papers quickly. The moment the bell rang, the exam commenced. Chewing on the tip of your pen, you stared fixedly at the test paper. Every single character looked familiar, but combined together, they made zero sense. The classical poetry fill-in-the-blanks felt straight out of an alien language. After carefully reading through the questions, you realized handing in a blank sheet for a 0 was a fate you absolutely could not accept. For the sake of saving face, you desperately wrung out every shred of remaining Chinese knowledge stored in your brain, jotting down whatever portions you could manage, leaving the rest to fate. A full class period dragged by, feeling longer than an entire year. Meanwhile, Sakura's writing flew across the page with effortless fluidity, looking completely at ease. The exam spanned 2 full periods. The exact moment you handed in your test paper, you felt practically exhausted to the point of collapse, going completely limp against your desk. Sakura turned back and laughed out loud. "You are way too dramatic, unable to even lift your eyelids," you complained with a mournful voice. "Tests are pure torture. Whoever invented them, I swear I won't beat them to death." Sakura suddenly asked, "Did you grow up abroad since childhood? You must have learned very little Chinese literature." You shook your head weakly. School was out, and classmates left one after another. Sakura asked with concern, "Are you okay? How much longer do you need to rest? We should go get lunch." You shook your head again, your pretty face drooping gloomily. "Not hungry." Those 2 exams felt like they had completely hollowed out all your energy. You just wanted to slump down like a puddle of soft clay and refuse to move, sitting in a quiet daze to chase away all the test questions swirling inside your brain. Words floated through your mind. Classical verses 1 second, classical prose the next. You cried out for rescue internally. "How on earth do I clear my brain out?" Sakura turned around, staring straight into your eyes. "Then I'll go pack some food and bring it back to the classroom for us to eat together." You shook your head, turning your profile toward the window. Right on cue, a familiar figure appeared. The corners of your mouth curved upward slightly, and your eyes regained their vitality. "Someone's here to pick me up." You sat up straight and stretched. Sakura stood up as well, looking somewhat tense. The next second, Yuka Ryuzaki materialized inside the classroom. Her eyes swept over your lazy posture, and she asked with slight puzzlement, "Muyu, are you that exhausted?" You slumped forward to stretch out your hands, gesturing for her to pull you up, whining complainingly, "We've been testing all morning long." Yuka Ryuzaki let out an amused chuckle, unable to help herself. "Did you bomb the test?" English was fine, but Chinese was an absolute disaster. She smiled and said, "Your Chinese proficiency is basically at an elementary school level, so struggling with advanced stuff is totally normal." You puffed out your cheeks in protest. "You're the one at an elementary school level. I never got the chance to complete middle school curriculum properly. If I had studied it, I definitely wouldn't be this bad. Your elementary school Chinese was actually quite good, but Chinese requires accumulation. It's completely normal not to master classical poetry and classical prose above the middle school level if you've never studied them." Yuka Ryuzaki's magnetic, throaty voice carried a smile. "Now you know. Your elementary school Chinese was actually pretty decent, right?" The 2 of you completely ignored everyone else around you, dishing out ultra-sweet public displays of affection. Only Sakura stood off to the side with an awkward smile, a flash of disappointment flickering through her eyes. Yuka Ryuzaki reached out to tidy up your stray strands of hair. You nodded repeatedly like a little chick pecking at rice. So hungry, with a playful smile, she prompted, "Stand up properly. Do you want me to pull you up?" You straightened your posture, hooking your arm around hers. "I'm practically starving to death." As you left, you waved goodbye to Sakura. Sakura replied goodbye. The classroom was left entirely empty, housing only her alone. Meanwhile, at the student council building, which had practically turned into the gathering base for Yuka Ryuzaki and her crew, the first-floor reception parlor had just received a delivery of 5-star gourmet dishes. Before the table was even fully arranged, Aiko pushed the door open and sauntered in. "Imperial kitchen food, my absolute favorite, dong pork." Saying that, she collapsed directly into a seat. Yuka Ryuzaki glanced sideways at her. "Did I even invite you?" Aiko twirled her chopsticks and raised an eyebrow, challenging back. "Does it even need an announcement? It just proves our minds are linked." During the past few days while Yuka Ryuzaki and you were away, Daiki had been constantly pestering Hina, leaving Aiko feeling lonely and desolate. Even though she had plenty of other wealthy socialite friends, none of them gave her that same feeling. Suddenly, "Hey, you're not allowed to grab that!" You extended your chopsticks to block Aiko from snagging a lobster. Aiko froze mid-motion with her chopsticks clamped onto the lobster, pointing at the platter. "Aren't there plenty more right here? This one is reserved for me and Yuka Ryuzaki to share." Moving the lobster directly into her own bowl, she grumbled under her breath. "You two are sharing a single lobster, huh? What a pair of gluttonous ghosts," you snorted in response. Yuka Ryuzaki stared at her, a flash of sharp brilliance flickering across her dark pupils. Aiko hurriedly flashed a flattering, ingratiating smile. Fine, I'll treat you next time to make up for it. 2 lobsters, okay?" Even though she was the mayor's daughter and countless people curried favor with her, she stubbornly preferred to hang out and bicker with people like you. To you guys, she wasn't the mayor's daughter at all, just Aiko, simply a friend. Suddenly, Aiko pulled a small box out of her pocket and handed it over to you. "What's this?" Finding out it was a SIM card case, she explained to Yuka Ryuzaki, "This is his domestic phone card. I helped him get it reissued and processed." You had completely forgotten about this matter. Your phone still had your American SIM card inside, while the domestic one had been thrown away long ago. Yuka Ryuzaki reached out and snatched the card, extending her other hand. "Give me your phone!" You obediently handed it over, thinking to yourself how wonderful it was to have people helping out. You hurried to grab that final lobster, declaring with supreme satisfaction, "I love this place's lobsters too." Yuka Ryuzaki installed the card and powered on the phone, only to be greeted by a password entry screen. Her brow furrowed slightly as her dark eyes locked onto the screen, beginning to guess the password. She tried a numeric code, but the lunar calendar birthday was wrong as well, causing her brow to wrinkle even deeper. Could it be her own birthday? She inputted her own birthday, but it was still incorrect. Only one final chance remained. 5 incorrect tries would lock the device for 2 hours. She glanced over at you, completely absorbed in happily munching on your lobster. You wiped your hands. "Is it installed yet? I'm done eating." You leaned in close and noticed her expression looked rather strange, probing cautiously. "Is there something wrong with the phone card?" "Shouldn't be." Her dark eyes remained calm. You tossed down your wet wipe, grabbed the phone, and punched in the password with lightning speed, completely unaware. Out of the corner of her eye, she tracked the key sequence. Yuka Ryuzaki's brow furrowed tightly. What did this password represent? But she kept her mouth shut. She suddenly reached out and snatched the phone back. "What are you doing?" "Let me help you check something," she excused casually while her fingers swiped rapidly across the screen, breezing right past the text message interface. Keeping her body angled so you couldn't see, she rapidly deleted several specific messages. "I can check it myself. I don't need you." You finally grew alarmed, lunging forward to snatch the phone back. Yuka Ryuzaki teased. "What's wrong? It's not like anything will happen. Is there something unseeable hidden in your phone?" "Give my phone back right now," you yelled at her. Yet she refused to let go, let alone tell you what she was rummaging through. In a fit of anxious urgency, you lunged forward, grabbed her arm, and bit down hard without holding back. Aiko pulled a wincing face on the sidelines, murmuring, "Just looking at that hurts." Yuka Ryuzaki gritted her teeth as well, turning her head to shoot you a cold glare. This kid really doesn't hold back at all. Wasn't she afraid she'd actually bite a chunk of flesh off? With her teeth still clamped down, you raised your head to glare at her, your palms stretched open. Are you returning it or not? Frowning, your eyes darted mischievously across her arm before your gaze dropped down to her neck. "I should bite here instead," but your movement paused. You didn't dare bite down there for real, terrified of accidentally injuring her. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit you. I can bite her face instead. Waving your claws wildly, you lunged forward again, grabbed her pretty face with both hands, bared your teeth, and clamped down directly onto her cheek. Yuka Ryuzaki jumped in surprise, rapidly dodging away from your teeth. "You're vicious," she complained inwardly, thinking you must either belong to the Chinese zodiac year of the dog or the rabbit. Holding the phone, aloft, she surrendered with a smile. "I won't mess with you anymore. Don't go murdering your own wife over here. You're the one who started it." You snatched your phone back. As you flipped open the phone to check what on earth she had been tampering with, Yuka Ryuzaki leaned right in, offering a bantering tease. "Muyu, what's with the sly look? Is there really something you can't let people see? Don't tell me you took selfies of yourself while taking a bath. You're the narcissistic one." Having achieved her goal, she calmly picked up her chopsticks to resume eating. Meanwhile, you flipped back and forth through your phone without finding anything unusual. Out of the corner of your eye, you secretly scanned her, figuring she probably just peeked at your photo gallery and didn't rummage through anything else. After all, you had registered a secret alternate account before and posted plenty of trash talk complaining about her on it. Just as you were about to set the phone down and continue eating, you casually tapped open your text messages. A massive block of unread texts stared back at you, all sent by Daiki. You hurriedly tapped open Daiki's first message, where he asked if you had arrived safely in America and told you to report your safety. There were over 20 messages in total, filled with his concern and instructions. The wording felt clumsy and rigid, clearly showing he wasn't used to texting, but reading through them left your heart feeling genuinely warmed. Yuka Ryuzaki picked up some food, her dark eyes staring straight at you as she caught the gentle smile lingering at the corner of your lips. "What are you looking at?" You brushed her off evasively, instead tapping into your cloud backup to save the text messages. To your utter shock, you discovered that right at the very top of the synchronized backup list appeared her name. Could it be that she had sent you text messages before? A flash of lightning struck your mind. The sneaky thing she was up to when she just snatched your phone. Could it have been deleting text messages? However, she had no idea your phone possessed a cloud synchronization backup app. Whether she deleted texts or photos, every single one of them remained saved inside the backup history. You tapped open the massive stack of messages she had just deleted. Your reaction lagged for a beat before turning into sheer shock. Over 1,000 messages? You rubbed your eyes, wondering if you were seeing things. It couldn't possibly be 1,000 messages. Like a little kid, you actually counted them out one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4-digit count was correct. It really was over 1,000 messages. Beside you, Yuka Ryuzaki noticed your bizarre expression and felt a faint, unexplainable wave of unease stir in her heart. Could it be that I didn't clean them all out cleanly? Are there any slip-ups left? What are you still looking at? Yuka Ryuzaki asked while deliberately leaning closer, wanting to see what you were up to. You were extremely sensitive at this moment, reacting with lightning speed to lock your phone screen and press it face down onto the tabletop. Although your expression didn't give anything away, Yuka Ryuzaki caught the detail. The corners of your mouth had been curving upward the entire time, clearly trying to suppress a grin. What on earth was he just looking at to make him this happy? Aiko paid zero attention to the two of you, having already buried herself entirely in eating. Right at that moment, with a loud bang, the door was pushed open. "How come you guys didn't wait for me?" Someone complained to them, marching over to Aiko's side and dropping heavily into a seat. You picked up a piece of fish and popped it into your mouth, staring at him. "Look who it is! Putting romance before friends, we figured you completely forgot about buddies like us, which is why nobody called you." Daiki's face flushed slightly red. "What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't even interrogated you yet. Why did you suddenly run off to America, making us search everywhere for you, and almost turning John Chang upside down? You poked him with your chopsticks, telling him not to change the subject, since you were talking about him right now," Daiki said with a smile. "Talking about me? What about me? I didn't do anything. The story between you and Yuka Ryuzaki is the real exciting one. How were you two squabbling before? And how did she chase after you and win you back? Tell me everything that happened these past few days from start to finish. I want to hear it all." Aiko, standing to the side, couldn't help joining in, her face full of curiosity as she craned her neck to look at you. "How have things been with you these past few days? Hurry up and tell us. Talk about your head." You rolled your eyes at them. Daiki successfully changed the subject, so he stopped pressing further and just started eating together with you. Once lunch was over, you pulled Daiki over to the nearby sofa and subjected him to a harsh interrogation. Hearing from Aiko, you've been hanging out with Hina lately. How are things progressing between you two? "It's just like that. We're just friends," Daiki said, though he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. You gave him a playful, suggestive poke. "Looks like you have hope. You'll be able to capture our top student soon." At the mention of this, Daiki let out a sigh. "It's still early. She only accepted my help, but she's still well, just like an ordinary friend, and there's still a distance between us. So who knows when I'll actually succeed in winning Hina over." You clenched your fist to pump him up. "Where there's a will, there's a way." Daiki's eyes curved into smiling crescents. "Thanks, Rin. I'll do my best." The two of you burst into laughter, playfully roughhousing together. Yuka Ryuzaki and Aiko were sitting some distance away. Aiko lay stretched out flat on the sofa playing on her phone, while Yuka Ryuzaki sat on another sofa, coldly eyeing Daiki. Aiko looked up at her, immediately caught her meaning and announced, "I'm stuffed. Let's go out for a walk." As she spoke, she grabbed Daiki's arm, but Daiki shook her off. "Who's going for a walk with you? I'm resting right here." Aiko made a series of exaggerated facial expressions and gestures, hinting that Miss Ryuzaki was angry. "Don't be dense. Go to the lounge and stop being a third wheel. The food smell here is too strong and not suitable for sleeping," she conveyed silently. Finished speaking, she added as an afterthought, turning back to tell you, "Ren, Hina has a basketball match this afternoon. Do you want to go watch? She doesn't even know you're back yet." Aiko chuckled in amusement. "Didn't you see the video of you getting out of the car this morning? It's drop-dead gorgeous. The whole internet is blowing up with it." "Nobody doesn't know you're back unless Hina is some primitive caveman without a phone." Daiki rolled his eyes at her and nudged her with his elbow. "You're the primitive one," Aiko winced in grievance. "You use so much force that hurt like hell. You really do favor romance over friendship. You've got henna on your mind and you're totally ditching me." Daiki stuck his tongue out in retaliation and threatened her with his elbow again. Aiko raised her hands in surrender. "Fine, you win." Daiki smiled, hooked his arm through hers and coaxed, "All right, stop pouting. Have some ice cream. My treat." "Who's pouting?" Aiko muttered stubbornly. Daiki playfully tugged at her, pulling her along to eat. He knew he was in the wrong. Lately, he had been so focused on Hina that he had neglected Aiko. Normally the two of them were inseparable, so it was no wonder Aiko was complaining. In the end, Aiko couldn't stay mad and gave in. Only you and Yuka Ryuzaki were left in the room. She stood up, reached out to take your hand, and led you upstairs to rest. Just as Aiko had mentioned, lunch had just ended, and the air was still heavy with the lingering smell of food. As you stretched lazily, a wave of exhaustion hit you. You felt like you were forgetting something important, but the stress from the morning's exams had completely blocked your train of thought, leaving your mind unable to turn properly. Whatever, I'll remember it later, you thought. The afternoon brought yet another round of exams, math and one of the other subjects. Your miserable wails echoed through the classroom. English had been your only lifeline, while the rest had to be left up to fate. Having to take tests across 4 consecutive periods left, you slumped limply over your desk, feeling even worse than you did in the morning, completely drained of all your energy. Sakura turned back around to look at you, her eyes filled with gentle concern. "Ren, is it really that hard?" Sakura asked. "America has math too, but the domestic curriculum dives so deep. I'm completely lost." Sakura smiled. "Our math curriculum goes a lot deeper than abroad." She couldn't help wondering what on earth you had been doing during class all this time. In truth, you didn't really blame yourself. Figuring you'd eventually return to America to study, you had never paid serious attention in class. Now you thoroughly regretted it, realizing that even if you considered yourself smart, or at least not stupid, if you had just paid attention, you might have been able to solve a few questions. As the test papers were passed back, Sakura said, "You couldn't even be sure you got a single question right." Imagining your potential score filled your face with dark, gloomy clouds. "Sakura, am I going to get a duck egg?" you asked. Getting a 0 is way too embarrassing. Nobody ever gets a 0. Are you trying to be the first? When you remembered your identity, that you were Yuka Ryuzaki's fiancée, and that she received an astronomical amount of attention at school, if you ended up getting a 0, wouldn't you become the ultimate laughingstock? Thinking about this, you collapse face down onto the desk. "Papa, the domestic school system is terrifying. I want to go back to America." At that moment, the classroom suddenly quieted down as the English teacher walked up to the podium carrying a stack of test papers. The class monitor and vice monitor stepped forward to help distribute them. "Everyone check your answers with each other first to see where you messed up. We'll go over it tomorrow in class," the teacher instructed, handing the stack of papers over. You sat with your hands crossed, resting your chin on them as you watched the papers being passed out. When the paper reached your hand, Sakura snatched a quick look first. Ren, Sakura said you got the highest score. You haven't even looked at anyone else's scores. How do you know I got the highest? Your English is just that confident. Sakura smiled and triumphantly flashed her test paper. A full score of 100. Who could possibly score higher than that? You slammed your hand down onto the desk in shock, your eyes widening as you stared at the number 100 sitting above the scoring line. Still finding it hard to believe, you snatched the test paper away and scanned it rapidly. The score of 100 was undeniably real. Sakura looked at you with admiration, pointing to your essay. Even your composition got a full score. As the news spread, the surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment. 100 points? Ren got a full score and even got full marks on the essay. That is insane. Getting 100 points was common in elementary school, but it practically became extinct by high school. It was a godlike score, with the sole exception of top student Hina. The classmates swarmed over to surround you and take a look, especially since the exam difficulty was quite high, and the highest score in the class besides yours was only 90. You had actually scored 100, Sakura said, while the classroom buzz grew loud. Up on the podium, however, the English teacher's expression turned gloomy. Even though the highest score in the grade belonged to her class, she wasn't happy at all, because the highest scorer was you, the student she disliked the most. She had repeatedly mocked you for only knowing oral conversational skills, and claimed it was impossible for you to do well on exams. Yet now you had gotten a full score, which was practically a resounding slap to her face. How could she possibly be happy under these circumstances? Seeing you surrounded by a whole crowd of people, the English teacher's face darkened further. She tapped the podium sharply. Stop making a fuss and hurry up and pass the papers back. Remember to learn from your mistakes and patch up your gaps. With that, she put on a stern face and turned to leave. Immediately afterward, the Chinese teacher walked up to the podium, carrying a stack of test papers, prompting gasps of surprise from the class. You're handing back papers this fast too? Compared to the English teacher's gloomy mood, the Chinese teacher was much gentler, smiling as she announced, "Vice Monitor, please help hand out the test papers. Everyone take a serious look tonight at where you messed up, and we'll go over it tomorrow." You were still basking in the afterglow of your recent joy, but the moment you heard the Chinese papers were being handed out, your face instantly fell. You knew deep down that your result was bound to be an absolute disaster. You locked your gaze onto the stack of papers in the monitor's hands, hesitating whether you should just rush up and snatch yours away to hide it first. Right as you were about to make your move, she walked right up to you. "You need to cheer up," she said, in a soft, gentle voice, handing the folded test paper directly into your hands. You quickly pressed down on it, looking up at the teacher with a gaze full of grateful emotion. "Thank you, teacher." Your heart was overflowing with gratitude. The Chinese teacher was an absolute angel. Seeing your adorable expression, she couldn't resist wanting to pat your head, though she pulled her hand back just in time and smiled warmly. "Your comprehension skills are very strong, and your thinking is quite good. You'll make rapid progress." Knowing you came from America, she understood that your Chinese writing was at a slight disadvantage, which was completely understandable. You were so moved you felt like leaping up to hug her, nodding repeatedly. "Understood, teacher. I'll definitely work hard." Inside your heart, you secretly resolved that you had to study Chinese seriously from now on. The Chinese teacher smiled, nodded, and walked away. Sakura leaned over, her fingers brushing against the test paper on your desk. "Let me see what you scored." You hurriedly hid it, refusing to let her see. Sakura smiled and unfolded her own test paper, 89 points, which was quite respectable. You shook your head firmly. "I'll look at it myself." Lowering your head, you shoved the test paper deep into your desk drawer, only peeking in a tiny corner. The moment you saw the score, your expression froze instantly. Although you had anticipated a low score, being hit with this harsh reality still stung. 39 points, barely enough to hover around the passing line. Aside from the points you managed to scrape together from reading comprehension and the composition through sheer luck, the rest of the page was covered in bright, glaring red crosses. Those striking red crosses felt like they were piercing straight into your heart with a cold, painful sting. At that moment, you felt an extra wave of gratitude for the Chinese teacher's thoughtfulness. Knowing your score was disastrously low and wanting to save you from embarrassment in front of others, she had personally brought the paper over and folded it up to hide the score. Just then, Sakura quietly leaned in, trying to sneak a peek. You abruptly raised your head and glared at her. Sakura rubbed her nose and laughed cheekily. "Fine, I won't peek." "Just how terribly did you score that you're too scared to let anyone see?" You put on an unbothered front. "It's not that bad. Way better than I imagined." A sudden piercing scream echoed from the doorway. Without even looking up, you knew Yuka Ryuzaki had arrived. You hurriedly shoved the test paper into your bag and yelled, "Bye!" Male fans were already howling with infatuation at the entrance. Before Yuka Ryuzaki could even step into the classroom, you had already dashed out, and the two of you nearly collided right at the doorway. "Come with me to a place," you said, directly grabbing her by the arm and pulling her forward. She asked in bewilderment, "What on earth are you up to?" Without looking back, you replied, "I said, come with me first. Don't ask any more questions." Anyone overhearing this broke out in a cold sweat. Ren actually dares to grab Miss Ryuzaki by the nose and boss her around? Has he lost his mind? Does he really think just because she dotingly spoils him, he can act this wild? The male students gritted their teeth in fierce jealousy, wishing they could personally step in and deal with you on the spot. Yet to everyone's absolute shock, Yuka Ryuzaki didn't get angry at all. There was even a doting smile plastered across her face. What kind of bizarre scenario is this? They wondered. Is this really the majestic, overwhelmingly domineering young Mistress Ryuzaki they all knew? She said to you, all right, slow down. I'm scared we won't make it." "Hurry up!" The two of you rushed toward the stairwell like a gust of wind, vanishing without a trace. The crowd was left standing there in a daze, their jaws practically hitting the floor. You cursed at the young Mistress Ryuzaki, yet she didn't show a shred of anger. Not only that, she was even worried about whether you might trip. Such extreme indulgence toward a single person was completely unheard of and never seen before. Meanwhile, you dragged Yuka Ryuzaki in a mad dash all the way to the administrative building, heading straight for the math teacher's office. Fortunately, the teacher hadn't left yet and was busy organizing test papers. You hurriedly gave Yuka Ryuzaki a gentle push, whispering instructions. "Tell the teacher to pull my test paper out and grade it right now." She arched an eyebrow, looking at you with a smile. "Are you scared you bombed it?" You pulled a long, gloomy face and confessed. "It's not just bombing it. My Chinese was bad, but math is even more miserable. I could barely understand the questions and just guessed my way through everything. I'm terrified my score is going to be an absolute 0. Yuka Ryuzaki, who was always used to seeing you full of vibrant energy, was seeing you lack this much confidence for the very first time, which struck her as rather amusing. She asked earnestly, "Did you really score that badly?" Domestic math goes very deep, and a lot of it isn't taught in foreign high schools. You've only been back for a little over a month and haven't seriously attended classes. If you had known, you should have paid more attention. Seeing you looking so haggard and distressed, she reached out with her slender hand to gently ruffle your hair. "I'll help you. Nobody wants to make a fool of themselves, and neither do you." Your eyes lit up and broke into a bright smile. As you spoke, you pushed her toward the teacher's desk, and Yuka Ryuzaki took her time, walking over with her long strides. Not wanting the teacher to spot you, you hid just outside the classroom doorway, poking only your eyes out to peek inside. Within just a few minutes, she walked out holding your test paper. You hurriedly snatched it away and took a look. Sure enough, there were no score markings on it. You looked at her in confusion, realizing she hadn't actually had the teacher grade it. With a smile, she asked, "Want to know your score?" You hugged her arm with a brilliant, radiant smile, trying to sweet-talk her. "Thanks to you this time, otherwise I would have totally made a fool of myself. Having privileges really does come in handy." Yuka Ryuzaki walked arm in arm with you toward the stairwell. "I told the teacher that the pace of your studies abroad was different from the domestic curriculum, so the teacher agreed to give you some time to catch up with tutoring first." You let out a miserable wail. "Do I really have to be tutored? From now on, I promise I'll listen carefully in class." You hated the idea of extra tutoring and wished you could instantly teleport back to America. Yuka Ryuzaki stared at you, as if reading straight through your thoughts. "You're thinking about going back to America to study, aren't you?" she said, pouting slightly. "Actually, I think foreign education is pretty good. The domestic system only cares about exams and scores, while ignoring everything else. Sure, schools have enrichment courses, but you spent 4 years growing up in America, so your subconscious is already used to that system." Yuka Ryuzaki continued. "Every system has its pros and cons. I remember your grades in elementary school were exceptional. As long as you work hard to study, you'll do fine." You raised your eyebrows with a pitiful expression. She turned serious. "Don't you know? Even though Class A gathers the strongest family backgrounds and academic scores, if your grades are too terrible, no matter how good your background is, you'll still get kicked out." Hearing this, you froze in place. You thought back to that glaring score of 39, plus the math test that hadn't even been graded yet. Even though you got a full score in English, your grades were severely unbalanced, and your overall total was an absolute tragedy. You weren't particularly vain, but you definitely didn't want to lose your spot in Class A. The thought of being separated from Sakura and having no one to chat with about gossip made your heart ache, not to mention that the boys in other classes were even more daring with their gazes, making you worry that if you got sent to another class, you'd probably be squeezed to death by them. Suddenly, you gasped in shock. "With my grades being this bad, am I going to be transferred to Class M?" Yuka Ryuzaki nodded with a deadpan, serious expression. "Very likely." You stared in horror, eyes blown wide. "I don't want to go to Class M." It wasn't that you cared about Class M's reputation, but you were terrified of the kind of students in it. You had heard that Class M mostly consisted of kids who hated studying, had terrible personal habits, awful attitudes, and were just a bunch of nouveau riche brats who bought their way in with family money. You definitely didn't want to end up in a class like that. The corners of Yuka Ryuzaki's lips curled up into a slight smile as she cupped your chin, deliberately trying to scare you. "Then you better obediently accept tutoring. If you bomb the final exams, even I won't be able to save you." You pouted. "Are you gonna run to the teachers for me?" Suddenly struck by a bright idea, you snapped your fingers. "I'll go find Hina. She's the ultimate top student. She definitely has a secret study method." Before you even finished speaking, you felt a wave of dangerous, chilling aura wash over you. Who did you say you were going to find? A devilishly cold, low voice whispered right beside your ear, her soft lips pressing close to your earlobe. You shrank back slightly, as if she were about to bite your ear. "Who did you say you were gonna find, huh?" Yuka Ryuzaki pointed at herself. You blinked in surprise, then burst out laughing, using your fingertips to push against her chest. "Stop joking around! How good could your grades possibly be? Don't think I don't know what kind of scheme you're pulling." She was undoubtedly trying to use tutoring as an excuse to take advantage of you, and there was no way you were falling for that trap. Yuka Ryuzaki tightened her grip around your waist, her dark eyes blinking with displeasure. "You think my grades are so bad that I don't even qualify to tutor you?" She looked like she was about to explode with anger. You quickly offered a flattering smile. "I didn't say that, I just don't want to bother you, and besides, your patience is too terrible. I definitely don't want you teaching me. What happens if I still don't get it and you start yelling at me?" You thought to yourself that to avoid unnecessary fights and friction, it was better not to let her teach you. More importantly, you certainly didn't want to expose your weaknesses in front of her. "This isn't up to you," Yuka Ryuzaki said domineeringly, dragging you along toward the parking lot. Just as you were about to climb into the car, you froze mid-motion, feeling as though you had forgotten something. "What is it?" she asked, sliding into the driver's seat and staring at you with dark eyes, urging you to hurry. "Wait, no." One of your feet was already inside the car, but you pulled it back out. Resting your chin on your right hand while crossing your left arm, you racked your brains trying to remember what you had forgotten. Yuka Ryuzaki leaned out, furrowing her brow. "Get in the car already!" You threw your hands up. "I'm this close to remembering." Right at that moment, your phone started ringing. You quickly pulled your phone out of your pocket and saw that Daiki was calling. "That's right. I promised Daiki I'd go watch Hina's match." Yuka Ryuzaki muttered a dark curse under her breath. "Eight." She had originally planned to take advantage of your dazed state to drag you straight back home. You hurriedly answered the call. Daiki's anxious voice came through the speaker. "Ren, the match is about to start. Hurry up and get over here. I'm coming over right now." Yuka Ryuzaki's brow furrowed even tighter. With a sharp snap, she slammed the car door shut and walked straight toward you. "You're seriously going to go watch that person surnamed Bao play ball?" You raised your eyes and stared coldly at her. "I promised Daiki at noon, plus going to watch is no big deal. I'm just gonna cheer for a friend." Are you seriously getting jealous over this? You suddenly remembered that you still owed Hina a favor because you hadn't shown up to her previous match. She stayed silent, her face dark and gloomy. You quickly reached out to wrap your arm around hers. "Come with me! Don't girls like watching basketball anyway? You can help cheer for Hina too." "Who's gonna cheer for her?" Yuka Ryuzaki shook your arm off. You let out a huff. "If you're not going, fine, I'll go by myself." With that, you turned around and started walking away. Yuka Ryuzaki stood frozen in place without chasing after you, her dark, heavy eyes locked immovably onto your retreating back. Finally, her frustration boiled over, and she gave a vicious kick to the sports car tire. Damn it! Inside the basketball gymnasium, the atmosphere was roaring with noise and packed shoulder to shoulder. You looked around anxiously until your head started spinning, only to realize you had no idea where Daiki was sitting. "Oh crap, I forgot to ask him where his seat is," you thought. You didn't even know who to ask, and surrounded by so many male students, you knew you had already become public enemy number one. Even if you asked, nobody would bother answering you. With no other choice, you tried calling Daiki back. Your phone's pleasant ringtone played on loop while you listened through the entire tune, but Daiki still didn't pick up before the call automatically disconnected. Panic set in. What on earth was he doing? Right beside your ear, the PA announcer's voice boomed that the match was about to begin, while the adjacent cheering squads waved colorful ribbons and enthusiastically rooted for Hina. Left with no options, you hurriedly sent Daiki a voice message. Meanwhile, inside the locker room, Daiki and Hina were talking while walking toward the bench seats. A female basketball team member respectfully told Daiki, "Mr. Daiki, your phone is ringing." Daiki's bag was sitting on a chair. Having been in such a rush to find Hina earlier, he had just tossed his phone inside his bag. It suddenly hit him. It must be Ren arriving, but he had no idea where they were sitting. Hina's gaze flickered. "Ren is here?" Daiki nodded. "I called him just a moment ago and he said he was coming," Hina told her teammates. "You guys head out first, I'm stepping out for a second and we'll be right back." Finished speaking, without saying much else to Daiki, she hurried out of the locker room. "Hina, wait for me!" Daiki called out, chasing after her. The basketball arena was packed to the brim with spectators. Today's opponents were the number 2 high basketball team. One side of the court was filled with number 1 high students, while the other side held number 2 high students. Hina's gaze swept across the entire arena, locking onto the entrance before walking straight toward it with steady, unbroken strides, as if guided by an invisible thread. Meanwhile, you were waiting at the entrance for Daiki's reply, feeling the tide of people surging around you while you curiously looked about. Fortunately, as you stepped backward to give space, you nearly tripped over someone. "Watch out!" The person who bumped into you muttered hurriedly as they brushed past, leaving behind a single phrase before their figure vanished. Just then, a cool, low voice rang out. "Are you all right?" You looked up and found yourself locking eyes straight with Hina. Thank goodness. Hina had been worried you might take a bad fall in the crowd, so she kept one arm extended in the open air to shield you. "What do you mean, thank goodness?" you asked with a curved smile. Hina rarely revealed a smile of her own as she replied, I found you." Suddenly, the loudspeaker blasted the announcement that the match was about to begin. You anxiously stared at Hina. "You have to go on court now, right?" She replied calmly, "Keep close." With Hina leading the way, you followed closely behind her. The male students in the stands, along with the female cheerleaders, were all staring fixedly at you and Hina, muttering angrily between clenched teeth. "Ren is crossing the line. He already has the young mistress Ryuzaki, yet he's still out here flirting with senior Hina. Such a jerk. It's so infuriating. Look at how good Hina is being to him. She's even about to take him to sit in the front row." Suddenly, amidst the bustling crowd, someone hurled an object directly toward you. As Hina pulled you along to hurry forward, her gaze turned razor sharp. With a flick of her hand, the flying object was batted violently to the ground with a sharp slap. She shouted coldly, "Who did that?" The surrounding stands instantly plunged into silence. The male students sat there looking completely innocent, shaking their heads in denial. None of them dared to admit it. A few individuals still wanted to take advantage of the chaos to throw things, but Hina's terrifying aura was too overwhelming. Nobody dared to make a move. After all, everyone in her fan club knew they had never seen her look this fierce before. Daiki came running over and stepped up beside you, glaring up at the stands. "Who threw that? If you're going to throw something, own up to it instead of acting like cowards." You tugged at Daiki's sleeve. "The match is starting, they won't dare pull anything else," Daiki sneered, pointing toward the corner near the arena ceiling. "The basketball court has security cameras, you know." The male students instantly turned pale with fright, having clearly forgotten about the existence of the security cameras. Daiki crossed his arms over his chest. "Once the match is over, I'm pulling the surveillance footage. I'm definitely not letting this go." Several people in the crowd turned deeply pale. You pulled Daiki down to take a seat. "Let's drop it for now." Of course you were angry. Anyone targeted by such a shady, underhanded trick would be furious, but you didn't want to disrupt the match or bring shame to number 1 high. Daiki pulled his gaze back, still fuming with indignation. "These guys are way out of line. Ren, take a look at what that bastard actually threw." Daiki pointed off to the side. You followed the direction of his finger and froze in absolute shock. It was a portable power bank. Your heart went cold. If that thing had struck you squarely in the head, you didn't even want to imagine the consequences. Daiki said angrily, "Just wait. The moment this match ends, I'm hunting down whoever threw that." Suddenly remembering something, you leapt up and rushed over to Hina, grabbing her hand with urgent concern. "Are your hands all right?" Hina pulled her hand back and said calmly, "I'm fine. That thing was pretty heavy though." Still feeling worried, you watched as she immediately tucked her hand behind her back. "You guys go watch, I have to go join the team meeting." With that, she turned around and strode briskly away. Daiki hesitated for a beat. "Is she really okay?" You frowned, your heart still uneasy, but you shook your head. "She said she's fine." Daiki nodded slowly. She blocked it with her right hand. "Is that going to affect her game?" "I hope not." You kept your eyes fixed on Hina. You had noticed it right away. You were the very first one to realize it. Even though you usually didn't care much about basketball, watching your own school's team play in an external match still managed to drag you right into the excitement. During the opening minutes, both sides traded blows at a fierce, intense pace, but conflicts gradually began to flare up. Daiki muttered angrily, "Number 2, High is playing so dirty. They're bumping people and not even pretending it's an accident." You asked him doubtfully, "Isn't that a foul?" Hard to say. If the referee doesn't see it, it doesn't count. Evidently, the referee missed it and didn't call any penalties. The hot-headed female basketball players had reached their limit of patience, and the clashes grew increasingly violent. As the first half ended, number 1 high was leading by 5 points, while one player from number 2 high had been ejected with a red card. The opposing team swarmed the referee, shouting and demanding a reevaluation with aggressive attitudes, but the referee completely ignored them. The basketball players were drenched in sweat, sitting in the front rest area looking utterly exhausted, compared to the others. Even though Hina was covered in sweat with her back soaked through, her demeanor remained as cool and detached as ever. Daiki stood up, gripping the metal railing as he peered anxiously toward Hina. The coach seemed to be holding a tactical meeting, so he didn't dare interrupt. Once the coach finished speaking, the team members gradually headed inside to rest. During the 15-minute halftime break, as the players walked indoors, Daiki anxiously shouted, "Are you okay?" A nearby teammate nudged her and teased, "Someone's worried about you." Hina wiped her face with a towel, looked up, and replied flatly, "I'm fine," though her gaze drifted slightly toward you. You smiled at her and gave an encouraging punch into the air. A faint hint of a smile tugged at the corner of Hina's lips as she nodded in response. The atmosphere in the second half grew even tenser. Daiki turned to you with dissatisfaction and said, "Look at the way those guys from number 2 high are staring. It looks like they're here to start a fight, not play basketball." You chimed in, "I didn't notice." The opponents kept shooting frequent glances your way. Since everyone on the court had seen Hina protect you, they all guessed you must be someone important to Hina. Naturally, number 2 high, unaware of your relationship with Yuka Ryuzaki, assumed you were Hina's boyfriend. The players from number 2 high exchanged glances. As the basketball was being dribbled, one player suddenly leapt up and fiercely smacked the ball out of bounds. Hina's gaze locked onto it instantly, her pupils shrinking sharply as she realized the ball was flying straight toward you, but it was already too late. Daiki gasped in shock, grabbing your hand tightly. You could only squeeze your eyes shut, your face flushing bright red as you braced yourself for the impact of the basketball. With a loud thwack that echoed through the air and made the entire crowd hold their breath, the basketball was batted right back onto the court. Seiren, bounce, it was young Mistress Ryuzaki. Without feeling any pain, you opened your eyes wide at the sound of her voice and saw Yuka Ryuzaki's pretty face right in front of yours. Her expression was so dark and stormy, it looked like it could drip water. As you locked eyes with her deep, dark pupils, a sudden wave of security washed over you. Your dark, watery eyes suddenly welled up with a thin layer of mist. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" you asked, staring at Yuka Ryuzaki with a grievance-filled expression. Yuka Ryuzaki loosened her mouth and let out a cold huff. "Just because I said I wasn't coming means I actually can't? Is this basketball gym owned by your family?" You puffed out your cheeks at her retort, though in your heart you couldn't help thinking, "I know for a fact it actually is owned by your family." You reached out to pull her sleeve, but Yuka Ryuzaki deliberately pulled away. Feeling even more wronged, you demanded, "Are you mad?" "No." Yuka Ryuzaki replied coldly and swiftly, without a trace of a smile. Her attitude softened slightly. It was her fault after all. But you knew deep down that you had only come to watch the match. Yuka Ryuzaki usually spoiled you so much that she shouldn't stay mad over such a minor friction. She let out a soft huff and reached out to pinch your cheek. "Do you really think you're in the wrong?" Your face showed stubborn defiance. It wasn't a completely one-sided issue. With a cheeky grin, you suddenly lunged forward, wrapping your arms around her waist. "I said I'm sorry, okay?" Suddenly a fierce argument erupted on the basketball court. "The guys from number 2 high are too despicable," roared the number 1 high players. Meanwhile, the players from number 2 high acted completely nonchalant, grinning as if it were no big deal. A basketball has no eyes. If it flies somewhere, you can't blame me. If we could actually control where it goes, we wouldn't even need to play. We could just throw it straight into the hoop. Getting hit is just bad luck. You can't blame anyone else. The number 2 high guys kept laughing and cackling, making the number 1 high players so furious they nearly rushed over to beat them up, only to be held back. However, Hina's expression darkened completely as she suddenly marched straight toward the group from number 2 high. Everyone froze in astonishment. Even the usually level-headed Hina was taking matters into her own hands, her fist lashed out with fierce intensity. The number 2 high player who had just batted the ball toward you was knocked flat to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. The number 1 high players were stunned, hardly believing that Hina would act so impulsively and throw punches, though they knew Hina was always rational and rarely lost her temper like this. Everyone was dumbfounded by the turn of events. Even though the punch felt deeply satisfying, the players quickly rushed over to hold Hina back. With a sharp blast, the referee pulled out a red card and handed it to Hina. The number 1 high players completely panicked, scrambling to block the referee and plead on her behalf. Hina shook her head, clearly having anticipated the consequences before she threw the punch. "You guys play well and make sure you beat them," Hina said, patting her teammates' shoulders. Just then, an arrogant voice called out from the side, "I want to step onto the court and play around. I wonder if that's allowed." Everyone froze, turning their heads in utter disbelief to look at Yuka Ryuzaki. Young Mistress Ryuzaki actually wanted to play basketball? Yuka Ryuzaki gave your head a light tap, all trace of her smile vanishing, before fluidly and decisively vaulting over the metal railing. She walked straight up to Hina, the corners of her mouth curling into an unyielding, rebellious smirk while her dark eyes stared intently. "Lend me a uniform set." With that, she crossed her hands and pulled her top off in one swift motion, leaving on only a tank top that exposed her gorgeous shoulders, neck, and smooth, fluid arm lines. The male spectators in the stands burst into a chorus of piercing shrieks. After all, in all the years Yuka Ryuzaki had been at number 1 high, She had never once revealed her true athletic gear. Even so, the boys had countless daydreams about her. Seeing it with their own eyes now felt 1,000 times more thrilling than any fantasy. The boys completely lost their minds. Even those who had originally come for Hina were utterly captivated and left completely spellbound by Yuka Ryuzaki. Yuka Ryuzaki's figure possessed athletic lines that were soft yet packed with explosive power. Her arm curves and fair skin carried a delicate luster that made the boys desperately want to rush forward and catch her scent. Not only the #1 high boys, who stared like complete fanboys throughout, unwilling to blink even for a second, Yuka Ryuzaki casually grabbed the t-shirt and walked toward the railing with an air of effortless amusement. She tossed the shirt offhand, and it landed squarely on your head. Her voice carried a crisp, magnetic ring, and every gesture she made dripped with effortless allure. As the boys' screams rose and fell in waves, Yuka Ryuzaki throwing her top directly at you sparked fierce envy and jealousy. Every single one of them wanted young Mistress Ryuzaki's clothes. Just the thought of catching a whiff of Yuka Ryuzaki's scent made the boys dizzy. Instantly, countless hostile glares shot straight at you. You yanked the t-shirt down from your face, exposing your flushed, scowling little features. Your gaze locked onto Yuka Ryuzaki with pure annoyance. Pouting your lips, you muttered under your breath, "If you're going to play, just play. Why did you have to take your clothes off to show off how cool you are?" Daiki couldn't hold back a laugh. "Ren, are you jealous?" "What am I jealous of?" you protested with a guilty conscience, though your heart was already in a complete uproar. You desperately wanted to cover the eyes of every single male spectator, so they couldn't look at Yuka Ryuzaki like that. A heavy wave of sour jealousy flooded your chest. You never imagined you would possess such an intense sense of possessiveness over her, nearly bursting with anger just seeing other guys stare at her body. "Daiki!" you hissed, angrily blocking his view with your hand. He burst out laughing instantly. "You're not planning to get jealous of me too, are you?" You let out a huff, your mouth still refusing to admit it while your heart fluttered nervously. "If you want to look, go look at Hina. Aren't you a fan of hers?" Daiki sighed. "I want to, but she didn't strip for me to see. What else can I do?" While you were talking, the male students in the background finally erupted into a frenzy. "Oh man, getting to see young Mistress Ryuzaki's figure like this makes me want to run up and hug her. Hurry up and take pictures. If I can hug young Mistress Ryuzaki in my dreams tonight, I'll die happy." Your ears were practically ringing from the commotion, and the more you heard, the more irritated you became. You couldn't help fixing an even fiercer blazing glare on Yuka Ryuzaki. Finally, you stood up abruptly, chased after her all the way, and called out to her, "Yuka Ryuzaki!" The moment she stopped, you shoved the t-shirt right back at her. "Put this on right now." You glared at her with furious indignation. Yuka Ryuzaki stared right back into your blazing eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into an even wider smile, as she deftly took the shirt and slipped it over her head at lightning speed. Another wave of screaming broke out, nearly blowing the roof off the gymnasium. Seeing her put the shirt back on made you feel slightly better. You clenched your fists. You had to win this match and teach those guys a harsh lesson. Yuka Ryuzaki curved the corner of her lips into a look of absolute certainty, pointed her index finger at her lips, and blew you a flying kiss. The male students behind you instantly went wild again, acting as if that kiss had been meant for them. As Yuka Ryuzaki and Hina went into the locker room to change, Daiki wrapped an arm around your shoulder and relentlessly teased you. As expected of our Ren, you're the only one in the world who dares to be this fierce to someone like Yuka Ryuzaki. Before you could even reply, having lost Hina as a key player allowed #2 high to quickly tie up the score against #1 high. The #2 high side shrieked and hollered as young Mistress Ryuzaki stepped onto the court, prompting the boys to chant in unison, "Say Ren!" Even the #2 high cheer squad refused to back down, roaring with domineering energy, "The champion team!" Meanwhile, in the stands, Kazuko kept his eyes fixed, not on the game, but entirely on the direction where Yuka Ryuzaki had exited, his face filled with eager anticipation for her return to the court. The boy sitting next to him excitedly grabbed his arm. "Kazuko, did you see that? That's young Mistress Ryuzaki from #1 high. She is stunning. Thank goodness we came to the venue today. This was totally worth it." Kazuko nodded, though his mind wasn't on the game. and his gaze never left the locker room doorway. The boy beside him completely missed his emotional state and kept chattering away with gossip. Sanji is here too. Word has it, young Mistress Ryuzaki had a thing with him back in the day before she dumped him. Do you think they'll get back together this time? No way that's happening. Young Mistress Ryuzaki never revives old flames. Then she's just playing around. Young Mistress Ryuzaki's current boyfriend is way stronger than Sanji. He's handsome, and he's a young master from an elite family. Guys like Sanji just use the school hunk title as a brand. Without young Mistress Ryuzaki backing him up, who would even give him the time of day? Kazuko lowered his voice. Keep your voice down, Sanji is looking over here. The surrounding boys instantly snapped their mouths shut, stealing furtive glances at Sanji without a single person daring to make a peep. Just then, an uproar broke out at the other end of the stands. Yuka Ryuzaki had emerged in her basketball uniform. Sitting in the front row, the screaming from the boys in the back rows made your ears buzz, forcing you to complain inwardly. Have these guys never seen a woman before? Is it really necessary to lose their minds like this? Yet you had to admit to yourself that Yuka Ryuzaki looked fiercely cool in a basketball uniform, carrying a completely different vibe from usual. Extra wild, untamed, and radiating a dangerous aura. Daiki laughed along, patting you on the shoulder. Get used to it slowly. With less than half of the second half remaining and the outcome still completely up in the air, Number 1 High called a timeout, subbing out a forward and sending Yuka Ryuzaki in. The moment Yuka Ryuzaki stepped onto the court, the entire atmosphere instantly exploded. The boys went wild like an overturned pot, and the cheer squad cheered harder than anyone else. Young Mistress Ryuzaki, crush them! Right as everyone was cheering with maximum enthusiasm, someone on the number 2 high side suddenly shouted, Yuka Ryuzaki! Instantly, it drew everyone's attention, including Yuka Ryuzaki's as she turned her head toward the voice. To everyone's surprise, it was Kazuko. Completely ignoring the judgmental stares of his fellow number 2 high classmates, Kazuko leaned entirely over the metal railing, as if the two of them were the only people in the entire world, radiating a blatant, drama-style romance. Kazuko's heart pounded like mad, sending a sweet, tingling warmth rushing through him as he shouted at the top of his lungs, Ryuzaki! Just that single glance made Kazuko feel completely fulfilled, as if it were enough to sustain him for a lifetime. When he sat back down in his seat, the boys around him immediately grabbed him and asked, Kazuko, you know young Mistress Ryuzaki? A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, she's a friend of mine. As soon as those words left his mouth, the boys from his class erupted. Kazuko, you're a legend! How do you know young Mistress Ryuzaki? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Kazuko lowered his head with a shy, modest expression, acting as low profile as possible. We're just ordinary friends. Calling her a friend was already a massive stretch. Countless people couldn't even get close enough to touch young Mistress Ryuzaki's shoulder. How did you guys meet? Introduce us sometime. It'd be great just to get to know her. Feeling a bit shy, Kazuko rubbed the hair by his temple and hesitated. Let's wait until she finishes the game, hee. Surrounded by his classmates firing questions back and forth about Yuka Ryuzaki, Kazuko answered every single one with smooth confidence. The more they listened, the more they believed him, becoming utterly convinced that his relationship with her was extraordinary. Floating on cloud 9, Kazuko couldn't help understanding Sanji's mindset a bit. If just being an ordinary friend brought this much praise, being her actual boyfriend would be unimaginable. For a brief second, his mind conjured up a blissful scene of being surrounded by everyone's admiration, leaving him itching with excitement as his burning gaze swept toward your side of the court. At that moment, your expression turned somewhat sour. You never expected Kazuko would actually show up here. Daiki muttered under his breath. How did this guy end up coming to our school? He's from number 2. Hi! Did you hear him just now? He shouted Yuka Ryuzaki's name right out in public. After saying a couple of things, Daiki noticed your dark expression and patted your cheek. You okay? Don't pay attention to a guy like that, he's a total lightweight. And Yuka Ryuzaki didn't even acknowledge him anyway. You pouted, feeling thoroughly annoyed in your gut as you grumbled, I just hate his attitude, acting like he's super close to Yuka Ryuzaki and making a big public spectacle of shouting her name like they have this deep bond. Even though Yuka Ryuzaki completely ignored him, Other people are definitely going to misunderstand and think they're super close. Daiki was momentarily speechless, so he tried to comfort you instead. The important thing right now is the game. Don't worry about these idle distractions. You nodded, telling yourself he was right. If you focused entirely on the match, you wouldn't have time to dwell on annoying nonsense. Watch the game. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the court was scorching hot. The number 2 high players had initially paid zero attention to Yuka Ryuzaki, assuming she was just another spoiled rich girl who loafed around all day with no real skills. But less than a minute after number 2 high took possession of the ball to start a play, Yuka Ryuzaki's figure darted out like a ghost, executing a series of lightning-fast fake moves that completely spun her opponent in circles. Suddenly stealing the ball cleanly, Yuka Ryuzaki broke away like a knife cutting through the wind, charging all the way down to the baseline and leaping gracefully into the air. Her slender fingers gripped the orange basketball as it traced a gorgeous arc through the air. Swish! The ball dropped solidly through the net. A deafening wave of thunderous roars erupted from the sidelines as the boys screamed at the top of their lungs. That shot had been a 3-pointer. Not only did it tie the score, but it even put them ahead by 1 point. The number 1 high players exchanged glances filled with pleasant surprise, never expecting young Mistress Ryuzaki to be this insanely skilled. Their fighting spirit skyrocketed, instantly setting the team's momentum ablaze. Number 1 high scored repeatedly, while number 2 high retreated in utter disarray. Every single time the ball reached Yuka Ryuzaki's hands, whenever anyone tried to block or close in on her, Yuka Ryuzaki effortlessly broke through and scored. Practically all of number 1 high's points were being racked up by Yuka Ryuzaki alone. As Yuka Ryuzaki dominated the court, her gaze swept across the opponents with cold detachment. She skillfully dodged an incoming attack while dragging her defender down with her in a coordinated tumble, driving her knee squarely into her opponent's abdomen. The player let out a muffled whimper of agony, seeing stars. To the onlookers, it looked like nothing more than an accidental slip. Even when number 2 high protested frantically, the referee ignored them and issued no penalty. Basketball inherently involved physical contact, and the referee ruled it an accidental collision caused by number 2 high's defensive lapse. The whistle blew, and the match resumed. The number 2 high players gnashed their teeth in fury, their glares turning into sharp daggers locked onto Yuka Ryuzaki. At this point, they had completely lost interest in actually playing basketball. Revenge was the only thing left on their minds. Yuka Ryuzaki curled the corner of her lips into a mocking smirk, fixing her dark, icy eyes right back on them. Her haughty attitude only further inflamed their burning rage. Exchanging dark looks, several of them decided that as long as they could injure Yuka Ryuzaki, they were willing to take a red card. Their anger had burned away every last shred of rational judgment.